Chapter 1: The Godly System. Downstairs of the dormitory building of Jiangzhou University. The evening breeze blew the fallen leaves, and the air was mixed with the aroma of food wafting from the cafeteria. Lin Fan, carrying a bag of noodles worth 5 yuan, walked slowly into the campus from the south gate. He looked down at the cold packed lunch in his hand and pulled a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. It's this thing again. I've been eating it for 3 years and the taste hasn't changed. Lin Fan is a junior student and an ordinary member of the computer department. His parents divorced early in his life, and he lived on scholarships and occasional odd jobs. With 800 yuan a month for living expenses, he can't even afford to buy a new pair of shoes. The 4 roommates in the dormitory went out to play on Friday night, leaving him alone in this cramped 6-person room. This afternoon, he went to the department office to submit his scholarship application form. If the scholarship application is not approved, I will have no idea where to get living expenses for the second half of the semester. Back in the dormitory, Lin Fan threw the noodles on the table, leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling in a daze. Others live an enjoyable college life. Even eating has become a problem for me. Not to mention such a luxury as having a girlfriend. He recalled the casual taunt of poor look made by the school beauty Chen Sini during the military training in his freshman year. At that time, Lin Fan helped her with her luggage and happily handed her a bottle of water, but she ended up looking disgusted. People like you should stay away from me. A gift my boyfriend buys me would cost you enough to work for a year. Since then, Lin Fan never spoke a word to her, but the feeling of frustration remained in his heart. Why? He clenched his fists and muttered in a low voice. Why should I be inferior to others all my life? If God has eyes, please give me a chance to turn things around. At this moment, a cold mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Strong emotional fluctuations of the host are detected, which meets the binding conditions. The godly rich system is starting up. Binding successful. Lin Fan was stunned, sat up straight and looked around. The dormitory was quiet, with only the sound of wind outside the window. Who's talking? He rubbed his ears, thinking he was hallucinating. Host, do not panic. I am the godly system, numbered X001, born to change destiny. The voice was crystal clear. You have been in a state of resource scarcity for a long time, and your desire for wealth has reached its peak, so you were selected by the system. From this moment on, you will be the master of wealth. As long as you complete the task, you will gain endless wealth and privileges. Lin Fan swallowed his saliva. His mind was a little confused. He has read a lot of online novels and is very familiar with the system flow, but when it really happens to him, it still feels like a dream. You mean, I can become rich? Is that true? There is no need to doubt its authenticity. The system responded coldly. A newbie gift pack will be given for the first binding. Do you want to claim it now? Yes. Lin Fan lowered his voice, but his heart was beating as fast as a drum. Ding! The novice gift package was opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning 300 million renminbi in cash and a penthouse apartment at Tianqi No. 1 in Jiangzhou City. A Ferrari SF90 Stradale sports car. The reward has been sent to the host account in designated location, please check. The phone vibrated, and Lin Fan took it out and saw that the bank app had pushed a text message. Your account number ending in 0319 has received a transfer of 300 million yuan, and the current balance is 300 million and 47 yuan. Then, another message came. Tianqi No. 1 Property Management notifies you that you have become the owner of this property. Please bring your ID card with you to check in at any time. Lin Fan stared at the screen, his hands shaking so much that he almost dropped the phone. 300 million? He is a poor student, and suddenly there is 300 million more in his account? He refreshed it several times, but the balance remained unchanged. He even suspected that the bank had made a mistake, but the property management's notice was there. Is this true? Lin Fan muttered to himself, his throat dry. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Host, please accept the first mission. The system continued. Task content, spend 3 million yuan within 24 hours. Task reward, 10 times the amount of spending rebate, that is, 30 million yuan in cash. Failure penalty, system unbinding. Spend 3 million and get 30 million back? Lin Fan's eyes lit up, and the shock in his heart was gradually replaced by excitement. He looked down at his wrinkled sweatshirt, his mind calculating quickly. 3 million is indeed an astronomical figure for him. But compared to 300 million, this amount of money is just a drop in the bucket. Just then, the phone rang. It was a message from the class WeChat group. Brothers, tomorrow is the birthday of the school beauty Chen Sini. We are having a party at the Golden Emperor Hotel. Everyone come and support us. The person who sent the message was squad leader Zhang Wei, and a bunch of replies popped up below. Golden Emperor Hotel? It's a 5-star hotel, awesome. I heard that her boyfriend is a second-generation rich man and his family is very wealthy. Damn, this party must be high-end. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes when he saw this. Thinking of the humiliation Chen Sini had inflicted on him back then, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He dialed the number of the Jindy Hotel and lowered his voice. Hello, I want to book your top-floor banquet hall for tomorrow night. How much? The man on the other end was stunned for a moment, then replied, Sir, the top-floor banquet hall has been reserved by a Mr. Zhou for tomorrow. And the cost of this banquet hall is not cheap. The basic cost is 300,000 yuan, plus catering services, the minimum cost is 500,000 yuan. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows slightly and sneered in his heart. Mr. Zhou? He was most likely Chen Sini's rich second-generation boyfriend. He said calmly, since it has been booked, I have a request to double the level of this banquet. I'll cover all the expenses. Just name your price. The manager was stunned for a few seconds. He had obviously never seen such an operation before. He asked cautiously, Sir, are you saying, to increase the original 500,000 yuan banquet to more than 1 million yuan? If we follow the highest standards, with imported ingredients, custom decorations, and a top-notch service team, the total cost would be about 1.5 million. Should we notify the booking party? No need. Lin Fan said calmly, 1.5 million is 1.5 million, just arrange it. The manager's voice immediately became eager. Yes, sir. We will definitely follow the highest standards. Do you want to transfer the fee now or? Turn now. Lin Fan opened the bank app and tapped his finger. After a few seconds, the transfer of 1.5 million was successful. He said calmly, the money has arrived. I will go to see the result tomorrow. No problem, Mr. Lin. Don't worry, we will do it beautifully. The manager's tone was full of joy, and he was obviously overjoyed at this unexpected windfall. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. He had no intention of revealing his identity now, nor did he need to confront Chen Sini or her boyfriend head-on. What he wants is to stand on the top floor of the Golden Emperor Hotel tomorrow night and completely crush the opponent. Lin Fan muttered to himself, 1.5 million is a start, and I'll save the remaining 1.5 million for tomorrow to add some extra ingredients. Chen Sini, isn't your boyfriend rich? Lin Fan's eyes were cold. Tomorrow, I will let you two play supporting roles beside me. Chapter 2. Are you willing to stay with me forever? The next evening. As night falls, the lights of Zhangzhou City twinkle like a sea of stars. Lin Fan was sitting in the living room of Tianqi No. 1 luxury residence, with the dazzling skyline of the city outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. He changed into his newly bought clothes, and he looked low-key yet classy. Lin Fan went downstairs and walked towards the garage, where the Ferrari SF90 Stradale sports car was parked quietly. The fiery red car body glowed coldly under the light. He sat in the driver's seat, the engine roared, and the car drove out like a shadow, heading straight for the Jindy Hotel. 20 minutes later, Lin Fan arrived at the Golden Emperor Hotel. The parking lot is full of luxury cars, with Porsches and Mercedes-Benzes everywhere. He parked the car, pushed the door and got out. He didn't rush in but stood beside the car, lit a cigarette, and squinted at the hotel building. The top-floor terrace vaguely reveals the outline of the crystal observation deck. It should be the result of him spending 1.5 million to upgrade last night. Walking into the hotel lobby, Lin Fan heard a familiar laugh as soon as he stepped into the revolving door. He looked up and saw Chen Sini and a few friends standing by the front desk chatting. Chen Sini was wearing a white dress and the diamond bracelet on her wrist was sparkling. Standing next to her was a tall man in a suit and tie, holding a bunch of Porsche keys in his hand. It was her boyfriend Zhou Hao. Brother Hao, your party is too exaggerated. A man in a flowered shirt patted Zhou Hao on the shoulder. I just asked the manager, and he said there's a crystal viewing platform on the top floor tonight, and there's also a fireworks show. How much does it cost? Zhou Hao was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, money is not a problem. It's Sini's birthday, so I have to give her the best. The The total budget is 500,000 yuan. I told the hotel that I wanted it to be more presentable, but I didn't expect them to make it so luxurious. It's really thoughtful of them. 500,000? Another friend widened his eyes. Brother Zhou, no one in Jiangzhou can match your skills. Chen Xinyi lifted her hair and smiled coquettishly. Of course, Brother Hao said that he wants me to be the brightest star in the audience tonight. You didn't see the manager's attitude, he was so fawning. I guess he saw that my brother Hao was rich, so he took the initiative to upgrade. Lin Fan stood not far away, lowered his head to light a cigarette, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Zhou Hao's 500,000 yuan was enough to book a basic banquet hall at most, but he spent 1.5 million yuan on the crystal observation deck and fireworks show. Just then, a cry of surprise came from outside the terrace. Several guests ran in, shouting excitedly, "Did you see the parking lot? There's a Ferrari SF90 Stradale parked there. It's fiery red and looks so cool. Is this true?" Zhou Hao was stunned for a moment and looked outside. SF90? That car must be worth 38 million. My Porsche is only over 2 million. Who is so awesome? Chen Xinyi also came over and said in surprise, "No way, there are only a handful of people in Jiangzhou who have this car. Who comes tonight with such a grand display?" The man in the flowered shirt said in amazement, "I just went down to take a picture. The license plate is new. I guess it belongs to some big shot who is keeping a low profile." "Brother Hao, do you know him?" Zhou Hao frowned and shook his head. "I haven't heard of it. The people I invited tonight are all acquaintances, not this kind of person." He paused, forced a smile and said, "Maybe one of my friends came here secretly without telling me." The guests were talking about it, some took out their phones to search for car models, and some ran to the terrace to look. Chen Xinyi took Zhou Hao's arm and said in a tender voice, "Brother Hao, no matter whose it is, we are the protagonists tonight, and no one can steal our limelight." Lin Fan stood in the corner of the terrace, smoking with his head down, and all he could hear were their exclamations. When he heard the words 38 million, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Lin Fan put out his cigarette, walked towards the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor. The elevator door opened and he stepped into the banquet hall. What came into view was the luxurious scene he had created. The crystal viewing platform sparkled under the lights, and the terrace was filled with flowers and champagne towers. The waiters were busy serving top-notch drinks. He had just found a corner to sit down when he heard a burst of shrill laughter. "Hey, isn't this Lin Fan?" Zhou Hao put down his champagne glass, squinted his eyes and looked at him, his tone full of contempt. "You're here too? That's right, it must be unpleasant to eat mixed noodles every day. Eat more later, and remember to pack up the leftovers if you're not satisfied." Lin Fan looked up at him, calmly picked up the coffee brought by the waiter and took a sip without saying a word. Chen Xinyi stood beside Zhou Hao, frowning slightly, with a hint of disdain in her eyes. Although she hated Lin Fan, she didn't say anything directly. She just snorted lightly, lowered her head to adjust her skirt, and pretended not to hear. The man in the flowered shirt came over and laughed. "Lin Fan, don't you live on scholarships? This meal tonight, any bite will be enough for you to eat for a month, right? We can also pick up some leftovers to take back. Is that a good plan?" Another guy wearing glasses chimed in, "It is important for a person to know his own limitations. What can you touch here? Don't embarrass yourself here." Zhou Hao waved his hands and said in a magnanimous manner, "Forget it, let him eat. After all, it's Xinyi's birthday, I have to be magnanimous. Lin Fan, if you're full, leave now. Don't be an eyesore here and ruin everyone's mood." He had a sarcastic smile on his face. "Waiter, get him a takeaway bag, don't waste my top quality ingredients." A few guests chuckled, and the waiter gave them curious looks. Lin Fan put down his coffee cup, stood up, and slowly straightened his clothes. He said calmly, "No need to pack. I can eat enough." Zhou Hao snorted coldly and glanced at Lin Fan's departing back, curling his lips in disdain. This poor guy is quite good at pretending. He shook his head, as if he didn't want his good mood to be affected by a small character like Lin Fan. He turned around, took Chen Xinyi's hand, and said gently, "Baby, let's go, it's time to go on stage." Chen Xinyi also snorted, with a hint of annoyance flashing in her eyes. But she still had a sweet smile on her face, and she obediently took Zhou Hao's arm and walked towards the stage with him. In the center of the stage, the light from the crystal chandelier shone down, making the two figures shine brightly. Everyone's eyes in the venue were instantly focused on them. The guests put down their glasses, stopped talking, and looked at the dazzling couple. The waiter handed Zhou Hao a microphone. He took it, cleared his throat, and his loud voice echoed in the banquet hall. Dear friends, thank you all for coming tonight. Today is my daughter Cindy's birthday. I booked the top floor of the Golden Emperor Hotel to give her a most unforgettable night. I feel lucky to be able to be with Cindy till today. She is not only my girlfriend, but also my pride. So tonight, everyone, eat and drink well, have fun, and celebrate Cindy's birthday together. As soon as he finished speaking, the guests burst into warm applause, and someone shouted, Brother Zhou is so generous. Cindy is so happy. Cindy stood nearby, her eyes slightly red, and she chuckled with her hands covering her mouth, obviously deeply moved by these words. She looked up at Zhou Hao, her voice choking with sobs. Brother Hao, you are so kind to me. I don't know what to say. Zhou Hao smiled, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. He took out an exquisite red jewelry box from the inside pocket of his suit and slowly opened it under the expectant gaze of the audience. In the box, a large diamond ring sparkled, at least 3 carats. The main diamond is surrounded by tiny diamonds, which reflect dazzling light under the light, and the luxury is breathtaking. He knelt on one knee, looked up at Cindy, and said affectionately, Cindy, this ring is specially customized for you to represent my heart. Will you stay with me forever? Wow! The whole audience burst into exclamations and applause. Cindy covered her mouth, tears welled up in her eyes, and she nodded repeatedly, yes, yes. Zhou Hao stood up and put the ring on her ring finger, and they hugged each other tightly. The guests around were looking at him with envy and their cell phone flashes were flashing one after another. This diamond ring is outrageous. How much does it cost? The man in the flowered shirt widened his eyes and exclaimed in a low voice. At least $1 million, Brother Zhou's money is beyond the reach of most people. The other guy wearing glasses exclaimed in amazement, his tone full of admiration. Brother Hao really dotes on Cindy. With the top floor banquet and diamond ring, who can steal his limelight tonight? Some people echoed and raised their glasses to greet the two people on the stage. At this moment, the hotel manager walked towards Lin Chen. Chapter 3 Don't be an eye-catcher here. In the banquet hall on the top floor of the Golden Emperor Hotel, the lights are bright, and the crystal observation deck reflects a hazy light in the night. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, overlooking the lights of Jiangzhou City, with a faint sneer on the corner of his mouth. In the hall, Cindy and Zhou Hao had just come down from the crystal viewing platform, and the guests surrounded them and took photos to congratulate them. The 3-carat diamond ring sparkled on Cindy's hand. She was smiling from ear to ear, and from time to time she looked down to admire the ring, her eyes full of pride. Zhou Hao put his arm around her waist, accepting everyone's flattery with an unconcealable look of satisfaction on his face. The hotel manager walked quickly through the crowd and headed towards the terrace. His uniform was neatly dressed and he had a respectful smile on his face. After seeing Lin Fan, he bowed slightly and whispered, Mr. Lin, everything you asked me to do has been arranged. Do you have any other instructions? Lin Fan put out his cigarette, turned to look at the manager, and whispered a few words, so softly that only the two of them could hear it. After the manager heard this, his eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly, I understand, Mr. Lin. I'll do it right away and make sure it's foolproof. Lin Fan leaned against the railing and glanced towards the hall. The atmosphere in the banquet hall suddenly became lively. Several guests walked towards Cindy holding gift boxes, with smiles on their faces. Someone presented an exquisite limited edition Chanel handbag, someone handed over a beautifully packaged jewelry box, and someone else held a bottle of collector's edition champagne. The gifts were varied and valuable, causing exclamations from those around. Cindy, happy birthday! I waited in line for a month to get this handbag, said a girl in a red dress with a smile. This is the necklace I brought back from abroad. It goes perfectly with your dress tonight. Another man handed over the gift box like offering a treasure. Cindy took the gift, smiled from ear to ear, and thanked them repeatedly. Thank you everyone, you were so polite. She glanced at Zhou Hao beside her and whispered, Brother Hao, look how thoughtful they are. Zhou Hao nodded and was about to say something polite, but suddenly he caught a glimpse of Lin Fan standing on the terrace. He frowned, snorted coldly, and said unhappily, Humph, some people don't have any self-awareness at all. You didn't even bring a gift. You're really just a beggar who eats and drinks for free. His voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for several people around to hear, and his tone was full of contempt. Lin Fan stood there, lowered his head and lit a cigarette, as if he didn't hear anything. He took a light puff and exhaled a light smoke ring, without any expression on his face. Upon hearing this, Cindy glanced at Lin Fan, a hint of annoyance flashing in her eyes. But she didn't respond. She just lowered her head and fiddled with the diamond ring on her hand, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, as if she agreed with what Zhou Hao said. Several guests nearby heard it and started to make a noise. The man in the flowered shirt laughed. Brother Hao was right. Lin Fan, you really are just a big talker, right? You can't even afford to buy a greeting card? The guy with glasses pushed the frame on his nose and said sarcastically, I live on scholarships, how can I afford gifts? I can come here for a meal, thanks to Brother Hao. That's right, he doesn't even know who he is. How dare a poor fellow come to the top floor of the Golden Emperor? Aren't you afraid of being embarrassed? Another female voice echoed sharply, drawing a low laugh. Waiters passed by with trays of wine and cast curious glances. The mocking voices came one after another, like needles piercing the air. Lin Fan was still leaning against the railing smoking, his eyes calmly scanning the hall without saying a word. His silence seemed to arouse the interest of the crowd even more. Some people even raised their voices. Lin Fan, are you full? If you are full, why don't you come over to thank Brother Hao? You have no sense at all. Zhou Hao sneered, put his arm around Chen Sini's shoulders, and whispered, baby, don't bother with this kind of rubbish. It's an eyesore. He turned to look at the guests and said loudly, everyone ignore him, let's continue to have fun, tonight is my Sini's home game. Chen Sini chuckled, took Zhou Hao's arm, and whispered, I don't even bother to look at people like Lin Fan. Lin Fan put out his cigarette and turned around slowly. He walked straight to the stage in the center of the banquet hall. The guests were stunned for a moment, and then someone sneered, hey, he dares to go on stage? What does he want to do, perform begging? Zhou Hao frowned and whispered to Chen Sini, what the hell is this guy doing? Chen Sini frowned slightly and said nothing, but a hint of annoyance flashed in her eyes. Lin Fan walked onto the stage and stood under the crystal chandelier. The light shone on him, making his figure tall and stern. The noise in the banquet hall gradually quieted down, and everyone's eyes were focused on him. Some were curious, some were sarcastic, and some were waiting with disdain to see the joke. He stood there with his hands in his pockets, his eyes slowly sweeping across the room, finally stopping on Zhou Hao and Chen Sini. The hall was silent, and there was an inexplicable tension in the air. Oh, this poor guy really dares to go on stage? The man in the flowered shirt was the first to break the silence, folding his arms and sneering. What does he want? Performing for food or singing a song for some tips? The man wearing glasses pushed the frame on his nose and said sarcastically, I guess you got jealous after seeing Brother Hao giving you a diamond ring, so you wanted to learn a few words of love? Just him? He can't even afford a ring box. These words elicited a low laugh, and several guests covered their mouths, their eyes full of amusement. Lin Fan, what are you doing standing there? This is the top floor of Jindi, not your dormitory. Please don't embarrass yourself here, okay? Come down, don't waste everyone's time. Zhou Hao stood beside Chen Sini, snorted coldly, crossed his arms and looked at Lin Fan with a sidelong glance, his tone full of contempt. Brother, I advise you to sober up, this is not a place you can afford to play. Get out of here when you're full. Don't be an eyesore here. Chen Sini frowned slightly and looked at Lin Fan as if he were an insignificant clown. She lowered her head and whispered to Zhou Hao, Brother Hao, don't bother with him. It's boring. A man in a suit holding a glass of champagne sneered, Lin Fan, did you not look in the mirror before going out? Look at your outfit. You're standing on the platform like a waiter. Do you really take yourself seriously? The waiters are better than him, at least they get paid, another voice interrupted, causing laughter all around. The guests were talking one after another, and the mocking voices came like a tide, as if they wanted to push Lin Fan off the stage. Lin Fan stood in the center of the stage, facing the overwhelming ridicule, but his face did not show any ripples. He calmly swept his eyes across the crowd, finally stopping on Zhou Hao and Chen Sini. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Lin Fan stood there, took his hands out of his pockets, and slowly picked up the microphone handed to him by the waiter. The noise in the banquet hall froze in an instant, and everyone's eyes were focused on him with contempt, ridicule, and disdain. Lin Fan, however, looked calm, his eyes sweeping across the entire audience calmly. He coughed lightly, and a low voice came out of the microphone. Chapter 4 You are a fool. Everyone, please be quiet. I have something to say. Lin Fan's tone was neither hurried nor slow, with an unfathomable calmness. The guests were stunned for a moment, and then someone sneered. But more people kept quiet with the intention of watching the joke. Want to hear how this poor guy plans to make a fool of himself? Lin Fan paused and glanced at Chen Sini and Zhou Hao. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. I really didn't prepare any gifts for Chen Sini. As soon as these words came out, there was a burst of low laughter from the audience, and someone whispered, "He is really a poor guy. He can't even take out a greeting card." Lin Fan ignored her and continued, "But I don't plan to prepare any gifts for her. After all, I'm not that familiar with her." Chen Seni stood beside Zhou Hao, frowning slightly, with a hint of displeasure in her eyes. She snorted and whispered to Zhou Hao, "Brother Hao, what does he mean by that? It sounds weird." Zhou Hao sneered, crossed his arms, and whispered, "You are just a clown pretending to be so pretentious." Lin Fan turned his gaze towards the entire audience, his voice remaining steady. "However, I have prepared a welcome gift for everyone present." As soon as these words were spoken, the banquet hall exploded. The guests looked at each other, some couldn't help laughing, while others frowned and whispered, their faces full of disbelief. "A gift? What kind of gift can he give? A bag of noodles with soy sauce?" The man in the flowered shirt crossed his arms and sneered, "Lin Fan, you were such a good performer, why don't you go to the circus?" "That's right, who doesn't know how to brag?" The guy wearing glasses pushed the frame on his nose and said sarcastically, "Did Brother Hao ask you to come up and perform a skit for us?" Lin Fan was unmoved, raised his hand to signal for silence, and continued, "Of course, this meeting gift has a condition. I'll give 50,000 yuan to anyone who comes up and scolds Zhou Hao or Chen Seni." He paused, looked straight at Zhou Hao, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "I'll give each of the first 3 people who come up 100,000 yuan. Everyone can come up, even the waiters." After saying that, he stopped and his eyes rested on Zhou Hao. He added slowly, "Of course, Zhou Hao, if you want to come up and scold me, I will give you the money." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell into dead silence. The guests' expressions froze, some stared with their eyes wide open, while others opened their mouths in disbelief. After a few seconds, whispers surged like a tide, and the banquet hall was buzzing. "What? I don't quite understand. Did he really say that?" A girl in a red dress stared at Lin Fan, her eyes full of mockery. "Him? He has shit money," another man sneered. $100,000? Even if he sold himself, he wouldn't be worth that much. "Ha, Lin Fan, are you out of your mind?" The man in the flowered shirt laughed so hard he fell backwards. "Do you think you're a billionaire? Also 50,000 for each person, 100,000 for the first 3? I think you are crazy because of poverty." The guy with glasses pushed his glasses up and sneered, "Can a waiter get in too?" "Lin Fan, if you really have the money, I'll kowtow to you right now." Zhou Hao's face was so gloomy that it looked like water could drip out of it. He glared at Lin Fan fiercely, his fists clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound. He took a step forward, pointed at Lin Fan and angrily said, "Lin Fan, what the hell are you talking about here? 50 or 100,000, do you have that much money? You're eating and drinking for free here, so I won't say anything to you. But if you dare to mess with me, don't blame me for being rude to you. It's fucking crazy to be poor. A clown who seeks to attract attention." He turned to look at the service desk and shouted, "Where's the security? Where's the security? Kick this idiot out of here. Stop embarrassing yourself here." Chen Seni stood beside Zhou Hao, her brows furrowed, her fingers clutching the hem of her dress. She whispered to Zhou Hao, "Brother Hao, people like this need to be kicked out immediately. How capable do they really think they are?" She glanced at Lin Fan and snorted, "I guess she's just jealous of the ring you gave me, so she's just making a fuss." The mocking voices broke out again, as if the guests had found an outlet to vent their anger, each voice becoming harsher than the last. "Lin Fan, do you have 50,000 yuan? Take it out and show it to me. Don't just talk." A man in a suit held a wineglass and sneered, "I think you are crazy because you are poor. Are you trying to attract attention here? $50,000? If he can come up with that, I'll eat this table right there." Another female voice interrupted sharply, causing laughter from everyone around. "Can a waiter go up there too? Why would you go up there and make a fool of yourself?" Some people covered their mouths and laughed, their tone full of teasing. The waiters stood aside, holding their wine trays and looking at each other. Some of them lowered their heads and chuckled, while others cast doubtful glances. Obviously, no one believed that what Lin Fan said was true. The manager was standing in the distance. When he heard Zhou Hao calling for security, he hesitated for a moment but did not move, as if he was waiting for something. Lin Fan stood on the stage, facing the overwhelming ridicule, his face remained calm. His silence seemed to add fuel to the fire, and the guests' laughter became more unbridled. Looking at his behavior, does he really think he's a chaebol? The man in the flowered shirt laughed so hard that his shoulders shook. Lin Fan, if you really had money, you would have taken it out long ago. Why are you still pretending to be so arrogant? A poor bastard is a poor bastard who can't even brag. The guy with glasses snorted, hurry up and ask the security guard to kick him out. Zhou Hao was so angry that his face turned blue. He pointed at Lin Fan and cursed, Lin Fan, stop embarrassing yourself here. Get down here now. Where's the security guard? Drag him out now. He turned to look at Chen Sini again and whispered, baby, don't look at him, dirty eyes. Just then, there was a slight commotion among the crowd. A waiter came out timidly from the corner. He was wearing a hotel uniform, holding an empty wine tray in his hands, with his head lowered and his steps hesitant. His appearance startled the whole audience, and then the laughter became even louder. Ha, even the waiter believed it? This poor guy really has charisma. The man in the flowered shirt laughed so hard that he couldn't breathe. Waiter, why are you going up there? Do you really believe he has 100,000 yuan? The guy with glasses sneered. Don't be a fool and be used as a tool by others, or you will get scolded. The waiter walked to the edge of the stage, looked up at Lin Fan, and said in a trembling voice, Can I come up? His face flushed red, and he was obviously overwhelmed by the ridicule around him, but he still gritted his teeth and stood on the steps. Zhou Hao's eyes widened and he angrily said, Who the hell are you? You dare to jump around as a waiter? Get out of here and stop embarrassing yourself here. He turned to look at Lin Fan and said through gritted teeth, Lin Fan, you are so shameless. If you have no money, then you have no money. Why are you still pretending to be your mother? Chen Sini frowned and whispered to Zhou Hao, Brother Hao, don't be angry, it's disgusting. The guests laughed even more, and someone shouted, Waiter, are you stupid? Where did he get the money to give you? Go down, stop making fun of yourself. Lin Fan, are you trying to make us laugh to death? 100,000 yuan back. I don't think you can even come up with 10 yuan, another voice interrupted sharply. Lin Fan stood on the stage, his eyes fell on the timid waiter, and nodded slightly. He raised the microphone, his voice still calm, come up, just say one sentence. Lin Fan turned to look at Zhou Hao, a sneer on his face. The waiter swallowed his saliva, mustered up his courage, and whispered, Zhou Hao, you are just a fool. Chapter 5, Are you good at acting? The waiter's voice was very low, but it was transmitted to the whole venue through the microphone. The banquet hall suddenly became quiet and everyone was stunned. Zhou Hao's face turned from livid to purple red, and he pointed at the waiter and yelled, What the hell did you say? He turned to look at Lin Fan, his eyes almost spitting fire. Lin Fan, are you looking for death? Lin Fan ignored him and took out his mobile phone from his pocket, opened the bank app, and the transfer interface was clearly visible. He raised his head and looked at the whole audience, saying calmly, 100,000 has been transferred. Who else wants to come up? The scene fell into an eerie silence. The guests' mocking voices suddenly stopped. Everyone was stunned, as if an invisible force was holding their throats. The timid waiter stood at the edge of the stage, his face flushed. The whole person was shaking as if he had been electrocuted. His cell phone suddenly vibrated, and he looked down to see a text message from the bank. Your account ending in XXXX received a transfer of 100,000 yuan, and the current balance is 100,237 yuan. His eyes widened and his hands shook so much that he could barely hold the phone. The next second, he raised his head and screamed, Really? He really gave me 100,000 yuan. His voice was sharp and excited, transmitted through the microphone throughout the banquet hall, echoing between the crystal chandeliers and champagne towers. The waiter's face was flushed, as if he had won the lottery. He jumped up and waved his phone excitedly, Really? It's true. There's an extra 100,000 yuan in my account. Mr. Lin really transferred it to me. He was so excited that his voice broke and his face was full of incredible ecstasy. All eyes instantly turned to the waiter. Some people opened their eyes wide, some opened their mouths, and the banquet hall seemed to have been paused. After a few seconds, whispers of discussion surged like a tide, and the guests looked at each other, some of them were shocked. But more people are skeptical. Is it true? Does he really have 100,000 yuan? Impossible? Where did this poor guy get the money? The man in the flowered shirt frowned and sneered, I think they are probably extras who are acting for us on purpose. That's right, 100,000? Him? Lin Fan? The guy with glasses pushed the frame on his nose and sneered, Waiter, don't act so exaggerated. How much is Lin Fan paying you? $50 an hour? Yes, it must be fake. Another man in a suit held a glass of wine and said firmly, if he was really rich, why would he be so shabby? When the waiter heard these questions, his face turned red with anxiety. He waved his phone, his voice almost tearful. This is not acting. This is real. How can I act? I've worked here for 2 years. Who doesn't know me? The money has really arrived. Look. He showed his mobile phone screen, and the bank text messages were clearly visible. But the guests who were far away couldn't see anything and just thought he was fooling around. Zhou stood beside Chen Sini, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. He glared at Lin Fan and the waiter on the stage, his fists clenched so hard that they made a rattling sound. He turned his head sharply and shouted, "Where's the security? Why hasn't the security come yet? Where's the hotel manager? Someone is causing trouble in your hotel, don't you care?" His voice echoed in the banquet hall, filled with anger. He even wanted to rush up and tear Lin Fan to pieces. Chen Sini frowned and whispered to Zhou Hao, "Brother Hao, don't be angry. It must be fake. Where did he get the money? Don't let this little character ruin our good mood." She glanced at Lin Fan on the stage and snorted, "He's just a clown trying to attract attention." The waiter hurried off the stage and rushed to another waiter next to him, saying excitedly, "Li Chang, hurry up. He really gave money. I really have an extra 100,000 yuan in my account. Go quickly, it's 100,000 yuan." His voice was trembling with excitement, and he danced with joy, pulling the waiter named Li Chang as if he had discovered a huge secret. Shaoli was a thin young man wearing the same hotel uniform and holding an empty wine tray. He was stunned for a moment, looked at Lin Fan on the stage, then looked at the guests around him who were laughing at him, his face full of hesitation. He gritted his teeth and whispered, "Really? He really gave me money?" The waiter nodded repeatedly, "Really? Why would I lie to you? Go quickly." Shaoli took a deep breath, put down the wine tray, took a trembling step, and walked towards the stage. His steps were very slow, and every step felt like he was stepping on cotton. The gazes of the guests around him pierced him like knives. He walked to the edge of the stage, looked up at Lin Fan, and asked in a trembling voice, Can I participate?" Lin Fan turned his head to look at him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. "Of course. You are the second person, it's still 100,000 yuan." Shaoli swallowed his saliva, mustered up his courage, turned his head to look at Zhou Hao, and whispered, "Zhou Hao, you are just a fool." His voice was also very soft, but it fell clearly into everyone's ears through the microphone. The whole place fell silent again, everyone's eyes widened. Zhou Hao's face turned from black to purple, and he pointed at Li Chang and yelled, "What the hell did you say? How dare you scold me, you stinky waiter?" He turned to look at Lin Fan, his eyes almost spitting fire. "Lin Fan, are you looking for death? I must kill you today." The guests' mocking voices erupted again, and someone shouted, "Ha, another idiot believed it. Lin Fan, are you going to get all the waiters to act with you? He has no money." The man in the flowered shirt laughed so hard that he couldn't breathe. "You waiters, you have offended Brother Hao. How are you going to survive in Jiangzhou in the future? I think Lin Fan will die without knowing how he died." Lin Fan ignored these voices and just lowered his head to open the mobile banking app. He tapped his fingers lightly, and a few seconds later, Li Chang's phone vibrated. He looked down and saw a text message from the bank popping up. "Your account number ending in XXXX received a transfer of 100,000 yuan, and the current balance is 100,128 yuan." Li Chang's eyes widened, and his whole body seemed to be frozen. Then he suddenly jumped up and shouted, "Really? He also gave me 100,000 yuan. It's true." His voice was sharp and excited, exploding in the banquet hall like thunder. He waved his phone, his face flushed as he shouted, "I'm not acting. This is real. 100,000 yuan has arrived." He was so excited that he danced and almost fell off the stage, his face full of incredible ecstasy. "Your waiters here were all former actors, right? Are you all good at acting? Lin Fan might as well buy himself some clothes with the money he spent on hiring actors. What's there for a poor guy to pretend to be?" Zhou Hao was so angry that his face turned blue. He pointed at Lin Fan and Li Chang on the stage and shouted, "Lin Fan, why the hell are you pretending to be a rich guy here? I think you are looking for death. Where is the security guard? Where is the manager? Your hotel is just going to watch him cause trouble? And these two waiters must be fired." At this time, the hotel manager was looking at the waiter next to him with a complicated expression and asked in a low voice, "Did he really give you 100,000 yuan?" The waiter nodded excitedly, waving his phone and saying, "Really? Manager, look, there's really an extra 100,000 yuan in my account." He didn't lie. He showed his mobile phone screen, and the bank text messages were clearly visible. Zhou Hao rushed directly towards the hotel manager. Chapter 6 200,000. The guests' discussions gradually grew louder. Some people doubted, some laughed, but a few pairs of eyes began to waver. Zhou Hao stood in the crowd, his face dark purple. He glared at Lin Fan on the stage, his fists clenched so hard that they made a rattling sound. Zhou Hao rushed to the hotel manager, grabbed the manager's tie, and shouted, "You didn't hear anything I just said to you, right? Are you fucking deaf? I spent so much money here, and this is how you maintain order?" The manager was pulled sideways and the tie made it hard for him to breathe. Before he could even open his mouth, Zhou Hao roared even louder, "I'll give you 3 minutes now. Hurry up and call your security guards over here and get this grandson away from me." Zhou Hao stretched out his hand and pointed at Lin Fan on the stage. Then he pointed at the manager, his finger almost poking the manager's face, with fire in his eyes. "Did you hear me? 3 minutes, or I'll make sure you can't continue working here." The manager was stunned by the yelling, and a trace of panic flashed across his face. His eyes involuntarily stayed on Lin Fan on the stage, and his mind was racing. The waiter just said that Lin Fan really transferred 100,000 yuan. Li Chang also confirmed this. He works as a manager in a hotel and earns only 10,000 yuan a month, and even if he works hard for a year he can only earn 120,000 yuan. Now, just by scolding Zhou Hao or Chen Sini, you can get 100,000 yuan. A few minutes of his time could equal his annual income. Where can I find such a good thing? He glanced down at Zhou Hao's angry and twisted face. He looked up again at Lin Fan's calm and composed eyes. The balance in my heart began to tilt. The temptation of 100,000 yuan is too great, so what if I lose my job because of it? With 100,000 yuan, he could just move to another place and still live a comfortable life. What's more, by doing this, there is a high possibility that I will have a relationship with the young man on the stage. With the help of such a wealthy man, my future will be bright. The manager took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind. He suddenly stretched out his hand and pushed Zhou Hao away with such force that Zhou Hao staggered. The manager straightened his tangled tie, turned around and rushed onto the stage excitedly. When the guests around saw this scene, they were immediately shocked. They thought the manager was going to control Lin Fan, and they all applauded. Someone shouted, "Hurry up, manager, get him out of here before he embarrasses himself here." The man in the flowered shirt held a wine glass and smiled smugly, "Manager, please find a few more people." "That's right, where's the security guard? Come up quickly and drag him away. Lin Fan has affected the reputation of your hotel. Why don't you beat him up to vent your anger?" Zhou Hao saw the manager rushing onto the stage and snorted, "Finally you have some sense." He turned to look at Chen Sini and whispered, "Baby, it's okay, the manager will take care of him." Chen Sini frowned, nodded slightly, and snorted, "We should have kicked him out a long time ago. He's an eyesore." But no one expected that after the manager went on stage, instead of trying to grab Lin Fan, he snatched the microphone from the waiter. He turned to face Zhou Hao and Chen Sini. There was a hint of excitement on his face and his eyes were bright, as if the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time had finally found an outlet. The manager cleared his throat, and a deep and powerful voice came out of the microphone, "Zhou Hao, Chen Sini, I have a few words to say." The whole audience was stunned and everyone's eyes widened. Zhou Hao frowned and muttered in a low voice, "What is he going to do?" Chen Sini looked up at the manager, a hint of doubt in her eyes. The manager took a deep breath, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his voice came out of the microphone, "Zhou Hao, you are a self-righteous upstart, talking nonsense. Do you think you can show off in front of everyone just because you have a little money? To tell you the truth, your little cleverness is not even good enough to carry someone's shoes." His tone was sonorous and powerful, and every word was like a knife, piercing people's hearts. The banquet hall fell silent in an instant, and everyone's mouths opened wide, as if they had been struck by lightning. Zhou Hao's face turned from black to red, and he pointed at the manager and yelled, "What the hell did you say? How dare you scold me?" The manager ignored him, turned his gaze to Chen Sini, and continued, "And you, Chen Sini. Don't think you can be considered a princess just because you are a little bit pretty. Your vanity is so superficial that it's disgusting. She only thinks about climbing up the social ladder, her expectations are too high but her skills are too low. She is a textbook example of a gold digger. If I were you, I would have found a hole in the ground to crawl into long ago. Why are you pretending to be so elegant here? Are you proud of your beauty? If you are pretty, why don't you become a prostitute? As soon as these words came out, the whole audience exploded. The guests' expressions turned from shock to stupor. Some people widened their eyes, some covered their mouths, and some were even stunned. Chen Xinyi's face turned pale, her fingers clenched the hem of her dress, her knuckles turned white. She stared at the manager and said in a trembling voice, what did you say? I worship money? Are you sick? Zhou Hao was so angry that he almost exploded. He rushed to the edge of the stage, pointed at his manager and roared, are you fucking crazy? I paid to book this place, and you dare to scold my girlfriend here? Do you believe that I want you to get out of Zhangzhou City? He turned to look at Lin Fan, his eyes blazing with fire. Lin Fan, this is all your fault, right? You're looking for death. The manager seemed not to have heard Zhou Hao's roar, and had a hearty smile on his face. He put down the phone, turned to look at Lin Fan, and whispered, Mr. Lin, I'm done scolding you. 100,000 yuan. There was a hint of anticipation and even a hint of flattery in his voice. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. A few seconds later, the manager's phone vibrated. He looked down and saw a text message from the bank popping up. Your account ending in XXXX received a transfer of 200,000 yuan, and the current balance is 202,345 yuan. The manager's eyes widened and he was completely stunned. Then he suddenly raised his head and shouted with ecstasy, 200,000. Mr. Lin transferred 200,000 to me. The whole place fell silent instantly, and everyone's eyes widened. Lin Fan raised the microphone and said calmly, the manager's scolding was indeed very good and of high standard. So I gave him 200,000. If anyone can curse as well as me later, I can double the money I give you. His voice was deep and powerful, like dropping a bomb, silencing the banquet hall. The manager almost jumped up with excitement. He waved his phone and shouted, 200,000. Really? Mr. Lin is so generous. He turned to look at Lin Fan, nodded and said, Mr. Lin, if you have any instructions in the future, I will definitely follow them. This scene quickly spread among the hotel staff. The news spread like wildfire, and many waiters and security guards gradually gathered at the entrance of the hall. Some people were looking around, some were talking in low voices, their faces full of curiosity and anticipation. Zhou Hao's eyes lit up when he saw the movement at the door, and he hurriedly called out, Security! The security is here. Hurry up and get Lin Fan off the stage. And these lunatics, get them out together. Several security guards rushed directly towards Lin Fan. Chapter 7 Seeking Death. Zhou Hao's eyes lit up when he saw the security guard rushing towards Lin Fan angrily. I thought someone was finally taking care of this matter. Hurry up and drag him away. He turned to look at Chen Xinyi and whispered, Don't be afraid, baby, the security guards will take care of him. When the security guards rushed to the edge of the stage, the manager waved his hand and greeted them, Hurry up and curse. Curse as hard as you can. You can get money just by scolding them? This is simply pie in the sky. Mr. Lin just transferred 200,000 to me. Hurry up and curse. Every curse is worth 50,000 yuan. Mr. Lin said that if you curse well, you can get double the reward. Hurry up, don't just stand there. The security guards looked at each other, as if they had reached some kind of tacit understanding. They quickly lined up and stood at the edge of the stage, looking at Zhou Hao and Chen Xinyi in unison. The leading security guard cleared his throat, picked up the microphone handed to him by the manager, and shouted in a loud voice, Zhou Hao, you are a brainless upstart, spewing shit all over your mouth. Do you think you can act like a big shot here just because you have a few bucks? Your IQ is even lower than that of a pig in a pigsty. You deserve to be made a fool of. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. The guests looked shocked. Some had their eyes wide open, some had their mouths open, and some even dropped their champagne glasses and shattered them to the ground. The second security guard took the microphone, grinned, and cursed, Zhou Hao, you are a piece of trash picked up from the trash can. You are pretending to be cool here every day. You are shameless. The third security guard was not to be outdone, so he grabbed the microphone and spoke even louder. And you, Chen Xinyi, all you think about is licking rich people, you're so cheap that it makes me want to vomit. This money-worshipping bitch pretends to be noble. It disgusts me to death. The security guards cursed heartily, using vulgar language, and every word was like a knife, piercing Zhou Hao and Chen Xinyi's hearts. Zhou Hao stood there with a rage like a volcano erupting. He pointed at the security guards and yelled, "Are you fucking crazy? I paid for this place, and you dare to scold me? I'll kill you." He rushed to the edge of the stage and tried to grab the microphone, but was pushed away by the security guard. He was so angry that he was shaking all over. He turned to look at Lin Fan and roared, "Lin Fan, you are looking for death. I am not done with you." Chen Sini stood beside Zhou Hao, her face pale and her lips trembling. As she listened to the security guards' insults one after another, she couldn't help but burst into tears. She covered her face and sobbed softly, You are too much. How am I materialistic? Before she finished speaking, tears were already streaming down her cheeks. After the security guard finished scolding, Lin Fan calmly took out his mobile phone, opened the bank app, and transferred the money in front of everyone. A few seconds later, the three security guards' cell phones vibrated one after another. They looked down and saw a clear text message from the bank, "Your account ending in XXXX received a transfer of 50,000 yuan. The leading security guard widened his eyes and shouted, 50,000 yuan. It really arrived. Mr. Lin is awesome. The second security guard waved his phone and jumped up excitedly, "I also have 50,000. Mr. Lin is so generous." This scene completely ignited the atmosphere in the banquet hall. The waiters gathered at the door heard the noise and squeezed in. Several waiters were quick-witted and rushed onto the stage, scrambling to grab the microphone. A thin waiter said in a trembling voice, "I'll do it." "Zhou Hao, what brand of plastic bag do you have? How can it hold so much?" Another waiter took the microphone and cursed, "Chen Sini, you are a green tea bitch. You pretend to be a saint, but you are just a money grubber. Everyone else has childhood sweethearts, but neither of you has a horse. Someone just said that Mr. Lin has no manners. Mr. Lin's manners are only for people, not dogs. If you ask me, Zhou Hao, you should get more sun exposure. If you get tanned, no one will know you are an idiot." Chen Sini couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into tears. She squatted on the ground with her face covered, her shoulders shaking violently. Zhou Hao was so angry that his face turned red, and he yelled at the waiter, "Shut the fuck up. I'll kill you." He turned to look at Lin Fan and said through gritted teeth, "Lin Fan, you are digging your own grave." The guests around were completely stunned when they saw this scene. Some people began to believe that Lin Fan really gave the money. After all, with so many people cooperating with him, it was impossible that they were all actors. The girl in the red dress stared at the stage and whispered, he can't be really rich, right? 50,000 and 50,000, how much does it cost to turn it around? Impossible? Where did he get the money?" The guy with glasses pushed his glasses up, but his tone was a little shaken. "If it's true, I. He didn't finish and swallowed. Just then, the man in the flowered shirt hesitated and walked out of the crowd. He rubbed his hands, hesitantly stepped onto the stage, and looked at Lin Fan with a smile. Lin Fan, can I participate? I want to try too." There was a hint of flattery in his tone, completely different from how he was just now. Lin Fan looked down at the time on his phone, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said with a smile, "Sorry, I finished scolding today, and the quota is all used up." He paused, glanced at Zhou Hao, and said calmly, "However, if you slap Zhou Hao, I will give you the money." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent again. The man in the flowered shirt was stunned, his smile frozen on his face. He turned to look at Zhou Hao, then looked at Lin Fan, raised his hand and put it down again, his face full of confusion. Zhou Hao glared at the man in the flowered shirt and roared, "You dare to touch me? I'll kill your whole family." Chen Sini squatted on the ground, crying even harder, and said in a choked voice, "Brother Hao, they are going too far. Please take care of it." She looked up at Lin Fan, her eyes full of resentment. "Lin Fan, are you sick? Why do you treat me like this? If he really gives me money, I would like to try it too." A man with glasses swallowed and muttered softly, "Where did this poor guy Lin Fan get the money? I still don't believe it." Another person sneered, but his eyes were not as firm. The man in the flowered shirt stood at the edge of the stage, rubbing his hands, his face full of confusion. He looked up at Lin Fan, then turned to glance at Zhou Hao, his eyes flashing with greed. The man in the flowered shirt gritted his teeth, turned around and strode towards Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao thought that the other party didn't dare to do anything to him. But just in the moment he was stunned. Pa! A crisp slapping sound echoed throughout the venue. The man in the flowered shirt raised his hand and slapped Zhou Hao's left cheek hard. Zhou Hao was caught off guard and his head was tilted, with a bright red palm print instantly appearing on his face. He was stunned for a few seconds, and then he pounced on the man in the flowered shirt like a lit powder keg, roaring, "You're looking for death." He grabbed the man in the flowered shirt by the collar, raised his fist high, and his eyes were blazing with fire. The man in the flowered shirt stepped back in fear, then hid directly behind Lin Fan. Zhou Hao obviously didn't want to let the other party go, so he rushed directly towards Lin Fan. Chapter 8. Where does the money come from to squander like this? Zhou Hao waved his fist and even wanted to beat Lin Fan as well. But the security guard standing next to Lin Fan would not allow it. Lin Fan is their god of wealth. I just gave them money. How could he just watch his god of wealth get beaten up? The flowered shirt looked at Lin Fan and said expectantly, "Lin Fan, transfer the money quickly. I've called." Lin Fan nodded with a smile. He tapped his fingers, and a few seconds later, the man in the flowered shirt's phone vibrated. The man in the flowered shirt widened his eyes, jumped up, and shouted, $50,000. It's really in my account. Brother Lin is awesome. All the guests were stunned. They probably believed that Lin Fan had the money. Lin Fan put down his phone, picked up the receiver, and said calmly, "I told you, I will give you the money. If you dare to do it, I'll give you 50,000 yuan for a slap." Zhou Hao was controlled by the security guards. He turned around and glared at Lin Fan, his face purple and red, as if he was blinded by anger. He looked at Lin Fan and said in a trembling voice, "Lin Fan, just wait for me. I'm not done with you. I'm going to kill you today." He was so angry that he was shaking all over and his fists were clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound. Lin Fan ignored him and turned his gaze to Chen Sini, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He raised the microphone, his tone calm but with a chilling chill. "Chen Sini, didn't you look disgusted with me during the military training? Didn't you say I was poor? Didn't you say that any gift your boyfriend bought me would be enough for me to work for a whole year?" He paused, his eyes fixed on her coldly. "I'm going to embarrass you today." Chen Sini squatted on the ground, her face blurred by tears. Hearing this, she suddenly raised her head, stared at Lin Fan, and said in a choked voice, "Lin Fan, are you sick? When did I ever say those words? Why are you doing this to me?" She covered her face with her hands, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Lin Fan sneered and ignored her. As soon as he finished speaking, a roar was heard outside the terrace. Fireworks began to bloom, lighting up the night sky with colorful lights. The attention of all the guests was instantly drawn there. Some ran to the terrace, some raised their mobile phones to take pictures, and exclamations rang out in the banquet hall. "Wow, the fireworks are so beautiful," the girl in the red dress widened her eyes and whispered. "The venue Zhou Hao booked is different." The guy with glasses pushed his glasses up, his tone a little envious. But at the climax of the fireworks, a few large words faintly appeared in the sky. Like a customized pattern, it gradually becomes clearer as the fireworks flicker. "Chen Sini is a green tea bitch." The writing stayed in the night sky for a few seconds before being covered up by the next wave of fireworks, but it was clear enough for everyone to see. The banquet hall exploded instantly. The guests widened their eyes, and someone whispered, This is." Chen Sini looked up and her face turned pale. She seemed to have lost all her strength and collapsed to the ground. She naturally knew that the fireworks were not made by Zhou Hao at all. "It's Lin Fan. It was Lin Fan who wanted to take revenge on me." She covered her face and cried out loudly, "Lin Fan! You bastard! I'm not done with you." Her voice was sharp and desperate, tears mixed with her makeup and she looked miserable. Zhou Hao also saw the words on the fireworks. He was so angry that his face turned red. He pointed at the sky and shouted, "Lin Fan! You have guts. I'll kill you." He tried desperately to rush to Lin Fan, but was held tightly by the security guard. "Can't move at all." The guests' discussion surged like a tide, and some began to believe in Lin Fan's financial resources. These fireworks were definitely not arranged by Zhou Hao, right? Who would scold their girlfriend like that? Does that mean that this was done by Lin Fan? Lin Fan is really rich. How much do these fireworks cost? If he's really that rich, I want to slap him too. Lin Fan put down the microphone, turned around and walked off the stage at a leisurely pace, as if he had completed a carefully planned performance. He didn't even glance at Zhou Hao and Chen Sini and walked straight towards the entrance of the banquet hall. The manager waved his phone and shouted at Lin Fan, "Mr. Lin, take care. If you have any instructions in the future, I will do it." Several security guards also hurriedly followed, seemingly changing their identities to become Lin Fan's personal bodyguards. Lin Fan walked to the entrance of the hall and pushed open the glass door. The night wind blew in, carrying the smell of gunpowder from fireworks. He walked to the parking lot, took out his key, pressed the remote control, and the fiery red Ferrari SF90 Stradale's headlights lit up. He opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. The engine roared and the car drove away from the Golden Emperor Hotel like a red lightning. The security guards and waiters gathered at the door widened their eyes when they saw this scene. The leading security guard opened his mouth and whispered, "Oh my God, that's a Ferrari SF90. It must be over 30 million, right?" The waiter waved his phone and exclaimed, "What a rich guy." The manager stood at the door, looking at the Ferrari going away, and murmured in a low voice, "This is the real boss. Joe How is nothing." He turned to look at the banquet hall, his face full of pride. In the banquet hall, Joe How's face turned red with anger. His heart was in turmoil, and he even wanted to kill Lin Fan. Where did Lin Fan get the money? How much money does it cost to make such a big event? Just now I saw Lin Fan drive away the Ferrari in the parking lot. What? He drove that Ferrari? Customized fireworks, Ferraris, and random transfers of millions? Wasn't he extremely poor before? Yes, didn't he live on scholarships before? But where did he get so much money? Could it be that he borrowed it specifically to take revenge on Joe How and Chin Cini? It's possible. He borrowed a lot of money to pretend to be rich, then ran away after humiliating people. He really knows how to play. I think he is a real villain. He even borrowed money at high interest rates just to get revenge on others. If he were a poor fellow, how could he have the money to squander like this? I'll wait until he returns and see what he's doing. The guests were talking one after another. Fire almost burst out of Joe How's eyes. The birthday dinner he carefully designed should have been the highlight moment for him and Chin Cini. But Lin Fan turned it into a complete farce. The humiliating words on the fireworks were like a knife engraved into his heart, and the slap from the man in the flowered shirt seemed to shatter his dignity in public. He turned his head abruptly, looking towards the door, and roared with gritted teeth, "Lin Fan! You wait for me. I will kill you." His voice echoed in the banquet hall, filled with anger and unwillingness. He rushed to the service counter and kicked over the champagne tower, breaking the glasses and spilling the champagne all over the floor. He panted and cursed in a low voice, "Lin Fan, you bastard, I will make you regret being born into this world." Chin Cini collapsed on the ground, tears mixed with her makeup, and she was crying like a pear blossom in the rain. She is the beauty of Jiangzhou University and has always been the center of attention. How could she have suffered such an injustice? The words "green tea bitch" on the fireworks stabbed into her heart like a knife. She covered her face and said in a choked voice, "Lin Fan, why did you do this to me? How did I offend you?" Chapter 9 Big Red Packet, the kind of 50. The night is deep and the streets of Jiangzhou City are lit up like stars. Lin Fan sat in the fiery red Ferrari SF90 Stradale, the engine roaring. The car sped through the night towards Tianqi No. 1 Villa. At this moment, a mechanical and cold voice suddenly sounded in my mind, "Ding. The host has completed the task of spending 3 million. The task reward of 10 times the rebate of 30 million has been issued. The current balance is 330 million. The system announces the next task, please spend 30 million within 3 days. Reward for completing the mission, 10 times the amount will be returned. Penalty for mission failure, 10 times the amount will be deducted. Host, please continue to work hard and start a more wonderful life." The system's voice was clear, and Lin Fan showed a satisfied smile. 330 million, not bad, enough for me to play for a while. 20 minutes later, the Ferrari stopped in the garage of Tianqi No. 1 Villa. Lin Fan pushed the door open, got out of the car, and walked into the top-floor duplex. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room is the dazzling skyline of Jiangzhou City. The crystal chandelier casts a soft light, and the leather sofa imported from Italy exudes a touch of luxury. He looked around the luxurious room, and the image of a shabby college dormitory emerged in his mind. The creaking wooden bed, the damp and moldy walls, and the roommate snoring in the middle of the night. He whispered to himself, "From now on, I don't have to sleep in that damn place anymore." He took off his clothes, threw them on the sofa, and walked into the master bedroom. The king-size bed was covered with silk sheets and the room was filled with a light scent of sandalwood. He fell on the bed, closed his eyes, and the scenes of tonight flashed through his mind. The slap Joe How received, Chin Cini's miserable look with her makeup smudged due to crying, and the glaring words "green tea bitch" on the fireworks. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly and he fell asleep with a hint of satisfaction. The next day, it was already noon when Lin Fan woke up. The sunlight poured into the room through the floor-to-ceiling windows. He rubbed his eyes and stretched. The smart speaker at the bedside automatically played light music. He got up, washed, and changed into low-key casual clothes. He walked into the restaurant, where lunch sent by the property management was already on the table: black truffle steak, foie gras with baguette, and a glass of iced Romanée Conti. He finished his meal slowly, picked up his car keys, and went to school. After driving to Jiangzhou University, Lin Fan parked the Ferrari in the off-campus parking lot and walked into the campus. Just then, a familiar figure came towards us: squad leader Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was wearing a sports suit and holding a bottle of mineral water. He stopped when he saw Lin Fan, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Hey, Lin Fan, you still dare to come to school? Aren't you afraid that the debt collectors will come looking for you?" Zhang Wei crossed his arms and sneered, "You were really good at what happened at the Golden Emperor Hotel yesterday. You spent so much money to create a big show. Is it fun to borrow money to show off? In order to take revenge on Zhou Hao and Chen Sini, you even lost your dignity?" Lin Fan stopped, looked up at him, and said calmly, "If you think so, then so be it." Seeing his calm demeanor, Zhang Wei got even more angry and sneered, "Why are you pretending? Do you think you can fool people just by driving a junky car and making tens of thousands of dollars? I'm telling you, Zhou Hao said he's not done with you. Just wait and see." He paused, with a hint of gloating in his tone. "Oh, by the way, you didn't come to class this morning. Teacher Wang asked me to inform you to go to his office." Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and nodded, "Got it." Without saying anything more, he turned and walked towards the teaching building. Zhang Wei stood there, snorted coldly, and muttered in a low voice, "You are addicted to pretending." Teacher Wang's bad reputation is well known in Jiangzhou University. This guy is in his 50s, with a greasy bald head and a face full of fat. He teaches principles of economics and his students call him Wang Baopi in private. Not only does he like to touch and take advantage of female students behind their backs, he also used various tricks to get students to give him gifts such as cigarettes, alcohol, tea, and even asked for cash directly. Don't send it? Then you will be in trouble, have to rewrite your homework, fail the exam. I can easily find a reason for you. Lin Fan had good grades in the past and had never had much trouble with this old man, but he had only heard of his deeds. For example, there was a boy who failed 2 courses because he didn't give any gifts, and finally had to transfer to another department. Lin Fan walked to the 3rd floor of the teaching building and knocked on Teacher Wang's office door. A hoarse voice came from inside, "Come in." He pushed the door open and entered the office, which was filled with smoke. Teacher Wang was sitting behind his desk with a cigarette in his mouth and a cup of yellowish tea at hand. He looked up and saw that it was Lin Fan. He narrowed his eyes, looked him up and down, and said in a gloomy tone, "Lin Fan, you didn't come to class this morning. Are you so brave?" Lin Fan stood at the door and said calmly, "Something happened and delayed me." "Something?" Teacher Wang sneered, pressed the cigarette butt into the ashtray, and knocked on the table. "Your business is more important than my class? You students have no manners at all. I see you want to fail the exam? Do you want to repeat the year?" Lin Fan said nothing, just looked at him quietly. When Mr. Wang saw that he didn't say anything, he frowned and said in a harsher tone, "You are not a rich man. Why do you only learn such bad skills? Zhou Hao's family is rich, so it's okay for him not to come to class for a year. What about you? You go to the cafeteria to eat leftovers every day. Do you have the nerve to not come to class?" Lin Fan said calmly, "Teacher Wang, how much money did Zhou Hao give you?" Teacher Wang was choked by his attitude and his face darkened. He leaned back in his chair, squinted his eyes and said, "Okay, you have guts. Since you said that, I won't hide it from you. If you don't come to class, you have to show some appreciation. If you don't show any sign of support, it's hard to say how much credits you'll get this semester." He paused and knocked on the table. "I'm missing a big red envelope in my drawer, the kind with 50 notes. Got it?" Lin Fan glanced down at the greasy desk, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He didn't provoke Teacher Wang before because he was too lazy to deal with such people. But now, he has 330 million in his hands. Would he still be afraid of this old guy? He raised his head and said calmly, "Teacher Wang, I understand. Just wait." Teacher Wang snorted coldly and waved his hand. "Okay, go ahead. Don't forget what I said, otherwise you will fail the course and repeat the grade." He picked up the teacup and took a gulp, as if he had already devoured Lin Fan. Lin Fan said nothing more and walked out of the office. He stood in the corridor and glanced down at his cell phone. The balance of 330 million flashed coldly on the screen. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Wang Baopi's greasy face and blackmailing tone still echoed in my ears. Lin Fan murmured in a low voice, "You want me to give you a gift?" "Sure, I'll give you a big gift." Chapter 10, Take Care, Student Lin. Lin Fan did not return to the classroom, but turned and walked towards the principal's office on the top floor of the teaching building. The principal's office was at the end of the 5th floor. Lin Fan knocked on the door and a deep voice came from inside, "Come in." He pushed the door open and saw the office was filled with smoke. Principal Li Guoqiang was sitting behind his desk. He was in his 50s, with gray hair and wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He was looking down at a document. The desk was piled with folders and there was an overstuffed ashtray next to it. He looked up and saw a student-like person. He frowned and said impatiently, "If you have anything, go find your counselor first. I'm busy here." Lin Fan walked straight to the desk, stood still, and said calmly, "I want to donate to the school." Li Guoqiang was stunned for a moment, and the document in his hand stopped in mid-air. He raised his head and glanced at Lin Fan. The young man in front of him was dressed simply without any brand name logos, but his temperament revealed an indescribable calmness. He narrowed his eyes, his tone a little doubtful. "You want to donate? What class are you in? How much do you want to donate?" Lin Fan didn't even think about it and said directly, 30 million. As soon as these words were spoken, the office fell silent instantly. Li Guoqiang's expression froze, the document in his hand fell onto the table with a bang, and his glasses almost slipped off his nose. He stared at Lin Fan, as if he suspected he had heard wrongly, and asked in a trembling voice, What did you say? 30 million? His eyes changed from confusion to shock, and his hand unconsciously adjusted his glasses, and he felt that there was something wrong with his ears. Lin Fan nodded, his tone as calm as if he was talking about something insignificant. "Yes, 30 million. In cash." Li Guoqiang stood up suddenly, and the chair creaked. He stared at Lin Fan, opened his mouth but couldn't say anything for a long time. After a few seconds, he seemed to suddenly react and a flattering smile appeared on his face. He walked around the desk and said with a smile, "Hey, classmate, please sit down, sit down." He extended his hand to invite Lin Fan to sit on the leather sofa next to him, then turned around and walked quickly to the door, closing it with a click. Then he ran to the coffee table, picked up a purple clay teapot, and hurriedly made tea for Lin Fan. Come, have some tea. This is my treasured Westlake Longjing tea. I usually don't want to drink it." While pouring tea, Li Guoqiang stole glances at Lin Fan, his tone full of flattery. "What grade are you in? What does your family do? Can you make the decision on such a large donation?" Lin Fan took the teacup and took a sip. The fragrance of tea leaves was refreshing and the taste was indeed good. He put down the cup and said calmly, "My name is Lin Fan, and I'm a junior in the economics department. It doesn't matter what my family does, I just can't stand Wang Baopi and Wang De Gang, so I want to donate some money to the school." Li Guoqiang was stunned for a moment, then smiled even more brightly. He pulled a chair and sat opposite Lin Fan, nodding and saying, "Oh, it's Lin from the economics department. I know Wang Dagang. That guy does have some problems. Students privately call him Wang Baopi, right? Classmate Lin has good vision and sees through everything." He paused and asked tentatively, "So, how do you want to deal with this teacher Wang?" Lin Fan leaned back on the sofa, looked at him calmly, and said calmly, "Just fire him directly. Don't let me see him in school anymore." When Li Guoqiang heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then rolled his eyes, as if he was weighing something. A few seconds later, he slapped his thigh and smiled with wrinkles all over his face. "No problem. This is easy. Isn't it easy to fire Wang Dagang? Don't worry, classmate Lin. I will handle this matter myself and make sure it is done cleanly." He paused, moved closer, and whispered, "But, classmate Lin, when can your 30 million donation be implemented?" Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "Now is the time. By the way, I want this donation to be anonymous. Don't tell anyone that it was donated by me." When Li Guoqiang heard this, his eyes widened even more, and he nodded repeatedly as if he had found a treasure. "No problem. No problem. It's anonymous, so be anonymous, Mr. Lin, whatever you say is what it means." He was so happy, 30 million, it was like the god of wealth sent him money. Not to mention firing Wang Dagong, he would even dare to fire half of the teachers in the school. With this money, the school can renovate the teaching building and build a new library. His political achievements as a principal can be greatly improved. Maybe in a few years he can become the second in command of the Education Bureau. He rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "Student Lin, you are really the lucky star of our Jiangzhou University. I promise that every cent of this 30 million will be used for school construction. If you have any other requests, just tell me, I will definitely do it." Lin Fan took a sip of tea and said calmly, "That's my only request. Fire Wang Dagong." He paused, his eyes turned cold. "I heard that he not only blackmails students, but also likes to take advantage of female classmates. It's disgusting to have such a person in school." Li Guoqiang nodded repeatedly, patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, classmate Lin, I know what's going on with Wang Dagong. That guy is indeed a bit too much. I have disliked him for a long time. I'll kick him out this time and not even leave him any pension." He paused and asked tentatively, "So how do we handle this donation? Is it?" Lin Fan took out his phone from his pocket, opened the bank app, and looked up at Li Guoqiang. "Give me the school account, I'll transfer it now." Li Guoqiang widened his eyes and hurriedly took out a piece of paper from the drawer, on which was written the school's public account. He handed it to Lin Fan with both hands, his voice trembling. "Student Lin, this is the school account, do you need to tell your family?" He swallowed and stared at Lin Fan's phone, as if he was afraid of missing something. Lin Fan didn't say anything, but tapped to confirm. A few seconds later, a message popped up on the phone screen: "Transfer successful, amount 30 million yuan." He handed the phone to Li Guoqiang and said calmly, "Let's see if it's arrived." Li Guoqiang took Lin Fan's phone and saw the transfer record clearly on the screen. His hands shook and his glasses slipped off his nose. He stood up suddenly, his face flushed with excitement. Then he turned around and ran to the desk, picked up the landline and dialed a number, whispering, "Is this the finance department? Check the school account quickly to see if the 30 million donation has arrived." "Yes, check now." A few minutes later, a confirmation came from the other end of the phone: "Principal Li, the account just received a transfer of 30 million. Li Guoqiang hung up the phone, turned to look at Lin Fan, and smiled. "Mr. Lin, the money has arrived. Student Lin, you are so generous. You can tell me anything that happens in school in the future. By the way, this is my phone number. If you have any questions, just call me directly," the principal said as he handed Lin Fan a business card. After Lin Fan took it, Li Guoqiang continued, "Don't worry, I'll take care of Wang Dagong's matter today. You won't see him tomorrow. No. Today. In a moment." Lin Fan nodded, stood up, and said calmly, "That's good. I still have classes, so I'll leave first." He turned and walked towards the door. As soon as his hand touched the door handle, Li Guoqiang hurriedly followed him, bowed and said, "Take care, classmate Lin. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. I will definitely make it beautiful for you." Lin Fan didn't look back, he pushed the door open and went out, the sunlight from the corridor shone on him. Ding! System prompt: "Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward has been issued, and the current account balance is 600 million. The next mission will be issued in 24 hours. In the office, Li Guoqiang stood there, looking at Lin Fan's back, his face full of emotion. This kid is really the god of wealth. 30 million was donated without blinking an eye. He turned around, picked up the phone, dialed a number, and whispered, "Personnel department? Get Wang Dagong's file. Chapter 11, Fire Me?" Lin Fan walked out of the principal's office, the sunlight shining on him through the window in the corridor. He glanced down at his phone, and the balance of 600 million was flashing coldly on the screen. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. 30 million has been donated, and the good days of old Wang Dagong are over. He walked slowly towards the classroom. The afternoon class was Principles of Economics, which happened to be Wang Dagong's class. He wanted to see how long this old thing could last. The third floor of the Economics Department teaching building of Jiangzhou University. The door of classroom 402 was ajar, and a low voice of discussion could be heard from inside. Lin Fan pushed the door open and the classroom became quiet for a moment, then dozens of eyes turned to him. He glanced at the classroom and saw that there were already 30 or 40 people sitting inside. "Here comes Lin Fan, the one who caused trouble at the Golden Emperor Hotel yesterday." A boy wearing glasses lowered his voice and said to the girl next to him. I heard that he transferred millions of dollars and even made custom fireworks to humiliate Shinsini. He is so awesome. Is it true? Isn't he extremely poor? The girl's eyes widened and the pen in her hand stopped in mid-air. I heard that he borrowed money to pretend to be rich. Johao was so angry that he said he wanted to kill him. Borrow money? Hundreds of thousands? Where does he get the courage to do that? Another boy interrupted, with a sour tone in his voice. Lin Fan ignored the discussions and walked straight to the back of the classroom. Just then, a familiar voice shouted, "Brother Fan! Come over here." He looked up and saw that it was his roommate Zhou Jian. Zhou Jian was sitting in the second to last row by the window, holding a bottle of mineral water and waving at him. Lin Fan walked over, sat down in the empty seat next to Zhou Jian, and threw his backpack on the table. Zhou Jian is a tall and thin boy with dark skin and wearing a pair of black-framed glasses. He doesn't talk much, but he has a good relationship with Lin Fan in the dormitory. He looked Lin Fan up and down, a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes, and whispered, "Brother Fan, is what happened at the Golden Emperor Hotel yesterday true? Such a high-end place is not suitable for a poor student like me, so I didn't join in the fun. Just now I heard them say that not only did you go, but you also humiliated our school beauty Shinsini?" Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and said with a smile, "Why is it not true?" Zhou Jian was stunned for a moment, then his eyes widened and he looked at him in shock. "What? You really did it? Fuck, Brother Fan, you're awesome." He paused, lowered his voice, and said with a hint of worry in his tone, "But I heard that you transferred hundreds of thousands of dollars and drove away in a Ferrari? You're not really going to borrow money from a loan shark, are you? How much money did you borrow?" Lin Fan couldn't help but smile as he saw his worried look on his face. He patted Zhou Jian on the shoulder and said calmly, "It's okay, don't worry about it. I know my limits." He didn't plan to explain to Zhou Jian, and he didn't want to reveal too much now. Zhou Jian was a little confused by his calm attitude. He frowned and said, "Ah? You weren't like this before. Brother Fan, why do I feel like you're a little different?" He kept looking at Lin Fan, and then asked, "By the way, why didn't you come to class this morning? You dare not come to Mr. Wang's class? Be careful or he will fail you." When Lin Fan heard the word surname Wang, the corners of his mouth curled up and he said with a smile, "Wang Baopi is nothing. The school will probably expel him today." When these words came out, Zhou Jian next to him was stunned. He widened his eyes, pushed up his black-framed glasses, looked at Lin Fan in surprise, and whispered, "What did you say? Brother Fan, how did you know?" Before Lin Fan could say anything, a boy next to him suddenly interrupted. The other person has a buzz cut, wears a fancy sweatshirt, and usually acts in a sarcastic manner. He turned his head, glanced at Lin Fan, and sneered, "Hey, Lin Fan, you are not going to say that it was you who notified the school to expel Wang Dagang, right?" He paused and said with disdain, "I didn't notice it before, why do you like to pretend so much now? Could it be that you got addicted to pretending in the hotel yesterday?" As soon as Li Ming finished speaking, a few low laughs were heard in the classroom, and several students followed suit. He didn't come to class this morning. He must be afraid that Wang Baopi would cause trouble for him, so he's fantasizing about Wang Dagang being expelled. What a pity. It's just a daydream. That's right, Lin Fan, you're really good at boasting, aren't you? Wang Dagang is a veteran teacher in the school, having taught for more than 10 years. Who can touch him? The discussions in the classroom rose and fell, rushing towards Lin Fan like a tide. Some people snickered, some shook their heads. Zhou Jian sat aside, frowning, and whispered, "Brother Fan, you said Wang Dagang would be fired, what's going on? Do you really have any news?" Lin Fan didn't care about the discussions around him at all. He smiled faintly, "If I say Wang Baopi will be fired, then he will definitely be fired." As soon as these words were spoken, the laughter in the classroom became even louder. "Lin Fan, do you really think you're an important person? You can expel him just because you want to? Do you think you are the principal? Or can you buy off the school's top brass with the hundreds of thousands you borrowed yesterday?" He turned to look at the others and said in a sarcastic tone, "Everyone, listen, is this Lin Fan mentally ill? Yesterday he borrowed money to humiliate Shinsini, today he wants to expel Wang Dagang, and tomorrow he wants to buy the school? Ha, if he has that ability, I'll kowtow to him right there. Everyone can brag, why are you pretending?" Zhou Jian pulled Lin Fan's sleeve and whispered, "Brother Fan, don't talk nonsense. If he hears this, he will kill you." His tone was full of worry. Lin Fan smiled but didn't say anything. Just then, the classroom door was pushed open with a bang. A familiar figure walked in. All eyes turned to him instantly. The person who came in was Wang Dagang. He was holding a wrinkled Principles of Economics textbook in his hand, wearing a gray shirt, with a greasy bald head and a face full of flesh. He walked into the classroom, glanced around, and finally stared at Lin Fan, with a gloomy anger flashing in his eyes. The classroom suddenly became quiet, and the laughter just now stopped abruptly. Someone couldn't help but whisper, "I'm afraid Wang Dagang heard what Lin Fan said just now. It's going to be a good show." After provoking Wang Dagang like this, Lin Fan is probably doomed. Who told him to be so pretentious? He deserves it. What has provoked Lin Fan? I remember he was quite low-key before. I guess it's because of Chinsini. Oh. He is really a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. At this moment, Wang Dagang stared at Lin Fan and shouted angrily, "Lin Fan, what did you just say? Fire me?" Chapter 12, This scolding is so satisfying. The classroom was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Fan and Wang Dagang. Wang Dagang stood on the podium, veins bulging on his bald forehead. He stared at Lin Fan, his eyes seemed to be able to spit fire, and his hoarse voice was filled with anger. "What did you just say? Are you going to fire me?" The eyes of the entire class turned to Lin Fan, waiting to see how he would make a fool of himself. Some people raised the corners of their mouths slightly, with a hint of gloating. Everyone seemed afraid of missing this big show. Zhou Jian sat next to Lin Fan, his palms sweating with nervousness, and whispered, "Brother Fan, don't talk nonsense, he will really mess with you. If you can't, just admit your mistake to him." But Lin Fan seemed not to hear it. He leaned back in his chair and glanced up at Wang Dagang. Then he curled his lips and said calmly, "I'm talking about Wang Baopi, are you Wang Baopi?" When these words were spoken, it was like dropping a bomb on a calm lake. When Wang Dagang heard the words Wang Baopi, he was so angry that he puffed his beard and glared, and the fat on his face trembled. He slammed the podium so hard that the chalk dust on the table flew up with a bang. He pointed at Lin Fan and shouted angrily, "Lin Fan! What the hell did you say? Calling me Wang Baopi in front of me? Do you still have the teacher in your eyes? Do you still have the concept of respecting teachers and valuing education? Students like you are nothing but scum. Trash. The scum of society." The classroom was silent. The students held their breath, their eyes moving back and forth between Lin Fan and Wang Dagang. Zhou Jian shrank his neck in fear and muttered quietly, "It's over, Brother Fan is going to be in trouble this time." Someone also whispered, "Lin Fan is so bold. How dare he confront Wang Dagang? Isn't he looking for death? Now I think it's not as simple as failing the course and repeating the grade. If things go wrong, you may be expelled directly." Lin Fan seemed not to feel the oppression. He snorted coldly with a hint of coldness in his eyes. He stared at Wang Dagang with disdain in his tone, "Do you deserve my respect? I respect teachers who can teach me. What about you? Bullshit." These words were like lighting a powder keg, and Wang Dagang was so angry that he almost passed out. His face turned from ashen to purple, and the finger pointing at Lin Fan was shaking. He yelled at the top of his voice, "Lin Fan! You little bastard! I have been teaching for more than 10 years, and my students are all over the world. Who do you think you are? You uneducated bastard, I will kick you out of school today. People like you are just a waste of food." As soon as the word bastard came out of his mouth, Lin Fan's eyes instantly turned cold. He narrowed his eyes and sneered, "Wang Dagang, do you really think you are a dish? You've been teaching for more than 10 years? Ha, the crap you taught would make a dog vomit. Besides blackmailing students and taking advantage of female classmates, what else can you do? With your character, are you worthy of being called a teacher? Bah! You're a piece of shit." The whole class was in an uproar, and someone whispered, "Fuck, is Lin Fan crazy?" Some people covered their mouths and laughed, their eyes full of excitement. Wang Dagang was so hurt by these words that he was so angry that he shook all over and rushed down from the podium. He stood in front of Lin Fan, raised his hand and was about to slap him, cursing, "Shut the fuck up. I have to teach you a lesson today, you ignorant little jerk." But before his hand fell, Lin Fan grabbed his wrist with such force that Wang Dagang could not move. Lin Fan looked at him coldly, his tone full of murderous intent, "Wang Dagang, dare you touch me? I'll make you crawl out of here." His voice was low, as if squeezed out from between his teeth, and his eyes were as cold as a knife. Wang Dagan was intimidated by this momentum. His hands froze in mid-air. He swallowed his saliva and shouted with all his strength, You dare to threaten me? I'm a teacher. If you do anything to me, I'll lie right here. I'll make you stay in prison. Lin Fan let go of his hand and sneered, So what if I threaten you? You are nothing, and you dare to shout here? He paused, and his tone became even harsher. Wang Baopi, you are so shameless. I think calling you Wang Baopi is flattering you. If you are shameless, just call me Wang Baba. Trash can be recycled, but trash like you is completely useless. Why didn't your father throw you against the wall? As soon as these words were spoken, there was an explosion in the classroom. The students' eyes widened and some of them couldn't help but burst out laughing. Wang Dagan was so angry that his face was twisted, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he pointed at Lin Fan and cursed, Lin Fan. You have guts. How dare you, a little punk, talk to me like that? I'm telling you, I'm going to make sure you don't graduate. I'll make sure you can't hold your head up high for the rest of your life. Just wait and see. He was panting heavily, like an enraged wild boar, wishing he could pounce on Lin Fan and bite him. Lin Fan did not flinch at all. He took a step forward, approached Wang Dagang, and said in a colder voice, Can't graduate? Who are you trying to scare? Do you think you are the king of heaven? With your ability, you may be able to scare elementary school students, but you are nothing to me. Who in the school doesn't know about your dirty deeds? You are blackmailing students and harassing female classmates. Are you still pretending to be a big shot here? I think you are too shameless to be true. Hurry up and find a hole to crawl into. Don't embarrass yourself here. Wang Dagang was scolded so badly that beads of sweat rolled down his forehead and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. He gnashed his teeth and roared, You are talking nonsense. You are slandering me. Do you have any evidence? Without evidence you are slandering me. I'll sue you. I'll put you in jail. But his voice had lost its confidence, and his entire aura seemed to have been drained away. Lin Fan sneered and pressed on, Evidence? Do you want me to reveal all the bad things you did? Last year, Li Xiaomei went to your office for counseling and ran out crying with her clothes torn. Do you dare to say that this didn't happen? Zhang Tao didn't give you any gifts, you just dropped out of his department, his mother came to beg you, and you still dared to ask for 5,000 yuan, do you dare to deny this? Everyone in the school knows your reputation as a scoundrel. Why are you still pretending to be so noble? Is it disgusting? Wang Dagang's face turned pale after his past was exposed. He pointed at Lin Fan with a trembling finger and stammered, You are talking nonsense. These are all rumors. You. Before he could finish his words, his legs went limp as if his soul had been sucked out of him. The students in the classroom were already stunned. Someone whispered, Fuck. Lin Fan is trying to beat Wang Baopi to death. Some people rubbed their hands in excitement, this is such a satisfying scolding. Seeing his cowardly look, Lin Fan's tone became even more vicious, What? You're out of words? Are you mute? I will scold you every time I see you. If you have any self-awareness, get out of school right away and stop disgusting people here. Wang Ba Pai? No, you are a turtle, a coward. How dare you shout here when you can speak human language? I think you are a bastard who needs to be punished. Wang Dagang was scolded so hard that he couldn't even stand and was shaking with anger. He pointed at Lin Fan, his voice breaking, You wait. I'll report you to the principal. I'll have you expelled. I'll put you in jail. Chapter 13, Troublemaker. Just when Wang Dagang was about to rush out of the classroom angrily to find someone to support him, a figure happened to appear at the classroom door. Li Jiwen, director of the teaching department. Director Li is in his 50s. He is wearing a neat suit, his hair is combed meticulously, and he has his usual serious expression on his face. He was well known in the school for his impartiality, and students privately called him Judge Li. At this moment, he stood at the door, calmly scanning the scene in the classroom. Wang Dagang stumbled over as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. He grabbed Director Li's hand, his voice trembling with anger and grievance. Director Li, I was just about to go find you. There's a scumbag in our class, he's totally lawless. He stretched out his hand and pointed at Lin Fan in the back row of the classroom, his face full of humiliation. Lin Fan, this brat, scolded me in public, verbally attacked me, and didn't even take me, his teacher, seriously. He also threatened me and slandered me. Students like him cannot stay in school. This is simply bringing shame to the school. If people knew that Lin Fan graduated from our school, the school's reputation would be ruined. Director Li frowned slightly, looked down at Wang Dagong who was holding his hand, then looked up and glanced at Lin Fan in the back row of the classroom. He said in a steady tone, "Teacher Wang, calm down first. What exactly is going on?" Wang Dagong took a deep breath and continued to cry, adding fuel to the fire. "Director Li, you don't know that Lin Fan openly contradicted me in class today. Not only did he not come to class this morning, he also called me Wang Baopi. I kindly reminded him to respect teachers and education, but he actually called me bullshit. And said I'm not worthy of being a teacher. I have been teaching for more than 10 years. When have I ever been treated like this? This kind of student has no respect for elders and is morally corrupt. It would be unjust if we don't expel him." The students in the classroom held their breath, their eyes moving back and forth between the few people. Some people whispered, "Lin Fan is really finished now. Teacher Wang will report this to Director Li, and he will definitely suffer the consequences." Director Li has expelled quite a few students. Zhou Jian sat next to Lin Fan and whispered, "Brother Fan, you're in big trouble this time." Director Li has a bad temper and cannot tolerate any injustice. He secretly glanced at Lin Fan, but found that there was no trace of panic on Lin Fan's face. There was even a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. It seemed as if everything was under his control. After listening to Wang Dagong's accusation, Director Li frowned even more tightly. He turned to look at Lin Fan and asked sternly, "Lin Fan, is what Teacher Wang said true? You openly contradicted the teacher in class and insulted him?" Lin Fan raised his head, met Director Li's gaze calmly, and said calmly, "He said his version, and I have mine. Do you want to hear it?" Director Li was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting Lin Fan to be so calm. He nodded, "Okay, go ahead." Wang Dagong was anxious and rushed to interrupt, "Director Li, he will definitely make excuses. This kind of student never speaks the truth. Don't listen to his nonsense." Director Li waved his hand, signaling Wang Dagong to be quiet, his eyes still fixed on Lin Fan. "Go ahead." Lin Fan stood up and fixed his eyes on Director Li's face. He said calmly, "Wang Dagong said I talked back to him?" "Yes, I did. But he didn't say why. I didn't come to class in the morning, and as soon as he entered the classroom, he pointed at my nose and cursed me, and threatened to fail me in the course and asked me to give him a gift. If I don't send him, he will use the credits to pressure me. Is this kind of person worthy of being called a teacher? I called him Wang Bapai, and he deserved it. He blackmailed students and molested female classmates. Who in the school doesn't know about this?" Director Li's expression changed slightly and his gaze turned to Wang Dagong. Wang Dagong quickly waved his hands to defend himself. "Nonsense. It's pure slander. When did I blackmail students? When did I molest my female classmates? These are all rumors. This guy is just trying to change the subject and evade responsibility." Lin Fan sneered, "Changing the subject? Wang Dagong, do you dare to say in front of the whole class that you have confiscated cigarettes, alcohol, and tea from students? You never asked students to give you money? You never took advantage of female classmates?" Wang Dagong was speechless, his face flushed red, and he stammered, You're talking nonsense. Don't talk nonsense without evidence." Wang Dagong's heart was like a lit powder keg at this moment, he was both angry and panicked. He never thought that Lin Fan would dare to reveal these things in front of Director Li. He always thought that students didn't dare to speak out and that those little actions of accepting gifts were just unspoken rules. Who will really bring this up on the table? But now, every word Lin Fan said was like a knife, piercing his heart. He seemed to be holding on the surface, but he was feeling uneasy deep down inside. What if Director Li really goes to investigate? The gifts were still in the office drawer and he hadn't had time to deal with them. Director Li's eyes turned cold, and he turned to look at Wang Dagong and asked sternly, "Teacher Wang, are these things true?" Wang Dagong hurriedly shook his head, "Of course not. Director Li, don't listen to his nonsense. This kid is a bastard, specializing in making rumors and causing trouble." Lin Fan said calmly, "Spreading rumors? Well, let's confront them face to face. Director Li, would you like to ask Li Xiaomei and Zhang Tao to come and ask? Or go check Wang Dagong's office and see how many gifts from students he has in his drawer?" Director Li has been in the school for many years and has heard of Wang Dagong's reputation. In private, students have been calling him Wang Baopi for a long time. But because he was an old teacher and there was no real evidence, the school turned a blind eye. At this moment, Wang Degong turned around and shouted to the class, "Where's the monitor?" "Zhang Wei, you saw everything just now. Tell Director Li if it was what I said just now." Zhang Wei was sitting in the front row. When he heard Wang Degong call his name, his face turned pale instantly. He stood up hurriedly, looked down at Lin Fan, and then stole a glance at Wang Degong and Director Li. He swallowed his saliva and said in a trembling voice, "Ah." Lin Fan did have an argument with Teacher Wang just now, and the words he used were a bit extreme. What Lin Fan said was really unpleasant. Even if there is something wrong, we should communicate properly. We can't insult the teacher like this. I think Lin Fan should be dealt with seriously. After Wang Degong heard this, his expression finally eased a little. He looked at Director Li and said, "Look, I said Lin Fan insulted me, and Zhang Wei is the witness." Director Li frowned, turned to look at Wang Degong, and said in a cold tone, "Teacher Wang, calm down first. I need to investigate this matter thoroughly and cannot just listen to one side of the story." Wang Degong was anxious, and he grabbed Director Li's arm and said, "Director Li, you can't just listen to one side. Lin Fan is a troublemaker. If you don't deal with him, how will the school be managed in the future? What will happen if other students follow his example?" Director Li changed the subject and said, "Teacher Wang, I came here today because I have something to inform you. Chapter 14 I will definitely change in the future." Wang Degong was stunned for a moment, his brows slightly furrowed, and doubts arose in his heart. Notify me? What? Various possibilities flashed through his mind. Soon, he thought of the application he had submitted earlier for the title of Dean of Rating. That was his dream position. Could it be that the school finally approved it? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After all, he has been teaching diligently for more than 10 years, and it is impossible for the school's top management to fail to see his achievements. So Director Li came in person to inform me, which shows how important this matter is. Thinking of this, Wang Degong's mouth corners unconsciously rose, and a hint of pride flashed in his eyes. If he became the dean of the School of Economics, he could deal with a small character like Lin Fan however he wanted. He even imagined Lin Fan kneeling in front of him and begging for mercy, and felt secretly happy. Dealing with Lin Fan? Humph, that's easy. He cleared his throat, suppressing his excitement. Then he looked at Director Li with a smile, and said in a flattering tone, "Director Li, what are you talking about? Is there any news about the dean of the rating I submitted earlier?" As he spoke, he straightened his back and felt that he was about to reach the peak of his life. Upon hearing this, Director Li glanced at him calmly, then glanced at the students sitting in the classroom. He frowned slightly and whispered, "Teacher Wang, let's talk in the corridor." He reached out and gently pulled Wang Degong's arm, obviously not wanting to discuss this matter in front of the whole class. But Wang Degong was already so overwhelmed by his own fantasies at this moment that he was unwilling to leave. He was thinking about taking this opportunity to show off in front of his students. In particular, he wanted to let Lin Fan know that he would soon become the dean of the School of Economics. When the time comes, he will make this little bastard suffer a fate worse than death. He waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's okay, Director Li, let's talk here. They are all my students, there is nothing to be embarrassed about." He turned around and glanced at the whole class, his gaze specifically lingering on Lin Fan in the back row for a few seconds. A provocative smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, as if saying, "I will be the dean soon, how long can you still jump around?" Seeing that he was so persistent, Director Li hesitated for a moment, sighed, and seemed helpless. He was silent for a few seconds, and finally said, "Well, since you insist on doing this, the school has determined that you may not be qualified for the position of teacher. Now please go through the resignation procedures and leave the school before today." As soon as these words were spoken, the classroom suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The smile on Wang Degong's face froze, and his whole body seemed to be frozen. His eyes were as big as bells and his mouth was slightly open, but no sound came out. My mind went blank, as if what I just heard were not human words, but a series of meaningless noises. Quit? Leaving school? He was stunned for a few seconds before he realized what Director Li said. The whole person seemed to be struck by lightning, and stammered, what did you say? Resign? Fire me? Director Li nodded, his tone still calm. "Yes, Teacher Wang, the school has made the decision. You can go to the personnel department to handle the formalities now." Wang Degong's face turned from red to white, and then from white to blue, with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He never imagined that the promotion and salary increase he was looking forward to would turn into being fired. He was in disbelief in his heart, and the expression on his face was a mixture of shock and anger. He grabbed Director Lee's arm suddenly, his fingers trembling slightly from excessive force. He asked in a trembling voice, Why? Why did you fire me? I work very hard for the school. Even if I have no credit, I have worked hard. Why was I fired? The student named Lin Fan should be expelled. He turned his head suddenly and pointed at Lin Fan in the back row, anger spurting from his eyes. You didn't really listen to that kid's nonsense, did you? Those are all rumors. He slandered me. Director Lee frowned, gently pushed Wang Dagong's hand away, and said lightly, Teacher Wang, the school has its own considerations. This matter is not something I can decide on my own. You should go to the personnel department and ask for clarification. There was a hint of impatience in his tone, and he was obviously unwilling to explain further. Wang Dagong stood there in a daze, his mind in a mess. He felt dizzy, as if he had been thrown from the clouds to the bottom of the valley. Just now I was so happy that I thought I was going to be the dean. Now they are being told to get out of school. The huge gap made it almost impossible for him to breathe. He gritted his teeth and said hoarsely, No. Impossible. How could the school do this to me? I have been teaching for more than 10 years and have worked hard to train so many students. How much contribution have I made to the school? You're going to expel me just because of a few words from a student? What kind of logic is this? He turned to look at the students in the classroom, trying to find some support. His eyes were slightly red. Tell me, am I not good to you? I usually require you to be strict, isn't it for your own good? Can you bear to see me get fired? There was silence in the classroom and the students looked at each other. Some people kept their heads down and said nothing, while others showed a hint of gloating smile. Zhou Jin in the back row muttered quietly, Wang Bapai has finally gotten what he deserved. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair with his arms folded across his chest. He had a smile on his face and looked at Wang Dagong calmly, as if he was enjoying a good show. Seeing that the students had no reaction, Wang Dagong felt even more desperate. He rushed to Director Lee, grabbed his sleeve, and cried, Director Lee, you can't do this. I have an elderly mother to support at home and my children to go to school. I can't lose this job. Please be kind and help me talk to the school. I will definitely change in the future and teach well, please. Tears welled up in his eyes and his face was full of pleading and helplessness. Director Lee frowned and said in a cold tone, Teacher Wang, please calm down first. The school has already made the decision. There's nothing I can do about it. You should go to the personnel department to handle the formalities. He paused and added, as for what Lin Fan said, the school will investigate it thoroughly. Hearing this, Wang Dagong turned around and glared at Lin Fan, his eyes full of hatred. Lin Fan. It's all your fault. You're the one who made me lose my job. You little bastard, I'm not done with you. He rushed towards Lin Fan and raised his fist to hit him. But before he could get close, he was scolded by Director Lee. Wang Dagong. This is a school, not a place for you to act wild. Do you think students will respect a teacher like you who acts so casually? Chapter 15 If you are not a running dog, what are you? Lin Fan sat in his seat without moving. He whispered to Wang Dagong, You deserve it. Who told you not to do anything? Wang Dagong was so angry that he was shaking all over. He pointed at Lin Fan and cursed, You little jerk, just wait. I won't let you go. I'll sue you. And put you in jail. He turned to look at Director Lee and said in a choked voice, Director Lee, you can't be so partial. Lin Fan openly contradicted the teacher and insulted me, but you didn't deal with him and instead expelled me. This is not fair. Director Lee sighed and said calmly, Teacher Wang, stop making trouble here. The school has its own rules. You should go to the personnel department. He turned to look at the students and said in a serious tone, Continue your class and keep quiet. After saying that, he walked out of the classroom without looking back. Wang Dagong gave Lin Fan a final look with vicious eyes. Then he staggered out of the classroom, his steps unsteady, like a body with its soul drained out. The classroom suddenly exploded with students talking about it. Someone shouted in surprise, Wang Dagong was really fired? This is too fantastic. Some people clapped and cheered, serves him right. This old guy should have left long ago. I won't be exploited by him anymore. This old guy always stares at me and asks me questions during class. If I don't give him gifts, he'll make things difficult for me. Today is really a relief. Ha, This has to be the greatest feat in the history of the school, right? That old fellow Wang Paopi has been teaching for more than 10 years. Who dares to touch him? He was actually expelled this time. I think the school's top management has taken ruthless action. The discussion in the classroom became louder and louder. Zhou Jian sat next to Lin Fan, turned his head to look at him, curiosity flashing in his eyes, and asked in a low voice, "Brother Fan, how did you know that Wang Baopi was going to be fired? Is there any inside information? You just said he was going to be fired today, and he really was fired. Has your mouth ever been blessed?" Before Lin Fan could say anything, a sarcastic voice interrupted him. What inside information could he have? In my opinion, it's probably just some overheard information. You act like you have so much ability. Do you really think it was Lin Fan who asked the school to expel Wang Baopi? Can he be so capable? Stop joking. As soon as these words were spoken, several students around followed suit. That's right. Wang Dagang is an old teacher. The school wants to expel him. It must have been planned by the top management long ago. It has nothing to do with Lin Fan. I think he was just lucky to have this happen, and he's just trying to flatter himself. Seeing Lin Fan remain silent, Zhou Jian frowned and whispered, "Brother Fan, ignore them. They just like to make trouble. But anyway, it's a good thing. Now that Wang Baopi is gone, you won't have to worry about him anymore." He paused, with a hint of worry in his tone, "But that old guy is very insidious, you have to be careful, don't let him retaliate against you in the future." Lin Fan smiled slightly. Revenge? He also needs to have this ability. Just then, a voice came from the front row of the classroom, interrupting the students' discussion. Class monitor Zhang Wei stood up, patted the table, frowned and shouted, "Quiet. It's still class time. I know a lot of people are dissatisfied with Mr. Wang, but his strict management is also for our own good. Stop making noise here." As soon as Zhang Wei finished speaking, the noise in the classroom became much quieter. After all, he is the class monitor and usually has some prestige in the class. But when these words fell into Lin Fan's ears, it was like a fuse was lit. He looked up at Zhang Wei, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes, and whispered two words, "Running dog." The sound was not loud, but it reached Zhang Wei's ears clearly. Zhang Wei was stunned for a moment, then turned his head sharply, stared at Lin Fan, and said with a red face, "What did you say about me?" Lin Fan raised his head and met Zhang Wei's eyes calmly. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said with a smile, "Sorry, my voice was a little soft just now, I will say it again." He paused, and said in a clearer and louder tone, "I say, squad leader Zhang Wei, you are a running dog." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the classroom became tense again. Everyone's eyes turned to Lin Fan and Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was so angry that veins on his forehead were throbbing. He stood up suddenly and pointed at Lin Fan and shouted angrily, "Lin Fan, you! What the hell did you say? I'm a running dog? How am I a running dog? Say it again if you dare." Lin Fan said calmly, "I said that you, Zhang Wei, are Wang Baopi's running dog. Just now you were talking about right and wrong to help Wang Dagang. Now that he's gone, you're still here to defend him. If you're not a running dog, what are you? You licked me with great pleasure. Your legs must be numb from kneeling, right?" Zhang Wei was choked by these words and his face turned pale. He pointed at Lin Fan with trembling fingers and was so angry that he couldn't even finish his words. You. I was telling the truth. How could I help him wash the floor? Zhou Jian pulled Lin Fan's sleeve and whispered, "Brother Fan, don't argue with him. Zhang Wei is a narrow-minded person. Don't let him hate you." Zhang Wei's chest heaved with anger, and he pointed at Lin Fan and wanted to say something. But at this moment, an urgent voice suddenly sounded in the classroom. A boy sitting by the window, holding a cell phone in his hand, shouted, "Hurry up and check out the school post. Someone said a student donated 30 million to the school." This sentence was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing thousands of waves. The students were stunned for a few seconds, then they took out their mobile phones and eagerly opened the school's forum. The news has become a hot topic, with the headline reading, "Mysterious student donated 30 million yuan, and the school expelled Wang Baopi." The comments section under the post exploded, with the number of replies skyrocketing at a rate of dozens per second. What? 30 million? Is that true? A boy stared at the screen of his mobile phone, sliding his fingers quickly. The posters said it was an anonymous donation and didn't even leave his name. This is too amazing. Chapter 16. Let us go today. Anonymous? How rich must this person be? 30 million is donated as soon as it's said so. Are all the rich second generations nowadays so awesome? A girl was browsing Tieba and exclaimed, "Could this guy's family run a bank?" There was a lot of discussion in the classroom, and the students' eyes shifted away from Lin Fan and Zhang Wei, all immersed in this explosive news. 30 million. I've never seen so much money in my life. How many sports cars does this require? I guess it's a girl. A boy with long hair winked and said, "It would be great if it was a girl. I would lick her right now and try to be her boyfriend. A rich woman worth 30 million, I would kneel down and serve her for the rest of my life." You? The person next to him sneered, "Forget it. How can a rich man be attracted to someone like you? Look in the mirror, you're a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. What if it's a boy? What's wrong with being a man? It's an open society now, I can just go and sell my ass. 30 million is worth selling for a lifetime." As soon as these words were spoken, the classroom burst into laughter. Several female classmates also joined the discussion, with infatuated expressions on their faces. A girl with a ponytail held her chin up and said dreamily, "It would be great if it was a boy. I want to meet such a rich boy even in my dreams. If he was my boyfriend, why would I go to school? I'd just stay at home counting money every day. I have so much money to spend freely. I can buy bags, clothes, and cosmetics. Just thinking about it makes me happy." Another girl's eyes were full of longing. "It doesn't matter if this kind of man is handsome or not, as long as he has money. And I promise not to throw a tantrum. He can play however he wants outside. But you have to give me at least 5 million every month." The classroom was as busy as a vegetable market. The students were talking to each other, guessing the identity of this mysterious donor. Some said he was a rich second generation, some said it was a gift from alumni, and some joked that he was the principal's brother-in-law. Lin Fan sat in the back row, smiling but saying nothing. Zhou Jian turned to look at Lin Fan and whispered, 30 million. The donor is really generous. Do you think it could be some hidden boss in our school? He paused, then muttered quietly, "But Wang Bapi was fired. What does this have to do with the donation?" Lin Fan shook his head and said calmly, "Who knows?" Zhou Jian frowned, feeling that something was wrong with Lin Fan today, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. At this time, Zhang Wei's face turned pale. It seemed that no one took him, the squad leader, seriously. This made him very angry. He patted the table, trying to restore some of his dignity as class monitor. "Be quiet. What are you yelling about? We're in class." But his voice was drowned out by the discussions and few people paid attention to him. At the same time, in the principal's office, the atmosphere was completely different. Wang Dagong sat opposite Li Guoqiang, holding a stack of resignation documents in his hand, his face as pale as a piece of white paper. His fingers trembled slightly, cold sweat covered his forehead, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. He stared at Li Guoqiang and asked in a hoarse voice, "Principal, I have completed the resignation procedures. But you must tell me why you fired me? I have been teaching for more than 10 years, working diligently. Even if I die, you must let me be a clear-headed ghost." Li Guoqiang sat behind his desk, holding a pen in his hand and tapping the table lightly. He looked up at Wang Dagong, sighed, shook his head and said, "Old Wang, this is not something I can decide on my own. Someone donated 30 million to the school and asked you to leave." Wang Dagong was stunned for a moment, his whole body seemed to be frozen, and his head was buzzing. 30 million? Call me to leave? He stared at Li Guoqiang with wide eyes in disbelief, and said in a trembling voice, "What? 30 million? Who donated it? Why did you ask me to leave? Who did I offend?" Li Guoqiang put down his pen, leaned back in his chair, and said calmly, "Lin Fan." "Lin Fan?" Wang Dagong's voice suddenly rose and he jumped up from his chair as if he was pricked by a needle. His face turned red instantly and his eyes almost popped out. "What did you say? Lin Fan? That little bastard? He donated 30 million? Fire me?" There was shock in his voice, and his fingers clenched the documents in his hand, crumpling the paper into a ball. Li Guoqiang nodded and said calmly, "That's true. He donated anonymously but asked for your dismissal. I can't help it. 30 million is not a small amount." The school's top management unanimously agreed. Wang Dagong's head seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer. It was buzzing and his whole body was shaking. He fell back into his chair, staring at the table with dull eyes, muttering to himself, Lin Fan. Lin Fan. How is it possible? He is a poor student, where did he get 30 million? His voice became lower and lower, as if he was asking and answering himself. But an irrepressible fear welled up in my heart. He would rather donate 30 million to the school than give it to me. Lin Fan. Li Guoqiang frowned and said calmly, Old Wang, the matter has been settled. The school has heard about your affairs for a long time. This time, they just used Lin Fan's matter to deal with it. The school will give you every penny of the money you deserve. Pack up and leave today. He paused and added, Stop making trouble. It's not good for you. And Lin Fan was able to come up with so much money just to fire you. This is already a great favor to you. If he gets these 30 million to take revenge on you. Not to mention you, even your family may be implicated. You'll have to bear the consequences. Wang Degang stood there in a daze, his eyes gradually changing from anger to despair. He gritted his teeth and whispered, Lin Fan, Lin Fan. His voice was full of resentment, like a beast cornered, but helpless. He stood up suddenly, the documents in his hand fell to the ground, he turned around and staggered out of the office, his steps unsteady, like a lost ghost. Chapter 17. Aren't you very capable? As soon as the bell rang, the classroom became lively again. The students packed their bags and walked out in twos and threes. The discussion about the 30 million donation is still echoing in my ears. Lin Fan turned to look at Zhou Jian and said with a smile, let's go eat together. I'll treat you. When he had no money before, Lin Fan often ate at Zhou Jian's expense. Zhou Jian didn't say anything at that time and asked Lin Fan to eat the same thing as he did. Now that he has money in his hands, he naturally doesn't want to treat this friend unfairly. Zhou Jian pushed his black-framed glasses, scratched his head, and said a little embarrassedly, Brother Fan, thank you. But there's an activity in the club later, and I have to go there, so I can't go with you. Next time, I will definitely have a meal with you next time. Lin Fan nodded, patted his shoulder, and said calmly, okay, next time. You go ahead and do your thing. He stood up, picked up his bag, and walked out of the classroom alone. Zhou Jian looked at his back and whispered to himself, could it be that Brother Fan has really become rich? He actually has enough money to treat me to a meal. After leaving the teaching building, Lin Fan walked slowly towards the cafeteria. The sun shines on the campus's tree-lined avenues, and the air is filled with the scent of grass. The cafeteria at Jiangzhou University is not luxurious, but it offers a wide variety of dishes, including stir-fried dishes, pasta, and snacks. In the past, Lin Fan had no money and was short of money, so the most common dish he ate was mixed noodles with soybean paste which cost 5 yuan a bowl. Simple, affordable, and filling. It's different now. Of course I want to try those dishes I haven't eaten before. He walked into the cafeteria and went straight to the cooking window and ordered a few dishes, spicy chicken, shredded pork with fish flavor, broccoli with garlic, plus a serving of rice. The cafeteria auntie skillfully cooked the food, put it on a plate and handed it to him, saying with a smile, classmate, $28.50. Lin Fan habitually took out his meal card and prepared to pay. But as soon as the meal card was placed on the card machine, it beeped twice. A line of words popped up on the screen, insufficient balance, current balance is 0.5 yuan. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, glanced down at the meal card, and the corners of his mouth twitched. The last time I ate mixed noodles with soybean paste, I had only a few cents left on my meal card, and then I was busy with the business of the Golden Emperor Hotel. I went to the principal's office to donate again, but I didn't have time to top up. He was about to speak when the cafeteria auntie looked up at the card machine and kindly reminded him, student, there is no money in your meal card. Why don't you go and recharge some money before coming back? I'll save the food for you. Lin Fan nodded and was about to say okay. A weird voice came from behind. How can you eat without money? And why do you want to imitate others and eat stir-fried dishes? Why don't you eat your noodles? The voice was sarcastic and full of sarcasm. Lin Fan knew who it was without even turning around. He turned his head and saw that it was indeed Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao was wearing a suit of branded sportswear and had a sneer on his face. Following next to him was the school beauty Chen Sini. She was wearing a white dress today, still wearing the 3-carat diamond ring on her hand, and her face was delicately made up. The two men stood behind Lin Fan, like two roosters ready to fight, their eyes full of provocation. Zhou Hao looked Lin Fan up and down and sneered, aren't you good at pretending? Last night, he transferred hundreds of thousands of dollars at the Golden Emperor Hotel and drove a Ferrari to show off? Why can't I even pay for dinner today? He paused, and his tone became more venomous. I told you, that little money of yours must have been borrowed. After pretending to be a rich man all night, you are no longer used to being a poor student? If you don't have money, don't try to imitate others and eat stir-fried dishes. Just eat your noodles with soy sauce. Shinseni stood next to Zhou Hao, snorted coldly, and continued, you were so arrogant yesterday, how come you can't even take out 28.5 yuan today? How shameless of you to order food here. There was resentment in her voice, and it was obvious that she was still brooding over the humiliation she suffered last night. Her eyes were like knives, piercing Lin Fan. Lin Fan turned around and didn't rush to speak. He lowered his head, took out his mobile phone from his pocket, tapped his fingers twice, and opened the banking app. He was about to transfer the money directly, but Zhou Hao refused to give in and said even louder, what? You have nothing to say? Lin Fan, aren't you quite capable? Keep pretending? A poor fellow is a poor fellow. He will be exposed after pretending for just one day. The students around heard the noise and turned their heads to look over. Some people recognized Zhou Hao and Shinseni and whispered, isn't that Zhou Hao? Lin Fan was so extravagant last night, but he doesn't even have money to eat today? Seeing more people gathered around, Zhou Hao became even more arrogant. He pointed at Lin Fan and sneered, everyone, look, this is the rich man from last night. Transferring hundreds of thousands of dollars, using fireworks to humiliate my girlfriend, what's the result? I can't even afford food today. I see your Ferrari is also rented, right? You look so poor, why are you pretending? Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and glanced coldly at Zhou Hao and Shinseni. He was about to open his mouth to fight back, but a gentle voice came from behind him, classmate, let me swipe your card for you, and you can pay me back when you have money. The sound is crisp and pleasant, like a spring breeze, making people feel particularly comfortable. Lin Fan turned around and saw that the person who spoke was a girl. She stood behind Lin Fan, with a slender figure, wearing a light blue shirt and jeans. She had a faint smile on her face, and a gentle temperament between her eyebrows. She held a meal card in her hand, handed it to the card machine, and swiped it lightly. With a beep, the meal bill of 28.5 yuan was paid. The cafeteria auntie smiled and said, okay, students, take your food. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said calmly, thank you, let's add WeChat, I'll return it to you later. He turned to look at the girl and felt that she looked familiar. He seems to be from the economics department, but we don't talk much and we don't have much interaction. Seeing this, Zhou Hao sneered even more, hey, Lin Fan, are you relying on women for support now? How shameful. I thought you were so rich, but it turns out you even have to ask others to pay for your meals. He turned to look at Shinseni and said proudly, baby, don't you think this is funny? This poor guy acted like a rich guy last night, but today he can't even afford a meal. It's so funny. Shinseni covered her mouth and chuckled, saying in a tart tone, Lin Fan, aren't you quite capable? Why don't you pay people to scold me today? If you don't have money, don't embarrass yourself here. Lin Fan held the food tray and turned to look at Zhou Hao and Shinseni. Zhou Hao, Shinseni, you two really don't learn from your mistakes. It seems that I didn't teach you a lesson last night? His voice was not loud, but it was cold. His eyes swept across the two of them like a knife. Zhou Hao was stunned by the look, but then he forced himself to sneer and said, you poor bastard, you still dare to teach me a lesson? If you have the ability, transfer another few $100,000. You can't even afford the meal, why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? It's so shameful to have to eat with a woman. Chapter 18. It seems that I didn't hit you hard enough. Lin Fan turned and looked at Zhou Hao, a smile inadvertently appearing on the corner of his mouth. That smile was cold, like the chilly wind on a winter night, so cold that it made people feel creepy. Zhou Hao was still chattering, crossing his arms and mocking with a smug look on his face. Shinseni covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes full of disdain. Lin Fan suddenly took a step forward, his movements as fast as lightning. The plate in his hand snapped. It hit Zhou Hao directly in the face. Spicy diced chicken, shredded pork with fish flavor, broccoli with garlic and rice covered Zhou Hao's head and face. The greasy sauce flowed down his hair and dripped onto his designer sportswear, making him look miserable. This scene happened so suddenly that the surrounding students were instantly shocked. Some people screamed and some people stepped back. A space was quickly cleared in the cafeteria, forming a natural arena. Zhou Hao was stunned for a few seconds, then he reacted and roared, Lin Fan. How dare you? But before he could finish his words, Lin Fan kicked Zhou Hao right in the abdomen. Zhou Hao was like a kite with a broken string. He staggered and fell to the ground, holding his stomach and wailing. But Lin Fan did not stop. He bent down and pressed the plate in his hand hard against Zhou Hao's face. The force was so strong that Zhou Hao couldn't move. As he pressed the button, he sneered and said, "I'm treating you to this meal. You must remember my great kindness to you. Are you enjoying your meal? If it's not enough, I'll buy you another one." His voice was low. The whole person was filled with ruthlessness. Zhou Hao smashed the plate in his hand hard, and his head hit the ground with a muffled sound. Zhou Hao's face was twisted in pain, with grease stains from food still in his mouth, and he was struggling to get up. But Lin Fan was too strong and he couldn't move at all. Lin Fan snorted coldly and continued to curse, "You're like a stinky fly. You keep buzzing around me while I'm eating. Aren't you annoying? You are born in the year of the dog, right? You bite everyone you see? What does it matter to you if I eat my meal? If you don't shut up your stinky mouth, it's really polluting the air." The students watching widened their eyes. Some people covered their mouths and screamed, some took out their mobile phones to record videos, and the whole cafeteria seemed to be on fire. Fuck, is Lin Fan crazy? He just threw the food on Zhou Hao's face. This is too cruel. Lin Fan wasn't like this before. Why does it feel so good to watch? Zhou Hao obviously didn't expect Lin Fan to treat him like this. He lay on the ground, gasping in pain, but he still refused to admit defeat and kept cursing. "Lin Fan! You're so brave. I'll kill you. How dare you touch me, poor bastard." But every time he cursed, Lin Fan would smash the plate in his hand. The blow made him dizzy and his nose bled. Zhou Hao's curses gradually turned into wails. You fucking stop it. I'm going to die. Stop it now. I'm not done with you." Lin Fan sneered repeatedly without stopping his hands. He couldn't help but sneer, "Not finished yet? What the hell do you have the capital to not be finished with me? You didn't get scolded enough last night, right? How dare you come and jump in front of me today? Your face deserves to be beaten. I think you are a jerk, and I will feel uncomfortable if I don't beat you up." He pushed hard, and Zhou Hao's head hit the ground again, letting out a muffled groan. His face was twisted in pain and only vague whimpers came out of his mouth. Chinsinny, who was standing by, couldn't bear to watch it anymore. She stood nearby, her face livid with anger, and rushed over cursing, "Lin Fan! You bastard! You dare to hit Brother Hao! I will fight you!" She stretched out her hand and tried to pull Lin Fan's arm. But Lin Fan reacted faster, turning around and lowering his head. He picked up a handful of scattered rice from the ground, and with his other hand he grabbed Chinsinny's ponytail and pulled it hard. Chinsinny was caught off guard, screamed in pain, and staggered forward. Lin Fan snorted coldly and stuffed the dirty rice ball in his hand directly into Chinsinny's mouth. The greasy rice mixed with the dust on the ground filled her mouth. Her eyes widened, she made a woo-woo sound, and struggled to vomit. But Lin Fan's hand was pressing her chin tightly, making it impossible for her to swallow or spit out. He sneered and asked, "Is it enough to eat? If it's not enough, I'll pick up some fish-flavored pork shreds for you from the ground. Don't be polite. You have to eat your fill. Don't you like to act noble? Isn't this meal down to earth?" Chinsinny's mouth was stuffed with rice, and tears mixed with her makeup flowed down her face, making her look miserable. She struggled desperately and grabbed around with her hands, but Lin Fan was too strong and she couldn't get free. Her screams turned into sobs, and she cursed incoherently, "Lin Fan, you bastard." But the sound was blocked by the rice ball, and seemed particularly weak. Lin Fan let go of his hand, stood up, and looked coldly at the two people on the ground. Zhou Hao held his stomach, his face covered with food and nosebleed, gasping in pain. Chinsinny collapsed on the ground with a rice ball stuffed in her mouth, her hair disheveled, and her makeup smudged, looking like a ghost. The students around were all stunned. Some exclaimed, This is too cruel. Why didn't I realize that Lin Fan was so powerful before? Lin Fan is done with this time. Zhou Hao hasn't come to him to settle accounts for the last incident yet. This time he has made things even bigger." Zhou Hao lay on the ground, groaning in pain. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Lin Fan, just wait for me. I will kill you." His voice was weak and his eyes were full of resentment. Chinsinny finally spit out the rice ball in her mouth and cried out, "Brother Hao! Get up quickly! He actually dared to beat someone up in school. The school must punish him severely." Lin Fan sneered, glanced down at them, and said calmly, "Complain? Sure, I'll wait. Next time, tell me in advance what you want to eat. Today I acted on my own." He turned around and put on his bag. He glanced around the cafeteria again. I found that the girl who had just paid me was gone. He then walked out of the cafeteria. The students watching were talking about it, and some were shocked. Lin Fan is so fierce. He pinned Zhou Hao to the ground and beat him. Someone was excited, great. Zhou Hao's mouth should have been shut up long ago. Some people even murmured, doesn't he have no money? Why is he so stubborn? Lin Fan returned to the dormitory and prepared to order takeout using his mobile phone. At this time, Zhou Jian pushed the door open and walked in. He looked at Lin Fan in shock. Brother Fan? You just beat up Zhou Hao? Is that true? Lin Fan smiled and said, she was so mean, I couldn't help it. Are they still in the cafeteria? I was gone when I bought the food. Oh, it seems I didn't hit you enough. Zhou Jian was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. Lin Fan opened WeChat and found the WeChat of the girl he had just added. Then click transfer. The transfer amount is 28.5 yuan. But just after Lin Fan entered the password, a message appeared on the phone interface. The other party is not your friend and the transfer cannot be completed. Lin Fan couldn't help but frown. What do you mean? Blocked me? Chapter 19 must be expelled. Zhou Hao and Chen Seni got up from the ground in a mess. His face was covered with food residue and his clothes were stained with oil and dust. The snickers and pointing fingers from the students around them stabbed them like knives. Chen Seni lowered her head and wiped her face, tears mixed with her makeup and flowed down her face. She cried like a pear blossom in the rain. She sobbed, holding Zhou Hao's arm, and said in a choked voice, Brother Hao, I have never suffered such injustice since I was a child. How dare that poor boy Lin Fan do this to me? The rice he stuffed into my mouth. I'm so sick. You have to make the decision for me. Zhou Hao held his stomach with his hands, and there was a red mark on his face from being hit by the dinner plate. The blood from his nose dried at the corner of his mouth, and he looked as miserable as could be. He glared at the direction where Lin Fan left with gritted teeth, with resentment flashing in his eyes. He suppressed his anger and comforted Chen Seni. Baby, don't cry, I will definitely not let this go. He paused and said in a low voice, let's go to the dean first, report this to the school, and ask the school to expel him first. Then I'll find someone to give him a good beating. This time I'm going to kill him. Chen Seni wiped her tears and nodded while sobbing, yes, get him out of school first. I just don't believe that a poor guy like him can turn the tables. Don't you have money in your family? You have to kill him even if you have to throw money at him. She grabbed Zhou Hao's arm and cried even harder. I was humiliated by him at the Golden Emperor Hotel last night, and he bullied me again today. I can't swallow this. Zhou Hao patted her hands and snorted coldly, don't worry, my dad has some connections in Jiangzhou, and this poor boy Lin Fan won't be able to stay alive for long. The two of them supported each other and walked towards the teaching building in a panic. The students on the street looked sideways. At the same time, the Dean of Studies, Li Jiwen, was sitting behind his desk with a cup of tea in his hand. He had a fawning smile on his face and was chatting with the principal, Li Guoqiang. The curtains in the office were half drawn, and sunlight came in through the gaps, shining on the documents on the table. Li Guoqiang leaned back on the sofa and said with a smile on his face, boldly, this time the school can be said to have found a treasure. Someone donated 30 million anonymously. It was really generous. We have to plan carefully how to spend this money. Upon hearing this, Li Jiwen moved closer and asked with a smile, Principal Li, can you please tell me which big shot donated the money? Li Guoqiang said with a smile, he is a student named Lin Fan. By the way, find his information and let's take a look. Lin Fan? Li Jiwen was stunned for a moment, then frowned. He turned around, turned on the computer, tapped his fingers on the keyboard a few times, and called up the student record system. As he searched, he muttered, Lin Fan, this name sounds familiar. Soon, Lin Fan's information popped up. Li Jiwen stared at the screen and frowned even more tightly. This kid has been relying on scholarships for support, and his parents are no longer at home. My academic performance is pretty good. I have never failed a course. But where do students who rely on financial aid get 30 million? After listening to this, Li Guoqiang laughed and waved his hand, Old Li, don't you understand? Rich people like to hide themselves. Lin Fan is probably a low-key rich second generation. The identity and background of the parents at home may be beyond our reach. It's so easy for this kind of person to modify some information. He paused and said with a hint of emotion, "Look, he spent 30 million at once. How can ordinary people have such courage?" Li Jiwen nodded, a look of sudden enlightenment appeared on his face, and he said with a smile, "Yes, yes, yes, Principal, you are right." He paused, a gleam in his eyes. "So, the reason why Wang Dagan left was also because of this classmate Lin Fan, right?" Li Guoqiang nodded, smiling even more. "Yes, it was Lin Fan who named it. I'm telling you, this guy is not simple. We have to maintain a good relationship with him in the future. Maybe one day he will donate another 300 million or 500 million, and our school can renovate a few more buildings and attract more investment." He leaned back on the sofa, squinting his eyes, as if he was thinking about the bright future. Li Jiwen nodded repeatedly and agreed, "Of course. Lin Fan is no longer a student, he is simply the living god of wealth worshipped by the school." Just then, there was a hurried knock on the office door. Boom, boom, boom. Li Jiwen frowned, put down the teacup, and said impatiently, "Who is it? Come in." The door was pushed open and Zhou Hao and Chen Seni walked in. The two men were in a mess. Zhou Hao's face was covered with food residue and dried nose blood, and his clothes were wrinkled and stained with oil. Chen Seni's hair was disheveled, her makeup was smudged like a ghost, and her eyes were red and swollen, obviously she had just cried. As soon as the two entered the room, Chen Seni rushed to Li Jiwen and cried, "Director Li, you have to make the decision for us. That bastard Lin Fan from our department beat us up in the cafeteria and threw food on our faces. This is too much." Zhou Hao followed behind and said with gritted teeth, "Yes, Director Li, Lin Fan's grandson openly beat up his classmates. It's simply lawless. You must fire him and give us justice." He paused, a hint of viciousness flashing in his eyes. "If the school doesn't take care of this, I'll ask my dad to come over." Li Jiwen and Li Guoqiang looked at each other, and both of them had subtle expressions. Li Jiwen frowned, put down his teacup, and asked calmly, "Are you talking about Lin Fan? Did he beat you in the cafeteria?" Chen Seni nodded while sobbing, "Yes, it was him. He pulled my hair and stuffed food into my mouth. It was so disgusting. I've never been treated this way before." She wiped her tears and looked at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao gritted his teeth and said, "Director Li, that bastard Lin Fan threw a dinner plate at me and kicked me. He is the one who caused the injury on my face. Why keep such a student? He must be expelled." After hearing this, Li Jiwen frowned even more tightly. He turned to look at Li Guoqiang and asked in a low voice, "Principal, this?" There was a smile on the face of Principal Li Guoqiang. But after listening to the two people's crying, his expression suddenly changed. Then he sat up straight with a look of anger on his face. He slammed the pen on the table and said in a loud voice, "You said you were beaten by Lin Fan? Why would Lin Fan hit you for no reason?" As soon as these words were spoken, the office fell silent instantly. Zhou Hao and Chen Seni were stunned, their faces full of disbelief. Li Jiwen was sitting behind his desk. When he heard the principal's words, his eyes rolled and he immediately understood which direction the wind was blowing. He put down his teacup and continued the principal's words, saying sternly, "That's right, you must have provoked Lin Fan, otherwise why would he hit you?" Chapter 20. Don't get too close to him. I know Lin Fan well. He's usually a very well-behaved student. Did you two do anything excessive to provoke him to attack? When Zhou Hao heard this, his head buzzed and he felt something was wrong. He came here to seek justice, so why was he being scolded instead? He quickly waved his hands to explain, "Director Li, what do you mean by this? I didn't provoke Lin Fan. I was eating peacefully in the cafeteria, and he suddenly rushed over and threw a plate at me, and even kicked me. How did I offend him?" He turned to look at Chen Seni and said anxiously, "We didn't recruit him, did we?" Chen Seni wiped her tears and nodded while sobbing, "Yes, Principal, Director Li, we didn't recruit him. It was that bastard Lin Fan who went crazy for no reason. He even stuffed a mouthful of rice into my mouth. It was so disgusting. You have to make the decision for us." But Li Guoqiang seemed not to have heard the two people's explanations. His anger did not diminish but became even stronger. He slammed the table so hard that the teacup shook. "Didn't you recruit him? Do you think I'm stupid? Lin Fan is fine, why would he bother you too? I think it's because of your dirty words that he's upset. You are usually so arrogant, thinking that you can do whatever you want just because you have a little background. Now you dare to come to me to complain?" Li Jiwen quickly agreed, with a tone of teaching, "Yes, Zhou Hao, Chen Seni, don't I know what your style is like? Today in the cafeteria, it must be you who provoked me first, so Lin Fan took action. I think you deserve it. Zhou Hao and Chen Sini were completely confused. They stared at the two teachers in front of them with wide eyes, their minds full of question marks. Zhou Hao was so angry that veins on his forehead were throbbing. He couldn't help but retort, Principal, Director Li, what do you mean by this? Is it reasonable for Lin Fan to hit someone? The wound on my face and the footprints on my body were all caused by him. You don't deal with him, but blame us? Chen Seni also cried and shouted, yes. How can you protect him? He is just a poor fellow, why is he so arrogant? Li Guoqiang snorted coldly, ignoring the two's explanations. A poor guy? A person who takes out 30 million at once is a poor guy? I tell you, today's incident is all your own fault. It was wrong for Lin Fan to attack you, but if you hadn't provoked him, would he have been able to hit you? You usually rely on your family's little money to cause trouble everywhere. You still dare to come here to cry to me? I think you deserve to be punished. Li Jiwen nodded and said in a harder tone, Zhou Hao, your father has some connections, but the school is not owned by your family. Lin Fan is an honest student, why did you insist on recruiting him? You still have the nerve to complain now? Where's your dignity? Zhou Hao and Chen Sini were speechless after being scolded, and their faces turned red and white. Zhou Hao clenched his fists, feeling so angry that he had no place to vent. He couldn't understand why he came here to seek justice, but was instead scolded by the principal and the dean of studies? Chen Sini bit her lip, tears falling down her face, sobbing softly, Brother Hao, why is this happening? Seeing that the two were still unconvinced, Li Guoqiang snorted coldly and said in a harsher tone, okay, stop crying here. I think you just don't learn your lesson. What happened today is all your fault. Go back and write me a letter of apology and reflect deeply on your behavior. Hand it in tomorrow. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Li Jiwen added, yes, if the self-criticism is less than 2,000 words, don't hand it in. If you dare to provoke Lin Fan again, you will bear the consequences. Zhou Hao stood up suddenly, his chest heaving with anger. He pointed at Li Guoqiang and wanted to say something, but when he saw the principal's cold face, he swallowed his words back. He gritted his teeth and said, okay, you guys protect him, I'll remember that. He turned around and pulled Chen Sini up, whispering, let's go, we don't want to be bullied here. Chen Sini stood up sobbing and glared at the two of them. Following Zhou Hao, he stumbled out of the office. The door slammed shut and silence returned to the office. Li Guoqiang leaned back on the sofa, took a sip from his teacup, and said lightly, these two people are really shameless. Li Jiwen smiled and nodded, Lin Fan is our god of wealth, how dare these two brats come to complain? Outside the office, Zhou Hao and Chen Sini were walking in the corridor, looking disheveled. There were a few students following behind him, stealing glances at him. Zhou Hao clenched his fists, veins popped up on his face, and he gritted his teeth and said, Lin Fan, this bastard, I must kill him. He turned to look at Chen Sini and whispered, baby, don't cry, the school will protect him, let's do it ourselves. Chen Sini wiped her tears and sobbed, Brother Hao, we must avenge this. Why is that poor bastard Lin Fan so arrogant? Zhou Hao snorted coldly, with a hint of viciousness in his eyes, since they won't help us, don't blame me for being ruthless. In the dormitory. Lin Fan was lying on the bed, scrolling through his phone while looking at Zhou Jian who was tidying up his desk not far away. He narrowed his eyes and asked casually, Zhou Jian, do you know anyone who can get information? Zhou Jian was packing his textbooks and was stunned when he heard this. He turned to look at Lin Fan and asked curiously, are you looking for information? Brother Fan, what information do you want to find out? Lin Fan leaned against the head of the bed, swiped his finger across the screen of his phone twice, and said calmly, nothing, just some social news. I wonder if anyone knows someone in this area. Zhou Jian frowned, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, the news in society. I have a cousin named Zhou Run, who seems to be a gangster in this area. He may have more information on this. He paused, his tone a little hesitant. But we haven't seen each other for a long time. My family doesn't allow me to have any contact with him, for fear that he might lead me astray. But I have his contact information. Do you want to try to ask? Lin Fan nodded and muttered, Zhou Jian, Zhou Ren, these names are interesting. He looked up at Zhou Jian and said calmly, okay, give me his contact information and I'll talk to him later. Zhou Jian nodded, took out Zhou Ren's number from his phone and sent it to Lin Fan. He also reminded, Brother Fan, be careful, my cousin is a bit wild, don't get too close to him. Chapter 21, Zhang Hu Qi. As night falls, the lights on the playground of Jiangzhou University are dim. Lin Fan was holding a cell phone in his hand, with an unfamiliar number displayed on the screen. That is the contact information of Zhou Jian's cousin Zhou Ren. He tapped the dial button lightly. After the call was connected, a deep male voice came. "Hello, who is this?" Lin Fan leaned against the head of the bed and said calmly, "Hello, I'm Zhou Jian's classmate. He introduced me to you. I want you to help investigate someone, is that okay?" Zhou Ren on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, then he laughed, with a hint of gangsterism in his voice. "Oh, Zhou Jian, that kid, haven't contacted for a long time. You are his classmate? Okay, tell me, who do you want to check?" His tone was quite polite and he didn't put on airs. Lin Fan didn't beat around the bush and said bluntly, "He's a student at Jiangzhou University named Zhou Hao. His family might have some money. I need you to help me investigate it. The more detailed the better." Zhou Ren made a tisk sound and remained silent for a few seconds. Then he smiled and said, "Zhou Hao, right? A student, your family is rich, okay, no problem. But buddy, there are fees for investigating news. The person you want to investigate is a wealthy person. The information fee is 50,000 yuan. I wonder if you can accept it." After listening to this, Lin Fan said calmly, "No problem. How long will it take?" Lin Fan didn't take the 50,000 yuan seriously at all. Zhou Ren obviously didn't expect Lin Fan to agree so readily. He was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "Straightforward guy. Tomorrow night, come to the beauty bar to find me and I'll tell you the news. How do you think?" There was a hint of enthusiasm in his voice, and it was obvious that he was quite fond of this generous client. Lin Fan nodded and said calmly, "No problem, tomorrow night, at the beauty bar, I'll be there on time." The next night, Lin Fan drove his Ferrari SF90 Stradale to the beauty bar. The Jiangzhou city area is brightly lit at night, and the streets are busy with traffic. Lin Fan's car window was half open, and a cool breeze blew in, refreshing his heart. He was dressed in a simple black t-shirt and jeans, as low-key as an ordinary college student. But that Porsche was like a dazzling star, attracting countless eyes. Apart from anything else, the rate at which people turn their heads to look at this car is indeed incredibly high. Pedestrians on the road looked sideways, and some pointed at the car and whispered, "How much does this car cost? Ferrari SF90, it must be worth tens of millions." Someone took out his cell phone to take a picture of the car, and the flash flickered in the night. Several young girls screamed, "What a cool car! The guy driving this must be a very handsome guy." Lin Fan listened to these voices, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, but he didn't care too much. He parked his car in a parking space not far from the beauty bar. I looked at the time and there were still more than 10 minutes until the agreed time of 8 o'clock. He turned off the engine and prepared to lean back in his seat and wait for a while. The car window was half open. He lit a cigarette, blew out a puff of smoke, and casually scanned the night scene on the street. Beauty Bar is a famous nightclub in Jiangzhou. Neon lights are flashing at the door, young people coming in and out are dressed fashionably, and the air is filled with the smell of alcohol and perfume. Just as he smoked half a cigarette, the roadside beside him gradually became lively. Several girls deliberately moved closer to him. Some wore short skirts, revealing their slender thighs. Some of them wore heavy makeup and had ambiguous smiles on their faces. One of the girls knocked on the car window, her voice so sweet that water could drip out of it. "Handsome guy, can you add me on WeChat?" She bent down, her low-cut top revealing a large area of snow-white skin, creating a deep cleavage, and she looked at Lin Fan seductively. Lin Fan glanced at her and said calmly, "Sorry, I'm not interested." He held the cigarette between his fingers and blew out a light puff of smoke, his eyes not lingering on her. The girl was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting to be rejected. She stood up angrily and muttered, "Why are you pretending to be so noble?" Then he walked away with his waist twisted. Within 2 minutes, another figure came over. This time it was a short-haired beauty wearing a windbreaker, with a tall figure and a unique temperament. She walked to Lin Fan's car, stopped, and gently unbuttoned her windbreaker, revealing a bold outfit. She wore a black backless camisole that fit her proud figure closely, as if trying to break free and jump out. She has a slender waist and her skin is so white that it seems like water can be pinched out of it. When the windbreaker is opened, a flat belly is revealed under the straps, and traces of a vestline can be vaguely seen. Below is a pair of tight black hot pants that barely covers her waist and outlines her perfect curves. Paired with a pair of black stockings, wrapping her slender and straight legs, she exudes a fatal temptation. She bent down slowly and moved closer to Lin Fan's car window, with her breasts almost touching the glass. The shape is flattened and it looks real at first glance. She raised her head, revealing a delicate face with a hint of charm between her eyebrows. She opened her red lips and said with a smile, "Handsome guy, can you add me on WeChat?" Her voice was soft and a little teasing, and she leaned forward deliberately. The edge of the suspenders slid down slightly, revealing more of her snow-white skin. "It makes me dizzy." Lin Fan glanced down at her, his gaze staying on her for 2 seconds. Then he moved away and said calmly, "Sorry, I don't have time." He reached out and pressed the car window button, and the glass slowly rose. "Keep that smiling face and that pair of desires out." The moment the car window closed, he gave a helpless smile and whispered to himself, "Is the beautiful Sumuru always so proactive when she sees a rich man?" Lin Fan glanced at his phone and saw that the time was just past 8 o'clock. He put out the cigarette in his hand, opened the car door and got out. Several girls on the street were still looking in his direction, whispering about how cool the Ferrari was. But Lin Fan didn't want to bother with these coquettish women. He glanced coldly at the crowd and walked straight towards the beauty bar. When you push open the door of the bar, a faint aroma of wine mixed with soft music hits you in the face. The beauty bar is a quiet bar. Unlike the noisy and bustling nightclub he had imagined, its decoration style is elegant and low-key. The hall is softly lit, with several abstract paintings hanging on the walls and wooden tables and chairs arranged in an orderly manner. There is a small stage in the center. A singer in a white shirt is holding a guitar and singing softly. The melody is soothing, as if he is telling a story from the old times. A few young people were chatting quietly at the bar with their glasses of wine. There were a few couples in the corner whispering with their heads down, and the whole atmosphere was quiet and comfortable. Lin Fan looked around, scanning the crowd, and was about to find a place to sit down. A figure walked over from the direction of the bar. He was a man in his 30s, tall and thin, wearing a black leather jacket. There are some traces of weathering on his face, and a shallow scar at the corner of his eye, making him look a bit gangster-like. He walked in front of Lin Fan and stopped. "Lin Fan?" Lin Fan looked up at him, nodded, and said calmly, "It's me." "Are you Zhou Ren?" Chapter 22 How About a Dance? Lin Fan followed Zhou Ren to a corner booth by the window. Outside the window is the night view of Jiangzhou City, with neon lights flashing. The bar has a relaxing atmosphere. The sofa in the booth was soft and comfortable, and on the table stood an unopened bottle of whiskey and 2 glasses. Zhou Ren clapped his hands and called the waiter to open a bottle of wine. Then he personally poured a glass for Lin Fan and said with a smile, "Come, try this wine, it's the signature of the beauty bar, it tastes good." Lin Fan took the wine glass, shook it gently, and said lightly, "Thank you." He didn't rush to drink. His eyes fell on Zhou Ren and he asked directly, "How is the investigation going?" Zhou Ren grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. He pulled out a stack of information from his black leather bag and handed it directly to Lin Fan. "Just take a look." He leaned back on the sofa, lit a cigarette and blew out a puff of smoke. "I'm always reliable when doing things. All the information about Zhou How You Want is here." Lin Fan picked up the information and looked through it. The materials were neatly bound, more than a dozen pages long, and the content was more detailed than he expected. The first page is Zhou Hao's personal information. Zhou Hao, a junior student in the Department of Economics at Jiangzhou University, is 22 years old, 1.75 meters tall, weighs 65 kilograms, and has his home address and phone number. There are several photos attached at the end, including a snapshot of Zhou Hao at the school gate and a picture of him hugging Chen Sini at the entrance of the Golden Emperor Hotel. Lin Fan turned to the second page and raised his brows slightly. This is the message from Zhou Hao's father. Zhou Hao's father is Zhou Tianming, 48 years old. A native of Jiangzhou, he runs a decoration company called Tianming Decoration. The company's registered capital is 5 million and its annual revenue is approximately 5 million. In the past 2 years, we have taken on many renovation projects for government buildings and commercial properties. The account transactions are clear, even the most recent project lists are clearly listed. For example, the decoration of the new office building in Jiangzhou CBD and the renovation of the teaching building of Jiangzhou No. 2 Middle School, the total amount added up to nearly 10 million. The information also mentioned that Zhou Tianming had some connections in the Jiangzhou business circle and had good relations with several building materials dealers and government officials. Even the addresses of the 3 properties he owned and the license plate numbers of his 2 cars were clearly written. Turning further, there was a message from Chen Sini. Chen Sini, a sophomore student in the Department of Economics at Jiangzhou University, is 20 years old and the most beautiful girl in the department. Her parents are ordinary working class, but she herself has a wide social circle. Her profile lists the names of several rich second-generation friends. It is obvious that she has relied on her looks to get into the upper-class circle. There is also a list of Jo Howe's relatives and friends at the end, a distant cousin who works at the Public Security Bureau. A cousin who owns a nightclub. Even the names and contact information of several of Zhou Tianming's major partners were marked. Lin Fan flipped through the pages one by one and nodded secretly in his heart. This information is not only detailed, but also contains every detail of Zhou Hao's family. There is even some gray information, such as rumors that Zhou Tianming's company is suspected of tax evasion. And photos of him eating, drinking, and having fun with an official. The $50,000 was well spent. This Zhou Ren really has some skills. He put down the information, looked up at Zhou Ren, and said calmly, "Not bad, very complete." Seeing that he was satisfied, Zhou Ren laughed, picked up the wine glass and took a sip, then said with a smile, "Of course. I have been working in Jiangzhou for more than 20 years. What network of connections in Jiangzhou do I not know? What you want is just a piece of cake." He paused, took out his cell phone, clicked on the payment code and handed it to Lin Fan. "Here, 50,000, let's pay the bill." Lin Fan didn't say much. He picked up his phone, opened the bank app, tapped twice, and transferred 50,000 yuan. The phone dinged. Zhou Ren looked down, smiled and nodded, "Great. Brother Lin, if you need to investigate anything in the future, just call me directly. Not only investigations, if you need to do something gray, I can help you with that." He paused, lowered his voice and said, "The fees are absolutely fair, you can rest assured that I will do the job." Lin Fan nodded and said calmly, "Okay, I'll find you if I need you." He picked up the glass and took a sip. The aroma of the whiskey spread on his tongue, leaving a slightly spicy aftertaste. The two chatted for a few more sentences, and Zhou Ren asked about Zhou Jian's recent situation. Lin Fan briefly talked about school matters. Zhou Ren laughed out loud after hearing this, patted the table and said, "That kid has been honest since he was young, unlike me, huh?" After the chat, he looked at the time, stood up and said, "I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Keep the information. Call me if you have any questions." Lin Fan said watching Zhou Ren pick up his briefcase and walk towards the bar door. He lowered his head to put away the documents and was about to get up and leave. But at this moment, a familiar figure outside the window came into view. The night wind blew, the light and shadow of the neon lights danced on the ground, and the figure gradually became clear. She was wearing a loose white sweatshirt with the hem hanging loosely at her legs. She was wearing a pair of white lace stockings on her legs, and her slender calves were faintly visible under the light. She wore two high ponytails that swayed slightly when she walked. She was carrying a black guitar bag on her back, and her whole body exuded a delicate and beautiful temperament. Like an artistic girl walking out of the campus. Lin Fan's gaze stayed on her for a few seconds, and his brows furrowed slightly. He recognized the face. It was Su Mura who helped him swipe his card to pay for his meal in the cafeteria that day. Su Mura. But later Lin Fan found out that he had been blocked. Su Mura didn't notice Lin Fan standing in the corner, and pushed open the door of the bar and walked in. Lin Fan put out his cigarette, followed her back with his eyes, and whispered to himself, "What is she doing here?" The lights in the bar were soft and the music was low. Su Mura walked through the crowd and approached the small stage in the center. "Take the guitar bag off your back and gently put it aside." She stood on the stage and adjusted the height of the microphone. He lowered his head and straightened his clothes, seeming a little nervous. Lin Fan's gaze fell calmly on the stage. As soon as Su Mura stood firm, the atmosphere in the bar changed instantly. The guests below seemed to be ignited and were boiling with excitement. Some people whistled, some clapped and cheered, the sounds rose one after another. Several men sitting in the front row stared at her. There was undisguised greed in his eyes, like a hungry wolf staring at its prey. A middle-aged man with a beard held a glass of wine and shouted, "Hey, where did you find this little girl? You're so beautiful, are you a resident singer? Show us a pole dance." As soon as these words were spoken, the people around burst into laughter. Someone followed suit and said, "I have a pole here, do you know if you can jump? Singing is boring for such a pretty girl. Why don't you try something else? How about a dance?" The noise from the audience grew louder, mixed with whistles and laughter. Like a tide, they rushed towards the stage. Chapter 23, Still Has a Temper. Su Mura was standing on the stage, and her face turned slightly pale when she heard these jokes. Her fingers unconsciously clenched around the microphone. She lowered her head and bit her lips again, as if to encourage herself. Then he looked up at the audience and said in a trembling voice, I'm just a singer. I can't dance. If you have any songs you like, you can tell me and I will sing them for you. Her voice was clear but a little nervous, and she was obviously not used to this kind of scene. But the guests in the audience didn't buy it. A man in a flowered shirt laughed, shook his wine glass, and said frivolously, "What's the point of singing? We want to see something different. You have such a good figure, you will look great dancing." He paused, narrowing his eyes as he studied her. "You can dance that kind of thing? Can you dance like wiping the glass? Shaking the sun is also fine, huh?" As soon as these words were spoken, the laughter around them became even louder. Some people banged the table and some whistled. Sumuru's face seemed to turn even paler because of nervousness. She lowered her head and shook it, whispering, I really can't dance, I can only sing." Her voice was almost drowned out by the noise from the audience and seemed particularly weak. A big man sitting in the corner, holding a beer, shouted in a voice as rough as thunder, "You can't dance? Then why are you here? Why are you wearing so many clothes? It's not that cold in this bar. Other bar singers all wear bikinis, but you're wrapped up like you're in winter, and you can't see anything. It's a bummer." He paused, grinned and said, "Take off your sweatshirt, I'll give you a reward later." As soon as these words were spoken, there was another burst of laughter from the audience. Someone agreed, "Yes, take off one piece of clothing. Isn't it hot wearing such thick clothes? Don't be shy, little beauty. We're just playing together for fun. Singing is so boring. If you have such a great figure, just shake your body a bit and we'll applaud you." The teasing voices came one after another, like knives stabbing at Sumuru on the stage. Sumuru stood on the stage, her face flushed and her eyes slightly moist. She lowered her head and bit her lip, her fingers clenching the microphone, almost crushing it. Today is her first day working at the beauty bar. She thought she would just sing a few songs and earn some living expenses, but who knew she would encounter such difficulties? She had sung in the school's small cafe before, and the audience were all students who listened quietly to her playing the guitar. They had never seen such a scene before. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. But the voices from the audience came like a tide, coming over her in wave after wave, leaving her with nowhere to hide. A middle-aged man leaned against the bar, holding a glass of red wine, and squinted his eyes at her. Then he smiled and said, "Little girl, you look like a star, why do you have to sing? Come on, come down and have a drink with me, you'll make more than you can sing here all night." When Sumuru heard this, her body trembled slightly. She lowered her head and bit her lips, tears welling up in her eyes. She whispered, I can't drink or dance, I just come here to sing." But the guests in the audience obviously didn't buy it. The noise came in wave after wave like a tide. Someone scoffed and shouted, "If you can't dance or drink, then what are you doing here? As a wooden stake on the platform? Where is the boss? What kind of crappy service is this? We hired a singer who can't even dance. What's the point of being so good looking?" As soon as this was said, someone nearby shouted, "That's right, where's the boss? Do you still want to run this bar? I spent money to come here to drink, but in the end I couldn't see anything. It's such a bummer." Soon, a bald man walked out from behind the bar. He was of stocky build, wearing a tight black t-shirt, with a green dragon tattooed on his arm, and a somewhat apologetic look on his face. He walked to the side of the stage and said, "Excuse me, I'm the owner of this bar. This girl is a new resident singer. She doesn't know the rules and has ruined everyone's fun today. I'm here to apologize to everyone." He bowed to the audience and forced a smile, trying to calm the anger. But just as he finished speaking, a big man stood up with a beer in his hand. "Boss, your apology is useless. I don't care if she's a singer or not. Didn't you invite this girl here to entertain us guests? Now if you ask her to dance, she can't. If you ask her to drink, she can't. Can you still have fun in this bar?" He paused, and his tone became more aggressive. "I won't come next time. It's boring." This seemed to ignite everyone's emotions, and other guests followed suit. "That's right. I spent money to come here for fun, but in the end I got nothing. It's such a rip-off. This girl looks good, but she's just a piece of wood. What a waste of time. Boss, your service is terrible, please change someone." The sounds came one after another, mixed with whistles and laughter. The atmosphere in the entire bar became more chaotic. When the bald boss heard this, his brows furrowed like the Chinese character Chuan, and a few drops of cold sweat oozed out of his forehead. Although his bar is not the best in Jiangzhou, he can make money by relying on the consumption of these regular customers. If he really offends this group of people and makes them run away, what will he gain? He turned to look at Sumurua on the stage, his face instantly darkened, and there was a hint of hostility in his eyes. He stepped forward, lowered his voice and said in a commanding tone, "Hey, I'll give you $500 for staying here for one night. These 500 yuan can only be given to you after the customer makes a purchase. You are upsetting the guests now. Either you dance for everyone, or you go and drink a bottle of wine with each table. Otherwise I can't give you money today." Sumura stood there in a daze, staring at her boss with wide eyes, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. She didn't expect that she would end up in such a situation just because she wanted to sing a few songs to earn a living. 500 yuan is a lot for her as her family is not well off. She still has to rely on this money to pay tuition, but she really can't do dancing or drinking with others. The booing from the audience and the pressure from her boss were like two huge mountains pressing down on her, making it hard for her to breathe. She raised her head, looked at the greedy eyes in the audience, then looked at the boss's cold face, and finally made up her mind. She bowed deeply to everyone, her voice trembling with determination. "I'm sorry, I don't know the rules here. I don't want these $500. After saying that, she turned around, bent down, picked up the guitar bag on the ground, and put it on her shoulder. Then he lowered his head and walked off the stage. Her ponytail swayed slightly with her steps. The white lace stockings glow softly under the light. But that figure revealed a sense of loneliness and helplessness. The guests in the audience were stunned for a moment, and then they went into an uproar. Someone shouted, "Hey, you're quite temperamental, just leave now?" "Boss, what a lousy singer. He doesn't even give me this little face. Don't hire someone like him next time. You're just an actor performing for money, why are you pretending to be so noble? Do you really think you are a pure girl? I don't know how much fun they have behind my back." The bald boss was so angry that his face turned green. He pointed at Sumuru's back and shouted, "Stop right there. Do you think this is a place where you can come and go as you please? Chapter 24, it's just a box of beer, no big deal. What will happen to my business if you leave?" The boss paused, turned around and forced a smile at the audience. "Don't worry, everyone. I will find someone who can sing and dance tomorrow. I guarantee that everyone will be satisfied." But just after he finished speaking, someone in the audience still murmured in dissatisfaction, "This boss is no good, he can't even control a singer. If you don't serve me well today, I won't come tomorrow. You can go find whoever you want." The bald boss stood aside, watching the customers complaining, and felt anxious. If we really let this girl leave like this today, the guests will be so angry that they won't come. Word of mouth spread like wildfire, and he was afraid that he would not be able to keep his bar open. He gritted his teeth, his eyes darkened, and he walked quickly towards the door. Just as Sumura was about to push open the glass door, the bald boss stepped in front of her. His strong figure stood at the door like a wall, blocking her way. Sumura was startled by the sudden movement and instinctively took a few steps back, almost bumping into the table behind her. She raised her head and stared at the boss with wide eyes. Her face turned pale instantly and she looked a little flustered. The boss stared at her viciously, his tone full of threats. "You have now offended all the customers in my bar. Want to leave and end it all? Do you think it's that easy?" He paused, then continued, "You can't leave now. I must escort my guests before I can leave." Sumurua stood there in a daze, her eyes suddenly turned red, grievance and fear intertwined together, she almost cried. She bit her lip and whispered, I just came here to sing, I didn't mean to offend anyone." Her voice trembled like a leaf in the wind, with a hint of helplessness. The boss snorted coldly and squinted his eyes at her. "It's no use crying. Can crying help recover the losses of my bar?" He took a step forward, approached Sumuro, and said in a low voice, "Why don't you stay here and accompany the guests well and make them happy? Or I'll spread the news of you singing and performing outside to your school. I would even go so far as to say you are a prostitute. Don't think I don't know you're a student at Jiangzhou University." He paused, a sinister smile forming on his lips. "Guess whether you can still stay in school by then." These words hit Sumuro's heart like a heavy hammer. She looked like she had lost her soul. She stood there blankly, her face as pale as a piece of paper. Her eyes were filled with fear. She never thought that she would be forced to this point just because she wanted to earn some living expenses. The boss' words were like a knife, stabbing into her heart. The scene at school came to her mind. Her classmates pointed fingers at her, her teacher looked on coldly, and even her friends left her. She clenched her teeth, tears welling up in her eyes, but she held them back. She hated these hypocritical bad people in society. When the guests in the bar heard the boss words, they became even more excited, like sharks smelling blood. A man shouted with shining eyes, "Damn, she really is a female college student. I like this kind of student girl the most, she is pure and cool." He then gave Sumuro a lewd smile. "Come over and have a drink with your brother. I'll say a few good words to the boss for you and make sure he doesn't pursue you." Another middle-aged man leaned against the bar, squinted his eyes and looked at Sumuro, and said with a smile, "Your boss gives you 500 yuan a night? How about I give you $5,000 a night? How about staying with your brother for a night? I promise to make you comfortable, and you won't lose money either." The voices from the audience rose and fell, and the whole bar was in chaos. A young man laughed and shouted, "Schoolgirls are different. Such temperament, wow. Stop singing and come accompany us. If 5,000 is not enough, I will give you 10,000. Yes, come and sit down, don't be shy, the brothers love you." Ha, this boss has good vision. He hired a college student who knows how to have fun. The laughter and teasing mixed together, like an invisible net, trapping Sumuro in the middle. Sumuro stood at the door, her eyes full of fear and her body trembling slightly. She wanted to retort, but her throat seemed to be blocked and she couldn't make a sound. The boss stood in front of her, blocking her way like a mountain. The guests in the audience were like a group of hungry wolves, their greedy eyes circling around her. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. But the tears still couldn't stop sliding down, dripping down my cheeks onto the ground. She whispered, I don't know, I don't want to be like this." The boss snorted coldly, pointed at her and said, "You don't want this? Then what were you doing earlier? If you leave now, what will happen to my bar? You have to give me an explanation. I'm telling you, if you don't take good care of the guests today, don't even think about leaving this door." Sumuro bit her lips and tears fell one by one onto the floor. The bald boss stood in front of her with a vicious look, like a hungry wolf staring at its prey. He looked at Sumuro's tear-stained face and knew that he had this little girl under his control. A smug sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He turned and walked towards the bar, bringing out a case of beer. With a bang, it was placed in front of Sumuro. The sound of beer bottles colliding was particularly harsh amid the noise. He clapped his hands, stared at Sumuro, and said threateningly, "Okay, stop crying here. If you help the guests finish this box of beer, I'll let you go. How is it? It's very simple, right? There are 12 bottles in a box, which is not too many. We can finish them." Sumuro stood there in a daze, staring at the box of beer with wide eyes, her face turning even paler in an instant. She shook her head instinctively and said in a trembling voice, I can't drink so much, I will get drunk after drinking one bottle." Normally, she couldn't even finish a bottle of beer without her face turning as red as an apple, let alone a case of 12. If she really drank it, she would definitely lose consciousness. She didn't dare to think about what would happen then. But the guests in the audience were extremely excited. "Okay, the boss has given you a way out, so come over and drink with us. It's just a case of beer, what's the big deal? That's right, don't act innocent, just drink and leave, right? How easy." Chapter 25, Pretend, Keep Pretending. Ha, it must be more fun when the schoolgirl is drunk. Come over and have a few bottles with your brother. Seeing that she was still hesitating, the boss sneered and continued to threaten, "Remember, I know your school. If you want to go to school well, just listen to me. After drinking this box of wine, we have nothing to do with each other. I will pay you today's 500 yuan, and you can leave safely. Well, that's fair, right?" As he was speaking, the boss had already taken out a bottle of beer from the box. He unscrewed the bottle cap with a click and stuffed it into Sumuro's hand. The cold beer bottle pressed against Sumuro's fingers. Her hands trembled slightly and she could hardly hold it steady. She looked down at the bottle of beer, tears streaming down her face, dripping onto the bottle and sliding down the glass. She wanted to escape, but her boss blocked the door. The guests around her were like a group of hungry wolves, staring at her hungrily. She bit her lip, her heart filled with despair. Just then, a figure slowly walked over from the booth at the back. Lin Fan slowly walked to Sumuro's side, his eyes coldly sweeping over the boss and the guests nearby. He saw everything that happened when everyone was making things difficult for Sumuro. He snatched the beer bottle from Sumuro's hand and put it on the table with a bang. Lin Fan stared at the boss, his tone calm but chilling. Isn't it a bit too unkind to bully a little girl like this? As soon as these words were spoken, the bar fell silent for a moment. Everyone's eyes turned to Lin Fan. Sumuro stood there in a daze, looking up at him, a hint of shock flashing in her eyes. She recognized Lin Fan. She had seen that face in the cafeteria. But she didn't expect Lin Fan to be here, let alone that he would stand up to help her. The boss was stunned for a moment, then frowned, looked Lin Fan up and down, and snorted coldly, "Who are you? Why are you meddling in other people's business? This bar is my territory. Do I need you to teach me how to do things?" He paused, pointed at Sumuro and said, "This girl made my guest unhappy, so what's wrong with me asking her to accompany him for drinks? It's okay if she doesn't want to drink it, just compensate me for my losses and leave." The guests in the audience came to their senses and started to cheer again. Hey, where is the hero saving the beauty? Boy, do you know whose territory this is? That's right, if you meddle in other people's business, you'll get beaten up. This kid wants to show off, just pretend. The laughter and the sounds of defiance mixed together, like the noisy sound of a flock of crows. When Lin Fan heard the boss mention paying compensation, his eyes instantly lit up. He has nothing else now, except money. The account balance of 600 million is just there, and it could kill someone with just a flick of the finger. He glanced down at his boss and asked calmly, "How much do I have to pay you?" The boss looked Lin Fan up and down. He was wearing an ordinary black t-shirt and jeans, looking like an ordinary college student, not like a rich man at all. He narrowed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and reported a particularly high number, 200,000. "As long as you pay me 200,000, I will let you go." As soon as these words were spoken, the guests around were stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. "Boss, you're so bold. Look at this poor boy, wearing rags, do you really expect him to give you 200,000? That's right, 200,000? $200 would be a pretty good sum for everything on him. Boss, are you crazy about money?" The boss crossed his arms and looked at Lin Fan with a smile, his eyes full of disdain. "So? Do you want to take the money or not?" Before Lin Fan could say anything, Sumuro pulled his arm and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, this is none of your business. Why don't you just go away and I'll handle it myself?" Her voice was trembling badly and tears were still on her face. She obviously didn't want to implicate Lin Fan. Lin Fan turned his head and looked at her, his eyes firm. He said calmly, "I will take care of this matter today." After saying that, he turned to look at the boss and said in a cold tone, 200,000, I will give you every penny less. I'll make a phone call and someone will deliver it to you in a moment." The boss was stunned for a moment, then snorted coldly, crossed his arms and said, "Oh, you are so arrogant? Okay, I'll wait and count the money here. Since the money can't be delivered, neither of you can leave today." He paused, turned around and shouted towards the bar. "Lao Shang, keep an eye on them, don't let them run away." His tone was full of disdain, and he obviously regarded Lin Fan's words as bragging. Lin Fan whispered to himself, "The fun hasn't even started yet, how can I bear to leave?" At this moment, a mechanized voice suddenly sounded in his mind, ding. It is detected that the host has a strong desire to spend money. Now the relevant task is issued, the host needs to use as much money as possible to help Sumuro and take revenge on the people in the bar. Task rewards, randomly return 100 times the amount according to the amount spent. When Lin Fan heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face. The system popped up at this time, it's quite good at choosing the right time. He narrowed his eyes, and the cold light in his eyes became stronger. In that case, let's play big. Lin Fan turned to look at the boss and said calmly, 200,000, don't let it get you nowhere. The boss sneered, crossed his arms and said, keep pretending. Let's see how long you can keep pretending. He turned to the guests in the audience and shouted, everyone wait and see, this guy said he wants to pay me 200,000 yuan, and then I will share it all with everyone. The guests in the audience burst into laughter. Someone shouted, 200,000? If a poor college student like him could come up with that, I'd kowtow to him right there. That's right, a poor boy still wants to have sweet dreams, it's so funny. Boss, don't waste your time talking to him, just beat him up and throw him out. Sumuro stood behind Lin Fan, staring at him with eyes wide open, her eyes full of worry. She whispered, don't be so stubborn, why don't we call the police? But before he could finish his words, Lin Fan turned his head and glanced at her, saying calmly, "Don't say anything, just stand there and watch. For this group of people, calling the police is too easy for them. I'll arrange a good show for you today." Chapter 26, You Can Hear a Pin Drop. Half an hour ago. On the stage of the beauty bar. Sumura was still standing under the lights, looking helpless as she faced the teasing and booing from the guests below the stage. Lin Fan sat in the booth at the back, holding a glass of whiskey, and watched everything with cold eyes. Facing the girl who had helped me. Lin Fan took out his cell phone and dialed Zhou Ren's number. After the call was connected, Zhou Ren's enthusiastic voice came, "Hello, Boss Lin? What's wrong? Is there anything you want to tell me?" The sound of wine glasses clinking could be faintly heard on the other end of the phone. It seemed that Zhou Ren was drinking and chatting somewhere. Lin Fan leaned back on the sofa, his eyes sweeping over the extremely panicked Sumuro on the stage. He whispered, "I need you to bring a few people to the beauty bar to help me with something. The price is negotiable." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Zhou Ren obviously didn't expect Lin Fan to make such a request. He asked tentatively, "Making trouble? Can you tell me what it is? Do you want to see blood, or just scare people?" He was obviously weighing the importance of the matter. After all, seeing blood and scaring people have completely different prices. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, glanced at the group of guests who were making noises in the audience, and whispered, "It doesn't need to be bloody, but it may require some action." Zhou Ren was silent for a moment and thought quickly in his mind. He lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. After hesitating for a while, he smiled and said, "Okay, Boss Lin, 2,000 yuan per person, and we'll settle the bill if anything goes wrong." "How many people do you want?" Lin Fan looked around the bar and finally stopped at the bald boss. He said calmly, 30 first. He paused and added, "I'll give you 5,000 yuan each, and an additional 50,000 yuan in red envelope. You must do this for me." His voice was neither hurried nor slow, but it was full of pride. "Also, give me another 10 million in cash to use as a makeshift. I'll transfer the money to you." As soon as these words came out, Zhou Ren on the other end of the phone was stunned and the cigarette in his hand almost fell to the ground. His eyes widened and his mouth opened slightly. My head was buzzing as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer. He swallowed, his heartbeat quickened, his mind in turmoil. "What? 30 people, 5,000 each, plus a 50,000 red envelope? This is 200,000 F-King dollars. Repay 10 million in cash? How rich is Boss Lin?" He has been in the business for more than 20 years and has met quite a few wealthy people. But this was the first time he had seen someone throwing money around like Lin Fan. 10 million in cash, and still making do with it? This tone almost made him faint. Although he was shocked, Zhou Ren quickly came to his senses. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but widen, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. "But I can earn 100,000 yuan a day today. If you find someone yourself, you will have to deduct some commission. No more deduction will be made from each person, just 1,000 from each person. 30 people equals 30,000. That adds up to 130,000 for the day." He had never encountered such a good job in the past 20 years. My admiration for Lin Fan deepened. He took a deep puff of his cigarette, his voice trembling, "Boss Lin, you? Atmosphere. Don't worry, I'll do whatever I'm paid for. I'm reliable." He paused, patted his chest and said, 30 people, 1 hour, I'll bring people and money over, and I'll definitely make it a beautiful event for you." His tone was full of excitement, as if he had won the lottery. Lin Fan hummed, and said calmly, "Hurry up then." After saying that, he hung up the phone, looked down at the phone screen, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He stuffed his phone back into his pocket and leaned back on the couch. His eyes fell on Sumuro on the stage again, and he whispered to himself, 10 million, enough for a night of fun. Time goes back to the present. The boss crossed his arms and looked Lin Fan up and down, his eyes full of disdain. There was a strong sense of contempt in his tone. "Didn't you ask someone to send money over? Where's the person? Where's the money? Are you just stalling for time with me?" He paused and sneered, "I think you are just a big shot. Why are you pretending to be a big shot?" When the guests in the audience heard this, they started talking again. "You brag without thinking. Why are you pretending? After drinking 2 bottles of wine, I started dreaming about being a rich second generation. Ha, this kid not only wants to be a rich second generation, but also wants to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. Pretentious. The laughter came one after another, like a group of flies buzzing. Sumuro stood behind Lin Fan, tears still on her face. She pulled Lin Fan's arm and whispered, You should leave quickly, there are too many of them. Her voice was shaking badly and her eyes were filled with worry. Lin Fan turned his head and glanced at her, then said calmly, Stand there and don't move. He then turned to look at the boss and whispered, Wait, it will be here soon. The boss snorted coldly, crossed his arms and said, I think you are just being stubborn. I'll give you 1 minute. If no one comes, you kneel down and apologize. He paused, turned around and shouted to the audience, Everyone wait and see, if this guy can't pay, I will make him kneel down and apologize to everyone. Okay. Then I'll ask him to call me Dad. That shouldn't be too much, right? What's the meaning of him calling you Dad? Let that woman call you Daddy. Come on, I don't like this kind of drama, just call me a good husband. Ha ha ha. You two are 3 generations apart in age, and you have the nerve to do that. You don't understand this, we are playing a game of contrast. To tell you the truth, I often went to the gate of Jiang University some time ago. I put a Red Bull on my car. I wonder how many girls would like to get on your car. Fuck, is this true? There's a secret code for this? You are so ignorant, aren't you? Red Bull is only 500 yuan, and I promise to serve you comfortably. Then what do you think? Can I put a bottle of mineral water in there? Look at how stingy you are. Why don't you ask your son for 50 cents to buy a bag of tang monk meat and put it on the bicycle rack? Is this possible? Hey! Boss, it's been a minute, let that poor boy come over and kowtow and apologize. Yes, if you make us happy today, we will come to your place to play tomorrow. The bald boss agreed with a smile, then looked at Lin Fan and Sumuro with a stern face. Stop pretending and get down on your knees. Just as these words fell, the glass door of the bar was violently pushed open. There was a dull sound. Bang! Everyone's eyes turned to the door. The bald boss widened his eyes and stood there in a daze. You could hear a pin drop in the bar. Chapter 27. Did he really call those people? Bang! The glass door was flung open. The whole bar seemed to be on mute. Everyone's eyes turned to the door. Immediately following, a group of energetic young men poured in like a tide. 1, 2, 5, 10. In the end, there were as many as 30 people who came in. They were all shirtless, revealing their lean and strong upper bodies. There are dragons and tigers carved on the skin, with a blue dragon coiled and a tiger descending the mountain. The tattoo glowed coldly under the dim light, revealing a fierce aura. They were carrying all kinds of stuff in their hands. The steel pipe flashed with cold light. The axe has a sharp blade. The stick is thick and heavy. Some even held a piece of iron chain, which rattled when they walked. It looked like the whole bar was going to be smashed to pieces. This group of people had a somewhat sloppy and ruffian air, like desperate criminals rushing out from the streets. They didn't say anything, just glanced coldly around the room. Then they automatically stood in a row behind Lin Fan, like a human wall. The momentum was so overwhelming that it made people breathless, and there was an invisible deterrent force in the air. Following at the end were 5 particularly sturdy guys. Each of them was carrying a heavy black leather suitcase. The edges were polished to a shine, obviously containing a lot of things. And the one walking at the end of the team was Jorin. He was wearing a black leather jacket and carrying a bulging black bag. It was hard to see what was inside, but the expression on his face made people feel cold. This scene happened so suddenly that the entire bar fell into silence in an instant. The guests who had been booing and laughing just now seemed to be strangled. He stared at the uninvited guests with wide eyes, not daring to even breathe. Every move of the other party seemed to be a silent warning, these people are not here to joke. A man sitting in the front row dropped his wine glass to the ground with a clang, and the wine splashed all over the floor. He seemed not to notice, his mouth slightly open and his eyes full of fear. A young man with long hair next to him, his hands shaking like a sieve, muttered in a low voice, This is a fucking gang, right? Sumuro was standing behind Lin Fan and was startled by the sudden scene. She was already uneasy because of her boss's threats. Seeing this group of ferocious thugs rushing in, his face instantly turned even paler. She subconsciously moved closer to Lin Fan, like a drowning person grabbing at the last straw, her eyes full of panic and helplessness. She held Lin Fan's arm tightly, her eyes fixed on him. It seems that only Lin Fan can give her a sense of security at the moment. The bald boss stood in front of the bar, his soul seemed to have been taken away from him. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper and cold sweat was beading on his forehead. He looked at the bright weapons in the hands of these hooligans and involuntarily took a step back, and then another step. His calves were trembling, and the arrogance he had just shown had long since disappeared. Instead, there was a look of horror on his face. He swallowed his saliva, and looked at the group of people in panic, secretly complaining in his heart, where the hell did this ruthless person come from? More than 30 of them, with weapons. If they start fighting, won't my bar be reduced to ruins? The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became, and his fingers began to tremble unconsciously, as if they had been electrocuted. The guests in the audience didn't dare to say a word, and a big man's hand holding a beer glass froze in mid-air. He rolled his throat and muttered in a low voice, "Boss, what's going on?" Another middle-aged man shrank his neck and whispered to his companion beside him, "These people, are they not gangsters?" This boss provoked them. The bald boss eyes were fixed on Zhou. The boss has been in Jiangzhou for many years and has seen quite a few scenes. As soon as you see Zhou aura, you know that this guy is most likely the leader. He took a deep breath, suppressed the panic in his heart, and tremblingly took out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket. "My hands are shaking like a Parkinson's patient." He finally took out a cigarette, forced a smile, and walked in front of Zhou with a hunched body. The boss handed over the cigarette, and his hands were shaking so much that the butt almost fell to the ground. His voice was trembling as if he was about to cry, "Brother, what are you doing here, or are you looking for someone?" He paused, swallowed his saliva, and put on a flattering smile, I am the owner of this bar. Was there any misunderstanding between us before? If there's anything, let's talk about it. I promise to listen to you." His attitude was as humble as a pug, and his back was bent so much that it was about to break. His eyes were filled with fear, fearing that these people would smash the store if they disagreed with him. Zhou glanced at him, smiled coldly, and didn't take the cigarette. He turned to look at Lin Fan and walked over with steady steps. Standing in front of Lin Fan, Zhou's tone was very respectful. "Boss Lin, I have done everything you asked me to do. 30 people, not one less, and they brought cash too." He paused, handed over the black bag in his hand, and whispered, "What do you want to do next?" There was a hint of excitement in his voice, and it was obvious that he was in awe of Lin Fan's financial resources and courage. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes froze and fell on Lin Fan. The boss froze in place, his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. His face turned from pale to blue, and the Zhonghua cigarette in his hand fell to the ground with a click, but he seemed not to notice. His eyes moved anxiously between Zhou and the group of thugs. His calves were shaking like sieves, and his voice was so trembling that it was almost inaudible. This. He wanted to say something, but his throat seemed to be blocked and he couldn't utter complete syllables. The expression on his face was as if he had seen a ghost. He never imagined that these ferocious-looking thugs with weapons in front of him were actually called by this young boy. Who is he? The bald boss' heart was in turmoil. The arrogance and disdain he had just had disappeared, replaced by a heart full of fear. The guests in the bar were also completely stunned. At this moment, it felt like being poured with a basin of ice water, chilling me from head to toe. Did he really call these people here? It's over, I've provoked someone from the underworld. His eyes were full of fear, as if he saw his future fate. The guests looked at each other, some lowered their heads and dared not say a word, while others regretted so much that they wanted to slap themselves twice. Everyone was secretly praying that Lin Fan didn't remember their faces. The atmosphere in the bar went from noisy to dead silent. Even the sound of breathing seemed particularly harsh. Sumuro stood behind Lin Fan, her clear eyes wide open. She blinked and looked at Lin Fan, her eyes full of shock and disbelief. Sumuro lowered her head and bit her lip, her mind in a mess. These people, were they all called by him? She looked at Lin Fan's calm face, then glanced at the group of fierce thugs behind him, and her heart felt like a storm. She remembered that Lin Fan was just an ordinary student, and he even needed her help to pay for his meals. But now, he just casually called so many people over. Chapter 28. Don't you like to play? Lin Fan glanced coldly at the bald boss and said calmly, "People are coming, and money is coming too. Didn't you just ask me if I was stalling for time? Do you still think I'm pretending?" The bald boss stood there in a daze, his legs went weak and he almost fell to his knees. His eyes were panic-stricken, and the cold sweat on his forehead was about to turn into a stream, dripping down his cheeks to the ground. He opened his mouth, but his throat seemed to be blocked, and he could only utter a few dry ah. The boss swallowed his saliva, forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, and said in a trembling voice, brother, I was wrong. I really didn't know you were such a person. The guests in the bar were silent, hunched in their seats with their heads down, fearing that their loud breathing would cause trouble. But in this dead silence, a man sitting at the table near the door moved. The middle-aged man just joined in the commotion and laughed at Lin Fan. At this moment, his face was covered with cold sweat and he stood up from the chair carefully. He lowered his head and crouched, trying to move towards the door during the chaos. He moved step by step to the door, and was about to push it open to go out, and even felt relieved. But at this moment, a shirtless gangster holding a wooden stick suddenly blocked the way. The gangster was tall and thin, with a green snake tattooed on his arm. The stick was directly in front of the man, staring down at him without saying a word. The middle-aged man was so frightened that his legs went weak and he almost fell down. He said in a trembling voice, what are you doing? I want to go out, please let me go. His tone was full of panic and his eyes rolled around like a rat forced into a corner. The gangster didn't say anything. He turned to look at Lin Fan, as if waiting for instructions. Lin Fan said calmly, did I let you go? As soon as he finished speaking, the gangster swung the wooden stick in his hand and hit the man's shoulder. The man screamed in pain, and staggered back 2 steps, holding his shoulder, his face twisted in pain. He gritted his teeth and wanted to say something else, but when he saw Lin Fan's cold eyes, he swallowed the words back and never dared to mention the word leave again. Several guests nearby who had originally wanted to take advantage of the chaos to slip away became weak at the knees when they saw the scene. Then he shrank back into his seat, lowered his head and dared not say a word. Someone whispered, damn, this kid is so cruel. His voice was as soft as a mosquito's, and he was afraid that Lin Fan would hear it. Another person whispered, I should have stopped being so mean. Now I've really offended the boss. Their eyes were evasive and their faces were full of regret. Lin Fan's gaze fell on the bald boss again. He slowly reached out and opened the black plastic bag Joe Ren handed to him. The bag contained 2 brand new stacks of money bricks, each stack containing 100,000. The bright red $100 bills shone brightly under the light. He casually opened the seal, gently stroked the edge of the banknote with his fingers, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He walked up to the boss slowly, looked down at him, and said calmly, don't you want me to compensate you 200,000? The boss was stunned for a moment and hadn't reacted yet. Lin Fan threw the 2 piles of money bricks in his hand over with a bang. A stack of $100,000 worth of bills hit the boss' nose, and another stack hit his forehead. The thick brick of money hit the boss' nose so hard that blood gushed out instantly. It flowed from the corners of his mouth to his chin, dripped onto the ground, and dyed the floor red. He cried out and covered his nose, tears coming out of his eyes due to the pain. His face was covered with blood from his nose mixed with cold sweat, and he looked very embarrassed. Lin Fan looked at him and smiled, I'll pay you back, 200,000, not a cent less. He paused, glanced down at the bloodstains on the ground, and said calmly, how is it? Are you satisfied? The boss was so frightened by the scene that his legs went limp. He fell to his knees with a plop. His nose was still bleeding, but he didn't bother to wipe it off. He nodded hurriedly like he was kowtowing, brother, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I don't want this money, I don't want it. I should pay you back, I should pay you back. It's my fault that I didn't recognize the real man. My eyes are on my nose for venting. Please let me go. His tone was full of pleading, as humble as a stray dog. His forehead was pressed against the floor and his fingers were clenched around his trouser legs. He looked in a state of disarray, with no trace of the arrogance he had when he forced Sumura to drink. Lin Fan looked down at him and smiled coldly, let you go? You didn't mean to let me go just now, did you? He turned his head and glanced at the guests in the bar, and said in a chilling voice, you, the guest in the bar, weren't you quite happy when you teased my friend just now? Sumura stood behind Lin Fan, watching all this with her eyes wide open, the shock in her eyes still not dissipating. She watched the 2 piles of money in Lin Fan's hand hit the boss's face, and listened to his words. Her heart beat faster and her mind was in chaos. He did this for me. The bald boss knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, brother, I am really wrong. I can't control those customers. I beg you to show mercy. He was as humble as a dog whose tail was stepped on. The guests in the audience were completely silent. They had been making a fuss and teasing Sumura just now, but now it seemed as if their souls had been taken away. In this strange silence, Lin Fan turned his head and winked at Joe Ren, saying, bring the boxes up. Joe Ren nodded and waved. 5 hooligans carrying suitcases immediately walked to the center of the stage. 5 black suitcases were then neatly placed on the stage. Open the lid with a few clicks. When the box was opened, bundles of red $100 bills were neatly stacked inside. 2 million per box, 5 boxes would be 10 million. The cash gleamed blindingly under the stage lights, emitting a shocking force that could not be ignored. This scene instantly caused the entire bar to explode. The guests in the audience widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. Sumuro stood behind Lin Fan, her eyes wide open, her hands unconsciously covering her mouth. She looked at the cash in the 5 boxes, her heartbeat quickened, her mind in a mess. So much money, how could he have so much money? Lin Fan stood at the edge of the stage with a meaningful smile on his face. He said slowly, "Don't you like to play? I'll have some fun with you guys today." He glanced at the guests who were shrinking their necks in the audience and said calmly, "I won't treat you unfairly. I'll give you money." Everyone held their breath and stared at Lin Fan. "I don't know what Lin Fan means by play?" Lin Fan turned to look at the bald boss and said with a smile, "Then why don't we start with you?" The bald boss was kneeling on the ground, his nosebleed still fresh. He looked up at Lin Fan in horror, his eyes full of despair. His voice was so trembling that it was almost inaudible. "Brother, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Forgive me, I won't dare to do it again." Lin Fan ignored his pleas for mercy, turned around and winked at Joe-run, and whispered, "Bring up 2 boxes of beer." Chapter 29, This is not giving money, it is clearly taking your life. Joe-run nodded, and immediately directed a gangster to bring 2 boxes of beer from behind the bar and put them on the stage with a bang. Lin Fan opened the box himself and took out bottles of beer. Then he pulled out several stacks of cash from the box and stuffed $200 bills into each bottle of beer. He looked at the boss and said calmly, "Didn't you just tell me to drink a case of beer to apologize? Now I need you to drink 2 cases of beer to apologize. Of course, I won't treat you unfairly. I'll give you $200 for each bottle you drink. 2 boxes of 24 bottles, that's $4,800. But if you spit, I'll beat you up. What do you think?" The bald boss stood there in a daze, staring at the bottle of beer stuffed with money with wide eyes, and his face turned even paler in an instant. He swallowed hard, tears streaming down his face, and trembled as he said, Big brother, please spare me. I can't drink so much. I was wrong. I was really wrong." His voice was full of tears. He usually only drinks 3 or 5 bottles of beer. There are 24 bottles in 2 boxes. If you drink them, you will either die or have a stomach perforation. Not to mention that he would be beaten if he vomited. He was so scared that he almost lost his soul. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and smiled. His smile was a little cold. "Forgive you? When you forced her to drink just now, you didn't want to forgive her." He turned his head, winked at a gangster, and whispered, "Pull him up." The gangster grinned when he heard that, reached out and grabbed the boss' arm, and dragged him onto the stage like a chicken. The boss was so frightened that his legs went limp and he staggered. The gangster stood behind him, picked up a bottle of beer and poured it into the boss's mouth without saying a word. Gurgle, gurgle. The beer poured down the boss's throat. He choked and his face turned red and he kept coughing. Tears and nosebleed mixed with beer flowed all over his face. He wanted to vomit, but then he thought of Lin Fan's words, "If you spit, I'll beat you up." So he held it back. He struggled to speak, but his mouth was blocked by the beer bottle and he could only make a few vague woohoo sounds. The guests in the audience stared at this scene with wide eyes, their faces filled with fear. The boss was forced to drink a bottle of beer, which choked him and made his face red, with tears and snot streaming down his face. Lin Fan stood at the side of the stage, watching this with cold eyes. He said calmly, "Not bad, I made 200. But there are still 23 bottles left, drink them slowly." As Lin Fan spoke, he stuffed the 200 yuan from the beer bottle into the boss's pocket. The gangster picked up the second bottle of beer and started pouring it into his mouth. The boss' face turned red from choking, and he swallowed it hard with his throat rolling. He tried his best to finish the second bottle, and his face turned as red as pig liver. He collapsed on the stage, gasping for breath. But before he could catch his breath, the gangster had already opened the third bottle of beer. The mouth of the bottle was pointed at the boss again. The boss widened his eyes, shook his head in fear, and said in a trembling voice, I can't drink anymore." But the gangster ignored him and poured the beer directly into his mouth with force. After just 2 sips of the third bottle, the boss obviously couldn't hold it anymore and his throat was churning. With a wow sound, beer spurted out of his mouth. The acid mixed with the stomach spilled all over the floor and splashed onto the stage, giving off a pungent smell. He covered his mouth, his face full of pain. Lin Fan stood at the side of the stage, watching the scene with cold eyes. He frowned slightly, with a look of disgust on his face. With your low alcohol tolerance, you still want to open a bar? As soon as he finished speaking, a gangster swung the wooden stick in his hand and hit the boss on the back with a bang. The boss screamed "Ah" and threw himself forward. His face was twisted in pain and his back instantly turned red. Lin Fan said in a low voice with a cold face, "Keep drinking." Upon hearing this, the gangster picked up the remaining beer in the third bottle and forced it into the boss's mouth. The boss struggled to drink a few sips, then vomited again with a wow. This time, Lin Fan didn't even need to say a word. The gangster had already swung the wooden stick in his hand down again. The boss let out a scream and collapsed to the ground, making vague whimpering sounds. His legs went limp, and he knelt down in front of Lin Fan with a plop, crying loudly, brother, I really can't drink anymore. I don't want to play anymore, I don't want the money." Lin Fan looked down at him and smiled. "Now it's not about whether you want money or not. What should I do if I want to spend money? You're quite good at playing, aren't you? I'll play with you till the end." The boss knelt on the ground, and his forehead hit the floor with a dull sound. He cried out, "Brother, please forgive me. I was wrong, I was really wrong." He reached out to hold Lin Fan's thighs and asked in a trembling voice, "Can I try a different punishment? I can't drink anymore, please." Lin Fan snorted coldly, kicked him away, and said calmly, "Okay." He turned his head and glanced at Sumuro, then looked at the boss. "Don't you dislike my friend singing in your place? Then you sing. Sing Happy Sheep and Beautiful Sheep to me. I'll give you 100 yuan for every time you sing it. I'm going to spend 100,000 yuan on you first, that's 1,000 times. Sing to me." The boss' eyes widened, his face full of horror. He swallowed, his head buzzing. 1,000 times? Pleasant goat and beautiful sheep? He wanted to cry, but his tears had dried up. "My throat is burning with pain from the beer, how can I have the energy to sing?" But before he could react, the gangster reached out and picked him up from the ground. The gangster picked up a microphone from the side of the stage, stuffed it directly into his hand, and said coldly, "Hurry up and sing." The boss was holding the microphone, his hands were shaking like a sieve, and the microphone almost fell to the ground. His eyes were filled with despair. He swallowed and said in a trembling voice, I sing." His voice was hoarse like a broken gong, with a crying tone, and was almost inaudible. The boss spoke tremblingly, "Shi, Zyanjiang, Mianjiang." He sang intermittently, as if he was squeezing toothpaste. Lazy sheep, boiling sheep." There was no joy in his singing, it was even extremely miserable. Lin Fan turned around and winked at the gangster, whispering, "Watch here and don't let him stop." The punk nodded and grinned. Lin Fan turned his head and looked at the audience, then said with a smile, "Just now I remember someone told me to call him Dad? Who is it? Come out and let me see?" As soon as these words came out, everyone's heads shrank even lower. The person who had just laughed at Lin Fan and teased Sumuro now wished he could crawl into the ground. They saw the scene on the stage clearly. This boss is so miserable. Drink 2 boxes of beer, spit, and beat him up. Now I am forced to sing Zyanjiang 1,000 times. Even if you give me money, it won't work. This is not giving money, it's clearly taking your life. Some people couldn't help but whisper, "Don't look at me, don't look at me, I didn't say. It's not me, it's not me. Chapter 30 If you don't know how to do it, teach me." Lin Fan's eyes slowly swept across the room and soon locked onto a man in the corner. He was the one who joined in the commotion just now, shouting things like, "Call me daddy." But at this moment, he was huddled in a chair, his face covered in cold sweat and his eyes avoiding attention. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, pointed at him and said calmly, "It's you, right?" He turned around and winked at a gangster, "Bring him up." The gangster sneered when he heard that and pulled him up. The man was so frightened that he cried out, "It wasn't me. I didn't say that." But the gangster didn't listen at all and hit him on the shoulder and back with the wooden stick in his hand. He screamed "Ah" in pain. "Be honest." The gangster kicked him on the leg again. The man grimaced in pain and dared not cry out for justice anymore. He was grabbed by the arm by the gangsters and dragged onto the stage. At this moment, his legs were so weak that he could not even stand, and he looked up at Lin Fan with fear on his face. Lin Fan looked down at him and said, "Everyone who comes here gets paid, so don't be so unhappy." As he spoke, he suddenly raised his foot and kicked the man's knee with a bang. The man felt pain and his legs went limp. With a plop, he knelt in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan stood in front of him, looking down at him, and said calmly, "Didn't you just tell me to kneel down and call you daddy? Now I'll give you one less word. Now you start calling us little brothers daddy." He turned his head and glanced at the 30 or so thugs behind him. "Remember, you must kneel in front of them when you shout. I'll give you $100 if you yell at once. There are 30 of us here, so each of us can do it 1,000 times. I'm going to spend 300,000 on you. This opportunity is rare, cherish it." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. Then there was a low cry of surprise. 300,000. 1,000 times per person. Kneel down and call daddy. This punishment is even more outrageous and humiliating than the boss singing Xianjiang. The boss was still singing Happy Sheep and Beautiful Sheep in a corner of the stage. Hearing this, a hint of sympathy flashed in his eyes. But he himself was in a very difficult situation, so how could he dare to say anything? The man knelt on the ground, staring at Lin Fan with wide eyes. He said in a trembling voice, "Brother, I was wrong. That's not what I meant. I was just talking nonsense." His voice was filled with tears and he felt extremely regretful at this moment. Lin Fan snorted coldly and said calmly, "Wrong? You were shouting happily just now." He turned and winked at the gangster. "Let him start. If you are not satisfied, just beat him up. I'll pay for the medical expenses." The gangster grinned and said coldly, "Shout. Hurry up. Let me do it first." The man's eyes were filled with despair. But how could he afford to offend these people in front of him? He knelt down in front of the gangster with great difficulty and said in a trembling voice, "Dad." The sound was so thin that it was almost inaudible. The gangster snorted coldly and hit him on the back with a wooden stick. He screamed in pain. Then she cried out, "Dad! Dad!" At this moment, Joran looked at the scene in front of him, and the smile on his face never disappeared. He felt deeply moved that the boss Lin in front of him was really generous. You can even give money to your enemies. Moreover, he had never heard of this kind of revenge. You still have to be a rich person. What a fun thing. Sumiru's eyes were still filled with shock at this moment. She never thought that the boy in front of her would seek revenge in this way. Isn't this a bit too perverted? But thinking about how she was bullied by them just now, Sumiru felt good again. At this moment, everyone in the audience had a look of horror on their faces. They were afraid that they would be called onto the stage by Lin Fan. Anyone who is called up will probably be doomed. Lin Fan continued to look at the audience below him, a teasing smile on his face. He spoke slowly, "I have no other advantages except holding grudges. I remember someone asked my friend to dance." "What dance? Wash the glass? Shake the sun? Now I'm giving you a chance. If anyone has said this, please come forward and I'll double your salary." He paused, his tone colder, "If you don't stand up and let me call you up, don't blame me for not giving you face." Everyone in the bar was silent. No one spoke and no one stood up. The guests in the audience huddled in their chairs with their heads down, avoiding glances. They were betting that Lin Fan couldn't remember what they looked like. Betting that I can blend in with the crowd and escape. Someone murmured in a low voice, I didn't say it, right? He probably doesn't remember me. There are so many people, he can't recognize them all." The speaker's tone was full of luck. Unfortunately, they bet wrong. Lin Fan's memory is frighteningly good. He quickly locked onto several targets. He pointed his finger at the 6 people in the audience and said calmly, you, and the 3 of you, come up." Lin Fan's voice sounded like a death sentence to everyone. The 6 people who were called out turned pale instantly, as if their souls had been taken away. A young man widened his eyes, shook his head in fear, and said in a trembling voice, "It's not me. I didn't say that." The middle-aged fat man next to him was also sweating profusely. He said in a trembling voice, Big brother, you recognized the wrong person, didn't you? I was drinking and didn't talk." Another man muttered, "I just said it casually, how come he remembers it so clearly?" His voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible, and his face was filled with deep regret. Lin Fan snorted coldly, turned his head and winked at the gangster, whispering, "Bring him up." 6 thugs immediately stepped forward with clean and efficient movements. The young man struggled and shouted, "It's not me. It's really not me." But before he could finish his words, the gangster hit him with the stick in his hand. The middle-aged fat man wanted to run, but as soon as he took a step, he was kicked in the leg by a gangster. I was wrong. I was wrong. Someone kept begging for mercy. But the gangster didn't listen at all and hit him with a steel pipe. After being beaten a few times, the few people became much more obedient. He was then dragged onto the stage by the gangsters and looked up at Lin Fan with fear on his face. Lin Fan looked at the 6 people in front of him and said, "You 3. He pointed at the young man, the fat middle-aged man and a tall and thin man. "Wash the windows for me." He paused, then pointed to the man on the right and the other 2. "You 3 dance the sunshade dance for me." After these words were spoken, the 6 people were stunned for a moment, and then their faces were filled with despair. "Boss, we really don't know how to do this. Please forgive us." Big brother, I can't jump with my body size, please change the punishment." The other person was so scared that tears came out, and whispered, "I was wrong, I shouldn't have said nonsense, please forgive me." Lin Fan snorted coldly, narrowed his eyes and looked at them, and said lightly, "No? If you don't know how, teach me." Chapter 31, Shame on Your Face. Take out your phone and search for tutorials for me on the spot. Of course, I am a very fair person. I'll give you $200 for each dance, or 1,000 times as a minimum. If you don't dance well, you'll get beaten. The punks grinned. They are very familiar with these 2 dances. Because they watch it normally. They are all things that girls who are just fringe show off their bodies and dance to. Wouldn't it be more fun if we let these people dance on the spot? In the video that was searched, the dancers twisted their waists with exaggerated and funny movements. Accompanied by the rhythmic music, the 6 people's faces turned even paler. The young man's face was filled with pain, and he whispered, How can I learn this?" But before he could finish his words, the gangster hit him on the leg with the stick in his hand. The middle-aged fat man stood up tremblingly, and reluctantly twisted his body a few times just like in the video. His movements were as stiff as a puppet, causing the gangster to sneer, "You call this dancing?" The steel pipe hit his back with a bang, and he rolled on the ground in pain. Another man gritted his teeth and twisted his body a few times following the video, his movements as awkward as a duck. The gangster snorted coldly, "It doesn't look good." The wooden stick hit his shoulder with a bang, and he cried out for mercy in pain. The remaining 3 people were not much better off. They were beaten if they danced incorrectly and looked miserable. At this time, the stage of the beauty bar was already crowded with people. The small space was as lively as a circus. The bald boss stood in a corner, holding the microphone and singing "Happy Sheep and Beautiful Sheep" tremblingly. The voice was extremely sad and miserable. The man next to him knelt on the ground, crying, "Dad." My voice was so hoarse that every shout felt like cutting my own flesh. Next to them, 6 men who had just been pulled up were dancing to wipe the window. Some twist their bodies to shake the sun. His movements were crooked, like a drunk duck. This small stage is home to a group of talented people. You can imagine how wonderful it is simply a wonder on earth. The gangsters brought by Joe Rin stood around the stage, their faces full of enjoyment. They usually go out to do hard work, such as fighting, collecting debts and running errands. Some jobs even require risking your life. How could you ever enjoy such treatment? Watching this group of people on the stage being forced to sing, shout, dad and dance, they were even able to throw money at people. They just can't be too happy. A gangster grinned and whispered to his companion next to him, "Damn, this job is much more comfortable than fighting. It's great to follow Boss Lin. It's fucking awesome, lots of money, little trouble, and I can even beat people up." Their eyes were full of excitement. Not far away, Joren was leaning against the bar, holding a cigarette in his hand and smiling from ear to ear. He watched the farce on the stage and secretly sighed in his heart, Boss Lin is really generous. The key is that there are many ways to play. I've been around for more than 20 years and I've never seen such a scene. Lin Fan looked down at the money brick in his hand, a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. He looked at the audience and said with a smile, "Next, I will deal with the people who make me angry the most." His tone turned cold, "Let my friend take off his clothes? And you let my friend sleep with you? Let my friends call you good brother and good husband? Who are they?" After these words were spoken, no one in the audience dared to say a word. After a moment's silence, a man in a black sweater stood up suddenly. His face was covered in cold sweat, and he said in a trembling voice, brother, I just said this. I just drank too much, just treat it as a fart." I know I was wrong, please forgive me. Lin Fan glanced at him and ignored him, continuing to ask coldly, who else? Who asked to sleep with me? The few people who had witnessed Lin Fan's methods could no longer sit still. Their faces were full of regret, as if they were forced into a desperate situation, and they stood up tremblingly one by one. They are afraid that if they don't take the initiative to stand up, they will suffer more retaliation. They lowered their heads and dared not look at Lin Fan, with only fear left on their faces. Lin Fan looked forward, squinted his eyes and counted, and there were actually 4 people. He waved his hand and whispered, bring it up. The 4 thugs immediately stepped forward with clean and efficient movements. The man in the black sweater cried out, brother, I was wrong. But before he could finish his words, the gangster started beating him up. 4 people stood on the stage, lowering their heads and not daring to look at Lin Fan. A man swallowed his saliva and asked in a low voice, brother, I took the initiative to admit my mistake, can you let me go? He had a glimmer of hope and his eyes were full of pleading, as if he was asking Lin Chen to give him a chance to live. Lin Fan looked down at him and smiled, will you let me go? It's a good thing that you took the initiative to stand up, but when you asked my friend to take off her clothes and sleep with me just now, you didn't think of going around her. Several people looked at Lin Fan in front of them and didn't dare to say a word. Lin Fan held a stack of money bricks in his hand and glanced coldly at the 4 people. Of course there will be rewards for actively admitting it. The 4 of you will get double the pay. But punishment is inevitable. Lin Fan glanced at their faces and said with a smile, now, take all your clothes off. When these words came out, the 4 people were stunned. Then they looked at each other, their eyes full of resistance. They hardly moved, their hands frozen in mid-air, their heads lowered, not daring to look at Lin Fan. Those people who were punished before, although they were beaten, sang, called daddy, and danced. They were all humiliated beyond recognition, but at least their clothes were not taken off. Now asking them to be naked in public is just like shitting in the street. What's the difference? The man in the black sweater swallowed his saliva and said in a trembling voice, brother, this. He looked reluctant. Brother, can you change to something else? Lin Fan snorted coldly, narrowed his eyes and looked at them, and said lightly, take it off. But they still didn't make any move. Lin Fan turned around and winked at the gangsters, give them a hand. 4 thugs immediately stepped forward and started hitting him with sticks. Someone cried out, brother, I was wrong. Isn't it okay for me to do it? The man in the black sweater was frightened out of his wits when he saw this. He hurriedly sieved his clothes himself, his hands shaking like a sieve, and his shirt and pants fell to the ground one by one. The rest did not dare to resist. Under the threat of the sticks, they lowered their heads, gritted their teeth, and took off their clothes. His movements were stiff and his face was full of shame. After a while, the 4 people were left with nothing on them and stood on the stage trembling. They lowered their heads, not daring to look at people, covering their private parts with their hands, their faces full of humiliation. Like 4 skinned rabbits. Someone in the audience was whispering, fuck it. This is so humiliating to the core. That's fucking cruel. Chapter 32, Carnival of Humiliation. How dare you provoke such a person? Lin Fan looked at the 4 people and said, don't just stand there. There's work to do next. The 4 of you, stand in 2 rows facing each other, and each side will use their hands to play. After being played, you still have to say good husband. Did you hear that clearly? 100 at a time. The 4 of them stood there in a daze, their eyes wide open. Play, and still call me husband? This punishment is even more outrageous than singing and calling dad and dancing. The man in the black sweater looked desperate and said in a trembling voice, brother, this won't do. It's too. Brother, please forgive me, I was really wrong. A man collapsed on the ground, crying, I don't dare anymore. Let's try something else. But Lin Fan snorted coldly, narrowed his eyes and looked at them, and said lightly, weren't you quite bold when you asked my friend to take off his clothes and sleep with me just now? Why can't you do it now that it's your turn? He paused, turned around and winked at the gangsters, teach them a lesson. The 4 thugs grabbed the 4 men and arranged them in 2 rows, facing each other. The man in the black sweater still wanted to struggle. But the little thug swung a stick. It swelled up in an instant. The other person seemed to be afraid and said tremblingly, I can do it myself. He stretched out his hand tremblingly. Then she squeezed out a word, good husband. There was shame in his voice. The person on the other side also gritted his teeth and shouted good husband. Their faces flushed red, as if their souls had been stripped away. The scene is really not too shocking. Damn it, this is worse than death. It would be fine if it was a girl, but this grown man. It's all over. Sumiru's face turned red with embarrassment at this moment. He quickly turned his face away, not daring to look again. Lin Fan looked at the four people bouncing back and forth with cold eyes. He said calmly, the salary will be doubled. Each person will do 1,000 repetitions at 200 yuan per repetition. I am prepared to spend 800,000 yuan on you. Take your time. Zhou Ren stood not far away, a cigarette in his hand. Smoke was rising, but his hands were shaking a little. As he watched the scene on the stage, he felt his waist tighten. It felt like being pinched hard by something. To be honest, he had never seen anyone play tricks on others like Lin Fan. This is not a punishment at all, it's clearly a circus performance created with money. He swallowed and whispered to himself, this boss Lin is so fucking cruel. His eyes were filled with awe, and he thought in his heart that he couldn't afford to offend such a person. Lin Fan glanced at the audience below, then slowly walked off the stage. He found a booth near the front and sat down, then picked up the whiskey on the table and poured himself a glass. Looking towards the stage, I admire this carefully directed drama. Lin Fan picked up the wineglass, took a sip, and smiled meaningfully. Seeing this, Zhou Ren hurried over. He smiled flatteringly, with a hint of ingratiation in his tone. Boss Lin is really good at this. I've been in this business for so many years, and I've never seen anyone play it this way. He gave a thumbs up and smiled from ear to ear. And your writing really opened my eyes. His eyes were full of admiration, as if he wanted to kowtow to Lin Fan right then and there. Lin Fan glanced at him, smiled, and said nothing. He lowered his head and took a sip of wine, which slid down his throat with a hint of spicy warmth. Lin Fan put down his wine glass and said to Zhou Ren, you stay here to supervise. We'll end the project when the 10 million is spent. Our school might be closed if we go back too late, and I'm not the kind of bad student who stays out all night. Lin Fan stood up and was about to leave, but as if he had thought of something, he turned to look at Zhou Ren. By the way, when you're done, find some construction trucks and turn this bar into ruins. Tell me how much compensation you need, and I'll give you the commission, too. Lin Fan's tone was chilling enough to make one's heart palpitate. Zhou Ren was stunned for a moment, startled, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. Leaving the bar in ruins? This is fucking too cruel. He has done things like ruining things. But this was the first time he had seen someone like Lin Fan who wanted to raze a bar to the ground. This is the real deal. He took a deep breath and nodded quickly. Boss Lin, don't worry, I will do this beautifully. No need for any bribes, I am already satisfied to be by your side. He paused, rubbed his hands, and whispered, I wonder if Boss Lin needs younger brothers around him. What do you think of me? Seeing that Lin Fan didn't say anything, he hurriedly added. I'm a reliable person with a wide network of contacts and well-informed information. I can definitely help you with a lot of things. His tone was full of anticipation, and he stared at Lin Fan, waiting for him to nod. After hearing this, Lin Fan looked Zhou Ren up and down. He said calmly, okay, I have something to talk to you about. Zhou Ren was delighted when he heard this and nodded quickly, hey. Don't worry, Boss Lin, I will definitely serve you and get everything done. He couldn't stop smiling, as if he would be able to be successful in the future as long as he followed Lin Chen. Lin Fan said nothing more and turned to look not far away. Sumiru sat in the booth and turned her head away, no longer watching the farce on the stage. Her face was flushed. Lin Fan smiled, stood in front of her, and said in a relaxed tone, Student Sumiru, I wonder if you are not satisfied with today's scene to repay you for paying for my meal? Sumiru was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Lin Fan. The shock in her eyes seemed to have not yet dissipated. She didn't know what to say for a moment. Sumiru looked at Lin Fan's calm face. He glanced at the group of people on the stage who were humiliated beyond recognition. Her eyes were filled with mixed emotions. Sumiru never imagined that Lin Fan would turn the entire bar upside down just for her. Lin Fan looked at her and said calmly, if you don't say anything, it means you are satisfied. He turned his head and glanced at the stage. Leave this to him, you come with me. If you're any later, the school will be closed. You probably don't want to live outside with me. Sumiru's face turned red again. She quickly lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Fan again. The school doesn't allow us to live outside. Sumura said in a low voice. Lin Fan looked at her and smiled unconsciously. The two walked out of the bar, and Lin Fan looked back at the entire building. He said to himself, in the future, there will no longer be this bar in Jiangzhou. On the stage, the singers are still singing. Those who are calling dad are still calling. The dancers are still dancing. It's still playing, it's still playing. The carnival of humiliation continues. Chapter 33 I'm Your Dream Lover. The streets were so quiet under the cover of night that only the dim light of the street lamps remained. Lin Fan and Sumura walked out of the bar. The wind at the door was a little cool, causing Sumura's ponytail to sway slightly. She looked up at Lin Fan, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, "It's so late, I'll take a taxi and we can go back together." There was a hint of fatigue in her voice. It seems that I never expected to encounter so many things today. Lin Fan turned to look at her and smiled. He said calmly, "No need." After saying that, he took out the car key from his pocket and pressed it casually. Not far away, a fiery red Ferrari SF90 lit up its lights with a beep in the darkness. The streamlined design of the car body glows with a cool luster under the streetlights. Like a dormant beast. The surrounding darkness was instantly illuminated. Lin Fan pointed at the car and said with a smile, "No need to take a taxi, I'll drive." Sumura stood there in a daze, her eyes wide open, staring at the Ferrari in a daze. She looked at the car, then at Lin Fan, her eyes full of shock. She swallowed and hesitated for a long time before she asked in a low voice, "Is this your car?" Lin Fan glanced at her and said with a hint of teasing, "No, I stole it." He deliberately dragged out the sound with a sly smile on his face, as if he was teasing a curious kitten. When Sumura heard this, she was immediately surprised. She couldn't help but exclaim and stared at Lin Fan with wide eyes. A bunch of thoughts flashed through my mind. Stolen? He's kidding, right? It's still true. She looked at Lin Fan's calm face. He glanced at the valuable Ferrari again. For a moment, his face was full of confusion. Lin Fan couldn't help laughing when he saw her like this, but he didn't say anything else. He walked to the car, opened the passenger door, and said calmly, "Get in the car. I'll make an exception and be your full-time driver today." Sumura hesitated for a moment and walked over cautiously. She lowered her head and got into the car, sitting upright, like an elementary school student riding in a luxury car for the first time. Lin Fan closed the car door, walked around to the driver's seat, sat down, and started the engine skillfully. The roar of the Ferrari was deep and powerful, like an awakening beast, instantly breaking the silence of the night. He turned his head to look at Sumura and whispered, "Fasten your seatbelts, or you'll scream out in fright." Sumura blushed, and she hurriedly lowered her head to pull the seatbelt and buckled it in a panic. She raised her head and stole a glance at Lin Fan, muttering softly, I won't scream." Lin Fan suddenly became interested again and couldn't help asking, "When do you usually scream?" Sumura was stunned for a moment and ignored Lin Fan's teasing. His face had turned as red as a ripe apple, and even his ears were tinged pink. The expression on his face seemed to be a little stubborn. Lin Fan said nothing and stepped on the accelerator. The Ferrari rushed out like an arrow, and the strong push on Sumura's back made her body shake. She subconsciously grabbed her seatbelt, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. The street scene outside the car window quickly receded, and the fiery red car body drew a dazzling arc in the night. Lin Fan held the steering wheel with one hand and placed his other hand casually on the car window. He turned his head and glanced at Sumura, smiling and teasing, "How is it? This stolen car of mine should be okay, right?" Sumura was stunned for a moment, then realized that he was joking. She lowered her head and bit her lip, whispering, "Is this car really yours?" She glanced at Lin Fan secretly, then quickly looked away, looking a little nervous. Lin Fan laughed, his eyes swept over her flushed face, and he lowered his voice and said, "It's not mine. In fact, I'm a human trafficker. I'm going to sell you to someone in the mountains to be their wife." He instinctively wanted to tease Sumura. See how the other person reacts. Unexpectedly, after these words were spoken, Sumura did not blush and refute like she did before. Instead, he lowered his head, his shoulders trembled slightly, and a faint sob was heard. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, thinking that his joke had frightened her, so he quickly put away his smile and said, "I'm sorry, I was just joking with you, don't take it seriously." Sumura lowered her head and sobbed softly, tears sliding down and hitting her clothes. She bit her lip and said in a trembling voice, "I know, you are kidding me. Actually, my family lives in the mountains. I just thought of my mother." There was a hint of sob in her voice, as if she was suppressing something. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became heavy. Lin Fan turned his head and glanced at her, then whispered, "If you want to go home, go back on the weekend." Sumura hesitated for a while, bit her lip, and then whispered, "My mother has kidney disease and has to go to the hospital for dialysis every month. There is no money at home, so I can't go back often." She paused and lowered her voice. "The round-trip fare is a lot of money. The money saved is enough for my food expenses for half a month." After she finished speaking, she sighed and looked out the window. The night blurred her vision, but her eyes were full of fatigue and sadness. She whispered, "I hope my mother's illness can get better soon." Her voice was barely audible, as if she was talking to herself. After hearing this, Lin Fan fell silent. The only sound in the car was the low roar of the Ferrari engine. Lin Fan's eyes fell on the front, as if he was lost in some kind of thought. After a while, he finally said, "So you went to the bar to sing to earn money for your aunt's medical treatment?" Sumuro nodded and sighed again, tears still on her face. She whispered, "Well, my family wasn't well off, my dad passed away early, and my mom raised me alone. Now that she's sick, I have to do something." Her voice was full of helplessness, as if a huge rock was pressing down on her and she couldn't breathe. Lin Fan looked at her and was silent for a while before he spoke to comfort her. "It will definitely get better. Good people will eventually be rewarded." He paused, his tone became more relaxed, and added with a smile, "But I think you are not kind enough." Sumura was stunned, obviously not expecting Lin Fan to say that. She turned to look at him in surprise, tears still in her eyes, and asked in a low voice, "Why?" Lin Fan glanced at her and said with a hint of ridicule, "I added you on WeChat in the cafeteria, but you blocked me the moment you turned around. How can this be considered kindness?" When Sumura heard this, her face turned red instantly, and a hint of shyness appeared on her face, which was still stained with tears. She lowered her head and explained in a low voice, "At that time in the cafeteria, I saw you beating someone up, and I thought you were a bad person too. I don't want to have any contact with you, so I blocked you." Lin Fan laughed, turned to look at her flushed face, and said with a smile, "What about now? Who do you think I am?" Sumura bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, "Although you treated those people badly tonight, you did it for me." She paused, looked up at him, her eyes full of seriousness, "You are a good person." When Lin Fan heard this, he waved his hands and said with a smile, "I'm not a good person." He paused, lowered his voice deliberately, and added in an ambiguous tone, "I am the one you love." Chapter 34, He's Really Good Looking. When Sumuro heard this, her face instantly turned red again, as if she had been electrocuted. He froze in his seat. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Lin Fan. She just whispered, You don't talk nonsense." Lin Fan looked at her like this and smiled even more happily. He turned the steering wheel with one hand, and the car drove smoothly into the vicinity of the school. He said calmly, "Okay, don't be shy. We're here at school." He paused, turned to look at her, smiled and said, "Be happy, maybe your aunt's illness will be cured tomorrow." Sumuro unbuckled her seatbelt, lowered her head and opened the car door, and whispered, "Thank you, thank you." She turned her head and glanced at Lin Fan again, and whispered, "Drive carefully." After saying that, she turned and ran, her back looking a little flustered in the night. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, watching her running away, and whispered to himself, "This girl is quite cute." He parked the car in the parking lot outside the school, turned off the engine, opened the door and got out. It was late at night and the campus streets were empty. Only a few street lamps cast dim light, casting desolate shadows on the ground. The wind blew, bringing a slight rustling sound. Lin Fan zipped up his jacket and walked towards the dormitory building. It was almost dawn at this time. Although the school dormitory was simple, it was much easier than going back to my own villa and having to go through the trouble again. He was too lazy to drive back so as not to have to get up early to go to class the next day. Just as he walked downstairs to the dormitory, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. The screen lit up, showing that it was a call from Jo-Ren. "Hey, what's up?" On the other end of the phone, Jo-Ren's voice was a little excited. "Boss Lin, the 10 million in the bar has been spent. The money is flowing like water, and the brothers are having a great time." He paused, then lowered his voice and said, "But there is one thing. I don't know who called the police just now. The police and some local news media are here and are now at the door of the bar." Lin Fan frowned, stopped, and whispered, "Can you handle this matter?" Jo-Ren laughed when he heard this and said nonchalantly, "No problem. Don't worry, Boss Lin. The police can't do anything about this kind of bullying. At most they'll ask a few questions and then leave. I have acquaintances in the media. I can just give them some money and say hello and it will be settled. I can handle this little situation. Lin Fan said nodded, and didn't say much. Obviously he was quite satisfied with Zhou Ren's ability to do things. Zhou Ringjian quickly continued, by the way, Boss Lin, the bar is expected to be turned into ruins early this morning. I have already contacted the construction truck. But I think that if you want to pay compensation, you might as well buy this bar. There was some excitement in his tone. There happens to be a store next door that also sells out. With your ability, Boss Lin, if you invest money to build a nightclub here, it will be like a cash cow. Boss Lin, what do you think? After hearing this, Lin Fan was silent for a while and didn't think too much about it. He now has a super rich system and can spend as much as he wants with the balance in his account, not to mention the rebates from system tasks. Money is just a numbers game to him. He said calmly, you decide, you can buy it. I won't get involved in the management of anything, you can do it yourself. His voice was so calm as if he was talking about a trivial matter. When Zhou Ren heard this, he was stunned. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. He swallowed, his head buzzing, his mind in turmoil. Buy it and let me make it myself? This is like sending me a fucking nightclub. He had only been Lin Fan's younger brother for a few hours when such a big pie was thrown into his hand. It was like a dream. He took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and quickly responded, okay? Okay. Boss Lin, don't worry, I will definitely not let you lose money. His voice was filled with excitement. Lin Fan asked calmly, how much? Zhou Ren rubbed his hands and said tentatively, this location is great. The bar and the shop next to it will cost about 10 million. I wonder. His voice was cautious, as if talking too much about his height would annoy Lin Fan. Lin Fan interrupted him without even thinking, I'll transfer 20 million to you later. He paused, then casually said, since we are going to do it, we must do the best. You must make this bar the most luxurious and upscale nightclub in Jiangzhou. When Zhou Ren heard this, cold sweat broke out instantly and the cigarette in his hand almost fell to the ground. His eyes widened, his mouth slightly opened. 20 million? The most luxurious nightclub in Jiangzhou? He swallowed, his heartbeat quickened, and said in a trembling voice, okay. Boss Lin, don't worry, I will do it beautifully and will never embarrass you. His tone was full of shock and excitement. He has been in the business for so many years, but where has he ever seen such a big deal? 20 million was spent, and he was made to take full responsibility. This simply pushed him to a new peak in life. Lin Fan didn't say anything more, and said calmly, okay, that's it. He hung up the phone and walked towards the dormitory building. To him, 20 million is just a string of numbers in his account. Building a nightclub is nothing more than a toy thrown away. Lin Fan pushed open the door of the dormitory and dim light poured in. There was the sound of several people chatting quietly inside, and it was obvious that no one was asleep yet. The dormitory is not big, the table is piled with books and snacks, and the air is filled with a mixture of instant noodles and sweat. On the upper bunk by the window, Zhou Jianzhang was half leaning against the headboard playing with his mobile phone. Hearing the door open, he stuck his head out and was stunned for a moment. Then he got up from the bed and said with a smile, Lin Fan? Why did you come back so late? Are you okay? Lin Fan closed the door, threw his coat on the chair, smiled and waved his hand, it's okay, I have something to do outside. He kicked off his shoes and walked to his lower bunk in slippers. On the other side, the upper bunk next to the door. Zhang Tao was sitting cross-legged on the bed, with his mobile phone screen on and headphones hanging on the side, seemingly watching a live broadcast. He looked up at Lin Fan and asked casually, have you had dinner tonight? I have some instant noodles here, if you're hungry, just eat them. He pointed to a plastic bag beside the bed, which contained several unopened packs of Master Kong. Lin Fan glanced at the instant noodles, smiled and shook his head, no, I've already eaten. He glanced at the people in the dormitory, and a hint of warmth flashed in his eyes. I have to say, his roommates in the dormitory were really nice to him. Everyone knew that when he had no money and his family was not well off. Sometimes I even deliberately bought an extra meal and brought it back for him. He said something like I was very hungry, so I bought one extra portion. After eating one portion, I found I was full and couldn't finish the rest. Lin Fan, if you haven't eaten yet, just eat it. Lin Fan didn't say anything at the time, but he kept these small favors in mind. He took out his toiletries from under the bed and prepared to go to the bathroom to wash up. Zhang Tao was still staring at his phone. On the screen, a female anchor in a tight top was twisting her waist, and the background music was full of rhythm. He couldn't help but click his tongue twice and whispered, "This female anchor is really good looking." Chapter 35, It's Okay. She's the top girl in the girls' school. It would be great if she could go on a date with me. His tone was full of longing, and his eyes were glued to the screen, almost drawing lines. Zhou Jian laughed when he heard this and said jokingly, "As long as you have money to buy gifts, let alone a date, you can even ask her to come over and sleep with you." Zhang Tao shook his head, sighed, and said helplessly, "How can I have so much money? Last time I topped up 100 yuan and got a sports car as a gift. In the end, all I got was a good brother and I didn't even get to add him on WeChat." There was a hint of disappointment in his tone. These anchors only have eyes for the big guys. They don't even bother to look at a small shrimp like me. Lin Fan stood at the door, listened to their conversation, smiled, and said nothing. He opened the door and went to the bathroom carrying the basin. The corridor was very quiet, and the only sound in the bathroom was the splashing of water. He turned on the faucet and washed his face. The cold water splashed on his face, taking away the fatigue of the day. After washing up, Lin Fan returned to the dormitory with the wash basin and found that Zhou Jian and Zhang Tao were still chatting enthusiastically about the female anchor. Zhang Tao picked up his phone, pointed at the screen and said, "2 days ago, a guy spent 100,000 yuan in this live broadcast room, and then I didn't see this anchor live for 2 or 3 days." He paused, his tone full of envy. "I don't know which rich man is so generous." Zhou Jian poked his head out from the upper bunk and said with a smile, "The anchor must have gone to see Big Brother. 100,000 yuan is enough for her to rest for a few days." He grinned and said, "For this kind of girl, as long as the money is in place, everything is easy to talk about." Zhang Tao sighed, stared at the twisting figure on the screen, and said with emotion, "It would be great if I were that Big Brother." There was a hint of fantasy in his tone. This figure and this appearance are no less than those of a celebrity. Wow, it's simply perfect. Zhou Jian became interested when he heard that, and asked, "What's your name? I'll go check it out." Zhang Tao grinned, looked down at the screen, and said with a smile, "The ID is Buqi Xiang Kai, a very popular anchor, you can find out if you search it." He then added, "Those legs and waist are amazing." Lin Fan stood next to his lower bunk, listening to their conversation, and couldn't help laughing out loud. He stuffed the wash basin back under the bed, climbed onto the bed, and said casually, "What kind of anchor is this? You're watching it so enthusiastically." Zhang Tao looked up at him and chuckled, "Lin Fan, why don't you take a look? This kind of top-quality stuff is rare." He raised his phone and saw the female anchor on the screen still twisting her waist, her voice so sweet that it could make water come out of her. "Come on, brothers, give us more gifts. Both carnivals can send private messages to the anchor." Zhang Tao smiled and said, "How is it? Is she prettier than the belle in our department? This figure, this face, wow, it's amazing." Zhou Jian laughed and said jokingly, "Don't be fooled by the beauty filter. Now the beauty function is so powerful, even an old sow can let you guide her with the help of beauty. Don't be fooled by her charming appearance now, the real person might be a man." Zhang Tao heard this and quickly shook his head and retorted, "That's not true. I saw a photo taken by a passerby on a forum before. It looked pretty good even without beauty filters. It's definitely not a fake photo." He took the phone back and continued to stare at the screen with an obsessed look on his face. "This beauty, this temperament, I love it." Lin Fan leaned against the headboard of the lower bunk, listening to their conversation, and couldn't help but smile. He took out his cell phone from the bedside and said calmly, "Then I'll appreciate it with you guys." He opened the live broadcast software and typed the words "Don't eat coriander" in the search bar. There was indeed a small red circle next to the first user ID that popped up, indicating that it was being broadcast live. He clicked on it and the screen switched instantly, revealing a scantily clad woman. The female anchor was wearing a tight halter dress with a neckline so low that it barely covered anything. Her slender waist swayed slightly with the music, her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and her face was delicately made up. She squinted her eyes and licked her lips from time to time. She showed her charming style and her voice was ridiculously coquettish. "Brothers, give me more gifts, and I will dance for you." Her movements and tone were somewhat provocative, as if she was deliberately teasing the audience in front of the screen. There were more than 10,000 people in the live broadcast room, and the barrage of comments kept scrolling like a waterfall. Someone posted, "Thank you, thank you." Someone shouted, "Look at your feet." Some people even said directly, "Give us some benefits. Where is the anchor? How can I add you? What has the anchor's cell phone number? Anchor, look at your legs. The first time I saw you, I even thought of a name for our child. Don't dream, this is my wife. I'm Wang Yuan. I'm in the supermarket. Who wants to buy cigarettes? The barrage of comments was colorful and densely covered the screen, which was simply dazzling. Lin Fan looked at the comments and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He leaned against the headboard, casually swiping the screen with his fingers, and whispered to himself, "These guys are quite good at playing." As he was watching, a special effect of a sports car suddenly popped up on the screen, and the barrage of comments was filled with 666. Some people also said, "The boss is generous." Some people also said, "The boss is confused." The female anchor paused, a charming smile appeared on her face, and her voice became even more coquettish. "Thank you, Brother Wang. Thank you for the sports car." She then winked at the camera. "Brother Wang, can you paint 2 more sports cars? I'll dance for you, what do you want to see?" Her tone was full of flattery, but her eyes were gleaming with shrewdness. Obviously, he knows how to hook these big brothers. The live broadcast room was in an uproar, and comments were posted even faster. "Brother Wang is awesome. 2 more and the anchor will do pole dancing. Brother Wang is so generous, anchor, please take one off. I'm Brother Wang, add me, anchor." The female anchor was laughing so hard that she was shaking, and she interacted with the comments from time to time. But most of them are asking for gifts in various ways. "Brothers, give me more, I will sing and dance for you, and I can also send you gifts through private messages." Her voice is so coquettish that it gives people goosebumps, but the effect is surprisingly good. The gift special effects appear one after another, and the screen is full of the light and shadow of the gifts. Zhang Tao poked his head out from the upper bunk, his eyes full of envy. This Brother Wang has bought several sports cars, which is worth hundreds of dollars. No wonder the anchor is so excited. Zhou Jian grinned and said, "But this woman is really good looking, Lin Fan, what do you think?" Lin Fan leaned against the head of the bed, swiping his finger across the screen, and said calmly, "It's okay." Although he said this, Lin Fan quickly recharged 1 million yuan into the live broadcast software. "I didn't even dare to watch it when I had no money. Now that I have money, I have to experience it when it's time to experience it." Chapter 36. Are you the smurf of our number 1? In the dormitory, Zhang Tao and Zhou Jian were still enthusiastically chatting about not eating coriander. The light from the mobile phone screen was reflected on the wall, flickering. Lin Fan leaned against the headboard of the lower bunk, holding his cell phone in his hand, preparing to top up some money to amuse them. But at the moment when my finger touched the recharge button, a clear reminder sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! The bar revenge mission has been completed. The host spent a total of 30,400,000 yuan. 50 times the amount will be returned, a total of 152 million yuan. The total account balance is 420,600,000 yuan. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, then a smile flashed in his eyes. The system's voice sounded again. The system detects that the host wants to recharge and reward. 10 million has been automatically recharged for the host's related account. Host, please consume it within 2 hours. The reward amount will be returned tenfold after completing the mission. Penalty for mission failure, deduct all balances from the account. This sudden reminder made Lin Fan feel much more energetic. He swiped his phone and opened the bank app to check the balance. The screen clearly showed 420.6 million yuan. Today, I spent 10 million to teach that group of people a lesson in the bar, and asked Zhou Rin to buy the bar site for 20 million. There are some miscellaneous expenses in the balance, and the total is indeed 30.4 million. The system returned 50 times, 152 million, which is almost the same as the account balance. He couldn't help but smile and whispered to himself, "This system is quite punctual." Then he opened the live broadcast software. When I clicked into my personal account, I saw a glaring number on the balance, 10 million. This system is really sensible. It's like giving you a pillow when you're sleepy and a bowl of rice when you're hungry. He glanced at Zhang Tao's obsessed expression. I couldn't help but smile in my heart. "Since you like it so much, why don't I help you make an appointment to try it out?" He swiped the screen with his finger and simply changed his ID. Just type in the words "Sexy Zhan wants to date the anchor," confirm and click in. The screen switched instantly, and a more charming figure came into view. The female anchor changed her clothes at some point. This time it was a black lace halter dress so thin it was almost transparent. It fits tightly around her slender waist and the neckline is so low that it makes people blush and their hearts beat faster. She leaned back in her chair, slightly sideways, and her movements were much more dramatic than before. From time to time she lifted up her skirt to reveal her white thighs. Or she could lean closer to the camera, squeeze out a cleavage, and show off her provocative charm. Her voice became even more shrill. Brothers, is there anyone who wants to have a carnival? I'll show you something different. Her eyes swept across the camera, as if seducing someone. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, looked at the screen, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. It turns out that the supervision of live streaming platforms in the early morning has been relaxed a lot. In order to boost their sales performance, many anchors have become bolder and their actions are more exaggerated than each other. The live broadcast room is still lively, with the number of online users exceeding 10,000 and still increasing. The comments kept pouring in like a waterfall. Look at the legs. Change to white silk. The anchor sent me a private message. My wife is seducing again. Brother, please brush more. I want to see pole dancing. There are a lot of different comments and gift effects coming one after another. But most of these gifts are small gifts. Zhou Jian complained on the side, I've been watching it for half a day, but I haven't seen any benefits. It's boring, so I won't watch it anymore. Zhang Tao was watching with great interest. You don't understand this, it's still early, the benefits will come soon. What kind of benefits are you talking about? Shaking a few times is considered a benefit? I'd rather go and see the Japanese teacher. Maybe a big brother will come soon, and he will definitely be able to bring some great benefits. Don't just watch me and secretly use toilet paper to wrap wontons. Zhang Tao smiled and said, I'll put them all on your face in a moment. Then he turned over and continued to watch with relish. Lin Fan whispered to himself, spending 10 million in 2 hours and getting 100 million back tenfold, that's a good deal. He scanned the gift list and locked onto the most expensive carnival. $3,000 each. He clicked it and a confirmation box immediately popped up on the screen. He didn't hesitate and clicked confirm. A golden light effect suddenly exploded on the screen. Accompanied by a boom 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 sound effect, a huge carnival icon swept across the screen. The barrage of comments immediately exploded. Oh my god. Carnival. Someone send Huazi. The local tycoon is coming. Sexy Zhang is awesome. 3,000 yuan each, Big Brother is so generous. The boss is confused. I don't envy the Mandarin ducks or the immortals, I envy my boss every day. Colorful comments filled the screen. The popularity of the live broadcast room increased by several thousand in the blink of an eye. The female anchor Lu Yanyan is facing the camera, wearing a black lace suspender skirt and twisting her waist with seductive movements. The carnival special effects that suddenly popped up on the screen made her stunned for a moment. The whole person seemed to be frozen, with eyes wide open and a look of disbelief on his face. She stared at the screen for a few seconds, then smiled as if she had found a gold ingot. She stood up hurriedly, covered her collar and bowed deeply towards the camera, her voice rising several decibels. Thanks to sexy Zhang Guohuazi. Brother Zhang is so domineering. Brother Zhang is so mighty. She was grinning from ear to ear, and looked extremely excited. A carnival is worth $3,000. After deducting the platform's commission, she can get 1,500 yuan. She has been broadcasting for more than 2 hours tonight, and the total amount of gifts she has received is less than 500 yuan. The income from this carnival is equivalent to what she earns from dancing hard for more than 2 hours. How could she not be happy? She smiled and blew a kiss to the camera. She lightly lifted her hair with her fingers, and her movements became more charming. Brother Zhang is so handsome, can you be more handsome? I will dance for you. Her tone was full of flattery, and she was trying her best to show off her charm by posing and flirting. Following Lu Yanyan's voice, the comments started again. This person is called Sexy Zhang wants to date an anchor, he has set his eyes on our Shanxai. Sexy Zhang? Haha, is that how all rich people are named? That's not right. How come this Zhang brother is only a level 3 account? Maybe it was Big Brother who came in with his trumpet to take a look. The 3rd level account is used for the carnival, this guy must be using a small account. The comments were varied, some were joking, some were cheering, and some were starting to guess Lin Fan's identity. Lu Yanyan looked at Lin Fan SID sexy brother Zhang wants to date the anchor and smiled even sweeter. She sat back in the chair, leaned slightly closer to the camera, squeezed out a cleavage, and continued in a coquettish voice, Sexy Zhanggu. Zhanggu is not only sexy but also mighty and domineering. Brother Zhang, tell me, who are you? Are you the alias of our number 1? You just come here to tease me. Chapter 37, Anchor, Call Me Daddy. Lu Yanyan paused and blinked at the camera. Brother Zhang, if you are the number one smurf, you have to give me 10 huazi, otherwise I won't recognize you. There was a hint of provocation in her tone, as if she was testing Lin Fan's background, but her eyes were full of anticipation. Lin Fan leaned against the head of the bed, watching Lu Yanyan's performance and the comments on the screen, with a smile on his face. He whispered to himself, this girl is quite good at fishing. Lin Fan's finger slid to the gift column and clicked 10 carnivals. Just spend 30,000 yuan. Golden light special effects exploded on the screen one after another. Accompanied by the boom 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 sound effects, the live broadcast room was completely boiling. The comments were swiping the screen like crazy. Fuck. 10 huazi. $30,000. Brother Zhang is awesome. Sexy Zhang is the real big brother. Host, please dance for Brother Zhang. It seems like this is really Brother Zhang's trumpet. Spending money like water, who can stand this? The number of people online soared to 30,000 in the blink of an eye. The barrage of comments comes one after another, making it hard to keep up. Lu Yanyan widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. She was stunned for a few seconds, then screamed, stood up hurriedly, and bowed 3 times to the camera. Thank you, sexy Zhang brother. I know you're the number one smurf, why don't you talk on your main account? Thanks to Brother Zhang for the 10 huazi. Brother Zhang is so awesome. Brother Zhang, let me dance for you. What do you want to see, Brother Zhang? I know all of them. 30,000 yuan, after deducting the platform's commission, she can get 15,000 yuan. It is equivalent to her half-month's income. She looked like she was full of energy. His voice was trembling a little. Zhang Tao poked his head out from the upper bunk, stared at his phone screen, and exclaimed, holy crap. 10 carnivals. 30,000 yuan. Who is this sexy Zhang? So fierce? His face was full of envy. Lin Fan, have you seen this? Where does this come from to beat the local tyrants? 30,000 for one shot. Zhou Jian also quickly opened his phone and said, do you think this guy is a fake account of some rich second generation? This anchor is making a fortune tonight. If I were a woman, I would also be a marginal anchor. At this time, the host's charming voice came from the phone again. Why isn't Brother Ba Wang talking anymore? Has Brother Ba Wang made a fortune again recently? Brother Ba Wang is still the best to me. He always thinks of me when he makes money. She sounded like a lapdog, and her tone was full of flattery. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, thinking, Brother Ba Wang? Who is he? His eyes swept across the list in the live broadcast room. The name at the top of the list was clearly written as Capital Overlord, level 60. There is also a golden crown logo next to it. He smiled and typed on the public screen with disdain, Brother Ba Wang? Your Brother Ba Wang is nothing. I think he's just an old bastard, not even qualified to carry my shoes. He tapped his fingers quickly, pressed send, and the barrage of comments popped up immediately. As soon as these words came out, it was as if a bomb was thrown into the live broadcast room. Damn, Big Brother speaks so domineeringly. From the tone of voice, it seems that this is not the trumpet of the number one brother on the list. This smells like gunpowder. Where is the studio manager? Hurry up and call out your big brother, this is a complete attack. Your anchor is about to be snatched away by another big guy, and the top guy on the list is so scared that he dares not come out. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and clicked on the profile picture of the Overlord of Beijing. The level of this live streaming platform is accumulated based on the amount of gifts given. The opponent at level 60 would need to clear more than 2 million. He just spent more than 30,000 yuan on 10 carnivals, and his level has jumped from level 3 to level 36. He muttered in a low voice, only level 60, shit, not worth mentioning. Lu Yanyan looked at Lin Fan's comments on the public screen, stunned for a moment, and the smile froze on her face. Her heart skipped a beat. She couldn't possibly offend the top brother Beijing Overlord who had always protected her for the sake of this new sexy brother Zhang, right? Her mind raced, she forced out a smile, and said in a coquettish voice, Brother Ba Wang is also very good, and Brother Zhang is also very generous. She paused, blinked at the camera, and said with a hint of provocation, but Brother Ba Wang is now number one in my live broadcast room. I wonder if Brother Zhang has the strength to surpass Brother Ba Wang? She smiled sweetly, but there was a sly gleam in her eyes. It was obvious that he wanted to fan the flames and arouse the two men's desire to win. Lin Fan couldn't help laughing as he watched her performance. He whispered to himself, this anchor is really good at talking. He started to stir up trouble with just 2 simple sentences. His purpose tonight was not to compete with some brother bully. Instead, he wanted to spend the 10 million and get a tenfold return of 100 million. He clicked on the gift list, found Carnival, and held his finger on it without releasing it. In a few seconds, 50 carnivals were released instantly. Golden light special effects exploded on the screen one after another. 50 huge carnival icons swept across the entire screen, and the live broadcast room completely exploded. At this time, the barrage of comments was faster than a waterfall. Fuck. 50 Huazi. 150,000. Brother Zhang is invincible. Sexy Zhang is a super rich man. Is Brother Ba Wang going to be killed in 1 second? I don't understand the world of the super rich, but I am deeply shocked. Anchor, kneel down and call me daddy. Lu Yanyan widened her eyes, covered her mouth with her hands, and her face was full of shock. She was stunned for several seconds before she reacted and screamed, "Thank you, sexy Brother Zhang. Thank you, Brother Zhang, for the 50 Huazi." Tears came out of her eyes and she bowed repeatedly towards the camera. Brother Zhang is so domineering. Brother Zhang is my real brother. She was so excited that her hands were shaking and her voice was trembling as if she was crying. Brother Zhang, I will dance for you. I will dance for anything Brother Zhang wants to see. Her eyes were full of fanaticism. Of the 150,000 yuan, after deducting the platform's commission, she can get 75,000 yuan. It was equivalent to her income for 2 or 3 months. How could she have ever seen such a scene? Zhang Tao stared at his phone screen and exclaimed, "Fuck. 50 Huazi. 150,000. Is this sexy Zhang brother crazy?" His face was full of envy. This guy is so fierce. A pure wealthy player. Zhou Jian also looked at the live broadcast room and said, "Brother Zhang is here to mess things up. Why doesn't Brother Ba Wang show up?" Lin Fan leaned against the head of the bed, but his fingers did not stop. He pressed Carnival and ordered 200 directly this time. After spending 600,000 yuan, the golden light effects on the screen were dazzling. The comments in the live broadcast room were completely out of control. Fuck. 200 Chinese. 600,000. Brother Zhang is a god. Sexy Zhang is invincible. Why hasn't Brother Overlord come out yet? Anchor, call daddy. My phone exploded because of this special effect. The live broadcast room was so popular that it was directly ranked first on the platform's homepage. Lu Yanyan stood there in a daze, tears really falling. She was stunned for several seconds before she screamed, "Thank you, sexy Zhang. Thank you, Zhang, for the 200 Huazi. Brother Zhang is my biological father. Brother Zhang is so awesome." She was so excited that she was incoherent and her eyes were full of fanaticism. 600,000, after deducting the platform's commission, she can only get 300,000. What does this mean? She can't earn that much even if she live streams for a year. At this time, a person came into the live broadcast room. It was the overlord of Beijing. Chapter 38, The Battle of the Super Rich begins. A golden entrance effect suddenly popped up in the upper right corner of the live broadcast room. A user with the ID Beijing Overlord entered the live broadcast room. Immediately afterwards, 2 carnival special effects exploded on the screen. The barrage instantly exploded. Oh my god. Brother Overlord is here. The number 1 on the list appears. Brother Ba Wang's move is like 2 Huazi. The gods are fighting. Then, Beijing Overlord typed on the public screen, "I heard someone came to destroy my place?" There was a hint of provocation in his tone, like a king patrolling his territory. Lu Yanyan was stunned for a moment, then reacted, and quickly forced out a sweet smile, saying in a coquettish voice, "Welcome Brother Ba Wang to the live broadcast room." "Brother Ba Wang, you're joking. No one is messing up the place." She paused and glanced at the camera. Brother Ba Wang is still so domineering. He swiped 2 Huazi as soon as he came in. Yan Yan is so touched. Her face was full of flattery, but there was a hint of nervousness in her eyes. It seems that he doesn't want these 2 big brothers to conflict. Lin Fan looked at the entrance of the Beijing Overlord, smiled, and typed on the public screen, "The Beijing little turtle is here?" His tone was frivolous and full of disdain. As soon as the words were sent out, the live broadcast room was like a lit powder keg, and the barrage of comments instantly exploded. When the Overlord of Beijing saw this comment, his face turned black. His fingers typed quickly, "Who do you say is a cuckold?" There was a level 60 crown logo next to his ID, and his tone was full of anger. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, tapped his fingers rapidly, and replied, "It's you, what's wrong, you little bastard?" He seemed to be deliberately adding fuel to the fire. The Beijing overlord was so angry that he swore, "Fuck you." He typed on the public screen again, "Why are you pretending? Just because you came here to participate in a few carnivals, do you really think you are the big brother? You're only level 40 or so, and you've spent less than 200,000 yuan. Why are you pretending? If you can, I'll swipe one and you'll follow me and swipe one?" As soon as these words came out, the live broadcast room was in an uproar, and the comments were swiping the screen like crazy. "Oh my god. They are arguing. They are arguing. There might be a big fight soon. Get to work. Get to work. The battle of the super rich has begun. Brother Ba Wang is tough and sexy, Brother Zhang, this is going to be a big deal. Hurry up and call the management to come and watch the show. I'm ready to record the screen." The popularity of the live broadcast room increased significantly in the blink of an eye, and the heat went through the roof. Lu Yanyan looked at the quarrel on the public screen and felt a little at a loss for a moment. Her mind raced, she forced out a smile, and said in a coquettish voice, "Don't be angry, brothers. Brother Ba Wang is number one in our family, and Brother Zhang is also very generous. We are all good brothers. I'm happy that both brothers gave me gifts, so please don't be angry, okay?" She spoke as if she was trying to smooth things over, but she couldn't hide the excitement in her heart. Obviously, they are very happy to see this battle between the rich heating up the live broadcast room. Lin Fan leaned against the head of the bed, looking at the provocation of the Beijing overlord, and couldn't help laughing. He whispered to himself, "You're still playing against me? Do you really think I'm short of this little money?" Lu Yanyan forced a smile and said in a coquettish voice, "Two brothers, please stop arguing. Harmony brings wealth." Her voice was sickeningly sweet, and her tone contained a hint of trying to stop a fight. "But in my heart, I hope these two big brothers will get started quickly, and then send gifts crazily in the live broadcast room. This is called, while the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits, and she is the fisherman. If these two people really did this, how much money would I make in one night?" Lin Fan watched Lu Yanyan's performance, smiled, and typed on the public screen, "What's the point of following you? Why don't we have a competition to see who can swipe the most huazi in 1 minute?" The overlord of Beijing sneered when he saw this comment. He didn't take Lin Fan's words seriously at all. He is a rich second generation and his monthly living expenses are more than 2 million. The more than 200,000 that Lin Fan had just spent was just a drizzle in his eyes. He typed back, "Let's compete, do you think I'm afraid of you? When it comes to spending money, I'm not afraid of anyone." His tone was full of arrogance, and he thought, even if I have to spend all my living expenses for a month today, I have to fight for this. He can ask his father for more living expenses after he spends them, but if he loses face, his reputation as the king of Beijing will be ruined. It just so happened that he had never played with Lu Yanyan before. If he could take her down today and take the opportunity to meet her and have a nap with her, it would be worth it. He narrowed his eyes, his finger already on the gift bar, ready to use his ultimate move. As soon as these words came out, the live broadcast room barrage exploded again. "Oh my god. 1 minute PK. The showdown between the super rich is coming. Get to work. Get to work. These two big brothers are going to play for real. Starting at 1 a.m., 1 minute countdown. Brother Overlord vs Sexy Brother Zhang, the ultimate showdown." Lu Yanyan looked at the confrontation on the public screen and tried to stop them, but she was very happy in her heart. She forced out a sweet smile and said in a coquettish voice, "Don't be angry, brothers. You are all my good brothers." She paused, struck while the iron was hot, and distributed a lucky bag to everyone. The content of the lucky bag clearly read, "PK on time at 1 o'clock, the ultimate showdown. Brothers, no matter who wins, I will dance my best dance for you." The barrage immediately responded, "The lucky bag has been grabbed. PK at 1 o'clock sharp, the ultimate showdown. PK at 1 o'clock sharp, the ultimate showdown. PK at 1 o'clock sharp, the ultimate showdown." The gods are fighting, and the anchor is making a fortune. Come on, Brother Ba Wang, beat Brother Zhang. Sexy Zhang is invincible, crushing the overlord. Zhang Tao poked his head out from the upper bunk, stared at his phone screen, and exclaimed, "Holy crap. 1 minute PK. These two big brothers are going to play for real." He paused, his face full of excitement. "Look, Sexy Zhang and Overlord are fighting. It's going to be a big scene." Zhou Jian didn't even talk about going to bed at this time. He stared at his phone and said, I really don't understand how rich people operate. At exactly 1 o'clock in the morning, Lu Yinyan screamed, PK begins. 1 minute countdown. She stood up, twisted her waist, and said in a coquettish voice, Come on, brothers, I'll be happy no matter who wins. I'll help you dance. As Lu Yinyan spoke, she played some very exciting music. She even changed into a silk gauze skirt specifically for this occasion, under the light. The whole person's figure is looming. I don't know how many men are drooling in front of the screen. Various comments were constantly scrolling on the public screen. Holy crap, this dress is so sexy. Anchor, I really can't hold on any longer and have already started to take action. I don't have a drop left now, sir. I type with both hands to prove my innocence. Countdown 60 seconds. Get ready to see a screen full of gifts. I've already turned on the screen recording, please don't let me down. Let's do it. The battle of the super rich has begun. Chapter 39, Enough. The countdown sound in the live broadcast room came from the barrage, like the beating of a war drum. Zhang Tao and Zhou Jian held their breath on the upper bunk, their eyes fixed on their mobile phones. PK begins. 1 minute countdown. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and pressed his finger on Carnival. At the same time, the Beijing overlord who was far away at the other end also put his hand in the gift column. The two of them pressed and held almost at the same time, and neither of them let go. Golden light effects exploded on the screen one after another, 1, 2, 5, 10. In just 3 seconds, Lin Fan had already sent out 10 carnivals. 30,000 yuan worth of special effects swept across the screen. The king of Beijing is the same and shows no weakness. Damn! That's too fast. Both sides are fierce. This speed is crazy. 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Lin Fan and the Beijing overlord sent out 100 carnivals at the same time. The $300,000 special effects caused the screen to freeze for a moment. Lu Yinyan widened her eyes, covered her mouth with her hands, and stood there in a daze, her eyes full of shock. She said in a trembling voice, Thank you. Thank you, brothers. She wanted to laugh, but the corners of her mouth were as stiff as if they were frozen, and her whole body seemed to be stunned by this sudden bombardment. In 20 seconds, the two of them sent out 300 carnivals at the same time. The screen was filled with 900,000 yuan special effects, and the live broadcast room was completely boiling. It even started to lag due to traffic overload and the gift special effects were a bit delayed. The comments were like an uncontrolled flood, fuck. 300 Chinese. 900,000. Are these two gods? The live broadcast room is going to explode. My phone screen went black because of the stuck. 10 seconds later, Lin Fan and the Beijing overlord each sent out 500 carnivals. There are a total of 1,000, with a cumulative value of 3 million. It was as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped into the live broadcast room. The golden light effects made it impossible to open one's eyes, and the screen was so stuck that it could hardly move. Lin Fan's fingers felt a little sore from pressing. He frowned, shook his hands, and whispered to himself, This broken phone hurts my hands. On the other side, the Beijing overlord sat on the sofa in the luxurious apartment, frowning and looking gloomy. He didn't expect that this guy called Sexy Brother Zhang was so powerful. He only had a little over 2 million in his hand, and he had just thrown out 1.5 million. There are only over 500,000 yuan left in the account, and I can't make many more payments. He clenched his teeth and continued pressing with his fingers, but his speed had obviously slowed down. Sweat oozed from his forehead, and he cursed in his heart, Where did this kid get the money? How dare he fight me head on? His eyes changed from the arrogance at the beginning to a little flustered. What he can't afford to lose is not money, but face. Lu Yinyan stood in front of the camera, covering her mouth with her hands, not saying a word, and her whole body seemed to be frozen. Her eyes were as big as bells, tears were welling up in her eye sockets, and the smile on her face had long since frozen. She looked at the screen full of golden light effects, her heart beating as fast as a drum, and her mind went blank. 3,001,000 carnivals, after deducting the platform's commission, she can get 1.5 million. She couldn't earn that much even after 3 years of live streaming. Her hands trembled slightly, and her throat seemed to be blocked. After a long while, she managed to squeeze out a sentence, Thank you, brother. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito and contained a crying tone. The look in his eyes went from shock to fanaticism, mixed with a hint of fear. It was as if I was stunned by this crazy gift war. She swallowed and whispered to herself, This This must be a crazy amount of money. In the dormitory, Zhang Tao climbed up from the upper bunk, half knelt beside the bed, and almost dropped the phone in his hand. He stared at the screen, his face full of shock, and said in a trembling voice, "Fuck, 1,000 huazi, 3 million? Is this the power of a rich man?" His eyes changed from envy at the beginning to dullness, his fingers clenched the quilt, and his knuckles turned white. A trace of yearning gradually ignited in his eyes, as if some fantasy had been ignited by this battle between the rich. Zhou Jian also jumped down from the upper bunk and stood beside the bed, the screen of his mobile phone in his hand still on, his face full of shock. He stared at the special effects on the screen with his eyes wide open. The corners of his mouth twitched, and after a long while he managed to squeeze out a sentence. "Are these two guys crazy? 3 million a minute?" His voice changed from teasing at the beginning to exclamation, and he scratched his head unconsciously, as if his brain had not yet reacted. There was a hint of awe in his tone. This sexy Zhang and Overlord are simply not human. How much money does it cost to play like this? His expression was as if he had just watched an epic movie. He grinned and said, "I think Brother Ba Wang can't stand it anymore." Lin Fan leaned against the head of the bed, but his fingers did not stop. Halfway through the time, he had already cleared out 800 carnivals and earned 2.4 million. The Beijing Overlord swiped more than 700, totaling more than 2.1 million. His hand speed slowed down significantly and finally stopped. Brother Zhang is mighty. Brother Zhang is domineering. Why doesn't the king of Capital City brush anymore? Could it be that you have no money? You still call yourself the overlord of the capital? The overlord is a turtle. The overlord of the capital is the turtle of the capital. Sexy Zhang crushes the whole place. Brother Overlord is still not doing well. Various comments flashed quickly, like a carnival, with ridicule and flattery flying together. The Beijing Overlord sat on the sofa in the luxurious apartment. He stared at the screen of his mobile phone, and the balance in the software showed 0. His eyes widened, veins popped out on his forehead, and his whole body looked like a burning barrel of explosives. He clenched his teeth, his face full of anger, and with a wave of his hand, he smashed the cup of water on the coffee table in front of him to the ground with a bang. Glass shattered and water spilled all over the floor. He was breathing heavily, feeling frustrated and unwilling. He thought it would be easy to teach this ignorant kid a lesson, but he didn't expect the other party to spend money like a madman. He swiped more than 2.1 million, his account was empty, but the other party was still swiping. He clenched his fists and cursed in a low voice, "Where did this grandson get so much money?" But facing this overwhelming strength, he was helpless. The look in his eyes turned from anger to shock, and finally to a hint of weakness. The comments were full of questions and ridicule. Why doesn't Brother Ba Wang brush anymore? It seems that my strength is still not as good as that of Sexy Zhang. Sexy Zhang is sexy, and Overlord is a cuckold. The second generation of rich people is just like this. The Overlord of Beijing looked at these glaring words and his face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. His fingers froze on the screen and he ultimately said nothing. On Lin Fan's side, his fingers were still sliding, and the carnival was swiped away as if it were free. At 40 seconds, he swiped 1,200, 3,600,000. At 50 seconds, 1,800, 5,400,000. Lu Yanyan looked at the special effects all over the screen, tears streaming down her face, crying, "That's enough, Brother Zhang. That's really enough." Her voice trembled as if she was frightened, her hands covered her mouth, and her eyes were full of fanaticism and excitement. The whole person was shocked. She was now completely stunned by these crazy numbers, her legs went weak and she almost fell to her knees. Chapter 40, Pretty Serious. The voices on the barrage were divided into two groups. One group praised Lin Fan, "Brother Zhang is rich and wealthy. Awesome. The god of wealth has arrived." Another group mocked the Beijing Overlord, "Where did Brother Overlord go? You dare to challenge me with this little strength?" The turtle flipped over. More people began to work together to count the carnivals Lin Fan had swiped out: 1,900, 2,000, 2,100, 2,200, 2,300, 2,400, 2,500. The 1-minute countdown ended, and the screen froze at 2,500 carnivals, 7.5 million. The entire live broadcast room exploded again, 2,500 huazi. 7.5 million. This breaks the platform record, right? Is Brother Zhang really a human? Why is there such a big gap between us? Is the king of Beijing still here? Do you see the difference between you and the real rich man? There is always someone better than you. The comments were like a flood, a mixture of shock, admiration, and ridicule. Lin Fan shook his sore fingers, grinned, and whispered to himself, "This broken phone has made my hands numb." He swiped his finger across the public screen and typed, "Little bastard from Beijing? Do you accept it?" As soon as the message was sent, he stared at the avatar of Beijing Overlord and found that the glittering golden level 60 crown logo suddenly dimmed. He squinted his eyes and looked again, and the other party's ID turned into a string of garbled characters. "User has been logged out." Someone in the barrage shouted, "Look! The king of Beijing has cancelled his account. It's so embarrassing, just run away." Brother Zhang became a god in one battle, and Overlord left in disgrace. Lu Yanyan stood in front of the camera in a daze, her tears still wet, and her whole body seemed to be drained away. She swallowed her saliva and said in a trembling voice, "Thank you, sexy Brother Zhang. 2,500 Huazi, 7.5 million. Brother Zhang is so awesome." She was so excited that she was incoherent. 7.5 million, after deducting the platform's commission, she could get 3.75 million. She seemed to be crazy, and her words were unclear. In the dormitory, Zhang Tao stood beside the bed, his face full of shock, and said in a trembling voice, 7.5 million, 1 minute. He swallowed, his Adam's apple rolled up and down, and his eyes changed from shock to admiration. Is this sexy Zhang brother a god? 7.5 million in 1 minute. He murmured in a low voice, "This is a truly rich man. If I could have even 1/10 of this." Zhou Jian's mouth twitched, and after a long while he managed to squeeze out a sentence, This is too exaggerated, right? 2,500 Chinese dollars, 7.5 million, is this guy a money printing machine?" Brother Ba Wan was defeated even at level 60. Brother Zhang's strength is so amazing. There was excitement in his eyes, and he seemed to be feeling a little unsatisfied. The barrage of comments on the public screen continues to emerge. "Brother Zhang, I am your half-brother. Brother Zhang, do you want to protect your mistress? I'll let my wife go find you. Brother Zhang, can we have a relationship? You can use my words as you like. Brother Zhang, do you need a bed warmer? I can warm the bed. Brother Zhang, can I go to your house and be a chair? Brother Zhang, your money hits my heart, I'm so excited." As they talked, the comments gradually became more uniform. The entire screen was filled with the words "divine rich," like a fanatical pilgrimage. The colorful fonts are painted densely. The entire live broadcast room seemed to be ruled by sexy Brother Zhang. Super rich. Super rich. Super rich. Super rich. Lu Yanyan was half kneeling on the ground, covering her chest with her hands, her heart beating as fast as a drum. She took several deep breaths and tried to calm herself down, but the corners of her mouth still couldn't stop trembling. She shouted towards the camera with a trembling voice, "Thank you, sexy Zhang. Zhang, you are awesome. Brother Zhang, is there anything you want to see? Yan Yan will listen to you." There was a hint of flattery in her tone, and her hands unconsciously clenched the hem of her skirt. A pair of watery eyes stared at the screen, full of anticipation. She knew in her heart that this Brother Zhang was a real rich man, and as long as she served him well, there would be more to come. Lin Fan leaned against the head of the bed, looking at the screen full of comments and Lu Yanyan's performance, and couldn't help laughing. These guys are quite good at flattery. He narrowed his eyes, swiped his finger across the screen, hesitated for a moment, and typed on the public screen, "How about you do some radio gymnastics for me?" After these words came out, the live broadcast room was stunned for a moment, and then the barrage of comments completely exploded. "Fuck. Broadcast gymnastics? Brother Zhang's request is too down to earth. 7.5 million just to watch some radio gymnastics. I don't understand the world of the super rich. Brother Zhang is awesome. I can also do the radio gymnastics. Hurry up, anchor. I want to see the super rich version of radio gymnastics. Is this true? Am I living on Earth? Is there really someone who spends over 7 million to watch radio gymnastics?" Lu Yanyan looked at the comment, stunned for a few seconds, her eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. 7.5 million for me to do radio gymnastics? Is this brother serious? Lu Yanyan said in a coquettish voice, "Brother Zhang, you really know how to joke. Radio gymnastics, Yanyan Club." She stood up and fumbled to straighten her skirt. "Just do as you are told under everyone's gaze." She took a deep breath and shouted to the camera, then I will do the radio gymnastics for Brother Zhang, please don't be disgusted. Her voice trembled and she seemed a little excited. Immediately follow with your hands in the same position as in the first stretching exercise and begin twisting. Lu Yanyan was wearing a black lace suspender skirt and doing radio gymnastics with stiff movements. The slender waist swayed left and right during the stretching exercise, and the hem of the skirt was slightly lifted, revealing the white thighs. While dancing, she stole glances at the camera and said in a coquettish voice, "Brother Zhang, is this okay?" She jumped to the chest expansion exercise and opened her arms to create a cleavage. Although the movements are funny, the sweet face and charming eyes add a different kind of charm to this radio gymnastics. The comments were refreshed faster. "Oh my god. I can't stand this gymnastics. Brother Zhang has a unique vision. The Xinhao's aesthetic taste is so awesome." Lin Fan watched Lu Yanyan's performance and couldn't help but laugh. "She's quite serious." Zhang Tao said in a trembling voice, 7.5 million to watch radio gymnastics? This Zhang brother is really good at playing. Zhou Jian's mouth twitched. "Brother Zhang, you have a very strange way of thinking." At the same time, an extremely popular news topic suddenly appeared on the hot list of the live broadcast platform. A super rich man suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. 7.5 million in 1 minute. Just to watch the anchor do radio gymnastics. Chapter 41 Zhang Tao, you are rich. In the live broadcast room, Lu Yanyan finished a set of radio gymnastics. Her movements were stiff but somewhat charming. The black lace suspender skirt sways gently with the finishing movement. She panted and threw a coquettish look at the camera, and said in a coquettish voice, "Brother Zhang, Yanyan has finished dancing, are you satisfied, Brother Zhang?" The popularity of the live broadcast room is only increasing. The entire live broadcast room seemed to be completely dominated by the 4 words "sexy Brother Zhang." At the same time, the popularity of the live broadcast room spread like wildfire. The first on the hot list of live streaming platforms reads, "A rich man suddenly appeared in the live streaming room, and he spent 7.5 million in 1 minute just to watch the anchor do radio gymnastics." The news quickly spread across the internet, and major platforms such as Weibo, WeChat, and Tushio were in an uproar. Netizens are constantly discussing the issue. Holy crap, 7.5 million people watching radio gymnastics? Is this rich man out of his mind? Is this Zhang brother a money printing machine? 7.5 million in 1 minute, that's not even my annual salary. This anchor is making a fortune. He gets over 3 million just for doing some aerobics. I'd do it for you, too. Who is the sexy Zhang brother? Which rich second generation is so good at playing? The comments section was as lively as Chinese New Year. Some were shocked, some were envious. Someone else also joked, "I want to learn radio gymnastics, maybe I can be noticed by the rich man." Which set of radio gymnastics is the anchor doing? Can I learn the 8th set of radio gymnastics? The discussion among the crowd has not stopped yet. Immediately afterwards, another hot news broke out on the live broadcast platform. User Sexy Zhan wants to date a streamer broke the platform's gift-giving record. The original record was 3 million in 1 minute. The current record is 7.5 million per minute. As soon as this news came out, netizens were completely shocked again. 7.5 million breaks 3 million? Brother Zhang is here to smash the platform. Swiping 7.5 million in 1 minute, my fingers must be cramping. It's estimated that no one will break this record in the next 10 years. This rich man is awesome. The platform should give Brother Zhang a medal. This is simply a living advertisement. The comments section under the hot search is constantly flooded with comments. Everyone is discussing the identity of sexy Brother Zhang. Some people speculated that he was a wealthy man, while others said he was a hidden boss. Some people even joked, is Brother Zhang an alien? Earthlings don't have the financial resources to do that. A moment later, a third hot topic popped up. User Sexy Zhanga broke the platform level upgrade speed record. It took 30 minutes to upgrade from a level 3 user to a level 70 user, setting a new record. As soon as this news came out, netizens' discussion got completely out of control. From level 3 to level 70 in half an hour? How much does this cost? I calculated that it would take at least 10 million to reach level 70. Brother Zhang is a god. The upgrade speed is faster than a rocket. The platform programmers must be stunned. Brother Zhang, is this a cheat? The comments section is full of Brother Zhang is really rich. The voice of who is Brother Zhang? The 4 words sexy brother Zhang are extremely popular on the internet. Some people even set up a discussion group called Brother Zhang Fan Club. In just a few minutes it was packed with people. In the live broadcast room, Lu Yanyan performed the radio gymnastics again. She stood in front of the camera panting, her hands covering her chest, with beads of sweat on her face. She looked at the screen full of comments and the growing popularity of the live broadcast room, and her heart was beating so fast that I couldn't control myself. She took a deep breath, forced out a sweet smile, and said in a coquettish voice, "Thank you, sexy brother Zhang. Thank you so much." At this moment, Lin Fan pressed his finger on Carnival. He swiped out the last 2.5 million in the account. With more than 800 carnivals, the golden light special effects once again filled the screen, and the live broadcast room was completely paralyzed. Oh my god. Another 800 or so Huazi. 2.5 million. Brother Zhang is crazy. Brother Zhang, the super rich man, is invincible. Brother Zhang has spent 10 million in total, right? Lin Fan looked at the screen full of special effects and typed on the public screen, "I'm going to sleep. Goodbye." His tone was calm, as if he had just completed a trivial task. He checked the time and the task was just completed. Spend 10 million and return 10 times the 100 million. The account balance is about to skyrocket again. He was about to exit the live broadcast room when Lu Yanyan hurriedly shouted, "Brother Zhang, wait a minute. Brother Zhang just gave me so many gifts, can I know your name?" Her voice was still trembling at this moment, and her eyes were full of humility and pleading. Her delicate hands grasped the hem of her skirt, and her whole body revealed a hint of nervousness. It seemed as if they were afraid that this wealthy man would just leave like that. And then never came again. She said again, "It's just a name, Yan Yan really wants to know." Her tone was somewhat cautious, like a maid begging for a reward. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud. He casually typed a reply, "I am Zhang Tao from Zhang University, welcome to come and play with me." He pressed send, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Then he glanced at Zhang Tao on the upper bunk and whispered to himself, "I have made full preparations for you, you must cherish it." After saying that, he exited the live broadcast room. He threw his phone beside the bed and pulled the quilt over him. Lu Yanyan was stunned for a moment when she saw this reply, then she forced out a sweet smile and said in a coquettish voice, "Thank you, brother Zhang. Zhang de Zhang Tao, Yan will remember this. Good night, brother Zhang." She blew a kiss to the camera and thought, "Zhang de Zhang Tao? You have to remember this name. Maybe you can make some money from it in the future." At this time, the barrage exploded, "Zhang de Zhang Tao? Is this true or not? Brother Zhang is a college student? That's too awesome. Jiang University is really rich, awesome. Is this Jianda the same as Jiangzhou University? Zhang Tao, come out and meet the guests. The host is coming to look for you." The screen was full of comments full of ridicule and cheers. Zhang Tao stood by the bed, the screen of his mobile phone still on. His face was filled with shock. Zhang Tao exclaimed, "Zhang de Zhang Tao? Isn't this me?" His eyes widened, his face full of confusion, and his hands unconsciously clenched the phone. Brother Zhang and I have the same name? This is too coincidental. Zhou Jian sat on the upper bunk and couldn't help laughing, "Zhang de Zhang Tao? Could this Zhang brother really be from our school? And it has the same name as yours, Zhang Tao." He grinned and looked at Zhang Tao, "Zhang Tao, you are rich. This anchor might really think that you gave him a gift, and he will come to you then." Zhang Tao swallowed his saliva, looking confused, I don't have this ability. I wish I had 1/10 of Brother Zhang's strength. No. Even 1% is fine. Brother Zhang is truly the richest man alive. Lin Fan leaned against the head of the bed, listening to the conversation between the two and said, "This sexy Zhang brother has left. I think he must be tired of playing." He then looked at Zhang Tao and said, "Hey, if this anchor really thinks you are the super rich man and comes looking for you, what will you do?" Chapter 42, Interview Me. Zhang Tao was stunned by the question. He froze in place and scratched his head unconsciously. He swallowed and muttered, I don't know what to do. I only have 300 yuan in my pocket, how can I afford 7.5 million? Zhou Jian laughed and said jokingly, "Why are you so cowardly? Hurry up and take this opportunity to go out and get a room with her. Isn't this Lu Yanyan your favorite female anchor? Opportunities never come again. If she really came to see you, wouldn't you be so happy?" Hearing this, Zhang Tao shook his head and sighed. He threw his phone on the bed and said helplessly, "Don't fantasize about it. I guess it's just someone with the same name as me. It's impossible for them to come to me." He paused and laughed at himself. With my conditions, she wouldn't even look at me. 7.5 million? I can't even dream of affording it. He climbed onto the bed, pulled over the quilt, and said with a smile, "I'd better ravage her in my dream." After saying that, he turned off his phone, turned over and prepared to go to sleep. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Tao's reaction, smiled, and said nothing more. He looked down at his phone and saw that the notification bar of the live broadcast software had exploded. In just 2 hours, the number of followers on his account skyrocketed from 0 to more than 20,000. The private message prompts are filled with red dots, like a flashing alarm. He clicked it casually, and messages came in like a tide. He took a quick look and saw that the account that sent the most messages was from an account called Xingyao Guild. The other party wrote in the chat box, "Hello, Brother Zhang, I am from Lu Yanyan's live broadcast guild. Thank you very much for your strong support today. I wonder if there's time for us to meet up for dinner and get to know each other?" Then there was another one, "Brother Zhang, is the Jiangda you are talking about Jiangzhou University? It just so happens that our anchor Lu Yanyan is also from Jiangzhou. How about we have a meal together and make friends?" Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, looked at the two messages, and whispered to himself, "He's quite good at getting close to me." He continued to look through other private messages, most of which contained random content. Someone came up and asked, "Brother Zhang, what's your WeChat? What's your cell phone number? Brother, are you in need of a little maid? I can warm your bed." Some young girls even post photos directly. The photos all show her in revealing poses, low-cut camisole and lace nightgowns. Some even wore only underwear and posed in provocative poses, with the caption, "Brother Zhang, can you see how I can do this? Brother Zhang asks for support, I will obey. Brother Zhang, can you be my master?" In addition, there are several men who sent even more outrageous private messages, "Brother, are you in need of a boyfriend? I have a good figure and I can serve you. Brother Zhang, I'll be your little brother. Take me flying." Lin Fan glanced at it and said nothing in response. He simply turned off his phone and threw it beside the bed. The screen went off and the dormitory fell into silence. Ding! System prompt, "Congratulations to the host for completing the live broadcast reward task. Mission reward, 100 million yuan. The reward amount has been transferred to the relevant account, please check it." Lin Fan pulled the quilt over him, closed his eyes, and whispered to himself, 100 million in hand, I'm going to sleep. At the same time, the craze on the internet is still brewing. The meme Sexy Zhanggu has 7.5 million viewers watching his radio gymnastics in 1 minute was trending on all major platforms. Netizens started to make fun of him, "I'm going to Jiangda to find Zhang Tao and learn radio gymnastics. Brother Zhang, is he a PE teacher who changed his career and became a super rich man? Lu Yanyan makes over 3 million doing aerobics, I'm jealous." The top 3 hot search lists on the live streaming platform are all occupied by Sexy Zhanggu. The comments section was full of voices like, "Brother Zhang is so rich and Zhang de Zhang Tao is awesome." Someone even dug up the forum of Jiangzhou University and posted a question, "Is there anyone named Zhang Tao in Jiangzhou University? Come out and claim your status as a super rich man." The post received a lot of responses. "There is a Zhang Tao in our dormitory, but he is extremely poor, so it is definitely not him. Zhang de Zhang Tao, please make your debut soon, stop hiding. This is Lu Yanyan." After the live broadcast ended, she sat in the room, holding her mobile phone in her hand, her face full of excitement. She looked at the background data. She received a total of more than 12 million gifts tonight. After deducting the platform's commission, she could get 6 million. She took a deep breath, her eyes flashing with enthusiasm, and murmured in a low voice, "Zhang de Zhang Tao, he is really my biological father." She clicked on Lin Fan's account and sent a private message, "Brother Zhang, Yanyan is from Jiangzhou. I really want to meet you. Thank you for your support tonight." Her eyes were full of anticipation, and she thought, "Brother Zhang is so generous, I must seize the opportunity and never let him fall in love with another female anchor." On the internet, the name Zhang de Zhang Tao has become completely popular, and the popularity of hot searches remains high. But the real Brother Zhang was lying on his bed in the dormitory, sleeping soundly. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Lin Fan climbed out of his bed in the dormitory. He rubbed his eyes, the sun shining through the curtains. There was still a faint smell of instant noodles in the dormitory. Zhang Tao and Zhou Jian were still sleeping soundly in bed. After washing up, Lin Fan went to the classroom for class. You can even hear discussions going on all over the campus. Which college is Zhang Tao from? I heard that 7.5 million was spent in 1 minute last night. That's too much. Could it be the rich second generation from our school? I see there is a Zhang Tao in the economics department. That's impossible. Zhang Tao is so poor, how could it be him? The students gathered together and whispered to each other, their tone full of curiosity and excitement. On the other hand, Zhang Tao is not so relaxed. He sat in the back row of the classroom with his head down. A circle of classmates surrounded him, staring at him and questioning him like they were interrogating a criminal. Zhang Tao, were you the one who had 7.5 million views on the live streaming platform last night? Do you have money secretly? Tell the truth. Was your house demolished suddenly? Zhang Tao was confused by the question and waved his hands in panic. He smiled bitterly and said, I wish it were me. It would be so cool if I had that much money. He laughed at himself and said, I only have 300 yuan in my pocket. How can I spend 7.5 million? I can't even dream of it. The classmates were half believing and half doubting, and someone patted him on the shoulder and said jokingly, Okay, stop pretending, I'll treat you to dinner tonight, Shinhao. Zhang Tao felt like crying but had no tears. He could only shake his head and sigh. When the bell rang, Lin Fan walked out of the classroom, and the campus became even more lively. At some point, a group of local media reporters appeared at the school gate. They carried cameras and microphones and asked students passing by, Do you know which classmate Zhang Tao is? How many people are there named Zhang Tao in the school? I heard that a college student spent 7.5 million in one night. Is that true? The reporters were anxious and followed this big news closely. The students were so confused that some said in bewilderment, I don't know. Some people even said, I am Zhang Tao, please interview me. Lin Fan stood in the distance, smiled, and didn't join in the fun. Chapter 43 Zhang de Zhang Tao. On the internet, the craze for Zhang de Zhang Tao continues to ferment. Someone even started a forum to speculate on the identities of Zhang de and Zhang Tao. From rich second generation to hidden tycoons, everyone has guessed it, and the popularity remains high. Lin Fan casually took out his mobile phone and checked the news, but saw another piece of news in an inconspicuous corner. Zhangzhou Beauty Bar was suspected to be a gathering place for gay men. The bar was demolished that night after the incident was exposed. There was a blurry photo below the title, showing the ruins filled with bricks and broken glass, which was obviously the scene of demolition last night. There's even a video below. The person in the video is the bar owner. His face was haggard and his eyes were dull, as if his soul had been hollowed out. He was wearing a wrinkled shirt and standing at the door of the torn-down bar. The video footage was shaking, and the reporter squeezed forward, with the microphone almost touching the bald boss face. A female reporter asked anxiously, I heard that you are the owner of this beauty bar. Someone reported that this place is a gathering place for men and women, and that some activities are carried out for chaos. What do you think? Her face was full of anticipation, as if she was digging up a piece of explosive news. The bald boss stood there in a daze, his throat seemed to be blocked. His voice was so hoarse that he could hardly make a sound. His lips trembled, he shook his head, his eyes empty. Seeing that he didn't say anything, the reporter immediately asked, the bar was demolished on the spot. Is it related to the report? Can you reveal some inside information? She pressed forward, moving the microphone further forward. The bald boss raised his head and glanced around with a dull look. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. At this moment, a piercing bell sounded suddenly from a distance. Happy, beautiful, lazy, and boiling. The familiar cartoon music echoed among the ruins, looking weird and funny. The bald boss seemed to be struck by electricity. His face turned pale instantly and his pupils dilated suddenly, as if he had seen a ghost. He let out a strange cry, then turned and ran away. He stumbled through the crowd, one of his shoes fell off, and he looked as miserable as a stray dog running for its life. The reporter stood there in a daze, the microphone in his hand frozen in mid-air, the camera lens shook, barely capturing his back as he ran away. Lin Fan smiled, knowing that this was what he had done in the bar last night. Zhou Rin spent 10 million to teach the group of people a lesson and arranged for the demolition overnight. Unexpectedly, it was actually reported on the news. He whispered to himself, no one is paying attention to this matter. They all went to see Zhang Tao. He opened the live broadcast platform, and the notification bar was still full of private messages. The number of followers increased from more than 20,000 to more than 30,000, and the message prompts were filled with red dots. The latest private message reads, "Hello, Brother Zhang, I am the person in charge of the Xingyao Guild. Our boss is particularly interested in you and wants to make friends with you." Then there was another one, "There are a lot of female anchors like Yin Yin in our guild, pretty and coquettish, we have everything. If Brother Zhang is interested, you can take a look at them all. Our boss would like to invite you to dinner and get to know you." A few more followed, "Brother Zhang, are you at Jiangzhou University? Our boss is also in Jiangzhou, we can meet anytime. Brother Zhang, you are so generous. The guild wants to cooperate with you and ensure that you have fun." The tone was full of flattery, just like a little brother licking his face and coming close to him. Lin Fan looked at the messages and casually replied, "Well, I'm not interested right now. We'll talk about it next time." After saying that, he was about to close the private message. The other party replied immediately, "Brother Zhang, you are too polite. Can you add me on WeChat so we can keep in touch? Our boss really wants to meet you." The message was followed by a smiley face emoticon, like a shameless salesperson. Lin Fan frowned, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. He hesitated for a moment, but still gave the other party one of his WeChat accounts. This is a small account that he rarely uses, and is specially used to deal with miscellaneous matters like this. A few seconds later, the phone dinged. A WeChat notification popped up, "Li Xingyao from Xingyao Guild requests to add you as a friend." Lin Fan took a quick glance and clicked yes. The other party immediately sent a message, "Hello, Brother Zhang. I am Li Xingyao, the boss of Xingyao Guild. Thank you so much for adding me on WeChat." Then there was another one, "Brother Zhang, what kind of anchor do you like? I'll recommend a few to you, I guarantee they're all top-notch." There are also a few photos attached, all of which are female anchors wearing revealing clothes, suspender skirts, lace pajamas, and posing in provocative poses. Similar to the girls who recommended themselves in private messages last night. Lin Fan glanced at it, too lazy to reply, and swiped the screen with his finger to close the chat box. Then, he saw the private message Lu Yanyan sent last night, "Brother Zhang, Yanyan is from Jiangzhou. I really want to meet you. Thank you for your support tonight." The message was posted at 2 a.m., apparently after the live broadcast ended. Lin Fan hesitated and replied, "Why do you want to meet me so much? Are you greedy for my body?" I didn't expect Lu Yanyan to reply immediately. "I don't know if she hasn't gone to bed yet. Or are you just too excited to sleep?" As soon as the message was sent, the phone dinged. Lu Yanyan replied immediately, "Brother Zhang, you are such a joker. It's not good to talk about this kind of thing." Her tone was extremely coquettish, and followed by a shy expression, like a little fox who was reluctant to accept. Lin Fan looked at the reply, sneered, and whispered to himself, "This borderline girl is really very skilled." He replied, "Then tell me, why do you want to see me?" Lu Yanyan replied immediately, "Brother Zhang is so generous, Yanyan just wants to get to know him. You were awesome last night. I'm still excited." She paused and added, "Brother Zhang is in Jiangda, right? I'm in Jiangzhou too, can we meet and talk?" Her tone was full of flattery, as if she was cautiously testing him. Lin Fan looked at her message and replied with a smile, "What are you talking about? Talking about your radio gymnastics postures?" Lu Yanyan replied, "It's also possible to talk about other postures." Then another shy expression. Lin Fan snorted disdainfully, tapped his fingers on the screen, and replied, "There is a home inn next to Jiangda University, you can book a room and wait for me tonight." On the other side, Lu Yanyan was sitting in the rental house. She held the phone in her hand, staring at the message sent by Lin Fan. Her heartbeat quickened, and she whispered, "Rujia? Book a room tonight?" She swallowed, and the look in her eyes changed from excitement to nervousness, mixed with a hint of anticipation. She bit her lip and whispered to herself, "Brother Zhang, do you want to see me? She has already spent so much money on me, so it's no big deal to meet her once." Chapter 44, What is this guy doing? Lin Fan pushed open the door of the dormitory and found the room was already as lively as a market. "My roommates are all busy with their own things in the dormitory." Zhou Jian leaned against the upper bunk, holding a cell phone in his hand and yelling, "Zhang Tao, can you please stop giving up as an assist? I'm almost getting a pentakill." Zhang Tao sat on the lower bunk, operating the machine in a panic, muttering, "I'm out of mana now, right? You killed yourself, why do you blame me?" The roommate on the other side was wearing headphones and whispering to his girlfriend. He had a silly smile on his face, and his tone was so coquettish that it gave me goosebumps. Baby, the skirt you wore today is so beautiful. Send me a photo tonight. Lin Fan threw his school bag on the chair and said casually, how about we go out for dinner tonight? I'll treat you. As soon as he finished speaking, the dormitory suddenly became quiet, and several pairs of eyes looked at him as if they were looking at an alien. There was silence for a long time, and a strange atmosphere filled the air. Zhang Tao broke the deadlock and asked tentatively, is this the sun rising from the west? Lin Fan, are you rich? Zhou Jian poked his head out from the upper bunk and grinned, did the scholarship come out? Lin Fan smiled, followed Zhou Jian's words and said calmly, yes, the scholarship has been issued. Everyone in the dormitory usually helps me a lot, always treating me to meals and so on. Today it's my turn to treat everyone. When everyone heard this, they were stunned for a moment, and then became lively again. Zhang Tao was the first to jump up, clapped his hands, and said excitedly, sure, Lin Fan will treat us. We must get going. Zhou Jian laughed and joked, how much can the scholarship be? Don't treat yourself to a meal and then eat dirt again tomorrow. Another roommate said with a smile, Lin Fan treats us? This opportunity doesn't come often, I'm going to make a big deal out of you. Several people talked at once, the atmosphere instantly became lively, and then they couldn't wait to pack up and get ready to go out. Everyone chose a familiar barbecue stall and sat down. The stall is not big and is located on the roadside. The charcoal fire is crackling and the air is filled with the aroma of cumin and chile. Lin Fan called the boss over, bring up any skewers, lamb, beef, chicken wings, whatever you want, and 2 boxes of beer. The boss agreed happily and got busy. The roommates sat around the table. Zhang Tao rubbed his hands together and said excitedly, Lin Fan, you've made it big. Why are you so generous today? Lin Fan smiled and said, I always ate and drank at your place before, I should have treated you guys a long time ago. The grilled skewers were served quickly, the lamb skewers were sizzling with oil, and the chicken wings were grilled to a golden brown. Accompanied by ice-cold beer, everyone enjoyed the meal very much. The atmosphere gradually became lively and everyone started chatting. Zhang Tao took a bite of the mutton skewer and said vaguely, it's because of Lu Yanyan's live broadcast that I don't know how many people asked me about it today. I wish I was really that Zhang Tao. But that Zhang Tao is too awesome. He paused, his face full of envy. 7.5 million per minute. If I had that much money, I could probably keep her for a month. Zhou Jian laughed, picked up the beer and took a sip, and said jokingly, don't dream. Other roommates also joined in the fun, grinning, but who exactly is this Zhang Tao? I saw the forum exploded with rumors, saying they want to find him to claim his status as the super rich man. Lin Fan sat aside, took a bite of chicken wing, smiled, and didn't respond. As they chatted, the topic turned to games. Zhang Tao said excitedly, I was duo queuing with Zhou Jian last night, and he insisted on playing as a marksman, but he got busted by the opposing jungler. Zhou Jian retorted unconvincedly, how can I survive if your support doesn't provide vision? Next time I play jungle, I'll bring flying with me. Another roommate laughed and interrupted, you two are the same. I was playing a game with my girlfriend yesterday. She played as a support and nursed me all night. I became a god. The topic turned to school gossip, and Zhang Tao said mysteriously, I heard that the couple in the computer department who had been in love for 5 years broke up. A man was caught having dinner with a pretty girl from the foreign languages department. Zhou Jian clicked his tongue twice and said jokingly, this guy is really brave. I've also seen that pretty girl from the foreign languages department. She's really pretty. Another roommate waved his hands and said proudly, that's nothing, my girlfriend is the prettiest, she sends me pictures every day. He pulled out his phone and showed everyone a selfie of his girlfriend with a silly smile on his face. Lin Fan sat aside, listening quietly, occasionally saying, that girl is pretty. Then you are really bad at this game. College life is like this, carefree, full of games, gossip, and beer. The group ate and drank until after 8 o'clock in the evening. The table was piled with empty beer bottles and bamboo sticks, and everyone was very well fed. At this moment, Lin Fan's cell phone dinged and he received a text message. He looked down and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. The message read, Brother Zhang, I'm already at home in room 318. When can you come over? Lin Fan smiled and replied, it will be there in an hour. He locked the screen, put his phone back in his pocket, and looked up to see that his roommates had almost finished eating. Zhou Jian burped and said, I'm full, let's go back to the dormitory and play games. I also have to go back and chat on the phone with my girlfriend. Zhang Tao stretched and muttered, I have to go to bed early tonight. I stayed up too late last night. Lin Fan stood up, patted the table, and said, you guys go back first. Zhang Tao, come with me to buy a pack of cigarettes. Zhou Jian was a little confused. Lin Fan, you still smoke? Li Ming also waved his hand. Then you guys go, I'll go back first. Several people packed up and returned to the dormitory. Lin Fan held Zhang Tao and whispered, come on, let's go buy some cigarettes. Zhang Tao was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, no problem, let's go. The two left the barbecue stand and walked along the path outside the school. The street lights are dim and the night breeze is cool. After walking a few steps, Lin Fan stopped, turned to look at Zhang Tao, and said calmly, just now a girl told me that she wanted to see you. You can go directly to room 318 of Home and Hotel. She's still a great beauty. Zhang Tao stood there in a daze, looking at Lin Fan in confusion, scratching his head unconsciously. He swallowed his saliva and finally managed to say, what? Home in 318? What girl are you talking about? There was a hint of doubt in his voice, as if he suspected he had heard it wrongly. Lin Fan, don't tease me. I have never had a romantic encounter in my life. Who is it? His tone went from confused to nervous, and his hands clenched in his trouser pockets. There was a hint of anticipation in his eyes, mixed with a bit of disbelief. Lin Fan smiled, didn't explain much, patted him on the shoulder, and said, you'll know when you go there, it's really beautiful. He paused, turned around and walked forward, saying, I have something else to do, go by yourself. By the way, call me if you have anything. After saying that, he waved his hand and left without looking back. Zhang Tao was left standing there, looking confused. Zhang Tao stared blankly at Lin Fan's back and muttered in a low voice, Home in 318? What's this guy up to? He swallowed, his heart beating faster. At the same time, Lu Yanyan's charming face suddenly flashed through my mind. The doubt in his eyes gradually turned into expectation. He whispered, it can't be, impossible? Chapter 45 Who are you calling shameless? Lin Fan watched Zhang Tao disappear into the night. He turned and walked into a Starbucks opposite the Home Inn. I found a seat by the window and ordered a cup of American coffee. But his eyes were always fixed on the direction of the hotel entrance. As the night deepens, the street lights become dim, there are few pedestrians on the street, and a slight chill permeates the air. He leaned back in his chair and whispered to himself, Zhang Tao must be so happy right now. Time passed by minute, and Lin Fan looked at his phone. It was almost 9:30. It has been an hour since Zhang Tao went in. Lu Yanyan should have been captured by now. Last night, this kid said with envy on his face that he wanted to ravage me in his dreams. No need to dream today. He smiled and was about to take out his cell phone to call a taxi back to the dormitory. But at this moment, there was a commotion at the hotel entrance. Lin Fan frowned and looked in the direction of the voice. I saw a woman walking out of the hotel door angrily. There was a familiar figure following behind. The woman seemed to have been dressed up carefully. The tight black suspender skirt outlines the curvy figure. Wear a tulle jacket and a pair of high heels. Her hair was curled into big waves, her face was delicately made up, and her lipstick was so bright red that it looked like it had just been applied. She walked quickly, her high heels tapping on the ground, like an angry little princess. The boy following behind her lowered his head, staggered, and looked aggrieved. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and saw that the boy was none other than Zhang Tao. The woman in front was Lu Yanyan, whom he spent 10 million yuan on in the live broadcast room last night. Lu Yanyan stopped and turned to face Zhang Tao. She put her hands on her hips and angrily scolded, why don't you look in the mirror and see what you look like? You still say it's Zhang Tao? The words sexy Zhang sound weird when they come out of your mouth. What are you pretending to be, you poor bastard? Her voice was as sharp as a knife and full of sarcasm. Even his tone was full of a sense of superiority. She rolled her eyes, curled her red lips high, and continued to rant, you have no money and you want to get a room with me by imitating others? Who do you think you are? Do you really think that the 7 million yuan last night was your reward? Don't you even check how much money you have in your pocket? Your fucking self is cleaner than your face, stop disgusting me here. She cursed and shook her hair. There was a lot of sarcasm and harshness in the words, as if the author wanted to trample Zhang Tao under his feet. Zhang Tao stood behind her, head down, face flushed. He seemed to be stunned by the scolding, and after a long while he managed to squeeze out a low rebuttal, I am Zhang Tao. Aren't you looking for Zhang Tao? His voice was as thin as a mosquito's hum, and his eyes were full of grievance. He mustered up the courage to look up at Lu Yinyan and whispered, I'm really your fan. I watch your live broadcast every day. I remember there's a mole on your arm. His tone was full of humility, like a dog who was despised by the goddess, but he still held a glimmer of fantasy. When Lu Yinyan heard this, she sneered, as if she had heard a huge joke. She crossed her arms, tilted her head, glanced at Zhang Tao sideways, and sneered, Fans? You are worthy of being my fan? You even remember the mole on your fucking arm? Aren't you disgusting? There are hundreds of thousands of people in my live broadcast room. Who isn't my fan? You think you have a relationship with me just because you watched a few live broadcasts? She paused, and her tone became more vicious. You look so poor, I feel ashamed to stand next to you. And you still call yourself sexy Zhang? Last night, brother Zhang swiped 7.5 million in 1 minute. Can you swipe 750? Don't fucking follow me, or I'll be disgusted here. She rolled her eyes and turned away. The high heels made a clicking sound, not giving Zhang Tao any chance to speak. Zhang Tao stood there in a daze, his face turning from red to white. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but was silenced by Lu Yinyan's sharp tongue. He looked down at his wrinkled t-shirt and washed out jeans, a hint of inferiority flashing in his eyes. He muttered in a low voice, I didn't say I was that brother Zhang. It was almost 10 o'clock at the hotel entrance and there were not many people around. Only the lonely street lamp was on, illuminating the desolate scene. After Lu Yinyan finished cursing, she walked forward without looking back, muttering, What bad luck! It's a waste of my time. As she walked, she typed quickly on her phone, as if she was complaining to someone about the weird things that happened to her tonight. She looked so sarcastic and mean, just like some green tea bitches. Relying on her beauty and popularity, she tramples men under her feet. She thinks she is superior to others and always puts on a feminist attitude. It seems as if the whole world should revolve around her. So unlucky. She mumbled something. Just as she was about to call a taxi and leave, Lin Fan stood directly in front of her. Lu Yinyan frowned when a man suddenly appeared in front of her. She muttered unhappily, I don't have time to add WeChat, get out of the way. Her tone was unfriendly and she rolled her eyes, not taking Lin Fan seriously at all. He waved his hand as if he was shooing away a fly, signaling Lin Fan to get out of here quickly. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and snorted, Who wants to add you on WeChat? You take yourself too seriously, don't you? He looked at Lu Yinyan as if he was a clown. When Lu Yinyan heard this, she was stunned for a moment, and then she became angry. She stopped, stared at Lin Fan, and muttered, This dead man is so disgusting. I don't even know how to strike up a conversation. You are such a tactless person, why are you blocking my way? Get out of the way. She said this and was about to turn and leave. Lin Fan sneered, and the coldness in his eyes became even stronger. He took a step forward, stared at Lu Yinyan, and shouted, Stop. Did I let you go? Lu Yinyan turned around suddenly and sneered with disdain. Who do you think you are? If you tell me to stop, I'll stop. You are a stinky man, you have no money and no power, but you are still acting like a big shot here? Do you really think you're a dish? This is so funny. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and saw Zhang Tao walking slowly towards him from behind with his head lowered, looking aggrieved. He snorted coldly, turned his head and stared at Lu Yinyan, and said lightly, Weren't you quite happy when you scolded my brother just now? You want to leave after you've scolded me? I've never met anyone as shameless as you. When Lu Yinyan heard this, she became so angry that her face turned blue. She raised her finger and pointed at Lin Fan, saying shrilly, Who are you calling shameless? You stinking men are shameless. Lin Fan sneered, not giving in at all, staring at her and replied, Why didn't you say that men stink when you were receiving gifts live? Isn't it quite joyful to hear people shouting good brother, in the live broadcast room? You are such a double-standard bitch, and you want me to give you a virtuous image, what do you think? Chapter 46, Scary at Night. Lu Yinyan was so angry that her face was twisted. Her red lips trembled as she pointed at Lin Fan and sprayed, Who the hell are you calling a bitch? How dare you say that? If it weren't for us fairies showing you live, would you usually have a woman talking to you? Stinky dangling silk. All he does is drool over his phone all day long. Thank you every day, and guide you every day. You are just sewer cockroaches, even more disgusting than cockroaches. Poor ugly bastard like you should stay out of here. You're still freaking out at night to scare people. Without us fairies, you stinky men would live like dogs. Lin Fan directly hit back, with your character, you are still a fairy? I think she's a green tea bitch that crawled out of the sewer. His voice was not loud, but it was as sharp as a knife, piercing Lu Yanyan's vital point. Lin Fan continued, if you twist and turn to receive gifts all day, aren't you just an internet beggar? How dare you, a beggar, pretend to be noble here? Get back to your stinking ditch. How dare you call me ugly? Your face is made of flour. You used 7 or 8 bags of flour, didn't you? Isn't the powder on your face enough to support a small Japanese? Without makeup you look like a fucking ghost, and you still dare to pretend to be a fairy here? You are a piece of shit. You make a living by selling porn every day? Why are you pretending to be a pure and innocent girl? Who are you trying to disgust? Lu Yanyan's face turned livid, her chest heaved with anger, and her fingers trembled even more violently. She screamed, you fucking fart. I'm giving fans a treat, you know nothing. You stinky men, if you don't have money, don't embarrass yourself here. How dare you accuse me of being a slut? Your whole family is a slut. She rolled her eyes and continued, I have millions of fans. Whenever I broadcast, people will give me gifts. You are such a poor bastard that you can't even afford it in your lifetime, and you still dare to yell at me? You're talking to me, something that crawled out of a sewer? Lin Fan did not back down at all. He stared at her and replied, millions of fans? Just a few million bootlickers. A green tea bitch like you, you're always flirting and pretending to be a fairy. I'll slap you back into the ditch, do you believe it? With your broken voice, I'm glad you're my brother. I almost vomited the meal I had the day before yesterday. Lu Yanyan was so angry that her face turned green, and she screamed, if you have the guts, say that again. I think you just like me because I'm pretty, but you can't have me, so you're just trying to attract attention. You're just a piece of crap who stares at the screen every day, and you still dare to say I'm disgusting? Your whole family is disgusting. You're a poor bastard who will never reach my level in your lifetime, and you still dare to yell at me? Go back to your stinking pit. Lin Fan watched as the opponent's attack power branch line increased. What a joke. You want me to get out? Why do you want me to get out? Based on that face you think is good looking? It's hilarious. Your face is like a defective product from a plastic surgery hospital, a pile of garbage on the dressing table. Do you dare to look at me without makeup? The bags under his eyes are as black as coal balls, his nose is crooked as if he was hit by a car, his mouth is so big that you can fit a fist in it, his face is as swollen as a steamed bun, and his skin is as bumpy as the surface of the moon. He looks exactly like the protagonist of a horror movie. After plastic surgery, my face became like a snake, my chin is so sharp it can kill you, my eyelids are as wide as a highway, my nose is as high as the sky, my face and butt are stuffed with silicone, they are so fake that even dogs won't bite them. You call this beauty? This is industrial waste, inferior goods from the assembly line. You walk around with this fake face on every day, do you really think you are a fairy? After taking off my makeup and standing in front of the mirror, I was so scared that I couldn't even recognize my own ancestors. The makeup is even more outrageous. The powder is thicker than the city wall, the lipstick is as if you have eaten a dead child, and the eyeliner is drawn like a ghost's handwriting. I want to vomit when I see it. Aren't you just a shameless hype-whore? He's so naughty that his bottom line has long been fucked. She twisted like a snake in the live studio, half of her body was exposed, her butt was raised to the sky, her clothes were so little that it looked like she was wearing nothing, and she was spewing obscene words, which made me feel sick and my stomach was boiling with acid. For traffic and money, they use all kinds of despicable tricks. Today they flirt with this guy, tomorrow they sleep with that rich guy, and the day after tomorrow they cry and say they were hacked. Who are you trying to disgust by being a dramatic actor? You don't even have any dignity left, and you still expect me to have a sense of shame? And those coquettish brother and husband calls give me goosebumps all over the floor. She winked so hard her eyeballs almost popped out of her head and blew kisses like flies buzzing around. If anyone is a fan of something like you, I can only say that he is blind and has a blind heart, and his brain must have been kicked by a donkey. Zhang Tao next to him glanced at Lin Fan, lowered his head and dared not speak. Morality? Do you have such a thing? Aren't you just a hypocritical bitch and a money digger? You smell like green tea and I'm dying of it. On the surface, he pretends to be pure and pitiful. He cries as if his father has died during the live broadcast and talks about how hard and tired he is. But what is his reality? As soon as he opens his mouth, he always says brother gave me a gift. If it's a lot, he licks it. If it's a little, he criticizes it. Besides money, what else is there in his eyes? You pretend to be noble and give some chicken soup, but secretly you want men to line up to lick your shoes. How disgusting. You are really good at playing the roles of a green tea bitch and a white lotus. You pretend to be weak and innocent, but in fact you are more cruel than a venomous snake and more cunning than a fox. I can't even feel relieved if I kick a piece of shit like you away. You are poisoning society, destroying worldviews, and the source of rubbish culture. The little girl looked at you and thought she could get rich by showing some flesh and selling some sluttiness. I don't want to study anymore, I don't want to work anymore, I've given up on my dreams, and I'm just going to be a side girl. The live broadcast room is full of vulgarity, and the platform is full of erotic photos. What is this teaching young people? Teach them how to be trash, how to sell their bodies, how to be shameless. You are a piece of trash that is poisoning society and ruining the next generation. I wish I could slap you to death. Comparing you with a real goddess? Those scientists, doctors, and teachers use their brains and sweat to build a world of their own. Like angels in white, like the volunteer teachers in the mountains, these are what women should be like. What about you? Apart from showing off your body and acting like a spoiled child to cheat people out of money, what else can you do? Compared to these real goddesses, they are not even qualified to wipe people's asses. They are the worst of the worst. You are the shithole of the internet and the maggot of society. His appearance is fake like a plastic man, his behavior is so despicable that it makes people vomit, his morals are worse than dogs, and his influence is so bad that it will ruin 3 generations. Compared to outstanding women, I'm worse than trash. After Lin Fan's attack, Lu Yanyan was completely stunned. Chapter 47, Sweat. Lu Yanyan was scolded to pieces. She stood there, her face twisted with anger. She pointed at Lin Fan and opened her mouth as if she wanted to fight back, but no words came out. Her eyes were red and tears of frustration were welling up in them. She was filled with anger but had no place to vent it. Lu Yanyan held her tears in for a long time, but finally couldn't hold it back anymore and tears fell down. She took out her cell phone, pointed at Lin Fan and said in a sharp voice, "Just wait for me, I'll send someone to take care of you, you bastard." Then she made a phone call, crying and shouting in grievance, "Brother Yao! Come quickly, I'm being bullied. He keeps scolding and insulting me. Hurry up and bring some people over to give him a good beating." Lin Fan could not hear the voice on the other end of the phone clearly, he only vaguely heard a deep male voice, which seemed to be asking something. Lu Yanyan hung up the phone, wiped her tears, turned around and pointed at Lin Fan, and said in a sharp voice, "If you have the guts, don't leave. If you have the guts, wait here for me." Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and sneered. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit one slowly. He took a deep breath and said calmly, "Okay. I'll wait for you here." Zheng Tao was standing aside. Seeing Lin Fan's calmness, he couldn't help but come over and whispered, "Brother Fan, why don't we just leave quickly? They are all gangsters. If they really bring a few thugs with them, we won't be their opponents at all." There was a hint of nervousness in his voice, as if he was afraid of getting into trouble. "Didn't she just say she knew our school? What if she really comes to our house?" Zheng Tao's tone was full of worry and there was timidity in his eyes. Lin Fan glanced at him, patted his shoulder, and said calmly, "It's okay. I'll take care of it if anything happens." Zheng Tao was stunned for a moment and whispered, "Brother Fan, are you really not afraid?" Lin Fan glanced at Zheng Tao and said, "If you are afraid, just leave first." Zheng Tao hesitated for a long time and said nothing, just stood behind Lin Fan. Lu Yanyan stood a few meters away, staring at Lin Fan, her eyes full of resentment. She snorted coldly, "Why pretend to be calm? You will cry soon. This bastard dared to scold me like that. If I don't punish him today, I won't be named Lu." Not long after, there was a sound of footsteps coming from the corner of the street, hurried and chaotic. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the voice. "I saw a gentle-looking man walking towards this side with 4 burly men. The man was in his early 30s, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and a black casual suit, and looked gentle and refined. The 4 sturdy men behind him were all big and strong, wearing tight black t-shirts. His arms were covered in colorful tattoos, and when he walked, his steps were heavy, like 4 moving walls of flesh. Under the streetlights, their shadows were stretched out very long, exuding a sense of oppression. As soon as Lu Yanyan saw this group of people, tears started falling again, like a little girl who had suffered a lot of injustice. She cried and threw herself at the gentleman, threw herself into his arms, and said in a coquettish voice, "Brother Yao. This is the man. He just kept insulting me. This kind of person must be taught a lesson, otherwise he might still curse me in the live broadcast room when I am broadcasting live." She cried even harder, sobbing, "If the live broadcast room is full of haters, how can we make money? Brother Yao, you have to make the decision for me." She seems to be a born green tea bitch, and she plays the role of grievance to the fullest. The man's name is Li Xingyao, and he is the behind-the-scenes boss of the Xingyao Guild. He looked down at Lu Yanyan, frowned slightly, pushed up his glasses, and glanced at Lin Fan. He looked Lin Fan up and down and saw that he was wearing an ordinary student uniform, leaning against a lamppost smoking, and he looked calm and unhurried. Li Xingyao turned to look at Lu Yanyan and whispered, "What are you doing here so late at night?" His voice was low and somewhat displeased, as if he was questioning or testing. Lu Yanyan was stunned for a moment, her eyes rolled around, and she quickly forced out a sweet smile, saying in a coquettish voice, "Brother Yao, I originally wanted to meet a fan. Who knew I'd run into these two poor bastards? One of them pretended to be Brother Zhang, but I exposed him, and this one even scolded me." She pointed at Lin Fan and shrieked, "He just called me a bitch and said I was disgusting. You also said that I can't live without a man. Brother Yao, listen to how excessive this is. How can I, a girl, bear this?" She burst into tears for a moment, holding Li Xingyao's arm with her hand, her eyes full of grievance, and she wished to portray Lin Fan as an unforgivable villain. Lin Fan leaned against the lamppost, took a deep breath of cigarette, and exhaled a circle of smoke. He said calmly, "Oh, you're here to find a backer? Pretty quick. Do you think the scolding I just gave you wasn't satisfying enough? Do you want me to do it again?" When Lu Yanyan heard this, she became so angry that her face turned pale. She pointed at Lin Fan and screamed, "How dare you be so arrogant? Just wait, if I don't punish you today, I won't be named Lu." She turned to look at Li Xingyao and cried, "Brother Yao, look how arrogant he is. People like him deserve to be punished." Zhang Tao stood next to Lin Fan, his legs going limp with fear. He swallowed and whispered, "Brother Fan, let's run, this situation is not right." His voice trembled like a sieve and his eyes looked around as if he was ready to run away at any time. Zhang Tao looked up at the four sturdy men, his calves trembling, and whispered, "These guys are obviously gangsters. We can't beat them." Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and exhaled a puff of smoke. He patted Zhang Tao on the shoulder and said calmly, "Don't panic, I'm here." Li Xingyao pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and stared at Lu Yanyan coldly. He whispered, "You came out to look for that sexy Zhang brother behind my back today, right?" His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's as he looked Lu Yanyan up and down, with a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. Lu Yanyan was stunned by the question and her whole body trembled involuntarily. She felt as guilty as a thief who was caught in the act. She swallowed her saliva, calmed herself down, and quickly forced out a sweet smile, saying in a coquettish voice, "No, Brother Yao. I just came out to see if this Brother Zhang was real, but I didn't expect to run into a fake Brother Zhang who was trying to cheat on me." Lu Yanyan grabbed Li Xingyao's arm and shook it, saying coquettishly, "I don't dare to go out to meet fans without your knowledge, Brother Yao. How can I have the guts to do that?" Her voice was as soft as cotton candy, tears hung on her face, and she tried to get away with it by looking so pitiful. But sweat was oozing from his forehead. Li Xingyao snorted coldly and pushed up his glasses, the coldness in his eyes became even stronger. He stared at Lu Yanyan and said calmly, "You have to let me catch you in the act before you tell the truth, right?" Seeing this, Lu Yanyan became even more panicked. She said in a coquettish voice, "Brother Yao, let's talk about our business when we get back. Please help me deal with this boy first." Then she pouted, pointed at Lin Fan, and cried, "He just scolded me so harshly. How could a girl like me bear this? Brother Yao, you have to make the decision for me." Li Xingyao shook off Lu Yanyan's arm, turned around and walked towards Lin Fan. But when he approached Lin Fan and saw Lin Fan's face clearly in the light of the street lamp, the whole person was stunned for a moment, his eyes widened, and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. I couldn't help but gasp. Chapter 48, Wrong Bet. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, looked at Li Xingyao walking over, and said calmly, "Hey, you brought people with you? It's quite impressive." He stared at Li Xingyao and sneered, "What? You want to fight?" Just then, Lu Yanyan also ran over. She walked closer to Li Xingyao with the sound of her high heels clicking. When she saw Li Xingyao stop, she thought he was hesitating. He immediately added fuel to the fire and said, "Brother Yao, it was this loser who just kept scolding and insulting me." Then he said viciously, "In my opinion, I'd just break one of his legs. If this kind of rubbish is not taught a lesson, he will think he is so powerful. Li Xingyao ignored her, his eyes fixed on Lin Fan's face. His brows were furrowed, and the more he looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. Suddenly a light bulb went off in my head and I remembered it. He added sexy brother Zhang on WeChat, and that WeChat avatar was exactly the same as the person in front of him. A wealthy man who could earn 7.5 million in 1 minute, a legendary figure who reached level 70 from level 3 in half an hour. The Lin Fan in front of him was that brother Zhang. Lu Yanyan beside him was still chattering, "Brother Yao, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and do it. That bastard just scolded me so harshly, you have to vent his anger for me." Li Xingyao ignored her, his eyes still fixed on Lin Fan. He suddenly shouted, "Kneel down." His voice exploded in the night like thunder. Zhang Tao shrank his neck in fear. Lu Yanyan was also stunned for a moment, then echoed in a sharp voice, "Did you hear that? You stinky loser, I told you to kneel down." Her tone was full of pride, waiting to see Lin Fan make a fool of himself. But the next second, Li Xingyao turned around abruptly, his eyes as cold as ice, staring at Lu Yanyan, and whispered, "I said you should kneel down." His voice was like an invisible knife, piercing Lu Yanyan's heart. The whole place fell into silence again, and Lu Yanyan was completely stunned. She opened her mouth and stood there, unable to move. Zhang Tao, who was standing behind Lin Fan, was also stunned, his eyes widened like bells. He looked down at Lin Fan, then at Li Xingyao, his face full of disbelief. Lu Yanyan came back to her senses and muttered in a low voice, "Brother Yao, did you make a mistake? It was this loser who just scolded me." Her voice was very low, her eyes were full of panic, and her hands unconsciously clenched the hem of her skirt. "Brother Yao, are you okay?" There was a hint of flattery in her tone, but her heart was full of doubts. She wondered if Li Xingyao was mentally ill. Li Xingyao snorted coldly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Then he raised his hand and slapped Lu Yanyan hard in the face. Bang! The crisp and loud sound of applause echoed in the night. Lu Yanyan staggered after being hit by the slap, and 5 red fingerprints instantly appeared on her face. "Ah!" She screamed in pain and tears fell down. Li Xingyao stared at her and said coldly, "You think you can say the word Diaosi? Get down on your knees right now." Lu Yanyan covered her face, completely stunned by the slap, tears streaming down her face. She cried and said, "Brother Yao, why did you make me kneel down?" Her voice trembled like a sieve and her eyes were full of grievance, as if she had suffered a great injustice. She sobbed and said, "He was the one who scolded me, I did nothing wrong." Li Xingyao snorted coldly, stared at her and whispered, "Why?" "Because you provoked someone you shouldn't have provoked." He turned to look at Lin Fan, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "The boss who scolded you is sexy Zhang brother. He is brother Zhang." His voice was powerful. The whole audience was shocked and the air seemed to freeze. Lu Yanyan widened her eyes and stared at Lin Fan blankly. The look in his eyes turned from anger to disbelief. His fingers were still frozen in mid-air, like a frozen puppet. Zhang Tao stood behind Lin Fan, his eyes wide open as if they were about to pop out. He opened his mouth and whispered, "Brother Fan, you are brother Zhang?" There was also doubt in his voice. The 4 sturdy men following Li Xingyao were also stunned, and the sturdy man with a face full of flesh still had his fists clenched. But his eyes were wandering, as if he was doubting whether he had heard it wrong. Lu Yanyan kept shaking her head, tears streaming down her face, and kept repeating, "Impossible, impossible. How could he be brother Zhang?" There was panic in her eyes, as if she was desperately denying reality. She pointed at Lin Fan and said, "Brother Yao, you must be mistaken. He's such a jerk." She quickly changed her words halfway through her speech. "How could he be brother Zhang? He looks so poor, how can he have the aura of brother Zhang?" There was some reluctance in her tone, and she covered her beaten face with her hands. "My heart is still full of doubts." Bang! Li Xingyao raised his hand again and slapped him again. Lu Yanyan was hit so hard that she staggered a few steps. Tears came out. "Brother Yao, please stop hitting me. If you continue to hit me, I won't be able to broadcast live." "I didn't say anything." Lu Yanyan was crying with tears in her eyes. Li Xingyao stared at Lu Yanyan, "Poor? You think he's poor? I told you to kneel down, didn't you hear me?" The anger in his eyes grew stronger, and he had no patience to talk nonsense with her anymore. Lu Yanyan stood there in a daze, but still refused to believe it. She bit her lip, stared at Lin Fan, and whispered, "I don't believe it." Show me your live streaming platform account. If it's true, I'll kneel down for you. Her voice was filled with reluctance, as if she was making her last struggle. She's gambling. She bets that Lin Fan can't come up with it. This guy is just a poor student pretending to be nice. How can he be sexy Zhang Gu? At such a young age, how can you afford to spend 10 million in one night? The scene of herself in room 318 of the hotel emerged in her mind. That's the wretched man standing next to him. She used this method to get him to produce his account number to prove his identity. Too bad the account isn't that of sexy Zhang Gu at all. It's just a real loser. I spent half a year looking at it, but only spent about $100. Bullshit. In her eyes, Lin Fan in front of her was just another liar. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, as if she was waiting to see Lin Fan make a fool of himself. Unfortunately, she made the wrong bet. Lin Fan stared at Lu Yanyan's provocative face and said calmly, "Account number, right? Okay, I'll show you." He slowly threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped it out with his foot. Then he took out his mobile phone, swiped the screen skillfully with his fingers, and opened the interface of the live broadcast platform. The account ID clearly shows, "Sexy Brother Zhang wants to date the anchor." He turned the screen of his mobile phone to Lu Yanyan, and the interface clearly listed the consumption records. The total amount was 10 million, with recharge records and consumption details. The timestamp is accurate to every reward given in the live broadcast room last night. This is a real-time interface, not a Photoshop screenshot. The special effects of gold letters on a black background flashed dazzlingly in the night. Chapter 49, Didn't I give you 10 million? Lu Yanyan stared at the screen of her mobile phone, her eyes as big as bells. Her mouth opened involuntarily, and the provocation in her eyes was instantly replaced by shock. She stared blankly at the familiar ID and the astronomical consumption records. He muttered, "How is it possible? How is it possible for him to do that?" There was panic in her eyes, like a shrew who had been slapped hard by reality. Her fingers were shaking like a sieve, and she pointed at the screen and whispered, This can't be true." She tried her best to deny it, but the evidence on the screen was like a mountain, weighing her down so hard that she couldn't breathe. Li Xingyao stood aside, pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, and said at the right time, "Why? You still don't believe it?" There was a cold light in his eyes, as if warning Lu Yanyan not to make trouble for herself again. He turned to look at Lin Fan, his tone was somewhat respectful. "I have already added Brother Zhang's WeChat account. I recognize this portrait. Yes, it's him." His words hit Lu Yanyan's heart like a heavy hammer, completely shattering her last bit of hope. Plop. Lu Yanyan seemed to have all her strength drained away. Her legs softened and she fell to her knees in front of Lin Fan. One of her high heels fell off her foot and rolled to the side. Her knees hit the cold ground and she frowned in pain. But she didn't care about these, and hurriedly bowed her head and begged for mercy. "I'm sorry, Brother Zhang. I'm sorry, Brother Zhang. It's because I didn't recognize the real thing. It's because I was blind." Her tears fell down and she cried, and she was terrified. She supported herself on the ground with both hands, looked up at Lin Fan, and whispered, "I really didn't know you were Brother Zhang. It's my fault. I apologize for what I just said, please forgive me." As she spoke, she even began to kowtow. Bang! Bang! His forehead hit the ground with a dull thud. There were still red marks on his face from being slapped by Li Xingyao, and he looked as miserable as a drowned dog. Lin Fan looked down at her and couldn't help but sneer. "Do you know you're wrong now? Weren't you quite arrogant when you scolded my brother just now?" Seeing this, Li Xingyao, who was standing by, immediately smiled flatteringly. He stepped forward and said, "Brother Zhang, this is all a misunderstanding. This is definitely Yanyan's fault, and it's also my fault." There was a hint of flattery in his tone, like an old fox who changes his attitude according to the situation. He pushed up his glasses and whispered, "It was because I failed to manage the anchor well that this conflict occurred. Look, Yan has already knelt down and kowtowed to you. Can you calm down and let's make this matter a small matter?" He then tried to say, "Brother Zhang, please forgive me for my mistakes. We can still cooperate in the future." Lu Yanyan knelt on the ground, listening to Li Xingyao's words, and quickly agreed, yes, Brother Zhang, I was wrong, I shouldn't have offended you. I was just being mean, please don't bother with me. I kowtow to you to apologize." As she spoke, she knocked twice more. His forehead was already red, and his eyes were filled with panic and humility. Like a frightened dog. "Brother Zhang, I remember all your 10 million. I was so blind that I didn't recognize your generosity. Please forgive me. She supported herself on the ground with her hands, looking as miserable as a beggar, and completely lost her previous arrogance. Lin Fan stared at Lu Yanyan's tear-stained face and sneered in his heart, make a big deal out of a small matter? Why didn't she think of turning into a little girl when she called my brother disgusting? Zhang Tao, who was standing behind Lin Fan, was shocked beyond words. His eyeballs seemed to pop out. He opened his mouth, but no word came out. He looked at Lin Fan, then at Lu Yanyan who was kneeling on the ground, and then at Li Xingyao who had a fawning look on his face. His mind seemed to be blown. He whispered, "Brother Fan, are you really Brother Zhang? Did you spend the 10 million last night?" His voice trembled and his eyes were full of admiration and disbelief. "Then let me go to the hotel." Before he finished speaking, Lu Yanyan started apologizing towards Zhang Tao again. "Brother, I'm so sorry for what happened just now. I really didn't know you were Brother Zhang's friend. If I had known that Brother Zhang would arrange for you to come to the hotel with me, I would have no problem staying with you for 10 days or half a month. Please persuade Brother Zhang to forgive me." Lin Fan looked at Lu Yanyan and said coldly, "Kneel down and beg for mercy, and that's it? Weren't you quite a swearer just now?" Lu Yanyan was stunned for a moment, and quickly said, "Brother Zhang, I was wrong, I was really wrong. I'm a bad mouth. I shouldn't have scolded your brother. I deserve to die. You can punish me in any way you want, as long as you calm down." Li Xingyao came forward and whispered, "Brother Zhang, she's already like this, how about? We will have opportunities to cooperate in the future. Yan Yan is ignorant, don't bother with her." There was a hint of pleading in his tone, and it was obvious that he still wanted to hold on to Lin Fan, this cash cow. Lin Fan sneered, stared at Li Xingyao, and said calmly, "Cooperation? With your character, are you worthy of it? I am very disappointed with what happened today. I think your Xingyao guild has no need to exist anymore." He paused and said calmly, "I am going to spend money to buy out your guild. Let's call it a day today." After saying that, Lin Fan turned around and was about to leave. When Li Xingyao heard this, his face turned pale instantly and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. He knew that Lin Fan was not just talking casually. With the name Sexy Zhanggu, he earned 7.5 million views in 1 minute. The financial resources can be upgraded from level 3 to level 70 in half an hour. Not to mention buying a small company like the Xingyao Guild, even turning the entire live streaming platform's ecosystem upside down is no problem. Even if you can't buy it, you can just spend some money to disrupt the guild's anchor traffic. They too must be finished. He hurriedly took a step forward and grabbed Lin Fan's arm, his attitude as humble as a pug. "Brother! Big brother! Don't. Lin Fan stopped, turned his head to look at him, snorted coldly, and said nothing. Li Xingyao said hurriedly, "I know Yan Yan made you unhappy today, please calm down first, you can punish me however you want." He forced out a flattering smile, "We are just a small guild, not worth your attention. You can punish us however you want. Really, please, spare our guild." At this moment, Li Xingyao wanted to kneel down and hug Lin Fan's thighs. Lin Fan glanced at him, then glanced at Lu Yanyan who was kneeling on the ground, and said calmly, "Punishment?" He smiled and said casually, "Didn't I give you 10 million? Well, you help me do the work for 10 days, and I'll let you go after you're done." Lu Yanyan knelt on the ground, still not recovered from the shock, her eyes full of panic. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but before she could open her mouth, Li Xingyao immediately glared at her and said coldly, "Hurry up and agree." Lu Yanyan quickly agreed, "Okay. I will follow Brother Zhang's arrangements. I will do whatever you say." Chapter 50, Plain and Simple. At this moment, Lu Yanyan had completely lost her previous arrogance. Lin Fan snorted coldly and didn't look at her again. He took out his cell phone and made a call. "Zhou, I asked you to handle the case of my friend's mother who had kidney disease. How is it going?" Zhou on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, then replied, "Boss Lin, we have almost found a kidney source, and the surgery can be performed in half a month." Lin Fan nodded and asked, "Last time I heard you say that her family still has 10 acres of mountain land, which has been left uncultivated." Zhou hummed and smiled bitterly, "Yes, I can't do any hard work because of kidney disease, so the land has become barren." Lin Fan glanced at Lu Yanyan, which made Lu Yanyan feel uneasy. He then said to Zhou, "I have a man here who is quite free and wants to help me with the work for 10 days. When you have time, come and take her to the mountains to farm for me." He smiled and added, find a local old farmer to help teach her and assign her tasks every day. Don't let her eat or sleep if she doesn't finish the work. Joe Rin on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said there was no problem. Boss Lin has so many ways to play tricks on people. Joe Rin asked tentatively, who is that person? Do you want to give him special care? Lin Fan sneered, a host who does radio gymnastics, let her experience life. Joe Rin said oh and immediately responded, okay, I'll go pick him up tomorrow and I promise to do as you say. Lin Fan hung up the phone and turned to look at Lu Yanyan. Did you hear that? 10 days, farming in the mountains, there's no food to eat and no sleep to sleep if the work is not finished. 10 million in exchange for 10 days of your work, that's 1 million a day, it's a bargain for you. Lu Yanyan was panicking, Brother Zhang, can you change one? I really don't know how to farm. How about I accompany you? No, how about I accompany your brother? I will come whenever you want me to. I promise to be there whenever you call me. I know a lot of positions. I promise to serve you comfortably. Lin Fan glanced at Zhang Tao and said with disdain, my brother doesn't need a fool like you. After saying that, Lin Fan hooked his arm around Zhang Tao's shoulders and whispered, let's go back to the dormitory. Zhang Tao was anxious, brother. I really need. But he just thought about it and didn't dare to say it out loud. Lu Yanyan knelt on the ground, staring blankly at Lin Fan's back. Tears hung on her face, and she kept mumbling, farming? In the mountains? She looked up at Li Xingyao and whispered, Brother Yao, I. She wanted to beg for mercy, but before she could finish her words, Li Xingyao snorted coldly and interrupted her, shut up. You have to bear the consequences of your actions. Li Xingyao turned to look at Lin Fan's back and shouted, Brother Zhang, please take care. We will definitely get this done, so calm down. Come and play in our guild's live broadcast room when you have time. Lu Yanyan got up from the ground and looked down at her dusty skirt. Tears started falling again. She whispered, I'm going to farm? I don't know how to farm. Brother Yao, can you? Li Xingyao snorted coldly, turned around and left with the 4 strong men. You deserve it for provoking Brother Zhang. As the night deepened, the streets near Jiangda University became deserted. Only a few street lights were left lit alone. The dim light sprinkled on the ground, casting 2 long shadows of Lin Fan and Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao followed Lin Fan, his eyes glued to him. His eyes moved around as if he was looking at an alien. Lin Fan noticed Zhang Tao's burning gaze, turned his head to look at him, and said with a smile, why are you looking at me like that? If you have something to say, just say it. Don't hold it in. Zhang Tao asked cautiously, Brother Fan, was it really you who spent 10 million in the live broadcast room yesterday? I still can't believe it. Lin Fan said calmly, you also looked at the interface of the live broadcast software just now, what happened? Zhang Tao hurriedly asked, Brother Fan, where did you get so much money? 10 million. You spent it all in just one night? His voice rose several degrees, and his eyes were full of shock and admiration. You have always been poor, why did you suddenly? Lin Fan said casually, my house was demolished and I lost several 100 million yuan. He paused and added, but don't tell anyone about this. I don't want anyone to know that I'm rich. When Zhang Tao heard this, he immediately patted his chest and assured, Brother Fan, don't worry. I'm very tight-lipped and will never tell anyone. But Brother Fan, you are so awesome, you have hundreds of millions. I've never seen so much money in my life. There was a hint of excitement in his voice as he imagined the mountains of cash. Lin Fan sighed, I originally wanted to invite this little anchor out for you to play with, but who knew that this anchor was so fucking disgusting? Forget it, I'll give you something better next time. Zhang Tao also smiled bitterly and whispered, I was too cowardly at the hotel, otherwise I would have taken her down. But Brother Fan, did you really let her farm? Lin Fan sneered, farming is good, it's good enough that she is not asked to dig manure. Zhang Tao laughed, Brother Fan, your move is too cruel. After 10 days of farming in the mountains, her thin arms and legs must be exhausted. The way she knelt down and begged for mercy just now was really satisfying. But Brother Fan, you are too low-key. I didn't notice it normally. When you treated us to dinner today, I thought you were using your scholarship to treat us. By the way, if that's the case, then what I heard before about you humiliating Zhou Hao at the Golden Emperor Hotel must be true. Fuck, Brother Fan, you are too fierce. Zhang Tao kept chattering in Lin Fan's ear. Lin Fan just smiled and said nothing. The life of rich people is really boring and plain. Chapter 51, straight to the point. The lights in Jiang's dormitory building gradually dimmed. When Lin Fan and Zhang Tao pushed open the dormitory door, it was almost 12 o'clock in the evening. The air was filled with the unique sweat smell of the boys' dormitory. Zhou Jian leaned on the upper bunk with a cell phone in his hand. On the screen is the loading interface of Honor of Kings. When he saw the two people coming in, he frowned and asked, "Did it take you two so long to buy cigarettes?" Zhang Tao grinned, threw his coat on the chair, and said lightly, "I took a walk outside," he said as he kicked off his shoes and climbed onto his lower bunk. Lin Fan threw his phone on the table, sat down and took off his shoes. While playing games, Zhou Jian casually said, "Have you heard? Tomorrow seems to be the first day of school for freshmen. There will be many new students coming to school this time." There was a hint of anticipation in his voice, as if he was looking forward to something. Another wave of fresh blood. When Zhang Tao heard this, he immediately became alert. He smiled and said, "Why don't you pay close attention? Maybe one of the girls is your girlfriend?" Zhou Jian chuckled, obviously starting to fantasize. "You must pay attention to that. Maybe there's someone pretty and gentle among the new students, hee hee." There was something obscene in his voice, and his mouth was grinning so much that he couldn't close it. He paused, as if he suddenly thought of something. Then he sat up straight and said mysteriously, "By the way, I heard from others that there is a big star among the freshmen this year." When Zhang Tao heard this, he quickly stepped forward and asked, "What big star? Hurry up and tell me, don't keep me in suspense." Lin Fan sat nearby and also pricked up his ears to listen. Seeing the two people's reactions, Zhou Jian smiled proudly. He said mysteriously, "How come you haven't heard of him?" "Zhao Macy. That famous star who was extremely popular." "What? What did you say? Zhao Macy?" Zhang Tao's eyes widened instantly, his eyes full of shock. He said excitedly, "Is that the Zhao Macy that I often see on my phone? That figure and appearance are simply invincible." He hurriedly asked, "Which department is she from? Tell me quickly." Zhou Jian laughed, waved his hands, and said calmly, "Which department could he be from? It must be the acting department. Blessed. Blessed. Zhao Macy, she's a goddess-level figure. She looks like she came out of a painting, and she has such a hot body. Our school is going to be very lively this time." Zhou Jian glanced at him and joked, "You are so lucky. You talk as if she could be your girlfriend. How can a famous star like us, a little loser?" Zhang Tao waved his hands, seeming a little unconvinced. "That's not what you said. My schoolmate is a big star. I feel proud when I tell others about it. Even if I can't be your girlfriend, at least I can meet her, right? Maybe we can even take a photo or something." His voice was full of emotion, and the image of Zhao Macy kept appearing in his mind. Zhao Macy's looks are really impeccable. I saw a short video of her, and her waist when she was dancing, wow, it was like a snake. I heard she filmed a web drama, and there was a swimsuit scene in it. This one shot has blown up the short video platform, and the comment section is full of lickspittle. When Zhang Tao heard this, he immediately responded, "Yes, yes, yes. I have seen that video. I watched the swimsuit scene at least 10 times, it's so charming. If she really comes to our school, I have to find a way to stake out the entrance of the performance department, just in case I can get her WeChat or something." Zhou Jian chuckled, "Squat? The big star has a lot of bodyguards and assistants around him, it would be strange if you could get close to him. But their acting department's teaching building is so close to our dormitory, maybe we can run into them someday." When Zhang Tao heard this, he immediately nodded and said, "Of course. I'll have to dress nicely then, maybe I can strike up a conversation. Zhao Macy, she is a living goddess. I have to take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments to make my high school classmates so jealous." Zhou Jian laughed, "Be careful to get beaten up by their bodyguards." The two of them chatted animatedly, with each other talking. Let us talk about everything from Zhao Macy's figure to her work. We also talked about her appearance and which dormitory building she might live in. The topic went further and further away. Lin Fan sat aside and said nothing. He had indeed heard of this star named Zhao Macy. She is really beautiful and has a hot body. She is the kind of goddess-level figure who can attract attention wherever she goes. Zhang Tao was chatting excitedly. He turned around and looked at Lin Fan, then said with a smile, "Brother Fan, why aren't you talking? You've also seen Zhao Macy, right? How would you rate her looks?" Lin Fan smiled and said calmly, "I've seen her before. She looks okay. The entertainment industry is the most chaotic. Celebrities are just like that. Just watch. When Zhang Tao heard Lin Fan say this, he wondered if Lin Fan often came into contact with such big stars? If you think about it carefully, it is possible since Lin Fan is so rich. What's wrong with playing a few celebrities? His admiration for Lin Fan deepened. The next morning, the Jiangnan University campus became lively. The school gate was filled with cars and buses that were taking students to register, shuttling back and forth. The sound of horns, parents' instructions, and the laughter of new students are intertwined together, just like a big market. A bright red banner with the words "Warmly Welcome New Students" was hung on the main road of the campus, fluttering in the wind. In the square in front of the teaching building, the student union volunteers were busy. Move tables, distribute materials, and guide new students through admission procedures. The whole school seemed to be injected with fresh blood and was full of vitality. Zhou Jian and Zhang Tao left the dormitory early in the morning and put on the volunteer vests issued by the student union. He excitedly said that he wanted to be a volunteer, helping new students to register, guide them, etc. But everyone can see that they just want to take the opportunity to see if there are any schoolmates they like. Or maybe you want to catch a glimpse of the big star Zhao Macy. Before leaving, Zhang Tao spent a long time fixing his hair in front of the mirror. He sprayed some cheap perfume that he got from somewhere, and it smelled so bad that Zhou Jian frowned. Zhou Jian teased, "Are you going there to be a volunteer or to go on a blind date?" Zhang Tao chuckled, "What if I run into Zhao Macy? I have to look more handsome." The two of them went out laughing, leaving Lin Fan alone in the dormitory. Lin Fan washed up slowly and walked out of the dormitory at around 10 o'clock. He made an appointment with Zhou Run to meet at a cafe outside the school. The cafe is not big, located on the corner of the street. The floor-to-ceiling windows let in warm yellow light, and there is a faint aroma of coffee wafting inside. When Lin Fan pushed the door open, Zhou Ren was already sitting by the window waiting. He was holding a cup of black coffee in his hand, wearing a casual suit, and looked energetic. The two exchanged a few pleasantries when they met. Lin Fan ordered a cup of American coffee and got straight to the point after sitting down. How did Su Muru's mother's kidney transplant go? Chapter 52. This is Boss Lin's strength. Zhou Ren nodded and said, "Boss Lin, the surgery can be performed this week. The kidney source has been matched. The hospital said the risk is very small and there is basically no major problem." "That's good." Lin Fan paused, took a sip of coffee, and asked, "Where's that internet celebrity Lu Yanyan? How is she doing?" When Zhou Ren heard this, he immediately laughed. He put down his coffee cup and whispered, "Boss Lin, Lu Yanyan is in such a pity." When Lu Yanyan arrived in the mountainous area, she didn't listen at all at first. She acted like a spoiled little lady and complained about this and that. He refused to work on the first day and was still cursing. He paused, grinned, and said, after being hungry for 2 meals, he became obedient. Now he works in the fields every day. He is tanned like an African refugee and is skinny. How can he still be an internet celebrity? Lin Fan sneered, "I feel like 10 days of work is still not enough for her." Zhou Ren nodded and said with a smile, "Lu Yanyan must be regretting this to death now. The old farmer in the mountainous area doesn't pamper her. He gives her a full schedule of tasks every day, and won't give her any food if she doesn't finish them. But Boss Lin, this trick of yours is really great. It not only vents your anger but also saves trouble." Lin Fan smiled and said casually, "Okay, keep an eye on this matter and don't let her get away." Zhou Ren nodded immediately and assured, "Don't worry, Boss Lin, you can't run away. By the way, the nightclub is expected to open in half a month, Boss Lin must come over then. After all, this is your place." Lin Fan nodded, "No problem, I'll go and take a look when the time comes." After they finished chatting, they paid the bill and walked out of the cafe together. The sun shines on the street corner, bringing a hint of warmth. At this moment, Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. Her eyes inadvertently swept across the street and saw a familiar figure. Zhou Hao. Zhou Ren followed Lin Fan's gaze and frowned slightly, as if he recognized something. He thought for a moment, then looked up at Lin Fan. "Boss Lin, isn't this the person you asked me to investigate before?" Lin Fan nodded slightly and said calmly, "Yes, Zhou Hao." When Zhou Ren heard this, he immediately asked, "Is there anything I can do?" Before Lin Fan could reply, Zhou Hao's eyes were already fixed on Lin Fan. His face was gloomy and there was disgust in his eyes. Then he strode towards Lin Fan. There were 3 or 4 young people following behind him. He was wearing a fancy t-shirt and jeans, and didn't look like a gangster. Instead, he looks like a student from Jiang University, probably a lackey around Zhou Hao. They walked with a sluggish pace, their hands in their pockets, their shoulders swaying as they walked. Soon, Zhou Hao walked in front of Lin Fan. He stopped and looked Lin Fan up and down. He snorted coldly and said, "You bastard, I finally found you today. Where the hell have you been hiding these days? Make it easy for me to find you." Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and sneered, "Hey, you're looking for me?" His tone was frivolous, with a hint of mockery in his eyes, as if he was looking at a clown. "I didn't beat you enough last time. Now you're itching for trouble again? Hey, why didn't your pretty girlfriend come with you? Did you eat too much in the cafeteria last time?" Lin Fan deliberately emphasized the last four words, "You must be full," with his tone full of sarcasm. When Zhou Hao heard this, his expression instantly turned from gloomy to ashen, and the anger in his eyes almost burst out. It was obvious that Lin Fan had hit a sore spot for him. He immediately remembered the scene in the cafeteria. In front of all the students in the school, Lin Fan dumped the food in his plate directly onto Chen Sunny's face. The soup dripped down her hair, and the scene was so embarrassing that it looked like a joke. He was kicked several times by Lin Fan and was humiliated. In the past 2 days, he has been planning how to take revenge on Lin Fan. "I found a few lackeys to keep watch. I finally ran into him today, and I was so angry that I wanted to vent it." Seeing this, a younger brother following Zhou Hao took a step forward. He glanced at Lin Fan and whispered, "Brother Hao, why are we wasting time talking to him? Why not just beat him up and be done with it? We still have things to do. Zhao Macy's car might come over soon. We have to keep a close eye on it." There was a hint of urgency in his tone, and he was obviously more interested in Zhao Macy's arrival. A hint of hesitation flashed across Zhou Hao's eyes, and he thought so too. He turned to look at Lin Fan and said viciously, "You're lucky today. I don't have time to bother with you. Kneel down before me and kowtow 3 times, and I'll consider beating you less harshly later. I'll try to keep you from going to the hospital. That's a good deal, isn't it?" His voice was full of threats, and there was even a hint of smugness in his eyes. Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. He walked slowly towards Zhou Hao, at a moderate pace. When Zhou Hao saw Lin Fan walking towards him, he actually thought that the other party was coming to kneel down, and the mockery in his eyes became even stronger. He tilted his head and said viciously, "Poor bastards are poor bastards, and they dare to go against me. Even if I don't beat you to death, I can still kill you with money." A yellow-haired younger brother who followed him immediately chimed in, "Brother Hao is right. How dare this kind of rubbish act in front of you? A complete clown." Lin Fan seemed very calm and was not angered at all by Zhou Hao's provocation. Zhou Ren, who had been following him, saw Lin Fan walking forward. A trace of doubt flashed through his mind. Boss Lin is not really going to give in, right? But as soon as this thought came to his mind, he immediately dismissed it. Then he shook his head secretly. Impossible, with Boss Lin's strength, how could he possibly bow down to such a small fry in front of him? If anyone is going to be killed with money, it should be Boss Lin, who should be the one to kill this ignorant little piece of trash. At this time, Lin Fan had already walked in front of Zhou Hao, and a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Zhou Hao was annoyed by this smile. He frowned and said impatiently, "What the hell are you laughing at? Kneel down for me." But as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan moved. There were no signs. He raised his hand and slapped Zhou Hao hard in the face. Bang! The sound was as crisp as firecrackers. The slap was so powerful that Zhou Hao staggered. Blood instantly oozed from the corner of his mouth and half of his face quickly swelled up. Zhou Hao stood there in a daze, covering his face with his hands, his expression full of disbelief. The sound of slaps echoed around the street corners. The lackeys around were all stunned for a moment. Lin Fan clapped his hands, as if he was afraid that the other person's face would dirty his hands. He said calmly, "I'm laughing at your lack of memory." Zhou Ren was standing behind and couldn't help but laugh when he saw the scene. This is the strength of Boss Lin. It only takes a few minutes to deal with this kind of stuff, right? Zhou Hao covered his face, blood from the corner of his mouth dripping down his fingers. His eyes changed from arrogance to shock, and then to anger. He glared at Lin Fan and screamed, "How dare you hit me? Chapter 53, Why dare you do this to me?" Zhou Hao turned his head suddenly and shouted at the stunned brothers around him, "What are you still standing there for? Beat him up." He was obviously completely devastated by Lin Fan's slap. At this moment, Zhou Hao was like an enraged mad dog. After Zhou Hao said this, the other brothers finally reacted. They looked at each other, then gritted their teeth and rushed towards Lin Fan. The yellow-haired boy clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with ruthlessness, and shouted, "I'll teach you how to be arrogant." Another boy also shouted, "Fuck him." There was also a tall and thin man following behind, waving his arms frantically. No matter how you look at it, this group of people is just a mob. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, thinking about how to deal with the siege of 3 or 4 people in front of him. But at this moment, Zhou Ren suddenly stepped forward and stood in front of Lin Fan. He smiled and said, "Boss Lin, you don't have to do this yourself. Just watch from the side." As soon as he finished speaking, the yellow-haired boy rushed forward. He threw a punch straight at Lin Fan's face, shouting, "Go to hell." The fist brought with it a burst of energy and was about to hit. But Zhou Ren was faster and his attack was almost instantaneous. He simply reached out and grabbed the other person's arm, twisting his wrist. Then he raised his foot and kicked the yellow-haired man hard in the elbow. There was a crisp crack sound, and Lin Fan even heard the sound of broken bones. The boy wailed in pain and fell to the ground, covering his arm. He rolled on the ground in pain, even his face was distorted. He screamed like a pig being slaughtered, "Ah! My hand!" The other boy was stunned when he saw this. He actually rushed towards Zhou Ren without knowing what was good for him, waving his fist and shouting, "How dare you!" But before he got close, Zhou Ren raised his foot and hit him in the chest. Nan Hong cried out ouch and was kicked back a few steps, stumbling and bumping into a trash can on the side of the road. He squatted down, holding his chest with his hands. His blood rushed up and his face turned red. Zhou Ren stood straight, with disdain in his eyes. He glanced down at the 2 little brothers on the ground, reached behind his waist, and pulled out a nunchaku from somewhere. The nunchakus were wielded with great vigor in his hands. The black stick drew a sharp arc in the sunlight, making a whistling sound. Zhou Hao's younger brothers instantly became intimidated. They usually just bullied the weak, so how could they have ever seen such a scene? Everyone's eyes were filled with fear and they retreated one after another. Zhou Hao stood at the back, watching the group of people he brought with him retreat in fear, his face distorted with anger. He shouted loudly, "You rubbish! Hurry up and get to me! How do I usually spend money on you? Now that you are all like turtles when something happens?" He pointed at Zhou Ren and screamed, "What are you afraid of? He's alone. What do you 3 have to be afraid of?" Zhou Ren muttered disdainfully, "You talk a lot, kid?" There was a cold light in his eyes, as if he was looking at a noisy fly. Before he finished speaking, the nunchaku in his hand had already moved. With a bang, the stick hit Zhou Hao's right arm with such force that it seemed to break the bone. Zhou Hao screamed in pain and almost jumped up from the spot. He squatted down, holding his arm, tears streaming down his face as he cursed, "Fuck you." But before he could finish, Zhou Ren hit him with a stick, causing him to wail. Seeing this, the younger brothers around him were even more frightened. "Brother Hao, let's go first. This guy is too powerful. We can't handle him at all." Zhou Hao squatted on the ground, covering his arm, grimacing in pain, and the anger in his eyes was gradually replaced by fear. He cursed loudly, "Cowards! A bunch of rubbish!" But he also realized that being stubborn at this time would be courting death, so it would be best to leave quickly. He gritted his teeth, struggled to get up, turned around, and wanted to run, muttering, "You wait." Seeing that Zhou Hao was about to slip away, Zhou Ren glanced at Lin Fan, as if asking what Lin Fan meant. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and gave Zhou Ren a look with murderous intent in his eyes. Zhou Ren immediately understood, took a few steps, and rushed behind Zhou Hao as fast as lightning. He grabbed his neck, tightened his arms, and lifted Zhou Hao up like a chicken. Zhou Hao's feet were off the ground, and his hands were grabbing around. He was breathing in and out with a ho-ho sound and his face turned red, like a duck with its neck strangled. He struggled and shouted, Let me go." Several younger brothers stood there in a daze, their eyes full of fear. The yellow-haired man whispered, "Brother Hao." Lin Fan stood behind, sneered, put his hands in his pockets, and said calmly, "Run? Keep running." Zhou Hao was let go by Zhou Ren and fell to the ground. He gasped, covered his neck, and stared at Lin Fan, the hatred in his eyes becoming even stronger. He gritted his teeth, forced himself to stand up straight, and still shouted arrogantly, "Just try and see if you dare to touch me. If you mess with me, you're messing with the King of Heaven. When the time comes, you won't even know how you died. As long as I tell my dad what happened today, I guarantee you won't see the sun tomorrow." Facing Zhou Hao's words, Lin Fan felt only disdain. He said calmly, "Your father? Zhou Tianming?" When Zhou Hao heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Then he thought that Lin Fan had heard of his father's name and was scared into giving in. His voice became more confident, and he raised his head and said, "Yes. Zhou Tianming is my father." "What? Are you scared? If you don't kneel down and admit your mistake today, you will have the chance to kneel down and beg me to do so in the future." Several of his younger brothers behind him also followed suit. "Brother Hao asked you to kneel down because he thinks highly of you. You've offended President Zhou, and you still want to stay in Jiangzhou?" Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. He looked at Zhou Hao's self-righteous face as if he was looking at a fool who didn't know the consequences of his own actions. He paused, turned to Zhou Ren and said, "Find some brothers and hang this grandson on the tree in front of the school gate. And make him a banner that says, 'Tianming Decoration Zhou Tianming and his son welcome all new students to school.' Just consider it as a small gift from me to the school." When Zhou Ren heard this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud twice. "Just do as Boss Lin says." When Zhou Hao heard Lin Fan's words, he was completely stunned. This is not right. Doesn't he already know that his father is Zhou Tianming? He even mentioned his father's company, Tianming Decoration? How dare you do this to me? Is Lin Fan crazy? My father is a rich man. Even using money to kill Lin Fan would be like playing. Why did Lin Fan dare to treat him like this? Is it true that he is not afraid at all when things get difficult? Zhou Hao stared at Lin Fan blankly and asked, What did you say?" Lin Fan couldn't help but sneer. "I said I'll hang you on the tree so your father can see how promising his son is." Chapter 54, Hanging on a Tree? How dare you hang me up? My father is Zhou Tianming. Zhou Tianming of Tianming Decoration. If you dare to touch me, my dad will kill your whole family. I will make it impossible for you to survive in Jiangzhou. Lin Fan stared at Zhou Hao's distorted face and said calmly, "Kill my whole family? Sure, let's try. I advise you to let me go now. One word from my dad can make you kneel down and beg for mercy. If you dare to do this, I will make sure you die without a burial place." Zhou Hao kept cursing until the veins on his neck popped out. He spat at Lin Fan again, but unfortunately he missed. Instead, he was kicked even harder by Zhou Ren. He cried out in pain and tears came out. After cursing a few times, Zhou Hao seemed to realize that being arrogant was useless. He swallowed and his voice trembled. "You, don't mess around. My dad will really kill you." Seeing that Lin Fan was unmoved, he immediately changed his expression and forced out an ugly smile. Brother, don't be like this, we can talk it out." Then he begged for mercy. "I was wrong, I shouldn't have provoked you, put me down, I promise not to cause you any trouble." Lin Fan glanced at Zhou Hao impatiently. "Shut up." Zhou Ren understood and chopped Zhou Hao's neck cleanly with his knife. With a pop sound, Zhou Hao rolled his eyes and uttered a "huh" sound. His whole body went limp and he fainted. Soon, Zhou Ren called a few of his younger brothers and started to drag the unconscious Zhou Hao to the old locust tree opposite the school gate. The old locust tree has lush branches and leaves and is so tall that it looks like a natural display stand. The locust tree is right in front of the school gate and is usually a popular spot where students gather. Zhou Ren directed his men to strip Zhou Hao naked in no time, leaving him without even underwear. Her white flesh was exposed, making people dizzy in the sunlight. A few younger brothers laughed, and one of them tied Zhou Hao tightly with a rope. Another climbed up the tree and tied the rope to a thick branch. With one final pull, Zhou Hao was hung up. His feet were off the ground, like a hung specimen. A little brother shook out a bright red banner with large crooked words written in black paint on it. Tianming Decoration Zhou Tianming and his son welcome all the new students to school. The banner was tied under Zhou Hao's body, swaying in the breeze. Zhou Hao was hanging on the tree, his head tilted to one side, blood streaked at the corner of his mouth, and his face was swollen like a pig's head. The sunlight shone on him, making him look both horrible and ridiculous. The excitement of the new students' registration has already attracted a lot of people. At this moment, there was suddenly a living specimen under the old locust tree. Who can not watch it? In less than 5 minutes, a circle of people gathered under the tree. Students, parents, and volunteers all came together. The phone kept taking pictures. The discussion surged like a tide, layer upon layer. Someone slapped his thigh and said, "Fuck. Who is this? Look at that banner. Tianming Decoration Zhou Tianming? Isn't this the owner of the decoration company in Jiangzhou? Is this his son?" As he spoke, the phone in his hand started recording video. "This guy is so miserable, who did this? So cruel. I heard that the guy is called Zhou Hao. He is usually quite arrogant. I don't know who he offended. Isn't his family quite wealthy? Tianming decoration Zhou Tianming with his son. I see this banner and it seems like his father hung him here? Impossible, how could such a shameful thing be done by his father? I guess I messed with someone I shouldn't have messed with. He deserves it. He relies on his father Zhou Tianming's name to show off and act tough every day. Someone will take action. What a pity. I heard that the beauty in the economics department is his girlfriend. Her name is Chen Sinny. She is so pretty. It's really like a flower stuck in cow dung. I see he looks worse than cow dung now. Do you know who did it? It seems like you know. Who cares who did it? It makes me feel better. It's obvious at first glance that Zhou Hao is not a good guy. More and more people gathered around, and discussions arose one after another. Some were shocked, some laughed. More people picked up their phones and kept taking photos and videos, with expressions on their faces as if they had seen alien creatures. Several parents passing by also came over and asked, "What's going on in this school? Why is there such a thing during the registration of new students? The discipline in this school is too poor. Isn't Jiangda a well-known university in the country? How could something like this happen?" The person next to him whispered, "Who knows? Maybe this person is not a student of Jiang University. I'm afraid he was retaliated by someone. This is too outrageous. How about we call the police?" The other auntie waved her hand and whispered, forget it, don't make trouble. Didn't you hear what that student said just now? This kid is a rich second generation. How powerful must his background be to be able to bully a rich second generation into such a state? There was a hint of fear in her tone. If you make someone unhappy, you might be the one tied to the tree next time. As soon as she said this, several parents around her nodded and then murmured. Before long, the news spread like wildfire. The news spread from the school gate to the teaching building, then to the administrative building, and finally reached the ears of the director of studies, Li Jiwen. He was sitting in his office, looking through the schedule for new student registration, when the phone suddenly rang. He frowned, picked up the phone and heard it was a call from the security department. The voice on the other end of the phone was as anxious as an ant on hot pot. "Director Li, there's a man hanging from the tree in front of the school gate. It looks like he's a student from our school. What should we do? Should we get the person down first?" There was a hint of panic in the other party's tone. When Li Jiwen heard this, his brows knitted tightly and he whispered, "What? Hanging on a tree? Still a student?" He slammed the table and said angrily, "Isn't this definitely damaging the reputation of the school? Today is the first day of school for freshmen, why don't you get them down? Waiting for it to get out and be embarrassed?" His tone softened a little. He spoke again, "Hurry up and get him down, take him to the security department and find out what's going on." The security department responded hastily, Okay. Director Li, we'll go right away." After hanging up the phone, Li Jiwen rubbed his temples and muttered in a low voice, "These students are getting more and more outrageous." At the same time, the principal, Li Guoqiang, was driving towards the school. Chapter 55, Don't be in front of the school. Today is the first day of school for new students. Li Guoqiang arranged everything properly early in the morning, and the Academic Affairs Office, Student Union, and Security Office were all dispatched. I also made an appointment with several leaders from the Education Bureau to have lunch together at noon. Let us talk about Jiangda's future investment and construction plans. There are now more than 30 million yuan in the school's public account. He was thinking about how to spend the money. Building buildings is a necessity, but for him, the most important thing is not what kind of buildings to build, but how many buildings to build. Teaching building, laboratory building, or dormitory building? Or you can just build another stadium and outsource it and make a lot of money in a year. Every additional building in the school will add more glory to Jiangnan University's ranking. The more he thought about it, the more beautiful it seemed, and he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. But when Li Guoqiang parked his car not far from the school gate, he found something wrong. There was a large crowd of people gathered at the school gate, including students and parents, a sea of black. He frowned, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Then he opened the car door and walked quickly forward. When he got closer and took a look, Li Guoqiang was stunned. Under the old locust tree, a boy was hanging there. The white flesh was dazzling in the sun, and the banner was as red as blood. The crooked words on it read Zhou Tianming of Tianming Decoration and his son welcome all the new students to school. The crowd gathered under the tree was talking, and their cell phone flashlights were flashing. Li Guoqiang's expression instantly changed from doubt to ashen. He muttered in a low voice, "What the hell is going on?" At this moment, he caught a glimpse of the security team leader, Lao Zhang, squeezing into the crowd with a few other people. Several people were frantically carrying a ladder, seemingly trying to get Zhou Hao down. Li Guoqiang took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. He walked over quickly and waved to Lao Zhang, "Lao Zhang, come here." When old Zhang saw Li Guoqiang, he hurried over, a few drops of sweat already oozing out of his forehead, and he looked extremely panicked. If this matter is not handled properly, he will lose his position as captain of the security department. Li Guoqiang stared at him, pointed at Zhou Hao on the tree, and asked in a low voice, "Tell me, what is going on?" His tone was full of anger as he waited for a reasonable explanation from the other party. Lao Zhang stammered, "Principal, we just discovered this and have just contacted the Dean of Studies. Director Li said to get this student down from the tree first. We are just about to start." When Li Guoqiang heard this, he became furious. "What did you say? Is this person a student of our school?" Old Zhang hesitated and said, "It seems so. The classmates around me said that this person is called Zhou Hao." His voice was low, as if he was afraid of saying the wrong thing. "It's still uncertain, we haven't verified the identity yet." Zhou Hao. When Li Guoqiang heard the name, he turned around and looked at Zhou Hao on the tree in the glaring banner again. This time, he saw clearly Zhou Hao's face, which was swollen like a pig's head. He vaguely remembered that when Zhou Hao came to Jiang University to study, he personally handled the admission procedures. This kid's college entrance examination score is so low that he can't even get into a junior college. But his father Zhou Tianming is rich and he invested several million in the school. Only then did I get an admission spot. At that time, Li Guoqiang just turned a blind eye and let it go. But now, Zhou Tianming's son was hung like this at the school gate. If Zhou Tianming comes over, it will be more or less a trouble. Thinking of this, Li Guoqiang's face turned even darker. He glared at Lao Zhang and shouted, "Then why are you still standing there? Get him down quickly and get rid of the people watching around. If this gets out, where will the school's reputation be? The leaders of the Municipal Education Bureau will be coming over soon. Can we ask them to come and take a look at this?" Old Zhang was frightened by the roar and nodded hurriedly, "Yes, Principal Li, I'll do it right away." But at this moment, a voice suddenly came from not far away. "Principal Li, don't rush to get him down. I think Zhou Hao looks pretty good hanging here." The voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by Li Guoqiang. When Li Guoqiang heard this, he felt a surge of anger in his heart. "What's good to see? It looks good if it's hung at the school gate? If it looks nice, why don't you hang it on your door?" He was filled with anger and wanted to pull the person who spoke out and scold him on the spot. But when he turned around and saw the person who was speaking, he was stunned. Standing not far away was Lin Fan. Li Guoqiang held back all the dirty words that were about to come out of his mouth. He forced a stiff smile on his face. He looked at Lin Fan and whispered, "Student Lin Fan. Well, it's really not a good look for this person to be hanging here. It really affects the reputation of our school. Look, there are so many people watching now. If this gets out, our school's reputation will be ruined." He paused, then smiled and said, "You are also a member of Jiangda University, so you should consider the school more or less, right?" Li Guoqiang's tone was very tactful, and he felt somewhat helpless inside. After all, Lin Fan donated a full 30 million to Jiang University not long ago. One can imagine the depth of the background of a person who can easily donate 30 million. Li Guoqiang really didn't dare to provoke him easily. So even though he was furious, he could only force himself to smile and even try to please her. Lin Fan smiled, looked at Li Guoqiang, and said calmly, "I had Zhou Hao put up there. It's a small gift from me to the school. I want everyone to join in the fun." Hearing this, Li Guoqiang's face twitched instantly. I couldn't help thinking, gift? What kind of gift is this? If a nosy reporter takes this picture, it will be on the headlines of Jiangzhou News tomorrow. Do you still want my position as the principal? The newspaper headlines were already on his mind. On the day of Jiangnan University's new student registration, students were hung on trees as a warning to the public. My scalp tingles just thinking about it. Li Guoqiang took a deep breath and quickly pulled Lin Fan to a corner to the side, away from the gazes of the crowd. He forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, and even used a pleading tone, "My little ancestor, please don't bully me. I am grateful for your contribution to the school, but if this man is left here, our school will be ruined." Li Guoqiang almost cried, "I beg you, okay? Let someone get Zhou Hao down. You can hang it anywhere you want. I can hang it for you myself. Don't do that in front of the school." Lin Fan looked at Li Guoqiang's anxious face, and knew in his heart that hanging it at the school gate like this would indeed be bad for the school's reputation. But what he wanted was for Zhou Hao to be embarrassed. Now Zhou Hao has been hung for a while, and the onlookers have almost finished taking pictures, so the effect has been achieved. He said calmly, "I understand the principal's feelings, and I am not an unreasonable person." When Li Guoqiang heard this, his eyes lit up and he nodded quickly, "Yes, yes, yes, classmate Lin Fan, you are the most reasonable one." Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Fan continued. "Well, have someone hang Zhou Hao at the entrance of his father's company, and change the banner above it for me. Change to Zhou Tianming and his son Zhou Hao welcome all parents to Tianming decoration." When Li Guoqiang heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched again, and he whispered, hang at the door of his father's company?" Chapter 56. I'll do it now. When the principal heard Lin Fan's request, he just snorted and said nothing in the end. It seems to be the default. At this moment, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Lin Fan's mind. System prompt: the host has not spent a large amount of money for a long time, and a new round of tasks has been triggered. Host, please spend 100 million yuan within 10 hours, and the task reward will be doubled, with a total reward of 200 million yuan. Mission failure will be punished 3 times, the penalty amount is 300 million yuan. When Lin Fan heard this hint, he was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "It's only been a day since I spent much money, and the system is already unhappy? Well, who makes me a super rich man? It's just 100 million, just sprinkle some water on it." But he didn't want to waste the money. Since he was going to spend it, he naturally wanted to do something meaningful with it. For example, let Lu Yanyan go to the mountainous area to help farmers. At the same time, Zhou Hao, who was hanging on the tree, suddenly moved. He was knocked unconscious by Zhou Ren's knife and remained unconscious for most of the day. Now he finally woke up. But when he opened his eyes dazedly, the first thing he saw was a sea of black people surrounding him. He blinked hard, his mind still a little dazed. When he looked down, his whole body froze instantly. At this moment, I was hanging naked in the air, and my white flesh was dazzling in the sunlight. Not only that, there was also a huge red banner hanging in front of him. Written crookedly on it were Zhou Tianming of Tianming Decoration and his son welcome all the new students to school. The words were so big that they seemed to be poking his eyes out. Zhou Hao was stunned for a few seconds, and then his mind exploded with a buzzing sound. He looked at his own miserable condition and the crowd of onlookers, and completely collapsed. In an instant, the whole person became extremely angry. Even a little bit ashamed. The discussions from the audience also reached his ears. "Look, he's awake. You really opened your eyes. I wonder how it feels to wake up and find yourself hanging on a tree. What else can I feel? I must be furious. Do you think he will cry? I want to see him drop his little pearls. A real man doesn't shed tears easily. Why are you crying about such a small thing? It's easy for you to say that. I'll hang you on a tree and see if you'll cry or not. I'll take 2 more photos and send them to our happy family group to open everyone's eyes." Zhou Hao's face turned red. He clenched his fists and yelled, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a man before? Turn off your phone. You dare to take pictures? I'll kill you." Zhou Hao's eyes widened as if they were about to pop out, and the veins on his neck were clearly visible. But the more he did this, the louder the people in the audience talked and laughed. Fuck, this guy is quite shameless. He dares to curse at people even though he is naked. Why are you being so tough? I think he is just ashamed and furious. He's quite shameless. He looks like he's enjoying it. You think he's AM? He just likes bondage? Is this true? Have you looked from the back? Is there anything stuffed inside? Zhou Hao's face was distorted with anger. I am now being hung on a tree, and the person under the tree actually says that I am made of glass. Who the hell wouldn't be angry? And it seems that this is no longer a matter of being angry or not. But it's a huge disgrace. He even wondered why the rope was tied around his hands. It would be better to just tie your neck. Just become a hanged ghost. Zhou Hao turned his head suddenly and saw his yellow-haired little brother standing in the crowd. He immediately screamed, "Yellow hair! Are you fucking joining in the fun? Put me down right now." The yellow-haired boy was frightened by the roar and looked around, feeling a little at a loss. "Brother Hao, I don't dare, someone is watching us. I'm afraid if I put you down, they'll take revenge on me." When Zhou Hao heard this, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. "You are such a fucking coward. You just watch others humiliate me? You'd better not pray for someone to put me down, or I'll have to tie you up here and let you feel it." When Huang Mao heard this, his face turned green. Zhou Hao struggled violently, and the rope hurt his arm. But he didn't care and said hurriedly, "Call my dad quickly. Let my dad come find me." Huang Mao was stunned for a moment and whispered, "Brother Hao, my phone is out of battery." Zhou Hao was so angry that his face turned green. He screamed, "Waste! A bunch of waste! Can't you find another phone if it's out of battery? I'm better than you." Zhou Hao was so angry that tears were about to come out. He had lived for more than 20 years and had never felt so aggrieved. His family is so rich, he should be the one who can do whatever he wants. "Just wait. My dad is coming and will kill you." Zhou Hao was still shouting. At this time, the security team leader Lao Zhang squeezed into the crowd with several security guards. They were holding ladders in their hands, sweating profusely, and shouting, "Make way, make way." Old Zhang looked up at Zhou Hao hanging on the tree and whispered, "This kid is really noisy." The security guard next to him said, "Who cares?" The principal said to take him down and send him to the entrance of Tianming Decoration Company. "Let's save our jobs first." Lao Zhang climbed up the ladder and hurriedly untied the rope. When Zhou Hao saw someone approaching, he immediately struggled and shouted, "Put me down. What the hell were you doing just now? Why are you here now? Are you scared when you hear that my dad is coming? I think you'll all die." Lao Zhang frowned and whispered, "Stop yelling, come down and talk." As soon as he pulled the rope, Zhou Hao fell to the ground with a bang and screamed in pain. That's right, Lao Zhang did it on purpose. Lin Fan looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but smile. He turned around and whispered a few words to Zhou Ren beside him. After listening to this, Zhou Ren nodded and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. "Don't worry, Boss Lin, I'll do it right away." After saying that, he turned around and walked away quickly, disappearing into the crowd in the blink of an eye. Lin Fan felt that the scene at the school gate was almost over, so he turned around and prepared to leave. But just as he turned around, his eyes inadvertently swept across the crowd and he saw a familiar face. A pretty girl stood at the edge of the crowd, quietly watching Zhou Hao fall from the tree. She was wearing a white shirt and jeans, with a cool temperament and delicate features. There was no expression on her face, like a passerby watching coldly. It was as if what was happening before her eyes had nothing to do with her. The woman was none other than Chen Sini, the beauty of the economics department. When Lin Fan looked at the other person, Chen Sini's gaze also lingered on Lin Fan for a moment. Chapter 57, Come Out Quickly. The two people's eyes met in the air for a moment, and then quickly separated. Lin Fan said nothing, turned around and left without looking back. Chen Sini stood there, but her eyes were fixed on Lin Fan's back, like thinking about something. Lin Fan walked out for more than 10 meters, took out his key, and pressed the remote control. The fiery red Ferrari sports car made a beeping sound. He opened the car door and got in. The engine roared and like a flash of red lightning, it disappeared around the corner in an instant. Chen Sini's eyes followed the sports car until it completely disappeared. Shortly after Lin Fan left, a black Mercedes limousine slowly drove towards the school gate. The car body is low-key yet luxurious, with the windows closed, like a mobile fortress. There was a woman sitting in the back seat of the car. Her facial features were so delicate that she looked like a sculptured work of art. Her skin was as white as porcelain, and her eyes were clear yet revealing a bit of spirituality. She was wearing a beige trench coat with a black silk scarf, looking elegant. Like a model walking off the cover of a magazine, every move she makes carries a natural air of nobility. She is simply a fairy that fell from the sky. If a boy sees this kind of girl, he will definitely be obsessed with her and unable to take his eyes off her. The girl leaned back in her seat, her eyes casually looking forward. She suddenly frowned and whispered, "Why are there so many people in front? Did something happen at school?" A man sitting in the passenger seat heard this and turned to look at her. Zhangde is also a famous university in China. Nothing serious should happen. Maybe it's because school starts today and there are more people here. He adjusted his sitting position and whispered, "Maze, I'm not saying anything bad about you. With your acting career and the awards you've won, it won't be a problem for you to go to the acting department of Peking University or Tsinghua University. Why do I have to take the college entrance examination and then come to Jiangda?" There was confusion in his voice and concern on his face. Zhao Meici heard this and said calmly, "Tsinghua University and Peking University are good, but I don't want to take shortcuts." There was a firmness in her tone, as if she had her own principles. "Besides, Jiang University is not bad either. And I passed the exam based on my own strength." The man in the passenger seat shook his head helplessly. "Okay, as long as you are happy." Zhou Haogang was just untied from the old locust tree by the security personnel. The whole person looked extremely embarrassed. He struggled and shouted, "My father is Zhou Tianming. You all must die. Who of the security guards cares who your father is? The most important thing for them now is to keep their jobs." Zhou Hao was forced into a van. The car door slammed shut. The banner was also rolled up and thrown in the back seat. This scene happened to be seen by Zhao Meici, who was in the car. She couldn't help but frown. Why is that person naked, and seems to have a banner hanging on his body? The man in the passenger seat was Zhao Meici's assistant Zhou Yang. He followed Zhao Meici's gaze and saw Zhou Hao being stuffed into the car. He frowned, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. My impression of Jiangda was further reduced. What kind of school is this? Why are there people making trouble here in broad daylight? There are all kinds of people. There was a hint of disdain in his tone, and he turned to look at Zhao Meici. "Meici, this school doesn't look reliable." Zhao Meici said calmly, "Forget it, never mind our business, we still have to complete the admission procedures today." She narrowed her eyes and looked towards the school gate. "I don't think the car can drive in, why don't we just go down here and walk over directly?" When Zhou Yang heard this, he immediately became anxious and waved his hands hastily. No. If we go down here, we will definitely attract a lot of attention. There are people all around here. If some paparazzi takes pictures, it will be troublesome. And we didn't bring security with us, what if something goes wrong?" Zhao Meici didn't care, they are all students, what can go wrong? Zhou Yang frowned, "Only students can get into trouble. You didn't see the student just now, and you don't know who did it to make it look like that." Zhao Meici said, "It's okay, let's be low-key so no one can recognize us." As she spoke, she put on her mask and pushed up her sunglasses. "Besides, I'm wearing sunglasses, who would pay attention to me all the time?" As she spoke, she pushed open the car door and got out, not giving Zhou Yang any time to react. Zhou Yang couldn't stop him from behind, and hurriedly shouted, "Meici, slow down." He turned and yelled at the driver, "Lao Lu, get out of the car and protect her. Don't let anything happen to her." Zhao Meici got out of the car. Her slender figure wrapped in the beige windbreaker made her look elegant and outstanding, instantly attracting a lot of attention. A few sharp-eyed students looked over here. A boy wearing glasses was stunned for a moment and whispered, "Hey, look, isn't that?" Before he could finish his words, a girl next to him screamed, "Fuck. Is that Zhao Meici? A big star." The crowd exploded instantly. Everyone looked over here. "Oh my god, it's really Zhao Meici. Such aura is amazing. Why did she come to Jiangda? You're not going to come to our school to register, are you? Ah. Goddess. Zhao Meici. I love you. It's really her. She's so charming, even prettier than in the video." Zhao Meici frowned when he heard these voices. She lowered her head and pulled her mask, whispering, "You recognized me so quickly?" Zhou Yang followed behind, sweating profusely. "I told you it wouldn't work. Look at these students, they're like crazy. Lao Lu, you block the front and I'll block the back. Let's go." The crowd was getting bigger and bigger, and someone shouted, "Zhao Meici, sign your name." Someone else held up a cell phone and shouted, "Goddess, look here." The flashlights kept clicking, like a small fan meeting. Zhao Meici lowered his head and walked quickly into the school. "I should have worn a hat earlier." Tianming Decoration Company is located on a busy street in the center of Jiangzhou City. There are tall buildings and heavy traffic around. Zhou Hao was hung up again under a thick sycamore tree at the door. The rope was so tight on his arms that it hurt, and his white flesh was shaking in the sunlight. A new banner has been put up, with black letters on a red background that reads, "Zhou Tianming and his son Zhou Hao welcome all parents to Tianming Decoration." Zhou Hao was hanging in the air, feeling dizzy. His mouth was never idle, and he shouted at the top of his voice, "Dad! Come and save me! Your son is going to be killed. If you don't come out, the Zhou family will be extinct. Dad! I beg you, please come out quickly." Zhou Hao shouted, and then he started crying. Chapter 58, Iron-Blooded Wrist. Not far away, a fiery red Ferrari sports car slowly stopped. Lin Fan opened the car door and got out. Soon, he stood in front of Zhou Hao and asked with a smile, "How do you feel?" Zhou Hao looked up and saw that it was Lin Fan, and the anger in his eyes almost burst out. "I'm telling you! You're dead today. How dare you cause trouble in front of my dad's company? I'll make you leave here lying down today. And I'll bury your whole family with me." His tone was full of threats, like a mad dog that was cornered. But that naked body hanging on the tree looked like a clown no matter how you looked at it. Lin Fan sneered, "Go ahead and yell louder, see if your dad can hear you." The scene of Zhou Hao hanging on the tree quickly attracted the attention of many passers-by. The entrance of Tianming Decoration Company is a busy place. Now that there is a living sign, who can ignore it? In less than 10 minutes, a circle of people gathered under the tree. There are passers-by and employees working near the company. Even the sanitation workers' tricycles came to a halt. A man who looked like an employee widened his eyes and whispered, "Isn't this Zhou Hao?" The person next to him was stunned for a moment and whispered, "Who is Zhou Hao?" "Our CEO Zhou's son." "You don't even recognize him?" "Ah. Why was he hung on a tree? And in front of the company?" The colleague next to him laughed. "Maybe Mr. Zhou made Mr. Zhou unhappy, and Mr. Zhou punished him." "What? Damn, Mr. Zhou is too scary. He is simply heartless." An intern who had just arrived at the company heard the discussion and his eyes widened instantly. "I can't close my mouth." His eyes were full of awe, and he sighed in his heart at Zhou Tianming's ruthlessness. Another old employee snorted coldly, "Don't you understand Mr. Zhou's methods? He scolds us all every day. To be honest, if it weren't for this little money to support my family, I would have quit working here a long time ago." Someone in the crowd whispered, "Do you think we should tell Mr. Zhou about this?" The colleague next to him waved his hand. "What are you talking about? This is Mr. Zhou's family affair, we can't interfere." Another employee pointed at the banner and whispered, "Look, it says welcome all parents." Mr. Zhou is really good at marketing. Not only did he take care of his household affairs, but he also remembered to attract customers. Who says it's not true? Otherwise, he would be the boss. At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie walked towards the company's door. He was carrying a briefcase in his hand and looked very impressive, as if he was here to discuss business. The boss's surname is Zhang, and he came today specifically to discuss a big project with Zhou Tianming. "We plan to cooperate in decorating a newly developed property." But as soon as he reached the door, he saw Zhou Hao hanging on the tree. He couldn't help but frown, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. He stopped and looked up at the banner. He looked down at Zhou Hao's miserable appearance again. I could hear the discussions of the employees next to me. He was filled with sorrow. Boss Zhang narrowed his eyes and whispered to himself, "Zhou Tianming is really a man who can accomplish great things." When their son made a mistake, they actually hung him on the tree in front of the company as a punishment. What a good method. He glanced at the banner again and whispered, "Welcome all parents." Treating customers as parents, this marketing method is really rare. There was a sense of admiration in his eyes, as if he was impressed by Zhou Tianming's unconventional style. Interesting. Boss Zhang straightened his tie and strode into the door of Tianming Decoration Company. In the office on the top floor of Tianming Decoration Company. The sunlight shines through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the solid wood floor, casting a warm yellow light. There is a set of exquisite tea set on the desk in the general manager's office. The aroma of tea wafts in the air, and a faint fragrance permeates the air. Zhou Tianming sat in the boss chair, wearing a dark gray suit and his hair combed meticulously. Holding a cup of gongfu tea in his hand, he was sipping it leisurely. He narrowed his eyes, took a sip of tea, and a hint of pride flashed in his eyes. He was obviously quite satisfied with the first-class new tea that had just been airlifted from Nanyun. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the office door. "Come in." Boss Zhang pushed the door open and walked in, carrying a briefcase in his hand and a smile on his face. When Zhou Tianming saw it was him, he immediately put down his teacup and stood up from his chair. He greeted me with a smile and an enthusiastic tone. "Lao Zhang, why didn't you call me when you arrived? I said I'd go downstairs to greet you. His voice was loud and polite. Boss Zhang smiled and waved his hand, then shook hands with Zhou Tianming. How can I dare to bother to greet such a busy man like Mr. Zhou? I can just walk up myself. There was a hint of humility in his tone. Besides, my legs are still strong enough that I won't ask you to go downstairs yourself. Zhou Tianming laughed and waved his hand. You're welcome, please sit down, have a cup of tea and take a rest. As he spoke, he pulled Boss Zhang towards the sofa. I was drinking it just now. I asked someone to airlift this tea from Nanyun. It's the top quality new tea this year. Come and try it. There was a hint of boasting in his voice, as if he was showing off his taste. Boss Zhang sat down and nodded with a smile. Then I have to try it carefully. Mr. Zhou's tea must be good. Zhou Tianming personally picked up the teapot and skillfully made a cup of tea for Boss Zhang. The water flows gently into the cup, and the fragrance of tea fills the air. He handed over the teacup. Come on, Lao Zhang, try this flavor. Boss Zhang took the teacup, took a sip, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Great tea. Mr. Zhou's taste is indeed extraordinary. He paused, put down his teacup, and said with a smile, I have often heard that Mr. Zhou has an iron fist, does things in an unconventional way, and handles things in a swift and decisive manner. I didn't believe it at first, but after coming here today, I really got to know Mr. Zhou in a new way. His expression was full of admiration, and he looked at Zhou Tianming as if he was looking at a business legend. When Zhou Tianming heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and felt very happy. The other party used 3 words in a row: iron-blooded wrist, unconventional and decisive and swift. This made him feel very comfortable. He picked up the teacup and took a sip, then said modestly, Excuse me, old Zhang. There was a hint of pride in his tone, but in business one must be polite and courteous. He refilled Boss Zhang's cup of tea and then said, How can you demonstrate your leadership ability if you don't use some iron-blooded tactics to deal with your subordinates? Zhou Tianming's tone was a bit dignified. Some subordinates knowingly commit mistakes and never learn from them. I will definitely punish this kind of person severely. After all, he is under my command, which means I am supporting him. He doesn't know how to repay his kindness and he still makes mistakes. Then I must resort to some tricks. Chapter 59, Kill This Kid. There was a sense of matter-of-factness in Zhou Tianming's tone. At this time, it seems like he is preaching his own management experience. When Boss Zhang heard this, his eyes flashed with admiration. He secretly sighed in his heart, big bosses are different. They treat their sons like subordinates instead of sons. He immediately thought of Zhou Hao hanging on the tree at the door, and felt that this way of punishing subordinates was a bit exaggerated. Boss Zhang said with a smile, I've always heard that there's a guy called Juner in China, and his marketing skills are amazing. Many big entrepreneurs say that no one can compete with Juner in marketing. I thought so before I met Mr. Zhou. But when I came here today, I was instantly impressed by Mr. Zhou's marketing methods. When Zhou Tianming heard this, he was stunned and a little confused. He laughed twice, Old Zhang, you're too kind. But he was muttering in his heart, where is my marketing trick? How did he see that? Boss Zhang put down his teacup and said with a smile, I really didn't expect that Mr. Zhou would treat his customers as his parents and even put up a banner at the entrance of the company. It's really amazing. If all merchants in the world were as sincere as you are in treating customers, what business would be impossible to negotiate? Zhou Tianming laughed and nodded, it's only right to treat customers as parents. If customers don't give you business, how can we eat? But halfway through his speech, he suddenly stopped. Then he frowned, banner, huh? What banner? There was a hint of doubt in his voice. Boss Zhang paused, thinking Zhou Tianming was pretending to be confused. He smiled and said, it's the one at the entrance of the company. Your son is hanging from a tree with a banner underneath. It says Zhou Tianming and his son Zhou Hao welcome all parents to Tianming decoration. I'm really impressed by this idea. Mr. Zhou, you are a marketing genius. While punishing the child, he didn't forget to promote the company. This move is really amazing. I can't think of such a good idea even if I die. Boss Zhang's eyes were full of admiration, and it didn't look fake. When Zhou Tianming heard this, the teacup in his hand fell to the ground with a bang. The tea splashed all over the floor and his face turned blue in an instant. He stood up suddenly and whispered, what did you say? My son is hanging on a tree? Boss Zhang was shocked by the other party's reaction and didn't know what to say for a moment. Zhou Tianming rushed to the window, pushed it open and looked down. Sure enough, Zhou Hao was seen hanging naked under the sycamore tree at the company's entrance. The banner was blindingly red, and the crowd around was pointing and talking, surging like a wave. "Dad! Save me!" Zhou Hao's hoarse voice came up. Zhou Tianming stood there in a daze, his face flushed red, and he yelled, "What the FCK is going on?" Boss Zhang, who was standing at the back, was stunned for a moment. "Boss Zhou, what are you doing?" His tone was a little awkward, and he even wondered if he had said something wrong. Zhou Tianming turned his head suddenly and glared at him. Then he whispered, "Lao Zhang, please sit down first. I'll go downstairs to take care of something." Zhou Tianming rushed down from the office, his anger making his steps a little unsteady. He walked straight towards the Polonia tree and saw his son hanging on the tree at a glance. He glanced at the glaring banner again and was furious. "It's so fucking embarrassing." His voice even trembled when he spoke. Zhou Tianming stared at Zhou Hao on the tree and yelled like crazy, "Who the hell did this?" He looked around again. "Who is it? If you have the guts, come after me. What's the point of touching my son?" No one in the crowd dared to say a word. They all lowered their heads and whispered to each other. When Zhou Hao, who was hanging on the tree, saw his father coming, he could no longer hold back the grievance in his heart. Tears and snot burst out instantly, and she cried loudly, "Dad! Save me!" When Zhou Tianming heard his son crying heartbreakingly, his face twisted with anger and the rage in his eyes became even stronger. He shouted towards the company's door, "Are you still working? My son has been put up a tree, and you are all acting like light bulbs? Get out here and put my son down." Several employees at the company gate heard the roar and ran over in panic. Some people carried ladders, others looked for tools. At this time, Lin Fan walked over from not far away. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhou Tianming with a smile. "You are Zhou Hao's father, Zhou Tianming, right?" Zhou Tianming frowned and looked at Lin Fan, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. "Who are you? What do you mean?" But before he could think about it, Zhou Hao in the tree cried even harder, "Dad! It's him! It was this Lin Fan who made me like this. He was the one who hung the banner on me too. Dad! Kill him now! I want him to die." When Zhou Tianming heard this, his face instantly turned from ashen to red. He clenched his fist and pointed at Lin Fan. "Did you do this? Who the hell are you? How dare you touch my son? Are you tired of living?" Lin Fan smiled and said, "Your son doesn't learn his lesson. I'll teach him a lesson for you. It looks nice hanging here, don't you think? It's a good opportunity to promote your company." Zhou Tianming became even angrier. "Do you know who I am? Zhou Tianming of Tianming Decoration. Who in Jiangzhou dares to mess with me?" Lin Fan smiled and said, "Zhou Tianming? I haven't heard of him. There are really many turtles in shallow waters, and big brothers are everywhere. I wonder what kind of bastard you are." Lin Fan's words instantly made the atmosphere even more tense. When had Zhou Tianming ever heard anyone scold him like this? And now it's not just a matter of scolding, his son has been hung on a tree by the other party. If I don't deal with him, won't my ancestral grave be set on fire tomorrow? Zhou Tianming shouted, "Where's the security guard? Where the hell are they? Come here quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, several security guards ran out of the company in a panic. They stood in a row with batons in their hands, but their momentum was obviously a little weak. Zhou Tianming pointed at Lin Fan and whispered, "Get him for me. Kill this kid." Zhou Hao on the tree heard this and immediately got excited, crying, "Yes, yes. Kill him. Kill this idiot. Hurry up. I want him to kneel down." When the security guards heard the order, they looked at each other. He gritted his teeth and approached Lin Fan, his baton clenched tightly in his hand, but his steps were a little hesitant. Obviously he didn't dare to really do it. At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly came from the road nearby. Several young men with elaborate skills rushed out, looking aggressive like a group of street thugs. They held baseball bats and steel pipes in their hands, standing in front of Lin Fan like a human wall, blocking Lin Fan tightly. Chapter 60. Do you really think you are the king? Lin Fan glanced at the group of people. He recognized them as Zhou Ren's men. A yellow-haired man stood in the front, holding a baseball bat in his hand, pointing at Zhou Tianming. "Let's see who dares to touch our boss Lin. Come and try it." Seeing this scene, the group of security guards around Zhou Tianming froze instantly. At first glance, these people are desperate thugs. They are just security guards. Yes, Why risk your life for a salary of a few thousand yuan a month? There is no reward if you win, and you will be beaten if you lose. Who would be willing to do this thankless job? Zhou Tianming was so angry when he saw this that he turned around and cursed, "Waste. A bunch of waste." The shouting look was exactly the same as Zhou Hao on the tree. It's true that birds of a feather flock together. He pointed at Lin Fan and said, "You're so brave. You're calling for help, right? Just wait for me, I'm going to kill you today." As he spoke, he pulled out a bank card from his suit pocket and held it high. Then he shouted to the security guard, "There are hundreds of thousands of dollars in this card. Whoever can take care of this Lin Fan will keep these hundreds of thousands of dollars." As soon as these words were spoken, the security guards looked at each other, greed flashing in their eyes. Obviously, he was moved by this temptation. Hundreds of thousands. Their monthly salary is only 3 or 4,000. They can earn 3 or 4 years' worth of money by dealing with one person. This deal sounds like a great deal. A security guard swallowed his saliva and whispered, "Hundreds of thousands, done. Let's give it a try. We have Mr. Zhou's support." Ha 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 ha. Lin Fan suddenly burst into laughter. He looked at Zhou Tianming, "Hundreds of thousands? To send away beggars?" He turned around and shouted to the security guard, "Whoever can tie up Zhou Tianming and make him kneel in front of me will be given 5 million. His voice was not loud, but it was like a thunderclap, instantly exploding throughout the entire audience. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. 5 million? Did I hear that correctly? Who is this person? He is so arrogant. Is this true? 5 million can buy 2 houses in Jiangzhou. The security guards were also stunned and at a loss for what to do for a moment. Zhou Tianming snorted disdainfully, 5 million? Do you have it? Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? Lin Fan smiled, took out a car key from his pocket and pressed it lightly. The fiery red Ferrari not far away beeped twice. He looked at Zhou Tianming, "My limited edition Ferrari SF90 should be worth this much, right?" When Lin Fan said this, everyone around him widened their eyes. Fuck! Is that a Ferrari SF90? It's worth tens of millions. This seems to be a really limited edition, the Stradale one. There are only a few of them in the world, and we actually have one in Jiangzhou. Lin Fan said calmly, 100,000 or 5 million, I don't need to tell you which one to choose, right? He then added, and everyone who sees it will get a share. I'll give money to everyone who helps. 100,000 per person. The security guards looked at each other, some even a little confused. They feel that what they are experiencing now is not like reality, but more like a TV drama. 5 million to catch Zhou Tianming. Each participant will receive 100,000 yuan. Who can resist this temptation? What are you waiting for? Do it. You'd be a fool not to make this money. But before the security guards could take action, a worker in work clothes nearby shouted, I'll do it. Before he finished speaking, he pounced towards Zhou Tianming like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey. The security guards around him got anxious when they saw this and shouted, You are not a security guard, don't move. Let me do it. Several more people immediately joined the melee. Where had Zhou Tianming seen such a scene? His own employees and security guards actually turned against him and attacked him? What the hell are you doing? This is outrageous. But before he could react, the employee pounced on him. He grabbed his tie and yanked it down. Zhou Tianming fell to the ground with a cry of ouch, grimacing in pain. When the people around saw this, how could they bear it? Security guards, employees, and even a few onlookers joined in. Just participate and you will get 100,000 yuan. How could you not make money like this? Zhou Tianming, you bastard, I've been annoyed with you for a long time. 996 every day, you really think I'm a beast of burden? Fuck him. You fine me half a month's salary for being late last time. I'm going to give you a couple more punches today. I don't want my fucking job anymore. I'm going to have a good time today. With long suppressed resentment, everyone rained fists down on Zhou Tianming. Zhou Tianming was surrounded and struggled, shouting, You are crazy. I'm your boss. Someone yelled, I'm going to hit you, the boss. A security guard pulled his arm and an employee pulled his hair. Several people tied him up, and the ropes were so tight that his arms hurt. Soon, Zhou Tianming was tied up like a dumpling. It was thrown in front of Lin Fan with a bang. Zhou Tianming was covered in dust and his suit was covered in footprints. He looked as miserable as a stray dog. The crowd dispersed, but a security guard seemed still unsatisfied and walked up to Zhou Tianming and kicked him. "Boss Lin told you to kneel down, but who the hell told you to lie on the ground? You bastard! Do you still think it's comfortable to lie down?" The security guard turned to Lin Fan and nodded. "Boss Lin, do you think this is okay?" Lin Fan smiled and nodded. "Okay, that's good." Zhou Hao, who saw all of this, cried even harder. "Dad! Why are you so useless? Kill him." Zhou Tianming was beaten black and blue, his eyes full of despair. He struggled to raise his head and glared at Lin Fan. "You're fucking rich, so what?" Lin Fan squatted down and looked at Zhou Tianming, who was kneeling in front of him. "Sorry, it's great to be rich. Are you going to kill me again? Are you still so arrogant? Let me tell you, I didn't come here today just to beat you up. From today on, I will make it impossible for you to survive in Jiangzhou." As soon as Lin Fan said this, the other party burst into laughter. "My network of relationships in Jiangzhou is complicated and tangled, and you say that I can't get by, so I can't get by? Do you really think you are the king of the world? There are some things you can't buy with money. Do you understand? I admit that you are indeed very rich now. But as long as I don't die today, after a while, I will let you taste what crazy revenge is. I will personally use my own money to bury you alive. You will die without a burial place." Lin Fan looked at Zhou Tianming in front of him and showed no sign of being angry. "Bury me alive with money? That sounds like a good idea indeed. Unfortunately, you don't have this opportunity anymore. You have already lost everything." Lin Fan glanced towards a place not far away. Zhou Ren walked towards him quickly. "Boss Lin, I have arranged everything you asked me to do. I guarantee there won't be any problems. Chapter 61 I can give you money, a lot of money." Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction and turned around slowly. His cold eyes fell on Zhou Tianming, who was kneeling on the ground. He slowly said, "Zhou Tianming, isn't your biggest reliance the customer base and orders of Tianming decoration in Jiangzhou? You think with these things you can make more money and use them against me?" Lin Fan paused, a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. "Unfortunately, you think too much." Zhou Tianming stared at Lin Fan with gritted teeth, his voice filled with anger. "Who do you think you are? How can you destroy the foundation of Tianming decoration? Stop bluffing here." Lin Fan said slowly, "I spent 50 million to buy off most of your customers. From this moment on, they will go to the construction site and deliberately find faults, saying that the quality of your renovation is not good and refusing to pay the balance. Of course, this is not the worst thing. The worst thing is that they will team up with a legal team to sue you for breach of contract and claim double the amount." He smiled and said, "Your funding chain will be blocked soon. Without money to pay workers and material suppliers, the entire company will be paralyzed." Zhou Tianming raised his head and sneered, "You don't have to lie to me here. I have many clients, all of whom are old friends. How can you, Lin Fan, accomplish this in such a short time? Kill me if you can, don't talk nonsense here." Lin Fan was not moved at all. "Don't believe it? Then I'll tell you one more thing." He continued slowly, "I bribed your material supplier with 20 million. Stop supplying all key materials. Like cement, tiles, wood. Without materials, all your construction sites will stop. How can you still run a business?" Zhou Tianming was stunned for a moment, then sneered, "Bribing suppliers? Lin Fan, do you think I'm stupid? I have been working with them for many years, and the contract is very clear. How dare they stop supplying? Breaking the contract means paying compensation. Who are you trying to scare?" Lin Fan shook his head slightly, with a hint of joking in his tone. "Compensation? They took 20 million from me, what's the point of paying you that little penalty? Besides, I have already prepared the liquidated damages for them. They are not afraid at all." Lin Fan's eyes became even colder. "Also, I spent 10 million to hire a top-notch black public relations team. Within 24 hours, the entire internet will be filled with deadly rumors such as Tianming decoration cut corners and harmed people and the boss ran away, accompanied by forged evidence. Customers and banks will flee as soon as they hear the news, and your credit will be completely ruined." When Zhou Tianming heard this, his expression changed slightly and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. But he still held on, gritting his teeth and said, "Lin Fan, do you think you can scare me by using these despicable means? You're dreaming. I, Zhou Tianming, have been operating in Jiangzhou for many years. I have a strong foundation that cannot be shaken by a young boy like you. Lin Fan sneered, squatted down, approached Zhou Tianming, and whispered, "Deep foundation? How deep is it?" At this moment, a telephone rang nearby. Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. "Let's see, there's already a call." Zhou Ren helped to connect Zhou Tianming's phone and then put it to his ear. As soon as the call was connected, a cold voice came from the other end. "Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry, we found that there are serious problems with the quality of your construction site. We refuse to pay the balance, and the lawyers are already preparing the lawsuit materials." Zhou Tianming was struck by lightning, his voice trembling. "Laoli, what did you say? We have been working together for so many years, how could you?" The other party hung up the phone without waiting for him to finish. Then another call came in. "Mr. Zhou, the quality of your project is not up to standard. We can only refuse to pay the balance and make additional claims." The voice on the other end of the line was cold and heartless. Zhou Tianming's forehead was covered with cold sweat and his breathing became rapid. "No. You can't do this. By the way, suppliers, they won't betray me. Everything you said is false." Zhou Tianming's voice trembled, and he even started shouting, "Call the supplier for me." After the other party picked up the phone, he said directly, "Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry, our company is adjusting internally and is temporarily unable to supply goods. You can handle the contract. Hey, some people really can't be messed with." After that, the phone was hung up mercilessly. Zhou Tianming collapsed to the ground, his face pale, muttering to himself, "How is it possible? How is it possible?" Lin Fan looked at him coldly and said calmly, "Do you believe it now?" Zhou Tianming raised his head suddenly, his eyes full of resentment. "Lin Fan, what on earth do you want to do? Are you going to force me into a dead end?" Lin Fan looked down at him, his tone was chilling. "Force you into a dead end? It was your son Zhou Hao who provoked me first. You are not convinced and want to take revenge on me. I just want you to understand what will happen if you mess with me. Going bankrupt is already a good outcome for you." Zhou Tianming gritted his teeth and said, "You are so cruel. I will fight you to the death." Lin Fan laughed. "A desperate struggle? Do you have that ability? Your company is going bankrupt, your customers are all running away, your suppliers are stopping supplying, and the bank is collecting debts. What can you do to fight me? Zhou Hao tells me every day how great his father is, but isn't this what I see? Why? Are you still going to tell me that your father is also a bad guy? Then quickly lift up your father's coffin and drag him out to fight me?" Lin Fan seemed to have thought of something as he spoke. "Oh, by the way, I also heard that your competitors have already started to take action, preparing to take advantage of your misfortune and snatch your remaining orders. Boss Zhou, how many days do you think you can hold on?" Zhou Tianming felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave. All his strength seemed to have been drained from him, and he collapsed to the ground. He knew that what Lin Fan said was true. Tianming decoration, which I had painstakingly built up over many years, was now about to be destroyed. Just then, Zhou Ren's cell phone rang. He picked up the phone, listened to a few words, and whispered to Lin Fan, "Boss Lin, the competitor has already taken action. Zhou Tianming's 2 large orders have just been snatched away." Lin Fan nodded, turned to look at Zhou Tianming, and revealed a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. "Did you hear that? I'm afraid your foundation is not as solid as you think." Zhou Tianming raised his head, his eyes full of bloodshot. He suddenly knelt up and pleaded humbly, "Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I shouldn't have offended you. Please let me go, let Tianming decoration go." Lin Fan sneered, "Begging for mercy now? It's too late." Zhou Tianming hurriedly said, "It's not too late, I can give you money, a lot of money. As long as you let me go. I'll give you shares. I'll give you half of the company's shares." Lin Fan shook his head and said calmly, "Money? I'm not short of money. Your little money is worth nothing to me. What I want is for you to remember the price of messing with me. Also, I remember you just said you were going to kill me with money?" Chapter 62, Burying a Person with Coins. At this moment, Zhou Tianming no longer had any of his previous arrogance. It seemed as if all the strength had been drained from him, and his head was shaking like a rattle. He denied it repeatedly. No, Mr. Lin, I was just joking just now, I really didn't mean that." His voice trembled, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he seemed to have fallen into an abyss of despair. It was as if Lin Fan would really kill him with money in the next second. Lin Fan glanced at him calmly. "I don't know if you mean this, but I think your idea is good. It just so happens that I also want to experience the feeling of throwing money at people. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Tianming's face turned pale and his eyes were full of panic. Zhou Tianming was completely panicked. He knelt on the ground and used his hands and feet to move towards Lin Fan. He looked so humble that it was unbearable to look at him. He begged bitterly, "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. It was our Zhou family father and son who did something wrong. I beg you to be magnanimous and spare us. As long as you let us go, we will disappear from Jiangzhou immediately and make sure you won't get bored watching us." His voice was already filled with tears, tears were sliding down his cheeks, mixed with snot, and he looked miserable. Before Lin Fan could respond, Zhou Hao, who was hanging on the tree, suddenly interrupted, "Dad, how can you kneel down to such a bastard? Get up quickly. Isn't he going to throw money at us? Let him do it. It would be better to throw a few $100 million at us. With these few $100 million, Dad, you will definitely be able to make a comeback." Zhou Hao's voice was full of unwillingness, and he had no idea that he was standing on the edge of a cliff. But at this time, it is still adding fuel to the fire. Zhou Tianming was furious when he heard his son's words. He turned his head and glared at Zhou Hao, his eyes almost spitting fire, and shouted, "Rebellious son! Shut up! The reason why we are in this situation now is all because of you, a beast. If you hadn't offended such a big shot, would we be like this now? Will our company go bankrupt? You beast! You're a spendthrift!" Zhou Tianming cursed and panted heavily. He seemed to be trying to ease the relationship between him and Lin Fan by scolding his son. However, his efforts were nothing but futile struggles in Lin Fan's eyes. Lin Fan didn't care about Zhou Tianming's performance at all. He turned to look at Zhou Ren beside him and asked calmly, "Tell me, how many dime coins can you get with 10 million? Zhou Ren was stunned for a moment, then he understood Lin Fan's intention. He smiled and replied, "Boss Lin, if 10 million is exchanged into dime coins, there will be about 100 million of them." Lin Fan added, "By the way, just now he said he wanted to bury me alive with coins. I have heard of burying people with soil, but I have never seen anyone buried with money. What is the volume of 100 million coins? I'm a little curious, are these coins enough to bury 2 people? Zhou Ren lowered his head and thought for a while, then said, "To calculate the volume, we must first know the size of a dime. I remember it was 19 millimeters in diameter and 1.5 millimeters thick. The coin can be calculated using the volume of a cylinder." Zhou Ren continued, "The diameter is 19 millimeters, the radius is 9.5 millimeters, and the thickness is 1.5 millimeters. But in order to calculate cubic meters, we have to convert the unit to meters." Zhou Ren picked up the calculator on his phone and started to calculate the volume of a single coin, first calculate, then multiply. So, the result is about 47 cubic meters. Lin Fan's eyes flashed with joy. 47 cubic meters sounds quite interesting. With so many coins, it would be enough to bury 10 people, not to mention 2. He said, looking at Zhou Ren, "You go and make the arrangements." Zhou Ren smiled and nodded, "Don't worry, Boss Lin, I guarantee you will be satisfied." There was a hint of teasing in his tone, and he had obviously guessed what would happen next. Zhou Tianming was so frightened that he cowed out and begged for mercy, "Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. I'll do anything you want me to do, as long as you let me go." Lin Fan was unmoved. He smiled and said, "No, didn't you want to throw money at me before? Now the 2 of us are just reversed, why are you still not happy?" Zhou Tianming said with a sad face, "Boss Lin, I didn't know how to appreciate your kindness. I had a bad attitude before. Please forgive me and let me go, please. I will kowtow to you and admit my mistake now." Zhou Tianming said as he knocked his head to the ground. Lin Fan snorted coldly and said nothing more. An hour later. A low engine sound could be heard faintly from the road not far away. 2 semi-trailers drove slowly over, and their bodies were very large. The tires kicked up a light cloud of dust as they rolled over the ground. Then it drove towards the entrance of Tianming Decoration Company. At first, the people around didn't pay much attention. I just thought they were 2 ordinary logistics trucks coming to unload goods. Similar scenes are not uncommon on the streets, with people coming and going. However, when the 2 semi-trailers stopped directly in front of Tianming Decoration Company, everyone's attention was involuntarily drawn over. Zhou Ren jumped off one of the semi-trailers. He walked quickly to Lin Fan and said, "Boss Lin, I got you everything you wanted. But this stuff is indeed a bit much. I ran all over Jiangzhou to collect them all. A car can't pull it, this thing is so heavy. Lin Fan nodded slightly, his eyes swept over the two semi-trailers calmly, and said lightly, "Thank you for your hard work." Then he gestured to Zhou Ren, "Tear off the tarpaulin." Zhou Ren turned around and waved his hand. Several of his men quickly climbed onto the truck bed, grabbed the heavy tarpaulin covering it, and pulled it hard. With a crash, the tarpaulin was lifted, revealing the scene inside the truck. In an instant, everyone around was shocked. The cargo bed of the semi-trailer was filled with densely packed 1-cent coins. The coins were all piled together, shining silver. From a distance, it looks like a small silver mountain, sparkling in the sun. The number of coins was staggering, almost filling the entire truck bed, and even slightly overflowing from the edges, as if they would fall down at any time. The sight of the two cars superimposed together is so spectacular that it is almost impossible to look away. The crowd was stunned for a long time before someone came to their senses and exclaimed in a low voice, "My God, how many coins are there? There must be tens of millions of them, right? They are piled up like this, it's too much. What are you doing? Are you really going to bury people with coins? This is just like a movie. Who has ever seen so many coins piled together? I just heard they exchanged 10 million coins." "What? 10 million? That must be 100 million coins. It's over, it's over. Zhou Tianming is finished this time. He has to deal with such a ruthless person." Chapter 63 Shut Up. There was an endless stream of discussion as more and more people were attracted by the shocking scene and gathered around the semi-trailer, craning their necks to look. Some people lamented Lin Fan's financial resources, while others laughed at the fate of Zhou father and son. Others were simply so shocked by the mountains of coins that they were speechless. The crowd grew larger and larger, the noise almost drowned out other noises on the street, and the scene was extremely lively. In this lively atmosphere, the faces of Zhou Tianming and his son Zhou Hao looked extremely ugly. They looked up at the two carts of coins, their eyes filled with anger, humiliation, and undisguised fear. The expression on his face was as if someone had dug up his ancestral graves, so gloomy that it seemed like water might drip out of it. Zhou Tianming clenched his fists tightly, his lips trembling slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't utter a word. Zhou Hao, who was hanging on a tree not far away, was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He stared at the pile of coins, wishing he could rush up and throw them all at Lin Fan. This Lin Fan is really going too far. Zhou Tianming finally squeezed out a word from between his teeth, his voice trembling and full of despair. Zhou Hao couldn't help but yell, "Lin Fan, you bastard, kill me if you dare." Human beings do not share the same joys and sorrows. At this moment, Zhou and his son only felt that the discussions around them were extremely noisy. Lin Fan watched all this coldly. His eyes swept over the miserable appearance of Zhou's father and son, and a smile appeared on his face. He turned to look at Zhou Ren and whispered, "Let's get started." Zhou Ren nodded and waved his hand to signal his men to take action. Several men walked quickly to the tree and quickly untied Zhou Hao, who was hanging on the tree, from the rope. Before Zhou Hao's body completely hit the ground, he was roughly dragged to the ground and tied to Zhou Tianming, who had already slumped there. The father and son were tied up and the ropes made them unable to move. Their eyes were full of helplessness and even despair. Immediately afterwards, one of his men strode towards the semi-trailer parked nearby and sat in the cockpit skillfully. He pressed the dump box button without hesitation, and with the low roar of the machinery, the truck box was slowly lifted up. At that moment, the coins on the car poured down like a flood. It crashed down towards Zhou and his son. The silver coins flashed blindingly in the sunlight, like a cascading waterfall, engulfing them all. Zhou Tianming and Zhou Hao looked ashen, their eyes full of fear. Zhou Hao's eyes even looked a little dazed. He stared at Lin Fan not far away, with countless questions in his mind. Is this Lin Fan really the poor boy I knew before? Why is he suddenly so rich? Are you still so vicious in doing things? Who on earth is he? These questions surged in his mind like a tide, but he could not find a single answer. His thoughts were interrupted by the sharp pain of a coin falling. Every coin hit his body and head like a hammer. He grimaced in pain and wailed. The coins kept falling, as dense as a rainstorm. It hit Zhou and his son, causing excruciating pain. They tried to struggle, but could not move at all. At the same time, more and more people gathered around, and discussions arose one after another. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock, curiosity, and disbelief. Holy crap, they really buried people with coins. Isn't that too extravagant? Whose young man is playing games here? If you hadn't told me, I would have thought this was a movie. A middle-aged man kept taking pictures, trying to record this amazing scene. Are you sure these two won't be killed by the coins? They deserve to be smashed to death. They were just shouting for people to use money to smash others. Now that they have brought the money, they are not happy about it. This kind of coin shouldn't kill you. At most you'll just suffer a little and your body will swell for a few days. This thing is different from sand, the gaps are bigger and you can get out quickly. At this time, all the coins on the semi-trailer had poured down. A small hill of silver light piled up on the ground. Joe and his son had already been completely engulfed by the coins, and even their heads could not be seen. The coins reflected dazzling light in the sun. The scene was spectacular, shocking, and unforgettable. Lin Fan stood aside, his face expressionless. Joran walked up to Lin Fan and said with a low laugh, "Boss Lin, this scene is shocking enough, isn't it? I guess the father and son will never forget this day in their lives." Lin Fan's gaze still lingered on the mountain of coins. "I hope they can learn their lesson." Joran nodded, with a hint of joking in his tone. "With so many coins, they will be beaten to pieces." Lin Fan chuckled, "Physical pain is minor, the loss of dignity is the greatest punishment." Not far away, a faint sound of struggle was heard from the mountain of coins. Zhou Tianming and Zhou Hao gasped hard under the weight of the coins, trying to break free from this silver tomb. However, every struggle seemed so futile. The weight and number of the coins made it almost impossible for them to move, and they could only utter low, desperate groans. It took the two of them most of the day to finally break free from the silver mountain made of coins. Zhou Tianming and Zhou Hao were in a miserable state, with bruised faces and noses. There was hardly a piece of intact skin on his body, and his clothes were torn and covered in dust and sweat. The former arrogance is long gone. Lin Fan slowly walked up to the two of them and asked, "How does it feel?" "It must feel good to be buried alive by money, right?" Zhou Tianming stared at Lin Fan, his eyes full of anger, but he chose to remain silent. He knew he couldn't fight back. But Zhou Hao did not have such awareness. He glared at Lin Fan with gritted teeth, and suddenly made a poo sound and tried to spit at Lin Fan. Fortunately, Lin Fan reacted quickly and dodged to the side, avoiding this provocative move. Then Lin Fan's smile instantly cooled and his eyes became cold. He stared at Zhou Hao, his tone revealing a hint of coldness. "It seems that you are still very energetic." "It's okay, see? There's a cart of coins there, all for your comfort." He raised his hand and pointed to another semi-trailer parked not far away, the cargo bed of which was full of shiny silver coins. Zhou Hao looked in the direction where Lin Fan's finger was pointing. A hint of fear flashed across his eyes, but was quickly replaced by anger. He gnashed his teeth and roared, "Come on! Kill me today if you can." He seemed to be using his last bit of stubbornness to maintain his remaining dignity. Zhou Tianming's face changed drastically when he saw this, and he quickly scolded, "Rebellious son! Shut up! It has come to this point, he knows Lin Fan's methods better than anyone else. This bastard wants to drag me to be buried with him." Lin Fan said calmly, "I don't intend to kill you today, but I will torture you." He bent down and grabbed a handful of coins from the ground, then turned to look at the people watching. "I'm going to play a game. I wonder if you are interested in coming and joining in." Chapter 64, So Good Looking. Lin Fan's voice was clearly heard throughout the venue, instantly attracting everyone's attention. He raised his hand and pointed to the semi-trailer filled with coins not far away, and continued, "The rules are simple. Take the coins from that car and throw them at this father and son. You take home as much money as you spend. We will have someone to supervise, and hope that everyone who wants to participate can respect the rules of the game. We also guarantee fairness and justice. But if I find anyone breaking the rules, they'll end up like these two." He pointed his finger at Zhou's father and son, his tone full of authority. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd of onlookers exploded. "You can get money by flipping a coin? That's too cool. It's better to throw it at this arrogant father and son. It will make people happy. Will there be any trap? Boss Lin has already said that he will supervise and be fair and just. What are you afraid of? If you don't give me money, I'm going to smash it. I'm going to smash this Zhou Paopi-like bastard to death. I call on all employees in the company to smash Zhou Tianming, the beast." There was a lot of discussion. Most people were attracted by the temptation of this game. The rules are simple and straightforward. You can vent your emotions and earn real money at the same time. Who wouldn't be tempted? After Lin Fan finished speaking, he pointed at Zhou Ren next to him and added, "If you want to sign up to play, come over to him to register." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people rushed over like crazy. In just a few seconds, the crowd of people who had registered had formed a long queue. Some people were rubbing their hands excitedly, while others were whispering about how to hit harder. Others are silently calculating how much money they can make. The Joe father and son, who were tied to the spot, looked as pale as paper. Soon, a group of people excitedly took the coins from the semi-trailer. He couldn't wait to smash it on the heads of Joe and his son. The coins drew silver streaks in the air and landed accurately on Zhou Tianming and Zhou Hao. There were cheers from the crowd. Someone shouted, "Good job!" Some people laughed out loud. The scene was as lively as a festival. Zhou Ren's younger brothers supervised him while shouting at the top of their lungs, "Hit it hard! Don't be soft!" At first, everyone threw them one by one. But not long after, they started throwing them out in groups of 10 or 20. Some people even think it is too troublesome to take out coins again and again, so they simply lift up the hem of their clothes and stuff their pockets full. Someone else got baskets, wash basins, and a broken plastic bucket from somewhere. They filled it with coins and brought it over to smash Joe and his son. The coins poured down, making a clinking sound on the ground. The scene was both chaotic and spectacular. It's not my own money, but I can still make money by spending it. It's so cool. Another person laughed and said, "I've never thrown so much money in my life. Today I'm having a blast." The crowd's emotions were completely ignited, with cheers and laughter mixed together. However, there were only painful cries from the Zhou father and son. Zhou Tianming's head was covered with bruises from being hit by coins, and blood was oozing from his forehead. Zhou Hao was in an even worse situation. He tried to block his head with his shoulders, but it was of no use. Coins rained down on his face and body, making him grimace in pain. He screamed ouch from time to time. The father and son were tied together, unable to move, and could only passively endure the endless humiliation and torture. Lin Fan stood not far away, watching all this coldly. His eyes swept across the Zhou father and son who were submerged in coins, then looked at the excited participants, and a faint smile appeared on his face. It wasn't long before he lost interest. Lin Fan turned to look at Zhou Ren. "You keep an eye on it here. Count out the 5 million and several 100,000 that we agreed to send out earlier and send them out." Zhou Ren nodded immediately and patted his chest to assure, "Boss Lin, rest assured, I will definitely get it done." Lin Fan nodded, said nothing more, turned and walked towards the fiery red Ferrari not far away. He opened the car door and got into the cockpit. The car sped towards the school like a flash of red lightning. The scenery outside the car window was rapidly receding. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, feeling a little tired. Spending money is tiring, Lin Fan murmured in his heart. At this moment, a crisp system ringtone suddenly came from Lin Fan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully spending 100 million yuan and receiving a system reward of 200 million yuan. The relevant rewards have been issued to your account, please check it carefully. Hearing this reminder, Lin Fan was slightly startled. Then he pulled out his phone, opened the banking app, and checked his account balance, 615.36 million. From 50 million to buy off customers, 20 million to bribe suppliers, and 10 million to hire black public relations. Then to the expenses of this coin game. Lin Fan spent a full 100 million in just a few hours. The system directly returned double rewards. This money came too easily. He also realized that his wealth was growing at a terrifying rate. It seems like there is no end to the flowers. When Lin Fan opened the dormitory door, it was already completely dark. Zhou Jian and Zhang Tao were sitting side by side on the lower bunk, each holding a mobile phone, very focused. The two didn't even notice Lin Fan walked in. Lin Fan closed the door casually, walked behind the two of them, leaned over slightly, and asked curiously, "What are you two looking at? Why are you so engrossed?" Zhang Tao heard the voice and raised his head suddenly. Seeing that it was Lin Fan, a smile immediately appeared on his face. "Brother Fan, you are finally back. Zhao Macy really came to our school to report. Have you seen her?" There was a hint of excitement in his tone, as if he was extremely excited to meet Zhao Macy in person. Lin Fan shook his head and threw his coat on the chair. "I didn't see it. I wasn't in school much today." Hearing this, Zhou Jian looked at Lin Fan with regret. "You are at a great loss. Zhang Tao and I saw Zhao Macy with our own eyes today. She was so beautiful. Especially in terms of temperament, there is nothing to say. Go to the school forum and take a look. All the photos circulating now are of Zhao Macy. Lin Fan asked in confusion, aren't there a ton of her photos online? Do I need to go to Tiabat to see them? Zhang Tao waved his hands and explained hastily, Brother Fan, it's different. All those photos in the forum were taken by someone at school today with a high-definition camera. Great angle, full of details. It's much more realistic than those photoshopped pictures on the internet. Pure natural, no filter. Look at this. As he spoke, he handed the phone to Lin Fan. Chapter 65, Timely Rain. On the screen was a photo of Zhao Macy standing at the school gate. She was wearing a beige windbreaker and sunglasses, and her temperament was cool and elegant. It does have a bit more life than the photos on the internet. Lin Fan glanced at it, nodded, and said with a smile, it's okay. Zhang Tao seemed to have remembered something and said excitedly, by the way, I heard there will be a welcome party tomorrow night. I wonder if Zhao Macy will go there to perform. When Zhou Jian heard this, he shook his head and said, probably not. A big star like Zhao Macy would have to pay several million just for a commercial performance. How can you come to school to attend a small event like the welcome party? People's time is so precious. Zhang Tao was unwilling to give in, and retorted with a frown, that's hard to say. What if they just want to keep a low profile and experience college life? If she really participated, and we didn't go to see her, we would be at a loss. He became more and more excited as he spoke, and turned to look at Lin Fan. Brother Fan, are you going to go then? Lin Fan leaned against the head of the bed and said casually, if you have nothing to do, just go over and take a look. You're free anyway. After hearing what Lin Fan said, Zhou Jian also became interested, then let's go together then. But I still think Zhao Macy will not go on stage. At most, he will just sit in the audience. Zhang Tao smiled and said, it's okay to sit down. It's worth it to be able to see the goddess up close. As he spoke, he lowered his head and started browsing Tiaba, muttering, this profile is amazing, Brother Fan, you really should see it. Lin Fan smiled and didn't respond. Brother Fan, if Zhao Macy really goes on stage, do you think she will dance like the one in her swimsuit video? Zhang Tao suddenly turned around and looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan was amused by this and said with a smile, you wish. If she really does that, won't the school explode? Zhang Tao chuckled and said, we must grab a good spot when the time comes. Zhou Jian also laughed, okay, stop dreaming. It will be great to see her in person, and she's dancing in a swimsuit. Do you think you're a wealthy tycoon? No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Lin Fan walked into the classroom as usual. The classroom is already full of people. He had just sat down by the window, and the students around him were having a heated discussion. The topic still revolves around yesterday's explosive news. A big star named Zhao Macy came to the school. What the boys talked about most was her appearance, figure, and temperament. The girls paid more attention to details. Some discussed her outfit and said that the beige trench coat was obviously the latest model of a big brand. Some people studied her skin care and wondered if she used any high-end skincare products. Some people even stared at the photos in the forum and analyzed her lipstick colors, their tone full of envy. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, with no expression on his face, and he showed little interest in these topics. He was just about to take out his cell phone to check it for a while when the front door of the classroom was suddenly pushed open and the class monitor Zhang Wei walked in. Zhang Wei walked straight towards Lin Fan. His eyes were full of disdain. Lin Fan, the dean asked you to go to his office. After saying that, he turned and left. With his back to Lin Fan, he muttered quietly, you poor bastard, you're still causing trouble every day. You'll be in trouble with the dean. Although the voice was small, it was loud enough for Lin Fan to hear clearly. Facing Zhang Wei's ridicule, Lin Fan just raised his eyebrows and said nothing. Lin Fan was too lazy to bother with these small characters. However, he felt a little confused. Why did the dean want to see him? Could it be related to Zhou Hao's matter? The Dean of Studies' office is on the second floor of the administration building. Lin Fan walked to the door with ease and knocked. A deep voice came from inside. Come in. He pushed the door open and found that not only the Dean of Studies Li Jiwen but also the Principal Li Guoqiang were sitting in the office. Li Jiwen sat behind his desk with a stack of documents in his hands. Li Guoqiang was leaning on the sofa next to him, holding a cup of tea in his hand, looking at him with a smile. Director Li, Principal Li. Lin Fan greeted them simply. Li Guoqiang put down his teacup, pointed to the chair opposite him, and said with a kind smile, Lin Fan, come and sit down, don't stand. Lin Fan sat down as he was told, then looked at Li Jiwen and asked, Director Li, is there anything you want to talk to me about? Hearing this, Li Jiwen smiled and pushed the documents in his hand aside. Then he looked at Li Guoqiang and said, "Actually, it's not me who is looking for you, it's Principal Li who is looking for you. You happen to be in my office, so I just called you over." Lin Fan turned his gaze to Li Guoqiang, nodded slightly, and waited for him to speak. Li Guoqiang still had that warm smile on his face. "Lin Fan, it's not a bad thing to ask you to come. Our school has a welcome party tonight, did you know that?" Lin Fan nodded, "I heard about it." Li Guoqiang continued, "After the welcome party, our school also arranged a ribbon-cutting ceremony. Didn't you invest 30 million in the school before? We plan to use this money to build a new stadium, and today is a good opportunity to finalize this matter. I asked you to come here because I want you to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony with us. Do you think it's convenient?" Lin Fan pondered for a moment and said calmly, "It's convenient, no problem." Li Guoqiang smiled and nodded, "That's good, that's good. You are a hero to our school. The construction of this stadium will benefit all students. When the ribbon-cutting ceremony comes, you stand in the middle, and we'll cut the ribbon together and celebrate in a lively manner." He paused and added, "By the way, the name of this stadium has not been decided yet. Do you have any ideas?" Lin Fan waved his hand and said with a smile, "You guys can decide the name, I don't care." He didn't even think about asking for anything in return when he donated the 30 million. Naming is even more unnecessary for him. Li Guoqiang felt even more satisfied when he saw that he was so easy to talk to. He smiled and said, "Okay, let's discuss it later and come up with a catchy name." Li Jiwen interrupted and said, "Lin Fan, your donation of 30 million is really timely. The school was short of funds in its public account before, and your investment came at the right time. It's just timely relief, ha ha ha." After hearing this, Lin Fan just smiled and didn't respond. Li Guoqiang put down his teacup, looked at the time, stood up and said, "That's settled then. The welcome party will start at about 7 in the evening, and the ribbon-cutting ceremony will be around 9. Lin Fan, just go to the backstage of the auditorium to find us when the time comes." Lin Fan nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. But I said it was an anonymous donation. I hope you don't mention me when you cut the ribbon." Li Guoqiang smiled and said, "Don't worry about that. I'll keep it in mind." Chapter 66, Rest at Home. Lin Fan came out of the dean's office and returned to the classroom to continue his class. The teacher was chattering at the podium, and some of the students around him were listening attentively, while others were looking down at their phones. He sat by the window, the sunlight came in through the glass and fell warmly on the desk. Today's class seemed particularly long to Lin Fan, and he couldn't concentrate on learning at all. Lin Fan remembered that he was a good student before he obtained the godly rich system. At that time, he would listen carefully in every class, take dense notes, and even do the homework several times. But now, when he has hundreds of millions, his mentality has changed drastically without him realizing it. His first feeling at this moment was that studying was useless. This idea was like a seed, quietly taking root and sprouting in his mind. It made him start to reflect on some issues he had never thought about before. What is the purpose of learning? He glanced at the classmates around him, all of whom had fought their way out of the single plank bridge of the college entrance examination. They were all top students in high school, otherwise how could they have been admitted to a prestigious university like Zhengzhou University? During college, they have to continue to work hard, staying up late to write papers, take exams, and find internships. The goal is to find a good job after graduation and earn money to support my family. But to Lin Fan, all these efforts seem to have lost their meaning. Isn't the ultimate goal of learning to make money? And he had more money now than most people ever make in a lifetime. Then what's the point of studying? Thinking of this, Lin Fan smiled without comment. He felt as if he had skipped the ordinary people's struggle and stood directly at the finish line. This feeling made him feel relaxed but also a little confused. The convenience brought by wealth is obvious. But he also began to wonder whether such a life would make him lose something more important. Life is about gains and losses. Unfortunately, Lin Fan is the protagonist of a cool novel. The bell for the end of get out of class finally rang. Lin Fan packed up his things and walked out of the classroom with Zhou Jian and Zhang Tao. The sun is shining outside, there is a gentle breeze, and the weather is so good that it makes people feel happy. As they walked, Zhang Tao said excitedly, "Where are we going to eat lunch? How about trying the new hot pot restaurant at the school gate?" Zhou Jian nodded, "Okay, I heard from someone yesterday that the food there is delicious." As they were chatting, a girl suddenly walked up to Lin Fan. The girl was pretty and delicate, wearing a white shirt and light blue jeans. She has a quiet temperament and gives people a comfortable feeling. She walked up to Lin Fan and stopped, smiling slightly, appearing a little shy. Zhang Tao and Zhou Jian immediately looked back and forth between her and Lin Fan. His eyes were full of gossip. It seems like he is wondering if there is any special relationship between the two. The girl raised her head, looked at Lin Fan, and whispered, "Lin Fan, are you free at noon? I want to treat you to a meal." As soon as she finished speaking, her face turned slightly red. She felt a little embarrassed to say such things in front of so many classmates. Before Lin Fan could speak, Zhou Jian at the side spoke first, with a bit of sourness in his tone. "No, brother Fan, what's going on? Are you dating someone behind our backs? She's still such a beautiful lady." After hearing what Zhou Jian said, the girl became even more shy. Lin Fan waved his hand and explained with a smile, "You misunderstood, a friend." He looked at the girl and said, "I have time at noon, let's go, I'll treat you." The girl nodded and said softly, "Okay." Then he followed Lin Fan and the two left together. Zhang Tao looked at the backs of Lin Fan and the girl and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Brother Fan is brother Fan. I'm so envious of such a beautiful girl who treats me to a meal when I go out." His tone was full of envy, even a little admiration. Zhou Jian frowned, his eyes fixed on the direction where Lin Fan left. He whispered, "Taozi, why do I feel that Lin Fan is very different recently? He didn't seem to be very popular with girls before. And he seems to be quite generous recently. Do you know what's going on?" Zhou Jian was a little confused by Lin Fan's change. When Zhang Tao heard this, the memory of Lin Fan spending 10 million on the live streaming platform flashed through his mind. Just to allow himself to meet Lu Yanyan. That incident still makes him feel incredible. But he still remembered that Lin Fan had told him not to tell anyone about this. Zhang Tao shook his head at Zhou Jian and said as if nothing had happened, "Nothing is different. Brother Fan has always been like this." Zhou Jian looked at him suspiciously, obviously not quite believing it. But he didn't ask any more questions, just muttered, "Maybe I'm overthinking it." On the other side, Lin Fan and Su Mura walked side by side on the path on campus. Lin Fan glanced at her and broke the silence with a smile. "Why did you come to see me today? Is there something?" Su Mura nodded and said softly, "Student Lin Fan, I want to thank you. My mom's surgery was successful and the doctor said she is recovering well." Lin Fan smiled and said, "How do you know it was me who arranged the surgery for your mother?" Su Mura glanced at Lin Fan and said, "You're the only one I mentioned my mother's kidney disease to, and then she was sent to the hospital. If it's not you, there's no one else. And you even asked people to help take care of our mountain land. I don't know how to thank you enough." There was a hint of gratitude in her voice and her eyes were clear and sincere. Lin Fan waved his hand and said calmly, "It's just a small favor. No need to thank me." He paused and asked, "How is your mother now?" Su Mura smiled and said, "Much better. I've been discharged from the hospital and am recuperating at home now. I've wanted to thank you for a long time, but I never found the chance. I just happened to run into you today, so I thought of treating you to a meal." The two of them went to a small restaurant and found a seat by the window. The restaurant is not big, the decoration is simple but clean, and the air is filled with the faint aroma of food. After the waiter brought the menu, Lin Fan ordered a few signature dishes and asked Su Mura, "What do you want to eat?" Su Mura looked down at the menu and said softly, "I'm fine with anything. What you ordered is good." Lin Fan nodded and handed the menu back to the waiter. "That's it for now." The dishes were served quickly and the two chatted while eating. Su Mura picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and chewed it slowly, looking up at Lin Fan from time to time. There was an ambiguous emotion in her eyes, as if she had a crush on him, or simply felt grateful. Chapter 67, Jokes. Lin Fan didn't care too much. He lowered his head to eat and asked casually, "After your mother is discharged from the hospital, is there anything special she wants to eat? I remember that my diet seemed to be very light when I was in the hospital." Su Mura smiled and said, "She's been craving spicy food lately. She said her mouth had no taste when she was in the hospital. Now she can finally eat something spicy. But the doctor said I should take it easy. I made her some slightly spicy Sichuan food last time I went home, and she enjoyed it very much." Lin Fan nodded, "That's good, I'll recover better if I take my time to recuperate." Su Mura said paused, and then whispered, "If it weren't for you, I don't know when my mother's surgery would be delayed." Lin Fan waved his hand and said in a relaxed tone, "No need to thank me, it's just a small matter." After finishing their meal, the two walk side by side towards the school. The sun shines on the road and a breeze blows, bringing a bit of early autumn coolness. Sumuro walked beside Lin Fan with brisk steps, occasionally turning her head to glance at him. The two chatted idly. Sumuro suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Lin Fan. By the way, isn't there a welcome party tonight? Would you like to come and see it then? Lin Fan remembered the ribbon-cutting ceremony the principal had mentioned this morning, and immediately said, I think I will go. Sumuro smiled slightly when she heard him say that. That's great. In fact, I have signed up for a show tonight, and you will be able to see me on the stage then. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, then I will definitely stare at you without blinking. After all, I didn't hear you sing in the bar last time. Sumuro felt a little embarrassed by his words and said modestly, actually, my singing is not very good. Lin Fan didn't care. How is that possible? I think you are beautiful and kind-hearted, and your singing voice must be beautiful too. Anyway, I am looking forward to it. Sumuro blushed when she heard this, and said softly, don't laugh at me then. The two were chatting when a salesman suddenly came over from the side of the road. It was a woman in her 30s, wearing a bright red uniform and holding a stack of small packages. She looked at Lin Fan and Sumuro, a warm smile appeared on her face, and she walked over quickly. You two are a couple, right? Our brand is having a promotion right now, you can take this sample home and try it out. It's very easy to use and very smooth. As she spoke, she handed over a small package. Sumuro was stunned for a moment, then frowned and took the square plastic package. She looked down. There is a red tail painted on the package with two words written next to it, red tail. She had never seen this thing before, and frowned in confusion, muttering quietly, what is this? Facial mask? Lin Fan coughed lightly, trying to hide something. He said directly, chewing gum. But almost at the same time, the salesman's voice also rang out, contraception. The two people's voices overlapped and reached Sumuro's ears clearly. In an instant, Sumuro's face turned red. The redness spread from the cheeks to the base of the neck. The whole person seemed to be frozen, and the small package in his hand almost fell to the ground. She stared at the salesman with wide eyes. He quickly glanced at Lin Fan again, feeling so ashamed that he almost couldn't face anyone. The salesman was totally unaware of her embarrassment and continued to sell enthusiastically. It's really easy to use. My husband and I always use it together. Little girl, you can tell from the look of it that you haven't used it yet, right? Hurry up and find a hotel with your boyfriend to play a game. You'll know after you try it. It's guaranteed to be comfortable. She spoke with great excitement and winked at Sumuro, as if she was imparting some life experience. Sumuro froze in place, at a loss as to what to do, even her breathing became rapid. She lowered her head, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She held the lockaway tightly in her hand, but she didn't know what to do with it as if it were a hot potato. Lin Fan couldn't help but smile when he saw her like this. Do you really want to play a game with me? After hearing these words, Sumuro was completely stunned. She suddenly raised her head and glared at Lin Fan. He muttered in shame and anger, rogue. Then he ran away without caring about anything, his steps were hurried. Lin Fan looked at her running away and couldn't help laughing. The salesman was stunned for a moment, then muttered, why are young people nowadays still so shy? We are all adults, there is nothing wrong with this kind of thing. She said and looked at Lin Fan again, young man, you have to work hard. Your girlfriend is so beautiful, it must be very exciting to use her. Great. Lin Fan's head was full of black lines. It's really a shocking statement. When Lin Fan looked up, he found that Sumuro's figure had disappeared without a trace. There was a hint of helplessness on his face. This girl runs quite fast. But Sumuro's blushing face as she ran away was quite cute. Lin Fan returned to the dormitory. As soon as the door was opened, the sound of intense keyboard typing and Zhou Jian's loud voice could be heard from inside. Taozi, could you please stop sending me off? It's about to be overturned. Zhang Tao replied unconvincedly, blame me? It was obviously you who didn't catch up this time. The two were sitting at the table playing a game, with the game screen flashing non-stop. Hearing the noise, they all looked up. Seeing Lin Fan coming back, Zhou Jian smiled and teased, hey, brother Fan is back. How did the date go? You are really good. You have won over such a beautiful girl. Lin Fan smiled and said casually, don't talk nonsense, I just had a meal. Zhang Tao asked with a gossipy look on his face, brother Fan, stop pretending. It's obvious from the first glance that girl is interested in you. Tell me the truth, have you already made an appointment to meet next time? Did you hold hands today? Or have you already? As he spoke, he made faces and his expression was full of teasing. Lin Fan shook his head and didn't explain. Zhou Jian said, by the way, let's eat early tonight and then go to the auditorium to grab a good seat. Don't go too late or we won't be allowed in. Lin Fan suddenly remembered something and said, I may not be able to go with you guys tonight. I have something else to do. As soon as these words came out, Zhou Jiqing immediately revealed a meaningful smirk. He squinted at Lin Fan and asked, are you going to do anything tonight? Could it be that he is going to ask that beautiful lady to go out and get a room with him at noon today? Lin Fan was amused by his words and rolled his eyes. Your thoughts are really too dirty. Am I that kind of person, Brother Fan? Zhang Tao laughed loudly. Brother Fan, you always act alone. Who would believe that you don't have some ulterior motives? Lin Fan waved his hand. All right, you two can use your imagination slowly. I'll take a break first. Chapter 68. He knows this person. Lin Fan stayed in the dormitory until after 5 in the afternoon. Thinking about attending the ribbon-cutting ceremony in the evening, Lin Fan stood up and prepared to go out. Zhou Jian glanced at him and asked casually, Brother Fan, where are you going? Get something. Lin Fan replied simply, pushed the door and walked out. Zhang Tao looked at his back and muttered, I feel like Brother Fan has been acting mysterious lately. Zhou Jian nodded, that's right, I feel like he is really different from before. Lin Fan went downstairs and headed straight for the parking lot. The fiery red Ferrari's engine roared. The car drove out of the campus like a flash of lightning. He went to Tianqi No. 1 Villa in the center of Jiangzhou City. Since we are attending a formal event in the evening, formal attire is essential. There were only some everyday clothes in the dormitory, which were obviously not enough, so I had to go back to the villa to get some. Half an hour later, the car was parked steadily in the private garage of Tianqi No. 1. Lin Fan pushed open the door of the villa, and was greeted by a spacious hall and luxurious decoration. The crystal chandelier casts a soft light and the marble floor is mirror clear. There was a faint scent of sandalwood floating in the air. He went straight up to the second floor and walked into the cloakroom, which was filled with various high-end suits and shirts that he had bought before. He picked out a dark blue Armani suit and paired it with a black tie. He took out a pair of handmade leather shoes from the shoe cabinet. I tried it briefly and found it quite satisfactory. After changing his clothes, Lin Fan stood in front of a full-length mirror and looked at himself. The person in the mirror has a tall figure and handsome features. The suit was well-tailored, highlighting his calm temperament. He looked at the time and it was already past 6 o'clock. The welcome party starts at 7 o'clock and the ribbon-cutting ceremony is around 9 o'clock. Time is not very urgent. He sat on the sofa in the living room of the villa, with his legs casually resting on the edge of the coffee table. Holding a bottle of mineral water airlifted from Siberia. I was just about to unscrew the lid and take a sip. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. Zhou Ren's name was displayed on the screen. He answered the phone and leaned back lazily on the sofa. Hello, what's up? Zhou Ren's familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. There was a hint of laughter in her voice. Boss Lin, Lu Yanyan has been in the mountains for 10 days and is now clamoring to go back. But we are holding her now. Do you want to let her go? Hearing this, Lin Fan casually asked, how have you been doing these past few days? Zhou Ren laughed, it's not bad. I can finish the tasks assigned to me every day. I do everything from farming, feeding chickens, and fetching water. Now, even if I give her 10 acres of land and let her farm it herself, she will have no problem. Now I guess he's really scared. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest of the sofa. The arrogant and domineering look of Lu Yanyan appeared in his mind. It seems that the 10 days of labor reform in the mountainous area really made her suffer a lot. Lin Fan chuckled and said casually, then let her go back. I guess I've learned a lesson this time. Zhou Ren responded, okay, I'll let him go now. Lin Fan casually threw his phone onto the coffee table next to him. He lowered his head and took a sip of water, his eyes casually scanning the room. I inadvertently noticed that there was a thin layer of dust on the surface of the coffee table. There is also the gap between the edge of the coffee table next to the sofa and the windowsill. He frowned and thought to himself, this place is not often inhabited, so it really needs someone to take care of it. When he received this villa, he only wanted to stay there occasionally. Or use it to entertain friends. I didn't even think about taking care of maintenance. If there was a housekeeper or servant in the house to clean it regularly, things would be much better. After thinking for a moment, Lin Fan took out his cell phone, found the property management's phone number and dialed it. The call was quickly connected, and a familiar middle-aged male voice came from the other end. The other party's tone and attitude were very respectful. "Hello, Mr. Lin. This is Tianqi Property, how can I help you?" The other party seemed to be impressed by the owner Lin Fan. After all, those who can live in Tianqi number 1 are either rich or noble. Naturally, he dared not be negligent in his service attitude. Lin Fan didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "Do you have a permanent cleaner or housekeeper here? I don't live in this villa often, so I need someone to take care of it regularly." The property manager immediately understood what he meant and said repeatedly, "Yes, yes. Our company just happened to hire some part-time staff recently to take care of the housekeeping work. They have all been trained uniformly by the head office. Guarantee service attitude and service quality. I can bring a few people to your door if you need. How about letting you choose it yourself?" He paused, then added carefully, "By the way, Mr. Lin, do you have any specific requirements for the candidates? Like age, gender, address, or personality?" Lin Fan leaned back on the sofa and picked up the remote control to play with it for a while. "I don't have any requirements, just someone younger, someone who doesn't live at home. He actually doesn't care much about these details. Anyway, we are just looking for someone to clean the house, as long as they can do the job." The property manager immediately responded, "Okay, I understand. Then I'll bring a few people over in about 10 minutes, you just wait at home." After saying that, he confirmed the address again and hung up the phone. Lin Fan put down his phone, stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the night view of Jiangzhou city center outside the window. The surrounding area is full of tall buildings and bright lights. The life of rich people is really boring and dull. Less than 10 minutes later, the doorbell of the villa rang. Lin Fan walked over and opened the door. The property manager was standing outside. A middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a neat suit and a professional smile on his face. He bowed slightly to Lin Fan and said politely, "Hello, Mr. Lin. These are the candidates I brought to you. Please see if they are suitable." After saying that, he stepped aside and 5 people followed him in. The 5 people lined up in the living room, standing neatly. Lin Fan took a quick look and saw 1 man and 4 women, all between the ages of 20 and 30. The man was a young man in his early 20s, not tall and with dark skin. Wearing the same uniform, he looks honest. The 4 women are of similar age and wear similar uniforms. "Mr. Lin, these people were selected by us recently. They all have housekeeping experience and do a good job. You can ask them about their situation, or just pick one." At this moment, Lin Fan's gaze was fixed on the last person. He frowned slightly. The other person is in her 20s, with a plump figure and good looks. The buttons on the front of his shirt were nearly bursting. She lowered her head, seemed a little nervous, and her fingers were unconsciously twisted together. Lin Fan stared at her for a few seconds and smiled unconsciously. He knows this person. Chapter 69, 1,000 yuan an hour? "Mr. Lin, which one do you like?" Seeing his gaze pause, the property manager asked tentatively. Lin Fan said nothing, his eyes fixed on the girl. This girl was none other than Chen Sini, the beauty of their economics department. Lin Fan never expected this. Such a beautiful girl in the school is actually standing here now. Being a cleaner? Is it the proper kind of cleaning? Chen Sini tried her best to keep her head down. I wanted to bury my whole face in his chest. She could feel Lin Fan's eyes on her. The embarrassment and tension made a thin layer of sweat unconsciously seep out of her palms. She didn't dare to look up, let alone look directly at Lin Fan. I could only pray in my heart, I hope he doesn't recognize me, I hope he just ignores me. But the possibility of this happening is very slim. After all, Lin Fan is not blind. At this moment, Chen Sini's mind was full of thoughts, like a tangled mess. She never thought that she would end up like this. What he didn't expect was that he would face Lin Fan in such a humiliating manner in the luxurious villa of Tianqi number 1. The loser that she once looked down upon. The poor guy who she thought would never be able to get out of this predicament. Things are so dramatic. I still remember when I first entered college. Chen Sini became the focus of the economics department with her outstanding appearance and temperament. At that time, she was the center of attention wherever she went. The boys vied to show their affection, and the girls were envious and jealous. She enjoys this feeling and knows how to use it to her advantage. Not long after, she met Zhou Hao, the rich second generation whose family has some money. Zhou Hao fell in love with her at first sight and pursued her aggressively. Brand name bags, cosmetics, skincare products, and the latest fashion clothes. They were sent to her one after another. She still remembers the feeling of satisfaction she felt when she first received the Chanel handbag. That was something she had never dared to think about before. And now, as long as she nodded, these things would be at her fingertips. During the 2 years she was with Zhou Hao, she lived like a real princess. Zhou Hao would buy her various gifts every month. From perfume to jewelry, from cosmetics to clothes, they are almost never the same. On her birthday, Zhou Hao generously gave her a 3-carat diamond ring. At that moment, she stood in front of the mirror and looked at the sparkling diamond on her finger. I feel like I am the happiest person in the world. She even began to fantasize about her future life. Live in a mansion, drive a luxury car, and live a life without worries about food and clothing. She felt that she had grasped fate by the throat. As long as she relies on Zhou Hao, she will never have to worry about money again in her life. At that time, Lin Fan was nothing but a joke in her eyes. A poor boy who wears cheap t-shirts and is silent all day long. Even the cheapest meals in the cafeteria have to be carefully calculated. She still remembered that time at the Golden Emperor Hotel. Lin Fan was also there. At that time, Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Lin Fan, people like you probably won't be able to afford this meal in your lifetime, right?" She was also laughing at the time, and thought Lin Fan's embarrassed look was particularly funny. And the hundreds of thousands that Lin Fan gave away on the spot. She even thought that Lin Fan had borrowed it and wanted to show off in front of her. Later in the cafeteria, she ran into Lin Fan again. "He doesn't even have money for food." She laughed. "You are still a poor guy after all, you can't pretend for many days." But everything has changed. That day, she saw with her own eyes Lin Fan having Zhou Hao tied to a tree. His eyes were as cold as ice. She saw 2 semi-trailers coming over, loaded with coins pouring down like a flood, hitting Zhou Hao and Zhou Tianming. At that moment, she stood in the crowd and her legs went weak. She finally understood that Lin Fan was not pretending. His money, his resources, and his methods are all real. She looked at Zhou Hao, who was buried under the coins and looked so miserable, and an inexplicable fear surged in her heart. This poor boy whom she once looked down upon actually had the ability to trample the Zhou father and son under his feet. What made her collapse even more was yet to come. That night, she took great pains to rescue Zhou Hao from the pile of coins and sent him to the hospital. After Zhou Hao woke up, he stared at the ceiling with lifeless eyes, but uttered words that made her feel like she was falling into an icy cave. "Cindy, I have nothing left. My father owes hundreds of millions of dollars in foreign debts. He may have to go to jail. I can't stay in this city anymore. I want to run away." Before she had time to digest these words, Zhou Hao suddenly grabbed her wrist. "Give me back my money. I want all the money I've spent on you over the years." At that moment, Chen Xinyi felt like she had fallen from heaven to hell. She stood in front of the bed, looking at Zhou Hao's distorted face, as if her soul had been sucked out of her. She tried to argue, "How can I return what you gave me?" But Zhou Hao didn't listen at all, and even grabbed her wrist and dragged her out. Forced her to hand over the 3-carat diamond ring. Forced her to sell her LV bag. She cried and shouted, but Zhou Hao's eyes were as cold as a stranger. He just snatched away her favorite diamond ring, stuffed it into his pocket, and left without looking back. From that moment on, her life completely fell apart. She still had a lot of debts from credit cards and Huabei, and Zhou Hao had helped her pay them off before. But what about now? She has no one to rely on. Those brand name bags, clothes, and jewelry were either taken away by Zhou Hao or were out of style and could not be sold. She tried to borrow money from her friends, but those who usually surrounded her avoided her as soon as they heard that she had no money. She even ran to Zhou Hao's house to find him, but found that Zhou Tianming had been blocked at the door by his creditors and the house had been sealed. She cried, cursed, and even smashed things, but it was all no use. Reality was like a ruthless knife, cutting her pride and fantasy into pieces. She finally understood that everything she had before was built on Zhou Hao's money. Now that Zhou Hao has fallen, she has become a complete pauper. In order to pay off her debts, she had to start looking for a job. But as a college student, she has no other skills to show off except her good looks. She submitted several resumes, but was either rejected or offered pitifully low salaries. Until one day, she saw a job posting for Tianqi property on the internet. It said part-time housekeeping job, young and pretty women with good looks are preferred, starting wage of 1,000 per hour. She was shocked. 1,000 yuan an hour? Is the salary for housekeeping so high? She signed up with the mentality of giving it a try, but unexpectedly she was accepted directly. On the day of training, she followed several part-time staff to learn how to clean windows, sweep the floor and tidy up the room. Although she was extremely reluctant, she gritted her teeth and endured it when she thought of the ridiculously high hourly wage. It was only temporary, she told herself. As soon as she earns enough money to pay off her debts, she will quit her job. I will never do such a menial job again. But she never expected that her first employer would be Lin Fan. Chapter 70. Let us start today. Lin Fan stared at Chen Sini for a few seconds and finally spoke. There was a hint of amusement in his voice. Chen Sini? Chen Sini trembled, bit her lip, and said nothing. The property manager was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Hey, Mr. Lin, do you know him?" "That's such a coincidence," he said as he watched the two's reactions. It seemed as if he was trying to figure out something from this subtle atmosphere. Lin Fan leaned back on the sofa and just nodded faintly. His eyes were still fixed on Chen Sini, and he said calmly, "That's it." When the property manager heard this, he immediately agreed happily. Okay, Mr. Lin, you have a good eye. Then I'll arrange it right away." But before he could finish his words, Chen Sini suddenly raised her head. He interrupted, "I don't do this for this family." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the room froze instantly. The smile on the property manager's face froze and then turned serious. He turned to look at Chen Sini, his tone became cold and hard. "What did you say? You don't do it? What's your reason for not doing it? You are now a member of Tianqi, and you must obey the company's arrangements." There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. Chen Sini bit her lip, a trace of struggle flashing in her eyes. She still plucked up the courage to say, "I can do other companies, but I really..." She didn't finish her words and her voice became quieter and quieter. The property manager interrupted directly, "You need to make your own identity clear. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're pretty. Now the employer chooses you, when will it be your turn to choose the employer? Don't you know your own identity?" His tone was merciless, even slightly angry. Chen Sini opened her mouth and wanted to say something in rebuttal. But his mouth seemed to be blocked and he couldn't utter a word. She lowered her head, her fingers tightly clenched the corner of her clothes, and she looked a little flustered. Seeing that she didn't say anything, the property manager snorted and continued, "It's okay if you don't want to do it. But the uniforms and training provided by the company are free. If you don't do it, you'll have to pay for it yourself. And Tianqi will never hire you again. Never." These words were like a blow to the head, and Chen Sini's face turned pale in an instant. Where does she have the money now? The debts from credit cards and Huabei have made her feel overwhelmed. Not to mention compensating for the training fees, she didn't even know how to pay for next month's living expenses. She was speechless, and all her resistance seemed so powerless in the face of reality. Seeing that she was silent, the property manager softened his attitude a little. He turned to look at Lin Fan and put on a smiling face, "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, our employee has some problems. I have already educated him. If there is anything you are not satisfied with later, you can complain directly to the property management department. We will firmly safeguard the interests of every owner." He paused, then asked tentatively, "If you are sure, Ms. Chen's hourly wage is 2,000 yuan per hour. Don't worry about the work, it's guaranteed to be clean and neat. In addition, there is an additional fee of 500 yuan from the property management. Do you think the price is acceptable?" After hearing this, Lin Fan smiled meaningfully. He nodded and said, "No problem. I like those with personality. They are more interesting to train." There was a hint of teasing in his words, and he glanced at Chen Sini. When the property manager heard this, he laughed out loud. "Mr. Lin, you are such a joker. Do you have any specific requests?" He seemed a little anxious, probably wanting to finalize the matter as quickly as possible. Lin Fan leaned back on the sofa, thought for a moment and said, "My request is that you come here for 2 hours every day to clean, and you may have to cook for me. The most important thing is to be obedient. If I do a good job, I'll give you 5,000 yuan an hour, and give you an additional 5,000 yuan in property fees." Then, his eyes turned cold and said, "If you don't obey, I will fire you. I am also reporting you as the property manager." As soon as these words were spoken, the property manager's smile froze for a moment. I felt even more terrified. He nodded and bowed quickly, smiling apologetically. Don't worry, the most important thing for the people we train is to be obedient. Since you have chosen Miss Chen, she will definitely do a good job. He turned around and glared at Chen Seni, with a warning look in his eyes. Then he turned back to Lin Fan and said, if there is no problem, let's sign the contract now. Why not start from today? Lin Fan nodded and said calmly, no problem. The property manager immediately pulled out a contract from his briefcase, skillfully filled in the terms on it, and handed it to Lin Fan for review. Lin Fan took a quick look, thought it was okay, and signed his name. The contract was signed and the property manager left with the other 4 people. Before leaving, he specifically reminded Chen Seni, work hard and don't embarrass the company. $5,000 an hour. You're really making a fortune. No princess in Shanghai earns as much as you do. The moment the door closed, only Lin Fan and Chen Seni were left in the living room. The room fell into an eerie silence, with only the soft ticking sound of the wall clock. Lin Fan leaned on the sofa, his eyes calmly falling on Chen Seni. Chen Seni just stood there with her head down. The whole person seemed to be nailed to the floor, not daring to move. Lin Fan broke the silence. Chen Seni, I didn't expect you to have this day. Chen Seni trembled, bit her lip, and whispered, Lin Fan, don't go too far. Her voice was trembling a little when she spoke. Lin Fan chuckled, stood up, and walked slowly to her. Too much? I haven't even started yet. Why is that too much? Aren't you good at bullying? When Zhou Hao supported you in school, you made fun of me a lot. But I've almost got Zhou Hao done. Now the situation has changed. Do you think I will let this opportunity go? Chen Seni raised her head and met his gaze. There was a hint of anger in her eyes, but more of fear. She gritted her teeth and said, Lin Fan, I know I have offended you before, but you have already dealt with Zhou Hao and his son, isn't that enough? I'm already like this now, what else do you want? Lin Fan sneered and shook his head, not enough. You are different from Zhou Hao. He's too rampant. You, too green tea. Now that you're down and out, why should I let you go? Lin Fan smiled and said, but don't worry, I won't let you do anything out of line. Cleaning, washing, cooking, and being obedient, just do these 3 things well. 5,000 per hour, I don't have to be stingy with Zhou Hao, right? After hearing this, Chen Seni's face turned pale and blue. She knew she had no choice and she needed to make money. She took a deep breath and whispered, I know. Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction, turned around and walked back to the sofa and sat down. Then let's start from today. I don't think your clothes are good, they don't look like a servant. Go out and buy some maid outfits now. Chapter 71, Turn around and let me see. When Chen Seni heard this, her face turned red. She shook her head instinctively, with a hint of resistance in her voice. I'm not your servant. I'm just here to do your housework. Don't ask for too much. She was obviously lacking in confidence when she spoke, and there was a hint of panic in her eyes. When Lin Fan heard this, a smile appeared on his face. He sat up straight, folded his arms, and said calmly, how is it too much to ask you to change your clothes? Have you forgotten the 3 requirements I just told you? Cleaning, cooking, and being obedient. You don't understand the 3rd point? Tell you what, you are a babysitter now. Don't you even want to listen to your employer? I now doubt whether the people sent by your Tianqi property management company are capable of doing the job. Chen Seni stared at Lin Fan coldly, her lips tightly pursed, and she said nothing. There was both anger and humiliation in her eyes. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Lin Fan lazily picked up the contract he had just signed from the coffee table. Then he turned to one of the pages, pointed to the clauses on it and said slowly, it is clearly written in the contract. Staff should try to meet the reasonable needs of their employers during their work. Otherwise it will be judged as the staff member defaulting on their appointment. He raised his head and looked at Chen Seni with cold eyes. Is my request reasonable? Just a change of clothes. If you can't even do this, I don't think you have the ability to do this job. Get lost now, I don't need a piece of crap like you to work for me. Lin Fan's words were merciless. Chen Seni panicked instantly. She stood there at a loss, her face turning pale and blue. If she really leaves Lin Fan, Tianqi company will definitely not let her go. The warning just given by the property manager is still fresh in my mind. If she didn't do it, she would have to pay compensation, and now she could barely even afford food. Where is the spare money to pay the penalty for breach of contract? If she really lost this high-paying job, how would she live the rest of her life? When she thought of this, Chen Sini's breathing became rapid. Lin Fan leaned back on the sofa, his tone a little impatient. Why don't you leave? Didn't I let you go? Chen Sini hesitated for a few seconds, finally gritted her teeth, and whispered, Mr. Lin, I will go out and buy clothes according to your request now. Her voice was so soft that it almost sounded like she was squeezing it out from between her teeth. I don't know if it's because of shyness or humiliation. After saying that, he hurriedly walked towards the gate of the villa. Lin Fan watched her disappear through the doorway and muttered to himself, Can't I cure you? Don't you always act superior because you rely on your good looks? Don't you like to make sarcastic remarks to me? Now the situation has changed. No matter what I ask you to do, you still do it obediently, right? On the other side, Chen Sini walked out of the villa gate. She stood on the side of the road, took a deep breath, and tried to calm herself down. Her face was still burning hot, and her mind was filled with Lin Fan's appearance just now. A strong sense of humiliation surged in her heart. But she knew she had no choice. About half an hour later, the doorbell of the villa rang again. Lin Fan walked over and opened the door. Chen Sini was standing outside the door, holding a few shopping bags in her hands, with her head lowered and a somewhat unnatural look on her face. She put the bag on the coffee table. I bought the clothes. After saying that, she stepped aside, her eyes evasive, as if she didn't even have the courage to look at Lin Fan. Lin Fan glanced at the shopping bag, and a few pieces of black and white fabrics were vaguely visible inside. He waved his hand and said casually, Go and try them on. I'll see which one is more suitable. Chen Seni stood there in a daze, raised her head and glanced at Lin Fan, a hint of resistance flashing in her eyes. She bit her lip and whispered, I. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lin Fan. What are you standing there for? Go change it. There was a hint of impatience in Lin Fan's tone. But his eyes were coldly fixed on Chen Seni. It seemed to be warning her not to challenge her patience again. Chen Seni took a deep breath, finally picked up the bag, turned and walked towards the guest room next door. Her steps were stiff and her back revealed a strong reluctance. The moment you closed the door. She leaned against the door, closed her eyes, her chest heaving violently, her heart filled with humiliation and shame. She looked down at the shopping bag in her hand, which contained 3 maid outfits. This kind of clothes doesn't look serious at all. There was so little fabric and the design was so revealing that it made her blush and her heart beat fast. She spent a long time picking in the store, trying to find those that were wrapped more tightly. But this kind of clothing is sexy in nature and is not conservative at all. She gritted her teeth and took out the first set of clothes from the bag. This is a classic black and white maid outfit. The top is a tight black low-bear short top with white lace at the neckline. The waist is tightened to highlight the slender curves. She was wearing a miniskirt that just reached her thighs. The slightest movement reveals a large area of skin. The hem of the skirt is decorated with a circle of white ruffles, which looks playful and provocative. She stared at the suit, her fingers trembling slightly, and a strong feeling of resistance surged in her heart. Zhou Hao spent a lot of money to buy a similar set of clothes. I begged her to wear it, but she refused. They even laughed at him for being a pervert. But now, she has to stay in this strange villa. Wearing this kind of clothes in front of Lin Fan, the enemy she once looked down upon. She felt that her dignity had been severely trampled under Lin Fan's feet. Chen Seni took a deep breath. She knew she had no choice. She slowly took off her uniform and put on this black and white maid outfit. The clothes were so tight against her body that she could hardly breathe. The low bear design left her collarbone and bare muzzle exposed. A career line that is bottomless. The short skirt made her feel uncomfortable with every step she took. She stood in front of the mirror in the room, looking at the unfamiliar self in the mirror. That familiar face, paired with this dress, looks both charming and sexy. Her face turned red instantly, and even her ears felt hot. She bit her lower lip and folded her arms across her chest, trying to cover up that overly revealing neckline. But this action made her look even more embarrassed. Chen Seni almost walked out with gritted teeth. She lowered her head, grasped the hem of her skirt with both hands, and took hesitant steps. Lin Fan sat on the sofa, his eyes fixed on her without any concealment. He looked her over from head to toe. This black and white maid outfit perfectly outlines her figure. The tight-fitting top accentuated her slim waist and curvaceous figure. The slender legs exposed under the short skirt were dazzlingly white under the light. The white lace embellishment adds a touch of temptation. Lin Fan nodded, with a satisfied tone in his voice. Not bad, turn around and let me see. Chapter 72. Let us go in. Chen Xinyi froze in place, her face as red as if blood. She bit her lip and whispered, Lin Fan, don't go too far. But before he could finish his words, Lin Fan sneered, too much? I'm just picking out the right clothes for you. Chen Xinyi had no choice but to go around in a circle. The hem of her skirt rose slightly with the movement, revealing more of her snow-white skin. She could feel Lin Fan's gaze piercing her body like needles. The shame made her want to find a hole to crawl into. Lin Fan was very satisfied with this. Go ahead, change something else for me to see. The second outfit is a pink and black maid outfit. The upper body is a pink tight top. There is a row of black buttons on the front of the bear. The neckline was even lower, almost revealing half of the bear's crotch. She wore a short black skirt with pink lace on the hem. The length is a few points shorter than the first set. Chen Xinyi's hands were shaking when she put on this outfit. She stood in front of the mirror, looking at the revealing design, and felt as if she were stripped naked. She took a deep breath, opened the door and walked out. The blush on her face had spread to her neck. She clutched the hem of her skirt with both hands helplessly, and was so nervous that she could not even stand steadily. Lin Fan's eyes swept over. The pink top makes her skin look even whiter. The legs under the black skirt are long and straight. The overall look is both sweet and sexy, with a paradoxical allure. He raised his eyebrows and said calmly, this set is not bad either, let's go on to the next one. Chen Xinyi gritted her teeth, turned back to the room and changed into the third set. This is a dark blue maid outfit with a strapless tight top. The front of the bear is tied with a black ribbon, exposing the entire shoulder and collarbone. The lower body is covered with an equally ridiculously short skirt. There is also a circle of fine black lace on the hem of the skirt. This outfit is bolder than the previous two. The dress clung to her body, showing off her curves to the fullest. After changing, she stood in front of the mirror, hardly daring to look at herself. She could feel the coolness of the air on her skin. The shame washed over her like a tide. She took a deep breath, opened the door and walked out. Lin Fan's gaze stayed on her for a few seconds. This dark blue maid outfit makes her look both noble and charming. The exposed shoulders and collarbones shone in the light. The legs under the short skirt are so sexy that people can't take their eyes off them. Lin Fan nodded and said with a smile, this one looks the best. After changing 3 sets of clothes, Chen Xinyi stood there. The whole person seemed a little uneasy. Her face was so red that it looked like blood could drip out. His eyes were full of shame. Lin Fan leaned back on the sofa, nodded with satisfaction, and said with a smile, all good, stay. I'll reimburse you for the clothes. You can wear these 3 sets in turn. Wear this on Monday and Wednesday, this on Tuesday and Thursday, and this on Friday, Saturday and Sunday. He stood up and walked towards the door. I have to go out now. You stay at home and clean up everything here for me. When he reached the door, Lin Fan seemed to suddenly remember something. He turned to look at Chen Xinyi. By the way, this kind of clothes should be matched with stockings. I don't need to teach you how to match them. After saying that, Lin Fan opened the door and walked out. Only Chen Xinyi was left standing alone in the middle of the living room. Chen Xinyi stood there in a daze, Lin Fan's words echoing in her ears, and the blush on her face lingered for a long time. She looked down at the dark blue maid outfit she was wearing. The tight design made her feel uncomfortable every time she moved. She bit her lower lip, feeling humiliated. At this moment she seemed to understand why the wages for housekeeping here were so high. Everything comes at a price. Chen Xinyi took a deep breath, turned and walked towards the kitchen. Start cleaning according to Lin Fan's request. Her movements were mechanical and stiff. Suddenly, another sentence of Lin Fan came to mind, it's more interesting when you focus. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. The ribbon-cutting ceremony will begin in an hour. Lin Fan glanced at his watch and felt that it was not too late to go there now. He walked out of the villa and got into the fiery red Ferrari. The engine roared and the car sped towards Jiangzhou University like a flash of lightning. Jiangzhou is brightly lit at night, and the streets are busy with cars. Lin Fan held the steering wheel with one hand, looking calmly ahead. But I couldn't help but think of Chen Xinyi cleaning the villa at this moment. The car arrived at the school quickly. Lin Fan parked his car in the parking lot outside the school. Just as he was about to get off the bus, his cell phone suddenly rang with a message. He picked up his phone and found that it was a message from Zhang Tao. Brother Fan, are you really not going to come to the welcome party? I heard that Zhao Macy will really be performing on stage tonight, and the accuracy of the news is as high as 80%. Then there was another one, you probably won't be able to get in even if you come now. The auditorium is full and people can't squeeze in. Lin Fan looked at the screen, smiled and casually replied, just watch it carefully, I won't go over. There was no more message from Zhang Tao, probably because he was immersed in the lively atmosphere of the welcome party. Lin Fan opened the car door, got out, and walked towards the backstage of the auditorium. Before he even reached the backstage entrance, Lin Fan noticed something was a little unusual. There was a large crowd of people standing at the back door of the auditorium, and several security guards were patrolling back and forth. There were also a few tall men in black suits nearby. With a microphone in his ear, he glanced around vigilantly. At first glance, I thought it was a scene from a spy movie. As soon as he walked to the backstage door, the men in black suits immediately noticed him. One of the tall men stepped forward and stretched out his hand to stop them. Student, this is the backstage of the performance, you can't go in. Lin Fan looked at him calmly and said, the principal asked me to come over to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony. The man frowned when he heard that. Then he lowered his head and said a few words into the headset. After a few seconds, he looked up at Lin Fan, what's your name? Lin Fan. The man confirmed it with the headset again, then nodded and stepped aside, go in. Lin Fan didn't say much and walked in. As soon as he stepped into the backstage, he saw the head teacher Li Jiwen walking towards him quickly. Li Jiwen had an apologetic smile on his face and said as he walked, Student Lin Fan, I'm sorry, the security is a bit strict today. Isn't there a big star coming to our school? These people are here to protect her. Don't mind it. After hearing this, Lin Fan looked at Li Jiwen with a smile, the big star you are talking about, could it be Zhao Macy? Li Jiwen was stunned, then he laughed and nodded, yes, it's her. You've heard about it, too, right? She's going to perform tonight. The news has spread like wildfire, and the auditorium is packed. The school was afraid of any trouble, so they hired a security company to keep an eye on it. Chapter 73 Artwork. The corridor backstage was not spacious, but it was crowded with staff running back and forth. Some people hurried past carrying props, while others whispered instructions through walkie-talkies. There were also people pushing clothing racks filled with colorful performance costumes. There were various labels on the walls, identifying the different rooms. Dressing room, prop room, costume room, etc. There were people coming in and out of every room, busy as a whirlwind. Lin Fan's eyes swept around casually. He soon noticed something strange happening at the door of a room not far away. The door of the room was closed, and several burly security guards were standing at the door. They were wearing the same black suits and had earphones in their ears. His eyes warily scanned everyone who approached. There is no obvious sign on the door of the room. Lin Fan's heart moved. He knew without guessing that this was probably Zhao Macy's lounge. After all, she was the most eye-catching person in the whole evening. She is the only one who can have this level of security protection. Li Jiwen walked beside Lin Fan and saw him looking around. He smiled and said, how is it? Is this your first time backstage? Don't be fooled by the mess now. Everything will be in order when we go on stage. He pointed to a room ahead marked as a lounge. Come on, I'll take you over there to sit for a while. The principal and several people from the Education Bureau are inside. Someone in the Education Bureau is curious about your donation. It's a good opportunity for you to go over and meet them. Lin Fan stopped, frowned, and waved his hand, saying, nothing to know. I am a straightforward person, I don't know the flattery that you officials use. If I say something wrong, you school leaders will be embarrassed. Let's just forget it. Lin Fan had no interest in this kind of social occasion. I'll just find a place to wait for a while. When you're about to go on stage, just come and call me. Li Jiwen was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded, okay, then it's up to you. He paused, then kindly reminded, by the way, don't go into Zhao Macy's lounge, but feel free to look around other places. Her management team is very strict, so let's not cause any trouble. Lin Fan responded, got it. Li Jiwen patted him on the shoulder and turned to walk towards the lounge. Lin Fan was left wandering around in the backstage alone. Lin Fan walked slowly in the corridor, observing the busy scene around him. Although the backstage is messy, everyone has their own tasks and the division of labor is clear, so it is in order. After walking around, he felt a little bored, so he found a sofa in the rest area in a corner and sat down. The rest area is not big, with a few single sofas and a small coffee table and a water dispenser next to it. It is one of the few quiet places backstage. Lin Fan leaned on the sofa and was about to check the time when he suddenly felt something pressing under his butt. He frowned, reached out, and pulled out a black wallet from the crack in the sofa. Lin Fan took it in his hand and flipped through it. The wallet is not big, but the leather is quite high quality and feels good to the touch. He opened it casually and found some cash, a few bank cards, and a few business cards inside. Most cards fit neatly into the card slots. A gold card was loosely tucked in the middle of the wallet. He took it out and saw a line of words printed on the card: Joe Young, assistant to Zhao Macy's studio. The font is simple and elegant, with a gold-stamped studio logo next to it. Lin Fan stared at the card for a while, thinking to himself, Joe Young? Zhao Macy's assistant? Lin Fan hesitated for a moment and thought it would be better to return the item to the owner. After all, there are cash and cards in it, and it would be very troublesome if they were lost. He glanced at the lounge not far away that was surrounded by security. He stood up and walked over there. As soon as he reached the door, the security guards in black suits immediately noticed him. One of them stepped forward, looked at Lin Fan coldly, and asked in a low voice, "What do you do?" Lin Fan didn't say much, he just raised the golden card in his hand and said, "Return the item." The man took the card and looked down at it. Then he smiled and his tone became polite, "Mr. Zhou, please come in." After saying that, he stepped aside and winked at his colleague next to him. The other two security guards also quickly stepped aside. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, feeling a little dazed. What's going on? This security guard doesn't recognize people? Do they think they are Zhou Yong? But on second thought, since they let him go, there was no need for him to explain further. Just go in and return your wallet. Lin Fan shrugged, opened the door and walked in. The room was quiet, with no one in sight. The air was filled with a faint scent of perfume mixed with the fragrance of cosmetics. He looked around and found that the room was smaller than he had imagined, but it was decorated exquisitely and practically. The dressing table against the wall is filled with bottles and jars. There were several gorgeous performance costumes hanging on a hanger nearby. There is also a small sofa and a coffee table in the corner, with a few magazines placed randomly on them. There was a half-open door on one side of the room, labeled a fitting room. Lin Fan looked down at the wallet in his hand and thought that since no one was in the room, he might as well put his things on the coffee table and leave. He walked over to the coffee table and just put down his wallet. Suddenly, I heard a slight noise coming from the fitting room. Then a female voice muttered to herself, "This dress doesn't look good either. Why is it so difficult to match?" The sound is crisp and pleasant, with a bit of agility. Lin Fan was stunned and subconsciously raised his head. At this moment, the door of the fitting room was pushed open with a creaky sound. A girl walked out from inside. Lin Fan's gaze fell on her unexpectedly, and he was slightly startled. The girl in front of me is stunningly beautiful. His facial features were so delicate that they looked like carefully crafted works of art. She has big, bright eyes. The corners of her eyes are slightly raised, with a hint of natural coolness. Her eyelashes are long and thick, trembling gently like two small fans. The nose is high and small, and the lips are full and rosy. She wore a light layer of lip gloss, which glowed alluringly under the light. Her skin was so white that it was almost transparent, and so delicate that not a single flaw could be seen. Like fine porcelain, it emits a bright and lustrous glow under the soft light. Her long hair is draped over her shoulders, and her hair is as soft as silk and slightly curly, adding a touch of lazy beauty. What is even more striking is her figure, which is so perfect that there are almost no flaws. At this moment, she was only wearing a set of black lace underwear. The slender waist is clearly visible. The waistline is as smooth as a drawn curve. Her collarbones are delicate and prominent, and her shoulders are round yet bony. Her arms are long and white, with an alluring luster. Chapter 74, Almost Seen. The curves of the bear's front are perfectly outlined by the underwear. It is full but not overly ostentatious, full of the unique feminine tenderness and temptation. She was also wearing only a pair of matching underwear. Her long legs are straight and well proportioned, and her leg shape is so perfect that it looks like a model's textbook. Every inch of skin is firm and elastic, exuding a sexy charm that cannot be ignored. She stood barefoot on the floor, with slender ankles and a graceful curve of the instep. Even the toes look small and cute. The whole person looks like a goddess walking out of a picture magazine. Lin Fan's gaze stayed on her for a moment, and then he recognized her. Zhao Macy. Lin Fan had seen her photo on the internet before. But at this moment, she is more stunning than any retouched image. The real Zhao Macy has less filters but more real beauty. The aura that radiates from the inside out makes it hard to look away. What's more, the person in front of me has nothing. Lin Fan didn't want to move his eyes away at all. Ding. System prompt: emotional fluctuations in the host's heart have been detected. Now release the next round of tasks. Task details: please use an amount of money within 200 yuan to make Zhao Macy feel good about you. Mission reward: the more money left, the richer the reward the host will receive. If the host has all the 200 yuan left, the reward will be 2 billion. Penalty for mission failure: 90% of the account balance will be deducted. Lin Fan stared at Zhao Macy in front of him. The moment their eyes met, Zhao Macy was stunned at first, and then his pupils suddenly dilated. Then there was a sharp cry, ah! She quickly covered her chest with her hands. He retreated into the fitting room in panic like a frightened deer. While hiding, she turned to Lin Fan and asked, "How did you get in?" Her voice trembled, filled with shame and anger. Her cheeks instantly turned red, and even her ears were tinged with crimson. Lin Fan stood there, stunned for a few seconds, then reacted. He looked down at the wallet in his hand, then looked up at Zhao Macy's panicked look, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Lin Fan held up his wallet and said calmly, "I found this wallet and came in to return it. I didn't expect you to be changing clothes." Zhao Macy hid behind the fitting room door, with only half of his head exposed, staring at him. "You can't just come in here even if you're returning things. Where are those people at the door? How did they let you in?" As she spoke, she grabbed a coat from the hanger next to her and draped it over her body to cover her exposed body. Her movements were flustered and the blush on her face wouldn't go away. Lin Fan pointed to the golden card in his hand. "When they saw this, they thought I was your assistant." He placed his wallet and cards on the coffee table. "Put your things here. I'm going out first." At the same time, suddenly, there was a sound of hurried footsteps outside the room. Then the security guard's voice came from outside the door, "Miss Zhao, are you okay? What happened in there? Do you want us to go in and take a look?" There was a hint of nervousness in their voices, obviously because they had heard Zhao Macy scream just now. Lin Fan and Zhao Macy turned their eyes towards the door at the same time. Before Zhao Macy could open his mouth, a man's voice was heard from outside the door. The other party's tone was anxious. "Maze, what's wrong with you? What happened? Have you changed your clothes? I'm going in." As soon as he finished speaking, the security guard's voice sounded again, with a cold tone, "I'm sorry, sir. You don't have the relevant documents, we can't let you in." The man was very unhappy, and there was a hint of anger in his voice. "Don't you know who I am? I just came out of this room. I'm Max's assistant Zhou Yang. You dare to stop me?" One of the security guards frowned and asked in confusion, "Are you Zhou Yang?" Another security guard said, "Shouldn't the person in the room be Zhou Yang? He just went in with his ID." "What? Why is my wallet missing?" Then, the door was pushed open with a bang. A man in his 30s was standing at the door. The other person's suit was a little messy and his face was full of anger. He saw Lin Fan standing in the middle of the room. And Zhao Macy, who was hiding in the fitting room with half of his head exposed. Zhou Yang's eyes quickly swept between the two of them, and then locked onto Lin Fan. Without saying a word, she rushed towards him angrily. He stepped forward and grabbed Lin Fan by the collar. The force was so strong that the collar of Lin Fan's suit was wrinkled. Zhou Yang's face was filled with anger. He glared at Lin Fan and shouted, "You stole my wallet, didn't you? A brainless fan like you would do anything to see Max." There was a strong sense of contempt in his voice. "I have long believed that Lin Fan is a fanatical fanatic who will do anything to get what he wants." Lin Fan was being pulled by him like this, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. He frowned, reached out and grabbed Zhou Yang's wrist, pushed him hard, and pushed him 2 steps away. He stood up straight, straightened his wrinkled collar, and stared at Zhou Yang coldly. "I am not a fan of Zhao Macy, and I didn't steal your wallet either. I found the wallet and returned it with good intentions. I hope you can show me some respect." Lin Fan spoke in a low voice, and enunciated each word clearly. There was a cold light in his eyes, and he was obviously angered by Zhou Yang's actions. Zhou Yang was pushed away by him and staggered. After standing firm, I wanted to rush up again. At this time, Zhao Macy walked out of the fitting room. She had changed into a long white dress. The hem of her skirt dragged lightly on the floor, vaguely outlining her perfect figure. Although she was dressed, the blush on her face still did not fade away. The roots of the ears are a faint pink. Zhou Yang turned to look at Zhao Macy, pointed at Lin Fan and asked anxiously, "Macy, did this guy do anything to you just now?" Zhao Macy glared at Lin Fan, bit her lip and whispered, "I was changing clothes when he came in just now, and he almost saw me naked." "You handle this matter. I have to go on stage." After saying that, she walked quickly towards the door, her steps a little hurried. The moment the door closed, Zhou Yang suddenly turned his head and looked at Lin Fan. His breathing became rapid, and he pointed at Lin Fan and cursed, "You were almost seen naked." "Damn it! Grandson, did you do this on purpose?" His voice was almost a roar. At this moment, he was even more furious, with his finger pointed directly at Lin Fan's nose, as if he couldn't wait to pounce on him and beat him up. Lin Fan glanced at Zhou Yang coldly. There was a hint of disdain in his tone. "I said, I came here to return the wallet, it was not intentional." "Stop making such a fuss. I don't have the patience to waste my time with you here." Chapter 75, Killing Two Birds with One Stone. Lin Fan turned around and prepared to leave, not wanting to get entangled with the person in front of him anymore. But just as he took a step, Zhou Yang rushed up to him. He stood directly in front of him, blocking his way. Zhou Yang glared and said angrily, "If you don't explain clearly today, I won't let you leave this room." Lin Fan stopped, frowned and turned to look at him. There was a chill in his tone. What can I say? Zhou Yang was not willing to give in. He pointed his finger at Lin Fan's nose and said, "Just now my C said that you almost saw her naked. Did you plan this? Also, my wallet was clearly on me, how did you pick it up? Did you steal my wallet while I wasn't paying attention and then run into this lounge to do something dirty?" After hearing this, Lin Fan could no longer suppress the anger in his eyes. He kindly picked up the wallet and returned it. As a result, this guy not only didn't appreciate it, but also bit him back. Directly slander him as a thief and a pervert. Lin Fan took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and stared at Zhou Yang coldly. "I remind you again, don't point your finger at me. If you dare point your finger at me again, I'll break it off." When Zhou Yang heard this, instead of restraining himself, he sneered with disdain on his face. Not only did he continue to point at Lin Fan, he even took a few steps forward. His fingers were almost poking Lin Fan's chest, and he muttered, "Break it? Who are you trying to scare? I want to see if you dare. Do you know who I am? You idiot." His attitude was extremely arrogant and he did not take Lin Fan's threats seriously at all. Lin Fan's patience finally reached its limit. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly reached out and grabbed Zhou Yang's outstretched finger. Bend it back with force. There was only a crisp click sound. Then Zhou Yang's screams resounded throughout the room. "Aha!" He covered his hand and bent over in pain. His face turned red instantly and sweat dripped down his forehead. He howled like a pig being slaughtered. "My hand! My hand!" There were several security guards guarding nearby outside the door. When they heard the noise, they immediately pushed the door open and rushed in. As soon as they entered the room, they saw Lin Fan standing there, and Zhou Yang rolling on the ground with his hands covered. The scene was in chaos. Several security guards looked at each other, obviously confused. At this moment, they still couldn't tell who was who. When I let Lin Fan in just now, I thought he was Zhou Yang. But now a guy who calls himself Zhou Yang has appeared. This. Lin Fan glanced at the security guards, snorted coldly, and said directly, "Hurry up and carry this brainless fan out and throw him on the street." "Who told you to let him in just now? You were allowed in without any identification? Did you know that something almost happened just now? If this kind of brainless fan hurts Max, you'll all be derelict in your duty, you know that?" His tone was calm and strong. It seemed like Zhou Yang was really scolding his subordinates. Several security guards were shocked by his aura and then looked embarrassed. One of the tall security guards scratched his head and whispered, "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, it's true that we didn't supervise strictly enough just now." They looked at Lin Fan's dark blue suit, and the sight of him coming in with his assistant card just now. Subconsciously, I thought of him as the real Zhou Yang. After all, Lin Fan's tone and aura when speaking. No matter how you look at it, he looks more like a leader than the sweaty guy on the ground. Before Zhou Yang could react, two security guards stepped forward, grabbed his arms and dragged him out. Zhou Yang was sweating profusely from the pain. He covered his broken finger and struggled to shout, "I am Zhou Yang. You've all been deceived. Let me go." He shouted and tried to break free. But the two security guards were incredibly strong. They carried him like a chicken and didn't give him any chance to resist. When Zhou Yang was dragged to the door, he turned around and cursed angrily, "I can tell at a glance that your school is a rubbish school. What kind of security guards are you hiring? You don't even know who your own people are. A bunch of rubbish." His voice faded away, but the cursing never stopped. He even cried out in pain a few times, probably because the security guards had beaten him hard when they dragged him out. A sneer appeared on Lin Fan's lips. Turned and walked out the door. As soon as he went out, he bumped into Li Jiwen, who was standing outside. Li Jiwen was looking over here with a frown. Seeing Lin Fan coming out, he glanced at Zhou Yang, who was being carried out by security. His face was full of surprise. He walked over quickly and asked in confusion, "What happened? Who was that person just now? Why was he carried out?" Lin Fan smiled and said, "It's okay. Some people don't know what's good for them and need to be taught a lesson." After hearing this, Li Jiwen's eyes fell on the door behind Lin Fan. "Isn't this room Zhao Meixi's lounge? Why are you?" There was some confusion in his voice, and he obviously didn't understand why Lin Fan came out from here. Lin Fan smiled and said carelessly, "She invited me in for tea." Li Jiwen looked at him doubtfully and nodded. "Oh, is that so?" He didn't seem to fully believe it, but he didn't ask any further questions. He just patted Lin Fan on the shoulder and said, "Okay, let's get ready. The ribbon-cutting ceremony will begin soon. The principal and the people from the Education Bureau are already waiting. Come with me." Lin Fan responded and followed Li Jiwen to the backstage. Li Jiwen whispered at the side, "Zhao Meixi's performance will be over soon, and the ribbon-cutting ceremony will be soon. Get ready and go on stage in a moment." Lin Fan nodded, and kept thinking about the task given to him by the system. $200 to get a big star. If I don't spend a penny, there are 2 billion. This reward sounds tempting, but the content of this mission. Use 200 yuan to make Zhao Meici like you? Lin Fan sighed in his heart, "No way, I am a super rich man now? What's wrong with this system? I can't afford to spend money on girls, but I want a big star to have a crush on me? This task is too difficult." Lin Fan's heart was in turmoil. He has more than 600 million in his account, but now the system asks him to use only 200 yuan to deal with Zhao Meici? Moreover, if the mission fails, 90% of the account funds will be deducted. Is this a joke? For a big star like this, even 20 million, let alone 200 yuan, may not necessarily make her look at you a second time. He cursed inwardly for a long time, muttering, "This system is really a ripoff. Completing this task is simply a fantasy." But despite his scolding, he still began to analyze the task seriously. If all the $200 are left, you can get a reward of 2 billion. In other words, for every dollar left, the reward is 1 million. Lin Fan touched his chin, thoughts racing through his mind. What can you do with $200? Invite her to dinner? There are enough snack stalls in front of the school, but would a big star like Zhao Meici eat at a roadside stall? Buying a gift? What good gift can you buy with $200? Send flowers? A decent bouquet of roses costs 300 or 400 yuan. The more he thought about it, the more headache he felt. 200 yuan? Even if I go to the hair salon, I can't even play once. This system is deliberate. A bold idea popped up in Lin Fan's mind. Since the system requires spending as little money as possible, what if I let Zhao Meici spend money on me instead? Will there be additional rewards? The system only says that the amount can be used within 200 yuan, but it doesn't say that the reverse operation cannot be performed. If he could get Zhao Meici to spend money on him and then make her feel good about him, wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? Chapter 76. It must be like this. The welcome party is halfway through. The lights in the auditorium gradually dimmed. The spotlight in the center of the stage slowly lit up, casting a soft halo of light. The host walked to the center of the stage, holding the microphone. With a smile on her face, she slowly said, "Next, we would like to invite the next performer. Use a touching song to bring the breath of youth to everyone. Please give a warm round of applause to welcome Sumuru." As the words fell, there was sparse applause from the audience. Apparently most people are not familiar with this name. However, when Sumuru slowly walked up from the side of the stage, the atmosphere in the entire auditorium changed instantly. She wore a white cropped shirt with a light blue high-waisted denim skirt. The hem of her shirt was casually tied into a knot, revealing her slender waist. The skirt flutters slightly, looking fresh and lively. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, with slightly curled ends, swaying gently with her steps, emitting a soft luster under the light. She was holding a wooden guitar in her hands and had a faint smile on her face. The whole person looks like a girl walking out from the morning sunshine. It is so pure that one cannot take their eyes away. As soon as Sumuruwa stepped onto the stage, there was a brief silence in the audience. Then there were bursts of exclamations. The boys' eyes widened and the girls whispered, "Wow, who is this? She's so beautiful." A boy sitting in the front row couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes fixed on the stage. "Which department are you from? Are you from our school? A freshman? He doesn't look like a senior. I haven't seen him before. So pure." Many people started taking pictures with their mobile phones while talking. "She looks so pretty when she smiles. How can I add her on WeChat? If I can catch up with her, I won't want to fall in love again in my life. Goddess. This is a goddess." Jo Jian widened his eyes and stared at Sumuru's pretty face. He suddenly exclaimed, "Damn, isn't this girl the one who asked Brother Fan out for dinner a few days ago?" Hearing this, Zhang Tao squinted his eyes and looked at it carefully for a while, then grinned and said, "It seems to be true. Looking at it this way today, it feels even more beautiful than that day. Brother Fan is so lucky to have such a beautiful woman by his side." His eyes were full of envy. Zhou Jian chuckled after hearing this. He glanced at the boys around him who were so excited that their faces were red and their necks were thick, and whispered, "Didn't you hear those boys shouting just now? What are you talking about, goddesses and dream lovers? Brother Xia Fan has a lot of competitors now." Zhang Tao didn't take it seriously, waved his hand, and said with a smile, "Those people are no match for Brother Fan at all." Zhou Jian was stunned for a moment, a little confused, frowned, and asked, "Why?" Zhang Tao wanted to blurt out, "Brother Fan has a lot of money, he can easily knock these people out." But when the words came to his lips, he suddenly remembered Lin Fan's original instructions. He paused, his eyes flickered, and he quickly changed his words, making up a random excuse, because Brother Fan has good character. He's also handsome. Girls like him for sure. How can those guys compare? After hearing this, Zhou Jian said oh in a half-believing and half-doubting manner. His gaze returned to the stage, looking at Sumuru's attractive figure, and muttered, "He's a good person. He's really handsome." Sumuro stood in the center of the stage and adjusted the guitar slightly. The movements are graceful and natural. The light shone on her face, highlighting her fair and delicate skin. Her eyebrows are like willow leaves, and her eyes are bright and clear, like a pool of spring water. The eyelashes trembled slightly, with a natural aura. The nose is small and straight, and the lips are thin and rosy. When she smiles, two shallow dimples appear. Her whole face has both the innocence of a girl and a touch of heart-warming tenderness. The accompaniment sounded slowly, and Sumuro said softly into the microphone, "Hello everyone, I am Sumuro. A song about youth for everyone." Her voice is clear and soft, like a stream flowing in the mountains. The noise from the audience instantly quieted down a bit. Her fingers plucked the guitar strings nimbly. The clear piano sound flows like running water, elegant and pleasant to the ear. The singing flowed out from the throat, soft but powerful, like a spring breeze blowing through everyone's heart. Her voice is clean and charming, with high notes as clear as bells and low notes as gentle as complaints. Every note seems to carry emotion, deeply embedded in the hearts of the audience. This is a light folk song. The lyrics are simple but full of youthful vibe. With the guitar accompaniment, the whole song is like a light rain in spring, so refreshing that it makes people intoxicated. Sumuro's eyes occasionally swept across the audience, so clear that they made people feel pity for her. At that moment, the boys in the audience almost held their breath. His eyes were fixed on her. It's as if the soul has been taken away. Oh my God, her singing voice is so beautiful. I feel like I'm going to fall. A boy covered his chest with his hands and said with an intoxicated look on his face, "She looks so sweet when she smiles, this is the girl of my dreams." Hearing this, the girl next to her couldn't help but roll her eyes. "I've met her before, she's from the economics department." A boy suddenly interrupted, with a hint of pride in his tone. It seems like knowing Sumuruwa is a great thing. Economics department? Isn't Shensini the most beautiful girl in the economics department? Shensini is indeed pretty. But why do I feel like she's prettier than Shensini? When the boy was speaking, his eyes were fixed on Sumuro on the stage. Doesn't Chen Sini like to be in the spotlight the most? Why didn't I see her perform on stage today? Maybe she's having sex with Zhou Hao out there. Even if they were performing, it was for Zhou Hao. Who asked you to watch? There were constant discussions and the atmosphere in the audience became increasingly heated. Su Muro's eyes swept towards the audience from time to time, with a hint of anticipation in her heart. She wanted to find Lin Fan in the crowd. Lin Fan had promised to come and see her performance. She had some expectations in her heart. The audience was crowded with people and the lights were dim. Her eyes moved around the crowd again and again. But he still couldn't catch a glimpse of Lin Fan. She couldn't help feeling a little lost in her heart, as if she had been gently stabbed by something. Didn't he come? Maybe there were too many people in the audience, and he was probably just sitting in a corner and no one saw him. It must be like this. Lin Fan should be watching me from the audience. Su Muru discarded all the thoughts in her mind. She played the guitar and sang with great concentration. Every movement is natural and smooth. The fingers kept jumping on the strings like dancing elves. Chapter 77, Unlimited Future. When the song reached its climax, the sound was so clear that it seemed to penetrate the clouds and strike everyone's heart. The applause and cheers from the audience almost blew the roof off. Many boys' eyes were already shining with gold, as if they had already regarded her as their pursuit target. When the song ended, Sumura stopped playing the guitar and took a breath. She bowed to the audience and said softly, "Thank you everyone." Her voice was still gentle, with a faint smile on her face. At that moment, the entire auditorium seemed to be on fire. The applause was thunderous and lasted for a long time. "She's so pretty. My heart melts when she smiles. Why are there so many beautiful women in the economics department? I regret not going to the economics department. I've decided, I'm going to chase her. I want to marry her. Come on, how could a goddess like this be attracted to you?" When Sumura walked off the stage, she couldn't help but glance at the audience. The discussions in the audience continued, and the entire auditorium was plunged into noise. The host walked onto the stage again, holding the microphone, and said with a smile, "Students, the performance just now was really wonderful. I have heard many students commenting on it. The next program is the highlight of our welcome party. I believe that many students have been looking forward to it for a long time, looking forward to the arrival of a certain person." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the audience instantly became more heated. There was a lot of discussion in the audience, like a boiling pot. The highlight? Could it really be that Zhao Macy is going to take the stage? Is this true or false? Isn't Zhao Macy just here to report? Will she perform on stage? The host just mentioned someone everyone is looking forward to. That must be Zhao Macy. The boy said this excitedly, with his cell phone already out to record the video. If it's true, then today is totally worth it. Sumura was already stunning enough just now, and with Zhao Macy on top of that, my god. The boy who was talking looked excited. Amid the discussions, many students spontaneously raised their cheering signs. It said things like "Zhao Macy" and "Macy, I love you." The entire auditorium began to shout in unison, "Zhao Macy! Zhao Macy!" The sound waves became louder and louder, shaking the walls slightly. Some people waved their glow sticks and some screamed. The whole scene seemed to have turned into a concert. The host stood on the stage, looked at the reactions of the audience and smiled. She deliberately whetted everyone's appetite, and then announced loudly, "Okay, since everyone is so enthusiastic, then let's give the warmest applause to Zhao Macy to come on stage." As soon as he finished speaking, screams from the entire auditorium surged like a tide. The sound was so harsh that it almost tore the air. Everyone stood up excitedly, waving glow sticks and cheering signs in their hands. His eyes were full of enthusiasm and expectation. The whole scene seemed to have turned into a personal concert. When Zhou Jian and Zhang Tao heard Zhao Macy's name, they both widened their eyes. Then there was a burst of excited shouting. Zhou Jian's voice trembled a little, "It's really Zhao Macy. Really, brother." Zhang Tao grinned and said, "This school is awesome. Such a big star can come to the welcome party. What a treat for your eyes." As he spoke, he craned his neck to look at the stage, afraid of missing any details. There was an endless stream of discussions around. "Zhao Macy. It's really her. My favorite star." A girl covered her face with her hands and her voice changed with excitement. You can see it without spending a penny. I was originally planning to save up money to go to her concert this year. As the boy spoke, he took out his cell phone and took a lot of photos of the stage. Is she prettier in real life than on TV? I'm going crazy. Zhao Macy is actually my schoolmate. Haha, we can always brag about him when we go out. Guess what she's wearing? I guess it must be a special fairy dress, she is most suitable for that style. Amid the noise, Zhao Macy slowly walked up from the side of the stage. The lights focused on her the moment she appeared. It was as if she was covered with a golden halo. She was wearing a white gauze dress, the hem of which was as light as clouds. The layers of tulle glow faintly under the light, which is both dreamy and noble. The design of the upper body fits her body shape, outlining her slender waist in perfect curves. A patch of fair skin is revealed on the shoulders, and the collarbone is so delicate that it looks like a carved work of art. The long hair was simply tied into a low ponytail, adding a touch of softness. Her face was lightly made up, with shimmering eyeshadow dotted around the corners of her eyes. The lips are painted with pink lipstick. The whole person is bright and charming, like a fairy walking out of a painting, so beautiful that it takes one's breath away. Ah! Zhao Macy, I love you. Zhao Macy, I love you. The cheers from the audience instantly reached their peak. Screams and shouts mixed together, and the atmosphere was so heated that it was almost out of control. She is so beautiful. This appearance is absolutely amazing. She's prettier in person than in the photo. Oh my god, I'm suffocating. Her dress is so fairy, like she came out of a fairy tale. I'm going to record it and post it on WeChat Moments. Bragging for the rest of my life. Lin Fan, who was standing backstage, felt his ears go numb when he heard this scene. His eyes swept through the gap in the curtain toward the stage, and he couldn't help but think to himself, isn't it just a show? Is there any need to be so excited? At the same time, the scene he had just seen in the lounge flashed through his mind. Zhao Macy was standing at the door of the fitting room in her underwear, glaring at him with a blushing face. Lin Fan couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. If you saw what just happened, wouldn't you faint from excitement? Several leaders from the education bureau nearby were also infected by the lively scene. One of the middle-aged men wearing glasses said with a smile, "Principal Li, our school now has such a big star. I think the school's reputation will be further improved." Li Guoqian laughed, waved his hand, and said modestly, "I didn't know Zhao Macy would come to our school. I also heard from others that she applied for Jiangzhou University in the college entrance examination. I'm actually a little puzzled. Celebrities like her basically don't have to take the college entrance examination. According to her resume, she should have no problem getting into top universities like Peking University or Tsinghua University. Why did she choose to apply to our university based on her grades?" Another education bureau leader took over and said with a smile, "So Zhao Macy is a down-to-earth person. At least he doesn't cheat. With such a living signboard, the school's future is limitless." Li Jiwen, who was standing nearby, also chimed in, "Leader, you are right. So I think the school should focus on developing the performance department and try to make it famous. Maybe by then we can even compete with universities like Beijing Film Academy and Central Academy of Drama?" As he spoke, he looked at Li Guoqian, his eyes full of anticipation. Chapter 78, A Feast for the Eyes. Li Guoqian smiled and nodded, "This is a good idea. We can discuss it with the department later." He paused, then turned to look at Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, what do you think?" Lin Fan shrugged and said calmly, "That's fine. It's up to you. I have no objection." His mind was obviously not on that. Lin Fan's eyes were still fixed on the stage, and he was still thinking about the system task. Zhao Macy has already stood still on the stage. She held the microphone, bent slightly and bowed to the audience with a faint smile on her face. Her voice was clear and gentle. "Hello everyone, I am Zhao Macy. We will be alumni from now on. Please take care of me. Next, I will perform for you." Before she finished her words, there was another round of deafening screams from the audience. "Ah! Zhao Macy! Sing! Sing! Dance! Dance!" The glow sticks drew a sea of light in the air, and the entire auditorium looked like a galaxy. Zhao Macy stood on the stage, her white gauze skirt gleaming under the lights. The whole person looks like a fairy descending from the sky, so beautiful that it makes people's heart beat fast. She smiled and said, "Next I will perform the dance Spring Breeze and Summer Rain for you." As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause broke out from the audience. Cheers and screams came one after another like waves. The enthusiasm of the entire scene was completely ignited. The host left the stage. The lights gradually dimmed, leaving only a soft beam of light pouring down from overhead. It hit Zhao Macy accurately. She stood in the center of the beam. The whole person looks like a fairy walking out of a dream. The music slowly began to play, with a soft piano melody as the prelude. Like a spring breeze blowing through the treetops, bringing a hint of freshness. Zhao Macy gently closed his eyes and took a deep breath, as if feeling the rhythm of the music. Then, strings join in, like summer raindrops falling on the lake. The notes overlap layer by layer, gradually pushing the atmosphere to a climax. The discussions in the audience gradually died down. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the stage. Immerse yourself in the performance that is about to begin. Zhao Macy opened his eyes and slowly raised his arms with light and graceful movements. Her fingers swayed gently to the rhythm of the music, drawing an invisible arc in the air. The hem of her white gauze skirt fluttered slightly as she moved. Like clouds unfurling in the wind. The soft fabric hugged her body, highlighting her perfect figure. Slender waist and long legs. Every curve is just right, both soft and powerful. She took a step forward, tapping the ground with her toes. The whole person dances to the melody with smooth movements. The lights on the stage changed with her dancing. Sometimes it is a soft warm yellow, like the spring sunshine shining on her. Sometimes it is a cool blue, like raindrops falling on her shoulders on a summer night. A dynamic picture is projected on the background screen. The spring breeze blows across the green fields, and the leaves sway gently. Then the summer rain began to fall, and water splashed on the ground. It matches her dance moves perfectly. Every movement of Zhao Macy is integrated with the music. Sometimes she twirled, her skirt blooming like petals. He paused from time to time, leaning forward slightly, as if listening to the whisper of the wind. Her arms were soft yet strong, like willow branches brushed by the spring breeze. It is like ripples in the summer rain, full of vitality. Her dancing moves have the agility of modern dance and a hint of classical charm. As she spun, her long hair drew a graceful arc in the air. The ends of her hair swept across her shoulders like silk in the wind. Each of her movements is precise and natural, as if they have been polished thousands of times, yet with a casual beauty. It was as if she was born to stand on the stage and belong to this world of light and shadow. The audience had already been immersed in it, and the auditorium was so quiet that one could almost hear each other's breathing. Zhao Macy's dance is like a feast for the eyes and ears. Her every look and every movement tugs at everyone's heartstrings. Her eyes were clear and deep, as if telling a story about spring breeze and summer rain. As the music reached its climax, she sped up and spun more frequently. The hem of the skirt drew white arcs of light in the air. It looks like a blooming flower, or a rainbow after the rain. It's so beautiful that it's dazzling. As the music came to an end, Zhao Macy's movements slowed down. She stopped gently, crossed her hands in front of her chest, and lowered her head slightly, as if saying goodbye to the spring breeze and summer rain. When the last string of piano notes ended, Zhao Macy raised his head and smiled at the audience. The stage lights dimmed, leaving only a beam of light shining on her, freezing this final scene. After a brief silence, there was a sudden burst of deafening applause from the audience. It was like a volcano that had been suppressed for a long time finally erupted. Cheers, screams, and whistles intertwined together. The students in the audience stood up and applauded, their eyes full of shock and admiration. The discussions came like a tide and could not be calmed down for a long time. Oh my God, she dances so well. With this figure and temperament, she is a natural dancer. That spin just now, I almost thought she was going to fly, it was so beautiful. When she dances in this skirt, she looks like a fairy descending from heaven. I have never seen such a beautiful dance in my life. I thought she was only good at acting, but I didn't expect she could dance so well. She's truly a big star. When he bent down just now, his waist was as soft as noodles. She's so beautiful. If I were a man, I would want to marry her. She has such a gentle smile. I feel like my soul has been taken away by her. Zhou Zhen and Zhang Tao were also among those discussing the topic, and they were both so excited that they seemed to be injected with chicken blood. Zhou Jian stared, pointed at the stage and said, "Brother, did you see that spin just now? Holy crap, that's awesome." Zhang Tao nodded rapidly and grinned, "She's beautiful, and she dances beautifully. Look at the flexibility of this body. I don't know which man can take it down. If I hugged him all night, I'm afraid my legs would be weak the next day." I don't know how many poses I will have to unlock by then. It's disgusting, really disgusting. You talk as if you can hug her. We can only look at her here and satisfy our eyes. Brother Fan didn't come to watch. It's a pity to miss this scene. Zhou Jian laughed. If he came here, he would definitely be dumbfounded. At this level, which man can withstand it? Lin Fan was standing next to the curtain backstage, watching the performance on the stage through the gap. My ears are still filled with the cheers from the audience. He couldn't help but think to himself, the dance was pretty good, but was it really necessary to be so excited? Chapter 79, Sense of Crisis. Zhao Macy's performance is over. The applause and cheers from the audience had not yet completely died down. The host walked onto the stage in this warm atmosphere. Holding the microphone, she glanced at the excited students in the audience. I'm sure the dance just now did not disappoint you. Today's welcome party is almost coming to an end. But before the party ends, we have a special segment. Ribbon cutting ceremony. Our Jiangzhou University is about to build a brand new stadium. This is a great thing for the school and our classmates. Next, please invite the leaders of the Education Bureau, school leaders, and student representatives to the stage. Carry out the ribbon cutting ceremony together. At the same time, please ask Zhao Macy to stay for a while and complete this ceremony together. Zhao Macy was standing on the side of the stage and nodded slightly when he heard this. Lin Fan heard Li Jiwen's voice. Lin Fan, you can go on stage now. He opened his eyes and saw Li Jiwen standing beside him. He patted his shoulder gently and motioned him to move. Lin Fan straightened his clothes and followed Li Jiwen towards the stage. A group of people came on stage one after another, with two leaders from the Education Bureau walking in front. Principal Li Guoqiang followed closely behind with a warm smile on his face. Li Jiwen followed Lin Fan and whispered a few words of caution. Lin Fan walked at a leisurely pace, his eyes casually sweeping down the stage. The auditorium was dimly lit and crowded. It was so dark that I couldn't see the faces of the people clearly. He originally planned to stand at the edge and keep a low profile. Principal Li Guoqiang turned around and saw that Lin Fan was walking slowly. He smiled and patted his shoulder, saying enthusiastically, Lin Fan, come and stand next to me. He reached out and gently pushed Lin Fan's back, motioning him to walk to the center of the stage. Li Guoqiang's position is naturally in the middle. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment and wanted to refuse. But when I looked up, Zhao Macy was also standing in the center of the stage, and she was incredibly beautiful under the lights. Lin Fan no longer refused, walked up to Li Guoqiang and stood in the center of the stage. The lights on the stage focused on me. Lin Fan stood in the crowd, with an upright posture and a well-tailored dark blue suit. It makes him look calm and yet a little unruly. He had a faint smile on his face and his eyes swept calmly across the audience, without any sign of stage fright. Zhao Macy was standing not far away, and when he noticed Lin Fan standing next to him, he couldn't help but frown slightly. She originally thought that the boy who just broke into the lounge was just a crazy fan. At most, he is a brave student. But now he was seen standing in the center of the stage, shoulder to shoulder with the principal. Identity does not seem to be simple. Does he have any special background? No matter who the other party was, the scene in the lounge just now made Lin Fan feel very uncomfortable. As a girl, innocence is what she values most. Although she was still in her underwear at the time. But to her, that exposed look was no different from being seen naked. Zhao Macy's eyes turned cold and he glared at Lin Fan. She pursed her lips, said nothing, turned her head and looked at the audience, as if deliberately ignoring his presence. Lin Fan noticed Zhao Macy's gaze and glanced at her sideways. Seeing her cold look, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He knew in his heart that Zhao Macy was probably still angry about what happened in the lounge. But he didn't intend to explain. There's no point in explaining, it's already happened. At this time, there were some strange discussions in the audience. Who is that man? Why is he standing with the principal? I don't know. He doesn't look like a leader. He's about the same age as us, right? Maybe he's a student representative? He's pretty handsome though. Can the student representative stand in the middle? Isn't that the position of a leader? I heard that the stadium was built with donations from someone. Could it be that his family paid for it? It's possible. Otherwise, why would the principal be so affectionate with him? But I feel really bad when I see him standing with my goddess Macy. Zhou Jian rubbed his eyes. I even doubted whether I had seen it wrong. Fuck, isn't that brother Fan? Why is he on the platform? He turned to look at Zhang Tao and asked anxiously, You think it's brother Fan? Didn't he say he wouldn't come to the party? Zhang Tao leaned forward. Then he narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Fan on the stage. The mouth has grown into an O shape. Fuck. It's really brother Fan. Why did he get up there? Zhou Jian thought for a moment and said, Just now the host said there are student representatives. Could it be that brother Fan is a student representative? The student representative should be Zhao Macy, right? By the way, you said the person who donated money to the school was not brother Fan, right? Shit, am I dreaming? It feels like I was just talking in my sleep when I said that. Zhang Tao remembered something and smiled meaningfully. He waved his hand and said, Maybe it's just a student representative. Zhang Tao quickly changed the subject. Hey, do you think there is some story between brother Fan and Zhao Macy? Why do I see them flirting with each other? Zhou Jian asked, his eyes moving back and forth between Lin Fan and Zhao Macy. Really? Flirting? Why do I feel like you're getting more and more outrageous the more you talk? According to what you said, brother Fan has taken down Zhao Macy? No, it's not that exaggerated, right? At the same time, Sumuro in the backstage was also watching this scene. She stood next to the curtain, still holding the guitar. His eyes fell on Lin Fan on the stage through the gap. When she was performing just now, she was looking forward to finding Lin Fan in the audience. Unfortunately, I didn't see it after looking around, and I felt a little disappointed. But now, Lin Fan not only appeared, but also stood in the center of the stage. Stand with the principal, leaders and Zhao Macy. This surprised her a little. Sumura's gaze shifted from Lin Fan to Zhao Macy next to her. At this moment, Zhao Macy looked like a dazzling star. The temperament is elegant and eye-catching. The whole person exudes a natural charm. Sumuro felt that she was not bad either. But when standing next to Zhao Macy, I always feel like I'm being overshadowed by the light. She suddenly felt a sense of crisis. She had never felt this way before. I don't know where in my heart it suddenly came out from. There was also a sour feeling that came out. It feels like something is stuck in my chest. She was so stuffy that she could hardly breathe. It's like something you love has been taken away from you. At this time, many people in the audience had already recognized Lin Fan. Isn't that Lin Fan on the stage? Why is he there? No. How can a poor boy like Lin Fan be worthy of standing beside my goddess? This is simply polluting the air around my goddess. Chapter 80, No Good Feeling. The red silk has been laid out on the stage. The ribbon-cutting ceremony is about to begin. The host stood aside, holding the microphone, and began to introduce the people standing on the stage one by one. Next, I would like to introduce to you the guests who will be attending the ribbon-cutting ceremony. First of all, this is Mr. Lu Jianhua, the Deputy Director of the Education Bureau. There was polite applause from the audience. Lu Jianhua nodded slightly with an official smile on his face. Then there is Mr. Zhang Mingyuan, the head of the Education Bureau's publicity section. The host continued the introduction. Zhang Mingyuan pushed his glasses and waved to the audience, and applause broke out again. Next is Mr. Li Guoqiang, the president of Jiangzhou University. Li Guoqiang smiled and waved to the audience, and the applause became much louder. After all, he is a familiar face in the school. Vice Principal Ms. Wang Lihua. A middle-aged woman in a business suit nodded. Dean of Studies, Mr. Li Jiwen. Then it's our student representative Zhao Macy. When the host mentioned Zhao Macy, his tone obviously rose by several decibels. There was an immediate burst of deafening cheers and screams from the audience. Zhao Macy! Zhao Macy! Zhao Macy smiled slightly and nodded gently to the audience. The host paused, smiling, and continued to introduce, finally, it is our other student representative. Student Lin Fan. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the audience suddenly became a little weird. The originally enthusiastic applause became sparse. There was even a murmur of some kind. Lin Fan? Who is that? Lin Fan is worthy? Where did this bastard come from? How dare he stand with my goddess? It's simply an insult to Zhao Macy. That's right, who the hell is he? Standing so close to my goddess, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Stay away from my goddess, okay? It's an eyesore. I don't know how the school selects people. The other boy stared at Lin Fan intently, as if he wanted to rush up and pull Lin Fan down. He's dressed like a decent person, but unfortunately he doesn't look like that. Standing next to Zhao Macy is really an eyesore. A boy wearing glasses said this in a sarcastic tone. This caused a burst of laughter from the people around. Various sarcastic and mocking voices emerged one after another. Lin Fan still had a faint smile on his face, but there was a hint of displeasure in his eyes. He glanced at the audience, but couldn't see who was speaking in the dark crowd. The host seemed to have noticed the strangeness in the audience and quickly smiled to smooth things over. Okay, thank you two student representatives for participating. Next, please invite Principal Li Guoqiang and Deputy Director of the Education Bureau Lu Jianhua to give us a speech. After she finished speaking, she quickly stepped aside and handed the microphone to Li Guoqiang. Li Guoqiang took the microphone and said with a smile, "Students, today is a special day. Our Jiangda's new stadium is about to be built. This is not only an improvement of the school's hardware facilities, but also a support for students' study and life." His speech was brief and formal, and received constant applause from the audience. Immediately afterwards, Lu Jianhua also said a few official words. The general idea is the Education Bureau's support for Jiangnan University and its expectations for the new stadium. It also received applause. After the speech, the host came on stage again and said loudly, "Okay, let's officially start the ribbon cutting ceremony. Dear guests, please pick up your scissors and cut the ribbon for the new stadium together." The staff came up with a tray with a few golden scissors on it. Lin Fan took a pair of scissors and stood next to Li Guoqiang, while Zhao Macy stood on the other side. 3, 2, 1. Cut. Following the host's command, several people cut the red silk at the same time. The falling ribbon symbolizes the official launch of the new stadium. There was thunderous applause from the audience, mixed with cheers. After the ribbon cutting ceremony, the host raised the microphone and said with a smile, "Thank you all the guests. At this point, our Jiangzhou University welcome party has officially ended. Please exit in an orderly manner and pay attention to safety." There was applause and discussion from the audience, and the students began to pack up and prepare to leave. Just then, a sharp voice came from nowhere. The voice was loud and full of malice. "Lin Fan, you bastard, stay away from my goddess." These words were like a bolt from the blue, instantly breaking the clamor of the exit. Many people stopped and turned to look in the direction where the sound came from. Lin Fan stood on the stage, his brows suddenly furrowed. His eyes swept coldly towards the audience, but there were too many people and he couldn't find out who had shouted. Immediately afterwards, several more voices were heard, all mocking him. "That's right, why are you standing so close? A toad wants to eat swan meat. How can someone like this stand next to Zhao Macy? The school must be blind in selecting candidates. Get away from me and stop tarnishing my goddess's stage." These sounds came one after another, like a group of flies buzzing in your ears. Lin Fan's face darkened. The coldness in his eyes grew stronger. He didn't care much about these discussions. After all, he didn't stand on the stage to show off. But now these words are becoming more and more excessive, even containing personal attacks. This made him feel angry. And all the people who spoke just now were men. They're like a bunch of weaned puppies, making so much noise that it gives me a headache. To put it bluntly, isn't it just that he is jealous that he is close to Zhao Macy? These grandsons were as jealous as wild dogs smelling meat, and they couldn't wait to pounce on them and take a bite. Lin Fan sneered in his heart, "Are these bastards' brains filled with shit? Is Zhao Macy his mother or his ancestor? I just stood next to her for a few minutes. What's wrong? Did you fucking pollute her? Are these bastards blind or rotten-hearted? So there can't be any man around Zhao Macy? As long as there is, it will tarnish her purity? Was this logic thought up by humans? Your mind is filled with the amniotic fluid when your mother gave birth to you, right?" Lin Fan glanced at the group of idiots who were jumping up and down following the sound. The more I look at them, the more disgusting they become. Each one looks like they crawled out of a pig pen. How dare you bark here? They are just a bunch of bastards who deserve to be punished. He's biting everywhere like a mad dog all day long. Do you really think you're somebody? Lin Fan wished he could punch each of these idiots back to the place where they were born. Zhao Macy stood aside and frowned slightly when he heard these voices. She turned her head to glance at Lin Fan, and saw that he looked unhappy, but there was not much ripple in her heart. She never had a good impression of Lin Fan. She was still bothered by what happened in the lounge. Although the voices from the audience were unpleasant, she had no intention of speaking up to help Lin Fan. Li Jiwen, who was standing by, seemed to have heard these sarcastic voices as well. He walked forward, hooked his arm around Lin Fan's shoulders, and whispered, "Don't make trouble. I'll take care of these students for you later." Lin Fan said nothing. He looked at Zhao Macy, who was walking in front of him. Suddenly a smile appeared. "Aren't you jealous? I'll make you jealous." Chapter 81 Unbelievable. The harsh mocking voice still echoed in Lin Fan's ears. "Stay away from my goddess. Someone go and take him away. Don't you understand what I'm saying? I told you not to stand so close. Get away from here." What a character, a loser. Being so close to Max, I saw him not shower for a month after returning home, and smelling himself every day to see if he could smell Max. Lin Fan's eyes swept across the audience coldly. Then he looked at Zhao Macy in front of him. A thought suddenly came to my mind. Zhao Macy was wearing a white gauze skirt, the hem of which was dragging on the ground. The long train moved slowly with her steps, like a flowing cloud. The train of the skirt just brushed Lin Fan's feet. He tried to avoid it at first. But now I hear these ridicules. He had other ideas. Lin Fan thought to himself. Aren't these rubbish trying to protect Zhao Macy? If Zhao Macy made a fool of himself on this stage, would they be furious? Think about how arrogant those fans were just now. Then imagine how angry they will be in a moment. Lin Fan felt that the depression in his chest seemed to have found an outlet. The whole person felt a little more relaxed. I watched as several school leaders around me all left. He gave a wicked smile. This is my thought. Lin Fan raised his right foot and stepped directly on Zhao Macy's long skirt. The kick was not heavy, but the effect was immediate. Zhao Macy was taking a step forward when her skirt was suddenly grabbed. The whole person seemed to be pulled by an invisible force. She was wearing 10-centimeter high heels, which made her balance unstable. The pull caused her feet to slip and her body to tilt suddenly. He was about to fall to the side. "Ah!" Zhao Macy exclaimed, his face full of panic. She instinctively waved her hands in the air twice, trying to grab something. But there was nothing around, no support at all. When the students in the audience heard the scream, they all turned around to look over. The noisy sounds of exits in the auditorium suddenly stopped. Everyone's eyes were focused on the stage. Lin Fan stood behind her and watched her about to fall, but suddenly a trace of pity flashed through his heart. After all, it would be quite pitiful if such a bright and beautiful girl really got hurt from the fall. He took a quick step forward and leaned forward. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed Zhao Macy's arm. Just when Zhao Macy was about to fall, Lin Fan pulled him hard. Hold her whole body firmly. Zhao Macy lost his balance and fell down. She fell directly into Lin Fan's arms. Her head hit Lin Fan's chest, making a slight muffled sound. The hem of the white gauze skirt fell at their feet, like a spread-out cloud. Lin Fan wrapped his arms around her waist, steadying her body. Zhao Macy's high heels slipped on the ground, making a harsh friction sound. She leaned in Lin Fan's arms, her long hair hanging loosely on her shoulders. A few strands of hair brushed across Lin Fan's chin, carrying a faint scent. Her hands instinctively grabbed Lin Fan's collar, and her face turned pale with fear. "Ah!" Zhao Macy screamed again. This time the sound was shorter than before. But he seemed even more flustered. She raised her head and suddenly met Lin Fan's gaze. His eyes instantly changed from fear to anger. Those bright eyes were wide open. There was a blazing rage in his eyes, as if he wanted to bite Lin Fan to death. Her cheeks quickly turned from pale to red with shame and anger. Even the ears were dyed pink. "What are you doing?" Zhao Macy growled through gritted teeth, his voice revealing an uncontrollable anger. She struggled to stand up straight, but her high heels made it difficult for her to find her balance. She could only continue to lean on Lin Fan's arms. This posture made her even more embarrassed. Zhao Macy gritted her teeth, stared at Lin Fan, and whispered, "Let go." Lin Fan looked down at her with a teasing smile. Not only did he not let go, but he tightened his arms a little. He said in a frivolous tone, "When your stupid fans were scolding me just now, you didn't do anything to stop me, did you?" Zhao Macy was so angry that his whole body was shaking. She pushed Lin Fan's chest hard, trying to break free from his embrace. His voice was filled with anger, "Let me go." Zhao Macy struggled for a few times but couldn't get rid of him. After all, Lin Fan was much stronger than her. Lin Fan looked at her frustrated look and laughed even more happily. I can't do it. He deliberately dragged out his tone, not taking her anger seriously at all. Lin Fan's eyes swept across her red face, and the pleasure in his heart became even stronger. The anger in Zhao Macy's eyes almost burst out. She gritted her teeth and said, "You did this on purpose." Zhao Macy was extremely angry, and his hands were still pushing Lin Fan's chest hard. Lin Fan nodded and admitted without disguising, "Yes, I did it on purpose. How else can I piss off those brainless fans of yours?" he said, raising an eyebrow. His eyes swept towards the audience, and the smile on his lips deepened. The reaction from the audience was like a lit powder keg, exploding instantly. The students who had just been mocking Lin Fan saw the scene. The sound became louder and harsher. Discussions, roars, and screams were intertwined. It made my eardrums numb. What happened? Why did Zhao Macy fall down? "Fuck you, bastard, let go." A boy glared, waved his fist and roared. My goddess has been defiled by this idiot." The other boy held his head in his hands, his face full of despair, as if he had suffered a huge blow. "You bastard, how shameless. You did it on purpose. Let go now, I won't allow you to have physical contact with my goddess. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you for insulting women. You are being a hooligan. You are committing hooliganism. Let her go. Come to me if you have any problem. Let her go. Let her go. You rubbish, stay away from my goddess. Get your dirty hands off Max's waist. Wow, my goddess is not clean anymore. You are committing a crime. I will parade you through the streets as an example to the public. I will also let you experience all 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty. Except for these angry fans." Other students also joined in the discussion, with a variety of voices. "This is too exaggerated. Zhao Macy would actually be held in the arms of a boy like this." A girl opened her eyes wide, her face full of disbelief. "If this was photographed by the paparazzi, wouldn't it dominate the news headlines? I think the entire entertainment industry is shaking. This is too exciting." The boy next to him answered, still holding a cell phone in his hand, his hands shaking with excitement. "I'm so envious. I'm so envious. The closest I've ever been to Zhao Macy was just now." He actually had physical contact with Zhao Macy. Chapter 82 Caught Off Guard. He still has his arm around Zhao Macy's waist. A boy with a crew cut said sourly, his tone full of jealousy. "And why did Zhao Macy fall into his arms? Why not me? Comparing yourself to others will only make you angry." The other boy sighed and shook his head, his face full of emotion. "It's over. This Lin Fan is going to anger everyone this time. How is he going to survive in school? Take a picture, take a picture. If this gets out, the school forum will explode." A boy wearing glasses excitedly pointed his cell phone camera at the stage and took photos continuously. Many people just raised their phones and started filming. Flashing lights flashed one after another in the auditorium, like a sea of twinkling stars. This scene on the stage was captured by countless cameras. The way Lin Fan held Zhao Macy was ambiguous and suggestive. Zhao Macy's face full of shame and anger became the focus. The noise from the audience was getting louder and louder, and there was no way it could be stopped. When Zhou Jian and Zhang Tao saw this scene, they froze where they were, as if they were nailed down and unable to move. Zhou Jian opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but no words came out. His eyes were as big as bells and his face was full of shock. Zhang Tao swallowed his saliva and muttered in a trembling voice, "Brother Fan is Brother Fan." There was a hint of admiration and disbelief in his tone. Zhou Jian originally thought that Lin Fan standing on the stage was already exaggerated enough. "I didn't expect that he would dare to hug Zhao Macy in public. And this posture is so ambiguous that it makes people imagine a lot. Brother Fan, is he crazy? He's going to be scolded to death by the whole school." Zhou Jian finally came back to his senses and muttered to himself. Zhang Tao just chuckled and whispered, "Go ahead and scold me. Look how angry those brainless fans are. Brother Fan's move is amazing." The fans who had just cursed Lin Fan were now shouting until their voices were hoarse. "Let go. You shameless bastard. My goddess. How dare you touch her? Lin Fan, just wait. I'm not done with you." Su Muru, who had been in the backstage, also saw this scene. She just froze in place. Her eyes were fixed on the stage. The image of Lin Fan hugging Zhao Meici was like a needle, piercing her heart. The sour feeling surged up from the bottom of my heart, like a boiling sea of vinegar. It made her chest feel tight. Zhao Meici's bright face and elegant figure in a white gauze dress. Plus Lin Fan's calm look. The sight of the two of them hugging each other made her a little breathless. She bit her lip, her fingers unconsciously clenched the guitar, and she thought to herself, how could he do this? Zhao Meici listened to the discussions around him and felt even more embarrassed. She raised her head and glared at Lin Fan fiercely, her voice even sounding a little aggrieved. Let go quickly. She slapped Lin Fan's chest hard, wishing she could get rid of this embarrassing situation immediately. The verbal abuse from the audience continued. Like a bunch of incompetent and angry trash. Lin Fan felt so happy when he heard this. He lowered his head and glanced at Zhao Meici in his arms. He glanced at the fans in the audience who were so angry that their faces turned red and their necks became thick. The feeling in my heart was like taking a sip of ice-cold Coke in the middle of summer. It feels so good from head to toe. Aren't you jealous? Aren't you protecting her? Aren't you upset with me? Now looking at her in my arms, what can you do? The louder the scolding, the happier I am. Zhao Meici leaned in Lin Fan's arms, clenching her teeth. The blush on her face was like boiling water, burning her whole body. She continued to push Lin Fan's chest hard and yelled in a low voice, "Let go." There was a note of worry in her voice. She was afraid that this scene would be filmed by students holding up their mobile phones in the audience and spread online. Countless headlines were already running through her mind. Zhao Meici was forcibly hugged by a strange man. Big Star Auditorium gaffe. Even worse. Zhao Meici's private life is in chaos. She knows what the entertainment industry is like. Once such a thing gets out, even if it is a misunderstanding, it will be magnified infinitely. Those marketing accounts will exaggerate the situation, her fans will be disappointed, and passers-by will sneer at her. The pure image she had worked so hard to build might be destroyed in an instant. She even thought of a more terrible outcome. Her reputation was ruined, she lost her endorsements, and the crews didn't dare to use her. In the end, he can only become a third-rate star or even completely quit the entertainment industry. The fear overwhelmed her like a tide. It made her whole body tense, and her fingers unconsciously clenched Lin Fan's collar. Lin Fan looked down at Zhao Meici's exasperated expression and felt that the show was almost over. He just wanted to piss off those fans. Now, looking at Zhao Meici's face that seemed almost about to cry, the energy in his heart faded a little. He said calmly, "Okay, but I'll remind you. How your fan base is like is how others will perceive you." After saying this, he loosened his arms and let go of Zhao Meici. But Zhao Meici obviously didn't expect him to let go so suddenly. She was wearing high heels and had been a little unsteady when she struggled just now. Now that Lin Fan let go, her body lost support. His balance was unstable, his feet slipped, and he was about to fall to the ground again. Zhao Meici exclaimed, "Ah!" Lin Fan stood beside her, his eyes and hands were quick. I reached out and grabbed it almost subconsciously. His right hand accurately grasped Zhao Meici's arm and pulled hard. Want to help her find balance again. But at this moment, a shrill shout suddenly came from the audience. "Lin Fan! As long as you leave this auditorium, I will definitely take a knife and chop up your entire family." The voice was full of threats, like a sharp blade, piercing Lin Fan's eardrum. When Lin Fan heard this, his hand movements paused, and his whole body seemed to be frozen for a moment. His eyes swept towards the audience, but he couldn't find who had shouted in the dark crowd. But these words hit his heart like a heavy hammer, making him lose consciousness for a moment. He frowned, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and thought to himself, "Kill my whole family? Idiot." These words instantly ignited the cynicism in his heart. Lin Fan came to his senses and pulled Zhao Meici back into his arms. This time, not only did he not let go, but he tightened his arms and held her tightly. Zhao Meici was like a trapped bird, struggling but with nowhere to escape. Lin Fan looked down at her, the corners of his mouth suddenly raised in a smile. The next second, he lowered his head without hesitation and kissed her directly. His movements were so fast that people were caught off guard. Zhao Meici's eyes widened, and the anger and shock in his eyes seemed to explode. He froze in place, forgetting even to struggle. Chapter 83. I made you look bad today. It felt soft and warm, with a light scent of lipstick. Lin Fan's kiss was not deep, just a light touch. But this scene made the entire auditorium completely weird. For a moment, you could hear a pin drop. The audience, which was extremely noisy just now, seemed to have been muted. Everyone stared with wide eyes at the astonishing scene on the stage. Time seemed to be frozen, with only the figures of Lin Fan and Zhao Macy frozen under the light. After a brief silence, the people in the audience went completely crazy. The reaction was more intense than before. What the hell? What happened? He kissed Zhao Macy. Lin Fan, you are looking for death. Let go of my goddess. He kissed me. He really kissed me. My goddess. You bastard. You're dead. I'm not done with you. Help. What are you doing? Are you a hooligan? I want to call the police. The discussions of other students also began to rise, and the whole auditorium was in chaos. That's too much. He actually dared to kiss Zhao Macy? If this gets out, the entire entertainment industry. Fuck, that's too fierce. I didn't even touch Zhao Macy's clothes, he kissed me directly. This will definitely make the headlines. Zhao Macy will be number 1 on the trending searches. Is he crazy? He is courting death. Everyone in the school must hate him. I'm so envious. This guy is so brave. Zhou Jian and Zhang Tao were completely dumbfounded. Zhou Jian opened his mouth and couldn't say anything for a long time. He pointed at the stage and his hands were shaking. Zhang Tao swallowed his saliva and whispered, "Brother Fan, this is too cruel." When Su Muro in the backstage saw the scene, she trembled all over as if she was struck by lightning. The noise from the audience continued. You beast. Shut up. Shut up. The person who was speaking had a trembling voice. Lin Fan. You're looking for death. The other boy roared at the top of his lungs and slammed his hands hard on the seat, making a series of muffled sounds. Let her go. Why? Why? After a boy shouted a few times, he suddenly seemed to lose his energy. He squatted down with his hands covering his face, his shoulders trembling slightly, and whispered, "My goddess. How can my goddess be touched by such a person?" His voice began to whimper and his eyes turned red. A boy wearing glasses stood there blankly, as if in a trance. His cell phone fell to the ground without him noticing. He just stared at the stage blankly, his lips slightly open. He murmured softly, "This is not true. This is not true." His eyes were empty and he slumped unsteadily in the chair. How could she be insulted by such a person? My faith, the light in my heart is gone. She was so beautiful just now, how come? Lin Fan, you bastard. You ruined my goddess. You ruined everything for me. She is so pure, how could you have the heart to do that to her? Some fans in the audience collapsed on the ground, sobbing quietly. Some people had red eyes and cursed with gritted teeth. Some people seemed to have lost their souls, staring blankly at the stage, tears silently falling. Their goddess, Zhao Macy, who was high above them and pure and flawless in their hearts. At this moment, she was held in Lin Fan's arms and even kissed. All this was like a sharp knife piercing their hearts. It hurt so much that they can't breathe. She must be very sad. She was smiling so beautifully just now. I want to kill Lin Fan. I want to avenge the goddess. At this time, Zhou Yang had just returned from the hospital. The fingers were still wrapped in thick gauze. He hurried back to school. All along the way, my mind was filled with the image of Zhao Macy huddled in the fitting room. I thought her performance should be over by now? Will he still be surrounded by fans in the auditorium asking for autographs and photos? He walked into the backstage and looked around but didn't see anyone. I couldn't help but feel a little confused. He frowned and walked quickly to the curtain. I opened a crack and looked at the stage to confirm the situation. But at this moment, he seemed to be struck by lightning and froze in place. On the stage, Lin Fan was lowering his head and kissing Zhao Macy. The light shone on the two of them, and Zhao Macy's white gauze skirt fell at Lin Fan's feet. Lin Fan's arms were around her waist in an ambiguous posture. Zhou Yang's eyes suddenly widened and his pupils shrank. His mouth opened slightly, but no sound came out. He stood there blankly, as if his soul had been sucked out of him. His mind went blank. Time seemed to have been paused. Only that dazzling scene played over and over again in front of his eyes. The shock lasted only a few seconds, and then a surge of rage burst out from the bottom of his heart. His face turned red instantly and his eyes were bloodshot. He was so angry that he almost jumped up. His chest heaved violently, as if there was a fire burning in it. The burning sensation made his internal organs hurt. He stared at Lin Fan intently, his eyes like poison arrows, wishing he could shoot through him right there. But before the anger reached its peak, a deeper emotion surged up like a tide. Drowned him instantly. Pain. Heart-wrenching pain. Zhou Yang's eyes changed from anger to despair, and his whole body was shaking. He likes Xiao Macy. I have loved it since I was a child. That bright and charming girl is the softest corner of his heart. She was the person in his dreams for countless nights. He watched her step onto the stage step by step and become a star that everyone admired. He guarded silently and never dared to expect more. But now, he saw with his own eyes the person he loved being hugged and kissed by another man. That feeling was worse than killing him. His heart felt like it was being slowly cut open by a blunt knife. Every cut was stained with blood. Every blow took his breath away. The image of Zhao Macy smiling at him when they were little flashed through his mind. Those clear eyes are like starlight. But now, those eyes are blurred by tears. He clenched his fists, and his casted fingers flexed again. But he didn't feel any pain, because the pain in his heart overwhelmed everything. Max. He murmured something in a low voice, his voice trembling, and his eyes unconsciously reddened. He couldn't bear it any longer and almost jumped onto the stage. The two legs seemed to be driven by anger and pain and couldn't stop at all. There was only one thought in his mind: kill Lin Fan. He was going to kill this bastard who had ruined everything for him. At this time, Lin Fan had already let go of Zhao Macy. He took a half step back and said calmly, "I'm sorry for embarrassing you today." Zhao Macy raised her head, her eyes were red and tears were already rolling down her cheeks. She stared at Lin Fan, the anger and shame in her eyes like a volcano erupting. She gnashed her teeth and yelled at him, "Madman." There was a cry in the voice. She pulled up her messy skirt, turned around and ran backstage. Her back was trembling and tears were streaming down her cheeks. Zhou Yang just rushed onto the stage and saw Zhao Macy running away crying. His heart felt like it was torn apart. Chapter 84. I remember this name. Zhou Yang stopped and shouted at her, "Macy. Macy, wait a minute." His voice was urgent and trembling. But Zhao Macy seemed not to hear it and ran into the backstage without looking back. Zhou Yang stood there in a daze, watching her figure disappear, the pain in his eyes deepened. He gritted his teeth and turned to look at Lin Fan. His anger was reignited and he was like an enraged lion. "You fucking bastard." Zhou Yang rushed to Lin Fan, pointed at his nose and cursed. "Not only did you steal, you treated Max like this in public. You're dead." He kept pointing his fingers at Lin Fan, his face full of ferocity. He glared at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with hatred. "If she loses her foothold in the entertainment industry because of this, you're doomed. I'm telling you, Lin Fan, if you destroy her today, I will never forgive you." He cursed as he moved forward, as if he wanted to pounce on Lin Fan and bite him. His chest heaved violently and the veins on his face popped out. He thought of how Zhao Macy had just run away crying. That tear-stained face felt like a knife cutting into his heart. His heart ached as if it was being torn into pieces. He had liked her for so many years and never thought that she would suffer such injustice. But now, she was treated like this because of the bastard in front of her. Lin Fan stood there, frowning slightly when he heard Zhou Yang's curse. He glanced at Zhou Yang's finger that was pointing back and forth, sneered, and said lightly, "Your finger seems to be quite flexible." After saying that, he took a step forward, grabbed Zhou Yang's gauze-wrapped finger with his right hand, and twisted it hard. There was a crisp click sound, and Zhou Yang's scream instantly resounded throughout the stage, "Ah!" He broke out in a cold sweat from the pain and jumped up as if he had been electrocuted. Zhou Yang covered his hands, bent over with a look of pain on his face, and uttered a low groan, "Hiss ah!" Lin Fan let go of his hand and said with a smile, "I think your finger is not bandaged properly. Why don't we go back to the hospital and get it bandaged again?" His tone was full of joking, and he didn't take Zhou Yang's anger seriously at all. Zhou Yang covered his fingers, sweating profusely in pain, his face twisted like a hideous ghost. He raised his head and glared at Lin Fan, the anger in his eyes like an endless flame. But it is more of a deep pain. He gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice, "Just wait. Lin Fan. You destroyed my sea, I won't let you go." The noise from the audience continued, but Zhou Yang seemed not to hear it. All that was left in his world was pain and anger, and the white figure running away crying. He murmured in a low voice, "Max. I'm sorry." But at this moment, a crisp system ringtone suddenly rang in Lin Fan's mind. Ding. System prompt: the system detects that the host has exceeded the difficulty level of the regular tasks in the new round of tasks. Currently, Zhao Macy's favorability towards the host is 100. The host must reach a favorability of 70 to complete the relevant tasks. The system has detected that the difficulty of this task has increased, and the related rewards and penalties have changed. Task completion reward: if the host can raise the favorability to 70 or above within the 200 yuan budget, the host will receive the previous mission reward plus one system wish. The system will help the host complete various tasks that can be completed as long as money is spent. Mission failed: the system will directly wipe out the host. The cold and mechanical voice of the system echoed in Lin Fan's mind, causing him to frown. Lin Fan stood there, lost in brief contemplation. What's the meaning? The difficulty of the task has actually increased? This woman probably wants to chop me with a knife now, right? Favorability 100? Isn't this hatred to the core? If the mission fails, will they be eliminated directly? Isn't the system too cruel? An image flashed through his mind. I was playing and didn't complete the task, and then bang! The person is gone, not even a trace of him is left. However, the reward for this mission made Lin Fan's eyes light up. The previous reward for the task was 2 billion, and now a system wish has been added. Something that can be accomplished by just spending money? This is quite interesting. Luxury car? Villa? Private jet? Buy an island? Starship? How about buying Blue Star? Buy the kitchen business of thousands of girls in the world? It can be done by just spending money, and this reward sounds more tempting than 2 billion. Lin Fan walked off the stage. The storm outside has been brewing quietly, and it swept across with lightning speed. What happened in the auditorium just now seemed to have grown wings. It quickly spread out of the school and to every corner of the internet. The first thing to explode was the school forum. Shocking news. Zhao Macy was hugged by a strange man in the auditorium. The post was instantly pushed to the front page. It only took a few minutes to post, but the building has already reached hundreds of floors. The post was accompanied by several blurry photos. The silhouette of Lin Fan holding Zhao Macy. Zhao Macy's tear-stained face. And the hem of her skirt was disheveled as she ran backstage. The person who posted it was obviously a student at the scene. His tone was so excited as if he had witnessed the end of the world. Brothers! I saw a scene at the welcome party today that I will never forget. Zhao Macy. Our goddess. She was hugged by a man in public. Who is this guy? Why did the school let him on stage? As soon as the post was released, many people who had not come to the auditorium to watch the party came in. What? Zhao Macy was hugged? Who is this man? I want to kill him. Does the OP have a video? Post it now. This is too exciting. What happened to the goddess? Is she okay? I'm so heartbroken. Isn't this man too bold? He dares to touch Zhao Macy? Within 10 minutes, the school forum also exploded. An anonymous user posted a more detailed post. Zhao Macy was forcefully kissed by a stranger, and the fans at the scene broke down and cried. The post not only contains photos, but also a video of more than 10 seconds. The moment when Lin Fan bent his head to kiss Zhao Macy was clearly captured. Zhao Macy's back as she pushed him away and ran away crying was also recorded in full. Today is the welcome party. Goddess Zhao Macy will attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony after her performance. In the end, she was hugged by a man named Lin Fan, who forcefully kissed her. The goddess cried on the spot, and the fans went crazy. This guy is a student representative, and it is said that he has a special relationship with the principal. Everyone, go find out who he is. The forum responded so quickly that it seemed like a screen refresh. Forced kiss? Damn it! My goddess is so pure. Lin Fan? I remember this name. He is dead. I watched the video. Zhao Macy cried so miserably. My heart was broken. Student representative? What's his background? How dare he be so arrogant? Sisters, let's team up and go settle accounts with him. We can't let him have it easy. This kind of silk tuning man is so presumptuous. How can a piece of trash like him deserve this? Chapter 85, Crazy with Jealousy. At the same time, social software was in chaos. Someone posted photos and videos of the scene on Weibo, with the caption, "At the Jiangzhou University orientation party, Zhao Meici was kissed by a strange man, and the goddess shed tears at the scene." This Weibo post was quickly forwarded tens of thousands of times, and the comment section seemed to be overwhelmed. "The sky is falling. My pure goddess. Who is this man? I want to hunt him down." Zhao Meici cried, "I was so heartbroken when I saw the video. Jiangzhou University? Which bastard did this? How dare you touch my goddess? Forced kiss? This man is too shameless. What kind of beast is he? How could he do such a thing? The entertainment industry is going to explode. What should Zhao Meici do?" Immediately afterwards, the self-media and local media were like sharks that smelled blood. They all joined in this public opinion carnival. A local public account was the first to publish an article with a sensational title, "Shocking News. Zhao Meici was hugged by a strange man in the auditorium and the scene was out of control." The article contains not only photos, but also a detailed description of the situation on the scene. According to eyewitnesses, Zhao Meici fell down when a stranger stepped on her skirt during the ribbon-cutting ceremony. He was then hugged by the man, sparking anger among fans in the audience. Less than half an hour after the article was published, the number of readers exceeded 100,000. The comments section was full of netizens' anger and speculation. Who is this man? Is he sick? Did Zhao Meici provoke him? Stepping on the skirt intentionally? This is revenge, so disgusting. The goddess is so pitiful, how does the school protect her? Not long after, the second, even more explosive news followed. An entertainment self-media outlet directly released a screenshot of the video with the title, "The Sky is Falling." The innocent goddess was forcefully kissed by a strange man. Zhao Meici shed helpless tears. The article exaggeratedly wrote, "Zhao Meici was forcibly kissed by a man named Lin Fan at the Jiangzhou University welcome party. Afterwards, she ran off the stage crying, and her fans broke down on the spot. This man is suspected to be a student representative and his behavior is extremely arrogant. Zhao Meici's pure image may be damaged." As soon as this news came out, it quickly topped the hot search list. The number of reposts instantly exceeded 10,000, and netizens' discussions were overwhelming. Acne scars are on the hot search list. Zhao Meici was forcibly kissed. Lin Fan from Jiangzhou University. The pure goddess shed tears on the scene. 3 topics dominated the charts at the same time, and the popularity soared like a rocket. Netizens' reactions were varied, some were shocked, some were angry, and some were speculative. Some people even started organizing actions. Where is this? Jiangzhou University? I'm going to stop that Lin Fan. Who is Lin Fan? Quickly uncover his identity, he is too arrogant. Zhao Meici is so miserable, crying like that. The pure goddess was ruined like this? Can there still be pure people in the entertainment industry? Brothers, let's go to Jiangzhou University in a group. This man must pay the price. Lin Fan, just wait. Fans all over the country won't let you go. Some of Zhao Meici's fanatical fans directly cursed in the comments section. I wish I could strangle Lin Fan to death through the screen. You beast. How dare you touch my goddess? Your whole family will be destroyed. Zhao Meici is such a good person, why do you treat him like this? Rubbish. You're still smiling after a forced kiss? Are you sick? I curse you to die a horrible death. The goddess is so pure, and you ruined her. I will fight you to the death. Some rational netizens began to analyze the incident. This guy's name is Lin Fan? Student representative? What's his background? What's going on in this school? How can such a person get on stage? Where is the management? Zhao Meici cried so hard. This incident must have had a significant impact on her. The entertainment industry is going to explode. If this continues, her future will be ruined. At the same time, some local media also began to follow up on the report. A local news account in Jiangzhou released a news brief. An unexpected incident occurred at the Jiangzhou University welcome party. Zhao Meici was forcibly kissed by a strange man, which triggered heated public discussion. Another entertainment account directly interviewed several students on the scene. The students said excitedly, that guy was too arrogant. He kissed Zhao Meici in front of the whole school. The goddess ran away crying. We are all mad. As these reports came out, public opinion became even more tense. The emotions of netizens are like dry firewood that has been ignited, burning more and more vigorously. In less than an hour, the incident had spread from within the school to the national level. Weibo, Douyin, Tieba, forums, and even some foreign platforms are full of related discussions. Someone edited the live video and added sentimental background music and subtitles. The goddess is helpless and crying, Lin Fan, give me back my pure Jiamacy. The video quickly garnered over 1 million views, with the comments section filled with tear emojis and angry insults. Some people even set up a WeChat group called Crusade Against Lin Fan. The people in the group were indignantly discussing how to settle accounts with Lin Fan. Lin Fan pushed open the dormitory door and walked in. The air in the room seemed to freeze in an instant. The people in the dormitory all stared at him in amazement, and no one said a word for a long time. Zhang Tao sat on the edge of the bed with his jaw almost dropping. Zhou Jian leaned back in his chair, his eyes wide open like bells, and he even forgot to breathe. Lin Fan glanced at his petrified roommates and couldn't help but laugh. He broke the strange silence. What's going on? Everyone is looking at me like I'm an alien? Zhang Tao was the first to come to his senses. He blinked, swallowed, and stuttered as he looked at Lin Fan. Brother Fan, just now in the auditorium, you. He pointed at his mouth and then at Lin Fan. He looked like he wanted to say something but didn't dare to, and the shock on his face had not yet faded. Lin Fan walked to his bed and threw his backpack onto the table. He smiled and said, "You've seen it all, haven't you? What else do you have to ask?" Zhou Jian interrupted hastily, his tone full of worry. Brother Fan, can you still survive in school like this? On the way back just now, I heard a lot of people saying they were planning to surround you. He frowned, seeming to be really nervous for Lin Fan. Lin Fan pulled a chair over and sat down, crossed his legs, smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, they don't dare. Zhang Tao came over, his eyes full of admiration. He lowered his voice a little. Brother Fan, I really admire you. I'm a little envious. He paused and grinned. I think all the boys in the school will be jealous to death after seeing you make such a fuss. Zhou Jian was not to be outdone. He leaned forward curiously and asked with sparkling eyes, Brother Fan, can you tell me how you felt at that time? I've never even held a girl's hand, and you actually did that to Zhao Macy. What does it feel like? Lin Fan waved his hand, stood up, and said calmly, you'll know when you find a girlfriend. I have something else to do, so I need to go out for a while. Chapter 86 has spread everywhere, did you know? Lin Fan walked out of the dormitory building. The night wind blew, bringing a bit of coolness. He was going to go back to the villa. After all, there was a woman inside. Just as Lin Fan was walking towards the school gate, a person came towards him. The other person was walking hurriedly with a gloomy face. It was the squad leader Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei stared at Lin Fan in front of him. There was a mixture of confusion and disgust in his eyes. There was even a hint of hatred that was difficult to conceal. Zhang Wei's brows were furrowed and his lips were pressed into a straight line, as if he was suppressing his anger. What Lin Fan did in the auditorium was really explosive. As a die-hard fan of Zhao Macy, Zhang Wei felt that the goddess in his heart was insulted in public. It felt like someone had stepped hard on his heart. That is his most precious idol. How can it be ruined by such a piece of trash? Lin Fan seemed unaware of this hostility. He smiled and looked at Zhang Wei. What's wrong, squad leader? What do you want to talk to me about? Zhang Wei was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Lin Fan to be able to laugh. He stared at Lin Fan, the disgust in his eyes becoming even stronger. Things have gotten to this point, and you still have the nerve to laugh here? Zhang Wei took a deep breath and said coldly, the dean asked you to go find him. Lin Fan said oh, nodded, turned around and prepared to leave. But at this moment, Zhang Wei suddenly spat fiercely at his back. He said viciously, it's really disgusting. His voice was not loud, but Lin Fan heard it clearly. Lin Fan paused abruptly and turned around instantly. His eyes changed, like an ice blade in the winter, so cold that it made people shiver. Those eyes stared straight at Zhang Wei, with a cold light flashing deep in the pupils. His entire aura suddenly changed, carrying with it a chilling pressure. Zhang Wei's heart skipped a beat when he was stared at by this look. He subconsciously took a few steps back, and his legs felt a little weak. Lin Fan took a step forward. Your mouth is for you to speak human language, don't bark like a dog that ate shit. Zhang Wei was choked and speechless, his face flushed red, as if he had been slapped in public. He clenched his teeth and suppressed the anger in his heart. The Lin Fan in front of him seemed to no longer be the Lin Fan he knew. Lin Fan didn't look at him again and turned to walk towards the dean's office. He knew that the incident in the auditorium today had caused such a big commotion that the school would definitely have to step in to deal with it. A few minutes later, Lin Fan pushed open the door of the dean's office. As soon as he entered the room, he felt a heavy atmosphere. The Dean of Studies Li Jiwen and the Principal Li Guoqiang were both here. The two men sat at their desks, each looking uglier than the other. Li Jiwen frowned, his forehead full of deep wrinkles, as if he hadn't slept well for several days. Li Guoqiang next to him had a stern face and pursed lips, as if he was suppressing his anger. When they heard the sound of the door being pushed open, they both looked up at Lin Fan. Li Jiwen stood up, walked quickly to Lin Fan, and grabbed his arm. "My little ancestor, you really caused trouble this time." There was a hint of helplessness and a hint of complaint in his voice. What Lin Fan had done gave him a headache and made him feel helpless. Li Jiwen sighed and continued, "We just left for a while. How did you cause such a big disaster? It's all over the place now, do you know?" Lin Fan was pulled by the arm and stood still without saying a word. Li Jiwen's tone was full of anxiety, and he wished he could hold Lin Fan down and give him a good lesson. Li Guoqiang sat there with a terribly gloomy face. He stared at Lin Fan, his tone much tougher than usual. "Student Lin Fan, it's true that you donated money to the school, but you can't cause such a big mess. What you did in the auditorium is putting our school in the spotlight. Now we are in a dilemma. Even the leaders of the Education Bureau knew about it. Our school is going to be famous because of you this time." Li Guoqiang glared at Lin Fan fiercely. He knew in his heart that Lin Fan's background was not simple. After all, so much money was donated at once. But now this incident has become too big, and the school's reputation is in jeopardy. He had to harden up. Li Jiwen let go of Lin Fan's arm and asked tentatively, "What do you think about this matter? A lot of media have called to inquire about this matter. How about you come forward and explain it to everyone?" His tone softened a bit, as if he was giving Lin Fan a way out. Li Guoqiang nodded and took over the conversation. "We just discussed it and the preliminary plan is..." He paused, as if this was a little difficult to say. He glanced at Lin Fan and continued, "You will be fired." Li Jiwen quickly added, "Of course, this is not a real dismissal, but it is said to the public. Then you don't need to be in school for the time being. It's also for your safety. After all, who knows how many students are hostile to you right now? Wait for notification on when to return to school. Don't worry about this. Even if you haven't come before graduation, we will still issue you a diploma when you graduate. What do you think?" After Li Jiwen finished speaking, he looked up at Lin Fan with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. If Lin Fan was willing to nod, things would be much easier. After listening to what the two said, Lin Fan couldn't help but sneer. He looked straight at the two of them, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and said lightly, "Not so good." The atmosphere in the entire office froze in an instant, and the faces of Li Jiwen and Li Guoqiang changed. Li Jiwen opened his mouth, his face full of helplessness. Li Guoqiang frowned even more tightly and cursed in his heart, "This kid really doesn't know what's good for him." Lin Fan glanced at the two of them and said, "Do you think firing me will solve the problem? Do you really think this is just my problem? Why don't you talk to those people in the auditorium who made personal attacks on me? You are well aware of the meaning of the phrase 'the law does not punish the masses.' Besides, Zhao Macy hasn't contacted me yet. What do you want to contact me for? If the school wants to handle it this way, I have no problem with it. But I think you must not regret it in the future." After these words were spoken, Li Jiwen and Li Guoqiang's faces became even uglier. Li Jiwen swallowed his saliva and whispered, "Lin Fan, don't be impulsive. We can discuss it again." Li Guoqiang stared at Lin Fan, the toughness in his eyes gradually replaced by a hint of uneasiness. Does this kid have any other cards up his sleeve? But looking at Lin Fan's sneering expression, he was a little unsure. What on earth is this kid planning? Lin Fan said nothing more and turned to walk towards the door. Before he opened the door, he stopped and said without turning his head, "I will handle this matter myself. If you want to protect the reputation of the school, you'd better not cause trouble for me." Chapter 87. I just want to act well. Zhao Macy dragged her tired body back to her small villa in Zhangzhou. This is a private residence she purchased in a low-key manner. It is secretive and quiet, and almost no one in the outside world knows about it. She opened the door and the room was dark. Only the moonlight from outside the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room poured in, outlining the vague contours of the sofa and coffee table. She didn't turn on the light and just kicked her high heels aside. bare feet on the cool wooden floor. He walked to the sofa and sat down as if he had lost his support. She curled up in a corner of the sofa with her legs folded to her chest. The makeup on her face had not yet been removed, and her eyeliner was smudged by tears, leaving a few black marks. The lipstick on her lips had also peeled off a little, making her look disheveled and fragile. There were still traces of tears on her cheeks, which glowed faintly in the moonlight. The cell phone on the coffee table seemed to be going crazy, making a continuous buzzing sound. Sometimes it's a message alert tone, sometimes it's an incoming call ringtone. The phone had been ringing for quite some time, but she didn't even have the energy to take a look at it. She knew that all these calls and messages were asking about what happened in the auditorium today. There may be many media outlets looking for me. She could even guess the headlines in the unscrupulous media. Zhao Macy was forcibly kissed by a strange man. The image of a pure goddess has collapsed. She closed her eyes, and the possible consequences that might follow emerged in her mind. Countless emails from brands terminating contracts. Countless inquiry calls from industry insiders. There were also angry questions from the studio agent. She seemed to see those people who once greeted her with a smile, now looking at her with indifference or ridicule. She was a little breathless and thought, "This is not my fault, why did it turn out like this?" She stood up, staggered a few steps, grabbed the phone on the coffee table, and pressed the power button with trembling fingers. At that moment, the phone finally fell silent. But her heart seemed to be torn open and she could no longer suppress her emotions. She suddenly raised her hands and pounded them on the sofa in anger. The sounds of bang bang echoed in the empty living room. She clenched her teeth and tears welled up again. Tears slid down her cheeks and dripped onto the sofa, leaving wet marks. Today's events kept flashing through her mind. It was like a nightmare that tormented her over and over again. First, there was the scene in the fitting room. Lin Fan pushed the door open and saw her standing there in her underwear. Shame washed over her like a tide. She was staring at him, filled with anger. But he looked himself up and down as if nothing had happened. At that moment, she felt like she was stripped naked and standing in the crowd, with nowhere to hide. Then on the stage, he deliberately stepped on the hem of her skirt. She lost her balance and fell into his arms, with countless pairs of eyes staring at her. At this moment, the discussion seemed to still echo in her ears. "Let go of my goddess. You bastard." But what made her most devastated was Lin Fan's forceful kiss without any warning. When his lips touched hers, she felt as if she was frozen and her mind went blank. She pushed him away and ran off the stage crying. But that face with that playful smile seemed to be branded in her mind, unable to be erased. Zhao Macy curled up even tighter. Like a wounded little animal, trying to wrap itself up with its body. She couldn't think of it. "I am a person who has never had any scandals. Today I will experience such embarrassment in public." She has always been careful to protect her image. Since debut, I have refused any ambiguous hype. Even eating with the opposite sex in private is avoided as much as possible. But now, everything is ruined. The disappointed looks of those fans came to her mind. Those comments that once praised her as a pure goddess may now turn into sarcastic comments about her pretending to be pure and hypocritical. If public opinion continues to ferment, her acting career may end here. She has worked hard for so many years, from an unknown person to her current position. How difficult is it? Could it be that all was wiped out because of Lin Fan? She whispered, "Why me, why me?" Tears kept flowing down her face. She raised her hands to wipe them away, but the more she wiped, the more tears flowed. She leaned back on the sofa, closed her eyes, and her mind was in a mess. It took a long time for her to calm down. The tears had all run out and her eyes were red and swollen like peaches. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Crying won't solve the problem, she has to face reality. She fumbled to pick up the phone on the coffee table and pressed the power button with stiff fingers. The moment the screen lit up, her heart sank even more. But she still forced herself to open WeChat and send a message to her agent's sister Ping. She typed a line of words, "Let's talk about this in a few days. I need to calm down." But before I could send it, the cell phone suddenly rang. The shrill sound made her hands tremble and she almost dropped the phone. She looked down and saw that it was her assistant Zhou Yang calling. She hesitated for a moment, her finger hovering above the screen, mentally struggling over whether to answer it. She didn't want to talk, but Zhou Yang was someone she trusted, and she didn't want to make him worry. She bit her lip and finally pressed the answer button. Zhou Yang's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Maze, where are you? Why is your phone turned off? We've been looking for you for a long time, you can't be upset. There was a heavy note of worry in his tone. Zhao Macy tried to calm his voice. I'm fine. I've found a quiet place to stay for a while. I won't get upset. Zhou Yang on the other end of the phone breathed a sigh of relief, but his tone was still a little anxious. I know you must be feeling bad after what happened just now. Sister Ping is now looking for a top PR team to follow up on this matter. It shouldn't be anything serious. You should have a good rest these 2 days. This incident happened because of Lin Fan. I will make him pay the price. By the way, Max, where are you now? Should I come find you? When Zhao Macy heard the name Lin Fan, his heart trembled violently. The face with the playful smile flashed through my mind again. She shook her head and said softly, don't look for me. Discuss this matter with Sister Ping. Her voice was tired and weak. After she finished speaking, she hung up the phone without waiting for Zhou Yang's response. The phone screen went dark, her hands hung limply on the sofa, her eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. Sister Ping is her agent, whom she has worked with for many years. She is capable and trustworthy. She knew Sister Ping would do her best to handle the matter. But even so, the uneasiness in her heart still lingered. She closed her eyes and Sister Ping's serious face appeared in her mind. Maybe she is arguing with her PR team on the phone right now. Perhaps they have already started contacting the brand to explain. Zhao Macy curled up in the corner of the sofa, wrapped his arms around his knees, and rested his chin on them, like a lonely child. She thought to herself, it would be fine if public relations could suppress it. What if I can't suppress it? Tears blurred my vision again. She murmured in a low voice, I just want to act well. I just want to do what I like. Lin Fan, why are you doing this? Chapter 88 Zhou Run? After Lin Fan left the dean's office, walked directly towards the school gate. As the night deepens, the street lights on campus cast a dim light. On the way, Lin Fan noticed that several students were stealing glances at him from time to time. Then he leaned over to whisper something in the ear of his friend next to him. He could even hear a few vague words, that's him. The one in the auditorium. Zhao Macy. The students' eyes were filled with curiosity, shock, and even some disgust. But no one dared to come up and talk to him, let alone rush up and beat him up. Lin Fan sneered and thought, this group of people are timid in real life, but they will attack hard when they are far away. You can curse them as much as you want on the internet, but when they really walk by you, you dare not even fart. No strength at all. He shook his head, not bothering to pay attention to the looks, and walked straight to the parking lot. The engine roared, he stepped on the accelerator, and the car drove out of the campus smoothly, driving towards his villa in the suburbs of Jiangzhou City. More than half an hour later, Lin Fan's car slowly stopped in front of the villa gate. He pressed the remote control, the door slid open automatically, and the car drove into the garage. After getting out of the car, he pushed open the door of the villa. The lights in the house lit up automatically, and warm yellow light filled the entire living room. Lin Fan glanced around the room, and it was empty. It had been cleaned spotlessly by now. There were a few bunches of washed pu tao and the crystal fruit plate on the coffee table. There was also an unopened bottle of mineral water next to it. Obviously someone prepared it in advance. He walked into the cloakroom and saw that the few clothes he had thrown aside a few days ago had been washed clean and neatly placed on the hangers. Even the wrinkles on the shirt were ironed meticulously. He smiled and thought, it's different after training. A woman like Chen Sini can actually keep the house so clean. He changed into a set of home clothes and walked to the wine cabinet on one side of the living room. The wine cabinet is an embedded design, with various famous wines neatly placed behind the glass door. The light refracted through the wine bottles, creating a variety of colorful lights. He opened the cabinet door and scanned the rows of labels, finally stopping on a bottle of Romane Conti red wine. The label of this bottle of wine has been somewhat oxidized, and the words 1945 can be vaguely seen on the bottle, as if telling of its value. Lin Fan picked up the bottle, turned it gently, and looked at it for a long time with squinted eyes. He vaguely remembered it at an auction in New York a few years ago. A bottle of the same Romane Conti 1945 was sold at a sky-high price of more than 4 million yuan. Now, this bottle of wine lies quietly in his wine cabinet. Along with other famous wines, it seems like an ordinary decoration. The system is really thoughtful, it does more than just give you a villa. All the matching items are also given. He found a corkscrew and skillfully removed the cork. A rich wine nose arrives with complex notes of oak and blackberry. He took out a decanter from the cabinet and carefully poured the red wine into it. The scarlet wine shone like a gem under the light. He shook the decanter and watched the wine flow slowly, feeling inexplicably relaxed. Lin Fan returned to the sofa with the decanter and sat down. He picked up his phone, looked up the address book, and called Zhou Ren. The phone rang twice, and Zhou Ren's slightly flattering voice came from the other end. "Boss Lin, what's the matter?" Lin Fan leaned back on the sofa and said calmly, "I have something to talk to you about. Come over here." He gave the address, said nothing else, and hung up the phone. Zhou Ren was stunned for a moment, then quickly responded, "Okay, Boss Lin, I'll be there right away." About half an hour later, the doorbell of the villa rang. Lin Fan stood up, walked to the door, and pressed the video intercom button. He opened the door and Zhou Ren walked in carrying a briefcase. "He looks quite gentle." As soon as he entered the room, Zhou Ren's eyes widened. He stood in the entrance hall and looked up at the tall dome chandelier. He looked down at the shiny marble floor beneath his feet. He said with a sigh, "Boss Lin, this villa is too luxurious. This is the first time I've seen such a large living room. It must be about 200 to 300 square meters, right?" He looked around as he spoke. His eyes flickered over the abstract paintings on the wall and the antique vase in the corner. His eyes were full of amazement. Lin Fan smiled and waved his hand, motioning him to come in. "Don't stand, sit down." He pointed at the sofa and walked to the coffee table, pouring the red wine from the decanter into 2 high-heeled glasses. Zhou Ren sat down in a hurry, and as soon as his butt touched the sofa, he couldn't help but sigh, "This sofa is so soft. Boss Lin, your life is so comfortable." As he spoke, he secretly looked at Lin Fan. A hint of envy flashed in his eyes, and he thought, "It seems that Boss Lin has followed the right person." Lin Fan handed him a glass of red wine and said calmly, "Try it." Zhou Ren took the glass, and the scarlet wine swayed slightly in the glass, exuding a rich aroma. He was about to take a sip when he caught a glimpse of the wine bottle on the coffee table. His eyes froze instantly. The bottle of Romanée Conti stood there quietly, and the words 1945 on the label were particularly eye-catching under the light. Zhou Ren's pupils suddenly dilated, and he thought frantically, "Isn't this Romanée Conti? Is this wine real?" He vaguely remembered seeing it on the news a few years ago. This 1945 Romanée Conti was sold at an auction for a whopping price of over 4 million. He swallowed and stole a glance at the traces of oxidation on the bottle. He looked at the cup in his hand again and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Is this real 1945 Romanée Conti? Zhou Ren's voice trembled a little. He glanced at Lin Fan and thought, "Boss Lin is Boss Lin, he is indeed different. If this bottle of wine is real, then the glass in my hand must be worth tens of thousands, right?" He looked down at the red wine in the glass, not daring to drink it, yet reluctant to put it down. Lin Fan looked at his dull appearance, smiled, picked up his cup and shook it, and said lightly, "Don't you have a wide network of contacts? I am planning to shoot a short film recently. Can you find relevant resources?" Lin Fan's tone was casual, as if he was chatting about family matters. But Zhou Ren seemed not to hear, his eyes still fixed on the wine bottle. The whole person seemed to be trapped in some kind of madness. "Zhou Ren?" Lin Fan frowned and called out again, his voice slightly higher. Zhou Ren suddenly came back to his senses, as if he was awakened. He nodded hurriedly and said with a wry smile, "Ah? Oh, Boss Lin, you mean micro-movies? No problem. I know a few friends in the film and television industry, I'm sure I can find the resources." Lin Fan looked up at Zhou Ren and asked casually, "How much is the general budget for making a microfilm?" When Zhou Ren heard Lin Fan's question, he quickly put down the cup and sat up straight. He said with a big smile on his face, "Boss Lin, you've asked the right person." Chapter 89, Loss-Making Business. Although I'm not a professional in the film and television industry, I have met many people in the industry over the years and have a certain understanding of the market. He paused, as if he was afraid of losing face if he said something wrong, and his tone became more serious. When it comes to making microfilms, the budget depends on the scale you want. Let me give you a brief account. Lin Fan nodded and motioned for him to continue. Zhou Ren began to count the items one by one on his fingers. The budget for shooting a microfilm is mainly divided into several aspects: script, director, actors, photography, post-production, and miscellaneous expenses such as venue and props. First, the script. Zhou Ren pointed a finger. If it's original, you can find an ordinary screenwriter to write a short script for a few $1,000s. If you want to save money, you can write it yourself. After all, microfilms are not long, just a few dozen minutes, and the script is not complicated. He glanced at Lin Fan, and seeing that he didn't react, he continued, then it's the director. As for directing, it depends on your level. We can hire a newbie who has just entered the industry for tens of thousands of dollars. If you want to become a bit famous, go for 100,000 or more. But with your status as Boss Lin, we must find a good one. Lin Fan smiled, didn't respond, just picked up the wine glass and took a sip. The scarlet wine slid down his throat, bringing with it a hint of warmth. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't object, Zhou Ren continued, then there's the cast. This is the bulk of the budget. If you use some amateurs to shoot, it won't cost much. Just find a few college students or passers-by, give them some training, and make sure they can act. The cheaper ones can be sold for 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. It may even be lower, 30,000 or 40,000. He seemed to be afraid that Lin Fan would think it was too low class, so he quickly added, of course, if we use professional actors, then we have to look at their status. For a relatively famous actor, the pay for a microfilm may range from 100,000 to several 100,000 yuan. If we hire a big name, it would cost millions. But microfilms generally don't hire big names, it's a waste. When Lin Fan heard this, his eyebrows slightly raised, as if he was interested. He put down his wine glass, leaned back on the sofa, and asked calmly, can it be sold for 50,000 or 60,000? What if the specifications are higher? Zhou Ren became excited when he saw Lin Fan talking to him, and said hurriedly, Boss Lin, if you want a higher price, it depends on the investment in other areas. For example, photography equipment can be cheap, such as an ordinary video camera, which costs only a few thousand yuan to rent for a day. If you want a more refined picture, rent a professional movie camera. For brands like Red or ARRI, the rental fee is tens of thousands per day. After shooting for 3 to 5 days, hundreds of thousands of dollars are gone. There's also post-production. If you want to be cheap, you can just find an editor to do some editing and it'll be done for a few $1,000s. To do special effects, color grading, music composition, etc., it would cost more than 100,000 or 200,000 yuan. The venue and props also depend on the scale. A place like a school playground is free, but if you find a luxury hotel or a private estate to shoot, the rental fee for one day would be tens of thousands. It's not uncommon for simple props to cost a few hundred yuan, or for complex ones to cost tens of thousands of yuan. Lin Fan listened quietly, thinking about something. Seeing that he didn't interrupt, Zhou Ren continued to talk. Generally speaking, the budget for microfilms is very flexible. The lowest price is 50,000 or 60,000 yuan, and you can get a decent photo. A mid-range one, a few 100,000 can make it quite exquisite. If you want to play big, millions are no problem. But in my experience, microfilms generally don't cost too much. 1 or 2 million is definitely enough. After listening to Zhou Ren's analysis of the microfilm budget, Lin Fan smiled meaningfully. He put down his glass, leaned forward slightly, and looked straight at Zhou Ren. The lineup must be the strongest in the country. Of course, it is not limited to domestic companies. We can also invite top foreign celebrities. Find me the best directors and screenwriters. Especially screenwriters, they must have strong control over the plot. There was a gleam in his eyes as he continued, the plot must be new and creative. And the entire microfilm should be more than an hour long. If one screenwriter isn't good enough, find 2. If 2 aren't good enough, find 3 or 5. I have very high requirements for the script. My goal is to make this movie a sensation in the film and television industry. It doesn't matter whether I win an award or not, I just want to create a sensation and shock people. Zhou Ren was sitting opposite, and when he heard Lin Fan's words, he was completely stunned. He stared at Lin Fan blankly, his mouth slightly open, and couldn't utter a word for a long time. Is this still a micro movie? This is a scene that looks like a top-notch blockbuster. The strongest lineup in the country. Do we also need to invite top foreign celebrities? Top director, top screenwriter? How much will this cost? He secretly glanced at the Romane Conti on the coffee table and his heart beat faster. Lin Fan leaned back on the sofa, tapping his fingers on the armrest, and continued, directors, locations, props, whatever, all need to be top-notch. The other supporting roles must be top-tier celebrities. It doesn't matter what she looks like, I just want her to have strong acting skills. It's best if it's an old actor. He paused, his eyes swept over Zhou Ren. Also, you can choose the right person for the other cast members. The most important thing is that the male lead is me, and the female lead is Zhao Macy. My investment budget is 200 million yuan, and it will not be shown in theaters, but on various video media platforms. I want everyone in the world to see it." As soon as these words came out, the air in the room seemed to freeze instantly. Zhou Ren's eyes widened, his mouth opened, his throat seemed to be blocked by something, and he let out a dry ah. The male protagonist is Boss Lin? The heroine is Zhao Macy? Invest 200 million? Don't go to the cinema, just go directly to the video platform? Can the whole world see it? Pictures emerged in his mind. Lin Fan and Zhao Macy stood in front of the camera, and the top director shouted action from behind. But then, he thought of another question: 200 million, how much money would that be a loss? Zhou Ren came back to his senses, forced a stiff smile on his face, and said hesitantly, "Boss Lin, if this is the case, our business is totally losing money." 200 million yuan was spent on making a microfilm, but it wasn't even shown in theaters. What a huge loss. Even if we negotiate a profit share with the video platform, we won't be able to make back our investment. Lin Fan waved his hand and said calmly, "This is not something you should worry about." Zhou Ren was stunned by Lin Fan's words, then nodded quickly with a flattering smile on his face. Yes, Boss Lin is right, this is indeed not something I should worry about." He hurriedly picked up the wine glass, concealed his embarrassment, and took a sip carefully. Zhou Ren was sitting on the side. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't say anything, he quickly replied, "Boss Lin, don't worry, leave this to me." Chapter 90, Forced Kiss. I'll contact the people right away. The director should look for the top domestic directors, such as Zhang Yimou, Shen Kaiga, and Su Ku. I can also try Nolan and Spielberg from abroad. I'll find a team of screenwriters, both domestic and foreign, to ensure that you'll be satisfied with the script. As for the actors, Zhao Macy is the female lead, and I'll find the best supporting actors, such as Hu Gu and Zhang Zi. For those abroad, I'll ask Leo or Tom Cruise if they have schedules. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and he had already begun to imagine the cast of this microfilm in his mind. He then added, I'll find the best venue, have props custom made, and use top-of-the-line photography equipment. Boss Lin, just wait and see the finished product. Lin Fan nodded and said calmly, okay, that's settled. Go prepare first and give me a detailed plan later. Time has to be quick. I'll give you half a month to prepare. Zhou Ren nodded hurriedly and said with a smile, no problem, Boss Lin, just wait and see. Lin Fan and Zhou Ren chatted about the details for a while. It is mainly about the shooting time of the microfilm, networking and some preliminary budget allocation. Zhou Ren nodded in agreement while stealing glances at Lin Fan's face. He felt that this guy was more and more unfathomable. At the end of the discussion, the matter was finalized. Lin Fan said calmly, that's it for now, go and get busy. Zhou Ren nodded hurriedly and said with a smile, okay, Boss Lin, don't worry, I'll arrange it right away. He picked up the red wine in his hand and took a sip carefully. This time he finally calmed down and savored it carefully. The rich aroma of wine blooms on the tip of the tongue. Complex nose with oak and blackberry. As smooth as satin sliding down your throat. He narrowed his eyes, the $4 million red wine is indeed worthy of its reputation. This taste, wow, it gets less and less each time I drink it. After drinking this sip, Zhou Ren stood up and said goodbye to Lin Fan respectfully, Boss Lin, I'm leaving first. I'll report to you any progress at any time. Lin Fan waved his hand and said nothing more. Zhou Ren left the villa and stood at the door, taking a deep breath of the night air. The faint scent of grass and trees in the air made him feel a little clearer. He took out his cell phone and called an online taxi. Sitting in the car, he took out his mobile phone and started browsing as usual. But as soon as I opened the news app, several headlines popped up. It's all related to Zhao Macy. Shocking news. Zhao Macy was hugged by a strange man. The pure goddess image collapsed, Zhao Macy was forcibly kissed by a strange man. Zhou Ren frowned, his finger paused on the screen, thinking, Zhao Macy? Isn't she going for the pure route? How come so many scandals broke out at once? He was a little curious and a little confused. After all, Lin Fan just said that he wanted to make a micro-movie, and the heroine was Zhao Macy. But in this situation, the screen is full of negative news about her. If she were to be the heroine, wouldn't something go wrong? He frowned and clicked on a news headline that read Zhao Macy shed tears at the scene, a mysterious man forcibly kissed her, causing heated discussion, with a video attached below. Zhou Ren clicked on the video and the picture was a little shaky at first. It was obviously taken by a student at the scene with a mobile phone. In the camera, Zhao Macy was standing on the stage wearing a white gauze dress. A man bent down and kissed her. Zhao Macy pushed him away and ran away crying, and there was chaos in the audience. Zhou Ren squinted his eyes and stared at the man's back. The more he looked, the more familiar he seemed. When the camera became a little clearer, his eyes suddenly widened. Isn't that Boss Lin? His pupils dilated and his mouth opened slightly. I instantly understood why Lin Fan wanted to make such a large-scale micro-movie. An investment of 200 million, a top cast, and a global launch. This is not just making a movie, this is clearly a way to pick up girls. Boss Lin's move is simply so generous and inhumane. In order to pursue Zhao Macy, he spent 200 million yuan to make a movie. How rich and willful one must be. Zhou Ren leaned back in his car seat, staring at his phone screen, his eyes filled with shock and admiration. He even felt a little resentful, hating himself for not being Zhao Macy. Why didn't Boss Lin take a fancy to me? If Boss Lin took a liking to me and gave me 200 million to make a movie, wouldn't I be so happy? The car was driving in the night. Zhou Ren stared at the passing lights outside the window, still thinking about the conversation just now. He looked down at his phone and saw many comments in the news comment section. Who is this man? How dare he kiss my goddess? Zhao Macy is so pitiful. Her innocent image is gone. He sneered and thought to himself, just wait and see, Boss Lin's move is going to make your jaws drop. The next day, Zhao Macy dragged his tired body to the studio. She didn't sleep well last night, and the scene in the auditorium was all in her mind. I cried for most of the night and my eyes were red and swollen. She was wearing a baggy sweatshirt and jeans, a mask and a baseball cap. Zhao Macy pushed open the door of the studio, his steps heavy as if they were filled with lead. As soon as I entered, my way was blocked by a figure. Agent Ping stood there with her hands on her hips, glaring at her angrily. Sister Ping is a woman in her 40s with neat short hair. Wearing a black suit, his aura is so strong that it seems to be able to crush people. Her brows were furrowed as if they could pinch a fly to death, and her lips were tightly pursed as if she was suppressing her anger. Zhao Macy's heart tightened when he was stared at by this look, and he stopped subconsciously. She whispered, Sister Ping. Her voice was hoarse and weak, as if she had cried too much last night and her voice was hoarse. Sister Ping snorted coldly, without changing her position of putting her hands on her hips, and said in a hard tone, Zhao Macy, you are really good. Yesterday's incident caused a lot of uproar in the city, and you're just coming to the studio now? She squinted her eyes and looked at Zhao Macy, the anger in her eyes intensified. You know, it's crazy out there. The brand called one after another, and the fan group was in an uproar. I was busy until the early hours of last night. You're so lucky. Your phone is turned off and I can't even find you. Zhao Macy lowered his head, his fingers clenched on the hem of his sweatshirt, and he looked completely at a loss. She bit her lip and whispered, Sister Ping, my mind was too confused yesterday, I want to calm down. Her voice sounded a little weak and aggrieved. She knew in her heart that it was normal for Sister Ping to be angry. But she also felt that she was wronged. She didn't want to do this, she is the victim. After hearing what she said, Sister Ping's tone became even harder, calm down? You are so open-minded. Have you read the news outside now? Zhao Macy was forcefully kissed, the image of a pure goddess collapsed. Some people even say you are deliberately hyping it up. Do you know that if this matter cannot be suppressed, all your endorsements and scripts will be ruined? Zhao Macy raised his head, his eyes were red and tears were welling up in his eyes. She clenched her teeth, trying hard not to let her tears fall, and whispered, Sister Ping, I didn't mean to hype it up. Chapter 91 Litigation. I didn't know it would turn out like this. Lin Fan's hateful face flashed through her mind again. The hatred and grievance in her heart intertwined together, burning her chest. Sister Ping looked at her like this and her tone softened a little, but she was still angry. Okay, stop crying. What's the use of crying now? Things have come to this. I have already contacted the PR team and we have to hold a meeting today to discuss countermeasures. Cheer up and don't let others make fun of you. She turned and walked towards the office, saying, Come in, don't stand there. Zhao Macy took a deep breath, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and followed in with heavy steps. In the studio's meeting room, the air is filled with a faint aroma of coffee. When Zhao Macy pushed open the door, everyone's eyes turned to her almost at the same time. The conference room was already full of people, and the atmosphere seemed a bit depressing. At the rectangular conference table, Agent Sister Ping sat in the main seat. She clenched her fists and placed them on the table, her face still showing some anger. Next to him was his assistant Joe Young. As soon as he saw Zhao Macy, he immediately stood up and walked quickly towards her. Sitting on the other side of the conference table were several men in suits and ties, representatives of a public relations company. They had laptops and a thick stack of documents in front of them, and they looked calm. Looks very professional. Several staff members of the studio sat in the corner, talking in low voices. Joe Yang walked up to Zhao Macy and asked with concern, "Macy, how are you? Did you sleep well last night? Why do you look so bad?" There was a thick layer of worry in his voice. His eyes scanned Zhao Macy's face. Zhou Yang's brows were furrowed, his eyes full of heartache. He couldn't help but think that Lin Fan deserves to die. Zhao Macy glanced at Zhou Yang indifferently, his eyes cold. She shook her head gently and whispered, "I'm fine." Zhao Macy walked around Zhou Yang and went to the conference table and sat down. Lin Fan's playful face flashed through her mind from time to time. She bit her lip, trying to calm herself down and stop thinking about what had happened before. Sister Ping glanced at her, frowned, and said nothing. She turned to look at the people from the PR company and said in a stern voice, "Okay, everyone is here, let's get started." Sister Ping folded her arms across her chest and leaned back in her chair. His eyes kept wandering over the public relations team. It seems to be assessing the abilities of this group of people. She knew in her heart that this matter was of no small importance. Ordinary public relations methods are not enough to suppress the situation, and we must find a top team to save the situation. She had high hopes for this public relations company. After all, the company was a well-known crisis management expert in the industry. A middle-aged man from a public relations company stood up. The man wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, a well-ironed suit, and had a calm temperament. He cleared his throat and said with a smile, "Hello everyone, I am Li Ming, the person in charge of Shengshi Public Relations. Our company was founded in 2005 and specializes in crisis public relations in the entertainment industry. We have served hundreds of first-line celebrities and corporate clients. For example, the cheating scandal of a certain movie star 3 years ago, and the negative public opinion about a certain girl group last year. These are all cases we handled, and in the end, public opinion was reversed and the image was restored." He paused, looking at everyone present, his tone tinged with pride. "We are fully confident that we can properly resolve the incident involving Ms. Zhao Macy this time." A young female assistant next to Li Ming turned on the projector. A page of PPT popped up on the screen with the title Zhao Macy's Crisis Public Relations Plan. She stood up and said in a clear voice, "I am Zhang Lin, the assistant to Mr. Li. We have investigated and analyzed Ms. Zhao's case overnight. Next, I will explain our plan in detail to you." She clicked the mouse and the screen switched to the company profile page. First of all, Shengshi Public Relations has 18 years of experience in the industry. Team members include former media reporters, lawyers, psychological counselors, and data analysts. Our processing procedures are based on big data analysis and precise public opinion monitoring to ensure that every step is scientific and efficient. As she spoke, she switched slides, showing a series of data charts. For example, regarding yesterday's incident, we have analyzed the public opinion data on Weibo, acne scars, and other platforms overnight. Currently, negative comments account for 68%, but there are still 32% neutral and supportive voices. This shows that there is still a lot of room for maneuver. Sister Ping nodded, a hint of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. She glanced at Zhao Macy and saw that she was keeping her head down and didn't say anything. She frowned again and turned to Zhang Lin and said, "Okay, just tell me the plan." Zhang Lin smiled slightly and switched to the plan page. "In response to Ms. Zhao Macy's crisis, we have formulated a 4-step public relations strategy. The first step is to immediately release an official statement to seize the initiative in public opinion." She clicked her mouse and a draft statement appeared on the screen. The statement will emphasize that Ms. Zhao is a victim and the incident was completely involuntary. At the same time, she expressed her shock and sadness and sought public sympathy. The statement will be released through Ms. Zhao's official Weibo at 10 a.m. this morning. Contact mainstream media simultaneously to forward the news and ensure maximum coverage. Li Ming took over the conversation and added, "We have drafted a preliminary statement and will show it to you after the meeting. The key is to be quick. If we don't respond within 24 hours, public opinion will get out of control." He pushed up his glasses and continued, "At the same time, we suggest pairing a set of photos of Ms. Zhao without makeup to show her vulnerable side. It brings us closer to our fans." When Zhou Yang heard this, he snorted coldly and muttered in a low voice, "That Lin Fan is the culprit." His voice was not loud, but it was full of hatred. Zhao Meici seemed not to hear it and looked a little distracted. Zhang Lin continued, "The second step is legal action. We have contacted well-known lawyers in the industry and are preparing to file a lawsuit against the man involved, Lin Fan, on the grounds of infringement of personal rights and indecent assault." She switched to the next page, where several legal clauses were listed on the screen. "We will collect on-site videos, eyewitness testimonies and other evidence to prove Ms. Zhao's passivity. The lawyer's letter will be made public within 1 hour of the release of this statement, and the case will be reported to the police at the same time to increase the seriousness of the incident." Sister Ping nodded, her tone softened a little. "That's good, people like this must be dealt with." Li Ming smiled and said, "Legal action can not only divert attention, but also establish Ms. Zhao's image as a brave rights defender. For the third step, we recommend seeking external support. Contact Ms. Zhao's friends in the industry, such as actors or singers she has worked with before, and ask them to voice their support on social platforms. At the same time, we will guide the fan club to launch the topic #SupportZhaoMeici to expand the positive voice." He paused and looked at Sister Ping. "Can you provide the contact information of a few celebrities? We will assist in the communication." Chapter 92, Just a Lawyer's Letter. Sister Ping narrowed her eyes and nodded, "No problem, I'll give you the list later." She had already started thinking about which people she could get to support the event. Zhang Lin switched to the last page. Step 4, Low-Key Rest and Image Reshaping. We suggest that Ms. Zhao reduce her exposure these days and take a 3-day break before participating in a charity event. For example, visiting an orphanage or making a donation, and filming a short video to post online. This can divert public attention and restore her positive image. She closed her computer and smiled, saying, "The entire plan is based on our public opinion analysis and past cases. It is expected that negative public opinion can be reduced to below 30% within a week. The trust of brands can also be gradually restored." After hearing this, Sister Ping finally smiled. She leaned back in her chair and nodded, "Okay, I'll do as you say. The statement and lawyer's letter must be sent out today, the sooner the better." She looked at Zhao Meici and said in a harder tone, "Meici, don't be distracted. I need your cooperation in this matter." Zhao Meici raised his head, his eyes still somewhat empty, and whispered, "Okay, I understand." Zhou Yang couldn't help but interrupt, "Sister Ping, we have to do the PR, but what about Lin Fan? He caused Max to be like this, we can't just let it go." Li Ming smiled and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Zhou, the legal action will make him pay the price. We will also monitor his movements to make sure he doesn't have room to counterattack." Zhou Yang muttered quietly, "Can the law put him in jail? It's better to beat him up to vent my anger." His voice was so soft that almost no one around him heard it. The meeting room fell silent. Sister Ping looked at the PR team and nodded, "That's settled, you guys act quickly." 10 o'clock in the morning. The official Weibo account of Zhao Meici Studio released a statement and lawyer's letter on time. The two documents were like heavy bombs dropped into a calm lake. A huge wave arose in an instant. The statement was concise but emotional. Yesterday at the Jiangzhou University welcome party, Ms. Zhao Meici encountered an unexpected incident during the event. She was hugged and kissed by a man against her will. Ms. Zhao was deeply shocked and saddened by this. "We have entrusted a lawyer to handle the matter, and will hold the relevant responsible persons accountable according to law. Thank you for your support. Please give Ms. Zhao some space." Then, the lawyer's letter listed Lin Fan's behavior as suspected of infringement of personal rights and indecent behavior. He also attached screenshots of the on-site video as evidence and stated that he had reported the case to the police. As the news came out, countless netizens flocked to the comment section, and discussions were endless. Voices supporting Zhao Meici quickly became mainstream. "Maze is so pitiful, he must be terrified, I support the rights protection. That Lin Fan is so disgusting, he should go to jail. The pure goddess was abused by such a person. I feel sorry for my C 1,000 times." Of course, there are also a few questioning voices, "Isn't this just hype? Nowadays, celebrities love to play this game." But these voices were quickly drowned out by angry fans. "What a hype! Didn't you see that Max was crying? Heisey, get out of here. Zhao Meici is not that lowbrow." For a while, the two topics, support Zhao Meici and team up to attack Lin Fan, became hot searches. At the same time, celebrities in the entertainment industry have also spoken out. Guan Xiaotong was the first to post on Weibo. "I worked with Max on Summer Breeze. She is a kind-hearted and hard-working girl. She is completely a victim in this incident. I hope everyone can give her more support. Then Luhan forwarded, I have known my C for several years. She has always been a well-behaved and sensible little sister. It really hurts to see her being wronged. Cohen followed suit, Maze is the most innocent actress I have ever seen. This incident is too outrageous. I support her in defending her rights. The voices of these popular stars seem to have added fuel to the fire of public opinion. The fans' emotions were completely ignited. The comment section was filled with tear emojis and angry insults condemning Lin Fan. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for supporting my goddess. Trash like Lin Fan must pay the price. In the dormitory of Jiangzhou University, Zhou Jian was curled up on his bed, browsing his phone. His eyes suddenly widened, and he pointed at the lawyer's letter on his phone and shouted to Zhang Tao next to him, Taozi, look. Something happened to Brother Fan. It looks like the other party is going to sue Brother Fan. He stared at the lawyer's letter, which read legal statement regarding Lin Fan's violation of Zhao Macy's personal rights and interests. There were also several legal clauses listed below, which made his scalp tingle. He swallowed and thought, it's over now, Brother Fan has done something big this time. When Zhang Tao heard what Zhou Jian said, he sat up abruptly, grabbed the phone and saw the lawyer's letter on the screen. He frowned and swiped a few times, then clicked on the news below, next to which was a blurry screenshot of Lin Fan kissing Zhao Macy. He muttered, it's over. Brother Fan is really finished this time. He paused, looked up at Zhou Jian, a hint of worry in his eyes. Will Brother Fan go to jail? This lawyer's letter looks scary. Zhou Jian shook his head, how would I know? Brother Fan, what should we do? He lowered his head and scrolled through a few more comments, and saw that the netizens were cursing more and more fiercely. Lin Fan, go die. This kind of scum must be caught. He couldn't help but think, Brother Fan has really stirred up a hornet's nest this time. The whole internet is criticizing him, and some people in school are trying to stop him. How can we live like this? Zhang Tao also whispered, Brother Fan is really brave, but this time. Alas, Zhao Macy has lawyers and public relations, and our Brother Fan is alone. Can he defeat him? Meanwhile, Zhou Ren was sitting in a cafe. He had a freshly printed list of contacts next to him, ready to contact directors and actors. But as soon as I opened Weibo, the words Zhao Macy's lawyer's letter popped up on the hot search list. When I clicked in, the contents of the statement in the lawyer's letter were clear. The scene in the video of Lin Fan kissing Zhao Macy made his pupils dilate suddenly. He swallowed, quickly took out his cell phone and dialed Lin Fan's number. The phone rang twice, and Lin Fan's lazy voice came from the other end, hello? Zhou Ren hurriedly asked, Boss Lin, have you seen the news? Zhao Macy has sent a lawyer's letter to sue you. Should we get a lawyer to handle this? His eyes were full of worry, the 200 million yuan microfilm had not even started shooting, and if Boss Lin was arrested, wouldn't the project be ruined? How can I make any money? Lin Fan sat on the sofa in the villa with his cell phone on the coffee table. The lawyer's letter was clearly displayed on the screen. There was an intriguing smile on the corner of his mouth. Hearing Zhou Ren's words, he smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry about it, it's just a lawyer's letter. Can they really put me in jail? She said this lawyer's letter was for me, but the most important thing was to give the public an explanation. Her trick is quite cruel, but it's just good for scaring others. To me? Oh, not even close. Chapter 93, full of laughter. Zhou Ren was stunned for a moment on the other end of the phone. Hearing Lin Fan's tone, he couldn't help but think, Boss Lin's courage is indeed not that of an ordinary person. Even after the lawyer's letter came out, you can still remain calm. If it were someone else, they would have panicked a long time ago. He nodded hurriedly and said with a smile, okay, Boss Lin, just make sure you know what's going on. I was just asking casually in case you didn't see it. Lin Fan leaned back on the sofa and interrupted him, please pay more attention to the microfilm and don't worry about the other things. We have to hurry. Lin Fan hung up the phone and smiled teasingly. You think you can suppress me with just this little bit of noise? You really underestimate me. He seemed to think the incident wasn't serious enough, so he picked up his phone and opened the Acne Scar app. He registered a new account and his ID was Lin Fan Benfen. After registering, he didn't think much about it, just turned on the camera and recorded a short video in front of the camera. In the video, Lin Fan is wearing a simple black t-shirt. The background is the villa's luxurious living room. Hello everyone, I am Lin Fan. That's Lin Fan, who kissed Zhao Macy in the auditorium of Jiangzhou University. It's been quite lively online lately, so I thought I'd add some fun to it for everyone. From today on, I will launch an event. Everyone is welcome to use my video in the auditorium for secondary creation or spoof. There is no limit to the genre, ghost videos, editing, dubbing, it's up to you. The event is limited to 10 days, ending at 12 p.m. on September 13th. We judge the ranking of videos by the number of views. The first prize is 1 million, the second prize is 500,000, and the third prize is 300,000. 100,000 each for the 4th to 10th place. The rules are very simple. The video must be the footage from my auditorium, and the number of views must be real. The data cannot be inflated. I have a team that will check. Okay, that's it. I look forward to your works. After recording the video, Lin Fan uploaded it directly and wrote a simple and crude title. Lin Fan Auditorium Video Creation Competition, prize money is waiting for you. After uploading it, he didn't think it was fun and directly spent tens of thousands of yuan to buy Doja for promotion. The name Lin Fan has become extremely popular due to the Zhao Macy incident. Now with the addition of this video, the entire network exploded instantly. Less than half an hour after the video was released, the number of views exceeded 100,000. Retweets and comments came flooding in. Netizens' reactions were varied and discussions were ongoing. Some people scolded Lin Fan, some praised him for his ability to play, and some rolled up their sleeves and prepared to participate in the competition. The acne scar comment area was completely overwhelmed, with hot comments flooding the screen one after another. Isn't this guy Lin Fan too arrogant? The lawyer's letter has come out, and you still dare to act like this. You are so shameless. This comment received over 10,000 likes, and someone else echoed, that's right, it's disgusting, who will go offline and take a look. Haha, Lin Fan has a really good attitude. He dares to organize this kind of activity even though he is being scolded by the entire internet. I surrender. This comment received many likes, and one person replied, this operation is amazing, you really know how to play. No more talking, I'm going to do the ghost video now, post the video as soon as possible to get more views, and I'll take the 1 million. This comment was followed by a bunch of +1 and I'll go 2 replies. Obviously many people are ready to try. The rules are simple and crude. First place gets 1 million, second place gets 500,000, and third place gets 300,000. Lin Fan is really rich. What should I do if I'm tempted? This comment sparked heated discussion, with one person saying, is it great to be rich? You take any money? Have some shame. Some people also replied, who cares? If you don't want to take it, why do you want to blackmail others morally? Some people think that Lin Fan's provocation is blatant. Some people are attracted by the bonus. More people are just there to watch the fun. In less than an hour, the related topic Lin Fan Creative Competition became a hot search. The popularity is almost as high as Zhao Macy's lawyer's letter. Is Lin Fan crazy? You dare to hold a prank contest? Isn't he afraid of being scolded to death? 1 million bonus, brothers. I'm going to edit a video and give him a face full of evil. This guy is really good at playing. He uses his own dirty laundry for entertainment. What's wrong with his brain? Where are Zhao Macy's fans? Come and boycott them. This is too arrogant. As expected, Zhao Macy's fans were all furious when they saw this video. The fan group seemed to be in an uproar, with so many messages flooding the screen that it was hard to keep up. Lin Fan, this bastard, still has the nerve to post a video? He's making fun of my goddess. What does he want to do? Sisters, go report it. This video is so disgusting, we can't let him succeed. 1 million in prize money? He used the money to insult our Max. I'm so pissed. Boycott Lin Fan. This scumbag doesn't deserve to live. Fans flocked to the comments section of Lin Fan's video, and they spammed him with curses, you rubbish, get out of here as far as you can. You dare to make fun of my goddess, you're dead. A lawyer's letter isn't enough, I have to put you in jail. But despite all the criticism, the promotion of the bean pods that Lin Fan bought was too aggressive, and the popularity of the video kept increasing. The number of views seemed to have increased significantly, reaching 3 million in just half a day. Some funny bloggers have already started taking action. Edited ghost videos are being released online one after another. Some added funny sound effects to Lin Fan's kissing scenes. Some photoshopped him into an animated character. The screen was full of ha 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 comments. Lin Fan scrolled through the comments and saw the mixture of curses and praises. He thought, this effect is better than I expected. There was a sly glint in his eyes. He just wants to make things bigger the better. Didn't Zhao Macy send a lawyer's letter? Aren't you going to sue him? He chose to do the opposite and turned the negative information into a hot topic, making the entire internet revolve around him. And his rules only mentioned using a video of the person in the auditorium. But there was never any talk of using Zhao Macy's video. Even if the other party's legal team wants to file a complaint, they cannot sue the majority of netizens. It's just a pity for Zhao Macy. I'm afraid I'll suffer these 2 days. Look at it from another angle. My own microfilm will be online soon. This wave of hot searches has brought in sky-high traffic. Just the right time to build momentum for my own movie. In less than half a day, a ghost video appeared out of nowhere. It then directly topped the acne scar hot search list. The video title is simple and crude. Lin Fan's ghostly remix Kiss Rhapsody. The creator is a blogger named Funny Little Genius. He made a magical remix of the clip where Lin Fan forcefully kissed Zhao Macy in the auditorium, accompanied by an original electronic music. The rhythm is very strong and the melody is brainwashing. In the video, Lin Fan's movements were cut in a halting manner, making him look funny like he was dancing. Especially the moment when he bent down and kissed me, which was repeated endlessly. Coupled with the duang 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 sound effects, it is so funny that it makes people laugh. And Zhao Macy's part was not spared either. Her expressions of pushing, glaring, and running away crying were edited into all sorts of exaggerated and weird reactions, accompanied by the magical dubbing of awe and help. It's full of laughter. Chapter 94, Suppressing the Suppression. Once the video was released, the number of views skyrocketed. In less than 2 hours, it exceeded 5 million, and the number of reposts approached 100,000. On the hot search list, the two topics #remix and ## are on par with each other. Directly occupied the first and second positions. The comment section under the video completely exploded, with netizens swiping the screen in unison and laughing their heads off. Ah ha ha ha, so talented. He is simply a genius in the world of ghost animals. This mashup is amazing. Lin Fan's movements combined with the sound effects made me laugh until my stomach hurt. Zhao Macy's emoticon is going viral, help. Ha 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 ha. I think there's a chance for $1 million prize. If this video doesn't win first place, I'll eat my keyboard. Lin Fan's move was amazing. He instantly became an internet meme. The comments section was filled with ha 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 and genius. Some people even started to imitate it and expressed their desire to cut their own versions. I want to be a ghost beast too. 300,000 for the third place is fine. This video is so brainwashing, all I can hear is duang duang duang. The popularity of the video is like a wild horse that has broken free from its reins and cannot be stopped at all. As a result, the topic of Lin Fan's creative competition also became more popular. Netizens went from a war of words at the beginning to watching the fun and participating in the carnival. At the same time, Zhao Macy's studio was shrouded in dark clouds. Sister Ping was sitting in the conference room, holding a cell phone in her hand, with the ghost video clearly displayed on the screen. She stared at Lin Fan's devilish movements and Zhao Macy's exaggerated expressions in the video. His face looked as if he had eaten a fly, and was so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. Her brows were furrowed as if they could pinch an ant to death, her lips were tightly pursed, and her eyes were full of anger. She slammed the table and shouted in a cold voice, "What the hell is this? How dare that bastard Lin Fan do something like this?" She poked the phone screen hard with her fingers, as if she wanted to pull Lin Fan out and give him a beating. After so much difficulty issuing a statement and a lawyer's letter, I can see that public opinion is about to suppress it. All our efforts were in vain after this evil thing happened. Zhou Yang was sitting next to her, also watching the video, his face equally ugly, as if he had eaten shit. He clenched his fists, his eyes full of hatred, and cursed in a low voice, "Lin Fan, this bastard, is so shameless. You're still making fun of Max's expression. Why doesn't he just die?" He stared at the video clip of Zhao Macy being edited into the scream of help. And his heart was broken. My C is already in this state, but this grandson still won't let him go. He must be killed. Zhao Macy sat at the other end of the conference table, staring at his phone with a serious expression. She watched the video and saw her expression edited to be exaggerated and funny. Lin Fan's hateful face was accompanied by a duong duong sound effect. His brows furrowed tighter and tighter. But at this moment, Zhao Meixi's awe in the video suddenly turned into a high-pitched help. Combined with Lin Fan's face that was photoshopped into a big-headed doll. Suddenly she couldn't help laughing. With this smile, the entire conference room fell silent in an instant. Everyone's eyes turned to her. Sister Ping turned her head suddenly and stared at Zhao Meixi with eyes that seemed to be able to spit fire. Her lips moved, as if she was about to utter a curse. She took a deep breath, suppressed her anger, and said through gritted teeth, "Zhao Meixi, you can still laugh? Are you crazy, girl? You're still in a mood to laugh after being teased like this?" Zhou Yang was also stunned, staring at Zhao Meixi, the anger in his eyes turned into confusion. He hurriedly stood up and blocked Sister Ping's way, whispering, "Sister Ping, don't be angry, my C may be too tired." He himself felt that what he said was irrelevant. Zhou Yang turned to look at Zhao Meixi, and his tone softened. "Meixi, are you okay?" He felt a little confused and thought to himself, what happened to Max? What's so funny about this video? Is she so angry that she has gone stupid? Zhao Meixi froze under everyone's gaze and his laughter stopped abruptly. She lowered her head and coughed to hide her embarrassment, and whispered, "It's okay, it's just a little funny." Her voice was as weak as a mosquito's hum, and her cheeks were slightly flushed. She couldn't really explain why she was laughing. Maybe it was because the video was too magical. Or maybe she had never seen herself cut like this before. After saying this, Zhao Meixi felt something was wrong. She quickly lowered her head and stared at her phone without saying a word. Sister Ping snorted coldly, glared at Zhao Meixi, turned to Zhou Yang and said, "Stop wasting time here. Hurry up and find Li Ming from the PR company and ask him what's going on." Zhou Yang nodded hurriedly, took out his cell phone and dialed Li Ming's number. The phone rang twice, and Li Ming's steady voice came from the other end. "Hello, Mr. Zhou?" Zhou Yang hurriedly said, "Mr. Li, have you seen it online? Lin Fan organized a ghost video contest, and now one of the videos has become a trending topic. The whole screen is filled with spoofs of Max. Our statement and lawyer's letter are completely overshadowed." There was some anger in his voice. Li Ming was sitting in the office of a public relations company, brushing away acne marks with a tablet in his hand. That Kiss Rhapsody video has made his face as black as the bottom of a pot. He frowned, staring at Lin Fan's devilish duong duong movements and Zhao Meixi's devilish expression on the screen. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath and said into the phone, "I saw it, the situation is indeed beyond expectations." He couldn't help but think, could it be that the other party has someone with expert guidance? This directly led to a deviation in public opinion. Li Ming thought for a while before speaking. "We have to adjust our strategy immediately. First, contact the Acne Scar platform and ask them to remove this video because it infringes on portrait rights. Second, speed up the legal action. Let the lawyer file a complaint today and include Lin Fan's prank in the scope of prosecution. Third, issue a second statement, emphasize Zhao Meixi's status as a victim, and call on netizens to resist this kind of spoof." He couldn't help thinking, Lin Fan, this bastard, dares to play like this. I want to see how long you can be so arrogant. Zhou Yang listened to the words on the other end of the phone, nodded, turned to Sister Ping and said, "Li Ming said he would remove the video, speed up the prosecution, and issue another statement. But can this heat be suppressed? Lin Fan's bonus is too attractive." Sister Ping snorted coldly, stared at the video on her phone, gritted her teeth and said, "We have to suppress it even if we can't. Tell Li Ming that the results must be out today." After Li Ming hung up Zhou Yang's call, he immediately contacted the person in charge of the Acne Scar platform. "I'm Li Ming from Shengshi Public Relations. On behalf of Ms. Zhao Meixi, I ask you to immediately remove the video titled Lin Fan's ghostly remix Kiss Rhapsody. The reason is infringement of portrait rights and malicious defamation. The relevant lawyer's letter has been prepared to submit." The other party obviously did not want to offend industry giants like Shengshi Public Relations, so they hurriedly cooperated with the operation. "We will review and process it immediately." Chapter 95 Hot Search. In less than 10 minutes, the ghost video that topped the trending searches was deleted by the platform. The page shows has been removed due to violation of community rules. However, Li Ming and the people in the studio still underestimated the spreadability of netizens and the temptation of Lin Fan's high bonus. Not long after the video was deleted, another blogger with the ID 666 uploaded a new version. The title was changed to Lin Fan Crazy Kiss Zhao Macy Remix 2.0. The content is almost a replica of the original, except that the sound effects are replaced with the more brainwash Bayu Bayu Bayu. Zhao Macy's expression was also photoshopped with funny sunglasses and a beard. As soon as the video was released, the number of views seemed to have skyrocketed, reaching 1 million within half an hour. Soon after, the third and fourth versions emerged. Some are called the Kiss March. Some are called Lin Fan Teaches You to Dance. They are popping up like mushrooms after a rain, and I can't delete them all. Haha, after deleting one, another one appears. Lin Fan's bonus this time is too generous, everyone wants to earn it. This comment received over 10,000 likes, and someone responded below. 1 million, who wouldn't be tempted? I want to get one cut. This beast is too devilish, bio duang duang duang. This post was filled with responses like ha 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 and help, this is so funny. Lin Fan really knows how to have fun. Who can compare to him? Some people sighed, some people refuted. You're nothing but a shameless piece of trash. I'm just aiming for 4th to 10th place. I've already cut the hair for a car worth 100,000 yuan. This comment was followed by a bunch of replies such as go, 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 and I'm going too. Netizens' creative desire was directly aroused by Lin Fan's bonus. It's useless to delete the acne marks as quickly as possible. Lin Fan's popularity cannot be suppressed. Zhao Macy is in trouble this time. This comment sparked heated discussions, with one person saying, she deserves it. Who made her fans jump like that? Some people also fought back, Zhao Macy is the victim, okay? Lin Fan is the bastard. Lin Fan's creation competition has been on the hot search list. The Acne Scar platform is busy deleting the videos, but new videos keep appearing. The popularity of the topic of Lin Fan creative competition directly overwhelmed Zhao Macy's statement in lawyer's letter. At the same time, there was chaos in Zhao Macy's studio. The phone in the office rang one after another, almost non-stop. Sister Ping held the cell phone in one hand and slammed the table with her other hand, her face gloomy. She stared at the new ghost videos that kept popping up on the screen, and screamed hysterically, what's going on? After deleting one, another one appears. Are these netizens crazy? The phone was still ringing, and several staff members in the studio were frantically answering it, each of them looking as if they had eaten bitter melon. Zhou Yang answered a phone call and just said hello. A cold voice came from the other end, I am the person in charge of the Amy skincare brand. With Zhao Macy's current image, our brand can no longer cooperate with her. The contract will be terminated immediately, and you will have to pay us a penalty of 5 million. Didn't you say she was a pure goddess? Now the internet is full of her ghost videos, our brand image is completely ruined. Zhou Yang was stunned for a moment, and said quickly, don't get excited, we are dealing with this matter. But the other party didn't listen at all and interrupted directly, handled? Handled like this? We signed her because of her pure personality. What is this now? Terminate the contract, compensate, neither of them can be reduced. After saying that, the person on the other end hung up the phone. Zhou Yang clutched his phone tightly, his face livid, and turned to Sister Ping and said, Sister Ping, Amy Skincare wants to terminate the contract, and they want a penalty of 5 million. When Sister Ping heard this, her brows furrowed even more. She poked the table with her finger. 5 million? How dare they ask for such a high price? Before she finished, another staff member answered the phone and hurriedly shouted, Sister Ping, the crew of The Rose in the Wind that I took on half a year ago is also calling. The director said it himself. He said that Max's current image is not suitable for the female lead. He wants to terminate the contract and ask us to pay a penalty of 3 million. The staff member was sweating profusely, and his voice was a little tearful. They said that Max's ghost videos are all over the internet, and the audience will be distracted after watching them, so the show can't be filmed. Immediately afterwards, another call came in, from the person in charge of a jewelry brand. The other end yelled, how can we use our brand with Zhao Macy's current image? Pure goddess? What a joke. Contract termination, liquidated damages of 8 million, if it doesn't work, we'll see you in court. How did you do that? We made promises when we signed her contract. Now it's like this. Who will be responsible for our losses? Sister Ping almost collapsed after listening to this series of phone calls. Cancel the contract. Cancel the contract. Cancel all the contracts, and also ask us to pay compensation? What on earth does Lin Fan want to do? You really won't give us any chance to survive? She took a deep breath, turned around and yelled at Zhou Yang, "Go find Li Ming and ask him what to do." Didn't this PR company say they were sure? Now all the brand owners have run away, and they still have to pay tens of millions. Zhou Yang nodded hurriedly. At the same time, Lin Fan was leisurely scrolling through his phone, looking at the ghost videos that filled the screen, the smile on his face growing deeper and deeper. He just got a new version, in which he was photoshopped into a dancing panda. Zhao Macy was accompanied by a lewd little laugh of hee 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 hee, and he couldn't help laughing out loud. Just then, the cell phone rang. He looked down and saw that it was Zhou Ren calling. He picked up the phone, and Zhou Ren's excited voice came from the other end. "Boss Lin, I have a script here, and it looks very good. Are you interested in coming to take a look?" Lin Fan leaned back on the sofa and said calmly, "Oh? Script? Tell me about it." Zhou Ren hurriedly said, "It was written by a top screenwriter, and the plot is very innovative. It's a suspenseful romance. The hero is a mysterious rich man, and the heroine is a pure star. The man approached the female star step by step in order to investigate a wrongful conviction from that year. It looked like revenge, but the two of them still got together. There's a big twist at the end. I mainly focus on the acting skills of the male and female leads. There aren't many emotional scenes. The important thing is the suspense. Boss Lin, didn't you want Zhao Macy to be the female lead? This script is quite suitable." He paused, then added, "I have contacted several big directors, and they are all very interested." After listening to this, Lin Fan smiled and said, "Okay, bring the script over here so I can take a look." He warned again, "Now the heat is rising, we have to hurry." Zhou Ren nodded hurriedly, "Don't worry, Boss Lin, I'll arrange it right away." Lin Fan put down his phone and looked at the screen. Another ghost video has become a hot topic. Chapter 96, Change it according to this. Not long after, Zhou Ren and a gold medal screenwriter knocked on the door of Lin Fan's villa. The two men walked in, exhausted. Zhou Ren was holding a freshly printed script in his hand, with a hint of excitement on his face. The screenwriter next to him was a middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses and had a calm temperament. Lin Fan glanced at them calmly and motioned for them to sit down. He took the script Zhou Ren handed over, flipped through a few pages, and scanned the paper. It seems that he has some interest in this script. Mystery in the Mirror? Lin Fan read out the title of the script, smiled, and looked up at the screenwriter. It's a good name. Tell me about it first. The screenwriter cleared his throat and said in a steady tone, "Mr. Lin, the main plot of this script is a psychological game between a mysterious rich man and a popular female star. The protagonist, Tang Chen, is a billionaire. He appears cynical on the surface, but he is actually very thoughtful. The heroine Su Yao is a pure star, but she has a secret. The story begins when Tang Chen forcefully kisses Su Yao during a live broadcast, which triggers a storm of public opinion. It is later revealed that he did this to investigate Su Yao's past." Before he could finish, Lin Fan waved his hand and interrupted him. Lin Fan leaned on the sofa, tapping his fingers on the armrest, his eyes swept over the script, and said lightly, "The characters are quite suitable for me. One is a rich man and the other is a popular star. Not bad." He paused and continued, "However, the subsequent development of the story had better be consistent with my current experience. For example, we need to design a scene where a rich man forcefully kisses a female star on stage. We also need to trick him into causing a public outcry online, such as making a ghost video." When Zhou Ren heard this, he was stunned. He looked at Lin Fan, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he seemed to understand something. "Boss Lin is going to put the story between him and Zhao Macy directly into the script. You use your own scandal as material and make it into a suspenseful romance film? This brain is really amazing." The screenwriter next to him pushed his glasses and nodded, as if he was not surprised at all by Lin Fan's request. He pondered for a moment before speaking, "Boss Lin, this is a good idea. We can adjust the script and incorporate these elements into the main plot. For example, the forced kiss on the stage can be set as the male protagonist Tang Chen doing it intentionally, in order to test the reaction of the female protagonist Su Yao and investigate the secret behind her. This secret can be designed to be more exciting, such as being related to the murder of the male protagonist's family. Su Yao may be a key witness or even a suspect." When Lin Fan heard the whole family was murdered, his eyes lit up slightly. He leaned back on the sofa and motioned for the other party to continue. Seeing that he was interested, the screenwriter's tone became more resolute. "We can also give the male lead a more unique identity, such as a psychological counselor. Analyze the heroine's inner thoughts by observing her reactions. If you want to make the suspense even higher, you can add a fake identity, such as mirror artist. He could see Suyao's inner mirror reflection through her reaction and forced her to reveal the truth step by step. When Jorin heard this, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. This setting is awesome. The mirror artist is both mysterious and stylish, which perfectly matches Boss Lin's temperament. He secretly glanced at Lin Fan and saw that the other party had no objection and was obviously quite satisfied with this identity. The screenwriter continued, the plot could develop like this. After Tang Chen forcefully kisses Su Yao on stage, a storm of public opinion is set off on the internet. He also deliberately hired someone to make a ghost video to force Su Yao to have an emotional breakdown. These actions, which appear to be provocative on the surface, are actually part of his investigation. Su Yao was overwhelmed and began to fight back, and eventually discovered Tang Chen's identity as a mirror master. She thought she had killed Tang Chen, but this was all part of Tang Chen's plan. Tang Chen used the mirror master's skills to fake his death and took the opportunity to see Su Yao's hidden secrets. When Lin Fan heard the word fake death, the smile on his face deepened. He nodded, motioning for him to continue. The screenwriter pushed up his glasses, with a glimmer of confidence in his eyes. The final big reversal is that Su Yao's secret is revealed. She actually had no direct relationship with the murder of Tang Chen's family. She just witnessed everything at the scene and mistakenly believed that she was guilty, so she has been living in the shadows ever since. Tang Chen solved the misunderstanding by faking her death and proved her innocence. The two reconciled and even got together. But at the end, when the two stood in front of the mirror, Su Yao's inner world changed again. What is reflected in the mirror is no longer the pure her, but another blurry figure, leaving an open ending. Who is she? Is Tang Chen's plan really over? After the screenwriter finished speaking, he looked up at Lin Fan and said tentatively, Boss Lin, do you think this is okay? Lin Fan leaned on the sofa, staring deeply at the script, and didn't speak for a long time. The room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Zhou Ren and the screenwriter held their breath, waiting for his reaction. Finally, Lin Fan revealed a satisfied smile and said calmly, not bad, better than I expected. Just make the changes according to this and release the complete version as soon as possible. Zhou Ren heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this, and nodded hurriedly, Boss Lin, don't worry, I guarantee that the complete version will be out within 3 days. The screenwriter nodded, no problem, I have noted down Mr. Lin's request. Boss Lin plays the male lead, and Zhao Macy plays the female lead. The chemistry is definitely strong. Maybe I'll win a prize then. After listening to this, Lin Fan's smile deepened. He leaned back on the sofa, his eyes fixed out the window, as if he had already seen the grand occasion of the movie's release. Just as several people were talking, there was a sudden knock on the door of the villa. When Zhou Ren heard the knock on the door, he stood up hurriedly and said with a smile, Boss Lin, I'll go open the door. The door was opened and a woman was standing outside. The person who came was Chen Xinyi. She was standing at the door, wearing a thin black coat with the collar slightly open, revealing a section of her white neck. The hem of her coat was just above her knees, and one could vaguely see a pair of black stockings wrapped around her legs. A pair of eyes, clear and gentle. She was carrying a small cleaning toolbox in her hand and seemed to be here to clean. But the whole person standing there looked like a model standing on the catwalk. Her temperament is totally incompatible with the identity of a housekeeper. Lin Fan leaned back on the sofa and glanced at the clock on the wall. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This time is indeed the time when Chen Xinyi should come every day. He glanced at Chen Xinyi's outfit, frowned slightly, and said nothing. Zhou Ren stood at the door, looked back at Lin Fan, and seeing that he didn't react, he immediately spoke tactfully. Boss Lin, if there's nothing else, we'll leave first. Chapter 97. It's great to have money. I've been keeping an eye on the movie these days, and there will be no problems, don't worry. He then added, by the way, tonight is the first day of our bar's opening. If Boss Lin has nothing to do, please come over to show your support and see where there are deficiencies so we can make some corrections. Lin Fan nodded calmly and waved his hand, okay, go ahead. Zhou Ren responded hurriedly, turned around and winked at the screenwriter, let's go back and revise the script. The screenwriter nodded, picked up his briefcase, and followed Zhou Ren out the door. Before leaving, Zhou Ren secretly glanced at Chen Xinyi, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He couldn't help but think, Boss Lin's life is truly a god's life, even the cleaner is so pretty. After the two left, the villa became quiet instantly, with only Lin Fan and Chen Xinyi left. Chen Xinyi stood not far from the door, with her head down, still looking a little at a loss. I wonder if she still hasn't adapted to the role of cleaner. especially in front of classmate Lin Fan. Shinsini stood there without moving, as if waiting for Lin Fan to speak. There was a subtle atmosphere in the air. Lin Fan's eyes swept over her and his brows furrowed a little more. He said calmly, "Didn't I tell you? When you come to my place, you should wear the clothes I tailored for you?" His voice was full of pressure, like a reminder, but also like a rebuke. When Shinsini heard this, she was stunned for a moment, as if she was enlightened. She whispered, "Oh, sorry, I forgot." Shinsini immediately reached out and unbuttoned her coat. The coat slowly slipped off, revealing the outfit underneath. At that moment, Lin Fan's gaze paused slightly. Under the coat, Shinsini was wearing the maid outfit that he had ordered custom-made earlier. A black and white short skirt with a tight white shirt on top. There was a small black bow tied at the collar and a thin apron tied around the waist. It outlines her graceful figure perfectly. The hem of the skirt just reached above the thighs, revealing 2 long legs wrapped in black stockings. She stood there, looking like a character from the second dimension, so sexy that people couldn't take their eyes off her, yet with a sense of contrast. After Shinsini took off her coat, her cheeks flushed slightly and she avoided looking at Lin Fan. She bit her lip and whispered, I'll go clean it up now." Lin Fan leaned on the sofa, his eyes stayed on her for a few seconds, and said lightly, "Come here, rub my shoulders first." Shinsini was stunned for a moment, then nodded and walked over cautiously. She put her coat on the chair next to her, walked behind Lin Fan, and gently placed her hands on his shoulders. Her fingers were slender and soft, cool to the touch, and the strength with which she needed was just right. She lowered her head, her long hair hanging down to cover half of her face, and she looked quiet and focused. But her breathing was a little rapid, obviously she was very nervous. In the past, she would never have given any boy a shoulder or leg massage. But now she had no choice, she compromised. After all, Lin Fan is her employer, which is equivalent to her boss. The last time she came to work for 2 hours, she was paid 10,000 yuan directly. So she has to maintain this job. Try your best to meet Lin Fan's requirements. Lin Fan leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes, and felt the force on his shoulders. He closed his eyes in comfort. In the evening, Lin Fan finally got up from the sofa. He checked the time. It was 6 o'clock. The sun had just set and a hint of dark red still lingered on the horizon. Lin Fan stood up, picked up his coat, and said to Shinsini calmly, "Okay, that's all for today. I'm going out for a while." Shinsini hurriedly stopped what she was doing and whispered, "Okay, Mr. Lin, take care." She stood aside, holding a rag in her hand, and her whole body was relieved. Lin Fan didn't look at her again. He walked straight to the door, opened the car door, and drove towards the bar Zhou Ren mentioned. Not long. The fiery red Ferrari slowly stopped at the door of the bar. The car door opened and Lin Fan stepped out. As soon as the car and the people appeared, they instantly attracted the attention of everyone around them. The young people gathered at the door of the bar stopped one after another. All eyes were cast in this direction, and their phones were raised high, taking pictures of the car and Lin Fan non-stop. "Wow, this sports car is so cool. A Ferrari, it must cost several million, right?" A boy with dyed yellow hair opened his eyes wide, his eyes full of envy. His friend next to him couldn't help but sigh, "It's so enviable that he can drive such a car at such a young age. I guess I can only look at it in my lifetime. Touching it once would be considered a blessing." His tone was sour, and he swiped the screen with his finger and posted the photo he just took to his circle of friends. The caption reads, "I don't understand the world of rich people." Someone frowned and whispered, "Why does this person look familiar? I think I've seen it somewhere. Is it the Lin Fan who was so popular on acne scars?" Her best friend next to her took a video and replied, "Are you talking about the guy who had an affair with Zhao Macy in the news? No way. This guy is much more handsome than in the video, and his aura is also stronger. How could he be that bastard? Besides, the guy in the news is obviously a loser. How can one afford such a luxurious car? Hey, how about we go over and ask that handsome guy for his WeChat?" Someone nearby was whispering, "How can an ordinary person drive a car like this? So this is how rich people live, drinking, dancing and having fun. You sound like you've experienced this before." When they leave, their sports cars are packed with beautiful women. How about you? It's nice to have money. This sports car and low self-esteem shouldn't exist at the same time, right? The discussions came one after another, like a group of sparrows chirping around a branch. Lin Fan seemed not to hear and walked straight towards the bar. He pushed open the revolving door. What greets you is a huge sign hanging high above the hall. It is 5 meters wide, with the 6 big words Fanglinwen Nightclub spelled out in neon lights. The lights keep changing in the night, from dark blue to fiery red, and then to dazzling purple, like a flowing rainbow, full of style. One instantly feels that this place is not an ordinary bar, but a synonym for high-end entertainment. 2 waiters in black uniforms were standing at the door. When they saw Lin Fan, they immediately bowed and greeted him, "Welcome." Their voices were in unison, as if they had undergone rigorous training. As soon as he entered the hall, Lin Fan saw the luxurious scene before him. The floor of the hall is paved with black marble inlaid with golden geometric patterns, like the starry sky scattered on the ground. Chapter 98. I'll bring someone over later. There is a very luxurious crystal chandelier above the head. The chandelier was 3 meters in diameter, with layers of crystal pendants hanging down like a waterfall. Under the light, it reflects a colorful halo that dazzles people. The surrounding walls are decorated with dark wooden panels and embellished with golden lines, which are both low-key and luxurious. In the center of the hall is a round bar, behind which are placed all kinds of famous liquors. There is a huge LED screen hanging above the bar, playing a cool MV. "Boss Lin, you're here." Zhou Ren's voice came from the side, and then he walked over quickly with a smile on his face. He was wearing a dark blue suit and his hair was combed neatly. Obviously he had been carefully dressed. Zhou Ren smiled and said, "Boss Lin, this is your first time here, right? I'll show you around our nightclub." Lin Fan nodded and did not refuse. The whole building has 6 floors, and each floor is decorated with extreme luxury. The functional divisions are clear, like a carefully built entertainment empire. Zhou Ren introduced as he walked. The first floor is the lobby and bar area, mainly a quiet bar. As you just saw, we focus on high-end consumption. All the wines are imported. You can order brands like Romanée Conti and Louis XIII. The second floor is the KTV area, and all the rooms are customized. The walls are made of soundproof and sound-absorbing materials, and the speakers are BO imported from Germany. The singing effect is amazing. Each box also has an independent projection screen and can watch the latest movies on demand. He took Lin Fan to the 3rd floor and pointed to the room at the end of the corridor and said, "This is the bathing and massage area. The hot spring pool is made of natural marble, and there is a sauna and massage room next to it. The masseurs are all professionally trained and their techniques are first-rate. The 4th floor is the guest room area." Zhou Ren opened a model room, which was decorated similarly to a 5-star hotel. The big bed is covered with silk sheets, and there is a smart voice control panel on the bedside table that can adjust the lights, curtains, and even the air conditioning temperature. There is an abstract oil painting hanging on the wall, and from the window you can overlook the night view of Jiangzhou City, which is so luxurious that it is astonishing. The 5th floor is the restaurant area. Zhou Ren said proudly, "We have invited a Michelin 3-star chef here, and we have Western, Chinese, and Japanese food. The ingredients are air-shipped on the same day, and the steaks we use are A5-grade Wagyu beef, so we guarantee that our customers will be satisfied with the meal." Finally, the two took the elevator to the basement floor. This is the core area of the entire nightclub. It's also the place where you can make the most money. As soon as you enter the door, you will be greeted by deafening DJ music. The interior space of the bar is spacious, covering thousands of square meters. The ground was covered with a black mirrored floor, reflecting the colorful laser lights overhead. In the center is a huge circular dance floor, surrounded by half-moon-shaped booths. The booth is wrapped in black leather with a gold metal frame, which is low-key yet luxurious. A giant LED screen, 10 meters wide, hangs above the dance floor, scrolling with cool visual effects. Sometimes it is flames burning, sometimes it is the starry sky twinkling. Combined with the DJ's rhythm changes, the visual impact is maximized. There were already quite a few customers in the bar, with young people sitting in booths in groups of 3 or 5. Holding a colorful cocktail in hand, swaying to the music. Behind the bar, the bartender wore a black vest. He swung the cocktail shaker in his hand, and his movements were so fancy that it looked like he was performing acrobatics. From time to time, it can bring cheers. Zhou Ren pointed to the dance floor and said, "Boss Lin, this is our main area. The DJ is from abroad, and all the equipment is top-notch. The speakers are JBL professional grade, the bass can shake your bones." He then smiled and said, "Take a look, is there anything missing?" Lin Fan stood on the platform on the underground floor, overlooking the entire bar. His eyes swept across the huge LED screen and fell on the people dancing on the dance floor. He nodded calmly and said, "Not bad, I can see that you are quite attentive. When Joran heard this, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "As long as Boss Lin is satisfied. Tonight is the first day of business. I have invited several influencers to come and live stream. It will definitely be very popular. I have reserved a box for you. Please stay here for a while tonight." Lin Fan nodded slightly. Joran took him directly to a box on a high platform. This box has an excellent location, like a throne overlooking the entire bar, and its design is even more unique. The four walls of the box are made of single-sided glass, and the glass surface glows with a faint blue light. From inside, you can clearly see the people dancing on the dance floor below, the bartender's fancy performances at the bar, and the cool images scrolling on the huge LED screen. But when looking from the outside, it was just a blurry black. Only the shadow of the light can be vaguely reflected, as if covered by a mysterious veil. There was also a window in the box that could be opened and closed. Joran introduced with a smile, "Boss Lin, if you want to listen to what's going on outside, open this window. The DJ's music comes in completely, and when you turn it off, it's as quiet as if you were cut off from the outside world. It depends on your mood. Of course, there are some KTV equipment in the box, you can play however you want. Please go in and take a look first. I'll bring someone over in a moment." Lin Fan pushed open the door of the box, and a faint woody fragrance filled his nose. The decoration in the room is so luxurious that it is astonishing. The floor was covered with dark gray wool carpet, which felt so soft when stepped on that it felt like sinking into the clouds. In the center is a half-moon-shaped black leather sofa. The sofa back is inlaid with golden metal strips and matched with several dark red velvet pillows, which is both low-key and luxurious. There is a glass coffee table in front of the sofa. The tabletop is made of tempered glass and the edge is inlaid with thin LED light strips, emitting a soft cold light. There is an abstract painting with a gold-plated frame hanging on the wall, and next to it is a built-in wine cabinet filled with various famous wines. There is a small crystal chandelier on the top of the box. Although not as exaggerated as the one in the hall, it is so exquisite that it looks like a work of art. The crystal chandelier casts spots of light, making the entire space even more luxurious. Lin Fan had just sat down on the sofa, and before his but could even warm up, there was a gentle knock on the door of the private room. Several waiters came in one after another, carrying exquisite fruit plates and drinks in their hands, and skillfully placed the things on the coffee table. The fruit plate was filled with crystal clear imported cherries and strawberries. There were also a few pieces of cut cantaloupe and a small dish of nuts on the side. There was an even greater variety of wines, with a bottle of Romane Conti red wine carefully placed in the center. There was also a bottle of Louis XIII cognac next to it. In addition, there were several cocktails prepared, with ice cubes colliding in the glasses, emitting colorful lights, like flowing gems. After the waiters had placed the food, they all bowed and whispered, "Boss Lin, enjoy your meal." Then he retreated quietly. Lin Fan picked up a cocktail and took a sip, and then the door of the box was knocked again. Chapter 99, Little Goblin. Joran pushed the door open and walked in, smiling widely, followed by 5 or 6 young and pretty girls. Lin Fan looked up and saw that these girls were all tall, with fair and tender skin and delicate facial features. There was very little fabric on their bodies, and some wore tight suspender skirts that just reached their thighs, revealing their long legs. Some simply wear bikini-style tops with ultra-short shorts, and their waists are so slender that they seem to be able to be held in one hand. Everyone has delicate makeup on their face, and their smiles seem to be able to enchant people. Joran walked quickly to Lin Fan, bent down, and said with a bit of flattery in his tone, "Boss Lin, these are all our top names. I heard you were coming today, so I deliberately didn't let them accompany others, and kept them specially for you." He turned around and winked at the girls. "Why don't you say hello to Boss Lin?" The 5 girls immediately stood in a row and bowed to Lin Fan in unison, "Hello, Boss Lin." After they finished speaking, they looked up at Lin Fan, with a hint of curiosity and flattery in their eyes. Some of them even bit their lips slightly, looking a bit shy. System prompt: the host has never used money to enjoy himself since he acquired this system. This time, please enjoy the pleasure brought by money. Mission reward, none. Penalty for mission failure, none. When Lin Fan heard the system's voice, he immediately felt that this system was quite considerate. But there is nothing wrong with what the system said. After I made money, most of it was spent on teaching others a lesson. I don't actually spend much money on myself. He leaned back on the sofa and glanced at the girls. Then he waved his hand, motioning them to come over. "Don't stand, sit down." Joran heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this, and said with a smile, "As long as you are satisfied, Boss Lin." Then I'll go outside to greet the guests. Have fun here. Call me if you need anything. After saying that, he nodded to Lin Fan, stepped out, and closed the door behind him. A girl in a suspender skirt came over first, sat next to Lin Fan, and said softly, "Boss Lin, my name is Xiaoman. Can I pour you a glass of wine?" She picked up the bottle of red wine and carefully poured it into the goblet. Another girl in hot pants came over with a smile and said in a sweet voice, "Boss Lin, my name is Xiaomi. What is your relationship with our general manager Zhou? I think he seems to be afraid of you?" She tilted her head as she spoke, a playful glint in her eyes. Lin Fan leaned back on the sofa, took the wineglass handed to him by Xiaoman, and took a sip. My eyes swept through the one-way glass to the dance floor below. The deafening DJ music was blocked out, and the only sounds in the box were their soft voices. Lin Fan smiled and said calmly, "We are friends, there is nothing to be afraid of." Xiaoman leaned against Lin Fan, resting her fingers lightly on his shoulders, and said with a soft smile, "Boss Lin, you seem to be in a good mood tonight, would you like to have another drink?" She picked up a colorful cocktail and handed it to Lin Fan, with a hint of charm in her eyes. Xiaomi sat on the other side, peeling a cherry in her hand, and fed it to Lin Fan with a smile. "Boss Lin, this fruit is very sweet, please try it." Her movements were gentle and her voice was sweet. Lin Fan leaned back on the sofa, took the cocktail and drank it all. I opened my mouth again and bit into the cherry. The juice burst out on the tip of my tongue, and it was just the right sweetness. He narrowed his eyes and looked at this group of beautiful girls, and couldn't help thinking, the pleasure brought by money is really addictive. At this time, a girl next to him said to Lin Fan, "Mr. Lin, this bottle of red wine is almost finished. Should we open another bottle?" He waved his hand and said calmly, "Open another bottle of Louis XIII, choose the expensive one." Xiaoman nodded hurriedly and stood up to take out the bottle of Louis XIII from the wine cabinet. The amber wine swayed under the light, like a bottle of flowing gold. She skillfully pulled out the cork and poured the wine into several crystal glasses. The aroma of the wine instantly filled the air, so rich that it was intoxicating. She handed Lin Fan a glass and said with a smile, "Boss Lin, this wine is top-notch, most people can't afford it. I am just taking advantage of you today." The other girls also picked up their cups and said in a sweet voice, "Let's drink with Boss Lin." Lin Fan picked up the cup, tilted his head back and took a big sip. The liquor slid down my throat, bringing with it a burning pleasure. The atmosphere in the box became more and more heated. Xiaomi stood up and walked to the speaker, turning on a rhythmic electronic music. "Boss Lin, let's have some fun." She twisted her waist, and her long legs under her hot pants were dazzling under the light. Several other girls also stood up, some of them danced briskly, and some came over to hold Lin Fan's hand. "Boss Lin, why don't you dance too?" Their movements were bold and seductive, and their skimpy clothes swayed with their dance steps. Revealing a large area of fair skin, it is so sexy that makes people's blood boil. Lin Fan looked at them, and the smile on his face deepened. He stood up, unbuttoned his coat and threw it on the sofa, leaving only a black shirt. The sleeves were casually rolled up to the elbows, revealing strong forearms. He walked to the center of the box and swayed a few times to the rhythm. His movements were casual yet revealing a cool vibe. Xiaoman came over with a smile and danced with him closely. Her waist was as soft as a water snake, and the heat coming from her body was somewhat teasing. "Boss Lin, you look so strong, and your dancing is so charming." Lin Fan grabbed the other person's, with one big hand and said with a smile, "Your elasticity is also very good." Other girls also gathered around, some raised their glasses to toast him, and some simply leaned against him, waiting for him to take advantage of them. Laughter and shouting mixed together, and it seemed like a luxurious carnival was taking place in the box. Lin Fan was surrounded by this group of women and drank glass after glass of wine. The strong liquor made his chest hot, but his mind became clearer and clearer. He put his arm around Xiaoman's waist, squeezed her waist gently with his fingers, and said with a smile, "Your name is Xiaoman, right? I think you should be called Little Fairy." Xiaoman chuckled, leaned in Lin Fan's arms, and said softly, "As long as Boss Lin is happy, I'll just take it as you praising me for being a caring person." As she spoke, she picked up a cocktail and drank it, with a seductive look as the drink slid down her throat. The lights in the box gradually dimmed, and the LED light strips flashed an ambiguous red light. The music became faster and faster, and the girls' dance steps became more and more unrestrained. Xiaomi simply jumped onto the coffee table and twisted around in her high heels. She smiled and flirted with Lin Fan, saying, "Boss Lin, what do you think of my dancing? Does it arouse your most primitive desires?" Chapter 100. How dare you talk to me like that? The other girls also joined in the fun, and some came over and hugged Lin Fan's arm. Some of them brought fruit plates to feed him, and the scene looked very chaotic. Lin Fan leaned on the sofa, holding a glass of wine in his hand. His eyes swept over the group of women, his eyes full of enjoyment. Lin Fan pulled Xiaomi over and pulled her to his side, saying with a smile, "You danced well. Let's do another one that I haven't seen before." As he spoke, he pulled out a wad of cash from his wallet and stuffed it into Xiaomi's collar without even counting it. Xiaomi giggled and simply sat on Lin Fan's lap, twisting her body and saying in a tender voice, "Then I have to perform well, thank you Boss Lin for the reward." After 3 rounds of drinks, the atmosphere in the box had reached its peak. Lin Fan was surrounded by several girls. They drank bottle after bottle of wine and ate all the fruits in the fruit plate. There were a few cigarettes stained with alcohol scattered on the ground. He unbuttoned a few buttons of his shirt, revealing his toned chest. The person Lin Fan is hugging on his left is Xiaoman, and the person he is hugging on his right is Xiaomi. At this time, he pressed their heads down deeply. Xiaoman and Xiaomi naturally knew what Lin Fan meant. Lin Fan leaned on the sofa, breathing heavily, but his eyes were full of enjoyment. On the glass coffee table in front, 3 other girls were dancing a very strange and unusual dance. The whole scene was extremely erotic. An hour passed in a flash. The luxurious atmosphere in the box reached its peak and then began to slowly fade away. Xiaoman and Xiaomi snuggled up to Lin Fan, their lipstick already smudged beyond recognition. The two of them were breathing heavily, their eyes were blurry, and their clothes were messy. Lin Fan sat in the middle of the sofa and lit a cigarette. The smoke rose from between his fingers, carrying a faint spicy smell. He stood up, walked to the one-way glass, and looked down at the people dancing on the dance floor below. As the lights flickered, the young man's figure seemed to be swallowed up by the rhythm. Just then, there was a faint noise coming from outside the box. It sounded like someone was arguing, with the sound of footsteps and angry curses. Lin Fan frowned and turned to look at the door, the cigarette still between his fingers. The next second, the door of the box was slammed open. A young man stood at the door, wearing a colorful shirt with an open collar that revealed a thick gold chain around his neck. He squinted his eyes and looked inside for a few times, his eyes sweeping over Xiaoman and Xiaomi. Then he turned to look at the waiter behind him and kicked him without hesitation. The waiter was as thin as a bamboo pole. He fell to the ground after being kicked and let out a muffled groan. He curled up on the ground, holding his stomach, his face full of fear. The young man snorted coldly, "Are you dishonest, kid? Didn't you fucking tell me that Xiaoman and Xiaomi weren't here?" Xiaoman and Xiaomi in the box were startled by this scene. Their faces turned pale instantly and they involuntarily shrank towards Lin Fan. Xiaoman's fingers clenched Lin Fan's shirt sleeves and she whispered, "Young Master Wang is here." Xiaomi bit her lip and looked towards the door in panic, like a frightened deer. Lin Fan leaned back on the sofa, his eyes glancing towards the door indifferently. Smoke rose from between his fingers, covering half of his face. Zhou Ren's figure soon appeared at the door. He forced a smile, walked over quickly, and said in a smooth tone, "Boss Wan, why are you so angry with a waiter? It's his first day at work today, and he doesn't even know who Xiaoman and Xiaomi are. It's no use beating him to death." He winked at the waiter as he spoke. The waiter hurriedly got up, lowered his head and stepped aside, as if he was afraid of being kicked again. Wang Tianhao snorted coldly and turned to look at Zhou Ren. He stretched out his finger and poked Zhou Ren's shoulder fiercely, his eyes full of provocation. "Old Zhou, you are not a decent person. When did you open this bar without telling me? You were able to recruit Xiaoman and Xiaomi? You are really awesome." He glanced at the box with a sidelong glance and curled his lips, obviously holding back a lot of anger. Zhou Ren still had a smile on his face. He pulled Wang Tianhao's arm and pulled him out, whispering, "Boss Wan, let's go talk over there. There are guests in this room. We can't disturb them." His tone was cautious, as if he was coaxing a furious young master. But the impatience in his eyes could not be hidden at all. Wang Tianhao didn't buy it and sneered. He kicked the door of the box, and with a loud bang, the doorframe shook. He shouted arrogantly, "What guest? I am the guest. Xiaoman and Xiaomi should serve me the most." As he spoke, he walked in carelessly, his eyes fixed on Xiaoman and Xiaomi. He glanced at their smudged lipstick and messy clothes, curled his lips and said disdainfully, "Oh, your lipstick has fallen off, have you filled it in? You two are really good." Xiaoman and Xiaomi lowered their heads, as if frightened, and whispered in unison, "Master Wang." Their voices were as thin as the hum of a mosquito and their eyes were evasive. Xiaoman secretly glanced at Lin Fan and thought, this is trouble. Wang Tianhao's gaze finally fell on Lin Fan. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the man leaning on the sofa and smoking. Lin Fan was wearing a black shirt with an open collar, revealing his solid chest. He had a cigarette in his hand, and a nonchalant air lingered in the smoke. Wang Tianhao sneered, pointed at Lin Fan and said, did Xiaoman and Xiaomi let you play with them? His tone was full of provocation, as if he was deliberately looking for trouble. Lin Fan leaned back on the sofa, glanced at him indifferently, and said nothing. He slowly exhaled a smoke ring, and the smoke dispersed in the air, obscuring his expression. A smile appeared on Lin Fan's lips, as if he was looking at a clown. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't say anything, Wang Tianhao thought he had the upper hand and took a step forward arrogantly. Just as he was about to speak again, Zhou Ren's face darkened. He took a step forward, stood in front of Wang Tianhao, and said in a cold and hard tone, Wang Tianhao, this is my guest. I advise you to be more polite when you speak. There was a sense of oppression in his voice, and the smile in his eyes had long disappeared, replaced by a warning. Wang Tianhao was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Zhou Ren to be so tough. He snorted coldly, pointed at Zhou Ren's nose and said, Zhou Ren, how dare you talk to me like that? Do you believe that I can shut down your bar? The atmosphere in the box suddenly became tense. Xiaoman and Xiaomi huddled on the sofa, not daring to make a sound. Zhou Ren stood at the door with a gloomy face. Boss Wang, let's talk it over. Boss Lin is a distinguished guest, please don't make a scene here. He paused, turned to look at Lin Fan, and said tentatively, Boss Lin, look. Chapter 101, Bottom of the Pot. Lin Fan slowly stood up from the sofa. He still had the cigarette but that he had just put out in his hand, and he casually threw it into the ashtray next to him. His eyes fell on Wang Tianhao indifferently, as if he was looking at a jumping monkey. Lin Fan sneered, don't yell here like a clown. I'll give you 50,000 yuan for kicking the waiter just now. Leave the money here and get out of here. As soon as these words came out, the whole box fell silent for a moment. Wang Tianhao couldn't help but frown. Xiaoman and Xiaomi huddled on the sofa and looked at each other. There was shock in the eyes of the two men. They had never expected that Lin Fan would be so tough against Wang Tianhao. Xiaoman's fingers clenched Lin Fan's shirt sleeves and she whispered, Boss Lin. Xiaomi bit her lip, her eyes moving back and forth between Lin Fan and Wang Tianhao. I thought, this is over, Master Wang's temper. Boss Lin still dares to say this, things are going to get out of hand. Zhou Ren stood beside Lin Fan, opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but swallowed it back in the end. He silently leaned towards Lin Fan, as if to make his stance clear. Wang Tianhao suddenly jumped up, pointed at Lin Fan and cursed, grandson, do you know who I am? No one in Jiangzhou dares to talk to me like this. You fucking drunk? Do you want me to sober you up? He turned around, picked up an empty wine bottle from the coffee table, pointed it at Lin Fan and waved it back and forth, as if he was going to throw it at him at any time. Lin Fan leaned against the sofa, glanced at the wine bottle, and smiled with disdain. He was too lazy to listen to Wang Tianhao's shouting and was about to speak. Zhou Ren spoke first, Master Wang, we all come out here to have fun, there's no need to cause trouble for yourself. He had some persuasive tone, hoping to calm the situation down as soon as possible. After all, today is the first day the bar opens, and if things really get out of hand, it's not good for either side. Wang Tianhao didn't buy it. He sneered and pointed the bottle at Zhou Ren. I came out to have fun, but my fun has been taken away by others. What fun do I have left? My pleasure now is to beat people up. He stared at Zhou Ren, totally ignoring him. When Zhou Ren heard this, his face darkened and his tone became serious. If you dare to touch Boss Lin, you may not be able to leave this door today. When these words came out, Wang Tianhao felt like he had heard a huge joke. He suddenly raised his head and laughed, his eyes full of provocation. Zhou Ren, did I hear wrong just now? You are qualified to say such things to me? I can't leave your door? Kill me if you dare. Come on. Let me see if you have the guts. He took a step forward and glared at Zhou Ren. I'm telling you, if anything happens to you, Wang Tianhao, I guarantee that you will die miserably in Jiangzhou. Very miserably. Don't you know my family background? Wang Tianhao's words once again froze the atmosphere in the box. Xiaoman and Xiaomi huddled on the sofa, not daring to make a sound. Xiaoman whispered, Wang Xiao's background, his father is not. She didn't dare to finish her words, but her eyes already revealed a hint of fear. Xiaomi bit her lip and didn't dare to say anything more. Zhou Ren stood in front of Lin Fan with a gloomy expression. He thought to himself, this grandson of Wang Tianhao, relying on his family's influence, really thinks he is the emperor of Jiangzhou? But Boss Lin is here, I can't just ignore it. Lin Fan said slowly, background? I've been around Jiangzhou, but I've never heard of Wang Tianhao. I have heard of the turtle bastard, but I wonder if it's you. As soon as these words came out, Wang Tianhao pointed at Lin Fan and yelled, you are looking for death. Lin Fan stared at him coldly, not taking the threats seriously at all. The two sides were on the verge of a fight. Zhou Ren stood aside, beads of sweat already oozing out of his forehead. He knew very well that if a fight really broke out, the consequences would be disastrous. He quickly glanced at Lin Fan and then at Wang Tianhao. We can't let Boss Lin take action, nor can we let Wang Tianhao run wild here. He gritted his teeth and winked at Xiaoman and Xiaomi beside him. Xiaoman and Xiaomi looked at each other and immediately understood. They walked quickly to Wang Tianhao, forced a smile, and there was a hint of flattery in their voices. Master Wang, don't be angry, we will accompany you. Her voice was gentle and her body involuntarily moved closer to Wang Tianhao. Xiaomi also agreed, yes, Mr. Wang, calm down, we will have a few drinks with you. As she spoke, she reached out to pull Wang Tianhao's arm. Wang Tianhao looked down at the two women in front of him, his eyes full of anger. He sneered, suddenly raised his hand, and two crisp papa sounds were heard. He attacked from both sides and slapped everyone. Xiaoman and Xiaomi's cheeks turned red instantly, and the burning pain made their eyes hot. Xiaoman covered her face, lowered her head and bit her lips, tears welled up in her eyes but she didn't dare let them fall. Xiaomi was sobbing quietly. They felt wronged and afraid, but they didn't even have the courage to say a word in front of this man. Lin Fan was sitting on the sofa. When he saw the scene, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Seeing this, Zhou Ren's face became even darker. He took a step forward, stood in front of Xiaoman and Xiaomi, and said with a stiff upper lip, Master Wang, Xiaoman and Xiaomi have said they will accompany you, so why don't we just forget about it? He then forced a smile, trying to ease the atmosphere. I'll give you a Supreme VIP membership later, and you can come over and play whenever you want later, how about that? Upon hearing this, Wang Tianhao narrowed his eyes and glanced at Zhou Ren, then glanced at Lin Fan, and curled the corners of his mouth. He casually picked up a wine glass from the coffee table and unzipped his trousers as if no one was around. Fill the cup with urine in front of everyone. The pungent smell spread instantly. Xiaoman and Xiaomi subconsciously covered their noses with panicked looks. Wang Tianhao shook the cup, and the yellow liquid inside swayed, creating a few ripples. He placed the cup in front of Lin Fan with a bang. He stared at Lin Fan with an extremely arrogant tone, weren't you still drunk just now? Drink this cup of urine, and I will pretend that what happened today never happened. As soon as these words were spoken, the box became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Xiaoman and Xiaomi glanced at Lin Fan secretly. The development of this matter is no longer beyond their control. Zhou Ren's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. His heart tightened and he thought to himself, it's over, Boss Lin is really going to get angry this time. Lin Fan looked down at the goblet in front of him. The liquid in the goblet had a disgusting luster under the light. He suddenly laughed, and his laughter was low and cold, like a cold knife cutting through the air. Zhou Ren naturally understood what Lin Fan's smile meant. He had followed Lin Fan for so long that he knew very well what Boss Lin looked like when he was angry. His heart beat faster, fearing that Lin Fan would stand up and attack in the next second. Chapter 102, Thorn in the Flesh. Zhou Ren quickly spoke up, Wang Tianhao. You're really going too far. Boss Lin is my honored guest after all, aren't you insulting him? His voice was tinged with anger and his tone became stronger. Wang Tianhao didn't care. He sneered and looked at Zhou Ren with a squint, I just want to insult him. He played with my woman, isn't that also insulting me? I just asked him to drink a cup of urine. How many people were vying to drink it, kneeling down and licking it, but couldn't? Don't be so ungrateful after getting such an advantage. When Lin Fan heard this, the coldness in his eyes became even stronger. He immediately stood up. Zhou Ren's heart almost stopped when he saw this. He knew that once Lin Fan took action, this matter would be out of control. He turned his head sharply and shouted towards the door, where's the security guard? Come in quickly. His voice was almost a roar. When the dispute happened just now, there were already many security guards waiting outside the door. At this moment Zhou Ren shouted, and the security guards at the door came in one after another. In an instant, more than a dozen people rushed in, all of them were tall and strong and looked aggressive. Zhou Ren pointed at Wang Tianhao and said in a cold tone, take Mr. Wang out of here. Don't let him in again tonight. His voice was firm, as if he was giving a death order. Wang Tianhao's expression changed instantly. A Zhou. How dare you? You are really tired of living. Before he could finish his words, several security guards stepped forward, grabbed his arms swiftly, and carried him out. Wang Tianhao struggled desperately, kicking his legs wildly, cursing even more fiercely. Let me go. You bunch of bastards. Zhou, just wait for me. But no matter how he cursed or struggled, the security guards seemed not to hear him and did not loosen their grip at all. Lin Fan watched the scene coldly, the cold light in his eyes did not dissipate. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Wang Tianhao being dragged out. Then he turned to look at Lin Fan and asked tentatively, Boss Lin, are you okay? His voice was very cautious, fearing that Lin Fan was still angry. Lin Fan's gaze fell on Zhou face. Just now you seem to be deliberately trying to stop me from taking action. Why? Is this person important? His voice made Zhou heart tighten. Zhou took a deep breath, turned around and waved to the girls in the box. You guys go out first. Xiaoman and Xiaomi looked at each other, lowered their heads and dared not ask more questions, and quietly retreated with the other girls. The door closed with a click. Lin Fan and Zhou were the only ones left in the box. Zhou sat down opposite Lin Fan, his face looking a little serious. He whispered, Boss Lin, I won't hide it from you. Wang Tianhao's background is not simple. He organized his words before continuing. His mother is the deputy mayor of Jiangzhou City, her name is Li Xiulan, and she is very skilled in officialdom. His father is Wang Jiangwo, and he runs the wine group. It is one of the largest companies in Jiangzhou. The wine group started out in real estate, and later made a fortune through capital operations. Li Xiulan's position in the officialdom was also climbed step by step with the financial resources of the Wang group. At the same time, she can use her power to benefit the Wang group. Over the years, Wang's group has become a giant in Jiangzhou that almost no one can shake. Lin Fan leaned back on the sofa, listening calmly without interrupting. Seeing that he didn't respond, Zhou swallowed his saliva and continued, the Wang family only has one son, Wang Tianhao. There seems to be a sister up there, but I don't know exactly what she does. But he also has an uncle named Wang Jianhua, who is a well-known local boss in Jiangzhou. He is involved in the underworld and has a group of thugs under his command. Let's put it this way. The Wang family is a big shot in Jiangzhou. They have Li Xiulan's support in the government, the Wang group's backing in the business world, and Wang Jianhua in charge of the underground forces. To offend Wang Tianhao is like stirring up a hornet's nest in the Wang family. When Zhou said this, he couldn't help but sigh, his eyes full of worry. That's why I stopped you just now. I know you are powerful, Boss Lin, but the Wang family is not easy to mess with. After what happened today, I'm afraid we can't keep this bar. Wang Tianhao is a vindictive man. He was just escorted away by the security guards. He has lost face and will definitely not be able to swallow this. Maybe they'll find someone to cause trouble for you later. When Lin Fan heard this, he said calmly, it sounds pretty scary. His tone was casual, but Zhou could hear a hint of disdain in his calmness. Zhou smiled bitterly and shook his head, Boss Lin, I know you have the confidence, but the other party is deeply rooted in Jiangzhou, I'm afraid. He paused, as if he was afraid that speaking too bluntly would upset Lin Fan. Then he added in a low voice, I'm not afraid of trouble, I just think there is no need to confront this kind of family head-on. How can we, with our limited strength, fight against such a deeply rooted behemoth? Zhou took a deep breath and continued, actually, I am also responsible for what happened today. When you asked me to run this nightclub, you wanted to make it the largest entertainment venue in Jiangzhou. In order to attract popularity, I offered high commissions and basic salaries to girls like Xiaoman and Xiaomi. They used to be the top stars in the Wang family's entertainment venues, but now they come to our place. I didn't take it seriously at first. After all, Wang's group is such a big company, they shouldn't bother with us because of a few girls who changed jobs. But I didn't expect that Wang Tianhao would come to my house in person. He rubbed his temple, the worry in his eyes intensified a little. I don't know whether his father Wang Jiangwo instructed this. But one thing is certain, our nightclub has now become a competitor of the Wang Group. In Jiangzhou, the Wang Group's entertainment industry has always been the only one in the world. We suddenly appeared, diverted their customer flow, and stole their business. It will definitely become a thorn in their side. Wang Tianhao's incident today might just be the beginning. I don't know how much trouble is waiting for us in the future. When Zhou said this, he looked up at Lin Fan, and seeing that he still looked calm, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. He asked tentatively, Boss Lin, what do you think we should do about this? I know you are not afraid, but the Wang family is too powerful. If they really want to do something ruthless, not only will our bar be closed, but our personal safety will also be at risk. Lin Fan leaned on the sofa, looking at the dance floor below through the one-way glass. As the lights flickered, the dance floor was filled with people twisting their bodies. Chapter 103, Enjoy Yourself Today. Lin Fan was silent for a while before he slowly spoke. Wang's group is a black and white group. It does sound interesting. He paused, turned to look at Zhou Ren, a cold light flashing in his eyes. But in my eyes, it's just a slightly larger ant nest. Don't take it too seriously if it's just a stepping on someone's foot. When Zhou Ren heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then forced a bitter smile. Boss Lin, I am really impressed by your courage. But I know Wang Tianhao's temper too well. He suffered a loss here today, and he will definitely not let it go. His mother, Li Xiulan, is well known for protecting her children, and his father, Wang Jiangwo, is no pushover either. Not to mention my second uncle Wang Jianhua, who is involved in gangsters. If this family joins forces, I'm afraid we won't be able to withstand it with our limited assets. Lin Fan smiled and said calmly, you have to bear it even if you can't. He paused, his eyes fell on Zhou Ren's face. Are you scared? If you're scared, just leave. I don't need a coward around me. These words hit Zhou Ren like a blow on the head. He was stunned for a moment, and his expression instantly turned a little ugly. Zhou Ren immediately sat up straight, his tone became serious, and he quickly explained, Boss Lin, I'm not afraid. I, Zhou Ren, have been in society for such a long time, and there is nothing I am afraid of. Besides, Boss Lin, you've been very nice to me, how could I possibly turn against you? His voice was sonorous and powerful, as if he was proving something to Lin Fan. Lin Fan leaned back on the sofa, his eyes still fixed on Zhou Ren's face. He said slowly, this is your last chance to choose. You might get implicated if you follow me, aren't you afraid? His tone seemed casual, but every word sounded like a test. When Zhou Ren heard this, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath, straightened his chest, looked directly into Lin Fan's eyes, and said firmly, don't be afraid. He knew in his heart that if he showed any timidity at this moment, Lin Fan would probably look down on him. After all, I, Zhou Ren, have seen the world. How could I let myself down at this moment? Besides, I am alone, what is there to be afraid of? Lin Fan looked at him, nodded with satisfaction, and said with a smile, okay. In this case, I must bring down this Wang family for you. How do you feel about letting you run all of the Wang family's businesses? Lin Fan's tone sounded as if he was talking about a trivial matter. But the weight of these words made Zhou Ren's heart tremble violently. Zhou Ren was completely confused. He stared at Lin Fan blankly, as if he didn't understand, and blurted out, is it true? The Wang family has such a large industry? His mind was in a mess. The Wang Group is one of the largest companies in Jiangzhou. Real estate, entertainment venues, hotels, tourism, shopping malls, which one of them doesn't make a fortune every day? Lin Fan actually said that he wanted to bring down the Wang family and hand over the assets to him? Isn't this too outrageous? Zhou Ren swallowed and his heart beat faster. I felt it was incredible, yet at the same time, I was looking forward to it. Lin Fan smiled faintly, believe it or not, you will know when the time comes. Zhou Ren opened his mouth and wanted to ask something else. But before he could open his mouth, the door of the box was suddenly kicked open with a bang. The loud noise shook the wine glasses on the coffee table. Immediately afterwards, a dozen people walked towards them. They are all big and strong, with broad shoulders and thick waists, and the muscles in their arms are bulging like iron blocks. They were holding weapons in their hands, including steel pipes and machetes, and they looked tough to deal with. Lin Fan couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. It came quite quickly. Wang Tianhao's desire for revenge is really outrageous. He turned to look at Zhou Ren beside him and asked calmly, are your brothers here? Zhou Ren stood up abruptly, staring at the group of people. His whole demeanor changed. He did not answer Lin Fan's words, but just stood there, without saying a word, as motionless as a sculpture. Just then, Wang Tianhao walked in slowly from behind the crowd. He glanced at Lin Fan and Zhou Ren, and curled his lips into a sinister smile. Kill that guy named Lin Fan. If anything goes wrong, it's my fault. Zhou Ren has been kidnapped. Ask my second uncle to handle it. As soon as Wang Tianhao finished speaking, the group of burly men rushed towards Lin Fan aggressively, waving steel pipes and machetes. Lin Fan frowned slightly and glanced coldly at the group of people. He grabbed a wine bottle from the coffee table and slammed it to the ground. With a bang, the bottle broke into half. The long, sharp pieces of glass gleamed coldly under the light. He gripped the bottle tightly, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. Lin Fan has never been one to suffer a loss, and he certainly won't just sit there and get beaten. Zhou stood aside, glanced at the broken wine bottle in Lin Fan's hand, and immediately said, "Boss Lin, just sit on the sofa and watch. You don't have to do anything. I can still control these 10 people." Lin Fan turned to look at Zhou, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. There are a dozen people with knives and sticks. Can he handle it alone? He squinted his eyes and looked at Zhou. Zhou took off his coat and threw it on the sofa. He slowly rolled up his sleeves, revealing a section of his strong forearms. Then he pulled out a nunchaku from his waist. The stick is shiny black, and the two sections are connected by an iron chain. A gentle shake will make a crisp crash sound. When Lin Fan saw the nunchaku, his eyes narrowed slightly. He recognized this thing. This was what Zhou used when he taught Zhou Hao a lesson. But he didn't expect that Zhou would carry this thing with him. When the group of people led by Wang Tianhao saw Zhou take out the nunchakus, they couldn't help but pause. There was a hint of fear in everyone's eyes. He held the steel pipe and machete tighter in his hands, but his momentum was obviously weakened. Wang Tianhao was standing at the back, and when he saw this group of people hesitated, he suddenly felt embarrassed. He widened his eyes, pointed at them and yelled, "Hurry up and get to me. You 10 people are afraid of 2 of them? Coward! Why would my second uncle keep a bunch of useless people like you? Do you still want to take the reward?" Once these words were spoken, it was like a shot of adrenaline for that group of people. A sturdy man gritted his teeth and whispered, "Brother Run, I'm sorry." Immediately afterwards, a dozen people wielding steel pipes and machetes rushed towards Zhou in unison. The sound of the steel pipe cutting through the air was harsh. The cold light of the machete was dazzling under the light. The group of people were so aggressive that they seemed to want to swallow Zhou up. Zhou stood there, but there was no trace of panic in his eyes. Instead, he looked excited. He muttered in a low voice, "I haven't had a fight like this in a long time. Let's have a good time today." Chapter 104. What do you think we should do with this grandson? Before he finished speaking, Zhou swung the nunchaku violently, and the chains made a clattering sound, as if awakening a sleeping beast. The first sturdy man who rushed up swung a steel pipe and smashed it hard on Zhou head. Zhou ducked his body and easily dodged the attack. The steel pipe missed and hit the floor with a dull sound. He took advantage of the situation and swung out with the nunchaku, which hit the sturdy man's knee hard with a sound of breaking wind. With a crisp crack sound, the man's knees went weak and he fell to the ground with a scream. The steel pipe in his hand rolled to the side with a clang. Before Zhou could stand up straight, the second man swung his machete at him from the side. The blade went straight for his shoulder at a blinding speed. Zhou snorted coldly and turned his body slightly. The blade scraped across his shirt, leaving a shallow scratch. He hit the man's wrist with his backhand. The force of the nunchaku was fierce and accurate. The man felt pain, loosened his grip, and the machete fell to the ground. Zhou took advantage of the situation and kicked the man in the chest, sending him back a few steps. He bumped into his companion behind him, and the two of them fell together. Lin Fan sat on the sofa and watched the scene coldly. I don't know when the broken wine bottle in my hand was put back on the coffee table. The scene became more and more chaotic. The remaining 8 people rushed over to Zhou like enraged beasts. Steel pipes and machetes came crashing down from all directions, making it impossible to get through, as if an iron curtain was covering the area. Zhou stood in the center, his eyes frighteningly calm. He swung the nunchaku violently, and the stick drew an arc in the air and hit a guy in the face with a snap. The man covered his face and screamed and stepped back, and a red mark instantly appeared on his face. A burly man holding a steel pipe took advantage of the opportunity and attacked from behind, smashing Zhou head hard with the steel pipe. The blow was fast and fierce, and it was about to hit. Lin Fan frowned. But Zhou seemed to have eyes on his back. He lowered his head suddenly, and the steel pipe brushed past his hair and hit the glass coffee table next to him. With a crash, the coffee table shattered, and glass fragments and wine splashed all over the floor. Zhou took advantage of the situation and turned around, sweeping out with his nunchaku. The head of the stick hit the sturdy man's ribs accurately. With a click sound, the man bent over in pain, the steel pipe fell to the ground, and his whole body seemed to have been drained of all strength. Zhou sneered and kicked the man on the chin. He was kicked to the ground on his back and completely lost his ability to fight. The remaining few people rushed forward together, roaring. 2 machetes chopped at Zhou Ren's waist from left and right, and the other 3 steel pipes hit his head, chest, and legs respectively. The coordination was perfect. Zhou Ren took a deep breath, jumped suddenly, and jumped to the sofa, avoiding the attack of 2 machetes. The blade fell on the sofa, leaving 2 deep cuts, and cotton wool flew out. The steel pipe followed closely, and Zhou Ren rolled over after landing, barely avoiding the fatal blow to his head. He stood up and danced his nunchakus like a whirlwind, with the chains rattling. He hit a guy holding a steel pipe on the wrist with a stick. The guy let go in pain and the steel pipe fell to the ground. Zhou Ren took advantage of the situation and hit the man on the knee with a stick, knocking him to his knees. Then he turned around and hit the other guy with a knife with a stick. The stick hit the opponent's shoulder. The man screamed, his arm went limp, and the machete fell. Several people got up from the ground and surrounded them again with gritted teeth. Zhou Ren stood there, looking at them coldly. He swung the nunchaku violently, and the stick swept towards the man's leg on the left with a sound of wind. The man was unable to dodge and was hit on the calf by the stick. With a crack sound, the bone broke and the man fell to the ground, holding his leg and wailing. The burly man on the right swung his knife and Zhou Ren dodged to the side. The blade grazed his arm, leaving a trail of blood. He gritted his teeth and hit the man on the back of the neck with his stick. The man groaned, rolled his eyes, and fainted. The last guy saw his companions falling one after another, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes, but he still gritted his teeth and swung the steel pipe at Zhou Ren. Zhou Ren tilted his body slightly and hit the man's elbow with the stick accurately. The steel pipe fell to the ground and the man hugged his arm and screamed in pain. Zhou Ren took a step forward and kicked him in the chest. He was kicked against the wall and fell to the ground, unable to get up again. The whole process took only 2 or 3 minutes, and the box was already a mess. 10 strong men armed with knives and sticks fell to the ground in a disorderly manner. Some of them hugged their legs and wailed, some covered their wrists and groaned, and a few even fainted. Steel pipes and machetes were scattered all over the ground, mixed with broken glass and drinks, creating a chaotic scene. Wang Tianhao stood behind, his eyes wide open, his face full of disbelief. He pointed at Zhou Ren, his fingers trembling slightly, as if he was so angry that he couldn't speak. He gnashed his teeth and roared, You bunch of rubbish. 10 people can't beat him alone? Zhou Ren stood there, breathing heavily, with the nunchaku hanging in his hand and the chain swaying gently. His shirt was ripped in several places and blood was seeping from his arms. But his eyes were full of light, as if he had just won a great victory. Zhou Ren held the nunchaku and slowly walked towards Wang Tianhao. His pace was neither fast nor slow, but every step seemed to be stepping on Wang Tianhao's heartbeat. Wang Tianhao stood where he was, looking at Zhou Ren approaching, his eyes full of fear. At this moment, Zhou Ren looked like a complete monster in his eyes. Too strong, stronger than I could imagine. 10 people fought against each other but none of them could beat any of them. How strong is Zhou Ren? His lips trembled and he shouted in a trembling voice, Zhou Ren, you are so cruel. I'll ask my second uncle to come and settle the score with you. After saying that, he turned around and was about to run. At this moment, I felt a little uneasy. If I stay any longer, this lunatic might attack me. But just as Wang Tianhao turned around, Zhou Ren's eyes turned cold and he swung out his nunchaku violently. The iron chain tightly wrapped around Wang Tianhao's neck, like a poisonous snake biting its prey. Wang Tianhao suddenly panicked and frantically tried to grab the chain around his neck. But before he could break free, Zhou Ren pulled hard and dragged him back. Wang Tianhao staggered a few steps and his feet went weak. Zhou Ren took the opportunity to kick him in the leg joint. Wang Tianhao fell to his knees with a thud, right in front of Lin Fan. At this time, Wang Tianhao was grimacing in pain, but he still refused to admit defeat. He looked up at Zhou Ren and shouted, Zhou Ren, if you dare to do this to me, my second uncle will not let you go. My dad won't let you go either. Let me go today and we won't interfere with each other. Zhou Ren gave him a cold look and ignored him. Then he turned to look at Lin Fan and grinned, Boss Lin, this Wang Tianhao is my token of loyalty to you. From now on, we are all in the same boat. The Wang family will definitely not let us go. What do you think of this grandson? Chapter 105. It's hard to put it into words. Lin Fan stood up, patted Zhou Ren on the shoulder, and said with a smile, we don't talk about loyalty between brothers. He paused and walked in front of Wang Tianhao. She put one foot on the coffee table next to her, her arm casually draped over her legs, and leaned sideways to look down at him. Lin Fan's eyes were filled with a hint of teasing. Aren't you quite amazing? Isn't your family very well connected? Why hasn't anyone come to rescue you yet? Wang Tianhao knelt on the ground, looking up at Lin Fan with disdain in his eyes. He gnashed his teeth and said, "You are nothing. Are you worthy enough to talk to me? If you can't kill me today, I will make sure you die without a burial place." Isn't it easy for our Wang family to kill someone in Zhengzhou? When Lin Fan heard this, he suddenly laughed. He slowly put his hand into his pocket, but his eyes were always fixed on Wang Tianhao's face. Lin Fan continued, "Is your Wang family so powerful in Zhengzhou? According to what you said, a lot of people have been killed?" Wang Tianhao was aroused even more by Lin Fan's laughter. He straightened his neck and shouted arrogantly, "Anyone who I don't like and who hinders our Wang family from making money will only have one fate in the end, and that is death." Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and said, "Master Wang is really amazing, but why do I not believe it? Can you really kill me?" Wang Tianhao stared at Lin Fan and said through gritted teeth, "You'll know when you die. My mother is the deputy mayor. She can kill anyone she wants." His voice was almost a roar. Lin Fan laughed, then slowly sat back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and rested his elbows on the armrests. He stared at Wang Tianhao and said, "Then I am really looking forward to it. But before I die, we have to settle the accounts." His eyes swept over the high-heeled glass on the coffee table where Wang Tianhao had urinated. The yellow liquid in the cup swayed under the light. "I remember you peed in a cup in this box a few minutes ago. It's still there. If you drink your own pee, I'll let you go, how about that?" As soon as these words came out, Wang Tianhao's face turned pale in an instant. "How dare you make me drink urine? I'll fucking kill you. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Aren't you afraid of my identity at all?" His voice trembled, filled with anger and humiliation. But his kneeling posture made him look like a joke. Lin Fan sneered, "Of course I know who you are. The young master of the Wang Group, the son of the deputy mayor, and the nephew of a gangster boss. His background is extremely strong. But aren't you still kneeling in front of me now?" Lin Fan said this and pointed at the goblet. "Drink or not? I don't have much patience." Wang Tianhao clenched his teeth and veins bulged on his forehead. He glared at Lin Fan fiercely and said through gritted teeth, "I would rather die than drink." Hearing this, Lin Fan smiled and said calmly, "It seems that this cup may still be too little. I'm afraid it's not enough for you to drink. It's okay, I can get you some more." Lin Fan's words made Wang Tianhao's face instantly become uglier. After saying that, Lin Fan waved towards Zhou Ren. Zhou Ren understood and leaned forward slightly to get closer to Lin Fan. Lin Fan whispered something in his ear, his voice so low that only the two of them could hear it. After hearing this, Zhou Ren first said "ah," seeming a little surprised. Then the corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a malicious smile. He straightened up, took out his cell phone from his pocket, walked to the door of the box, pushed it open and went out to the corridor to make a call. Wang Tianhao knelt on the ground, watching the two people whispering, and the uneasiness in his heart surged up like a tide. He stared at Lin Fan's smiling face, then glanced at Zhou Ren's leading back. He always felt that the two were plotting something sinister. He swallowed, raised his head and looked at Lin Fan and yelled, "What the hell do you want to do? I'm telling you, if anything happens to me today, you will be subjected to crazy revenge from our Wang family. You can't bear it." Lin Fan leaned back on the sofa and laughed when he heard that. He stared at Wang Tianhao and said, "Nothing will happen to you. I promise you will feel great in a little while." "It feels so good?" Wang Tianhao's heart skipped a beat. Damn, this must be sarcasm, right? This lunatic named Lin must be trying to torture me. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead and his eyes turned to Zhou Ren, who had just returned from the corridor. He swallowed, forced a smile, and begged in his voice, "Brother Ren. We are old acquaintances. You and my second uncle had a good relationship. Don't you care about our relationship at all?" Zhou Ren stood at the door and snorted coldly when he heard this. "It was your uncle who showed no mercy at the beginning, why should I show you mercy?" Wang Tianhao was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Zhou Ren, don't forget that my second uncle helped you a lot in the past. Now that you've grown strong, you're turning your back on me? Ungrateful." There was some anger in his voice, but more of it was panic. Zhou Ren sneered and stared at Wang Tianhao, "Your second uncle is helping me? That's because of how much money I made for him. Don't talk to me about affection. When has your Wang family ever talked about affection? Today you brought people to destroy my place, and you still want me to cherish our friendship? Are you okay? Wang Tianhao was choked by these words and was speechless, his face turning pale and blue. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the door of the box. Zhou Ring turned to look at Lin Fan, grinned, and said with a bit of smile, "Boss Lin, the people are here." He stood up and walked slowly to the door. He put his hand on the door handle, turned around and winked at Lin Fan, then pushed the door open. As the door opened, a group of women walked in. To be precise, they were middle-aged women in their 40s and 50s, 8 in total. Their appearance is really hard to describe. Some of them are overweight, with waists as thick as barrels, and they wear red and green clothes. Some have wrinkles all over their faces, their skin is as loose as dried orange peels, and the crow's feet at the corners of their eyes are so deep that they can pinch mosquitoes to death. There were also a few people wearing ripped stockings and dyed their hair in various colors, as if they were trying hard to be youthful, but it had the opposite effect. In short, they don't look that good, and can even be described as horrible. Wang Tianhao was kneeling on the ground, looking up when he saw the group of women walking in. His heart trembled suddenly, and an inexplicable chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He stared at the women's faces, his mind in a mess. What was going on? He swallowed and moved his eyes from one wrinkled-faced woman to another bloated woman. The more I look at it, the more something seems wrong. Lin Fan and Zhou Ren's weird smiles, as well as the appearance of this group of women, suddenly made him feel frightened. He had a vague feeling that these 8 women were definitely not here to save him, but to plunge him into a deeper nightmare. Chapter 106, Mr. Liu is awesome. Wang Tianhao shrank back. His eyes moved away from the 8 women and finally fell on Lin Fan's face. He shouted in a trembling voice, "What are you doing?" Lin Fan gave a weird smile. He said slowly, "Of course it makes you feel great. Didn't you say you came here today to have some fun with a woman? Since your fun has been taken away by me, I will naturally arrange something better for you. I used 2 of yours, and now I'm giving you 8. How is it? Isn't it very nice?" Wang Tianhao kept shaking his head. He was so frightened that his voice started to sound like tears. "No. This is not the fun I'm looking for. I don't want it." He stared at the group of women, their faces wrinkled and their bodies fat. Each one looked extremely hideous under the light. His stomach was churning and he felt like he was going to vomit at any moment. Lin Fan looked at him with a smile, his tone full of mockery. "Do you think you still have a chance to choose? I saw that you were quite angry just now. It's just right for them to help you vent your anger." Wang Tianhao completely collapsed. He raised his head abruptly, stared at Lin Fan and cursed, "Lin Fan, you lunatic. I'm going to kill you. You're a beast. My family will never let you go." His voice was hoarse and frantic, his eyes full of hatred. Lin Fan was not moved at all, and just said calmly, "The last time someone said that, I used money to kill him." His tone was very calm, but the composure he revealed made Wang Tianhao's heart tremble. After saying that, Lin Fan turned to look at the 8 women and said directly, "You have to serve me, your good brother, well in a while. 3 times per person, 10,000 yuan per person." One of the women with permed hair and wrinkled face grinned and revealed a mouthful of yellow teeth when she heard this. She looked at Lin Fan and said with some dissatisfaction, "Boss, 3 times is not enough? Just now your little brother came over to me and told me to just play around." As she spoke, her eyes moved around Wang Tianhao, as if she had seen some delicious prey. Another bloated woman followed suit, "Yeah, we don't need money, we just want to play more." She grinned, and the fat on her face shook several times. When Lin Fan heard this, he opened his mouth in surprise, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. He turned to look at Zhou Ren, who also had a confused look on his face, with the corners of his mouth twitching as if he was forcing himself back to smile. Lin Fan thought to himself, "These women really have big appetites. Wang Tianhao is really lucky in love." Wang Tianhao, who was kneeling on the ground, seemed to be struck by lightning. He was so frightened that his face turned as pale as paper. 3 times for 1 person, 24 times for 8 people. Isn't this asking for your own life? Isn't that enough? His stomach churned, and his mind was filled with the image of the group of women surrounding him. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. He almost collapsed to the ground. "Brother Fan, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I was impulsive just now. I really shouldn't have provoked you." As long as you let me go, I will compensate you. I will compensate you 5 million. No. I'll pay you 10 million. How about that? And I promise my family won't know about this. Maybe we can still be friends. His voice was tearful and his head was lowered almost to the ground, like a dog wagging its tail to beg for mercy. Lin Fan looked at him coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He was about to speak, but at this moment, a cold and mechanical voice suddenly came from his mind. It was detected that the host was insulted by others with money. Insulting the host is insulting the system, which is absolutely not allowed by the system. The system directly gives you a sum 100 times greater than the other parties. Please use the sum to wipe out the Wang family. Hearing this voice, Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. 100 times of 10 million would be 10 billion? The system is really generous. This kid Wang Tianhao is really looking for death. Lin Fan stood up, walked to Wang Tianhao, looked down at him, and said in a cold tone, 10 million? You are quite generous. Unfortunately, I don't really need it. Wang Tianhao looked up at Lin Fan, his eyes full of confusion and fear. He asked in a trembling voice, What do you mean? Lin Fan ignored him, turned to look at Zhou Ren, and said calmly, Take this kid to the hotel room. After saying that, he looked at the 8 women again and waved his hand, Follow them, remember to play your best. Zhou Ren understood and stepped forward to grab Wang Tianhao by the collar. Wang Tianhao struggled and shouted, Lin Fan. I don't want to go. I've already begged for mercy, what else do you want? You can't do this to me, I'll really die. No man can stand this kind of torture. You really can't do this to me, I'll die. There was desperation in his voice, but no one paid any attention to him. Lin Fan seemed to remember something, and then called Zhou Ren and said, Oh, by the way, I'm afraid this kid won't be useful soon, can you ask someone to get some blue pills from the key point next door? Ask the restaurant to get some kidney tonifying soup, like wolfberry and ginseng soup. Get more, so that we can nourish our brother. It will save the Wang family from coming and saying that we didn't serve them well enough. After hearing this, Zhou Ren suppressed his smile and left with Wang Tianhao. The 8 women also followed and walked forward, their eyes wandering back and forth on Wang Tianhao, and they whispered a few words on the way. The woman with permed hair whispered, This boy looks quite young, we'll have to have some fun with him later. Another fat woman nodded in agreement, That's right, 3 times is too little, we need to do it more often to satisfy you. Wang Tianhao's frightened and angry voice echoed in the corridor. Lin Fan. You're a fucking beast. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. But in Lin Fan's eyes, his threat was like a clown's performance and had no weight at all. Lin Fan walked out of the box and stood on the platform on the 2nd floor. He looked down at the bustling dance floor below. Lights flashed and colorful lasers intertwined in the air. The deafening music seemed to be able to tear people apart. In the middle of the dance floor, a group of young men and women were twisting their bodies wildly. The air smelled of alcohol and sweat. Not far away, a table of guests ordered something unknown. A dancing girl was standing on the coffee table, twisting her waist vigorously, her long hair swinging like a whip. This caused whistles and cheers from all around. On the LED screen in front, a few bright red characters stood out, Mr. Liu is awesome. Lin Fan took a quick look and had no idea who this Mr. Liu was. But he knew that the nightclub was making a lot of money today. Chapter 107, Setting Up a Trap. Not long after, Zhou Ren walked out of the box. He stood beside Lin Fan and grinned, Boss Lin, everything is done. Wang Tianhao was not well behaved at first, he was cursing and banging on the door. I locked him directly into the guest room. 8 women are enough for him to have a good time. Hearing this, Lin Fan smiled and then said, From today on, the Wang family will probably put us on the list of mortal enemies. We have to act quickly, otherwise we will be the passive victims when they recover. Zhou Ren nodded, leaned against the railing, and looked towards the dance floor. He pondered for a while and whispered, Boss Lin, the Wang family is quite powerful, so it will be very troublesome to deal with it. He turned to look at Lin Fan. The Wang family has 3 forces, Li Shoulan, Wang Jiangwo, and Wang Jianhua. Each has its own troubles. We have to look at them one by one. Lin Fan glanced at the crowd below and said calmly, Tell me what you want to say. Zhou Ren took a deep breath and began to analyze. Let's talk about Li Shoulan first, Wang Tianhao's mother, the deputy mayor of Jiangzhou City. This woman is the Wang family's strongest backer and holds real power. She has been in the officialdom for so many years, and her network of relationships is complicated. She has people above her protecting her and people below her praising her. The most threatening thing about her is that she can use public power against us. For example, they could find a random reason to close down the nightclub, or frame us for a crime and arrest us. She is a person who appears to be righteous on the surface, but is cruel and ruthless behind the scenes. Wang Tianhao suffered such a great loss here tonight. If she knew, she would definitely not let it go. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and nodded. It is indeed not easy to confront directly in the officialdom. But she must have the worst fear. Zhou Ren frowned and thought for a while, then whispered, what Li Xiulan fears most is scandal. For a woman in officialdom like her, what she cares about most is her reputation and career. If there is evidence that her son is misbehaving outside, or that she is abusing her power for the Wang family's personal gain, her political career will be over. There are many rivals in the officialdom. If she is provoked, she will be in trouble. Lin Fan's eyes moved slightly, and he already had some ideas in his mind. He then asked, where is Wang Jiangwo? Zhou Ren continued, Wang Jiangwo, Wang Tianhao's father, the boss of Wang Group. This guy is a business tycoon in Jiangzhou. He owns too many businesses to count, including real estate, entertainment venues, and logistics companies. He can be found in every industry. His biggest threat is money. He has plenty of capital. He can hire people to sabotage the place, buy connections, and even use economic means to squeeze out our business. The Wang Group is deeply rooted in Jiangzhou, and it has managed everything well. It will take a lot of effort to move against it. Lin Fan sneered, there is no impenetrable wall in this world. There is also no one who cannot be brought down. Zhou Ren rubbed his hands and whispered, what Wang Jiangwo fears most is probably a break in the funding chain. His business empire may look impressive, but it is actually supported by loans and investments. As long as we can cut off his source of funding or cause problems for his projects, he'll just fall like a domino. For a businessman, money is his lifeblood. Without money, he is nothing. Lin Fan nodded, a cold light flashing in his eyes. What about Wang Jianhua? From Wang Tianhao's tone, it seems that there is some connection between you two? When Zhou Ren heard the name, his face darkened. He sighed and whispered, Wang Jianhua, Wang Tianhao's second uncle, the local boss of Jiangzhou, and the leader of the Qinglong gang. I know this guy very well. I used to hang out with him. The name of the Qinglong gang sounds vulgar, but it is still somewhat well known among the underground forces in Jiangzhou. The gang's boss wasn't him at the time. It was a guy called Zhang Long. Wang Jianhua felt that Zhang Long was suppressing him and refused to accept it, so he used conspiracy and trickery to kill Zhang Long. I found out about this and left the Qinglong gang in a rage. It was only natural for him to become the gang leader. If I hadn't left, I would have been the next person to die. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Zhou Ren. Is he so vicious? Zhou Ren sneered, he is really vicious, but he doesn't have much brains. The original plot to kill Zhang Long was probably suggested by Wang Jiangwo. He himself doesn't have that kind of intelligence. He's just a reckless man who thrives in the underworld by relying on his big brother's money and connections. The biggest threat he poses is from his gang of desperados. When they fight, they don't care about their lives. They destroy places, kidnap people, extort money, and do anything. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. What is he afraid of? Zhou Ren thought for a moment and said, what Wang Jianhua fears most is betrayal. He is a very suspicious person, and his subordinates are all guys who work for money. As long as you can bribe his people or sow discord between him and his subordinates, he will lose his composure. Plus, he has no brains, so we can just set him up with a little trick. After listening to this, Lin Fan was silent for a while, his eyes swept across the dance floor, and then turned back to Zhou Ren. He whispered, so, Li Xiulan relies on power, Wang Jiangwo relies on money, and Wang Jianhua relies on people. Each of the three forces has its own shortcomings. We must find the right remedy for each. Zhou Ren nodded, Boss Lin, what do you think? Lin Fan leaned on the railing, staring coldly below, tapping the railing lightly with his fingers, as if he had already made up his mind. He whispered, to target the Wang family, we have to take three approaches and act separately. The first thing we need to target is Li Xiulan. She is too much of a threat to us, and we must stop her from doing anything right away. Isn't she the deputy mayor? Then she will lose her position. Let her be so anxious that she won't be able to deal with us. Lin Fan then whispered a few more words to Zhou Ren. Zhou Ren's eyes lit up, as expected of Boss Lin. This is a ruthless move. Lin Fan nodded and continued, second, take Wang Jiangwo's lifeline. It's definitely unrealistic to use money to go against him. But we can find someone to cause trouble and make him unable to do anything. As long as there are enough people, it will be enough for Wang Jiangwo to drink a pot. Zhou Ren grinned. Boss Lin, this is a great achievement with little money. If Wang Jiangwo fails to make business, his capital chain will naturally be broken, and the wine group will collapse. Lin Fan snorted coldly. Finally, Wang Jiangwo. Since he has no brains, it's easy to deal with. Didn't you say that his men were all working for money? Let's use the money to bribe his people and sow discord between him and his men. Set up another trap and make him think someone is going to rebel against him. He is a very suspicious person. He must be the first to get confused. When the Qinglong gang disbands, he will be left alone. Chapter 108. Don't touch me. I'll give you money. After hearing this, Zhou Ren couldn't help but pat the railing and said excitedly, Boss Lin, this plan is amazing. Once Li Xiaolan's reputation is ruined, Wang Jiangwo's money is cut off, and the Wang Jianhua people are scattered, the Wang family will be completely finished. Lin Fan turned to look at him and said calmly, I have a plan, but it has to be quick. We have offended Wang Tianhao tonight. He has a vengeful personality and will definitely take action against his family members. Time waits for no one. You can arrange manpower here. If you need money, come to me. Results will be achieved within 3 days. Zhou Ren nodded, his eyes firm. Boss Lin, don't worry, I'll do it right away. I have a few old acquaintances at Wang Jianhua's place who can be of use. The two then discussed the details for a while. You and I discussed it together, making the plan more solid. Finally, Zhou Ren smiled and said to Lin Fan, Boss Lin, a presidential suite has been arranged for you upstairs. If it's too late tonight, you can stay here. When Wang Tianhao is done, the woman inside will call me. We'll see how to deal with it then. Lin Fan nodded and said calmly, okay, let's do this for now. He turned and left the platform and went back to his room to rest. In the corridor, a waiter passed by with a tray. There were several exquisite soup bowls on the plate, with steam coming out from under the white porcelain lids and the aroma of soup filling the air. Lin Fan was sharp-eyed and called the waiter, Wait, which room is this being delivered to? The waiter stopped, looked down at the plate, and replied respectfully, This is what Mr. Zhou arranged to send to room 403. Hearing this, Lin Fan glanced in the direction of room 403 and couldn't help but smile. 403 is the guest room where Wang Tianhao is locked. He turned to look at the waiter, Let me take your stuff over, you go do your thing. As he said this, he took the plate from the other person's hand. The waiter was stunned for a moment, and just as he was about to leave, he seemed to remember something and turned back and said, Wait a minute, there is also this, which Mr. Zhou also asked to be sent over. He pulled a small blue pill from his pocket and placed it on the edge of the plate. The pill glowed strangely under the light. Lin Fan glanced down, the smile on his face deepening a little. He nodded and waved for the waiter to leave. Soon, Lin Fan arrived at the door of room 403 with a tray of food. Before he knocked on the door, he heard Wang Tianhao's pig slaughtering shout from inside. No! Big sister, please let me go. Isn't it okay for me to give you money? Then there was a woman's rough laughter, Am I here for the money? I came here for you, a young hunk, ha ha ha. Another voice said sharply, Hurry up and stand up for me. Wang Tianhao almost cried out in response, No! Please let me go, I'm going to die suddenly. The voice was full of collapse and helplessness, as if every last bit of strength had been squeezed out of it. Lin Fan was standing at the door and couldn't help laughing when he heard the noise. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. After knocking for a long time, he heard the sound of slippers stepping on the floor from inside. The door opened, and the woman with the permed hair stuck her head out. Her wrinkled face looked even more hideous under the light. When she saw that it was Lin Fan, she was stunned at first, then she grinned and stepped aside. Hey, the boss is here, come in quickly. Lin Fan walked into the room carrying a tray, took a quick look, and almost laughed out loud. The scene in the whole room, it's hard to describe. The bed, the floor, the sofa, everything was a mess. Wang Tianhao huddled in the middle of the bed, his face as pale as a dead person and his hair as messy as a bird's nest. His eyes were distracted and filled with fear. There were 8 women around, some sitting by the bed, some leaning against the wall, and some just. The air was filled with a strange smell mixed with sweat and sex. Lin Fan placed the plate on the coffee table, turned to look at Wang Tianhao, and said with a smile, Master Wang, I'm here to bring you some tonic soup. You must drink it later. I guarantee you will feel full of energy right away. When Wang Tianhao heard Lin Fan's voice, he felt like he was electrocuted and his whole body trembled violently. He looked up at Lin Fan and his whole body collapsed. He almost crawled off the bed, his legs went weak and he fell to the ground with a thump. He frantically crawled towards Lin Fan again, begging, "Brother Fan. Please, let me go, Brother Fan. I really don't dare." Every word he spoke was tinged with tears and snot all over his face. There is no trace of his former arrogance left. But he had just taken 2 steps when several women behind him attacked him. A fat woman grabbed his ankle and dragged him back, cursing, "Why are you running? I haven't had enough fun yet." Another wrinkled woman held his arm and said in a rough voice, "Don't play dead, get up and continue playing." Some people even held down his legs and pinned him to the bed. Wang Tianhao struggled desperately, grabbing with both hands and shouting, "Let me go! Let me go! I can't take it anymore. I'm really going to die." Lin Fan stood aside, watching the scene coldly, his eyes full of disdain. The picture is really too hot for the eyes. Lin Fan didn't want to stay any longer. He shook his head and said calmly, "You must serve Master Wang well." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the door. But just as he reached the door, Wang Tianhao shouted with all his might, "Brother Fan! Brother Fan! I was wrong. I was really wrong. You can ask me to do anything, just don't let me stay here. Take me away now. I'll drink that cup of urine. Isn't it okay for me to drink it?" The sound was heartbreaking and tears streamed down his cheeks. He felt like he had fallen into hell, his body and mind crushed. Lin Fan stopped and turned to look at him. "Master Wang, didn't you say you wanted to kill me? Why are you so spineless now? I really despise you for being like this." Lin Fan's tone was somewhat mocking, and without waiting for Wang Tianhao to speak again, he pushed the door and walked out. The door closed with a click, and Wang Tianhao's shouting was completely blocked out. He was totally distraught. He remembered his plea for mercy just now in Lin Fan's cold eyes. "My heart ached, how did I end up like this?" He clenched his teeth and tears kept flowing. But before he could catch his breath, the woman with the permed hair came over again. "Little brother, don't cry, sister hasn't had enough fun yet." She reached out and patted Wang Tianhao on the face. Wang Tianhao shrank back in fear and shouted in a trembling voice, "Don't touch me. I'll give you money. I'll give you 1 million. Let me go." But the woman seemed not to hear and laughed, "How can money be as fun as you?" Wang Tianhao struggled desperately, shouting, "Help! Help! I can't take it anymore." Chapter 109 I Kiss Myself. There was only one thought left in Wang Tianhao's mind, "Lin Fan, I'm going to kill you." But before this thought could take shape, it was interrupted by a burst of vulgar laughter. He completely broke down. The physical torture was terrible enough, but what was even more terrible was the humiliation of being powerless. He was once the pride of Jiangzhou and the young master of the Wang family. But now, he didn't even have the strength to stand up and could only be manipulated like a toy. Lin Fan pushed open the door of the presidential suite and walked in. The room was brightly lit, and there was a faint scent of perfume in the air. He frowned slightly and looked across the spacious living room, feeling that something was wrong. The cushions on the sofa seemed to have been moved. The position of the water cup on the coffee table was also very random, as if there were signs that someone had been there. He was about to take a closer look when he heard brisk footsteps coming from the direction of the bedroom next door. Immediately afterwards, Xiaomi and Xiaoman jumped out and stood in front of him with smiles on their faces. The two of them dressed up carefully and changed their clothes. Xiaomi was wearing a tight black suspender skirt, the hem of which was just short enough to cover her thighs and outline her slender waist. The deep V design exudes a hint of provocation. Xiaoman wore a red off-shoulder dress, with the tulle skirt faintly visible. With her slightly curly long hair, she exudes a mature charm. The two stood there, looking at Lin Fan with some anticipation in their eyes. Lin Fan couldn't help but frown, his eyes stayed on them for a moment, and he asked calmly, "Why are you two here?" Xiaomi took a step forward, smiling sweetly, with a hint of flattery in her voice, "Boss Joe asked us to come and keep you company tonight. What do you think of the clothes we are wearing? Do you like them?" As she spoke, she turned around, with the hem of her skirt rising slightly, as if she was deliberately showing off her figure. She blinked again and added, "There are other styles. Do you want us to change them for you?" Lin Fan nodded and said casually, "Not bad. But I'm not in the mood tonight. You guys go first. I'm going to rest." Xiaoman and Xiaomi looked at each other, and a hint of loss flashed in their eyes. Xiaomi curled her lips and seemed to want to say something, but when she saw Lin Fan's calm face, she swallowed her words back. Xiaoman gently pulled her arm and whispered, "Okay, boss Lin, let's go first." The two turned and walked towards the door. When they reached the door, Xiaoman looked back at Lin Fan and reminded him, "Remember to call us if you need anything." Her voice was soft, with a hint of reluctance. Lin Fan waved his hand and said calmly, "No problem." He waited for the two to leave, then walked to the door and locked it. The room became quiet. Lin Fan simply washed up, changed into a bathrobe, sat on the sofa and took out his cell phone. When the screen lit up, he noticed several unread messages popped up. The most messages came from Zhang Tao and Zhou Jian, and the remaining one was from Su Muru. Zhang Tao's message was somewhat urgent. "Brother Fan, why haven't you come to school these 2 days? Is it because of the Zhao Meici incident? Now there is a group of people at the school gate watching the students coming in and out every day. I don't know if they are looking for you. I saw a few guys with tattoos hanging around the school gate yesterday. They didn't look like good people. If you don't have anything urgent, it's best not to come. Safety first." The message was followed by a wry smile. Zhou Jian's message contained something similar. "Brother Fan, the incident with Zhao Meici has become quite serious. It was right for you not to come to school these 2 days. Now the group of people at the school gate are like flies, staring at you every day. I suspect they are coming for you. Keep a low profile recently and don't put yourself in danger. There are still a few people from the media who are asking who Lin Fan is every day." He also attached a photo of several blurry figures at the school gate. Lin Fan looked at the two messages and frowned slightly. He simply replied, "It's okay, I'm busy recently and won't go to school for the time being." Finally, he clicked on Su Muru's message, which only contained a simple sentence, "Are you okay?" There is a hint of concern between the lines. Lin Fan stared at this sentence for a while and replied, "It's fine, don't worry." After sending it, he put down his phone and leaned back on the sofa. His eyes fell on the flashing neon lights outside the window. It's really like one problem after another. At the same time, Zhao Meici's studio was still in a state of chaos. In the office, the computer screen is constantly refreshing the latest internet developments. The employees were so busy that they had no time to rest. Everyone's face was filled with fatigue and helplessness. The creation competition initiated by Lin Fan is still in full swing. Instead of showing any signs of abating, the heat is getting more intense. Ghost videos popped up one after another and spread on the internet like a virus. Netizens seemed to be full of enthusiasm, editing, dubbing, and spoofing in all kinds of ways. Sister Ping sat at her desk, holding a cup of cold coffee in her hand. She stared at the latest hot topic on the screen with a frown on her face. Top 10 ghost versions of Lin Fan's kissing scenes in the auditorium. When I clicked on it, I saw that all the netizens used all kinds of weird sound effects and editing techniques to play out the scene where Lin Fan forcefully kissed Zhao Meici in the auditorium over and over again. Some tuned Lin Fan's voice into a cartoon duck sound. Some people gave Zhao Meici a Peking opera accent. Some people even cut the footage into a perpetual motion machine that plays in a loop. Caption, Lin Fan, I kiss myself. The comments section was full of ha ha, and the number of likes reached hundreds of thousands. Sister Ping rubbed her temples and let out a long sigh. She never thought that things would develop to this point. At the beginning, when the video came out, public opinion was overwhelmingly condemning Lin Fan. But as he launched the creative competition and used money to encourage netizens to participate, the wind direction changed completely. The topic now is no longer whether Lin Fan's behavior is right or wrong, but that everyone is immersed in the carnival of ghost videos. Compete with creativity in a show-off manner. The fact that Lin Fan forcefully kissed Zhao Meici seemed to be tacitly accepted by netizens as an established fact. Some even joked, why don't these two just make an official announcement, there will be more material later. Sister Ping put down her coffee cup, turned to look at Zhou Yang next to her, and asked in a low voice, how is the PR company going? Zhou Yang smiled bitterly and shook his head, Sister Ping, the PR company tried its best, but it was of no use. They tried to issue press releases to guide public opinion and even recruited a few big verses to lead the trend. Trying to steer the topic towards Zhao Meici was maliciously attacked. But netizens don't buy it at all. Some people even took screenshots of the press release and made them into ghost emojis. Chapter 110, It's okay, I'm still alive. When Sister Ping heard this, her face became even more gloomy. Of course she understood the reason, Lin Fan was actually giving money to netizens. The prize pool is said to have been increased to several million, and any contestant who cuts well will get a share of the prize. And what about PR companies? They just hire internet trolls and use netizens as pawns to manipulate public opinion. Can the concept be the same? She leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes. The bad news that has come one after another in the past few days came to my mind. Almost all of Zhao Macy's brand collaborations have been terminated. The endorsers withdrew one by one faster than anyone else. They didn't even bother to come up with a reason, they just said it doesn't match the brand image and ran away. All invitations to commercial performances and variety shows were cancelled, and even several major productions that had been previously agreed upon had to be replaced at the last minute. The comments section on Zhao Macy's Weibo has already exploded. Although there are still some die-hard fans supporting the event, there are more passers-by just watching the fun. She is like an outdated artist now. Although her popularity is still there, it is all negative. Just then, the office door was pushed open and Zhao Macy walked in. She was wearing a simple sweatshirt and jeans, and had sunglasses on her face, so her expression could not be seen. Sister Ping looked over in confusion. "Macy, why are you here? Didn't I ask you to rest at home for a few days?" Zhao Macy took off his sunglasses, revealing a slightly haggard face. "Sister Ping, it's boring for me to stay at home. Things have come to this. I want to go out and play for a while to relax." She paused and glanced at the busy employees in the office. Then he whispered, "Let's talk about whether the studio should be disbanded when we get back." Sister Ping was stunned for a moment and opened her mouth to say something to persuade her. But when he saw the fatigue in Zhao Macy's eyes, he swallowed his words back. She sighed and whispered, "Well, it's good for you to go out for a walk. This period of time is really chaotic. I'll look after the studio while you're away." Zhao Macy nodded and said nothing more. She walked over to her desk, picked up her phone and flipped through it. Seeing the screen full of missed calls and messages, his brows furrowed slightly. She casually opened Weibo and saw that the hot search list was still full of topics related to Lin Fan creative competition. The first one read, "Lin Fan and Zhao Macy's new work, Kiss Till the End of Time." When I clicked on it, I saw that a netizen had edited the auditorium video into an MV, accompanied by a folk love song, and the number of views has exceeded 1 million. She stared at the screen for a while, pulled a wry smile at the corner of her mouth, and turned off the phone. "Sister Ping, I'm leaving." Zhao Macy stood up and waved to Sister Ping. "Message me if you have anything." Sister Ping looked at her back, hesitant to speak, and finally just nodded, "Be careful." No words were spoken that night. The next morning, sunlight poured in through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the presidential suite. Lin Fan opened his eyes, rubbed his temples, and sat up from the bed. Not long after, there was a gentle knock on the door. A waiter came in with breakfast. On the tray were steaming hot dumplings, a bowl of porridge, and a few exquisite side dishes. There is also a cup of freshly ground coffee next to it. After Lin Fan simply washed up, he sat on the sofa and started eating. He took a bite of the xiaolong bao, and the soup burst in his mouth. It tasted good. After breakfast, Lin Fan changed into a low-key black casual outfit, pushed the door and walked out. As soon as I reached the end of the corridor, I ran into Zhou Ren walking towards me. Zhou Ren saw Lin Fan and grinned, "Morning, Boss Lin. I just want to go see how Wang Tianhao is doing. Do you want to come with me?" Lin Fan nodded and said calmly, "Let's go." Arriving at the door of room 403, Zhou Ren raised his hand and knocked on the door, and heard a sound of dragging footsteps from inside. The door opened, and the woman with permed hair stuck her head out, yawned, glanced at the two of them sleepily, then pushed the door open and walked out. Soon after, several other middle-aged women came out of the room one after another. Some were rubbing their eyes, some were stretching, obviously having just woken up. "Now that the work is done, where can I get the money?" a fat woman looked at Zhou Ren and asked. Zhou Ren smiled and waved his hand, pointing upstairs. "It's in the finance office on the top floor, just go and get it." The women nodded and walked out one after another without further ado. As he left, he still muttered, "It's so boring. I can't stand up after all the hard work. That's right, he's such a loser. How can he be so weak at such a young age? My brother-in-law is probably better than him." After everyone had left, Zhou Ren walked into the room with his nose pinched. Lin Fan followed behind and took a glance, frowning. The scene in the room was like a complete mess after World War II. The bed sheets were torn to shreds and empty bottles were scattered on the floor. Torn pieces of clothing and a few overturned soup bowls. There was a strange, sickening smell in the air. A corner of the sofa back was collapsed, and there were even a few scratches on the wall. Obviously last night's battle was extremely fierce. Wang Tianhao was tied up and thrown on the bed, looking like a dumpling. He was lying on his back, his face as pale as a death, his lips were chapped, his eye sockets were sunken, and his eyes were bloodshot. His body was covered with scars and bruises, some of which looked like they were caused by pinching, and some of which looked like they were caused by collisions. They were all blue and purple, and were shocking to see. It can be seen that the group of women really put in a lot of effort last night and gave him a lot of trouble. Zhou walked to the bedside, reached out and patted Wang Tianhao on the face, and said with a smile, "Mr. Wang, it's dawn, it's time to get up." He slapped her a few times, and when she didn't respond, he added a little more force, "Don't play dead." But no matter how he filmed, Wang Tianhao didn't move. "I don't know if I was too tired or I fainted." Zhou sniffed and breathed, then said, "It's okay, he's still alive." Lin Fan stood aside and said casually, "Let him stay here for now. Li Xiulan's people should have been found, right?" Zhou turned around and nodded, "We've found them. There are more than 30 people in total. That should be enough." Lin Fan said glanced at Wang Tianhao, and whispered, "I'll keep an eye on Li Xiulan, and you should pay more attention to Wang Jianhua. Let's split up and don't let the Wang family have a chance to catch their breath." Zhou smiled and patted his chest, "No problem, Boss Lin." Lin Fan said nothing more, walked out of the room, went downstairs, and went straight out of the nightclub. He walked to the parking lot and got into his sports car. The car has bold lines and the sound of its engine can attract countless eyes. Lin Fan frowned, knowing that the car was too eye-catching and not suitable for today's operation. He drove a few kilometers and parked the car in a remote parking lot. Then walked to Li Xiulan's workplace. He found a secluded cafe not far away. I ordered a cup of black coffee, sat by the window and stared quietly. Chapter 111. Where do these people come from? It was 8:30 in the morning and the door to the government building was not open yet. There were only a few security guards pacing back and forth at the door. These people usually go to work around 9 o'clock. But it is unknown what exact time Li Xiulan will arrive. As the deputy mayor of Jiangzhou City, Li Xiulan's office is naturally in this government building. She is the Wang family's strongest backer and holds real power. So she must be the first one to be eradicated. Time passed minute by minute, and just after 9 o'clock, the entrance of the government building began to become lively. Several black cars drove in one after another. The people who got out were dressed in suits and walked hurriedly. They were obviously officials coming to work. Lin Fan searched the crowd, trying to find Li Xiulan. But until 9:30, he didn't see the familiar face. He frowned and thought, is this woman not going to work today? Just then, a low-key Audi A8 slowly stopped at the entrance of the government building. The car door opened and a middle-aged woman in a dark blue suit got out. She wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and had her hair neatly tied up, exuding a strong aura. It was Li Xiulan. Lin Fan's eyes fixed, staring at the other person's figure. Lin Fan put down his coffee cup, took out his phone from his pocket, and sent a message to Zhou. "Li Xiulan is here, we are ready to take action." Li Xiulan's feet haven't yet stabilized. The atmosphere near the government building suddenly became weird. A chaotic sound of footsteps came from all directions. It was like a group of wild animals were released from their cage. She frowned and looked up. "I saw more than 30 people pouring out from street corners, alleys, and even from the direction of the coffee shop opposite. Go straight to the government building." These people were all ragged and dirty. Like just crawled out of a construction site or a garbage dump. Some were wearing tattered camouflage uniforms, while others were wearing wrinkled jackets. His face was unshaven and showed signs of being travel-weary. With quick steps and fierce eyes, they rushed towards the main entrance of the government building as if they were determined to die. Where has the security guard at the door ever seen such a scene? In peacetime, places like government buildings have always been a symbol of quietness and solemnity. Not to mention forcing your way in, even people making loud noises are rare. The security guards were stunned for a few seconds and then reacted. He rushed to the iron gate at the door and pressed the electric switch in a panic. The fence gate slowly closed, making a low creaking sound. But the door was only about 1 person high and could not stop these aggressive guys at all. When the people outside the door saw that the fence was about to be closed, they seemed to be enraged and directly climbed over the fence. Some of them jumped over the railing with one hand, while others climbed up and jumped into the yard. "Stop them! Stop them now!" A security guard shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice full of panic. The noise was so loud that the yard suddenly became a mess. Li Xiulan was about to step into the building, but when she heard this commotion, she had to stop and turn around to look behind her. She frowned and muttered in a low voice, "What's going on? What are these people going to do?" Her tone was full of displeasure and her eyes were somewhat puzzled. Assistants and several staff members gathered around Li Xiaolan. All eyes were directed at the group of people who broke in. The security guards became anxious and rushed forward with shields, stun guns and other equipment to stop them. But there were only 5 or 6 of them in total. How could they withstand the attack of more than 30 people? The people who rushed up were well prepared and didn't take the security guards seriously at all. A tall and thin man kicked the security guard who rushed over and cursed, "Get out of the way. Don't block my way." Another sturdy man punched a security guard directly on the shoulder. The security guard groaned and staggered back a few steps. The remaining security guards saw that the situation was not good, and they retreated while shouting into the intercom, "Call for help! Call for help! Someone is forcing his way into the government building." The situation in the yard was completely out of control, and the more than 30 people poured in like a tide. Some pushed the security guards, while others rushed directly to the entrance of the building. When people working in the government building heard the noise, they all leaned out of the windows to watch the excitement. Some even ran out and stood in the corridor. "These people are not kind. Why don't we call the police? It looks like they are here to cause trouble. Let's not let anything happen. The deputy mayor is still downstairs." Li Xiaolan stood on the steps, her face becoming increasingly gloomy. Seeing this, the assistant beside her whispered, "Mayor Li, let's go into the building first. Someone will come here to take care of it." Li Xiaolan snorted coldly, her face full of displeasure. Just as she was about to turn around and go back into the building, she heard a shrill shout from behind her, "Li Xiaolan! Stop right there!" Li Xiaolan was stunned and turned around, only to see a middle-aged man with a stubble on his face squeezing out from the crowd. He pointed at Li Xiaolan and yelled, "I gave you 100,000 yuan last time so that you could find a school for my son. It's been 3 months, how come you don't have any news? You took the money and didn't do the job. I'm not done with you today." As soon as these words were spoken, the yard suddenly became quiet for a moment. Li Xiaolan's face turned pale in an instant. Before she could react, another voice came from the crowd. This time it was a woman, her voice so sharp that it seemed to pierce the eardrums. "Li Xiaolan, my daughter committed suicide because she was bullied by your son Wang Tianhao. You still have the nerve to be the deputy mayor here? A scumbag like you is qualified to manage Jiangzhou's affairs?" The woman shouted as she rushed forward. She was waving a crumpled photo in her hand, which was a portrait of her daughter. The woman's face was covered with tears and snot, and she looked extremely miserable. This was not the end. Immediately afterwards, another man squeezed out and shouted angrily, "Li Xiaolan, you took 200,000 yuan from me and said you would grant me a piece of land. What happened? The land is gone, and the money is gone. Do you think we ordinary people are easy to bully?" One after another, the crowd shouted, and the voices rose and fell, rushing towards Li Xiaolan like a tide. "Li Xiaolan, your son Wang Tianhao bullies men and women, did you know that? He also broke my brother's leg. Do you care? My father's company was forcibly acquired by your husband Wang Jiangwo, and you helped cover it up. Do you still have a conscience? Li Xiaolan, you took 500,000 yuan from our village, saying it was for building a road, but in the end the road wasn't built and all the money went into your pocket. You will die a miserable death." These accusations stabbed Li Xiaolan like knives, and every word was filled with tremendous anger. She stood on the steps, her whole body seemed to be nailed down. His face turned from livid to pale, and then from pale to livid. She clenched her teeth, a hint of panic flashed in her eyes, but she still tried to remain calm on the surface. She turned to look at her assistant and whispered, "What is going on? Where did these people come from?" Chapter 112, Do you still have the nerve to pretend here? The assistant was sweating profusely and whispered, "Mayor Li, I don't know either. They came too suddenly and the security guards couldn't stop them." Before she finished her words, another voice came from the crowd. This time it was an old lady, who squeezed to the front with a cane and pointed at Li Xiaolan and shouted, "Li Xiaolan, your son Wang Tianhao beat my grandson severely. You found someone to take the blame. Do you think we honest people have no one to rely on? I'm willing to risk my life to get an explanation from you today." The old lady's voice was hoarse and shrill, and she had to take a long time to breathe after saying a few words. After she finished speaking, she rushed towards Li Xiaolan who was standing on the stairs. A pair of dry old hands grabbed Li Xiaolan's ankle. Several security guards rushed forward to stop her, but she still held on tightly. He shouted, "Give me back my grandson's life." This scene completely ignited the emotions of the crowd. Someone started picking up stones on the ground and throwing them at the security guard. Someone pointed at Li Xiulan and cursed at her, and the situation completely got out of control. Li Xiulan stood there, anger and panic intertwined in her eyes. Her heart was in turmoil. Where on earth did these people come from? How do you know so much? She suppressed her emotions, turned around and yelled to her assistant, "Call the police! Call the police! Tell them to arrest all these people." The assistant frantically pulled out his cell phone. "I just pressed a few numbers to call the police." Before the call was connected, a burly man suddenly rushed up from the crowd. He snatched the phone and threw it to the ground. With a pop, the screen shattered and parts scattered. The sturdy man glared at the assistant and said viciously, "What are you calling for? People like you are accomplices." The assistant stood there in a daze, his hands still frozen in mid-air. Before he could come to his senses, the crowd surged forward like a tide. Li Xiulan and her assistants were surrounded in an instant. More than 30 people crowded together, forming a circle and surrounding Li Xiulan and her assistant. The old lady with the cane was lying next to Li Xiulan at this time. The dry hands grasped Li Xiulan's ankles tightly, like an iron claw, and would not let go. The old lady's wrinkled face was staring at her, her eyes full of hatred. "Li Xiulan, if you don't give me an explanation today, I will never let go." The voice of condemnation echoed in the yard like thunder. "Give us an explanation. Li Xiulan, if you don't give us an explanation, we will come here to cause trouble every day. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're the deputy mayor? Dream on." Several security guards nearby were still trying to maintain order. A young security guard waved a stun gun and shouted, "This is a government building, not a place for you to cause trouble. Someone has already called the police. I advise you to leave quickly. If you don't leave now, you'll be arrested and put in jail." But as soon as he finished speaking, someone in the crowd stretched out a hand. He grabbed him by the collar and dragged him inside. The security guard struggled and shouted, "Let me go. What are you doing?" But before he could finish shouting, he was swallowed up by the crowd. A few seconds later, he was pushed out staggering, his face bruised and bloody, and no one knew where the stun gun had gone. He covered his nose, gasping in pain, and muttered, "Crazy, really crazy." When the other security guards saw the situation, how could they dare to say a word? Everyone huddled together and pretended to be prepared, fearing that they would become the next target. Li Xiulan looked at the group of people coming towards her with such aggressive momentum and suppressed the anger in her heart. She took a deep breath, trying to look calm, and said in a deep voice, "I don't know who sent you. But what you are doing is already against the law. I now advise you to leave immediately and not joke with the law. Besides, the police will come soon and you will definitely be taken away." Her voice was cold and hard, with a hint of authority, as she warned everyone. But as soon as she said this, the old lady lying on the ground suddenly raised the cane in her hand and hit Li Xiulan's calf hard. There was a crisp sound of pop. Li Xiulan was caught off guard and screamed in pain. Her legs went weak and she almost fell down. She covered her legs, stared down at the old lady, and said through gritted teeth, "What are you doing?" The old lady seemed not to hear. She stood up shakily with her cane, pointed at Li Xiulan's nose and shouted, "What are you doing? I'm over 80 today, and I won't live for many more years. I came to you, risking my life, and you tell me it's against the law? I don't know what the law is. I only know that my grandson was beaten severely by your bastard son and is now lying in the hospital." She raised her cane and waved it again, as if she wanted to strike again. "Your son Wang Tianhao is a beast. You're no better as a mother. You can't even manage your own son, and you still want to manage Jiangzhou City? Are you qualified? I want justice from you today." When the assistant next to Li Xiulan saw this, how could she bear to watch the deputy mayor being beaten with a cane? He hurried forward, stretched out his hand to grab the cane from the old lady's hand, and shouted in a low voice, "Let go. Don't make trouble here." But the old lady held on to the cane tightly, and the veins on her hands bulged. She turned her head and glared at her assistant, shouting at the top of her voice, "Are you going to hit me? Ouch, someone's hitting someone. The deputy mayor's lackeys are going to beat someone up. Why didn't the Japanese take you, a lackey, away with them? Are you playing the role of a queen and bullying an old lady like me who is a good citizen? Is there still any law?" When these words came out, the assistant was completely dumbfounded. His hands froze in mid-air, neither moving nor stopping. His face turned blue and white. The old lady kept calling him a lackey and compared him to a Japanese. As an assistant to the deputy mayor, when had he ever been insulted like this? He was so angry that he wanted to kick the old lady. But looking at the eager eyes of the people around him, he forced himself to suppress his anger. In the end, he could only let go of her hand, stepped aside in dismay, and muttered in a low voice, "This old lady is really crazy." The old lady snorted coldly, turned her head and glared at Li Xiaolan, and continued to shout, "Li Xiaolan, don't think that no one will dare to touch you just because you are the deputy mayor. My grandson is still lying in the hospital, his life or death unknown, but your son is still at large. You still have the nerve to pretend here? I'm telling you, if you don't give me an explanation today, I won't leave until I die here." She shouted and pounded the ground hard with her cane. It made a muffled dong-dong sound, as if venting the anger in his heart. When the crowd heard what the old lady said, their voices of condemnation became even louder. "Give me back my 100,000 yuan. This is called accepting a bribe. My daughter has jumped off the building, I want your son to pay with his life. Your husband took my money and said he would give me land. Where is the land now? You are colluding with officials and businessmen. Your husband took advantage of your status as deputy mayor to seize our factory. You must give us an explanation today." Chapter 113, A Light Hit. Faced with the criticism from the crowd, Li Xiaolan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. But there is no solution at all. Everything these people shouted out sounded true. Accepting bribes, shielding, and abusing power for personal gain. She knew in her heart that she had done this kind of thing a lot over the years. But meals have to be eaten bite by bite, and things have to be solved one by one, right? Now that this group of people have come to her door one after another, how can she deal with it? Besides, even if we want to solve the problem, we shouldn't do it in a place like this. It's obvious that he's here to cause trouble. Who is behind this? Who did the Wang family offend to deserve such treatment? Li Xiaolan's mind was racing and cold sweat was breaking out on her forehead. She glanced at the crowd. Those dirty clothes and angry, twisted faces. And the old lady in front of her made her feel suffocated. If this incident was caught on camera by the media and spread out, how could she continue to work as the deputy mayor? Investigation is definitely inevitable. Once the things he did in the past are found out, it will be hard to say whether he can save his life, let alone his career. The clean image she has worked so hard to build over the years is about to collapse completely. Her chest heaved violently, as if a huge rock was pressing down on her, and she couldn't breathe. She gritted her teeth and cursed in her heart, "Who is it? Who wants to kill me?" Just when her mind was in a mess, a siren suddenly sounded in the distance. Soon, several police cars came roaring and stopped at the entrance of the government building. As the car door opened, dozens of fully armed policemen jumped out, holding batons and shields, and quickly surrounded the 30 or so people. In order to avoid the escalation of the conflict, several policemen had pistols on their waists and their eyes were cold, obviously they were serious. When the group of people in front of the government building saw the police coming, they were not afraid at all. Instead, they seemed to be even more angry. A sturdy man squeezed to the front, pointed at the police and shouted, "You came at the right time. Come over and give us the judgment. Tell me, is what Li Xiaolan did right or wrong?" The people around immediately agreed and shouted, "Yes. Come over and judge for yourself. Is a scumbag like Li Xiaolan qualified to be an official? Will you police officers take care of it? Give us an explanation, or we won't leave." A man who looked like a captain stood out from the crowd. He was wearing a dark blue police uniform with 2 bars and a star on his shoulder straps, and he looked calm and composed. He squeezed into the middle of the crowd, raised a hand to signal silence, and said in a deep voice, "I understand your feelings very well, but we must be law-abiding citizens and do legal things. Now it is a crime for you to gather and cause trouble. If you have any problems, please use reasonable methods to solve them." His voice was loud and majestic, trying to suppress the chaos. But as soon as he finished speaking, the old lady standing next to him suddenly raised her head and stared at him. She took a few shaky steps forward with her cane, and placed the cane directly on the captain's leather shoes, pressing hard. "It's so simple what you said. She's the deputy mayor. If your son was beaten severely by Li Xiaolan's son and was lying in the hospital, not knowing whether he was alive or dead, would you tell yourself to solve the problem legally and compliantly? Can you beat her, the deputy mayor? The captain was choked by these words, his expression changed, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. He looked down at the crutch on his foot, then looked up at the old lady with a frown. His position could not be shaken, and he replied in a deep voice, "Then can you solve the problem by doing this?" The old lady snorted coldly and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She stood up with the help of a cane, pointed at Li Xiaolan and shouted, "If you can't solve the problem, then solve the person who caused the problem." Before she finished her words, she suddenly raised her cane and hit Li Xiaolan hard on the head. Li Xiaolan was caught off guard and screamed in fright. He dodged backwards in a hurry, but his foot slipped and he almost fell. The assistant hurriedly supported her, but she was still unable to stand. The crutch had already brushed past her shoulder and fell, making a dull sound. The captain was quick to act and grabbed the old lady's cane. His face completely darkened. He tightly grasped his cane and said in a low voice with a serious expression, "I'm telling you, you'd better not take advantage of your age." His voice was cold and hard, and the strength in his hands increased a little, as if he wanted to snatch the cane away. The old lady seemed not to hear him. She glared at the captain and forcibly pulled the cane out of his hand. "So what if I take advantage of my age? As long as she can give me a healthy grandson, I don't mind being captured by you. It's a pity that my grandson may never wake up again." Her voice trembled and tears slid down her wrinkled face. She paused, turned her head and glared at Li Xiaolan, gritting her teeth and saying, "So I want your son to pay for my grandson's life." The old lady suddenly broke free from the people around her and rushed towards Li Xiaolan. Although her movements were slow, her desperate spirit was frightening. Before others could react, she rushed to Li Xiaolan and raised her dry hands. With a pop sound, a slap hit Li Xiaolan hard on the face. The powerful and crisp sound of the slap echoed in the yard. Li Xiaolan's face instantly became red and swollen, and a clear 5-finger mark appeared on her well-maintained face. Li Xiaolan was stunned by the slap. She covered her face and staggered back 2 steps, her eyes full of shock and humiliation. She glared at the old lady, her lips trembling as she shouted, "How dare you hit me?" The old lady stood there, breathing heavily, with her hands still raised in the air, as if she was ready to strike again at any time. She sneered, pointed at Li Xiaolan and shouted, "What if I hit you? I wish I could tear you apart like a scum like you. My grandson is lying in the hospital, but your son is alive and well. Even if I die here today, I will drag you to hell with me." Her tears couldn't stop flowing, but the hatred was like an endless flame. When the crowd saw this scene, their condemnation became even louder. "Well done. People like Li Xiaolan deserve to be beaten. My daughter was killed by her son, and she still has the nerve to be the deputy mayor? The old lady hit me too lightly." Li Xiaolan covered her face, and all she could hear were these people's curses and ridicule. She clenched her teeth, her eyes full of anger and panic. She knew that things were completely out of control today. She turned to look at the captain and growled, "What are you still standing there for? Arrest her." The captain stood there, his face livid. He looked at the old lady and then at Li Xiaolan. He knew that this matter would not end well, but he couldn't let the old lady continue to make trouble. He whispered to the policeman next to him, "Control her and don't let her do it again." 2 policemen immediately stepped forward and held the old lady's arms, one on the left and one on the right. "Just drag her back." Chapter 114, Expose Her. At this time, Lin Fan was standing by the window of a cafe not far from the government building, holding a cup of cold black coffee in his hand. He stared coldly at everything that happened in the yard. The fire is already burning brightly enough, now it's time to add some fuel to make it burn even more fiercely. He pulled a spare phone from his pocket and deftly inserted a new calling card. He took out the local media hotline numbers that he had prepared long ago and dialed them one by one. He lowered his voice and exaggerated, "Hello, is this Jiangzhou Daily? I'm telling you, something big has happened here in the government building." Deputy Mayor Li Xiaolan was surrounded by a group of people, who accused her of accepting bribes, shielding her son, and beating people up. The situation is extremely chaotic now. The old lady slapped the deputy mayor directly, "Come and see." After hanging up the phone, he dialed the next one, "Hello, is this Jiangzhou TV station? There's a commotion at the entrance of the government building." They pointed at Li Xiaolan's nose and called her son a beast. They also said that she had embezzled hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is big news. Don't miss it. He made more than a dozen calls in a row, and his tone became more and more urgent, like a bystander who was eager to see the world in chaos. After making the last call, Lin Fan casually pulled out the phone card, walked to a trash can outside the cafe, crushed it and threw it in. He raised his head and looked towards the government building, a cold light flashing in his eyes. When these media heard this explosive news, they wanted to fly over. In 5 minutes, the scene will definitely be more lively. Sure enough, less than 5 minutes later, a burst of urgent car horns was heard in the distance. Several interview cars marked with Jiangzhou News and Metropolitan News Express rushed to the entrance of the government building first. As soon as the car door opened, reporters and cameramen jumped out like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. Microphones and cameras in their hands, they rushed into the yard. Soon after, several more vans arrived, and more people got off, carrying equipment and squeezed into the crowd. In less than 10 minutes, more than a dozen media outlets had gathered at the scene. The scene in the yard was already chaotic enough, and now it completely exploded. At this time, the old lady grabbed Li Xiulan's ankles tightly and refused to let go. Her hands were dry and strong, and her nails almost dug into Li Xiulan's flesh. He was still shouting, "Li Xiulan! Give me back my grandson's life!" 2 policemen nearby held her arms, one on each side, and tried to drag her away. But the old lady struggled with all her might. Her feet kicked up dust on the ground, and her crutches had long since fallen to the side, but she did not give in at all. The 2 policemen were sweating profusely and tried hard to pull her away for a long time but failed. Instead, they were dragged by her and staggered a few steps. Just then, someone in the crowd shouted, "Reporters are coming!" Everyone turned around and saw several reporters with cameras crowding over. "You've come just in time. Hurry up and expose this Li Xiulan. Let everyone see her hypocritical face." Another woman followed suit and shouted, "Yes. Let the reporters take pictures. Her son is a beast, and she is no better." When the reporters heard this, they were like being injected with chicken blood and rushed to squeeze into the crowd. The police and security guards rushed forward to maintain order, waving their batons and shouting, "Back off! Everyone, back off! No interviews allowed!" But they have limited manpower, how can they stop this group of ferocious reporters? In addition, the more than 30 people held the reporters tightly and refused to let them leave, shouting, "Don't leave! Give us justice!" The reporters themselves were reluctant to leave and seemed to be glued to the scene. The microphone and camera were pointed at the crowd, and the scene was as chaotic as a vegetable market. A young reporter wearing glasses reacted the fastest. He squatted on the ground, put the microphone to the old lady's mouth, and asked anxiously, "Auntie, tell me, what is going on? Why are you so angry?" The reporter's voice was full of anticipation, and he stared at the old lady, as if waiting for a big revelation. The old lady panted heavily, cried with snot and tears, "Comrade reporter, you have to make the decision for me. My grandson is only 20 years old. He was severely beaten by Li Xiulan's son Wang Tianhao. He is still lying in the hospital. It is unknown whether he is alive or dead. Li Xiulan found someone to take the blame, allowing her son to get away with it. I am an old lady in my 80s. I don't have many years left to live. I want an explanation today, even if I have to risk my life." She wiped her tears as she spoke, her hands still tightly grasping Li Xiulan's ankles. The reporter hurriedly handed the microphone forward. "You mean, Li Xiulan's son Wang Tianhao beat up your grandson, and she is protecting him? How long has this been going on?" As he asked, he winked at the cameraman next to him, signaling him to take the picture quickly. The old lady cried even harder, choking up and saying, "It's been 3 months. My grandson hasn't woken up yet. I went to look for her, but she didn't even see him. Today I want her to give me my grandson's life back." The reporter nodded repeatedly, turned to look at Li Xiulan, and handed the microphone to her. "Mayorly, this lady said that your son beat up her grandson, and you are protecting him. Is this true? Do you have anything to say?" His tone was aggressive, as if he was deliberately trying to provoke something. Li Xiulan stood there, her face as black as the bottom of a pot. She clenched her teeth and glared at the reporter. All she could hear was the crowd's condemnation, and her mind was in a mess. She knew that saying anything at this time would only add fuel to the fire, but keeping silent would seem like a tacit agreement. She took a deep breath and said coldly, "No comment." A sturdy man squeezed in front of the reporter, grabbed the microphone and shouted, "If she doesn't say it, I will say it. Li Xiulan took 100,000 yuan from me and said she would find a school for my son, but in the end the money was gone and the school disappeared. She is a corrupt official." Another woman grabbed the reporter next to her and cried, "My daughter was raped by her son Wang Tianhao, and she jumped off the building and died. She's helping to cover it up. I'm going to expose her today. As she spoke, she pulled out a photo of a young girl's smiling face. She held up the photo to show the camera, tears streaming down her face. Another tall and thin man squeezed in front of the camera and shouted, "Li Xiulan's husband Wang Jiangwo robbed my factory, and she also used her power to suppress me. I can't swallow this." A female reporter stopped the burly man and asked, "You said Li Xiulan took 100,000 yuan from you. Do you have any evidence?" The sturdy man glared and shouted, "Evidence? I gave her cash and she accepted it in person. She also said that this matter must not be made public, otherwise the school will be ruined." The female reporter nodded repeatedly, then turned to ask the woman next to her, "You said your daughter jumped off the building, can you tell me more about it?" The woman cried and said, "My daughter was only 18 years old. Wang Tianhao tricked her into drinking and she later jumped off the building and died. The police said they had no evidence. I went to Li Xiulan and she told me to stop making trouble." Chapter 115, Are you involved too? The scene became more and more chaotic, with reporters crowded in the crowd, passing microphones back and forth and cameras filming non-stop. One reporter even handed the microphone directly to assistant Li Xiulan and asked, "Are you Mayor Li's assistant? What do you think of these charges? Did Mayor Li really accept bribes to protect her son?" The assistant was so confused that he was sweating and stammered, "I have nothing to say." "You asked the wrong person." But the more he did this, the more excited the reporter became, asking, "Does saying no comment mean you agree?" Li Xiulan stood on the steps, hearing only the people's stories and the reporters' questions. She gritted her teeth, looked at her assistant, and growled, "Hurry up and find a way to get rid of the reporter." But at this moment, a shrill sound suddenly broke out from the crowd. "I have evidence." "Who asked for evidence just now?" "I have evidence." The voice was loud and rapid, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Everyone turned their heads and saw a tall and thin man squeezed out from the crowd. He was wearing a worn gray jacket and had a shabby face. He held the phone high in his hand, as if showing off a treasure. He stood in the middle of the crowd, first glanced at the reporters, then looked at the police, and finally fixed his eyes on Li Xiulan. He shook his phone, pointed at Li Xiulan and shouted, "My evidence is in this phone." There was dead silence at the scene and everyone held their breath. Then all the camera lenses were pointed at the man. Li Xiulan stared at the man, a hint of panic in her eyes. But before she could say anything, the man had already opened his phone and pressed the play button. A noisy background sound came from the phone, as if it was from some noisy place. Then, a young man's voice rang out clearly, "Is your Wang family so powerful in Jiangzhou? According to what you said, a lot of people have been killed?" The voice was somewhat provocative, but it attracted everyone in an instant. Then there was a burst of arrogant laughter, as if he didn't take the other person seriously at all. "All those who I dislike and hinder our Wang family from making money will only have one fate in the end, and that is death." The voice was very arrogant, as if he wanted the whole world to know about his power. Then, the deep voice sounded again, with a hint of joking, "Prince Wang is really amazing, but why do I not believe it? Can you really kill me? You'll know when you die." The young man's voice sounded again, his tone full of threats. "My mother is the deputy mayor. She can kill anyone she wants." The recording stopped abruptly, and the scene exploded again in an instant. A deafening cheer broke out from the crowd, "Evidence! Finally, there is evidence! This recording is irrefutable evidence." Li Xiulan's son Wang Tianhao said it himself. His mother is the deputy mayor. He can kill anyone he wants. This is too rampant. She must be brought to justice. Someone waved his fist and shouted, "She thinks she is the king." Some people even jumped up excitedly, "Let's see how she can argue now." The reporter's eyes were filled with excitement. "Sir, where did this recording come from? How did you record it?" His voice trembled, obviously shocked by the explosive news. The man sneered and pointed at Li Xiulan and said, "Her son Wang Tianhao said it himself. I secretly recorded it." Another female reporter squeezed over, pointed her camera at the man, and asked, "Are you sure this is Wang Tianhao's voice? Is it possible that it's fake?" The man stared, patted his chest and shouted, "I dare to guarantee with my life that this is Wang Tianhao's voice. Someone must have recorded it just now. If you don't believe me, you can check it out." Every word in the recording stirred Li Xiulan's heart. She stood on the steps, completely stunned. Her lips trembled, and she whispered softly, "How?" Then, as if she came to her senses, she suddenly raised her head, stared at the man and shouted, "No. This voice is not my son's. Your voice is fake. That's not true at all. You're framing me. You'll go to jail for doing this. Her voice was sharp and panicked, as if she was grasping at straws and trying to refute. But as soon as she said this, someone stood up. Still trying to quibble. Who wouldn't know that this voice is your son's? Do you think we are deaf? A woman cried and echoed, your son killed my daughter. Now the evidence is out. Do you still dare to say it's a lie? Someone else cursed, Lee Xiaolan, you are so shameless. You still want to deny it now? Reporters quickly recorded this explosive scene. The reporter with glasses passed the microphone to Lee Xiaolan and asked, Mayor Lee, this recording mentions that you are the deputy mayor. You can kill anyone you want. How do you explain it? Are you really covering up your son's crime? Also, did you abuse your power to help the Wang family's business to make profits? Li Xiaolan stared at the reporter, her lips trembling. She knew that the voice in the recording was indeed Wang Tianhao's. That arrogant tone, that arrogant laughter. As a mother, she is very familiar with it. But she couldn't admit it. Once she admitted it, she would be completely finished. She took a deep breath and said coldly, this is a false accusation. My son would never say such a thing. I have never done such a thing either. At this time, everyone saw that Li Xiaolan was still making excuses. They all shouted in unison, scum! Brute! Scum! Brute! The sound was uniform and kept hitting Li Xiaolan's nerves. The evidence is all here, and you still dare to deny it? How shameless! Some people even spat at her, you should get off your horse if you are a scumbag. Return the blue sky and white sun to Jiangzhou. A female reporter squeezed next to the man and asked, do you have any other recordings? Is there any other inside story about this matter? The man sneered and said, there are plenty. Wang Tianhao said a lot last night. He said his father Wang Jiangwo killed many people. His second uncle Wang Jianawat is a gangster boss, and his whole family are beasts. A reporter carrying a camera pointed the lens at Li Xiaolan and asked, Mayor Li, the recording mentioned your husband and brother. Do you know about these things? Were you involved as well? At this moment, a red flag car slowly drove towards this side. The car door opened. 3 people came down from inside. One of them is the secretary of the Jiangzhou Municipal Party Committee. The other 2 are from Jiangzhou Discipline Inspection Commission. Someone said, everyone, please make way. The Municipal Party Secretary and the Disciplinary Inspection Committee are here. Chapter 116 quickly controlled the scene. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene suddenly became much quieter. Everyone's eyes turned to the cars. Even the reporter's camera quickly turned and aimed at the 3 people getting out of the car. The car door opened and the Municipal Party Secretary Lin Guodong was the first to get out. He was wearing a dark gray suit, his hair was combed neatly, and his face had a dignified look. Following closely behind were 2 officials from the Commission for Discipline Inspection. A middle-aged man wearing glasses, a tall and thin man with an expressionless face. The 3 of them walked steadily to the front of the crowd. Reporters rushed forward carrying cameras and microphones, and flashlights were clicking non-stop. Lin Guodong stood in the middle of the crowd and raised his hand to signal silence. Dear people, I am Lin Guodong, Secretary of the Jiangzhou Municipal Party Committee. I already understand what happened here today. I understand your feelings, and please trust us. We will definitely give everyone a fair and just explanation. Then, the bespectacled Commission for Discipline Inspection official stepped forward and took over the conversation. Our Commission for Discipline Inspection has taken note of the allegations against Deputy Mayor Li Xiaolan. We will immediately launch an investigation and deal with it seriously without any leniency. If the situation is true, we will give the people an explanation. From today, Li Xiaolan's position will be temporarily suspended. We will inform the public once the results of the investigation are out. We also hope that everyone can abide by the law and leave the scene as soon as possible so as not to disrupt the normal order of government affairs. Li Xiaolan was standing on the steps. When she heard this, her face became extremely ugly. Suspended from duty? Isn't this a disguised admission that she has problems? She clenched her teeth, her heart in turmoil. What on earth do these people want to do? Are you trying to force me to death? She glanced at the crowd and then looked at Lam Kwok Tung. There was a flash of resentment in his eyes, but he couldn't utter a word. Someone whispered, suspended from her position? Are they going to investigate her? Finally there is some movement. Don't let it be just a formality. Others sneered, officials protect each other, who knows if they can find out anything. The old lady with the cane raised her head and glared at Lin Guodong and the people from the Discipline Inspection Commission, her eyes full of anger. What's the point of suspending my duties? You guys are all protecting one person each. My grandson was severely injured by her son and is now lying in the hospital with no idea whether he is alive or dead. I want this Li Xiaolan to pay for my grandson's life. Lin Guodong frowned and hurried forward to dissuade him. Old man, I understand your feelings. We will definitely deal with this matter seriously. But we have to follow the procedures, and the law will give you justice. Please calm down, we promise to give you an explanation. But the old lady didn't buy it at all. She sneered, raised her cane and pointed it at Lam Kwok Tung, and shouted, I don't believe a thing you say. You are all high-ranking rulers, how can you look down on us, the common people at the bottom? My grandson is dead, and you're telling me the procedure here? Ugh. Her voice trembled and tears slid down her wrinkled face. She turned around and glared at Li Xiaolan, gritting her teeth and saying, since you can't give me an explanation today, I will find one for myself. Immediately following, she suddenly pulled out a dagger from the tattered cloth bag she was carrying. The dagger was as long as a palm, and the blade flashed coldly in the sunlight. When the crowd saw this scene, they were suddenly panicked. Someone shouted in surprise, she has a knife. Stop her. The reporters pointed their cameras at the old lady, and the flashlights kept clicking. The old lady held the dagger in her hand and rushed towards Li Xiaolan, trembling, shouting, Li Xiaolan, give me back my grandson's life. Although her movements were slow, her desperate spirit was frightening. Li Xiaolan was caught off guard. When she saw the dagger flashing with cold light, she screamed in fear and stepped back in panic. She slipped and nearly fell. The assistant next to her hurried forward, grabbed the old lady's wrist and tried to take the dagger away. He shouted in a low voice, what are you doing? Put it down. But the old lady seemed to be crazy, holding the dagger tightly, and the veins on her hands were bulging. She glared at her assistant and shouted, let me go. I want her to die. Her voice was shrill, as if she was shouting out all her hatred. The assistant pulled hard, but the old lady struggled desperately and the scene suddenly became chaotic. When the people around saw the scene, they all shouted in shock, stop her. Don't let her do it. Several policemen also rushed over and tried to pull the old lady away. But she was incredibly strong and managed to break free from her assistant's hand, then stabbed Li Xiaolan with the dagger. Li Xiaolan turned pale with fright and in panic she grabbed the old lady's wrist, trying to push the dagger away. She screamed, you're crazy. Let me go. At a time of great chaos, Li Xiaolan desperately snatched the dagger from the old lady's hand. But before she could stand firm, her hand shook and the dagger pierced straight into the old lady's chest. The blade pierced into the heart, and blood gushed out instantly, staining the old lady's tattered clothes red. The old lady looked down at the knife on her chest and let out a low groan. Then his body went limp, and he fell to the ground, dead. The scene was dead silent for a moment, and then it exploded. The crowd burst into terrified screams, murder. Li Xiaolan killed someone. She stabbed the old lady to death. The reporters rushed forward with cameras in their hands as if they were crazy. The camera was aimed at the old lady on the ground and Li Xiaolan with blood on her hands, and the flash kept flashing. Someone shouted, take a picture. She killed someone. The old lady is dead. She died such a tragic death. Li Xiaolan stood there, still holding the blood-stained dagger in her hand, and her soul seemed to have been sucked out of her. She looked down at the old lady on the ground, then at her own bloody hands, and murmured with trembling lips, I didn't mean to. She seemed to be frightened and her eyes were full of fear. She turned to look at Lam Kwok Tung and cried out for help, I didn't mean to kill anyone. She bumped into me. But the crowd didn't listen to her explanation at all. You're still quibbling. You killed someone. The evidence has been filmed, you can't get away. Someone else spat at her, you beast. Are you satisfied that the old lady is dead? The reporters gathered around her and handed the microphone to her, asking one by one, Mayor Li, did you kill someone on purpose just now? Do you have anything else to say? Are you extremely dissatisfied with this old lady? Lin Guodong stood aside, his face livid. He hurried forward and whispered to the police, quickly control the scene. Take her away. Chapter 117 Get out of Jiangzhou. Several policemen rushed over, held Li Xiaolan on the left and right, and dragged her into the car. Li Xiulan struggled and shouted, "I didn't kill anyone. It was an accident." But her voice was quickly drowned out by the crowd's curses. The old lady fell to the ground, blood staining the ground red. She said weakly, "You can't run away now. Now that someone has died, there seems no need to continue this farce." The crowd began to disperse one after another. Some people cursed under their breath, and some people talked in low voices. Some people looked back at the bloodstains on the ground, shook their heads helplessly and sighed. Soon, an ambulance drove in with its sirens blaring. Stop where the old lady fell. Several medical staff jumped out of the car, quickly unfolded the stretcher, and lifted the old lady's body onto it. Her body was stiff, and the blood on her chest was red and creepy in the sunlight. The medical staff covered the stretcher with a white cloth, pushed it into the carriage, and the door slammed shut. The ambulance slowly drove away, leaving behind an empty yard. Several security guards stood aside, watching the scene at a loss. They didn't come to their senses until the ambulance drove away. The security captain cursed in a low voice, "What the hell is going on?" He turned around and called to his men, "Don't just stand there, clean up quickly." Several security guards dragged over fire hoses and aimed them at the bloodstains on the ground. The water sprayed out, and the scarlet blood was washed away, flowing along the ground into the sewer, as if it had never existed. But the faint smell of blood could not be dissipated, it permeated the air and made people feel suffocated. Lin Fan stood at the window of a cafe not far away, staring at everything with cold eyes. He saw it all, from the old lady raising the dagger, to Li Xiulan grabbing the knife and fighting back, to her being taken away by the police car. His brows were furrowed and his expression was heavy. Lin Fan took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed Zhou Ren's number. The phone rang twice, and Zhou Ren's slightly tired voice came from the other end. "Hello, Boss Lin?" Lin Fan leaned against the window and whispered, "I'm done here." "How's it going over there?" Zhou Ren seemed to be busy, and the sound of several people talking could be heard faintly in the background. He replied, "Everything is going smoothly and in an orderly manner." Lin Fan glanced at the security guard who was washing the ground in the yard. After a moment of silence, he suddenly asked, "Among the people you found to block Li Xiulan this morning, was there an old lady? What's wrong with her?" When Zhou Ren heard this, he nodded and said, "Yes, there is an old lady." He sighed, "She is also a miserable person. My son and daughter-in-law died in a car accident a few years ago, leaving behind only a grandson. She raised him at an old age, but in the end, her grandson was beaten so badly by Wang Tianhao that he became paralyzed. She went to look for Li Xiulan many times, but was chased away every time and couldn't even see her. This time we were originally going to gather some clues and let others go over to cause trouble. But when the old lady heard about it, she insisted on going by herself. She said she wanted to seek justice for her grandson. Even if she is not given money, she will go. I tried to persuade her a few times, but she refused to listen. I had no choice but to let her go." Zhou Ren paused after he finished speaking, then asked, "What's wrong with this old lady?" Lin Fan looked down and out the window. The bloodstains in the yard had been washed away. But the image of the old lady lying in a pool of blood could not be erased from my mind. He was silent for a while, then whispered, "Dead." The other end of the phone fell silent instantly. Zhou Ren seemed to be choked by these words and remained silent for a long time. Lin Fan could hear his heavy breathing, as if he was digesting the news. After a long while, Zhou Ren whispered, "Dead? How did he die?" Lin Fan leaned against the window and said calmly, "She tried to stab Li Xiulan with a knife, but Li Xiulan snatched the knife away and stabbed her in the heart instead. She died on the spot." His voice was cold and hard, without any ups and downs, but his brows were furrowed even tighter. Zhou Ren was silent for a moment, then sighed, "This old lady, ah." Lin Fan continued, "Li Xiulan has been taken away and suspended from her duties. The Disciplinary Inspection Commission has already intervened. The police will probably investigate as well. This has helped us by a lot of time. This step is considered successful. I'll be back at Fanglinwen in a bit. Come over when you're done." Zhou Ren said, "No problem. I'll keep an eye on this place and come find you in the evening." As night falls, the streets of Jiangzhou light up with colorful neon lights. In Fanglinwen nightclub, Lin Fan sat in a luxuriously decorated reception room. He held a cup of tea in his hand and stared at the flickering lights outside the window. The room was filled with a faint scent of tea. At this time, there was a knock on the door, and Zhou Ren pushed the door open, looking exhausted. Lin Fan put down the teacup, looked up at him, and said calmly, "You're back. Sit down. Zhou Ren grinned and sat down. He took a few breaths and said with a smile, Boss Lin, things went much more smoothly than we expected. I'm afraid Wang Jiangwo is already extremely worried now. Lin Fan made a cup of tea for the other party. What did you do today? Zhou Ren straightened up and started talking non-stop. This morning, I found more than 100 people and went to various industries under the Wang Group to cause trouble. It's to specifically target their lifeblood and affect their normal operations. The effect is very obvious in just one day. The heads of various sectors are extremely anxious, like ants on a hot pot. He gave a wicked smile. Many of their businesses are unable to operate normally now. In less than 10 days or half a month, their funding chain will definitely be broken. Hearing this, Lin Fan nodded. It seems that this time we really spent little money to achieve great things. Zhou Ren said excitedly, that's right. I divided our people into several groups, and each group focuses on one of the industries of Wang Group. For example, their Golden Splendor Hotel is a famous 5-star hotel in Jiangzhou. It usually does a booming business. This morning, I sent more than 20 people to block the hotel entrance, holding banners and shouting slogans. The banner read Wang Group owes debts and oppresses the people. Those people stood at the door. They were all dirty, as if they had just run away from a construction site. They kept shouting Wang Jiangwo, pay me back, and this black-hearted hotel, get out of Jiangzhou. It scared away all the guests coming in and out. He paused and smiled even more happily. The hotel manager was so anxious that he was sweating profusely and came out to give some advice. As a result, my people surrounded him and started arguing with him. Some even pretended to push him, making it look like a real fight. Who would dare to stay there after seeing this? Chapter 118, Low Cost and Good Effect. Several people who had booked rooms checked out and left, while others stood by and took photos to post online. It's all over the internet now, saying that there are people causing trouble outside the Jinbihuing Gate every day. Who would dare to go there to shop? At the end of the day, the hotel's occupancy rate dropped by half, and no one dared to eat in the restaurant. The manager was so anxious that he called the police, but when the police arrived, our people dispersed. As soon as the police left, our people went back to block the area. They are left with no solution at all. Lin Fan listened and couldn't help but smile. Zhou Ren became more and more excited as he spoke, and their logistics company. That is a major cash flow lifeline for Wang Jiangwo. He usually makes a lot of money from transportation. Today I sent more than 30 people directly to their logistics park and blocked the warehouse entrance to prevent trucks from entering or leaving. Some people were lying on the ground pretending to be unconscious, saying they were hit by Wang's truck. Some held banners saying Wang Logistics killed people. Some people even deliberately threw rotten vegetable leaves and rotten eggs on the trucks, which gave the whole park a strange smell. When the driver sees this scene, how dare he drive in? The goods can't go in or out, the warehouse is full, and all orders are stuck. The person in charge was so anxious that he ran around the park, trying to find someone to negotiate, but my people ignored him. They quarreled with everyone they saw and stopped cars they saw. As a result, they didn't ship out a single product in a day and all their customers ran away. He grinned and said proudly, the most feared thing about logistics is shutdown. Once it stops, everything will fail. It's only the first day, and their leader is so anxious that he called Wang Jiangwo to complain. Wang Jiangwo is so busy that he doesn't have time to take care of this. Zhou Ren rubbed his hands and continued, there is also Wang's real estate. They recently launched a new property in Jiangzhou East District, and it's selling like hotcakes. I sent more than 20 people to cause trouble at the door of the sales office. Some people held up signs saying Wang's real estate is a shady building. If you buy a house, you won't live there. Someone played on a broken speaker, saying that Wang's houses were of poor quality, that they cut corners, and that they owed the workers their hard-earned money. When those people stand at the door of the sales office, who would dare to go in and look at the house when customers see this attitude? One client was about to sign a contract, but when he heard the loudspeaker shouting, the house collapsed and no one is taking care of it, he turned around and left in fear. The manager of the sales office came out to chase people away, but my people argued with him without even starting to fight. Some even pretended to fall down, saying they were beaten, crying and shouting, making it seem like it was real. At the end of the day, the sales office hadn't signed a single contract. Do you think this manager can be calm? Lin Fan picked up the teacup, blew on it gently, and whispered, it's quite lively. Zhou Ren laughed and patted his thigh, that's right. And their factory. Wang's group has a large processing plant in the suburbs of Jiangzhou that specializes in export business. Usually the assembly line is so busy that it can't stop. Today I sent more than 40 people directly to the factory gate. They held up banners saying Wang's factory is owing wages, workers have no way to make a living. Someone even locked the factory gate with an iron chain to prevent workers from going in to work. The factory security guards wanted to chase us away, but we had more people than them and were able to push them aside. Workers can't get in, machines can't be turned on, and the entire production line has stopped. The factory manager was so anxious that he called the police, but when the police arrived, our people dispersed. When the police left, our people went back to lock the door again. After a whole day of hard work, the factory still didn't open. The factory manager was so anxious that he was jumping up and down at the door, but he couldn't do anything about us. Lin Fan nodded, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Zhou Ren grinned and said, "This is not the end yet." Wang Jianguo was so angry that he wanted to ask Wang Jianhua to bring people over to help. But Wang Jianhua is busy taking care of himself right now, so how can he care about him? After I beat up the group of people Wang Tianhao brought with him last night, I bribed them all. The news is spreading in the Qinglong gang, saying that Wang Jianhua is going to be investigated by the higher-ups. He said that some of his men wanted to rebel against him. The entire Qinglong gang is in a state of panic and chaos right now. Wang Jianhua was so busy trying to keep his own people stable that he couldn't spare any time to help Wang Jianguo. Zhou Ren said proudly, "Now Wang Jianguo is like an ant on a hot pot. Factories are shut down, logistics are stuck, hotels are empty, and real estate is unsold. No matter how rich he is, he won't last long. In less than 10 days or half a month, his funding chain will definitely be broken. When the time comes, we'll add fuel to the fire and his Wang group will completely collapse." Lin Fan put down his teacup and leaned back on the sofa. "Well done. But don't let your guard down. Wang Jianguo is not someone you can easily deal with. If he gets impatient, he will definitely counterattack. Keep an eye on that side, don't let him find our flaws." Zhou Ren patted his chest and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Boss Lin. I have arranged all my people. Even if I am caught, I will not say a word." Lin Fan suddenly seemed to remember something and turned to look at Zhou Ren. "How is Wang Tianhao? Have you been there? If someone dies here, that would be troublesome." Zhou Ren grinned and waved his hand when he heard this. "Don't worry, Boss Lin, I have arranged for someone to watch over it. Go check every 2 hours, there's basically no problem. I don't know how tired this kid is. He has slept for a whole day and night, but he hasn't woken up yet. He is still sleeping there." He paused and smiled even more widely. "Those 8 old ladies are probably like wolves and tigers, sitting on the ground sucking dirt." Lin Fan nodded, picked up the teacup and took a sip, then said calmly, "Tell me when you wake up." Zhou Ren smiled and said, "I understand, Boss Lin. Then I'll go get busy. I'll let you know if anything happens." Zhou Ren turned and left the reception room, and the room became quiet again. Lin Fan stood up, picked up a pack of cigarettes from the table, took out a cigarette and lit it. There was a flash of fire, and he took a deep breath and exhaled a cloud of white mist. He walked to the window and overlooked the night view of Jiangzhou. The lights outside the window are bright and neon lights are flickering in the night. Like flowing rivers, his face appeared bright and dark. He narrowed his eyes, holding a cigarette between his fingers, and swept the city with cold eyes. He couldn't help but think, gathering a crowd to cause trouble is indeed the most effective way to solve problems. The cost is low and the effect is good. No wonder this method still exists in the 21st century, it is indeed useful. Somehow, Lin Fan suddenly thought of the old lady lying in a pool of blood. He risked his life to seek justice. Is it really worth it? Are the lives of the lower class people so insignificant? If I didn't have the godly rich system, I would be in the same class as the old lady now. Chapter 119. The entire production line has stopped. This morning, sunlight pours into the restaurant of the Wang family's luxurious villa through the floor-to-ceiling windows, shining on the large solid wood dining table. The table was filled with a sumptuous breakfast. Steaming hot dumplings and golden fried eggs. Lobster eggs Benedict, Macau crab congee, fish maw and scallop broth. There are 2 cups of freshly ground coffee next to it, and the aroma is fragrant. For a family like this, breakfast alone is so luxurious. But Wang Jianguo and Li Xiulan, who were sitting at the table, had no appetite. Li Xiulan peeled eggs while frowning and asked casually, "Where's Hao Hao? Did you not come back last night?" There was some impatience in her tone, but her hands did not stop moving. She put the peeled egg into her mouth and chewed it absent-mindedly. Wang Jiangwo took a sip of his coffee and said without looking up, "Who knows where he is hanging out again? He makes me worry every day." There was a hint of helplessness in his voice, and then he picked up a steamed bun and took a bite. His brows were slightly furrowed, and it was obvious that his mind was not on breakfast. Hearing this, Li Xiulan snorted coldly, threw the eggshell in her hand into the plate, turned around and glared at Wang Jiangwo. "As a father, can you discipline your son properly? He causes trouble for me outside every day. He either beats this guy to death or rapes some girl. I'm the deputy mayor, not the emperor, and yet he makes me clean up his mess every day." She picked up the spoon and scooped a spoonful of crab porridge. Wang Jiangwo put down his chopsticks and sighed helplessly. "I have already let him go abroad. He can do whatever he wants after he goes abroad. Who knew that he would refuse to do so, and even asked for several entertainment venues from me, saying that he wanted to make a big splash in Jiangzhou." After hearing this, Li Xiulan snorted disdainfully. "Just him? It's good enough if you don't squander our family fortune." As she spoke, she finished the last mouthful of soup, stood up, picked up the black handbag next to her, turned and walked towards the door. "I'm leaving." Wang Jiangwo looked at her back, shook his head, and lost his appetite. He got up, changed into a suit, left the villa and went straight to the company. Half an hour later, he was sitting in the spacious and bright office at the Wine Group headquarters. He leaned back in the leather seat, his eyes scanning the documents on the table. There is an important meeting today, and he needs to think carefully about how to arrange it. But when he thought of Wang Tianhao, he felt irritated. He hesitated for a while, then took out his cell phone from the drawer and called Wang Tianhao. The phone rang several times, the beeping sound echoing in the quiet office, but no one answered. Wang Jiangwo frowned, hung up the phone, but didn't care too much. It is common for Wang Tianhao not to answer the phone. This kid has no rules when playing. When he gets tired of playing, he will come back naturally. He shook his head, turned on his computer, and began to look through today's meeting agenda and work arrangements. Just then, there was a hurried knock on the office door. Secretary Xiao Zhang pushed the door and walked in. Xiao Zhang is a man in his early 30s who is usually calm and steady in his work. But today he looked a little flustered, with beads of sweat on his forehead. He stood at the door and whispered, "Boss Wang, something happened at our brilliant hotel." Hearing this, Wang Jiangwo looked up at Xiao Zhang and asked, "What happened? Can't the person in charge of the hotel handle it?" His voice was low and somewhat displeased. Xiao Zhang hesitated for a moment and whispered, "A large group of people showed up at the entrance of our hotel early in the morning. Holding a banner to block the door, it's obvious they're here to cause trouble." When Wang Jiangwo heard this, he frowned, put down his pen abruptly, and asked in a deep voice, "Who dares to come to our Wang Group's hotel to cause trouble? I'm tired of living. Don't you know how much you weigh?" His voice was full of anger, and he asked again, "Is the other party a local? Don't you know that this is the Wang family's property?" Xiao Zhang swallowed and whispered, "I asked the person in charge of the hotel. He was dressed in dirty clothes and I don't know where he came from. The person in charge has already told them that this is the Wang family's property, but they didn't listen at all and are still blocking the way. After I called the police, they left, but as soon as the police left, they came back. Now the hotel can't operate normally. Some guests who have made reservations are now checking out." Wang Jiangwo sneered and leaned back in his chair. "Is there anyone in Jiangzhou who dares to act wildly on my Wang family's territory?" He picked up the phone and was about to dial. The screen suddenly lit up and a phone call came in. Wang Jiangwo frowned and picked up the phone. Before he could even open his mouth, the other party's anxious voice came over. "Boss Wang, it's bad, something has happened at our logistics company." The voice was so urgent as if it was on fire and seemed extremely panicked. A large group of people blocked the warehouse entrance, preventing trucks from entering or leaving, and threw rotten eggs, making the park a mess, and all the goods were stuck. It's no use calling the police. You should think of a solution quickly. Ouch, who the hell hit me? Wang Jiangwo frowned suddenly and clenched his phone with his fingers. Before he had time to digest the news, his cell phone rang again. He looked down and saw that it was the manager of the real estate company calling. He picked up the phone, and the other party almost shouted, "Boss Wang, there are people gathering to cause trouble at our real estate company." The entrance to the sales office was full of people holding banners shouting "Black-hearted property." All the clients ran away, and not a single contract was signed. Before Wang Jiangwo could open his mouth, his secretary Xiao Zhang also received a call. After he hung up, he whispered, "Boss Wang, our factory has been locked with an iron chain. Workers can't get in, and all production lines have stopped." His voice became smaller and smaller, as if he was a little confused by the continuous bad news. These pieces of news hit Wang Jianguo's heart like a heavy hammer. He just felt a tightness in his chest and almost couldn't breathe. The phone in his hand fell onto the table with a bang. His face was livid, his eyes were filled with anger, and veins popped out on his forehead. The whole person looks hideous and terrifying. His heart was in turmoil. It was obvious that someone was trying to get me. Hotels, logistics, real estate, factories, all had problems. How could this be a coincidence? It's obvious that someone is deliberately targeting my Wang family. Where on earth did this blind thing come from? How dare he touch me? Do you really think that I, Wang Jianguo, have been in Jiangzhou for nothing for all these years? He stared at his secretary and said, "Take your people to investigate now and find out who is behind this. I want to see which bastard dares to touch me." Xiao Zhang was frightened by his look and nodded quickly. "Yes, Mr. Wang, I'll go right away." Chapter 120, Lure the Snake Out of Its Hole. The office fell silent. Wang Jianguo leaned back in his chair, his chest heaving violently. He narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. This is so strange. Within one day, all industries encountered problems at the same time. There must be someone behind this. But who is this person? Do you have such great ability to move so many parts of me at the same time? He clenched his teeth and felt annoyed. No matter who he is, I will find him and kill him. Wang Jianguo took a deep breath, picked up his phone, and called Wang Jianhua directly. For this kind of thing, people from the underworld can be mobilized, so there is no need to look for Li Xiulan. After all, she is the deputy mayor and there are too many people watching her. If anything went wrong with her, it would be a big trouble. The phone rang twice, and Wang Jianhua's hoarse voice came from the other end. "Hello? What's up, brother?" Wang Jianguo didn't waste any words and said directly, "Several of my businesses are being disrupted right now. Bring some people here to drive them away." But there was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time. Wang Jianhua's voice was a little hesitant. "Brother, I'm afraid it won't work today. Someone under my command is trying to plot against me. I must find out who it is today. Fuck you, you follow me and dare to go against me. Brother, you should go find your sister-in-law. I'll finish the gang stuff first." After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for Wang Jianguo to reply. A busy tone came from the phone. Wang Jianguo was stunned for a moment, and then his face became even gloomier. He slammed his phone on the table, his eyes filled with anger. Is there also a problem with Wang Jianhua's gang? What the fuck is going on? Could it be that the mastermind behind this is also behind this? He narrowed his eyes and a terrible thought emerged in his mind. If someone had attacked Wang Jianhua, would Li Xiulan? As he was thinking, his cell phone rang again. He frowned and picked up the phone, and a hurried voice came from the other end. "Boss Wang, something happened to my sister-in-law. Many people blocked the government building early this morning. She said that her sister-in-law was abusing her power for personal gain and was abusing her position for personal gain, and that she allowed her son to bully men and women and endanger society. The media reporters were there, and my sister-in-law accidentally stabbed someone to death. Now he has been taken away by the police." These words hit Wang Jianguo like a bolt from the blue. He just felt a blackness in front of his eyes and a buzzing sound in his head. He stood up suddenly, using his hands on the table to prevent himself from falling. His entire face turned pale in an instant, his eyes filled with shock and panic. His lips trembled as he murmured in a low voice, "What, stabbed someone to death? Taken away by the police?" It felt like a huge rock was pressing down on his chest and he couldn't breathe for a moment. The anger and fear in his eyes were intertwined, and his heart was in turmoil. Why did everything go wrong? Hotels, logistics, real estate, factories, now even Li Xiulan is in trouble? What the hell is going on? Someone is messing with me, someone must be messing with me. But who is this person? Do you have such great ability that you can touch the 3 lifelines of my Wang family at the same time? He staggered back into his chair, sweat beading on his forehead. He remembered Li Xiulan's cold face when she left the house in the morning. I remembered the call that Wang Tianhao didn't answer. Then I thought about Wang Jianhua's evasion. He felt a sharp pain in his heart. Is the Wang family really going to be finished? He slammed the table and growled, "Impossible. I, Wang Jianguo, have been in Jiangzhou for so many years, who dares to touch me?" Wang Jianguo slumped in the large leather seat. The office was dead silent, with only his heavy breathing echoing in the air. He stared at the phone on the table, the cold sweat on his forehead sliding down his cheeks. By the way, Tianhao. Could something have happened to Tianhao as well? His hands trembled slightly as he snatched up the phone. His fingers were almost trembling as he dialed Wang Tianhao's number. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang several more times, but still no one answered. The piercing busy tone pierced his ears like needles, making him feel uneasy. Where on earth did this kid go? Did he really get caught by someone? Wang Jiangwo took a deep breath, lit a cigarette, and forced himself to calm down. He closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair, his mind racing. The situation now looks like we are under attack from all sides. Hotels are blocked, logistics are at a standstill, real estate cannot be sold, and factories are locked. Even Li Xiulan was taken away by the police. Wang Jianhua was also unable to spare any effort. He seemed to be trapped in an impenetrable net. There are stumbling blocks everywhere, and you'll be stuck if you try to move. But Wang Jiangwo is an old fox who has been in Jiangzhou for decades. Especially at times like this, we must not lose our composure. He narrowed his eyes and glanced coldly out the window. The morning light from Jiangzhou poured in, but he felt it was icy cold. Wang Jiangwo whispered to himself, "Don't panic, don't panic. These are just minor incidents, they can't shake my foundation." First, industries such as hotels, logistics, real estate, and factories were affected. It seems to be a big deal, but in fact it is just superficial chaos. Blocking the door, hanging banners, and shouting slogans. These methods are low-cost and loud, as if they were deliberately intended to disrupt his rhythm. But the foundation of the Wang Group is the capital chain. As long as the funds continue to flow, these industries will not suffer any damage if they are shut down for a few days. He sneered and thought to himself, this bunch of rabble thinks they can bring down my Wang family by blocking the door for a few days? Dream on. Secondly, Li Xiulan being taken away is indeed a big trouble. But she is the deputy mayor after all, and she has a lot of connections behind her. Stabbing an old lady to death sounds like a serious matter, but it may be suppressed if handled properly. She has only been suspended from her position and the investigation has not yet come to a conclusion. As long as we find someone to help, it won't be difficult to get her out. At worst, he can be transferred to another city to be mayor. Wang Jiangwo narrowed his eyes and thought about it. I have to quickly contact some old connections and settle this matter. We can't let her get into this. In the end, although Wang Jianhua's side was in chaos, the Qinglong gang was his territory after all. As long as Wang Jianhua can keep his men under control and deal with a few guys who have turned against him, the gang affairs can be settled. Then I can help him drive away these troublemakers, and everything will be back on track. The Wang family has been in Jiangzhou for so many years, and it's not relying on luck. It's built with real money and iron-fisted measures. Who dares to touch me? Thinking of this, Wang Jiangwo's expression eased a little, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He kept thinking and pondering, and a plan gradually emerged in his mind. This move can help find out the mastermind behind the scenes and get out of the current predicament at the same time. Wang Jiangwo leaned back in his chair and whispered to himself, since you guys want to play, I'll play a big one with you. His strategy was simple, to use stillness to counteract movement and lure the snake out of its hole. Chapter 121 She Can Act. Wang Jiangwo knew it clearly. With so many things happening at the same time, the other party must be no simple person. However, these rioters were like guerrillas. They would run away after firing a shot and disperse when the police arrived. The more the other party does this, the more it shows that they dare not confront him head-on. In other words, on the front battlefield, the enemy is no match for us at all. Wang Jiangwo sneered, since you dare not show up, let me force you out. The first thing to do is to stabilize your position. He simply picked up his phone and called the heads of several industries one by one. Don't panic. These people are just a mob. They won't last for a few days. You should stop business for 2 days and close down to minimize the losses. I'll find someone to handle it, and it will be resolved quickly. After hanging up the phone, he thought, don't you want to make trouble? Then I will stop you from making trouble. The next step is to uncover the culprit behind this. The other party can move in so many places at the same time, there must be an insider. Otherwise, where would such accurate intelligence come from? He made a phone call. Take a few people with you and keep an eye on those who are causing trouble. Don't confront them head-on, just follow them secretly and see where they go and who they meet after they disperse. Find out who is backing them. In addition, he has a huge amount of money in overseas accounts. He had secretly saved this money over the years for emergencies. As long as this money is transferred back and injected into the group, the capital chain can be stabilized. Finally, you have to make sure that there won't be any major problems with your wife and find an opportunity to have dinner with higher level leaders. As long as you have money, there is basically no problem. As the night deepens, in the reception room of Feng Linwen nightclub, Lin Fan stood by the window with a cigarette in his hand. Amid the smoke, he scanned the night view of Jiangzhou. But his mind was rapidly calculating the current situation. The Wang Group is such a large enterprise with deep roots. Simply finding some people to cause trouble, block the door, and shout slogans will not be able to shake the other party's foundation. But Lin Fan knew clearly that this battle was not about who had more wealth, but about who could grasp the opponent's vital point. He narrowed his eyes and whispered to himself, "To catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. This is the right way." He put out his cigarette and turned back to sit on the sofa. His eyes fell on the teacup on the table, and a clear plan came into his mind. Li Xiulan is the pillar of the Wang family and she must be suppressed. We must not let her take advantage of the opportunity to gain an advantage. As long as the evidence of her guilt is proven, she will be nailed to the pillar of shame completely. If we use her to bring down Wang Jiangwo, we will have a greater chance of winning this battle. Wang Jiangwo's current idea should be to use money to buy time. I just want to give you this chance. There was a gentle knock on the door, and Zhou Ren pushed it open and walked in. "Boss Lin, you're looking for me?" Lin Fan nodded and said directly, "I have an idea, let me discuss it with you." He looked at Zhou Ren and said, "We can't let down our guard on Li Xiulan's side. She must be convicted of a crime and must not be given any chance to breathe. As long as she is completely finished, Wang Jiangwo will have no one to back him up, and it will be much easier to deal with him then." Zhou Ren nodded when he heard this. Boss Lin is right, Li Xiulan is the key. She has been taken away now, but Wang Jiangwo will definitely not sit there and wait for death. He may have already found someone to smooth things over. We have to get ahead of him and nail her to the point of guilt. He paused, then smiled and said, "For this kind of thing, it's best to find some private detectives who value money over their lives. They are the best at digging up dirt. I know a few reliable people who have connections and might be able to dig up Li Xiulan's past." Lin Fan nodded and whispered, "Then I'll leave it to you. Money is not an issue, but speed is. Li Xiulan has been the deputy mayor of Jiangzhou for many years. She must be a shady person. Taking bribes, shielding others, and abusing power for personal gain. As long as there is solid evidence, she will be unable to turn over a new leaf. Then I will disclose this evidence to the Commission for Discipline Inspection and the media. Keep a backup just in case." Zhou Ren patted his chest and said with a smile, "No problem, I'm familiar with this matter. I'll find someone tomorrow morning and I guarantee that I can dig out some hard stuff for you within 3 days." He paused, then continued, "By the way, today I had someone keep an eye on the Wang Group and found that several of their businesses have closed down. Hotels, logistics, and real estate are all closed. I guess they want to avoid the limelight." Hearing this, Lin Fan sneered, "I guessed it a long time ago. This is Wang Jiangwo's delaying tactic. He wanted to use money to buy time and wait for Li Xiulan to come out before striking back." A cold light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. "Now it's a matter of time and ability. It depends on whether he gets Li Xiulan out first, or we first find the evidence of Li Xiulan's guilt." Zhou Ren nodded and said in a deep voice, "Wang Jiangwo, this old fox, must have a lot of cards in his hand." Lin Fan continued, "Tell the private detective to act as soon as possible. Also, you have to keep your own affairs out of the way so that Wang Jiangwo's people don't find out about us at this time. It will be troublesome if he catches us. Also, be careful if there are spies around you. Wang Jiangwo is anxious now. He will definitely look for clues everywhere. We have to be on guard." When Zhou Ren heard this, his face darkened a little, and he nodded, "Don't worry, Boss Lin, I know this." Lin Fan picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said calmly, "We can't stop preparing for the movie. Leave the Wang family's mess to your subordinates first." Zhou Ren nodded and said with a smile, "I have been asking people to follow up these days. Now the progress is basically almost there. The script and some character selections have been finalized. The director, the venue, and everything else has been arranged pretty much the same. It is expected that filming will officially start in 2 days." He paused, then added, "But I haven't met the heroine Zhao Macy yet. I don't know if she is willing to participate." Hearing this, Lin Fan smiled and said, "Don't worry, she will act. At the same time, Zhao Macy, who had just returned from a trip outside, pushed open the door of the studio. She was wearing a simple gray sportswear, sunglasses on her face, and carrying a slightly worn travel bag in her hand. She looked exhausted and was completely different from the glamorous first-line star she was half a month ago. She stood in the doorway, her eyes scanning the empty office. The studio that was once bustling with people is now deserted. There was a thin layer of dust on the tables and chairs. The trophies and posters on the wall are still there, but they look like forgotten old things, exuding a sense of depression. Only Sister Ping and Zhou Yang were left in the room. Chapter 122. It's really you, Brother Kai. Sister Ping sat at her desk, holding a cup of cold coffee in her hand, staring blankly out the window. Zhou Yang stood aside, looking down at the documents with a frown on his face. Hearing the door open, they both turned to look at Zhao Macy. The emotions in my heart are hard to express in words. There are surprises, heartaches, and a hint of sadness that cannot be concealed. Sister Ping put down her coffee cup, stood up, and forced a smile. Maze, you're back. She looked around and said awkwardly, all the other colleagues in the studio have left, leaving only Zhou Yang and I. She shook her head, a hint of sadness flashing in her eyes. The entertainment industry is sometimes like this, heaven and hell are just a thought away. Who would have thought that our Max was a popular first-tier celebrity just half a month ago? No studio can operate nowadays. Zhao Macy took off his sunglasses, revealing a slightly haggard face. She smiled, trying to lighten the atmosphere, but her smile was somewhat bitter. Sister Ping, don't say that. Success or failure, it doesn't matter. She put down her travel bag and walked into the studio. My eyes swept across the empty room, and my heart ached. The studio she built was once her pride. But now it is so deserted that it makes people feel chilled. Zhou Yang came over at this time, holding a stack of bills in his hand, and handed it to Zhao Macy. Macy, these are all the bills. After paying all the liquidated damages, we still owe more than 4 million. Zhao Macy reached out to take the bill, flipped through a few pages, and pretended to be calm. Zhou Yang stood aside, looked up at Zhao Macy, his eyes full of heartache. Max, what are you going to do with all this money? It's too hard for you to carry it alone. Zhao Macy looked up at him and smiled. It's okay, can't you make a living anywhere? I will pay this money back slowly, and one day I will pay it back. She casually put the bill on the table. I made so much money when I was doing well, but now that I'm down and out, it's normal to pay back some debts. It's no big deal. She turned to look at Sister Ping and Zhou Yang, her eyes softened a little. All good things must come to an end. Thank you for sticking with me till today. But I may have to walk the rest of the way alone. I can't have you accompany me anymore. Her voice was soft, with a hint of reluctance. When Zhou Yang heard this, he shook his head repeatedly. Macy, no. I can also be your assistant. I don't care about the salary, as long as I can be with you. Zhao Macy shook his head and interrupted him. Zhou Yang, I am a has-been artist now. After a while, I won't even be an artist anymore. What kind of assistant do you want? I can't even pay you, so how can I let you follow me? There was a flash of self-mockery in her eyes. I don't want to drag you down, you all have your own paths to follow. Sister Ping was standing aside, and when she heard this, her eyes suddenly turned red. She bit her lips, holding back tears, and whispered, Maze, don't say that. We have followed you for so many years, not for money, but for you as a person. Her voice trembled. Now, the studio is gone, and you still have so much debt. It makes me sad to see you. She choked and raised her hand to wipe the corners of her eyes, but the tears kept flowing. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became extremely depressing. The air seemed to be frozen, so heavy that it made people breathless. Zhao Macy looked at Sister Ping and Zhou Yang, a hint of bitterness flashing in his eyes. But she still forced a smile and whispered, Don't be like this, everyone. Even if we break up, we'll still be friends in the future, right? Now that things have come to this, I do have an unavoidable responsibility. I will continue the lawsuit against Lin Fan. This will be a way to give everyone an explanation. She took a deep breath and glanced at the two of them. From now on, I declare, Zhao Macy's studio is officially released. The word scatter has not yet been uttered. The old landline phone on the desk suddenly rang. The ding-ling-ling sound was harsh and abrupt, constantly echoing in the quiet room. Zhao Macy's words were interrupted and he turned to look at the phone. Sister Ping and Zhou Yang also looked over at the same time, with a hint of doubt in their eyes. The three people's eyes were focused on the phone, as if they were expecting something, but also afraid of something. Sister Ping wiped her tears and whispered, "Who would call it this time? Isn't this another debt collector?" Zhou Yang frowned, walked over, picked up the microphone, and whispered, "Hello? This is Zhao Macy's studio." He paused and raised his eyebrows slightly. He turned to look at Sister Ping and whispered, "Sister Ping, I said I was looking for you." There was a bit of confusion on his face. He didn't expect that someone would look for Sister Ping at this time. Sister Ping was stunned for a moment, then walked over and took the microphone. "Hello? I'm Zhao Macy's agent. Who are you?" Her tone was a little cautious. After all, the studio had reached the point of being disbanded. Who else would call? There was a voice coming from the other end of the phone, and it seemed that more than one person was talking. There were a few faint whispers in the background, as if they were discussing something. A male voice spoke first. "We would like to ask if Zhao Macy has any schedule recently. We are currently preparing a movie." Sister Ping frowned slightly and her eyes subconsciously swept towards Zhao Macy. She felt suspicious. The internet is full of negative comments about Zhao Macy now, and her studio is about to collapse. How could anyone still want her to make a movie? She asked tentatively, "Which crew are you from?" Sister Ping's voice was cautious and a little defensive. "I was afraid that the other party was a liar, or was here to make some shady films." There was a pause on the other end of the phone, and then a familiar voice came over. "We are from the crew of Mystery in the Mirror. I'm Brother Chen Kai. Sister Ping, you won't forget me so quickly, will you? I've worked with Max before." When Sister Ping heard the three words Brother Chen Kai, she felt like she was electrocuted. Her eyes suddenly widened and she almost dropped the microphone in her hand. Then he shouted in disbelief, "Brother Kai! It's really you, Brother Kai!" Sister Ping quickly covered the microphone, turned to look at Zhao Macy and Zhou Yang, and whispered, "It's Brother Chen Kai. That Brother Chen Kai." Her tone was hurried, as if she couldn't believe her ears. Hearing this, Zhao Macy looked up at her, frowned slightly, and was obviously a little surprised. Zhou Yang stood aside and said in shock, "Brother Chen Kai? That director?" Sister Ping nodded, her face almost grinning from ear to ear. "Brother Kai, it's really you. I thought you were a liar. Why did you call Max suddenly?" Chapter 123, Take One Step at a Time. Brother Chen Kai is a famous director in the circle, and none of his works are bad. Which actor who has worked with him did not gain both fame and fortune? Who in the entertainment industry wouldn't be excited to receive a call from him? There was a low laugh from the other end of the phone. "Of course it's me. You actually thought I was a liar. It's like this, I recently took on a short film called Mystery in the Mirror. I've read the script, it's quite suitable for Max. Let her come over for an audition when you have time." Sister Ping's eyes widened even further. She quickly said, "Our Max will definitely go to the movie you direct. I feel like I can receive an award right after the shoot." Chen Kai's laughter came from the other end of the phone. "I'm just one of the executive directors. Director Zhang and Director Wang are also on this film." When Sister Ping heard this, she was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, "Director Zhang? Director Wang?" There was a hint of suspicion in her voice. Brother Chen Kai is already a big-name director, who else can partner with him? As she was thinking, a deep voice came from the other end of the phone, "I'm Lao Mozi." Then, another voice slowly answered, "I am Wang Jiawei." As soon as these words came out, Sister Ping felt like she was struck by lightning. Her pupils suddenly contracted and the microphone in her hand almost fell to the ground. Sister Ping opened her mouth, but no sound came out. She couldn't even believe her ears. "I just stood there, my mind blank." After several seconds, he suddenly came back to his senses and murmured in a low voice, "Zhang Yimou. Wang Jiawei." Zhao Macy and Zhou Yang also heard this, and they both turned to look at Sister Ping. Zhou Yang asked in a low voice, "Sister Ping, what's wrong? What did you say?" There was a hint of urgency in his voice, and he was obviously confused by Sister Ping's reaction. Sister Ping suddenly covered the microphone, turned to look at the two of them, her eyes full of disbelief. She whispered, "It's Zhang Yimou and Wang Jiawei. That Zhang Yimou. That Wang Jiawei. And Brother Chen Kai. These three great directors are filming together." She couldn't help but tremble in her heart. "Oh my God, what kind of drama is this? Three big directors gathered together? What a big deal." Zhang Yimou, Wang Jiawei, and Chen Kaiga are the three giants of the Chinese language film industry. Any of their moves is a guarantee of box office success. If the three of them worked together, what a big deal it would be. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down, but her hands were still shaking. Sister Ping turned back to the microphone, her voice full of awe. Director Zhang? Director Wang? Is it really you? I'm not dreaming, am I? She spoke carefully, fearing that this was an illusion. Zhang Yimou's laughter came from the other end of the phone. It's not a dream, Sister Ping. We three are definitely here. Mystery in the Mirror is a big project, and we all think Max is quite suitable for the female lead, so we want her to give it a try. Then, Wang Jiawei said slowly, her temperament is very suitable for the role. I have watched her previous works and I think she is okay. Brother Chen Kai's voice came from the other end of the phone again. How is it? Does Max have any schedule recently? Do you want to come for an audition? Sister Ping nodded quickly and said in a hurried voice, yes. Yes. I have to audition. I have to go even if I don't get paid. You tell us the time and place, and we will be there. There was a low laugh from the other end of the phone, and Brother Chen Kai said, okay, someone will contact you and tell you the specific time and place. That's it for now, see you later. After the other party finished speaking, the phone was hung up with a click. Sister Ping stood there in a daze, with the busy tone of beep, beep, beep echoing in her ears. She stood there blankly for several seconds before she suddenly turned around and looked at Zhao Meici and Zhou Yang. The joy on his face could not be concealed at all. Maze. Did you hear that? Zhang Yimou. Wang Jiawei. Brother Chen Kai. They want you to audition. Zhao Meici looked up at Sister Ping, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Really? Sister Ping nodded vigorously and said excitedly, really? These three big directors are filming together and have chosen you to be the leading actress. Max, this is your chance to turn things around. Zhao Meici frowned slightly. She looked up at Sister Ping and whispered, Sister Ping, are you sure you heard it right? Zhang Yimou, Wang Jiawei, Chen Kaiga, these top directors, why would they look for me? There's negative news all over the internet right now. I'm at the center of a storm. How could they be interested in me? Sister Ping smiled and waved her hand, her tone full of confidence. Meici, don't worry. He's such a top director with such a big reputation, he definitely won't lie to us. We have worked with Brother Chen Kai before, and he always keeps his word. They called in person this time. They must have seen your potential. Just wait for the audition and don't think too much. She patted Zhao Meici's shoulder and smiled from ear to ear. This is your chance to turn things around, Max, don't doubt yourself. Zhao Meici pursed her lips and glanced at Sister Ping's face, which was full of expectation. He looked at the hope in Zhou Yang's eyes again. In the end, he didn't say anything more. She nodded, okay, then wait for the audition notice. In the evening, Zhao Meici returned to his apartment. The moment I opened the door, a sense of coldness hit me in the face. She threw her bag aside, slumped down on the sofa, picked up her phone and started browsing casually. The first video that popped up on the screen was about Lin Fan's ghost video competition. She frowned, paused for a moment, and then clicked it. In the video, Lin Fan's arrogant face was edited by netizens to look extremely weird. With the magical music and lines, the comments section was full of laughter. She flipped through it and found that the competition seemed to have ended. All the bonuses have been distributed. Several netizens shared screenshots of Lin Fan's transfers to them. The comments below were filled with envy. Boss Lin is so generous. This money comes too easily. I want to join in, but it's too late. Zhao Meici's mood was a little complicated for a moment. She turned off the video, leaned back on the sofa, and stared blankly at the ceiling, but Sister Ping's words kept echoing in her mind. Zhang Yimou, Wang Jiawei, Chen Kaiga, why are they looking for me? She shook her head and whispered to herself, forget it, let's take it one step at a time. 2 days passed in a flash. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the cell phone suddenly rang. Zhao Meici answered the phone in a daze, and a strange male voice came from the other end. Hello, is this Miss Zhao Meici? I am a staff member of the crew of Mystery in the Mirror. There is an audition at Jiangzhou Film and Television Base at 9 o'clock this morning. Can you come? Zhao Meici was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses. Yes, I will be there on time. Chapter 124. What are the conditions? At exactly 8 o'clock, Zhao Meici dressed himself and put on a simple white shirt and jeans. I put on some light makeup and tried to make myself look more energetic. When she went out, Sister Ping and Zhou Yang were already waiting downstairs. When Sister Ping saw her, she smiled and said, "Macy, let's go, today is a big day." Zhou Yang also nodded, picked up her bag, and whispered, "I'll drive. If you feel sleepy, you can take a nap in the car." Zhao Macy smiled, said nothing, and got in the car. The car drove all the way to Jiangzhou Film and Television Base and arrived at exactly 8:45. Zhao Macy got out of the car and followed Sister Ping and Zhou Yang into the audition site. As soon as she stepped through the door, she was stunned. There were crowds of people around, it was extremely lively. She took a quick glance and discovered that there were many A-list celebrities at the scene. They are all glamorous and have a strong aura. Zhao Macy recognized several familiar faces at a glance. Yang Mi was wearing a black dress and standing in the corner, whispering something to her assistant. Not far away, Lu Cece was wearing a red windbreaker, holding a cup of coffee in her hand, and greeting others with a smile. There is also Ton Lia, wearing a beige sweater, flipping through the script with her head down. Zhao Macy stood there in a daze, his heart churning. These are all top stars, why are they all here for the audition? She subconsciously clenched her hands and whispered to Sister Ping, "Sister Ping, there are so many people, are we in the right place?" Sister Ping was also stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "That's right, it must be here. A play by 3 top directors, how can it be a big deal?" At this time, Yang Mi saw Zhao Macy and walked over to greet him with a smile. "Max, long time no see. Are you here for the audition as well?" Her voice was clear and familiar. Zhao Macy came back to her senses, nodded, and forced a smile. "Yes, Sister Yang Mi, you are here too?" Yang Mi smiled and said, "Yes, I heard that this play is a big deal, I'll try out for a supporting role." She paused, then said, "What about you? What role are you trying out for?" Before Zhao Macy could answer, Lu Cece came over and said with a smile, "Macy, long time no see. How have you been recently?" Zhao Macy smiled and whispered, "It's okay. I came to audition today." Lu Cece nodded and said, "Me too, I'm trying out for the 3rd female role. I heard the female lead has already been chosen." Zhao Macy was stunned for a moment, feeling confused. Has the female lead been decided? Before she had time to think about it, Ton Lia also came over. "Maze, you're here too? It looks like this show has a really strong cast. I'm already honored to have a supporting role." There was some emotion in her voice. Zhao Macy's mind was in a fog as he listened to these words. She exchanged a few words with a few people, and took the opportunity to pull Sister Ping aside. "Sister Ping, did you hear that? They were all trying out for supporting roles." There was shock in her voice and a hint of disbelief in her eyes. Sister Ping was also stunned, then her eyes widened and she whispered, "You mean, you are the only heroine?" She understood something instantly and said excitedly, "Maze, doesn't this mean that you will definitely pass the audition today? Oh my god, this is a play by Zhang Yimou, Wang Jiawei, and Chen Kaiga, and she's the leading lady." Zhao Macy stood there, his mind in turmoil. All the first-line stars at the scene were vying for supporting roles. And she became the only candidate to audition for the female lead. Zhao Macy bit her lip, feeling confused. What on earth is going on? She is in such a miserable state now, why would 3 top directors specifically choose her? Zhao Macy took a deep breath and whispered to Sister Ping, "Sister Ping, this is so strange. I always feel like something is wrong." Sister Ping waved her hand and said with a smile, "Don't think too much, my C. This is a great opportunity, who cares why? As long as you play this play well, you can turn things around. Director Zhang and his team have good judgment." She then took Zhao Macy to the audition room. "Come on, don't just stand there, go in and wait for the audition." In a conference room at Jiangzhou Film and Television Base. Lin Fan sat at one side of the long table, holding a cup of freshly brewed Longjing tea in his hand. He calmly glanced at the 3 directors sitting opposite him. The room was filled with a faint scent of tea, but the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Zhang Yimou leaned back in his chair and was the first to break the silence. "Boss Lin, if we only have a budget of 200 million. It might be difficult to add some A-list celebrities. But if we don't add it, the luxury of this lineup won't be improved." He frowned and glanced at Lin Fan. "And since you've chosen Zhao Macy, we definitely can't make a micro-movie. It's too uneconomical. It'd be better to make it into a feature film, a long-running big production. Only then can we be worthy of this battle." Wang Jiawei nodded and took over the conversation. "That's what I meant. We can't be too picky. We have to be the best at what we do." Although Zhao Macy has some negative news now, her foundation is still there. If we can pull together a good supporting cast, this drama will definitely be a hit. Brother Chen Kai smiled and glanced at Lin Fan and said, Boss Lin, you are an investor, what do you think? 200 million is indeed a bit tight. If we want to make this a top-notch show, we need to increase the budget a bit. There was a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, and he seemed to be full of confidence in this play. Hearing this, Lin Fan put down his teacup and said with a smile, increasing investment is not a problem. How much do you want to budget? Tell me a number. Wang Jiawei was stunned for a moment, then looked at Zhang Yimou and Chen Kaiga hesitantly. If we do everything top-notch, actors, special effects, sets, post-production, it would cost at least 500 million. His tone was tentative, as if he was gauging Lin Fan's reaction. When Lin Fan heard this, he smiled and said, 500 million? Then I'll invest 1 billion. He was very confident and seemed to treat the money as just a number. Money is not a problem, what I want is the effect. Not only will I let you make this movie, you can also submit it for a competition. But I have a condition. When Brother Chen Kai heard this, he became interested and asked with a smile, what are the conditions? Lin Fan picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said slowly, I didn't invest in this movie for no reason. Actually, I have some feelings for Zhao Macy, the kind between a man and a woman. He smiled and continued, you guys know about these rumors on the internet. There was a misunderstanding between us before. So I hope that through this movie, I can clear up the misunderstanding between us. It would be even better if there was a spark of love. There was silence in the conference room for a moment. The three directors looked at each other and then burst into laughter. Chapter 125 Why does it look so familiar? Zhang Yimou smiled and said, Boss Lin, your idea is really direct. But then again, who hasn't been young? Spending 1 billion to chase a female star, this is the first time I've seen it, haha. Lin Fan waved his hands hastily, stop. Stop. I'm not spending 1 billion to chase after a female star, I'm spending 1 billion to make a movie. This logic cannot be wrong. Lin Fan felt panicky because the system only gave him 200 yuan to pick up girls. If you spend too much, you will be punished. Besides, Lin Fan didn't have that much money in his hands. Fortunately, the system couldn't stand Wang Tianhao's trouble anymore. 1 billion yuan was directly allocated to Lin Fan to deal with the Wang Group. But the talents hired now cost less than 1 million. I'm afraid I won't be able to use any money later. Lin Fan directly transferred the money to the film industry. With this calculation, Lin Fan still has more than 500 million left. Wang Jiawei couldn't help but laugh when he heard Lin Fan's conditions. This is not only about guiding the plot of the movie, but also about guiding real love. But Zhao Macy is really a good girl. If I can make a comeback through this play and create some sparks with you, it will be a good story. Brother Chen Kai leaned back in his chair and smiled even more happily, I think it's okay. This is reliable. Lin Fan listened to the teasing and smiled, neither denying nor admitting it. He said calmly, how to shoot the play, you are the experts, I trust you. That's just a small request of mine. You can handle the rest. Zhang Yimou nodded, put away his smile, and said in a deep voice, okay, since Boss Lin is so straightforward, let's not delay it. Start auditions right away, starting with supporting roles. I brought a group of people here today, all of whom are somewhat famous in the circle. Boss Lin, come with us and take a look and pick some people. Lin Fan nodded and said with a smile, no problem. He really wanted to see what kind of lineup he could get with the 1 billion. He stood up and followed the three directors out of the meeting room. In the corridor outside the meeting room, the assistant was already busy. The door of the audition room opened and closed, staff members shuttled back and forth, and the air was filled with a tense and exciting atmosphere. Lin Fan followed the three directors into the audition room, his eyes scanning the actors waiting outside the room. The audition room was brightly lit. Directors Zhang Yimou, Wang Jiawei and Chen Kaiga sat side by side behind a long table. Holding the script and cast list in their hands, they discussed in low voices. Lin Fan sat in the back row, waiting for the actors to come on stage. The first one to come in was Yang Mi. She was wearing a black dress, standing tall with a smile on her face. Yang Mi nodded towards the director's table. Hello, directors. I'm Yang Mi. Today I'm auditioning for the second female role. Lin Fan on the side couldn't help but frown. She is Yang Mi. She is indeed beautiful, and the name Big Secret is not for nothing. Yang Mi took the script handed to him by the staff, took a deep breath, and began to perform. She was trying out for a crying scene, which was the scene in the script where the second female lead broke down after learning that her lover had betrayed her. Yang Mi stood in front of the camera, closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her eyes were red. She bit her lip and murmured softly, "How could you do this to me?" Her voice trembled and tears streamed down her cheeks. His shoulders shrugged slightly, as if he was trying hard to suppress his emotions. After the performance, she wiped her tears and bowed to the director's seat. Zhang Yimou put down his pen and whispered, "Yang Mi's crying skills are pretty good, and her emotions are very accurate, but her explosiveness is a little weak. The second female lead needs to be more ruthless." Wang Jiawei nodded. "Her temperament is very suitable for this role, gentle yet tough, just adjust the details and it will be fine." Brother Chen Kai smiled and said, "I agree. The second female role is quite suitable for her. What do you think, Boss Lin?" Lin Fan nodded and said calmly, "Very good, pleasing to the eye." Yang Mi was evaluated as basically confirmed as the second female lead and left with a smile. The second person to come in was Lu Cece. She was wearing a red windbreaker and exuded a strong aura. When she came in, she waved to the director's seat and said with a smile, "Hello, directors. I'm Lu Cece, auditioning for female role number 3. She took the script and tried out a quarrel scene. Female number 3 has a fierce confrontation with her brother at the family meeting. Lu Cece stood in front of the camera, slammed the table, stared at the brother in the air, and said coldly, "Who gives you the right to decide my future? I'm not your puppet." Her voice was loud and her tone was filled with anger. His fingers were clenched into fists and his eyes were fierce enough to kill. After the performance, she took a few breaths and smiled towards the director's seat. Wang Jiawei put down his pen and whispered, "Lu Cece's explosive power is strong enough, and her lines are also good. It's just that the look in her eyes is a little too hard. The third female character has to look a little aggrieved." Zhang Yimou nodded and said, "Yes, her aura can control the situation, but her emotions need to be softer. But it's okay to give her the third female role." Brother Chen Kai smiled and said, "I think it's okay. This girl is very suitable for playing such a fiery character." Lin Fan took a sip of tea and said calmly, "Not bad, very exciting." The third person to come in was Tong Lia. She was wearing a beige sweater, and her temperament was gentle. The next person to come in was actor Hu Gu. Auditions were held one after another. Lin Fan sat aside, looking at these stars. "I couldn't help but think, if 1 billion yuan were used to form such a lineup, it would be quite an attraction." He felt a sense of satisfaction as he watched these stars, who usually seemed high and mighty, performing hard in front of the camera. However, these people are just supporting roles in this play, and the real highlight is yet to come. As time passed, the atmosphere in the audition room became more and more heated. The directors discussed in low voices, with Lin Fan occasionally interjecting, as the roles were finalized one by one. Several other supporting roles were also assigned one after another, and the whole process was orderly. The director's comments were precise and sharp, and Lin Fan read them with great interest. Just as the last audition for a supporting role ended and the room fell silent, the door was gently pushed open. Lin Fan looked over subconsciously and saw Zhao Meici walking in. She was wearing a simple white shirt and jeans, with light makeup on her face, and had a cool temperament. She stood at the door, her eyes swept across the room, then nodded towards the director's table and whispered, "Hello, directors. I'm Zhao Meici, here to audition for the female lead." Lin Fan locked his gaze on her, a meaningful smile flashing in his eyes. Zhang Yimou, Wang Jiawei, and Chen Kaiga also turned to look at her. The three of them exchanged glances and discussed in low voices. Zhao Meici stood quietly in front waiting, her eyes passing over the three directors. Suddenly I noticed that there seemed to be someone sitting behind the director. The other person was wearing a white t-shirt and looked a little casual. But, why does it look so familiar? Who is he? Lin Fan. Chapter 126, What Should I Do with the Studio? Zhao Meici seemed to be frozen in place. Lin Fan? Why is he here? Zhao Meici's pupils suddenly shrank and his heart was beating bang 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 non-stop. She even wondered if she was under too much pressure and worried too much recently, which caused her eyes to become blurry. Zhao Meici subconsciously raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Fan was still sitting there. There was a harmless smile on his face, and he was looking at her quietly. The smile was exactly the same as the one he had on the stage in the auditorium, with a hint of teasing and a little bit unpredictable. Zhao Meici's breathing stagnated and his mind was in a mess. How did Lin Fan appear at the audition? He sits with these directors? Who is he? Could it be that he is also from the circle? Or is he a relative of the director? Zhao Macy's eyes were fixed on Lin Fan. I wanted to see some clues from his face. But the other party did not give her this opportunity. Zhao Macy bit her lip and clenched the script in her hand. Just then, Zhang Yimou's voice broke the silence in the room. He put down the pen in his hand and whispered, "Welcome to audition for the role of Su Yao. This character will have a kissing scene with the male lead. The background of the story is that at the end, the man and woman develop feelings for each other. But you need a sharper eye lead. Tell the audience that this is not the ending, but there is still a reversal." He glanced at Zhao Macy, as if observing her reaction. But Zhao Macy seemed not to hear it and was still immersed in his own thoughts. Her eyes were still on Lin Fan, and one question kept echoing in her mind: why is he here? What does he have to do with this play? She even began to wonder if this drama was another trap set by Lin Fan? Just like the original ghost animal competition. Seeing that she was unmoved, Zhang Yimou frowned slightly and raised his voice to remind her, "Macy? Did you hear it just now?" Zhao Macy was brought back to reality by this voice. She suddenly came back to her senses, her face flushed, and she whispered awkwardly, "I'm sorry, I was a little distracted just now, sorry director." There was a hint of panic in her voice, and her fingers gripped the script a little tighter. Zhao Macy took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. I secretly told myself, "Zhao Macy, you are here for an audition today. No matter what Lin Fan does here, it has nothing to do with you. Don't let him disturb you." Zhang Yimou nodded, without saying much, and whispered, "What you need to audition is a kissing scene. You can refer to the relevant plot prompts in your hand for details." Zhao Macy lowered his head, opened the script, and quickly glanced at the plot instructions. In the script, Su Yao is a tough but complicated woman. At the end of the story, she and the male protagonist experienced a life and death separation. Finally revealing his true feelings, the two kissed. But there was a reserve in the depth of that kiss, and the look in his eyes was sharp, as if suggesting that this was not the end. After reading it, Zhao Macy nodded. It's just a kissing scene, which is very common in movies and TV shows. Most of the shots are taken out of place, so there is no psychological burden. She raised her head and whispered to the director's chair, "I'm ready." Zhang Yimou nodded when he heard this, a smile appeared on his face, and he whispered, "Okay then. If you perform a kissing scene alone, the effect may not be noticeable. The leading actor of our play happens to be here as well. Let him pair up with you to perform the performance." Zhao Macy was stunned for a moment, then nodded and whispered, "No problem." Although she still had some doubts in her mind, her professional ethics allowed her to adjust herself quickly. She glanced around the room to see who the male lead was. The names of several first-line male stars flashed through my mind, and I thought, anyone who can work with Zhang Yimou and others must be a big star, right? At this moment, Brother Chen Kai turned his head and looked at Lin Fan behind him with a smile. "Boss Lin, it's your turn." As soon as these words came out, Zhao Macy felt like he was struck by lightning. Then he suddenly looked up at Lin Fan, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his heart felt like it was being squeezed hard by someone. She widened her eyes and stared at Lin Fan, her eyes full of shock. Lin Fan? Is he the male lead? Her mind was buzzing. I almost dropped the script in my hand. Lin Fan is the male lead? He's kissing me? What the hell is going on? Could it be that all this was arranged by him? The atmosphere in the audition room suddenly became subtle and tense. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, with a look of surprise in his eyes. He really didn't expect these three directors to be so awesome. The filming of the drama hasn't even started yet, but he has already been given this ambiguous scene. Isn't this action too fast? He is indeed a top director. Lin Fan glanced at the three directors and thought to himself, okay, since you guys are so good at having fun, I naturally can't spoil the fun. If there are more scenes like this, wouldn't there be more favorable impressions? Lin Fan slowly stood up and walked forward. His heartbeat unconsciously quickened a little. After all, this is a kissing scene with Zhao Macy, so I am somewhat looking forward to it. Wang Jiawei turned to look at him and reminded him, "Boss Lin, don't be nervous for a while. Just treat it as something that happens in reality. Just act like you normally do, don't be too deliberate." Hearing this, Lin Fan laughed, waved his hand, and said easily, "No problem, Director Wang. It's not like I've never seen the world before. It's just a kissing scene. It's nothing." Lin Fan glanced at Zhao Macy, and seeing that she was still standing there motionless, he felt happy again. This girl, she must be confused now, right? Zhao Macy stood in front of the camera, watching Lin Fan walk towards her step by step. I was completely confused. She widened her eyes and stared at Lin Fan's smiling face, her eyes full of panic and resistance. Every time Lin Fan took a step forward, her heart would lift a little. For a moment, she had the urge to run away. She doesn't want to play the leading role anymore and doesn't want to audition anymore. She didn't want to stand here and face Lin Fan at all. She wanted to turn around and leave this suffocating place. But at the moment when her heels were slightly lifted, the deserted studio suddenly flashed through my mind. Sister Ping's tears and Zhou Yang's reluctance. And then there's the bill of more than 4 million. She suddenly stopped moving, a hint of struggle flashing in her eyes. Zhao Macy closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and shouted in his heart, Zhao Macy, you can't leave. What will happen to the studio when you leave? What to do with those debts? Do you still have a chance to turn things around? She clenched her teeth, made up her mind, and a look of determination flashed in her eyes. Never mind. Isn't it just a kissing scene? It's just a borrowed shot, not a real kiss. It's no big deal. Zhao Macy forced himself to calm down. She glanced at Lin Fan and saw that he had walked up to her and stood 1 meter in front of her. How about chapter 127? Zhao Macy straightened his back, tried to make his voice sound steady, and whispered, then, let's get started. There was a barely perceptible tremor in his voice. Lin Fan nodded, took a step towards her and stood closer. Zhao Macy could smell a faint scent of tobacco on him, mixed with a hint of tea. This smell made her feel even more confused. She subconsciously took a half step back, avoiding looking at him, the resistance in her eyes surging like a tide. At this moment, Chen Kaiga's voice came from the director's seat, there will be no borrowing for this kiss scene. We need to see the real reaction of the character himself. Because there is a sharp look in the eyes, the effect of using a stand-in is not good, so you have to perform it realistically. His tone was light, as if he was announcing a small matter. But to Zhao Macy, it was like a bolt from the blue. Zhao Macy's pupils suddenly dilated and he stood there in a daze, as if he was frozen. She turned to look at Brother Chen Kai, her lips slightly opened, but no sound came out. What's the meaning? Do you really want Lin Fan to kiss you? The scene in the auditorium flashed through her mind. The other person kissed me at that time. Now, this man actually wants to kiss her? Her face turned red instantly, as if a fire was burning from her neck to her ears. Lin Fan looked at her reaction and whispered, isn't it just a kissing scene? You're a big star, it shouldn't be difficult. As he spoke, he took a step closer to Zhao Macy. The distance was so close that Zhao Macy could feel the warmth of his breath. Zhao Macy stepped back subconsciously, but there was a camera behind her and she had nowhere to retreat. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. But I couldn't suppress the panic in my heart. Zhao Macy gritted his teeth, and Chen Kaiga's words kept echoing in his mind, a true interpretation, a true interpretation. She closed her eyes, her heart churning, Zhao Macy, you have no choice. The studio, the debt, the chance of a comeback, all depend on this play. You can't retreat. She opened her eyes, and a look of determination flashed across them. But that blush just wouldn't fade away. Lin Fan stood in front of her, looked down at her, and whispered, are you ready? Lin Fan's voice was low and magnetic, as if he was deliberately teasing her. Zhao Macy clenched his teeth, looked up and glared at him, his eyes full of complexity. But in the end he whispered, let's get started. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's, as if she was squeezing it out with all her strength. Zhang Yimou's voice was loud and clear, begin. As soon as these words were spoken, the tension in the whole room instantly reached its maximum. Lin Fan slowly took the first step towards Zhao Macy. Zhao Macy's heart suddenly sank, and she looked up at Lin Fan. Seeing him walking towards her step by step, his deep eyes staring straight at her. His eyes are full of affection. The blush on her face deepened. Zhao Macy bit her lower lip, a trace of panic flashed across her eyes, and her heart was churning, he is really going to kiss me. What should I do? Lin Fan stood in front of Zhao Macy. The distance was so close that they could hear each other's breathing. Lin Fan locked his eyes on Zhao Macy's face, lowered his head and approached her, whispering, don't be nervous, Macy. It's not the first time. When Zhao Macy heard this, his face turned even redder. She subconsciously lowered her head to avoid his gaze and forced herself to calm down. But the shyness surged up like a tide and could not be suppressed. She kept reminding herself in her mind, don't be nervous, don't be nervous. But she was just so nervous. She could even feel her ears getting hot. When Lin Fan saw her like this, the smile in his eyes deepened. He reached out his hand and gently lifted her chin. His movements were gentle but with a force that could not be rejected. The moment his fingers touched her skin, Zhao Macy trembled violently as if she was electrocuted. The two people's eyes met in the air. Zhao Macy's eyes widened, full of shyness and resistance. Lin Fan did not back down at all. His eyes were affectionate and focused, as if he was really acting out the reunion after life and death separation in the script. He lowered his head and approached her, getting closer and closer. Zhao Macy could feel his warm breath against her cheek. Her chest heaved and her heart beat so fast that it seemed out of control. She subconsciously closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly, as if she had accepted her fate. But that hint of shyness blossomed on her face, like a blooming peach blossom, so red that one couldn't take their eyes off it. Lin Fan felt satisfied when he saw her like this. He bent his head and kissed her. The moment our lips touched gently. Zhao Macy seemed to be frozen, standing still. She could feel his warmth, and the feeling made her mind go blank. She wanted to push him away, but her hands seemed to have no strength. The kissing scene only lasted a few seconds, but Lin Fan acted with passion and naturalness. His hand gently supported Zhao Macy's face, his movements gentle yet possessive. Just like in the script, I treated her as the most important person in my life. Zhao Macy's breathing became completely disordered. She closed her eyes, her face was as red as a ripe apple, and her eyelashes trembled even more violently. My heart was in turmoil. He was kissing me. Lin Fan is kissing me again. This is not a borrowed position, it is real. She wanted to struggle, but her body seemed to have lost all its strength and she could only passively accept it. She was so shy that she almost crawled into the ground. When Lin Fan let her go, Zhao Macy suddenly opened her eyes. There was a sharp gleam in his eyes. Zhao Macy gasped and glared at Lin Fan. She bit her lower lip and whispered, "You." But before he could finish his words, he was stopped by his own shyness. Zhao Macy turned to look at the director's seat and saw the three directors discussing something in a low voice. Her face turned even redder. Lin Fan took a step back and smiled triumphantly. This reaction is more interesting than I thought. Lin Fan smiled and said, "I acted well, didn't I?" When Zhao Macy heard this, he suddenly looked up and glared at him. I cursed in my heart, "Lin Fan, you bastard." Ding. System prompt, Zhao Macy's current favorability towards the host is 90. Hearing the system voice, Lin Fan was stunned. What the hell? After kissing Zhao Macy, her favorability increased by 10 points? So if we kiss a few more times, will the mission be completed? At this time, Zhang Yimou turned to look at Wang Jiawei and Chen Kaiga and whispered, "How is it?" Wang Jiawei nodded and said slowly, "Boss Lin took the initiative, and Zhao Macy's reaction was also very real. His eyes were sharp enough, and the effect was good." Brother Chen Kai smiled and said, "I think it's okay. This kiss scene is very touching. Boss Lin doesn't look like an amateur at all. It's a pity that he doesn't want to be an actor." Lin Fan smiled and said, "Three directors, actually, I feel like I wasn't very devoted in my performance just now. I can actually do better. How about we do it again?" After hearing this, Zhao Macy was so angry that he almost burst out. System prompt, Zhao Macy's current favorability towards the host is 100. Chapter 128 I'm afraid I can't hold on. The door of the audition room creaked open. Zhao Macy rushed out almost as if he was escaping. She lowered her head, walked hurriedly, and her cheeks were still flushed. The whole person was a little flustered. Outside the door, Zhou Yang and Sister Ping had been waiting in the corridor for half a day. Seeing Zhao Macy coming out, the two of them immediately went to greet him. Zhou Yang was still holding her bag in her hand, and her face showed a look of nervousness and anticipation. He asked anxiously, "Max, how's it going? Did you pass the audition?" Sister Ping was standing nearby and asked, "How is it? What did the directors say?" Zhao Macy stopped, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. She nodded and whispered, "Passed." When Zhou Yang heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up, he clapped his hands, and said excitedly, "Great! Passed. With this play, our studio will be able to turn things around immediately. Max, you're amazing." His voice was full of excitement and his whole body was jumping for joy. Sister Ping also smiled, patted Zhao Macy on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "I knew it. Directors like Zhang Yimou, Wang Jiawei, and Chen Kaiga must be right if they like you. Max, this is a great opportunity." She narrowed her eyes and looked at Zhao Macy with some confusion. "What's wrong with you? Why are you so red? Were you too nervous during the audition? Zhao Macy was stunned by the question and subconsciously touched his cheek. When my fingertips touched my skin, I could feel the warmth was still there. She bit her lip, a hint of embarrassment flashed across her eyes, and she whispered, "Nothing, nothing." But the more she tried to cover it up, the blush on her face became more difficult to hide. Sister Ping is very experienced and could tell something was wrong at a glance. She smiled and asked tentatively, "Maze, your audition isn't for a kissing scene, is it?" There was a hint of teasing in her voice, but her tone was very firm. Zhao Macy was stunned for a moment, then nodded and whispered, "Yes, it's a kissing scene." She spoke in a low voice, as if she didn't want to talk about it. When Zhou Yang heard this, he immediately asked curiously, "Kissing scene? Who is the one acting opposite you? Is he the male lead of this play? He must be a top star, right?" When Zhao Macy heard this, his body suddenly stiffened. She raised her head and looked at the two of them hesitantly, with a hint of struggle in her eyes. "The protagonist is Lin Fan." Her voice was so low that it was almost inaudible, as if she was afraid to say the name. Sister Ping nodded and said with a smile, "Oh, Lin Fan." She paused, as if digesting the name. But the next second, she reacted suddenly. His eyes widened instantly, and his voice rose several degrees. "What Fan? Lin Fan? Which Lin Fan?" Her tone was full of shock, and she didn't dare to think any further. Zhao Macy lowered his head and whispered, "It's that Lin Fan." Her voice was as thin as a mosquito, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from her throat. "Lin Fan from Jiang University." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhou Yang and Sister Ping both widened their eyes and stared at Zhao Macy. Zhou Yang's face darkened instantly, and he cursed in a low voice, "Lin Fan? Why the hell is this bastard everywhere?" His voice was filled with anger and his eyes were blazing. "That kiss scene he tried with you just now? How could he be the protagonist? He's clearly trying to take advantage of you. Where is he? I'm going to kill him." He gritted his teeth, turned around and rushed to the audition room. Sister Ping was quick to grab Zhou Yang's arm and whispered, "Don't be impulsive. Calm down first and find out what's going on." Her face looked extremely ugly, and she was obviously shocked by the news. Sister Ping turned to look at Zhao Macy, frowned and asked, "Macy, please explain clearly, how did Lin Fan become the male lead? Isn't he a student of Jiang University? How is he involved in this play?" Zhao Macy took a deep breath and whispered, "He might be the investor of this play, bringing in money." She glanced at the two of them, and a hint of helplessness flashed across her eyes. "I don't know exactly what's going on." When Sister Ping heard this, her face became even gloomier. She gritted her teeth and whispered, "Investors? Bringing money into the group? This guy is really rich. He can even invest in Zhang Yimou's plays. No wonder he can be the leading actor." When Zhou Yang heard this, he became even angrier. He shook off Sister Ping's hand and growled, "So what if they're investors? He's just a jerk. Max, did he just kiss you? How dare he? I must." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zhao Macy. "Zhou Yang, stop talking." There was a trace of struggle in her eyes. "I don't know what to do now. Or, let's postpone this play. There's still more than a month left for the rest of the filming. If I were to be with someone like Lin Fan every day, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to stand it. Besides, there will inevitably be physical contact during the filming process." The resistance in Zhao Macy's eyes was evident. When Zhou Yang heard this, he immediately nodded and whispered, "Yes. We don't shoot this kind of scene. Max, don't be afraid, we can turn things around without him. This bastard clearly wants to disgust you, I won't agree with that." Sister Ping frowned, grabbed Zhou Yang, and whispered, "Calm down, all of you. I know you're angry, I'm angry too. Lin Fan is really a piece of shit. But have you ever thought about whether we have other plays to take on besides this one? Don't let your anger get the better of you. Lin Fan is our enemy, but this play is also our chance to turn things around." Zhao Macy and Zhou Yang were stunned for a moment and looked at her in unison. Sister Ping continued, "Think about it, Yang Mi, Lu Sisi, Tong Lia, these first-line stars are just supporting roles in this play. Even they are trying their best to get in, but we are the protagonists. Zhang Yimou, Wang Jiawei, and Brother Chen Kai, this lineup, this opportunity, where can we find it if we miss it?" Sister Ping continued earnestly, "I know Lin Fan is disgusting, but we can't give up such a good opportunity because of him. Maze, if you can hold back this anger, you'll be able to completely turn things around after this movie is finished." Zhao Macy bit her lip and whispered, Sister Ping, I know you are right, but when I think about acting opposite him and having physical contact with him, I just. Her voice was choked with sobs and there was a hint of pain in her eyes. I'm really afraid that I can't hold on. Zhou Yang also whispered, Sister Ping, I don't want my C to be wronged either. People like Lin Fan are not worthy of acting with my C. Does Lin Fan really want to come over to film? I think he's here to act like a gangster. We just got to the audition and there's a kissing scene. Will the sex scene also be included during the actual filming in a few days? Chapter 129, weren't you quite talkative just now? Sister Ping sighed and whispered, I know you feel wronged, but this is the reality. We have no choice now. We can only go ahead with it. Max, if you really don't want to shoot, I won't force you. But think about it, if this play is successful, you can pay off your debts and keep your studio. Are you willing to give up all this for Lin Fan? Zhao Macy stood there in a daze, lowered his head and remained silent for a while, then he said, I will think about it again. Just as a few people were discussing in low voices, the door of the audition room was pushed open again. Lin Fan walked out. He swept his eyes across the corridor and landed on Zhao Macy and the other two. He stopped and said with a smile, Wow, it's so lively? Zhao Macy, Sister Ping, and Zhou Yang all instantly looked at Lin Fan. Zhou Yang clenched his fists tighter, his eyes filled with anger. Sister Ping took a deep breath and suppressed her anger. After calming down, he looked up at Lin Fan, You are Lin Fan, right? Hearing this, Lin Fan nodded and said with a smile, Yes, I am Lin Fan. Why, what's the matter? Sister Ping said in a deep voice, I don't know why you invested in this play. Why do you want to be the male lead and let us, Macy, be the female lead? She paused, her voice getting colder, but I warn you, just because you have money doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Our Macy accepted that the play was good, but don't use the excuse of acting to bully her. Otherwise I won't let you go. When Lin Fan heard this, he laughed out loud, as if he had heard a funny joke. He tilted his head, glanced at Sister Ping, and said with a smile, Why? Are you afraid that I will bully Zhao Macy? If you're so scared, just don't let her act. It's not like she has to be the heroine in this play. Yang Ni or Lu Cece, who can't be the heroine? Do I miss her? Lin Fan's voice was frivolous and a bit provocative. Sister Ping was stunned by this remark. She opened her lips but didn't know how to respond for a moment. She couldn't help but think to herself, why is this kid so poisonous? Zhou Yang suddenly stood up and shouted in a low voice, You are speaking your true thoughts. The reason you chose Macy as the heroine is to bully her, right? Hearing this, Lin Fan turned to look at Zhou Yang with a colder gaze. He sneered, None of your business. Have you recovered from your finger injury? How about I break it for you again? When Zhou Yang heard this, he became so angry that his face turned black. He cursed in a low voice, How dare you bring that up? I have to settle accounts with you today. Do you think you can bully others just because you have a few bucks? Who do you think you are? Seeing this, Sister Ping quickly grabbed Zhou Yang's arm and whispered, Zhou Yang, calm down. She turned and glared at Lin Fan, saying in a deep voice, Lin Fan, don't be so arrogant. We, Max, are not easy to bully. If you dare to use this play to mess around, I will fight you to the end even if I risk my life. Lin Fan sneered, put his hands in his pockets, tilted his head and looked at Sister Ping, and said with a smile, Fight to the end? What do you have to fight me? Just with your mouth? He glanced at the three of them, his tone full of contempt. I invested in this play because I saw the return, not to serve you. Whether Zhao Macy plays the role or not is up to you. Don't try to be a moral guardian here. It's annoying. Zhou Yang was so angry about this that his lungs were about to explode. He violently shook off Sister Ping's hand and growled, Lin Fan, stop pretending. You obviously want revenge on Max. Haven't you hurt her enough? Now you want to take advantage of her by acting? You're not even a fucking human. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows, take advantage? Do I have the time for that? I still say that if Zhao Macy feels wronged, he can just not act. I didn't hold a knife to her neck. She came of her own accord. Can you blame me? Sister Ping gritted her teeth and whispered, Lin Fan, don't confuse right and wrong here. Mace took this role in order to turn things around. You know that her current situation is all your fault, yet you're still pretending to be innocent. People like you who bully others just because they have money will get their comeuppance sooner or later. Lin Fan glanced at the three people. He smiled and said, with a hint of sarcasm in his voice, Okay, it's all my fault. I was pretending to be innocent. He paused, then continued, I don't think you guys really want to take this role. Then I'll tell the crew. Change the female lead. Promote Yang Mi to be the female lead. After saying this, he turned around and was about to leave without even looking at the three of them. After these words were spoken, Zhou Yang and Sister Ping both stood there in a daze. Sister Ping's expression suddenly changed, and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. The anger in Zhou Yang's eyes had not yet faded, but he was left speechless by Lin Fan's words. Zhao Meici reacted suddenly, stepped forward quickly, and grabbed Lin Fan's arm. She looked up at Lin Fan and moved her lips, but they seemed to be stuck and she didn't know how to speak for a moment. Lin Fan was pulled by her and stopped. He turned to look at Zhao Meici and said with a smile, What's wrong? You want to act again? Zhao Meici bit her lip, hesitated for a while, and finally whispered, I need this play. She let go of Lin Fan's arm, and a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. There was reluctance, helplessness, and a hint of compromise that she herself was not even aware of. Sister Ping was standing aside, and was stunned for a moment when she saw Zhao Meici's attitude. Then he took a deep breath, forced a stiff smile on his face, walked forward quickly, and whispered, Lin Fan, I take back what I said just now, I'm sorry. Her voice still seemed to carry some reluctance, but she tried to soften her tone. Having been in the society, she has long learned what it means to be flexible. Hearing this, Lin Fan laughed, turned to look at Sister Ping, and said with a smile, Aren't you afraid that I will bully your Meici? Didn't you say that I was just going to take advantage of her while we were filming? His tone was full of sarcasm. Why don't you think about it carefully? Don't put yourself in a difficult position just to take a role. You said so? Lin Fan glanced at Zhou Yang beside him and gave a provocative smile. Zhou Yang stood there, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. He clenched his teeth and dared not say a word. He knew that Lin Fan was deliberately provoking him with these words. But he couldn't do anything to Lin Fan and could only stand there like a wooden stake. Seeing that he remained silent, Lin Fan sneered and continued, Weren't you quite talkative just now? Why don't you say a word now? His tone was full of contempt. I think you must still be afraid that Zhao Meici will be wronged. If you ask me, you should not take this role. I'll tell the crew to change people. Chapter 130. Pay close attention. As soon as these words came out, the three of them seemed to be electrocuted, and they opened their mouths at the same time, whispering, Don't! Zhao Meici fixed her eyes on Lin Fan. She took a deep breath and whispered, I am not afraid of being wronged. I also believe that you, Lin Fan, will not deliberately bully me. She bit her lip and said in a more determined voice, I will definitely do well in this play. Hearing this, Lin Fan turned to look at Zhou Yang and said with a smile, What do you think? Zhou Yang stood there, head down, silent, unable to utter a word. Seeing that he didn't speak, Lin Fan sneered and continued, Are you mute? Didn't you just say that I was pretending, that I was deliberately taking revenge, that I was taking advantage, and that I'm not a human being? Didn't you just say that very loudly? Why, are you scared now? Don't dare to say it? Sister Ping stood aside, looking back and forth between Lin Fan and Zhou Yang. Seeing this, she frowned, reached out and patted Zhou Yang, and whispered, Hurry up and apologize to Lin Fan. Her voice was somewhat authoritative, but there was a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Zhou Yang turned to look at Sister Ping, his eyes full of reluctance. He clenched his teeth and whispered, Sister Ping, I. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Sister Ping. Apologize. Now is not the time to act on impulse. Lin Fan waved his hand and said with a smile, I don't need his apology. He glanced at Zhou Yang and said with a smile, Reach out your hand and slap yourself in the mouth now. Forget about this matter. Zhao Meici is still the heroine. Zhao Meici suddenly raised his head and looked at Lin Fan, a flash of shock flashed in his eyes, and whispered, Lin Fan, you. Before she could finish her words, Sister Ping grabbed her arm. Sister Ping frowned and whispered, Meiz, don't talk. Zhou Yang stood there, his heart full of anger. He gritted his teeth and whispered, Lin Fan, you F. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lin Fan. Lin Fan sneered and whispered, Why, you don't want to? Then don't act. I said, this play doesn't have to be you guys. Yang Mi, Lu Sisi, which one is wrong? It's just a matter of a word from me. Zhao Meici bit her lip, a trace of struggle flashed in her eyes, and she whispered, Lin Fan, don't do this. There was a hint of pleading in her voice. Sister Ping also took a deep breath and whispered, Lin Fan, we were wrong. We shouldn't have argued with you just now. You are a great man and don't bear grudges against us. Don't bother with us. Hearing this, Lin Fan laughed and glanced at the three people. Care about it? I don't have the time for that. Fan or not, it's up to you. Whether Zhao Macy plays the role or not is up to you. I don't mind. You decide for yourselves. I'm leaving now. Lin Fan turned around and was about to leave. Zhou Yang seemed to have made up his mind and raised his hand to slap himself on the mouth. Are you satisfied now? Lin Fan smiled, said nothing, and turned and left. The sky was gradually darkening, and the streetlights in Jiangzhou were just beginning to come on, with a hint of coolness amid the hustle and bustle. He got into the car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove straight to Feng Linwen nightclub. When it was evening in Fenglin, Lin Fan pushed open the door of the box and saw Zhou Ren already sitting inside waiting. Zhou Ren saw Lin Fan coming in, nodded with a smile, stood up and said, "Boss Lin, you're finally here." Lin Fan smiled, took a cigarette from the box and handed it to Zhou Ren. He lit one himself, exhaled a puff of smoke, and whispered, "Sit down, don't stand." Lin Fan glanced at Zhou Ren. What's going on with the Wang family these past 2 days? Zhou Ren took the cigarette, lit it, took a puff, leaned back on the sofa, and whispered, "Everything is as planned. Wang Jiangwo did send someone to follow our people. But the guys under him are unprofessional and their skills are too crude. Our people got away with it after going around in circles, and now they are probably still in the dark." Hearing this, Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "That saves us a lot of trouble." He flicked the ash off his cigarette and continued to ask, "What about the private detective? How is the investigation going?" Zhou Ren frowned, exhaled a puff of smoke, and whispered, "The relevant evidence of Li Xiulan has not been dug up yet. This woman is very well hidden, and her hands and feet look very clean. But it wasn't in vain. I found some contacts of the officials above her. It's not clear who it is, but it's definitely someone of some importance. This kind of person rarely shows up, and usually has his secretaries do the work. It's really hard to find the person himself." Zhou Ren continued, "Also, the media was originally planning to release the news, and the draft was already written. But they have been detained by the higher-ups, and not a single word has come out until now. I guess they think the impact is too bad. After all, Li Xiulan is the deputy mayor. If this matter were to be exposed, people would laugh at her. In addition, several of the Wang family's businesses are still closed. Wang Jiangwo is very busy right now. I heard that he is looking for someone everywhere. I think he wants to contact people in the officialdom to get Li Xiulan out." After hearing this, Lin Fan nodded and whispered, "So the focus now is who is above Li Xiulan." He narrowed his eyes and said in a colder tone, "As long as we find out who this person is and put enough pressure on him, Li Xiulan will be finished." He thought for a moment and continued, "If Li Xiulan becomes desperate and has leverage over her superiors, that's even better. This will only hasten her demise." Zhou Ren's eyes lit up when he heard this. In other words, as long as the people above are pushed into a corner, Li Xiulan will be abandoned and no one can save her. Lin Fan smiled and whispered, "Yes, that's what I mean. So how to find this person is the key now." He looked at Zhou Ren and said, "Do you have any idea about this?" Zhou Ren thought for a long time and shook his head helplessly. "I don't usually come into contact with people in the officialdom, so I really don't have any ideas." Lin Fan thought for a moment and continued, "It will be done in 2 steps. The first step is for us to investigate it ourselves. But I don't think the chances are high. The second step is to find someone to follow Wang Jiangwo. Wang Jiangwo is more anxious now than we are. Only by rescuing Li Xiulan can his Wang group be saved. What kind of people he has seen and what he has done. Pay close attention, maybe you can stab him from behind." Lin Fan leaned back on the sofa and glanced at Zhou Ren. "I'll leave this to you. Money is not the problem, speed is the problem." Zhou Ren nodded and whispered, "No problem, Boss Lin." Lin Fan put out the cigarette in his hand and stood up. "Okay, just keep an eye on this side. I trust you. I haven't been back to school for several days. It's about time I go back and take a look." Chapter 131, Why don't you go over and take a look? When Lin Fan opened the dormitory door, it was already completely dark. There were only a few street lamps casting dim light on the campus of Jiangnan University. Walk into the dormitory. A familiar smell wafts into my nose. The smell of sweat, instant noodles, and a bit of damp and moldy smell. He glanced around and noticed that there was one person missing from the dormitory. Zhou Jian's bed was empty, but the quilt was folded neatly. Zheng Tao was lying on the bed, holding a mobile phone in his hand, playing games intently. Zhang Tao heard the noise, looked up, saw it was Lin Fan, and sat up abruptly. He said with surprise, "Brother Fan? Why are you back? I thought you would never come back." Lin Fan frowned, threw his bag on his bed, and said with a smile, "Who said I will never come back?" Zhang Tao scratched his head, chuckled, and whispered, "It's squad leader Zhang Wei who has been saying this." He threw his phone aside and sat up straight. "He said you caused such a big incident at school and ruined the school's reputation. The principal expelled you a long time ago. There's no way he'll let you come back." Lin Fan shook his head when he heard this. "Do you believe what Zhang Wei says?" He walked to his bed and sat down, pointed at Zhou Jian's bed, and said with a smile, "Okay, stop talking about me. Where's Zhou Jian? Why isn't he in the dormitory so late?" When Zhang Tao heard this, he showed an obscene smile. "Hey, Zhou Jian, that kid has been very proud of himself recently." Then he lowered his voice and said, "At the welcome party, he added a girl on WeChat. It's been going very fast these past 2 days, and they've become boyfriend and girlfriend. Now I go out early and come back late every day. I must be on a date." Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Oh, not bad, this kid is good at seizing opportunities." He was about to say something else when the dormitory door was pushed open with a creaky sound and Zhou Jian walked in. He was wearing a gray sweatshirt and had a goofy smile on his face. Zhou Jian looked up and saw Lin Fan. He was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Brother Fan? Why are you back?" Lin Fan leaned against the bed and said with a smile, "If I hadn't come back, I wouldn't have known that you were in love." He looked at Zhou Jian and said, "You are quite good. You already have a girlfriend. How does it feel to be in love?" Zhou Jian chuckled, sat on his bed, and whispered, "Brother Fan, stop laughing at me. As for love, it's okay. It's just quite new. Girls' hands are so soft to the touch." A blush appeared on his face as he spoke, and he scratched his head involuntarily. Zhang Tao interrupted and jokingly said, "What do you mean it's okay? You've been grinning like that these past few days, like you're having a seizure. Tell me, what does your girlfriend look like? Is she pretty?" Zhou Jian felt a little embarrassed by this and said with a smile, "Zhang Tao, you are the one who is sick. Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. I think she's pretty good anyway. Her name is Huan. She is very sweet, has a good personality, and is good at acting like a spoiled child. Next time I have time, I'll bring her to have dinner with you guys and you'll know." Lin Fan laughed and whispered, "It seems like you are completely trapped. I didn't realize you were capable of this. It's only been a short while since the welcome party, and you've already managed one?" Zhou Jian scratched his head and whispered, "It's not that exaggerated. We just became familiar with each other while chatting. She was very nice to me, and I liked her very much, so we got together." He was somewhat shy when he spoke. Zhang Tao chuckled, "Come on, what do you mean by becoming familiar with each other while chatting? I think you used all your strength, kid." He paused and asked, "Tell us where you went on a date tonight? Why did you come back so late?" Zhou Jian smiled and said, "Nothing much, just had a meal and took a walk in the playground." He paused, lowered his head and picked up his phone. "She just returned to the dormitory, and I was just about to chat with her for a while." Lin Fan nodded and whispered, "Okay, people in love are different. Bachelor guys like us should go to bed early." After washing up, Lin Fan returned to bed. The dormitory became much quieter. Zhang Tao has put on his headphones and continued playing his game. Zhou Jian sat on the lower bunk with his cell phone screen on. His fingers kept sliding across the screen, and he seemed to be chatting with his girlfriend. Lin Fan lay down, glanced casually, and accidentally caught a glimpse of Zhou Jian's chat box. The remark was Huan baby, and messages popped up quickly in the dialog box. "Baby, I wanted to go back to the dormitory. But some of my male best friends said they wanted to go out with me. They are all my very good friends. I can't refuse them." Her tone was euphemistic, followed by a poking finger emoji. Zhou Jian was stunned for a moment, and muttered in a low voice, "You're still going out so late?" Then he replied, "Don't go out so late. The dormitory will be closed soon." Huan baby quickly replied, "Baby, you are concerned about me, right? I knew you cared about me the most." Not long after, he sent another message, "But they are really my best friends. We'll play outside for a while and be back." "It's okay." Zhou Jian frowned and paused his finger on the screen, as if hesitating whether to persuade her or not. "Best friend? Going out so late at night?" Just as he was about to type, the other party's message popped up again. We're already out. Don't worry, baby, I will keep you updated. You're leaving so soon? Where are you going to play? There was some worry in his tone. Baby Juan quickly replied, they said they were going to get a room. Then play some mahjong. They beat me badly last time, I must win back this time. It was followed by a high-spirited expression. When Zhou Jian heard this, his eyes widened. Ah? Check in a room and play mahjong? Will we stay up all night? Lin Fan was lying on the upper bunk, looking at Zhou Jian's screen, raised an eyebrow, and whispered, Zhou Jian, your girlfriend is quite good at playing. Zhou Jian was stunned for a moment, then he looked up at Lin Fan and said with a smile, Brother Fan, stop laughing at me. She just loves to be lively and has many friends. There was a hint of helplessness in his tone. Lin Fan continued, how about you follow and take a look? Zhou Jian scratched his head and whispered, she's playing with her friends, so I won't go. She said she would keep me updated. It should be fine. Although he said this to Lin Fan, it seemed more like he was comforting himself. Lin Fan leaned on the bed and said with a smile, okay, as long as you feel okay. Zhou Jian's cell phone rang again. The other party sent a message, don't worry, baby, it's just playing mahjong. You must believe me. Chapter 132 Juan. Juan's message was followed by a blushing emoticon. It seems like she is acting coquettishly. When Zhou Jian saw this, he was stunned for a moment. I couldn't help thinking, I believe it, but it's so late. After hesitating, I still sent a message back, I believe you. Baby Juan quickly replied, okay, I won't talk to you anymore, let's start playing. I'm going to kill everyone tonight. It was followed by a clenched fist expression, as if full of confidence. Zhou Jian replied, come on. Remember to call me if you have anything. He stared at his phone and waited for a while. But baby Juan didn't send any more messages. Zhou Jian placed his phone beside the bed, leaning it against the wall, glancing at the screen from time to time. Lin Fan saw that the other party had stopped talking and did not look at him again. He casually clicked on a live broadcast room and went out to watch a carnival. The anchor girl was wearing a pink suspender skirt and said in a coquettish voice, thank you, Brother Fan. Brother Fan is so generous. I love you. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and swiped a few more. The barrage was filled with comments like Brother Fan is awesome and Brother Fan is so generous. The anchor girl smiled even sweeter and said in a coquettish voice, Brother Fan, I will send you a private message later. By the way, you don't seem to be following me yet, why don't you follow me, sister? Lin Fan smiled and suddenly felt that it was boring. He was about to turn off his phone and go to sleep. Zhou Jian's cell phone dinged again. Juan baby sent a message, baby, I have such bad luck today. I've lost so many times in a row. It was followed by a crying expression, as if complaining. Zhou Jian sat up straight when he saw the message, and typed quickly, or don't play anymore, it's too late now. Baby Juan quickly replied, how can that be possible? I must win it back. Zhou Jian frowned and muttered in a low voice, if you lose, you lose. Why do you have to? Just as he was about to persuade her again, his cell phone dinged again. It was a message from baby Juan. Baby, they tore my stockings. Followed by a shy expression. When Zhou Jian heard this, his pupils shrank suddenly. The whole person felt like being electrocuted. He sat up suddenly in bed and whispered, what? His fingers typed quickly, what's going on? Why did they pull your stockings? But after a long time, baby Juan didn't come back. Zhou Jian frowned and whispered, why don't you reply to me? He gritted his teeth and dialed the voice call directly. The phone rang a few times, but the other party hung up. Zhou Jian was stunned for a moment, and muttered in a low voice, why did he hang up? Just then, Juan baby sent a message, baby, don't worry, it's okay. I just had no money left after losing, so I played truth or dare with them. If they lose, they give me money. If I lose, I just need them to pull my stockings. The other party immediately sent another message, baby, you won't be angry, right? It was followed by a pitiful expression. Zhou Jian frowned even more when he heard this, don't play if you lose. Why let them pull your stockings? Baby Juan quickly replied, but I really want to win it back. Besides, they are all my male best friends, they won't do anything to me. They are all friends. Zhou Jian gritted his teeth and continued to reply, friends, you can't do this. Where are you? I'll go find you. Juan baby replied, "Don't come looking for me, I know my limits. I won't do anything to let you down. After all, you are my boyfriend, hee hee." Her tone was coquettish, as if she was trying to make Zhou Jian happy. Lin Fan saw the conversation on the upper bunk, raised his eyebrows and glanced at Zhou Jian. He opened his mouth, ready to remind her, but after hesitating, he didn't say anything. Zhou Jian stared at the screen for a long time before replying, "I believe you." Juan baby quickly replied, "Baby, I won't tell you for now. I just won several games. I won't go back tonight. I'll go back after I win some money. I'll buy you the latest model of mobile phone then, okay?" She sounded very excited. Then another emoticon of go, go, go was sent. Zhou Jian saw this and replied again, "You can't stay away all night." Juan baby replied, "Don't you believe me anymore?" There was a hint of grievance in her tone, followed by a pouting expression. Zhou Jian frowned, "How can I not believe you?" Baby Juan quickly replied, "Since you trust me, just leave me alone." "Baby, I've already told you I won't do anything to let you down, even if it means playing mahjong." Then he sent another message, "Okay, I won't talk to you anymore, good night baby." Followed by a kissing expression. Lin Fan frowned, turned over, and finally couldn't help it. He opened his eyes and whispered, "Zhou Jian, why don't you go check and ask where your girlfriend is?" Zhou Jian looked up at Lin Fan. The light in the dormitory was dim and he could only see the blurry outline of his face. He said somewhat embarrassedly, "Brother Fan, did you see everything just now?" Lin Fan nodded and said with a smile, "I see. It's so late, your girlfriend is out all night with someone else. Your boyfriend really isn't worried? You're so careless?" Zhou Jian was silent for a while, then whispered, "I am a little worried. But I believe her. She said before that we would get married after graduation." When Lin Fan heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily, and a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. "Get married?" He paused, leaned on the bed, and said with a smile, "Well, since you believe it, then believe it." Lin Fan was speechless. How could a relationship make one's brain so stupid? "You can do whatever you want. I'm going to sleep," Lin Fan said as he turned over and closed his eyes. The dormitory became quiet, with only the sound of snoring coming from Zhang Tao. Just when Lin Fan was about to fall asleep, Zhou Jian's cell phone suddenly rang, and the piercing ringtone was particularly abrupt in the silent dormitory. Lin Fan frowned, opened one eye, and glanced at the lower bunk. Zhou Jian was obviously not asleep. He sat up suddenly when he heard the bell. He answered the phone in a panic and whispered, "Hello? Juan?" There was a burst of noise from the other end of the line. Lin Fan squinted his eyes and vaguely heard some strange noises. It sounded like a girl's panting, rapid and intermittent. There were also a few vague noises. Zhou Jian frowned and whispered, "What are you doing? Why does the voice sound wrong?" There was doubt in his tone and a hint of uneasiness in his eyes. Juan's voice came from the other end of the phone, saying tenderly, "Baby, I lost again playing mahjong just now. I'm playing the game of dare right now and doing squats." Chapter 133 It's good. Juan's voice was sweet and a little coquettish, but her breathing was more obvious. "Baby, I'm so pitiful. Why do I always lose today?" She paused and breathed even harder, as if she was trying hard to speak. When Lin Fan heard this on the upper bunk, his brows furrowed even more tightly, and a hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. He muttered in his mind, "Squat up? Panting like this? This sound doesn't sound right, like..." He shook his head and didn't think further. Zhou Jian was obviously a little skeptical. "Is it really squatting?" When Juan heard this, she gasped even more violently and said in a tender voice, "Of course I squatted." She continued, panting, "Especially when you get up, your feet have to leave the ground. This is extremely difficult. I've never done it before," so there was a pop sound. There was a hint of grievance in her voice, and there were a few crisp sounds between her breaths. Zhou Jian was stunned for a moment and whispered, "What's that pop sound?" The suspicion in his eyes faded a little, and he whispered, "Why don't you stop playing outside and come back quickly?" The breathing on the other end of the phone became more rapid, and Juan panted and said, "Okay, I won't talk to you anymore, I want to come. I'm done." Then, a tail sound of "ah" was heard from the phone, and then the call was hung up with a click. Zhou Jian stood there in a daze, his cell phone still in his hand. Lin Fan, who was on the upper bunk, frowned even more when he heard the "ah." He muttered under his breath, "Is this a fucking squat?" He was speechless again. Is this Zhou Jian really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? He glanced at the lower bunk and saw Zhou Jian turned over with his back to him, as if he didn't want to talk anymore. Lin Fan leaned on the bed and asked casually, Zhou Jian, do you really believe it? Zhou Jian was stunned for a moment and whispered, if she said it was squats, it should be. She wouldn't lie to me. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows, okay, believe it if you want. Then he muttered quietly, but I'm panting like I ran 10 kilometers. Zhou Jian seemed to have heard it. He bit his lip and said, maybe she is too tired. She said it was just a big dare, it's okay. Lin Fan didn't know what to say. A big dare? Okay, let's call it a big dare. The next morning, a few rays of morning light shone into the dormitory. Lin Fan opened his eyes dazedly. The dormitory door rang. Zhou Zhengang pushed the door open and came in, holding a plastic bag filled with pancakes. He walked briskly with a smile on his face. Lin Fan sat up, rubbed his eyes, glanced at him, and whispered, did you go for breakfast? Zhou Jian smiled and raised the plastic bag in his hand. My girlfriend brought me a pancake when she came back this morning. How is it? Not bad, right? There was a hint of boasting in his voice, as if he was waiting for Lin Fan to praise him. Lin Fan glanced at the plastic coquettish girl and then looked at Zhou Jian's face that was smiling from ear to ear. He hesitated for a long time, the corners of his mouth moved, and finally nodded and said, that's really good. Lin Fan's tone was a little strange, but Zhou Jian didn't hear it. At this time, there was a noise coming from Zhang Tao's bed. He rubbed his eyes, sat up, and yawned sleepily. Seeing the pancake in Zhou Jian's hand, he said with emotion, Zhou Jian, you are so damn lucky. Your girlfriend is so nice to you? I even bought you pancakes when I came back in the morning. When will I have such a virtuous wife? His voice was full of envy and a bit sour. As he said this, he walked forward to grab it. Zhou Jian smiled and pulled the bag back. Don't grab it, Huan brought this for me. He opened the bag, took out the pancake, took a bite, and said with a smile, she even went out of her way to buy it when she came back this morning because she knew I loved it. Zhang Tao went to bed early yesterday and knew nothing about the conversation between Zhou Jian and Huan. He chuckled and said, Zhou Jian, your girlfriend is really great. More considerate than my wife in the game. When will you introduce us to each other? I need to see what kind of fairy can enchant you like this. Lin Fan also asked, yes, Zhou Jian, didn't you say you would introduce your girlfriend to us? How about we have lunch together at noon? Meet this virtuous Miss Huan. Zhou Jian was stunned for a moment, then said hesitantly, at noon. I have to talk to Huan, why not do it at night? She said she played too late last night and wanted to take a nap. I was worried that she wouldn't be able to get up at noon. Hearing this, Lin Fan nodded and said, okay, then at night. Zhang Tao heard this and laughed, evening is good too. Let's have a nice meal tonight to celebrate Zhou Jian's ending of being single. Lin Fan nodded and said, okay, I'll arrange dinner tonight. You guys chat, I'm going to go take a shower. Zhou Jian nodded and whispered, okay, brother Fan, I'll tell Huan. He opened the chat box and sent a message to the other party, baby, are you free tonight? My roommate wants to have dinner with you and meet you. Zhang Tao leaned against the head of the bed and said with a smile, Zhou Jian, you were so lucky in love. I am jealous. By the way, where did your partner go last night? He didn't come back until this morning? Zhou Jian was stunned for a moment, then said casually, I played mahjong with my friends last night and it was a little late. Playing mahjong? How good is your girlfriend at it? Zhou Jian scratched his head, it's okay, I think I won a little bit. He paused, smiled, and said, she also said she would buy me a new phone. Zhang Tao's eyes widened when he heard this, buy a new phone? Zhou Jian, your girlfriend is really nice. He chuckled again, then you have to behave well and don't let anyone get away. Zhou Jian smiled and said, I can't run away. I treat her well. We are doing well. Lin Fan came back after washing up and interrupted, it's good. Have you decided on dinner tonight? Don't let your girlfriend say she's busy again. Zhou Jian said, I just sent her a message, waiting for her reply. He paused, smiled, and said, she should agree. She said she wanted to meet you. Zhang Tao interrupted and said, then I have to take a good look. She must be so beautiful to be able to fascinate you like this. Don't just show off your affection and leave us alone. Zhou Jian smiled and said, don't worry, it definitely won't happen. He lowered his head and took a bite of pancake. She's a cheerful person. I'm sure you two can get along well. Lin Fan smiled and said, "That's good." Not long after, Zhou Jian's cell phone rang. He picked up his phone and took a look. Then he smiled and looked at Lin Fan and Zhang Tao, saying, "Huan replied to my message and said that we can have dinner together in the evening if she has time." Chapter 134, My Treat Tonight. Lin Fan sat down in the cafeteria with a bowl of steaming soy milk and 2 buns. After breakfast, he slowly walked into the teaching building. There were already quite a few people sitting in the classroom, and the buzzing sound of whispers continued. His eyes casually glanced around and involuntarily fell on the squad leader Zhang Wei sitting in the front row. Zhang Wei was flipping through his textbook with his head down when he heard footsteps and looked up. When he saw Lin Fan, his eyes suddenly widened and his face was full of surprise. Lin Fan ignored his reaction and walked straight to the window seat and sat down. Zhang Wei's eyes seemed to be glued to him. It took him several seconds to come back to his senses. He muttered in a low voice, "Lin Fan? Why is he back?" In addition to Zhang Wei, many people in the class also turned to look at Lin Fan, with puzzled expressions in their eyes. Lin Fan wasn't fired? After such a big incident in the auditorium, he was able to come back to class? Yeah, I heard there was a ghost animal competition afterwards. Why doesn't the principal fire him for making such a fuss? That incident in the auditorium alone has completely ruined the reputation of our school. That's right. I was hoping to run into Zhao Macy more often at school. But after Lin Fan's commotion, Zhao Macy hasn't come to school. Why else can he sit in the classroom? Is there someone behind him? That shouldn't be the case. Hasn't Lin Fan always relied on scholarships to make a living? He's so poor, how could there be someone behind him? Who knows, maybe he was lucky and the school doesn't want to pursue the matter. Lin Fan sat by the window and smiled without commenting on the discussions. Fire me? There's no way the principal would dare to fire me. The morning class is Principles of Management. The teacher was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, and he spoke slowly. Lin Fan became distracted after listening for a few minutes. He glanced out the window and saw several students running on the playground of Jiangda University. The sunlight shining on the lawn is quite dazzling. The class passed quickly and he had lunch with his classmates in the cafeteria at noon. I had a simple dish of braised pork with rice, then went back to the dormitory and took a nap. The afternoon class was macroeconomics and the classroom was moved to another building. The teacher was an old professor with gray hair and a deep, penetrating voice. When he talked about GDP and inflation, Lin Fan found it quite interesting. The get-out of class ended around 5 in the afternoon, and people in the classroom packed up their things and left in groups of 3 or 4. Lin Fan had just stuffed the book into his bag when Zhou Jian ran over from behind and patted him on the shoulder. "Brother Fan, wait for me." He then smiled and said, "My partner is waiting at the school gate. We can eat better, right?" Lin Fan nodded and whispered, "Okay, let's go." He turned to look at Zhang Tao, who was rubbing his eyes and getting up from his seat. He shouted, "Zhang Tao, let's go and have dinner." Zhang Tao yawned, grabbed his backpack, and whispered, "Here she comes, Zhou Jian's girlfriend is really here?" Zhou Jian chuckled, "Of course it's true, how could I lie to you? Come on, put the book back and let's go meet her at the door." The 3 of them returned to the dormitory, threw the books on the table, packed up briefly and went out. There are people coming and going at the gate of Jiangda University. Several vendors were shouting as they sold snacks, and the air was filled with the smell of cooking oil. Lin Fan saw a girl standing under a street light from a distance. The other person has a slender figure and is dressed to look youthful and beautiful. She was wearing a white shirt with a pink skirt. He was wearing a pair of white canvas shoes and a yellow woolen hat on his head. The whole person exudes a cute style. Looking closely, he looks pretty good. Although it can't compare to Su Morua's graceful and elegant temperament. Not as stunning as Zhao Macy. But it looks better than ordinary people. She has small facial features, fair skin, and 2 shallow dimples when she smiles. When the girl saw Zhou Jian, she ran over hurriedly with brisk steps. She ran to Zhou Jian, took his arm, looked up and said with a smile, "Baby, are you done with get out of class?" Her voice is sweet and a bit coquettish, and she seems very clingy. Zhou Jian blushed as she held his hand, and said with a smile, "Well, get out of class is over." He paused, then turned to look at Lin Fan and Zhang Tao. "Huan, these are my roommates, Lin Fan and Zhang Tao." He then pointed at the girl and said, "This is my girlfriend, Huan." Huan looked up at Lin Fan and Zhang Tao, and said with a smile, "Hello, I'm Huan." Her voice is clear and she is very lively. Lin Fan nodded and whispered, "Hello." He glanced at Huan and said with a smile, "Where are we going to eat tonight? Is there anything you want to eat?" Zhang Tao interrupted and said, "Yes, Huan, what do you want to eat?" Huan's eyes fell on Lin Fan. She tilted her head and said sweetly, "Can we go have a barbecue?" There was a coquettish tone in her voice, soft and gentle. It would be difficult for any man to refuse if he heard this. Lin Fan is no exception. But the other party's voice made Lin Fan feel very disgusted. Lin Fan nodded and said, "Okay, let's grill the meat." When Huan heard this, she clapped her hands and smiled, saying in a low voice, "Great, I love eating barbecue." She turned around and pulled Zhou Jian forward. "Baby, let's go, I know a really delicious restaurant." The moment she turned around, Lin Fan's eyes inadvertently swept across her neck and he was stunned for a moment. Lin Fan squinted his eyes and clearly saw a faint strawberry mark hidden at the base of her neck, which looked like it had just been bitten and was blindingly red. He couldn't help but wonder, did they really play mahjong last night? Did they hit me in the neck? Lin Fan glanced at Zhou Jian and saw that he was talking to Huan with his head down. He had a silly smile on his face and didn't notice anything unusual. Zhang Tao walked aside and laughed, "You are so lucky." Zhou Jian smiled and said, "Huan's personality is like this, she's quite cheerful." He looked down at Huan, "Right, Huan?" Huan raised her head and smiled at him, whispering, "Baby, are you praising me?" Her voice was sweet and she held Zhou Jian's arm tighter, like a clingy kitten. Not long. The four of them came to a barbecue restaurant called Charcoal Firehouse near the school. The store was bustling with people and the air was filled with the aroma of charcoal grilled meat. Mixed with the flavor of cumin and chili powder, it makes people's appetite increase. Lin Fan and the other three found a seat near the window and sat down. The iron grid on the table had turned slightly red. There were several plates of sauces and a basket of lettuce on the side. He called the waiter over and handed the menu to Zhou Jian. "Take a look at what you want to eat. It's my treat tonight." Zhou Jian took the menu and said with a smile, "Brother Fan, I won't be polite then." He handed the menu to Huan and said, "Baby, what do you want to eat? Beef or lamb?" Chapter 135, You Are a Demolished Resident. Huan leaned against Zhou Jian, tilted her head to look at the menu, and said sweetly, "I want pork belly and beef tongue. And chicken wings." As she spoke, she looked up at Lin Fan and said with a smile, "Brother Lin Fan, you are so generous." He even gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "It's okay, just a meal." But the title Brother Lin Fan made the corners of his mouth twitch. He glanced at Huan and saw Huan smiling at him. This feeling made Lin Fan feel a little uncomfortable. After the two people finished ordering, Zhang Tao took the menu. "Since Brother Fan is treating us, I have to be ruthless. How about beef ribs, lamb chops, and a seafood platter?" Lin Fan nodded, "Okay, go ahead and order, just don't overdo it." He leaned back in his chair and glanced at the waiter, 2 more bottles of Coke and a plate of kimchi. Lin Fan turned to look at Zhou Jian, "What else do you want to eat?" Zhou Jian smiled and said, "That's enough, that's enough." Lin Fan handed the menu to the waiter, "That's it for now, and we'll order more if it's not enough." Soon, the waiter came up with several plates of raw meat and a basket of mushrooms. The charcoal fire crackled, and the meat slices sizzled and oozed oil as soon as they were put on, and the aroma was fragrant. Lin Fan picked up the tongs and flipped the pork belly. Huan sat next to Zhou Jian, picked up a piece of beef tongue with chopsticks, took a bite, his eyes lit up, and whispered, "Wow, this is delicious." She turned to look at Lin Fan and said with a smile, "Brother Lin Fan, you should try this too, it's really tender." Huan stared straight at Lin Fan, as if waiting for his reaction. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, took a bite, and nodded, "It's really good." Lin Fan lowered his head to grill the meat, trying not to look at her, and thought to himself, "Why is this girl always staring at me?" Zheng Tao took a sip of Coke and said with a smile, Huan, how did you get to know Zhou Jian? Tell us about it." When Huan heard this, she said, "We met at the welcome party." She leaned on Zhou Jian's shoulder and said, "He came to talk to me that day. I thought he was quite cute. Then we added each other on WeChat and started chatting." Zhou Jian felt a little embarrassed by this and whispered, "Don't listen to her nonsense. I'm not cute at all." Huan pouted and whispered, "Baby, you were so cute back then." She turned to look at Lin Fan, "Brother Lin Fan, you were also in the auditorium that day, right? I remember you were on stage, that was amazing." Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes, I am." Zheng Tao laughed, "Brother Fan was really fierce that day, that was Jiao Macy." When I think about it now, it feels like a dream. Brother Fan actually did that to me. Huan smiled and said, yes, I still remember it. She looked up at Lin Fan. Brother Lin Fan, what do you usually do? You seem really awesome. Lin Fan shook his head and said, it's nothing special. I just go to class and work part-time to get by. Zhou Jian looked up and said with a smile, Brother Fan, don't be so modest. I feel more and more that you are different now. As he spoke, he put the roasted pork belly into Huan's plate. Baby, eat more and stop talking. Huan took the meat and said with a smile, thank you, baby. She took a bite of meat and looked at Lin Fan again. Brother Lin Fan, don't you usually have a relationship? I think you have such good conditions, there must be a lot of people chasing after you, right? Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, then said casually, I don't have time to talk. I'm busy. Zhang Tao chuckled and whispered, Huan, don't ask anymore. Brother Fan is aloof and cool. He's not as easy to deal with as Zhou Jian. He picked up a piece of seafood and continued, but you and Zhou Jian are a good match. One is lively and the other is honest. Huan smiled and said, really? I also think that the baby and I are a good match. She leaned on Zhou Jian's shoulder, right, baby? Zhou Jian nodded and whispered, yeah, it's good. The charcoal fire in the barbecue restaurant is burning brightly. The meat slices on the table were sizzling and the aroma was everywhere. Several people were eating and chatting in a relaxed and casual atmosphere. Lin Fan picked up a piece of pork belly and put it into his mouth. As I was chewing, I suddenly felt something gently rubbing my calf. He was stunned for a moment, looked down, and frowned. Huan actually took off her shoes and was rubbing her bare feet against his calves. His toes would curl from time to time, as if he was testing something. Lin Fan's face darkened and he felt nauseous. He glanced down at the foot, the white toes dangling under the table. He took a deep breath, suppressed the discomfort in his heart, and calmly pulled his legs back. At the same time, Lin Fan took the opportunity to step on her canvas shoes on the ground. With a little force, kicked the gap at the bottom of the sofa. The shoes slid in with a whoosh. It was confiscated without anyone noticing. Huan didn't notice that her shoes were gone. Her feet didn't touch anything, so she looked up at Lin Fan and said with a smile, Brother Lin Fan. I heard that the ghost animal competition you organized gave prize money to the top 10, and the first prize was actually 1 million. Is this true? Lin Fan lowered his head and picked up a piece of mushroom, and said calmly, it's true. Huan's eyes lit up, she put down her chopsticks and continued to ask, Brother Lin Fan, where did all this money come from? I feel like you're very rich. Her eyes were fixed on Lin Fan, as if she was looking at a glittering treasure. Zhang Tao, who was picking up a piece of beef ribs at the side, chuckled when he heard this, lowered his head to eat the meat, and said nothing. Zhou Jian was stunned for a moment, his eyes widened, and he turned to look at Lin Fan, and said in shock, did you really organize that ghost animal competition? He paused, the chopsticks in his hand stopped in mid-air. I thought someone was imitating you. No, Brother Fan, when did you become so rich? Lin Fan put down his chopsticks and said with a smile, I have told Zhang Tao about this. My house was demolished and I lost a lot of money. Hearing this, Zhou Jian turned around and glared at Zhang Tao, and whispered, you are not honest, why didn't you tell me this? There was a hint of complaint in his voice, and he pointed at Zhang Tao with the chopsticks in his hand. Zhang Tao swallowed the meat in his mouth and laughed, Brother Fan told me to keep a low profile, how dare I say anything casually? He picked up another lamb chop and said, besides, you're busy dating every day, how can I have the chance to talk to you about this? When Huan heard the word demolition, her eyes lit up instantly. She sat up straight, put her hands on the table, and exclaimed in a low voice, wow. So you are a demolition resident. She was quite excited, with greed flashing in her eyes, as if she had discovered some new world. Brother Lin Fan, how much did your family pay for the demolition? Millions? Or tens of millions? Chapter 136 This place is high-end enough. Lin Fan waved his hand and said, not that many. Huan refused to give in and said with a smile, Brother Lin Fan, don't be so modest. Aren't the people being relocated very rich? She leaned on Zhou Jian's shoulder and said, baby, look, Brother Lin Fan is so awesome. Just take out 1 million as a bonus. Zhou Jian also smiled and said, Brother Fan, aren't you too low-key? Lin Fan smiled and shook his head, what's the point of being low-key? It's just nonsense. Huan said with a smile, Brother Lin Fan, you are such a cool person. So what do you usually spend your money on? Have you bought a car? Or a house? Lin Fan frowned, shook his head and said, I didn't buy a car or a house, so I just put the money there. Zhou Jian smiled and said, it's such a waste to leave it alone. Why don't you give me a bonus and I'll be your younger brother? Lin Fan laughed and whispered, you want to be my younger brother? You have a family now. He glanced at Huan Huan with a hint of teasing. Huan Huan pouted when she heard this. She took a bite of meat and looked at Lin Fan again. Brother Lin Fan, you are so rich, what are you going to do in the future? Starting a business? There was a hint of curiosity in her voice. His eyes were fixed on Lin Fan again. Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, I haven't made up my mind yet. I'll take it one step at a time. The charcoal fire in the barbecue restaurant gradually died down. There were only a few slices of uneaten meat and a pile of empty plates on the table. The meal took almost an hour. The four of them sat together and chatted casually. Zhou Jian spoke the least, and most of the time he just lowered his head to eat meat. Or he would occasionally respond with a simple smile on his face. Huan Huan, however, kept chattering and asking questions here and there. His eyes fell on Lin Fan from time to time, making him feel a little uncomfortable. Zhang Tao seemed to be enjoying it, interjecting from time to time, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. After the meal, the waiter cleared the table and several people stood up to leave. Just as Zhou Jian was about to pull Huan Huan out, Huan Huan suddenly looked down at his feet, frowned and muttered, Where are my shoes? Zhou Jian was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at her, shoes? He was a little puzzled and looked down at her feet. I saw Huan Huan standing there with one bare foot. The other foot was wearing a canvas shoe, which looked a bit funny. Huan Huan pouted, I felt something in my shoes, it was painful, so I took them off. Lin Fan stood aside, looking out the window, with no intention of saying anything. Zhou Jian squatted down to help her look, is it in here? He bent down and fumbled under the sofa for a long time, and finally took out a white canvas shoe from the gap. There was a little dust on the upper. Huan Huan frowned, patted her shoes, and muttered, Why are you here? When she looked up to put on her shoes, she couldn't help but glare at Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled and said, Good that you found it, let's go. He turned and walked out the door, sneering in his heart. Staring at me? Throw it in the trash next time. A few people walked out of the barbecue restaurant, the night wind blew, and the streets of Jiangzhou were brightly lit. It wasn't too late, so Huan Huan stopped and said with her head tilted, It would be too boring to go back so early, why don't we go out and play? Zhou Jian was stunned for a moment, Go out to play? Where to play? Zhang Tao interrupted and said, How about we go play billiards? I know there's a billiard hall near the school. It's cheap and fun. Huan Huan shook her head, What's the point of playing billiards? She paused, her eyes lit up, How about we go to the bar? Zhou Jian frowned, Bar? Going to a bar is too expensive. Why don't we find another place and save some money? He looked at Huan Huan, his voice somewhat hesitant. When Huan Huan heard this, she pouted, looked sideways at Lin Fan, and said sweetly, Didn't brother Lin Fan say he would treat us tonight? There was a hint of coquettishness in her voice, and her purpose was self-evident. When Zhou Jian heard this, he waved his hand hastily, No, brother Fan treated us to dinner just now. Where can we go to play later and let brother Fan pay for it again? He turned to look at Lin Fan, Brother Fan, I'll treat you later, so don't pay. Lin Fan smiled and said casually, It's okay, I just happen to have a friend I know in a bar, how about I take you over there to hang out for a while? Zhang Tao was stunned for a moment, then quickly asked, Really? Brother Fan, do you have any friends in the bar? He chuckled and said, That's fine, let's go to the bar and have some fun. I haven't been to a bar yet. Before Zhou Jian could say anything, Huan Huan immediately clapped her hands and whispered, Okay. Let's go to the bar. She turned around and grabbed Zhou Jian's arm. Baby, let's go. Brother Lin Fan said he has friends, so it will definitely be fun. Zhou Jian was pulled by her and said, Huan Huan, let's. He then looked at Lin Fan again and said a little embarrassedly, Brother Fan, this is not good. It makes you spend money again. Lin Fan waved his hand, It's okay, I know friends, it doesn't cost much. Let's go, don't waste time. Huan Huan said with a smile, Brother Lin Fan, how do you know so many friends? Is that bar owned by your friend? Lin Fan shook his head, No, I just know a manager who can give me a discount. Don't ask any more questions. Let's go. At this time, Lin Fan was already a little impatient. Zhou Jian was pulled by Huan Huan to follow behind and whispered, Huan Huan, stop asking brother Fan. Huan Huan pouted and whispered, baby, I'm just curious. Brother Lin Fan is so powerful, he must know a lot of people. She looked at Lin Fan again and said with a smile, right, brother Lin Fan? Lin Fan didn't look back and whispered, it's okay. As he said that, he dialed Zhou Ren's number. The phone rang twice, and Zhou Ren's deep voice came from the other end, hello, boss Lin? Lin Fan smiled and said, I'm going to bring some friends over to play later. Please save a good seat for me. Zhou Ren laughed, his tone was somewhat cheerful, no problem, boss Lin. You brought people here, how can I be negligent? I'll reserve a box for you on the high platform, just come over. Lin Fan hesitated and said, we don't need a private room, a booth will do. Zhou Ren was stunned for a moment and said, okay, then I'll reserve a VIP seat for you, by the window. Would you like some more good wine? Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and whispered, whatever, it's up to you. After saying that, Lin Fan hung up the phone. Several people took a taxi. 10 minutes later. The car stopped at the door of the Fenglinwen nightclub. The neon lights on the wall flickered blindingly. There is a golden sign on the gate, exuding a sense of luxury. The security guard stood at the door in a black uniform, looking very imposing. Low music sounded from inside, like the roar of dormant beasts. Zhang Tao looked up and was stunned for a moment. Oh my god, brother Fan, this place is really high-end. Chapter 137. What is this? Do you really know anyone here? How much does it cost to play here for a night? Zhou Jian also widened his eyes. Brother Fan, this is too luxurious, right? It will cost us a lot of money to play here, right? Huan Huan's eyes lit up. Wow, brother Lin Fan, I've never been to a bar like this. She clapped her hands excitedly. Baby, let's go in and play, it must be fun. A few people walked into the nightclub, and the decoration inside was even more dazzling. Just walked to the door of the basement floor. Lin Fan's phone vibrated with a buzzing sound. He looked down and saw a message from Zhou Ren. Is boss Lin here? I'm already prepared here. Lin Fan casually replied, we're here. I brought Zhou Jian with me. Before he put down his phone, Zhou Ren's message popped up again. Zhou Jian? Then I won't show my head. It's better to prevent this kid from knowing I'm here and go back home and tell lies to cause trouble for me. Lin Fan glanced at the message and said nothing more. He put away his phone and walked in with the three of them. The moment Lin Fan stepped into the hall, the whole nightclub seemed to be on fire. The giant LED screen in the front suddenly lit up. Several large golden characters suddenly appeared on the screen. Welcome, Boss Lin. The handwriting is bold and eye-catching, making people's eyes dizzy. At the same time, the deafening music rhythm suddenly accelerated. The sound of several bang 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 salutes echoed throughout the venue. Colorful paper fireworks exploded from the ceiling, like a gorgeous rain of flowers, instantly filling the entire hall. The guests in the hall all turned their heads to look at the door, and someone whispered, what's going on? Who is this? Some people widened their eyes and muttered with envy, this is too grand. He's so young, he must be a rich second generation. Lin Fan stood at the door, frowning slightly, feeling speechless. What is Zhou Ren doing? Is it necessary to be so high profile? Before he could react, the two sides of the passage from the door to the VIP seats were suddenly filled with beautiful women in revealing clothes standing in an orderly manner. Each of them was wrapped in a tight sequin skirt, the hem of which was so short that it barely covered their thighs. The white in front of the bear shone seductively under the light. They stood in 2 rows, with a passage in the middle. Every time Lin Fan took a step forward, the beauties on both sides bent down and bowed, shouting in unison, welcome, Boss Lin. The sound is crisp and loud, with a hint of sweetness. Zhang Tao followed behind Lin Fan, his eyes as big as copper bells and his mouth open so wide that a light bulb could fit in. Oh my god. Brother Fan, what is this? There's nothing like this in the movies. His voice was trembling and his legs felt weak. Zhou Jian was also dumbfounded, his feet froze in place, and he whispered, Brother Fan, this is too exaggerated, right? His tone was full of shock and a bit nervous. He reached out and held Huan Huan's hand, his fingertips trembling slightly, and his whole body was a little excited. I thought the bar was just for drinking and dancing, but this is like the emperor entering the venue. Huan Huan was even more excited and shouted, Brother Lin Fan. You are so awesome. She let go of Zhou Jian's hand, ran forward 2 steps, and almost bumped into a beautiful woman who was bowing. This scene, my god, is so cool. Her eyes were fixed on Lin Fan, full of admiration, as if she was looking at a hero who had fallen from the sky. Lin Fan frowned and walked in the middle of the aisle, hearing "Welcome, Boss Lin" one after another. He muttered to himself as he stepped on the paper-strewn floor. This guy Zhou Ren is acting like he is welcoming the US president. Will he get killed if he keeps a low profile? He glanced at the beauties on both sides. All of them had hot bodies and sweet smiles. There were even a few who flirted with Lin Fan. Lin Fan muttered in a low voice, "What the hell is this?" At the end of the passage is a semi-open VIP booth, next to the floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the entire dance floor and bar. There was already a circle of people gathered around the booth, as if they had been waiting there for a long time. As Lin Fan walked to the booth, the DJ at the front of the stage suddenly picked up the microphone and shouted in a loud voice, "Welcome Mr. Lin to Maple Night. Every seat will get a free dozen Budweiser tonight. Have fun everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, the explosive electronic music exploded again. The entire hall was like a lit powder keg, and the atmosphere instantly reached a climax. Zhang Tao was stunned and whispered, "Oh my god. A dozen Budweiser bottles per seat? There are hundreds of seats here, right? How much does that cost?" His voice was trembling as he spoke, "Brother Fan, your friend is also a rich man, right? This is a great deal, my god." Zhou Jian swallowed his saliva and whispered, "Brother Fan, this place is under your protection? I thought it was just a joke, but this scene made my heart beat fast." Huan Huan's face turned red with excitement. "Brother Lin Fan, you are so awesome. I've never seen such an amazing scene, it's so shocking. I feel like I am the focus of the whole audience." Lin Fan leaned back on the sofa, he is just a manager. And at this moment, the beauties who were standing in the 2 rows in the aisle just now came over with trays. The tray was filled with drinks and snacks. A bottle of golden whiskey and 2 bottles of champagne next to it. There was a dozen Budweiser bottles and a few imported beers in the ice bucket. The fruit bowl was piled high with strawberries, blueberries, and sliced pineapple. There is also a basket of exquisite snacks and popcorn on the side. There was even a small fireworks device in the middle of the table, and the colorful cold fireworks were crackling, as if to add to the fun of the feast. Zhang Tao whispered, "Brother Fan, this drink, how much does it cost?" He pointed at the bottle of whiskey and said, "This stuff costs thousands of dollars a bottle, right? I don't even dare to touch it." Zhou Jian was also dumbfounded. "Brother Fan, the things on this table are more than my monthly living expenses. In this scene, I feel like a country bumpkin." Huan Huan was so excited that she couldn't sit still. "Brother Lin Fan, your friends are so nice to you. This wine bottle is shining with gold," she said as she picked up a strawberry and put it in her mouth. "Baby, look, this fruit plate is so high-end, I've never seen it before." Just when several people were so shocked that they were speechless, 5 beautiful women in uniform came over. Each was wrapped in a tight black leather skirt with a red ribbon tied around the waist, like a model from a magazine cover. They carried a small tea stage in their hands and placed it directly in front of the booth. The music tempo quickened and the 5 beauties twisted their bodies to the beat. The movements were neat and fiery, and the light shining on them made them look even more dazzling. Zhang Tao was stunned for several seconds. "Oh my god. Brother Fan, what is this? There is still a show? Is this how rich people play? Why do I feel like an emperor now?" Chapter 138 Premeditation. Zhou Jian said in a trembling voice, "Brother Fan, is this beauty dancing for us? My heart is beating in my throat." As he spoke, his eyes kept dodging, as if he was afraid to look at these exposed beauties. Huan Huan was so excited. "Brother Lin Fan, you are so handsome. This show is so cool." She stood up and swayed to the music. "Baby, look, these sisters dance so beautifully, I want to dance too." Huan Huan turned around and took Zhou Jian's arm, saying excitedly, "Baby, please accompany me to the stage." Zhou Jian scratched his head when she pulled him, and said with a silly smile, "I can't dance, Huan Huan." He glanced towards the dance floor, then quickly retracted his gaze, as if he was afraid of making a fool of himself. Huan Huan pouted, turned to look at Lin Fan, and asked sweetly, "Brother Lin Fan, are you going to dance? Come with me." There was a hint of coquettishness in her voice. It is indeed difficult for ordinary people to refuse, but is Lin Fan an ordinary person? Of course not. Lin Fan leaned on the sofa, holding a glass of whiskey in his hand. He shook his head when he heard it. No. His eyes glanced at the dance floor and then fell back to his cup, showing no interest at all. Seeing no one to accompany her, Huan Huan snorted, stood up, tugged at her skirt, and said, "That I'll go dance by myself." After saying that, she twisted her waist and ran towards the dance floor, looking very excited. Zhang Tao watched her run away, smiled, turned to Zhou Jin and said, "Why don't you go with us? Don't let your girlfriend get kidnapped." He teased, but his eyes were glued to the scantily clad beauties on the dance floor. Zhou Jin muttered, "It's okay, let her play." Lin Fan smiled and said nothing. He reached out and took a bottle of Budweiser, opened it with a snap, and handed it to Zhang Tao. "Stop talking nonsense and drink." He took another bottle and handed it to Zhou Jin. "Come on, drink something, don't just sit there." Zhou Jin took the beer and said with a smile, "Okay, brother Fan." He raised his head and took a sip, then glanced at the drinks and fruit plates on the table. He couldn't help but sigh, "How much does our table cost?" Lin Fan took a sip of wine and said calmly, "Eat and drink, we don't have to pay for it." Zhang Tao also said with emotion, "This is simply a life of luxury and extravagance. The life of an emperor is just like this. Brother Fan, I have to say your friend is amazing. I have never seen such a scene in my life." Zhou Jian asked in confusion, "Where's your friend? Why didn't he come over to have a drink with us?" Lin Fan waved his hand and said with a smile, "He has something to deal with. Let's just play our own games and ignore him." His tone was casual, and he thought to himself, that guy Zhou must be hiding somewhere and watching us. The three of them chatted in the booth and drank 2 bottles of beer. Zhou Jian put down the bottle, stood up and said, "I'm going to the bathroom, you guys drink." He walked out of the booth, his steps a little unsteady, obviously he was drunk. At this time, Huan Huan came back from the dance floor. Her face was full of smiles and beads of sweat were oozing from her forehead. It was obvious that she was enjoying the dance very much. Huan Huan glanced at the booth and saw that Zhou Jian was not there. She was stunned for a moment but did not ask. Zhang Tao was eating popcorn on the side and said casually, "Zhou Jian went to the bathroom. Wait for him for a while." As he spoke, his eyes were still fixed on a dancer in a camisole. "That look is almost drawing lines." Huan Huan said with a smile, "I just saw them dancing and it was so beautiful. I even learned several moves from them." She paused, turned to look at Lin Fan, and said sweetly, "Brother Fan, can I dance for you?" There was a hint of seduction in her voice, as if she was deliberately teasing him. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows, but before he could say anything, Huan Huan had already stood beside him and started twisting her body. She was wearing that pink short skirt, with a slender waist, and she looked quite charming when she twisted her body. Her figure looks curvy under the light, and she is indeed quite attractive. Her body swayed to the rhythm of the music. Her movements were not professional, but they were quite seductive. The hem of her skirt swayed with her movements, revealing a section of her white thighs. Zhang Tao's attention was completely attracted by the beauties on the dance floor, and he didn't even look at Huan Huan. He was still muttering, "The girl over there dances really vigorously." He muttered to himself and poured himself another glass of wine. Huan Huan twisted for a while, then fixed her eyes on Lin Fan and said with a smile, "Brother Fan, how was my dance?" She moved her feet and came closer, and put her arm on Lin Fan's shoulder intentionally or unintentionally. Her fingertips lightly stroked the corner of his clothes, as if testing Lin Fan's reaction. Lin Fan frowned, moved to the side, avoided her hand, and said lightly, "It's okay." He glanced at Huan Huan and saw that she was smiling innocently. He couldn't help but think to himself, this action clearly shows that she has bad intentions. Huan Huan didn't notice his indifference. She continued twisting her body, and said with a smile, "Brother Fan, don't just look at me, praise me a few words." She said and stretched out her hand again. This time, he touched Lin Fan's chest directly, and his fingertips seemed to carry electricity as they gently stroked his shirt. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, turned his body to the side, dodged her hand again, and said in a colder tone, "Go ahead and jump, don't do anything." There was a hint of warning in his voice, and a hint of impatience as his eyes flicked towards her. Huan Huan was stunned for a moment, pouted her lips, and said coquettishly, "Brother Fan, why are you so serious? I'm just joking with you." She didn't stop and continued to twist her body, with bigger movements, as if she was deliberately trying to attract Lin Fan's attention. She moved closer, bent her waist, and almost stuck to Lin Fan, humming, "Brother Fan, what do you think of my moves?" Lin Fan leaned back, took a sip of beer, and said casually, "It's good. It's better to stay away from me." Huan Huan didn't care. She twisted even harder and her hand involuntarily reached out towards Lin Fan again. Lin Fan frowned, raised his hand to block her hand, and was about to ask her to be quiet. Huan Huan suddenly twisted her foot and cried out, "Ouch!" The whole person seemed to lose balance and fell directly towards Lin Fan. She opened her arms as if she wanted to hug Lin Fan. There was no panic on his face, as if it was premeditated. Lin Fan was prepared and quickly dodged to the side. He nimbly moved half a meter away. Huan missed and fell onto the sofa with a thud. A corner of the skirt was lifted up, revealing most of her thigh. The whole person looked very embarrassed. She looked up at Lin Fan, a hint of embarrassment flashed across her face. "Hey, brother Fan, why don't you help me up?" Lin Fan leaned back on the sofa, lit a cigarette for himself, and said nothing. Zhang Tao withdrew his gaze from the dance floor, turned around, was stunned for a moment, and laughed. Huan, how can you fall down while dancing?" Chapter 139, Change of Punishment. Huan glared at Zhang Tao, then stood up and tugged at her skirt, muttering, "It's because the floor is too slippery." She turned to look at Lin Fan and said sweetly, "Brother Fan, I almost fell and got hurt just now, and you don't even care about me?" There was a hint of coquettishness in her voice, as if she was waiting for Lin Fan to coax her. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and was about to retort. A familiar figure appeared next to him, and Zhou Jian walked towards him. He had just come back from the bathroom and his steps were still a little shaky. Then I saw Huan sitting on the sofa, with a corner of her skirt lifted up and a look of embarrassment on her face. Lin Fan leaned aside, drinking calmly. Zhou Jian frowned and glanced between the two of them. There was a hint of doubt in his eyes, but he said nothing. Huan looked up and saw Zhou Jian. She quickly sat up straight and said with a smile, "Baby, you're back." She picked up a bottle of Budweiser, opened it with a snap, and handed it to Zhou Jian. Then she said sweetly, "I have no one to accompany me when you are not around." She naturally put her arm around Zhou Jian, like a clingy kitten. Zhou Jian took the beer, took a sip, and said, "Okay, I'll drink with you." The two of them sat close to each other. Huan leaned close to his ear and whispered something in a low voice. Occasionally they would giggle, as if they were chatting about some sweet little secrets. Lin Fan leaned on the other side of the sofa, reached out to take a bottle of whiskey and poured himself half a glass. The amber liquid looked particularly beautiful under the light. He picked up the cup and raised his chin towards Zhang Tao. "Come on, keep drinking." Zhang Tao stuffed a handful of popcorn into his mouth and said with a chuckle, "Brother Fan, this wine tastes really good." He took a bottle of beer, opened it, tilted his head back and took a big gulp, smacking his lips. "In this place, everything you drink feels classy." As bottle of beer went down, the atmosphere in the booth became more and more unbridled. Huan seemed to be full of energy, holding the bottle of wine and pestering Zhou Jian, saying with a smile, "Baby, come on, let's drink another bottle. Didn't you say that men have to be heroic?" As she spoke, she leaned closer to Zhou Jian's arms, gently poking his chest with her fingers. "Don't be scared, I'll drink with you." Zhou Jian was provoked by her, his face turned red, he scratched his head and said, "Okay, drink another bottle." He picked up the beer, clinked it with Huan, and drank it down in one gulp. Huan giggled and drank half the bottle. She turned to look at Zhang Tao and Lin Fan. "Zhang Tao, brother Fan, you two should drink too. Don't just stand there and watch. Zhou Jian has already drunk. You can't lose to him in terms of alcohol tolerance, right?" Zhang Tao immediately became excited when he heard this, patting his chest and saying, "Lose? Can I lose to Zhou Jian?" He grabbed a bottle of beer and waved it at Zhou Jian. "Come on, Zhou Jian, let's compete. Whoever gives up first is a grandson." Zhou Jian was provoked by this, gritted his teeth, and said with a smile, "Let's compete, who is afraid of who?" He took a bottle of beer and clinked glasses with Zhang Tao. The two men seemed to be competing with each other and tilted their heads back to pour the liquid into their mouths. Huan clapped and cheered, saying excitedly, "Baby, you can do it. A real man won't admit defeat." Lin Fan leaned on the sofa, watching the two people competing, and had no intention of intervening. But he could also see that Huan seemed to be giving Zhou Jian some wine. After drinking 2 bottles of beer in a row, Zhou Jian's face was as red as a boiled shrimp. "My glasses can hardly be opened." He gasped and said, "No, I can't drink anymore." He leaned back and lay on the sofa pretending to be dead, muttering, "You guys drink, I'll take a rest." Zhang Tao finished the last sip, shook his head and said, "How is it?" "I can't drink anymore." "I can drink a lot." He looked towards the stage and said, "I saw a very beautiful woman just now. I'll go over and take a look." Zhang Tao said this and went to the dance floor. Huan patted Zhou Jian and pouted, "Baby, you can't do it anymore? Okay, then you take a break, I'll find someone else to drink with." She let go of Zhou Jian, turned around and sat next to Lin Fan, and said delicately, "Brother Lin Fan, no one is drinking with me, please drink with me." Her voice was sickeningly sweet, and she leaned towards Lin Fan, her shoulder almost touching Lin Fan's arm. Lin Fan glanced at her and saw that her cheeks were slightly red, but her eyes were clear. Apparently he can hold his liquor quite well and isn't drunk yet. "Okay, drink it." Lin Fan took a bottle of beer, opened it, and handed it to Huan Huan. Huan Huan took the bottle and said with a smile, "Drinking alone is boring, do you want to play a game?" There was a hint of teasing in her voice, as if she was thinking of something. Lin Fan held up the wineglass, raised his eyebrows and said, "Okay, what do you want to play?" Huan Huan smiled and said, "Then let's play Truth or Dare." She explained, "The winner can designate what the other person or himself should do. For example, if I win, I can ask you to let me hit your head off, or let you dance or something, how about that?" Lin Fan smiled and said, "No problem, how do we play?" Huan Huan immediately picked up the dice cup from the table and said with a smile, "It's simple, let's roll the dice and compare the size. Whoever has the bigger dice wins." She handed a dice to Lin Fan as she spoke, "Brother Lin Fan, do you want to roll first, or should I?" Lin Fan took the dice, shook it in his hand, and said, "You go first." Huan Huan chuckled, put the dice into the dice cup and shook it a few times. It was slammed on the table with a bang, and when I opened it, I saw it was a 5-point. She looked up and winked at Lin Fan, and said sweetly, "Brother Lin Fan, it's your turn." "I'm 5 o'clock. Isn't it not small?" Lin Fan raised his eyebrows, shook the dice casually, and put them on the table. When I opened it, I saw it was a 6 o'clock. He picked up the glass and took a sip. "I win." Huan Huan was stunned for a moment, pouted her lips, and said with a smile, "Okay, then what do you want me to do?" She stared at Lin Fan motionlessly, as if waiting for some interesting instructions. Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, "Have a drink by yourself." Huan Huan picked it up and drank it without hesitation. "Come again." Huan Huan picked up the dice and shook it again, and this time it was a 6. She said excitedly, "Ah, Brother Lin Fan, I won this time." She then leaned close to Lin Fan's ear and said, "Can I touch you?" "Ah." Lin Fan was a little confused. "Touch it? What's the meaning? Where to touch?" Lin Fan didn't respond. Huan Huan moved closer, looking at Lin Fan with seductive eyes. "What's wrong? Brother Lin Fan doesn't want to?" Lin Fan said, "Why don't you change the punishment? Zhou Jian is here. It's not good for you to do this." Huan Huan turned her head and glanced at Zhou Jian, then said with a smile, "It's okay, don't worry about him, Zhou Jian has fallen asleep and won't notice us." Then she added, "Brother Lin Fan, you can't afford to play, right? I have to say that Huan Huan is really good at getting people into trouble." Lin Fan said helplessly, "Then you touch it." Chapter 140, Stand Still, Don't Move. Huan Huan giggled, moved closer, and said sweetly, "Brother Lin Fan, then close your eyes." Lin Fan frowned and asked in confusion, "Why do you still need to close your eyes?" Huan Huan pouted and said confidently, "I won, you have to listen to me. Close your eyes, just for a moment." Lin Fan sighed helplessly, shook his head, and said, "Okay." He was too lazy to argue with Huan Huan, so he leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes. Huan Huan saw him close his eyes and smiled triumphantly. She moved closer, reaching out her hand and slowly approaching Lin Fan. At this moment, Lin Fan suddenly felt his belt loosen. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked down. Huan Huan's hand was reaching for his belt, her fingertips had already hooked on the belt buckle, and she was about to unbuckle it. Lin Fan's pupils shrank, and he quickly grabbed her arm and said in a serious tone, "Some jokes can't be made." His voice was a little colder, with a warning. His fingers were clenched even more tightly. His eyes were fixed on Huan Huan's face, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Huan Huan was stunned for a moment when he grabbed her, and her hand froze in mid-air. She noticed Lin Fan's strangeness and quickly shrank back, smiling awkwardly, "Brother Lin Fan, I was just joking." She blinked and tried to look innocent. "Don't do this next time, don't be angry." Her voice was sweet, but there was a hint of panic in her eyes. Lin Fan let go of her arm and frowned. "But I was speechless in my heart, this girl really has no bottom line." Huan Huan sat aside and secretly glanced at Lin Fan a few times. Seeing that his face was cold, she said nothing. After hesitating for a while, he picked up a bottle of beer, poured himself a glass, and said with a smile, "Brother Lin Fan, I'll drink with you." As if trying to ease the atmosphere, she picked up the cup and took a sip. Lin Fan ignored her and continued drinking from his glass, as if he didn't hear what she said at all. Seeing that he didn't respond, Huan Huan stopped talking and just lowered her head to drink. After a few drinks, her eyes became blurred and her cheeks became as red as if she had put on rouge. She shook the cup and muttered, "Brother Lin Fan, I feel a little dizzy." Before she finished her words, her body tilted and she fell on Lin Fan as if she had no bones. Lin Fan was prepared and quickly dodged to the side. Huan Huan missed his target and fell flat on the sofa. She rubbed her head and muttered, "Oh, I feel dizzy." There was a hint of drunkenness in his voice. But in Lin Fan's opinion, it was just a pretense. Lin Fan frowned, holding the wineglass, and said calmly, "If you feel dizzy, just lie down and don't move." At this time, Zhang Tao came back staggeringly from the dance floor. His face was flushed and his forehead was covered with sweat, and he seemed to be enjoying the dance very much. He walked to the booth and saw Zhou Jian and Huan Huan both lying on the sofa. Then he turned to look at Lin Fan and said with a smile, "Oh my god, these two are drunk?" He scratched his head, "So how are we going to get there later? You can't carry them back to school, right?" Lin Fan glanced at the two people on the sofa and said thoughtfully, "Maple Forest has guest rooms at night. If it doesn't work, we can get a room and stay here tonight." Zhang Tao nodded, "Okay, that's a good idea." He shook his head and said, "I'm also drunk and dizzy. Let's leave now. I can't move any further." Lin Fan nodded, lit a cigarette, and said, "Let's go." He stood up and was about to help Zhou Jian. Zhang Tao had already taken the lead, staggered over to Zhou Jian and lifted him up. Zhou Jian was drunk as a puddle of mud, still muttering, don't drink anymore." Zhang Tao carried him and panted, "Brother Fan, let me take this. Zhou Jian is heavier, I'll carry him." He glanced at Huan Huan and said, "I'll trouble you with Huan Huan. She's relatively light." Lin Fan glanced at Huan Huan who was lying on the sofa, feeling helpless for a moment. He sighed and said, "Okay." Then he walked to Huan Huan and grabbed her arm, "Get up and go." Huan Huan opened her eyes dazedly and muttered, "Brother Lin Fan, I can't walk anymore." Her whole body was so soft that it seemed as if she had no bones. Lin Fan forcibly pulled her up from the sofa and walked out holding her arm. Huan Huan half leaned on him, staggering and humming, "Brother Lin Fan, you were so nice." Lin Fan frowned and quickened his pace, feeling unhappy. Why is he acting so dramatic even when he's drunk? Walking outside the bar, Lin Fan took out his cell phone and dialed Zhou Ren's number. The phone rang twice, and Zhou Ren's cheerful voice came from the other end, "Boss Lin, what's the matter?" Lin Fan held Huan Huan and said, "Prepare 3 guest rooms. I'll take people upstairs in a moment." Zhou Ren laughed and said, "No problem, Boss Lin. How was your time? I have already reserved a guest room. It has 3 large beds and is very clean." Lin Fan hummed and said, "Okay, I'll be there in a minute." Zhang Tao followed behind carrying Zhou Jian, panting and saying, "Brother Fan, this guy is so heavy, my arms are numb." Several people walked to the elevator. Lin Fan pressed the button, and the elevator door opened with a ding sound. He carried Huan Huan in, and Zhang Tao followed behind carrying Zhou Jian. Zhou Jian was drunk and unconscious, his head drooping on Zhang Tao's shoulder, muttering something. Huan Huan leaned on Lin Fan and said in a daze, "Brother Lin Fan, you are so strong." She directly reached out and hugged Lin Fan's neck. Although Lin Fan was unhappy, he didn't say anything. After all, Zhou Jian is in this state now, he can't just abandon the other person's girlfriend. As for what Huan Huan did today, Lin Fan would naturally find a suitable opportunity to tell Zhou Jian. You still have to be careful when looking for a girlfriend. Sometimes you feel like you have a girlfriend. But in the eyes of the other party, you are their plaything. Now Lin Fan realized that Zhou Jian had no control over Huan Huan in front of him. Huan Huan's rank is really too high. Teasing Zhou Jian is like teasing a dog. At this time, Huan Huan's hands became naughty again. She even leaned sideways into Lin Fan's arms. Lin Fan moved her dishonest hand away and said coldly, "Stand still and don't move." The elevator slowly ascended. Zhang Tao leaned against the wall and panted, "Brother Fan, how much is this room per night? I feel like any room in this place would cost several hundred, right?" Lin Fan shook his head and said, "We don't have to pay for it. Someone will arrange it. Let's just stay here." Huan Huan snorted and muttered, "Brother Lin Fan, you have such a good friend." Her voice became smaller and smaller, and her head tilted as if she was completely drunk. Lin Fan suppressed his dissatisfaction, stared at the elevator door, and waited to reach the top floor. He glanced at Zhang Tao and said, "Throw Zhou Jian and Huan Huan into one room, and we'll each have a room." Chapter 141. It's really boring. The elevator door opened with a ding. The corridor on the top floor of Fenglinwen nightclub is covered with thick carpet. The lighting was soft and the air was filled with a faint scent of sandalwood. Zhang Tao supported Zhou Jian and staggered out of the elevator. Zhou Jian was drunk as a puddle of mud, with his head drooping on Zhang Tao's shoulder, mumbling incoherent words in his sleep. Zhang Tao panted, pushed open the door of a guest room, and threw Zhou Jian onto the bed. The mattress creaked. Zhou Jian turned over, groaned twice, and then became completely silent. Zhang Tao wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned to look at Lin Fan, grinned and said, "Brother Fan, I'm going to sleep first. I feel so dizzy." His voice was drunken and his body swayed, seeming a little unsteady. After saying that, he staggered towards the next room. I pushed the door open and it slammed shut. Lin Fan stood in the corridor, frowned, and carried Huan Huan towards the guest room. Huan Huan half leaned on him, her steps unsteady and she could hardly stand steadily. She was still humming, "Brother Lin Fan, you are so awesome." Her voice was as soft as cotton candy, and her head rested directly on Lin Fan's shoulder. Lin Fan frowned and tried his best to make her stand up straight. Then he helped her to the bed and said calmly, "Lie down and don't move." The light in the room was dim, and there were 2 bottles of mineral water on the bedside table. The curtains were half drawn, letting in a few rays of Jiangzhou's night light. Lin Fangang helped Huan Huan onto the bed, letting her and Zhou Jian each take half. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Huan Huan suddenly stood up and hugged Lin Fan's neck. She said delicately, "Brother Lin Fan, please don't leave." Her voice was very sweet and her body was very close to mine. It was almost sticking to Lin Fan's body, with a strong smell of alcohol and perfume. Lin Fan's pupil shrank, and he frowned and took a half step back, trying to break free from her hand. He said in a deep voice, "What are you doing? Lie down properly." Lin Fan's tone turned colder, and he grasped her arm with his fingers, trying to push her away. Huan Huan didn't let go, but stood on tiptoe and moved her face closer. She opened her red lips slightly and kissed Lin Fan directly on the face. She was still humming, "Brother Lin Fan, you are so handsome." Her movements were bold and she completely disregarded the occasion. Her eyes were blurred and a bit provocative. Lin Fan reacted very quickly. He turned his head away from her kiss, frowned, grabbed her shoulders, and said in a serious tone, "Stop it, it's enough." There was a hint of warning in his voice, and he used force with his fingers to push her back. His eyes were fixed on Huan Huan's face, and a hint of displeasure flashed across his eyes. Huan Huan was pushed and swayed a bit, but she didn't back off. Instead, she giggled, as if she didn't care at all. She licked her lips and leaned forward again. Her fingers nimbly reached out to Lin Fan's shirt, and with a light flick, she unbuttoned the top button, revealing a corner of his collarbone. She smiled and said, "Brother Lin Fan, why are you so serious? Relax." She ran her fingers down her shirt and unbuttoned another button, her movements frivolous. Lin Fan frowned, grabbed her wrist, and said in a cold tone, "What are you doing? Don't go too far." He suppressed the anger in his heart and looked at Huan Huan with eyes full of anger. Huan Huan was stunned for a moment, but still didn't take it seriously. She shook her hair and smiled even sweeter. Huan Huan broke free from Lin Fan's hand and suddenly grabbed his left hand. He pulled it forcefully to her waist and slid it down against her skirt. She hummed, "Brother Lin Fan, don't you think I'm cute? Is it tempting?" Huan Huan's voice was a bit coquettish, and she stared at Lin Fan intently, throwing him a wink. "Don't you want to do something with me?" Lin Fan pulled his hand back abruptly, frowned, took a step back, and said in a deep voice, "Wake up, do you know what you are doing?" Huan Huan giggled and lunged forward again. His hands climbed onto Lin Fan's shoulders, and his bare mouth deliberately rubbed his shirt. She said delicately, "Brother Lin Fan, stop pretending. I know what you are thinking." She stood on tiptoe, her lips almost touching Lin Fan's chin. "You can do whatever you want to me now, I won't tell anyone." Lin Fan frowned, grabbed her arms, pushed her back, and said in a cold tone, "You have to know that you are Zhou Jian's girlfriend." Huan Huan staggered after being pushed and stood there in a daze, as if she had not expected Lin Fan to be so tough. She curled her lips and said with a smile, "Don't worry about Zhou Jian. He knows nothing." She took a step forward and reached out to Lin Fan's waist again. "Brother Lin Fan, don't be so boring, no one will know if we play around." Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, suppressed the anger in his heart, stretched out his hand, and pushed her directly onto the bed. Huan Huan fell on the mattress with a cry of ouch. A corner of the skirt was lifted up, revealing most of her thigh. Lin Fan stood beside the bed, looked at her coldly, and cursed, you stinky bitch, don't be ungrateful. He couldn't suppress the disgust in his heart at all, so he turned and walked towards the door. Juan was stunned for a moment, then he stood up, rubbed his arm, and muttered, "Brother Lin Fan, why are you so angry?" There was a hint of grievance in her voice, but there was some reluctance in her eyes. Lin Fan opened the door and walked out without even turning his head. The door slammed shut, completely isolating her voice. Lin Fan stood in the corridor, took a deep breath, frowned and adjusted his shirt, feeling nauseous. So fucking shameless. Why would Zhou Jian find a girlfriend like this? It's so disgusting. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Ren called. After the call was connected, Zhou Ren's cheerful voice came over. "Boss Lin, how is it? Is the room okay?" Lin Fan frowned and said in a cold tone, "It's fine." Zhou Ren smiled and said, "Is there anything else you need? Are you hungry? Do you want me to send you some food?" Lin Fan waved his hand and said, "No need, I'm going back to my room and getting ready for bed. By the way, help me check for someone, the one named Huan who lives in our hotel. All information, send it directly to me after you find it." He hung up the phone and went straight to his room. On the other side, Huan sat on the bed and rubbed her arm, which had been rubbed red by Lin Fan. I couldn't help but curl my lips and muttered, "How boring." She picked up the mineral water on the bedside table, took a sip, and stared at the door with complicated eyes, as if she was thinking about something. Lin Fan opened the door of his room and found it very quiet. The bed was tidy and the curtains were half open, revealing a clear view of Jiangzhou's night scene. He walked to the window, lit a cigarette, exhaled a puff of smoke, and looked at the lights in the distance with a frown. Huan's actions just now seemed to be stuck in her mind and could not be shaken off. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Huan? She's just a bitch. It's better to tell Zhou Jian about this. She pounces on every man she sees. Even prostitutes are not as proactive as her." Chapter 142. What do you mean? No words were spoken that night. In the early morning of Jiangzhou, the sunlight poured into the room and fell on Lin Fan's face. He did not sleep well. Huan's behavior last night was like a thorn in his mind, making him toss and turn for half the night before he fell asleep. Just when Lin Fan was about to wake up in a daze, there was a sudden burst of rapid knocking on the door. The sound was so loud, like someone was banging on the door with their fist, making the whole room buzz. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Jian's voice came from outside the door. He shouted angrily, "Lin Fan! Come out!" Lin Fan opened his eyes, frowned, and sat up on the bed, feeling puzzled. "What are you doing so crazy so early in the morning?" The knocking on the door sounded like someone was going to tear down the house. Lin Fan rubbed his temple and glanced at the phone on the bedside table. The time was just past 7 o'clock. He got out of bed, casually put on a white pajamas from the hotel, walked to the door in his slippers, and opened it with a frown. He said impatiently, "Zhou Jian, what are you shouting for? You're having a seizure so early in the morning?" The door was opened and Zhou Jian stood at the door with a red face. His eyes were as big as bells and veins bulged on his forehead. Without saying a word, he raised his fist and smashed it towards Lin Fan's head, shouting, "Fuck you. I'm going to beat you to death." The fists were whistling, carrying a fierce force, as if wanting to vent all the anger in the heart. Lin Fan's pupils shrank and he reacted extremely quickly, turning his body to the side and easily dodged the punch. He frowned and grabbed Zhou Jian's wrist, asking in a deep voice, "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Lin Fan's voice became a little colder. He tightly grasped Zhou Jian's arm, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Zhou Jian was grabbed by him and struggled twice but failed to break free, and his face turned even redder. He gritted his teeth and said, "What am I doing? What do you think I am doing? I am just going to beat you up." He suddenly raised his other hand and swung it towards Lin Fan's chest again, shouting, "Are you still a fucking human?" Lin Fan frowned, dodged again. Then he took advantage of the situation and pushed Zhou Jian against the wall, saying with some anger in his tone, "Zhou Jian, can you calm down? Did you drink so much yesterday that you lost your mind? Open your eyes and see who I am." Zhou Jian was pressed against the wall, gasping for breath, his eyes red as if they were bloodshot. He struggled and said, "The one I hit is you. Lin Fan, stop pretending." He suddenly raised his head and glared at Lin Fan, "Do you know that you should not cheat on your friend's wife? What did you do to Huan?" Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, frowned, let go of her hand, took a half step back, and said doubtfully, "You can't bully a friend's wife? Did I bully Huan? Zhou Jian suddenly broke free, stood up straight, pointed at Lin Fan's nose and shouted, "You are still pretending here." "It's Huan Huan. What did you do to Huan Huan last night?" His voice was trembling a little, and his eyes were full of anger and pain. Lin Fan frowned, put his hands in his pajamas pockets, and said in a deep voice, "What can I do to her?" "I didn't do anything." He paused and continued, "She drank too much yesterday. I saw she couldn't even stand steadily. I was worried that something might happen to her. I helped her into the room and threw her with you. Isn't this wrong?" When Zhou Jian heard this, he was so excited. He rushed forward, swinging his fist to hit again, shouting, "Lin Fan, you fart. You dare not take responsibility for what you did." Lin Fan dodged to the side, grabbed his arm, twisted it backhandedly, and pressed him against the doorframe. Then he said coldly, "Can you please stop doing that? Let's talk it over nicely." Zhou Jian was pinned down and unable to move. He gasped and gritted his teeth and said, "Talk nicely? You still have the nerve to say that?" He glared at Lin Fan. "Huan Huan told me everything. You bullied her last night. You even tore her clothes. Are you still a human being?" Hearing this, Lin Fan's pupils shrank suddenly. He frowned and said in a cold tone, "Tear her clothes? Bully her?" He sneered, "Zhou Jian, are you still mentally healthy? I bullied her? I didn't even touch her with a fucking finger." Zhou Jian yelled, "Don't try to quibble. Huan Huan told me this morning while crying, saying that you tore her clothes last night. Still want to do that to her?" His voice was choked up a bit, and his eyes were filled with anger and heartache. "Lin Fan, I treat you as a brother, and you F King do this." Lin Fan frowned and said in a cold tone, "Did she tell you this while crying?" "Oh, that's quite a show. Zhou Jian, you believe her but not me, right? She drank too much last night, and when I helped her back to her room, she insisted on throwing herself on me. I pushed her away and left. What can I do? Tear off her clothes? Do I have the time for that?" Zhou Jian was stunned for a moment, standing there gasping for breath, his eyes darting back and forth across Lin Fan's face. He gritted his teeth and said, "Stop pretending here. Huan Huan said it herself. The buttons on her clothes were broken. She also said you scolded her." Lin Fan sneered and said, "Scold her? Yes, I did scold her because she was shameless. I called her a stinking bitch." He paused, his tone cold and hard. "Zhou Jian, think about it yourself. What kind of person am I usually? Can I do such a thing?" When Zhou Jian heard this, he stood there in a daze, his chest heaving violently. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but no sound came out, and a struggle flashed in his eyes. After a few seconds, he gritted his teeth and said, "Lin Fan, I know, but Huan Huan has cried like that, can she still lie to me?" Lin Fan frowned and said calmly, "Do you know whether she can deceive you or not?" "Zhou Jian, I'm too lazy to argue with you. I have a clear conscience about what happened last night." Zhou Jian continued to question, "You said you didn't do it, so how did Huan Huan's clothes get damaged? How can she, a girl, say such things casually?" Lin Fan turned to look at him and said coldly, "Go ask her how the clothes got damaged." He narrowed his eyes and said earnestly, "Zhou Jian, I advise you not to be led by a woman. Some people say one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes." Zhou Jian was choked by these words and stood there in a daze. He panted and said, "Lin Fan, what do you mean? You said Huan Huan lied to me?" Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and said, "I didn't say she lied to you. I just said you should use your brain. If you don't believe what I say, I can go confront Huan Huan on the spot. Go call Huan Huan over here, and let's talk about this." Zhou Jian moved his lips but said nothing. His heart was in a mess. He gritted his teeth and was about to speak. Suddenly, there was a burst of hurried footsteps behind me, mixed with low sobs. They both turned around and saw Huan Huan running towards them from outside with tear marks on her face, as if she had just cried. Chapter 143. Where did you get the recording? Huan Huan was wearing a wrinkled pink skirt that was torn at the seams. Her hair was a little messy, as if she had just gotten out of bed. As soon as Huan Huan saw Zhou Jian, she rushed over, grabbed his hand, pointed at Lin Fan, and cried, "Baby, it's him. It was Lin Fan who bullied me." Her voice trembled as if she had suffered a great injustice, and tears fell down her face. "Didn't you say you were going to beat him up? Didn't you say you were going to help me vent my anger? How could your friend do this to me?" Zhou Jian was pulled by her and his eyes swept back and forth between Huan Huan and Lin Fan. Lin Fan sneered and said in a cold tone, "You bitch, you are really good at pretending. Would you like to cry again? I'll slap your tear ducts out with this one slap. Now, in front of Zhou Jian, explain clearly what you did last night." Huan Huan was provoked by these words. She raised her head abruptly, stared at Lin Fan with tearful eyes, and said sharply, "Lin Fan, don't make excuses." As she spoke, she threw herself into Zhou Jian's arms and cried even harder. "Baby, listen to what he says. He tore my clothes last night, and he wanted to do that to me." Her voice was choked with sobs and she looked extremely aggrieved. Zhou Jian frowned, looked down at Huan Huan, a hint of heartache flashing in his eyes. But when his eyes swept towards Lin Fan, there was a hint of hesitation. He opened his mouth and said in a dry voice, "Huan Huan, please tell me clearly, what's going on?" Huan Huan raised her head, tears on her face, and said pitifully, "Baby, I drank too much last night, and I was so dizzy that I couldn't stand up. He helped me back to the room." She pointed at Lin Fan and continued, but as soon as he entered the room, his expression changed. "He grabbed me and pushed me onto the bed, and even tore the buttons of my skirt." She pulled back a corner of her skirt, revealing a torn buttonhole. She cried again, "Look, this skirt was given to me by you, and he treated me like this." Lin Fan said in a mocking tone, "The button on your skirt is broken? Oh, you broke it yourself, didn't you? Huan Huan, you are really good at acting. Why didn't you look so aggrieved when you threw yourself on me and pulled my belt last night?" Huan Huan's face froze when she heard this, and she immediately fought back, "You're talking nonsense. Baby, don't listen to him." She continued crying, "I was drunk, and he wanted to take advantage of me. I'm a girl and I'm weak, so I couldn't get away from him. I could only shout for help. After I shouted a few times, he got scared and left the room. I quickly locked the door. I was so scared that I couldn't sleep well all night." As she spoke, tears fell down her face like beads that had broken off the string. Zhou Jian stood there, his face flushed. "Lin Fan, did you really do this?" Lin Fan frowned and said in a cold and hard tone, "Zhou Jian, where is your brain?" He then looked at Huan Huan and said, "Why didn't you say anything when you threw yourself on me yesterday? Why weren't you embarrassed when you asked me yesterday if you were attractive? You didn't act like this when you told me yesterday that you could do anything to me, right? Why didn't you shout for help then? Why are you crying now?" Huan Huan suddenly raised her head and screamed, "You're lying. Baby, he's a beast. I'm a girl, I don't have the energy to drink too much. He also cursed at me and pushed me. I almost fell down." She held Zhou Jian's hand, her voice choked with sobs, "Baby, you have to believe me, how could I lie to you?" Zhou Jian frowned, "Huan Huan, don't cry, I'll ask clearly." He turned to look at Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, you said you didn't do it, but how did her skirt get damaged? You have to give an explanation, right?" Lin Fan sneered and said, "If I say that she broke it herself to frame me, would you believe me?" Huan Huan cried even harder. "Why should I frame you? What good will it do me if I frame you? Zhou Jian said you are his good friend, and I treat you like my own friend. But I never thought that you are a beast in human form. Zhou Jian, how can you be friends with such a person? What do you mean by standing here and saying nothing? Do you doubt me? I'm a girl, and I was bullied like this by him, and you still doubt me?" Zhou Jian was so shocked by her crying that he stood there at a loss as to what to do, his eyes darting back and forth between the two of them. He grabbed Huan Huan's wrist and said, "Huan Huan, I don't doubt you. But Lin Fan is my brother, he won't." Huan Huan immediately let go of Zhou Jian's hand. "What do you mean you can't? Zhou Jian, what do you mean? I am your girlfriend. What do you mean by not speaking up for me now? Do you also think I am framing him? What good will this do me? If you ask me, we two shouldn't be together anymore. You two should be together." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jian hurriedly comforted her, "Huan Huan, that's not what I meant." Lin Fan snorted coldly, "Stinky bitch. Such a green tea." Huan Huan looked at Lin Fan, "You actually scolded me." She looked at Zhou Jian. "Zhou Jian, do you care if he scolds me? He is just a hooligan. He even reached out and touched me." Huan Huan's voice was choked with sobs, her fingers clutching Zhou Jian's clothes, and she looked up at him with tears in her eyes. Zhou Jian frowned. "Lin Fan, where did you touch Huan Huan?" "I touched her. Don't disgust me." Huan Huan cried even harder, "Baby, I love you so much, how could you not believe me?" She looked at Lin Fan with tears in her eyes. "You are just jealous of us, jealous of the relationship between me and the baby." Lin Fan sneered and said in a mocking tone, with your character, I'm not jealous at all. He sighed, then pulled his phone out of his pajama pocket. He waved towards the two of them and said calmly, I am a person who is always cautious in doing things. I didn't want to release this recording. I'm afraid it will affect the relationship between you two. As he spoke, his gaze swept towards Huan Huan, a cold light flashing in his eyes. But your girlfriend is so shameless. Then everyone should listen. Huan Huan's expression suddenly changed when she heard this. She raised her head suddenly and screamed, recording? You are talking nonsense. Where did you get the recording? Zhou Jian asked doubtfully, Brother Fan, what did you record? Lin Fan ignored Huan Huan's shouting and calmly pressed the play button. A clear conversation was immediately heard from the phone. The recording was Huan Huan's drunken voice, Brother Lin Fan, please don't leave. This was followed by her coquettish behavior, mixed with a few chuckles, and then Lin Fan's cold response. What are you doing? Lie down. Chapter 144, So what did you do last night? The recording continued, and Huan Huan's voice became bolder and bolder. Brother Lin Fan, don't you think I'm cute? Very attractive? Don't you want to do something with me? Her tone was teasing, as if she was deliberately teasing him. When Zhou Jian heard this, his face darkened. His eyes were fixed on the phone, as if he was nailed to the spot. Huan Huan's face looked as if all the blood had been drained out, and it was frighteningly pale. She pounced on Lin Fan, trying to snatch the phone, and screamed, Turn it off. Turn it off quickly. This is fake. Lin Fan dodged her hand and sneered, then continued to play the recording. Lin Fan's cold voice came from the phone, You have to know that you are Zhou Jian's girlfriend. Huan Huan responded with a hint of disdain, Don't worry about Zhou Jian, he doesn't know anything. You can do whatever you want to me now. At the end of the recording, Lin Fan growled angrily, You stinky bitch, don't be ungrateful. Then there was the sound of a door slamming shut, and the recording stopped abruptly. The whole room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Zhou Jian stood there, the color on his face gradually faded, and his lips trembled slightly. His gaze moved from the phone to Huan Huan's face, his eyes full of shock and anger. His hand slowly loosened Huan Huan's wrist, as if he was restraining something. He moved his throat, but couldn't utter a word. Huan Huan's face turned as white as paper. After being stunned for several seconds, she suddenly rushed to Zhou Jian, grabbed his arm, and cried, Baby, it's not like that. This recording is fake. She clutched Zhou Jian's sleeve tightly, he must be synthetic. Don't believe him. I didn't say those words. Lin Fan asked with a smile, Why? Do I need to explain? He glanced at Huan Huan and said with disdain, Didn't you say I wanted to do something to you last night? But it doesn't seem to be in this recording? And it sounds like you're the one taking the initiative? What's going on? Zhou Jian suddenly turned his head and looked at Huan Huan. Huan Huan, I heard your and Brother Fan's voices clearly, how could they be fake? What else do you have to say? Huan Huan collapsed on the ground and cried even harder. She hugged Zhou Jian's legs, tears all over her face, and choked up as she said, Baby, it's not like that. I'm drunk, I don't know what I'm saying. She climbed up and wanted to throw herself into Zhou Jian's arms. Believe me, I love you. How could I do such a thing behind your back? Zhou Jian frowned, pushed her away, took a half step back, and yelled, Love me? Is that how you fucking love me? I heard everything you said in the recording clearly. Why are you still pretending to be pitiful here? Huan Huan staggered after being pushed. She gritted her teeth and said in a trembling voice, Baby, don't do this. I was really drunk, and Lin Fan recorded it on purpose to frame me. She pointed at Lin Fan and screamed, He just wants to provoke us. Don't fall for his trick. Lin Fan sneered, shook his phone, and said, Frame you? You said it yourself, how can I frame you? You stinking bitch. The evidence is all there, yet you're still making excuses here. He is simply the originator of green tea. Zhou Jian stared at Huan Huan. Huan Huan, do you have anything else to say? I'm sorry, baby, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong, but I really love you. Will you forgive me this time? We agreed to get married after graduation. And we didn't do anything last night, did we? I saved my first time for you. You are the one I love the most, baby. As Huan Huan spoke, tears began to fall from her eyes. For a moment, Zhou Jian didn't know whether he was angry or what, and he couldn't say a word. When he looked at Huan Huan, there was even a hint of pity in his eyes. Lin Fan stood aside, watching the scene with a frown. He suddenly said, "By the way, I have some good news. Would you like to hear it? Stop arguing all the time. What's the point?" Lin Fan said as he glanced towards Zhou Jian. "Zhou Jian, listen to this too. This news is related to your girlfriend. I guarantee it will be an eye-opener for you." Huan Huan frowned and glared at Lin Fan, saying sharply, "What do you mean? Lin Fan, stop playing tricks here." She felt a little uneasy, as if she had a premonition that Lin Fan had some tricks waiting for her. Zhou Jian stood aside, his face livid. "Brother Fan, what do you want to say?" Lin Fan turned on his phone, clicked on the voice file Zhou Ren sent, looked up and said, "Someone just sent me this recording about an investigation into your girlfriend." His eyes were fixed on Huan Huan's face. "I didn't want to reveal it so soon, but since you're acting so enthusiastically, I'll help you out." Huan Huan's face suddenly changed when she heard this, and she screamed, "Investigate? You're investigating me? Lin Fan, what gives you the right?" She pounced on Lin Fan and tried to snatch the phone, her voice full of panic. "Turn it off. Don't play it." Lin Fan dodged her hand and sneered, "What are you trying to steal? Are you scared?" He pressed the play button, and immediately a clear conversation sounded from the phone. The first voice that came was Zhou Ren's. "You know Huan Huan, right? She's a student at Jian University." The other man smiled and responded, "Yes, she played mahjong with me last night." Zhou Ren said calmly, "Yes, not only you, but there are also 2 men." The man chuckled and said, "Yes, the other 2 are Huan Huan's ex-boyfriends. The 4 of us are playing together." Zhou Ren asked again, "Huan Huan said that you are all her male best friends?" There was a burst of sneers from the other end of the phone, and the man said frivolously, "Male best friend? Ha, that's so funny. To put it bluntly, we are just running friends. Everyone knows about Huan Huan." When Zhou Jian heard this, his face became completely gloomy. His fingers were clenched so tightly that they made a crackling sound, and his eyes were fixed on the phone. His lips were trembling and his face was pale. Huan Huan's face was paler than paper and even looked a little scary. She turned her head sharply to look at Zhou Jian and said in a trembling voice, "Baby, that's not true. They are talking nonsense." Her tears welled up again and her fingers clenched Zhou Jian's sleeves. Lin Fan watched coldly and continued to let the recording play. Zhou Ren's voice sounded again, "So what did you do last night?" The man laughed even more wildly, "Hee, we were playing mahjong at first. While playing, Huan Huan said he wanted to play something bigger, and if he lost, he would take off his clothes. She lost first, so, that's it." Chapter 145. I won't hit you lightly. Later, when we were playing mahjong, she flirted with the 3 of us intentionally or unintentionally. Everyone knows what kind of person Huan Huan is. She is a bit of a jerk. It's right in front of my mouth, who can resist? The 3 of us just started playing with her, and we played all night long. Her ex-boyfriend said it wasn't exciting enough, so he wanted Huan Huan to call her boyfriend while they were having fun. I didn't expect her boyfriend was so devoted to Huan Huan. He was panting so hard, but I couldn't tell. Zhou Jian's face turned from ashen to ashen, and he felt a little breathless. His gaze slowly moved to Huan Huan's face, his eyes were full of shock and anger. His throat moved and he said in a low voice, "Huan Huan, is this true?" Huan Huan shook her head violently, tears all over her face, and screamed, "It's not true. Baby, don't believe it. They are spreading rumors." She threw herself into Zhou Jian's arms, crying bitterly. "How could I do something like that? I love you." The recording continued, and Zhou Ren asked calmly, "Is there any other news about her?" The man thought for a moment and said frivolously, "She was pregnant before and had 3 abortions. There are at least a dozen women who live with men or have relationships with them. I can't even count the number of boyfriends I've had, probably over 30. I also heard that when she returned home during the Chinese New Year, her family introduced her to a blind date and asked for a dowry of 350,000 yuan, but the deal didn't work out. By the way, one of her boyfriends is black, a foreign student at the school. One of the kids beaten was that black guy's." When Zhou Jian heard this, he felt like he was struck by lightning. His body swayed violently and he almost fell. He took a half step back and said in a trembling voice, "Abortion? More than 30 boyfriends? Huan Huan, you." His eyes were filled with pain and disbelief. Huan Huan collapsed on the ground, crying heartbreakingly, and screamed, "Baby, it's not like that. They're talking nonsense. I didn't." She clutched the carpet tightly with her fingers and tears fell down in strings. Lin Fan deliberately hired someone to frame me. Don't believe it. At the end of the recording, Zhou Ren said calmly, okay, the 50,000 yuan information fee will be transferred to your card. Are you sure these words are true? The man swore, I guarantee it with my life, it's all true. The sound stopped abruptly, and the room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Lin Fan put away his phone, crossed his arms, and looked at Huan with a smile. How is it? Do I need to explain it? He paused, and glanced at Zhou Jian. Didn't you say that I wanted to do something to her? Now listen to what she is like herself. Huan raised her head abruptly, her voice full of venom. You are a despicable person who only resorts to such despicable means. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and said sarcastically, so what if I investigate you? If I don't investigate you, Zhou Jian will still be kept in the dark by you. He sneered, more than 30 boyfriends, 3 abortions, your resume is quite impressive, Huan. Zhou Jian stood there, as if his soul had been taken away. He raised his head sharply, aren't you going to explain? Tell me the fuck, is this true or not? Huan was stunned for a moment, then actually started laughing. She wiped the tears from her face, sneered, stood up and said, what's there to explain? She shook her hair and said with a bit of disdain, Zhou Jian, let's break up. Zhou Jian said in a trembling voice, is this how you fucking treat me? I'm sincere to you, but you're treating me like a fool. Huan sneered, straightened up, and said, you were the one who wanted to date me, I didn't force you. She then glared at Zhou Jian again, where are those sweet words you said when you held my hand? You're pretending to be affectionate with me now. How disgusting. She completely dropped her disguise, revealing her mean nature. Zhou Jian's lips were trembling and he couldn't speak. Lin Fan said calmly, Zhou Jian, see clearly, right? This is your girlfriend's true face. She's not worth your wasted feelings. Huan suddenly turned around and glared at Lin Fan, shouting, Lin Fan, stop pretending to be a good person here. She gritted her teeth and continued, how noble do you think you are? Isn't it just because you have a little money that you act noble? Ugh. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, pretending to be noble? I don't have your ability. I have more than 30 boyfriends. How loose it is. It's even darker than the bottom of a pot. He glanced at Zhou Jian. Zhou Jian, why do you think we keep this woman? For the new year? Zhou Jian stood there, his chest heaving violently, as if he was awakened by these words. He glared at Huan and said in a low voice, get out. Get out of here. I must be blind to fall for a woman like you. Huan was stunned by the yell, as if she had not expected Zhou Jian to be so tough. She sneered a few times, Zhou Jian, do you really think I like you? Her voice was filled with disdain, isn't it because you are willing to spend some money that I am with you? Do you really think I can't live without you? Let me tell you, there are so many people around me who want to spend money on me. Do you really think I care about you? The color on Zhou Jian's face faded little by little. You, what did you say? Huan sneered and said, I say, now it's not you who don't want me, it's me who doesn't want you. Zhou Jian yelled immediately, get out of here. The money I spend on you is just like feeding the dog. Huan's eyes were full of disdain, who do you think you are? After all, he is just my 39th liquor. A loser. This sentence made Zhou Jian completely lose his sanity. He suddenly raised his hand and slapped Huan hard in the face without any warning. Bang! The crisp sound continued to echo in the room. Huan was stunned by the slap. She covered her face and stared at Zhou Jian in disbelief, screaming, how dare you hit me? Her cheeks quickly became red and swollen, and tears welled up in her eyes, but she was filled with shock and anger. Zhou Jian gritted his teeth, refusing to back down, and slapped him again. The force was even stronger than before. With a pop sound, Huan's head was tilted to one side, with her hair sticking to her face in disarray. Zhou Jian glared at her and yelled, you stinky bitch, even if I hit you, it's still not enough. Huan was stunned by the 2 slaps. She covered her face for a few seconds, then screamed and rushed towards Zhou Jian, scratching with her hands and shouting, Zhou Jian, you bastard. I'm going to fight you. Her nails scratched Zhou Jian's arm, leaving several red marks. But she was no match for Zhou Jian. Zhou Jian frowned and kicked Huan hard in the abdomen. Huan screamed ouch and fell to the ground on the carpet. Chapter 146 Finale. Lin Fan watched the scene coldly, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. He did not speak. Zhou Jian panted and turned to look at Lin Fan. Brother Fan, I'm sorry for what happened just now. I misunderstood you. His gaze fell back on Huan. This woman, I must be blind to believe her. He took out his cell phone from his pocket and pointed at Huan. Don't you think you are good? Don't you have a lot of men around you? I will ruin your reputation today. Huan covered her stomach and struggled to get up. When she heard this, her face suddenly changed and she screamed, Zhou Jian, what are you doing? She seemed to realize the seriousness of the matter. She crawled to Zhou Jian's feet, grabbed his trouser legs, and cried, Baby, I was wrong. Don't do this, I know I was wrong. Zhou Jian sneered, kicked her hand away, and said through gritted teeth, You know you are wrong now? It's too late. He glared at Huan. Didn't you say you had more than 30 boyfriends? Didn't you say you didn't care about me? I want to see how long you can be so arrogant. He turned to look at Lin Fan. Brother Fan, send me the voice message just now. I'm going to post this on the school forum so that everyone in the school can see the true face of this bitch. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. He turned on his phone and forwarded the recording sent by Zhou Ren to Zhou Jian. Zhou Jian lowered his head and clicked on the recording. After confirming that it was correct, he directly opened the school forum and quickly typed out a long article. The title is, She Had 3 Abortions. I am her 39th boyfriend. He read to himself as he wrote. Huan, a student at Jiang University, appears innocent on the surface, but secretly has affairs with dozens of men. She had 3 abortions, and last night she played with 3 men until dawn. When Huan heard this, she rushed over and screamed, Zhou Jian, you are crazy. You can't send it. She tried to snatch Zhou Jian's phone, but Zhou Jian raised his hand and pushed it away. Snatch? You still have the nerve to snatch it. With a click of his finger, the post was sent directly. The recording is also uploaded as an attachment. Huan said with trembling lips, Zhou Jian, you are destroying me. She cried heartbreakingly, Baby, I beg you, delete it. You can't do this, or I won't be able to survive in school. Her fingers were tightly grasping Zhou Jian's trouser legs. I'll return all the money you spent before. Please don't do this to me. Zhou Jian sneered and glared at Huan. Where is your boyfriend? Why doesn't he come to help you? Are you scared now? I'm going to make you live a life worse than death. Zhou Jian lowered his head and swiped his phone a few times. This post had been pinned to the top of the page, with a small flame logo next to it. The heat is rising rapidly. The replies poured out like a tide. He sneered, I didn't expect netizens to be so curious about your experience. Want to know what they say about you? Zhou Jian clicked on a few comments and said, This woman is too disgusting, right? More than 30 boyfriends? There are still people like this in Jiangda? He paused, then read another one, 3 abortions? Oh my god, how shameless this woman is. Expel her from school immediately. Huan slumped on the ground, shaking her head repeatedly, No. It's not like that. She stared at Zhou Jian and shouted hysterically, Zhou Jian, you will regret this. You destroyed me, and I won't let you off easily. Zhou Jian sneered and continued reading, This recording is too exciting. This woman is born with a charming body. You actually did this behind your boyfriend's back. You're just a green tea bitch. Zhou Jian looked up at Huan. Did you hear that? The whole school knows what kind of person you are. Do you think I should post a few photos of your daily life for everyone to appreciate? Huan was stunned for several seconds, her eyes filled with despair, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She said in a choked voice, Zhou Jian, how could you be so cruel? Just wait. I won't let you go. Lin Fan smiled and said, No need to wait. Now it's not about whether you let us go or not. It's about me not planning on letting you go at all. Zhou Jian stood there, his chest heaving violently. There are over 100 comments under the post, and netizens are flooding it with insults. He looked at Lin Fan, Brother Fan, I just can't swallow this. She played me for a fool, and I still believed her for so long. Lin Fan nodded and said, Keep your eyes open next time. Zhou Jian slowly leaned against the wall and continued, Brother Fan, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would still be kept in the dark. Lin Fan waved his hand and said, What are you thanking me for? It's just a matter between brothers. He glanced at Huan and then said, You go back first. I will take care of this bitch. Zhou Jian gritted his teeth, nodded, and whispered, Okay, Brother Fan, I'll listen to you. The sky in Jiangzhou is clear blue, and the sun shines in front of the Wang Group building. The once magnificent facade is now in ruins, like a ruin ravaged by a storm. The crowd was packed with people, pointing and talking, and the sound of discussion was like a surging tide. There were 2 huge urinals at the main entrance, emitting a pungent stench. In the urinals were Wang Tianhao and Huan Huan. The 2 men were covered in filth, like drowned rats fished out of hell. Wang Tianhao glared with bloodshot eyes and cursed loudly, his voice as hoarse as if it had been sandpapered, but no one paid any attention to him. All that was left were the laughter of passers-by and the flashes of mobile phones, as if taking a shameful still photo of the 2 of them. All of this was Lin Fan's work. He stood on a tall building not far away, overlooking the farce, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile. The Wang Group has been rampant in bullying countless small companies over the years, and it should have paid the price long ago. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, and the notification sound of the godly rich system flashed in his mind. Mission completed, Wang Group went bankrupt, and the reward wealth is 50 billion. He raised his eyebrows and murmured in a low voice, this system is really powerful. At the same time, Jiangzhou Film and Television City was bustling with activity. The new film invested by Lin Fan is now in production, titled Beautiful Night. The inspiration came from the life and death adventure he and Zhao Macy had. On the set, Zhao Macy, wearing a costume and light makeup, looked like a star in the night sky. She stood beside Lin Fan and smiled as she recited her lines to him. Her eyes were so bright that they seemed to hide light, less defensive than before and more tender. The 2 of them went from having many misunderstandings to being able to understand each other now, as if God had written a happy ending for their script. During the break in filming, Zhao Macy leaned on Lin Fan's shoulder and whispered, Lin Fan, do you think our film can break the record? Her voice was as light as a feather and her cheeks were slightly flushed, as if she was hiding a little expectation. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, with me here, won't the box office explode? His tone was relaxed and his arms gently wrapped around her, as if he was giving her the world. Zhao Macy was stunned for a moment, his chest felt warm, and he smiled and rolled his eyes at him, as if for the first time he felt that this guy was not so annoying. Lin Fan's life seemed to be on a cheating streak, and the super-rich system was like a magic wand that could turn stone into gold. Investment projects are all becoming popular, including the stock market, real estate, and technology, like a flood. It pushed him to the top of the Forbes rich list. His name became a legend in Jiangzhou, and the internet was full of his stories. He is said to be a legend in the business world and has become a well-known legend. As night falls, Lin Fan's villa is brightly lit, like a castle in a fairy tale. Shinsini was wearing a silk nightgown, leaning on the sofa, peeling pu tao for him with a smile, her eyes as soft as spring water. Outside the villa, Zhao Macy is Lin Fan's decent girlfriend, a dazzling actress, the queen on the set, but in private she is willing to restrain herself for him. Taking advantage of the new film's momentum, her studio signed several big productions, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, and returned to the top. Every time she stood beside Lin Fan, her eyes were as bright as stars, as if she was determined to accompany him. What is even more surprising is Su Muruwa. This cold girl is actually a talented woman in the business world and now she has become his girlfriend. She was wearing a smart suit, standing in Lin Fan's company meeting room, discussing the plans for the new project with him with a smile, her eyes so soft that they seemed to hide light. No one knew how she was conquered by Lin Fan. They only knew that she was willing now, as if she was pulled into orbit by his charm. Lin Fan sat on the terrace of the villa, overlooking the night view of Jiangzhou. The neon lights were flashing, as if a star-studded avenue was paved for him. He held the red wine in his hand, squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. The system prompt sounded in his mind again, the host's wealth value has exceeded 1 trillion, and the peak mission of life has been completed. He raised his eyebrows, smiled, took a sip of wine, and whispered, peak? This is just the beginning. Shinsini walked over and leaned lightly on his shoulder. Zhao Macy and Su Muruwa stood not far away, looking at him with a smile, their eyes as bright as stars. Lin Fan's eyes swept over them, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile. With both fame and fortune and a beautiful woman by your side, this life is perfect.